Chapter 1. The Golden Cube. At 6:50 p.m., the neon lights of the old district flickered to life. Feng Wuhen parked his crimson sports car at the roadside, rolled down the window, and let the evening breeze waft in. Today, he had just completed a private job, transporting a modified vehicle from the northern racing track to the southern dock for a certain unnamed employer. The money came easily, yet it felt tainted. He couldn't be bothered to count it, simply tossing it into the glove compartment. The engine of the sports car hummed low, akin to a mechanical panther reluctant to rest. Feng Wuhen tapped the steering wheel, a sardonic smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Behave now, I'll treat you to some 98-octane fuel shortly. He exited the car, draping his black leather jacket over his shoulder, and wandered aimlessly into a narrow commercial street. The streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow, while most of the shops had their shutters drawn, save for the Bot Toys warehouse at the end, still illuminated. A faded poster of Transformers Prime was affixed to the shutter, depicting Optimus Prime and Megatron standing back to back, with a torn map of Cybertron in the middle. Feng Wuhen had no intention of entering. His interest in cartoons was minimal. He only knew of Prime because his ex-girlfriend had once projected an episode in their rental apartment. That night, as he cleaned his gun, he had listened to the dialogue, occasionally glancing up to see Optimus Prime declaring amid flames, "If I must sacrifice myself to save Cybertron, then I shall." He had scoffed at the sentiment, muttering, "Fool." Yet, at this moment, he halted in his tracks. On the steps outside the store, something glimmered. It was a fist-sized golden cube, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, resembling both liquid and solid metal. As Feng Wuhen crouched down, his fingertips brushed against the cube, and a high-frequency hum resonated in his ears, as if someone were calling his name from afar. "Matrix of leadership?" he murmured before shaking his head in self-deprecation. "Just a plastic shell." Nevertheless, he picked up the cube. It felt surprisingly cold, yet its weight was akin to a solid block of lead. He tossed it into the air and caught it repeatedly before finally pocketing it and pushing open the door to the shop. Inside, the aging fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, illuminating shelves laden with dust-covered models. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with reading glasses, who, without raising his head, said, "Feel free to look around. Settle up before closing." Feng Wuhen had no intention of making a purchase, yet the cube in his pocket inexplicably warmed, like a heart urging him onward. He casually grabbed a 1/24 scale red sports car model, not out of any particular fondness, but because its color matched his own vehicle. The model was heavy, its paint reflecting a cold sheen under the light, as if it had been infused with a true soul. As he approached the counter, the old man cast him a meaningful glance. Sometimes, toys choose their owners. Feng Wuhen remained non-committal, stuffing the model and the cube into a plastic bag before striding away. His rental unit was on the 17th floor. The elevator was out of order, so he had to take the stairs. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered on and off, while his footsteps were as light as a cat's. Upon entering, he switched on the lights and kicked off his shoes, dumping the plastic bag onto the table. The golden cube rolled out, spinning twice on the glass coffee table before coming to a steady stop. The sports car model slid to the edge of the table, its nose pointed downward, as if poised to launch. Feng Wuhen opened the refrigerator, pulled out a can of beer, and downed half of it, the cold liquid soothing the inexplicable restlessness in his chest. He settled onto the sofa, holding the cube up to examine it. The patterns seemed to flow under the light, almost alive. He squinted, recalling how the Matrix could transform ordinary machines into living beings, and a ludicrous thought blossomed in his mind. If only I could turn this broken model into a living entity to run the latter half of my life for me. How convenient that would be. With a derisive laugh, he casually tossed the cube in front of the sports car model and turned to open his laptop, connecting an external hard drive, and clicked on the first episode of Prime. The familiar theme song played, and he leaned back, propping his feet on the coffee table, humming along absent-mindedly. On the screen, Optimus Prime's voice was deep and resolute. "Freedom is the right of all sentient beings." Feng Wuhen chewed on ice, mumbling in reply, "Yet you all ended up in a cosmic mess." As the plot progressed to the moment when Optimus decided to sacrifice himself to activate the core of Cybertron, Feng Wuhen's fingertips began to unconsciously tap on the armrest of the sofa. In that instant, a childlike fantasy surged within him. What if I could step in and pin them to the negotiating table before they turned on each other? Wouldn't that save countless lives? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a soft click resonated behind him. Feng Wuhen turned around. On the coffee table, the golden cube had inexplicably stood upright, its surface patterns flickering as if breathing. The sports car model trembled slightly, its front wheels slowly turning, as if seeking direction. In the next moment, both the cube and the model lifted off the ground, transforming into two streaks of gold and red, hurtling directly towards him. Feng Wuhen barely had time to utter a curse before being struck by the streaks. The world abruptly flipped, the ceiling shattering into countless specks of light, and a cacophony of gears seemed to engage all at once. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Wuhen found himself on a cold metallic floor, towering silver spires reaching into the clouds above him, their surfaces pulsating with ethereal blue energy veins, akin to veins in a living organism. The sky was a pale gold, with 3 satellites of varying sizes suspended in the distance, casting a gentle light. The air was tinged with a metallic tang, each breath feeling like swallowing a sharp blade. He bolted upright, stunned to discover that his vantage point was absurdly elevated at least 2.5 meters. Looking down, he noted that his arms were no longer flesh and blood but encased in black and red armor, with elongated fingers and glowing tubes embedded at the joints. At the center of his chest, a cerulean core spun quietly, resembling both a heart and an engine. "I have become a transformer?" The voice that emerged from his throat reverberated with metallic resonance, yet it unmistakably belonged to him. Even more bizarre was the sudden influx of foreign memories flooding his mind. Designation: Feng Wuhen. Custom name: Form: Native Cybertronian. Compatible vehicle: Civilian high-speed sports car. Energy level: B. Affiliation: None. Social relations: Orion Pax Data Administrator, close friend. Megatron Gladiatorial Champion, close friend. Feng Wuhen stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before grasping the key terms. Orion Pax, Megatron. Were those not the original names of Optimus Prime and Megatron? He glanced at the core in his chest, then toward the distant tower, which his memories informed him was the oldest library on Cybertron, where Orion meticulously organized data every day. Meanwhile, Megatron should be at the Iron Fortress Coliseum, basking in the cheers of the evening crowd after a series of victories. A time of peace on Cybertron. No war, no conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots. Only 2 youths yet to diverge, one a lover of books, and the other a fighter, both considering Feng Wuhen a trusted companion. Feng Wuhen suddenly burst into laughter, his metallic chuckle echoing across the vast plaza, startling a flock of mechanical birds. So, it turns out that even time travel adheres to the basics, first tossing a person into the story before it begins, then handing them a friendship experience card. He raised his hand, his fingertips swirling, causing the armor on his arm to fold away to reveal an embedded communicator. At the top of his contact list, 2 names flashed in tandem. Orion Pax Online. Megatron Online. Feng Wuhen licked his non-existent fangs, a glint of mischievousness dancing in his eyes. "Since I'm here, let's perform my script. Optimus doesn't have to die, and Megatron need not go mad. How to negotiate? If we can't reach an agreement at the negotiating table, we'll fight until they are willing to talk." He took his first step, the metallic heel colliding with the ground, producing a crisp clang. In the distance, a beam of blue light illuminated the pinnacle of the library, as if acknowledging his arrival. Meanwhile, from the direction of the arena, a deafening roar erupted, the name of Megatron being chanted repeatedly. Windwalker looked up to see his reflection in the cracked, spiderweb pattern mirror of a roadside window, an elongated Cybertronian adorned with a dark crimson hue, his visage sharp and fierce, 2 clusters of dark golden flames flickering within his optical lenses. With a grin, he revealed his gleaming metallic teeth. "Cybertron, I have arrived. Megatron, are you prepared to face the most uncontrollable variable in your fate?" Chapter 2, Black Iron and Ember. Windwalker spent 3 days acclimatizing to his metallic form. He stood before the spiderweb-cracked mirror in his rented hovel, repeatedly practicing the expressions of his optical lens contracting, the mask slightly lifting, and the servo at the corner of his mouth twitching, mimicking the nonchalant curve of humanity. He then transformed his right hand into a wheel, letting the tire spin rapidly at his fingertips, before snapping it back with a click, his movements fluid, as if wielding a butterfly knife. "Not bad," he whistled to himself, so dashing that even the oil would offer you a discount. Yet, handsomeness does not substitute for energy blocks. The currency of Cybertron is energy crystals, and upon awakening, his inventory was at a dismal 0. He scoured his body, discovering only a small memory chip containing the registration details for the arena and Megatron's private channel. "Indeed, an old friend has even paved the way for my survival." He patted his waist, where he concealed the sole souvenir from his rented Ruma golden cube. Since his traversal, the cube had remained dormant, resembling an ordinary piece of metal, yet Windwalker could sense it was still alive, albeit at a rhythm nearly imperceptible. He had not disclosed its existence to anyone, not even to Megatron. As he stepped outside, fine metallic snowflakes fell from the sky above Iron Fortress, caught up in a magnetic storm, refracting into a silver rain. Windwalker pulled down the visor of his mask and strode along the clack-clack of the magnetic suspension pathway, heading southward. Destination, Karen Arena. Karen exuded a distinctly different atmosphere from Iron Fortress. While Iron Fortress embodied order and light, Karen was steeped in ash and fire. The towering circular arena loomed like a crouching behemoth, its outer walls charred by plasma torches, dark red energy oozed seeping through the cracks. The Cybertronians queuing at the entrance were a motley crew, bankrupt miners, debt evading mercenaries, and nobles pursuing sheer bloody thrill. They bore participation barcodes on their chests, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Windwalker swiped his barcode across the sensor, the gate swung open, and a wave of heat infused with the scent of oil enveloped him. In the center of the arena, remnants of the defeated from the previous match were whisked away by magnetic rails, while the victor stood on the platform, a gaping hole in their chest being mended by medical drones. The audience erupted in a tsunami of shouts. Blood! 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 This is the essence. Windwalker licked his blade-like teeth, striding toward the contestant preparation area. His first opponent was a heavily armored miner, towering 3 meters tall, wielding a seismic hammer, a crude energy shield welded to his chest. As the referee declared the match's commencement, the miner swung his hammer, cracking the ground beneath them. Windwalker did not evade. He crouched, transforming his tires into rollers, propelling himself beneath the miner's waist. His right arm extended with a high-frequency vibrating blade, slicing through the opponent's knee conduit with a sizzling sound. The miner collapsed with a thud, his hammer missing its target, and Windwalker used the momentum to leap, igniting the elbow thruster to deliver a spinning kick squarely to the miner's faceplate. The optical lens shattered, and the miner fell unconscious. The audience paused for half a second, then erupted into even wilder cheers. The referee raised Windwalker's hand. Winner, Windwalker. Energy crystals rained into the arena like droplets. Windwalker bent down to pick up a piece, biting into with taste akin to watered-down gasoline, but better than nothing. He glanced up at the VIP box at the highest point, spotting Megatron. Leaning against the railing, Megatron's dark purple armor glimmered in the firelight, resembling a blade yet to be unsheathed. He raised an energy goblet toward Windwalker in a distant salute. Windwalker smiled, gently tracing his thumb across his throat, a signal they had agreed upon in the underground tunnels of Iron Fortress. Wait for me, it will be swift. The second match, third match, 10th match. Windwalker's fighting style was dubbed the Viper by gamblers. No wasted movements, targeting joints and energy conduits with precision. If the opponent was ranged, he transformed into a car shape, entering the blind spot from an unexpected angle. If the opponent was heavily armored, he dismantled the vibrating blade into 2 short stabs, peeling away armor like crab shells. A saying began to circulate in the arena. When facing Megatron, you may still have a chance to surrender, but when facing Windwalker, you won't even have time to capitulate. Half a month later, the rankings were updated. 1. Megatron 147 consecutive victories. 2. Soundwave never revealed himself due to tactical secrecy, but with a 100 win rate. 3. Windwalker 29 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, in the library of Iron Fortress, Orion Pax sat in the quietest reading chamber beneath the dome, yet the floating screen before him displayed news from the arena. Windwalker's photo juxtaposed with Megatron's, the title Bloodred, the dark horse from the commoners, poised to challenge the Twin Titans. Aurelion's fingertip hovered over the play button, remaining still for a moment. His optical lens appeared dimmer than usual, akin to a star obscured by clouds. Whispers from colleagues behind him reached his ears. I heard that fellow is an old acquaintance of Megatron. Indeed, that aloof figure in Aurelion's archives has mingled with them in the underground tunnels. TSK, a scholar, a champion, and now a harbinger of Death. Iron Fortress's 3 legends? Too bad, their paths diverge. Mr. Pixis won't even step into the arena. Aurelion abruptly stood, his chair screeching against the floor. He shut off the screen, clutching a stack of data pads to his chest, striding toward the exit. The topmost data pad was a freshly printed report titled Feasibility Study on the Abolition of the Gladiatorial Slave System, signed, Aurelion Pixis. In the dead of night, behind the scenes of Karen Arena, Windwalker had just concluded a show match, where the organizers requested him to perform beautifully, prompting him to deliberately dismantle an opponent's arm into components, using the energy cable as a jump rope, sparking fireworks across the arena. The audience was delighted, and the tips surged. In the shower chamber, Energy liquid washed away the scratches on his armor. He looked up, catching a glimpse of the eerie crimson of his optical lens in the mirror, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The communicator vibrated. Aurelian Pixis requests connection. Windwalker wiped his hands and pressed the answer button. Aurelian's three-dimensional image appeared, the background illuminated by the library's blue light, a stark contrast to the dark red of the arena behind him. Windwalker, Aurelian's voice was gentle, yet trembled with suppressed emotion. I heard you secured third place there. To be precise, it's a tie for third, Windwalker chuckled. That Soundwave fellow never shows his face, so I refuse to acknowledge him ranking above me. Aurelian did not laugh. He focused on the fresh crack on Windwalker's shoulder armor, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Why haven't you come to find me? I can arrange a position for you at the archives, or if you wish to do something else, I can find a way. Windwalker traced the crack with his fingertip, metallic shavings cascading down. The archives? Aurelian, I can earn half of your monthly salary in just one day with 3 matches. Besides, he lowered his voice deliberately, as if sharing a secret. I relish the sound of the audience's screams far more than the rustle of turning pages. Aurelian's optical lens suddenly flared to life, like 2 clusters of enraged flames. That is not screaming, it is wailing. You know full well that the arena exploits the lower-tier Cybertronians, yet you win by their rules? Feng Wuhen interjected, his smile gradually fading. Orion, not everyone is like you, born to stand in the light. I have known hunger and understand just how arduous it is to earn energy crystals. The communication fell into silence. In the distance, drones buzzed over the Colosseum, clearing debris, including a severed arm, which they discarded into a waste bin. After a long pause, Orion quietly inquired, what about Lord Shockwave? Does he agree with your approach? Feng Wuhen shrugged. He can't wait for me to save enough money so we can team up and push the sound waves down. Orion's optical lens dimmed. He cast one last glance at Feng Wuhen, as if gazing at a stranger. I thought the 3 of us would change Cybertron together, not you and him, being altered by Cybertron. The image faded away. Feng Wuhen stood still, suddenly feeling the energy liquid in the shower chamber turn a bit cold. That night, in Lord Shockwave's private booth, purple energy lamps illuminated the room, transforming it into a small throne hall. Shockwave tossed a canister of premium energy liquid to Feng Wuhen. Give it a try, a treat from the Colosseum, reserved for champions. Feng Wuhen caught it, flicking the pull tab into the trash. After taking a sip, he raised an eyebrow. Mixed with high-purity flame essence? Quite extravagant. Shockwave laughed heartily, the resonance shaking the chandelier above. This is what we deserve. Early next month, the officials have scheduled a century duel between us, with the gimmick being friends turned foes. Leaning closer, his optical lens hovered near Feng Wuhen. Rest assured, I'll leave you intact. Feng Wuhen shook the canister, the liquid swirling into a crimson vortex against the walls. What if I refuse to follow the script? Shockwave narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping like a blade slicing through energy crystals. Then we shall tear up the script. How about we join forces to topple this Colosseum, and then the Council Hall of Iron Fortress? Feng Wuhen hesitated. He recalled Orion's disappointed expression, the weight of the golden cube resting in his pocket, and the final scene before his journey Optimus Prime turning amidst flames, reaching out to Megatron. Suddenly, he laughed, crumpling the empty can and tossing it into the trash. The script may be torn, but not today. Shockwave studied him for a few seconds, then chuckled. As you wish. I have all the time in the world. In the deep of night, Feng Wuhen returned to the contestant dormitory. His single room, with metal walls, contained only a charging bed. He lay down, retrieving the golden cube. It glowed faintly in the dark, as if responding to his heartbeat. Hey, little one, he whispered to the cube. Do you think if I invited Shockwave and Orion for tea, they would listen? The cube flickered twice, as if mocking his naivety. Feng Wuhen closed his optical lenses, his voice barely a whisper. Then let them first convince me, and only then will they listen. Outside, the night rain of Karen fell not as water, but as tiny shards of energy crystals, clattering against his armor. He drifted into sleep amidst the sound of the rain, for the first time devoid of the recurring dream. In the blaze of Cybertron's ruins, he stood clutching a half-gold cube, with the fallen figures of Shockwave and Orion behind him. Chapter 3. The night before the storm, as the rain and Karen ceased, only 7 Cybertron days remained until the fateful confrontation. Windlass awoke in his solitary quarters. The counter beside his charging bed glowing with an eerie green. Energy level 100, armor damage 0. Yet, he found no solace. A text message from Orion lingered in his processor's most sensitive cache like a thorn. File number 417 sender, Orion Pax content. Tonight at 2100, central lift of Iron Fortress. Old maintenance level. If you wish to converse, I shall await you. 3 succinct lines devoid of emotion or encryption. Windlass stared at it for a while, then suddenly scoffed. Even a negotiation expert opts for a straightforward approach. He tucked the golden cube into his chest compartment and stepped outside. At the end of the corridor, Thundercracker stood leaning against the window, his violet gold armor silhouetted against the light like a cluster of frozen lightning. "Good morning," he greeted, tossing a small data pad in Windlass' direction. "Official odds, you 117, me 116. Quite generous." Windlass glanced at it, casually tearing the pad in half and tossing it into the recycling slot. "Odds only hold meaning for gamblers." Thundercracker raised an eyebrow. "Then what holds significance for you?" Windlass gestured toward his core. "Freedom." Thundercracker scrutinized him for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, the sound making the window frame vibrate. "Then let us finish the exhibition match tonight, and tomorrow we shall turn the arena upside down. I will grant you the freedom you desire." Windlass remained non-committal, sidestepping him. "I have matters to attend to tonight." Thundercracker's smile waned slightly. "Is it that archivist again?" Windlass continued without pause, merely waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away an irritating energy fly. Between Iron Fortress and Cairn lay an abandoned magnetic freight pipeline, which Windlass traversed in his vehicle form in a mere 20 minutes. Upon emerging at the maintenance level, he reverted to his humanoid shape, shaking off iron shavings from his tires, and adjusted his faceplate to an anonymous black while darkening his optical lenses to a deep crimson. At precisely 2100, Orion awaited him, clad in silver-blue armor, looking more gaunt than he remembered, the Autobot insignia on his chest deliberately obscured. Beside him lay an old data box, its lid ajar, containing a canister of high-purity energy liquid and a miniature pulse gun. "Fear me?" Windlass approached, deliberately nudging the gun with his toe. Orion shook his head. "Fear you bringing a tail?" Before he could finish, the depths of the lift shaft echoed with the sound of metal scraping. The two exchanged a glance and retreated half a step simultaneously. In the darkness, a pair of crimson optical lenses emerged, followed by a second and a third, private hunting squads from the arena, emblazoned with Thundercracker's purple blade insignia. The leader raised his hand, and a sonic interference field instantly enveloped them, severing all external communications. "Windlass," the leader rasped, "Lord Thundercracker has decreed no private meetings with sensitive personnel before the match." Orion's expression turned icy. Within Iron Fortress, Karen's dogs have no place to run rampant. The hunting squad unsheathed their high-frequency battle blades in unison. Windlass stepped in front of Orion, his wrist armor sliding open to reveal 2 vibrating daggers. "I give you 3 seconds, leave." The leader smirked, stating, "The thunderous lord has proclaimed that should you persist in your obstinacy, your leg shall be shattered and you will be carried back." In the next instant, Feng Wuhen transformed into a crimson shadow, his short dagger slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The chest armor of the first hunting squad member was cleaved in 2, energy liquid spraying forth. As the second member raised his blade, Feng Wuhen struck him with a powerful elbow, sending him tumbling into the lift shaft, the metal howling as it plummeted to the depths below. Orion was not idle. He seized his pulse gun and accurately shot the generator of the interference field. Following the third explosion, the shield was lifted, and the red beams of the security drones shone down from above. Realizing the peril, the hunting team dragged away their injured, leaving behind a menacing remark, "We shall meet again in the arena." The tunnel fell into silence, the only sound being the rhythmic drips of energy liquid. Feng Wuhen flicked the remnants of liquid from his dagger and turned back, asking, "Are you all right?" However, Aurelian's gaze was fixed on the new crack in his shoulder armor. His voice hoarse, "You could have chosen to disregard me." Feng Wuhen shrugged. "I owe you my life from that incident in the underground passage, when you shielded me from a bullet." Aurelian offered a bitter smile. "So you do remember." He bent down to pick up a data box, handing it over. "The information within contains the clandestine accounts of the arena that I secretly copied. If you can present it to the Iron Fortress Inspection Bureau, perhaps it could." Feng Wuhen did not accept it. Interrupting Aurelian, "Half of the people in the Inspection Bureau have received dividends from the arena." Aurelian's optical lens dimmed slightly. "So we just watch as they continue to treat lives as mere chips?" Feng Wuhen paused, suddenly inquiring, "If I were to disclose the accounts, would the thunderous lord perish?" Aurelian was taken aback. At the very least, he would be wanted. Feng Wuhen nodded, as if finally resolute in a decision. I shall keep the account for now. 7 days hence, regardless of the outcome of the finals, I will ensure the truth detonates across the entire Cybertron network. Aurelian frowned. You intend to use yourself as the fuse? Feng Wuhen flashed a grin, his teeth gleaming like white knives in the dim light. A fuse must burn quickly enough to ignite an explosion. Just before leaving the maintenance level, Aurelian called out to him, Wuhen, I was too harsh in our earlier communication. Feng Wuhen turned his back, waving dismissively. Harsh words are what make an impression. Yet Aurelian hastily caught up, placing a minuscule chip into his palm. This is the coordinate for the library's forbidden zone, where ancient fireseed technology is sealed. It may aid you. Feng Wuhen grasped the chip tightly, without looking back, raising his hand to signal a 3, a secret sign from their youth. Trust me, the third time will ensure victory. By the time they returned to Karun, it was midnight. As Feng Wuhen stepped inside, he was confronted in the corridor by the thunderous lord. A private meeting? The lord's voice was as chilling as a frost-coated energy blade. Feng Wuhen remained unperturbed, replying, Indeed, and I conveniently dealt with a few disobedient hounds on your behalf. The thunderous lord narrowed his eyes, suddenly gripping the crack in Feng Wuhen's shoulder armor, his fingertip brushing against the still-drying energy liquid. You are bleeding. Feng Wuhen swatted his hand away. It's just a minor wound. However, the lord leaned closer, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Do not play with fire, Feng. I can overturn the table, and I can also turn you over. Feng Wuhen met his gaze, the dark golden flames dancing in his optical lens. Then let us see who ignites the other first. Two individuals faced each other for 3 seconds, before the imposing figure of Zhan Tianzun broke into laughter and turned away, stating, Do not be late for tomorrow's warm-up match. Feng Wuhen returned to his dormitory and securely locked the cabin door. He inserted the chip given by Aolian into the reader, and in an instant, ancient Cybertronian text began to materialize. Summary: utilizing purified sparks, reconstructing damaged cores, even reversing death. At the end of the document, a star map coordinate pointed to the 13th underground level of the Iron Fortress, the very area mentioned by Aolian that had been sealed off by the Council. Feng Wuhen concealed the chip securely and retrieved the golden cube. This time, the patterns on the surface of the cube perfectly overlapped with the projection of the chip, resembling a key aligning with its lock. So you have been waiting for me all along, he murmured. Outside, the searchlights of the Karen Coliseum swept across the night sky, and the metallic snow floating in the beam resembled a reverse meteor shower. Feng Wuhen pressed the cube into the compartment of his chest, and the light core and the cube illuminated simultaneously, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. It was the primal heartbeat of the spark, echoing in the depths before the storm. Chapter 4. The invitation of dark fire. The 13th underground level of the Iron Fortress was preserved in a vacuum of silence for a full 9 star cycles. Standing before the experimental table, Feng Wuhen held the chip, which felt as hot as a stellar core. The golden cube floated autonomously, overlapping with the projection of the chip, and from the gaps, ethereal blue light strands erupted, resembling countless delicate tendrils climbing up his arm. Identity verification complete. Spark source entity. Access granted. Zhan Tianzun protocol. Lines of runes cascaded across his retina, and Feng Wuhen's light core suddenly constricted, then expanded explosively. Boom! It was as if he had been pulled into a pure white rift, where time lost its meaning, leaving only the amplified heartbeat and pulse of light. In the next moment, the white light shattered, revealing a void ablaze with dark purple flames. In the center of this inferno stood a towering figure, black and red intermingling as it slowly turned. It was Zhan Tianzun, yet not the youthful champion from the arena. He was taller, colder, with a tattered cape billowing behind him, and optical lenses resembling collapsed stars, swirling with endless betrayal and compassion within. At last we meet, Feng Wuhen, he spoke, his voice akin to millions of gears whispering in unison, resonating directly within the spark. Feng Wuhen attempted to retreat, but found his limbs shackled by an invisible force. Who are you? He inquired. I am the true master of the cube in your hand, the very source of the name, Zhan Tianzun. The primal titan slightly bent forward, delicately lifting Feng Wuhen's chin with his fingertip, his movements as graceful as examining a prized weapon. You yearn for power. I shall grant it to you. You desire change. I can provide that too. Now, Only one choice remains, to become me. Feng Wuhen attempted to speak, but could not utter a sound. A torrent of searing dark energy surged from the cube into the spark, akin to molten stellar iron, searing his consciousness with a hissing sound. Following the agony came an exquisite ecstasy. He beheld himself shattering the Colosseum's dome with a single, thunderous blow. As the audience screamed and prostrated amidst the rain of fire, he envisioned himself seated at the highest seat of the Iron Fortress Council Tower, flanked by Orion and the mighty Megatron, with no more discord. He witnessed the ruins of Cybertron reborn in golden flames, standing before the source of new life, akin to a deity. Behold, this is the future you desire. The essence of Megatron whispered softly in his ear, his voice tender as a lover's sigh. No sacrifice. No Optimus Prime, nor the imprisoned Megatron of the Colosseum. Only you, the singular leader. Windblade's fingertips trembled slightly. Deep within the core, a voice screamed in madness. Agree to him. With a mere nod, all suffering and hesitation would cease. Yet at that moment, Orion's face flashed through fragmented memories, his blue eyes, eternally filled with starlight, now brimming with disappointment. No, Windblade gritted his teeth, forcibly severing the connection with the cube. The void fractured, and the sea of flames receded. He was hurled back onto the experimental platform, the core within his chest feeling as though a piece had been gouged out, leaving a dark void. The cube hovered in midair, a slender crack appearing on its surface, oozing a dark purple glow. Windblade gasped and laughed. You wish for me to be your puppet? Line up. By the time he returned to his quarters, dawn had broken. He locked the hatch, shoved the cube into a lead box, and buried it within the energy liquid barrel in the corner. Yet, the fissure had formed, and darkness seeped into his dreams through the crevice. On the first night, he dreamt of standing in the central square of the Iron Fortress, countless Cybertronians kneeling before him. The specter of Megatron unfurled his black wings behind him, his voice resonating, "Look how they adore you." On the second night, he dreamt of Orion trapped within an energy prison, his gaze hollow, repeatedly murmuring, "You deceived me." On the third night, he dreamt of Megatron, the one from the Colosseum, lying in a pool of blood, a blade of his own creation embedded in his chest. The young champion grasped his ankle, his voice hoarse. "You promised to turn the tables together." With each awakening, the cube gently thumped within the lead box, as if mocking his futility. On the fourth night, he no longer fled. In the dream, the sea of flames reappeared, and Megatron sat upon a throne forged from countless gears, extending his hand towards him. "Do not resist any longer, Windblade. You have tasted the sweetness of power. Why cling to the shackles of the weak?" Windblade glanced down, noticing his armor had mysteriously turned a deep crimson, a tattered cloak billowing behind him, mirroring that of Megatron. "I refuse." "You cannot refuse." Megatron rose, crossing the sea of flames in a single stride, his fingertip pressing against the crack in Windblade's core. Boom! The fissure instantaneously widened, dark purple flames erupting forth, engulfing Windblade entirely. In the inferno, he heard his own laughter, alien and chilling. In reality, on the night of the Colosseum's warm-up match, the audience was packed to capacity, Megatron's colossal projection spinning upon the dome. Windblade stood in the contestants' corridor, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armor of his thigh, the rhythm syncing with the pulse of the fire from his dreams. The opponent was an insignificant figure, arranged by the officials merely to serve as a foil. As the opening bell rang, Feng Wuhen remained motionless. Hesitantly, the opponent charged forward, his energy axe raised high. In the next instant, Feng Wuhen lifted his hand. There was no transformation, no weapon emerged. He simply clenched his fist gently. Boom! The opponent was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his chest plate caving in, and he was propelled backward for dozens of meters, crashing through the protective barrier and embedding himself into the wall. The audience fell into an eerie silence. The referee stood stunned for a moment before tremblingly announcing, "The victor is Feng Wuhen." Feng Wuhen lowered his gaze, observing his hand. Within the fissure of his fire core, a flicker of dark purple flame quietly burned. He heard the ancient Zhun Tian Zun chuckling in his ear. This is merely the beginning. In the deep of night, in Zhun Tian Zun's private training chamber, purple gold lights cast sharp shadows. Zhun Tian Zun wielded an energy whip, advancing step by step towards Feng Wuhen. "The power you employ today does not belong to any known system. Who bestowed it upon you? Feng Wuhen leaned against the wall, a languid smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Guess. Zhen Tianzun narrowed his eyes, suddenly grasping Feng Wuhen's throat and lifting him off the ground. Do not play riddles with me. I can elevate you to third place, but I can also send you crashing back into the mud. Feng Wuhen's fire core fissure suddenly blazed brightly, dark purple flames crawling along the vascular-like conduits up to his neck armor, scorching Zhen Tianzun's fingertips, which began to emit wisps of smoke. He abruptly released his grip, stepping back half a pace, astonishment flickering in his eyes for the first time. Feng Wuhen landed gracefully, straightening his collar, his voice soft as the twilight. Do not rush. Soon you'll understand that there's only one true Zhen Tianzun, and it is not you. At that very moment, in the 13th underground level of the Iron Fortress Library, Alian stood alone before the laboratory table, the ancient characters projected by the chip having morphed into gibberish. He reached out to touch the pedestal, his fingertips scorched by the residual dark purple energy, leaving a charred mark. Wind, he whispered, but only the hollow echo responded. Meanwhile, far away in Karen, Feng Wuhen lay on his bed, the flames within his fire core fissure having spread throughout his entire armor. He opened his eyes, his optical lenses transformed into dark golden vertical pupils. The phantom of the ancient Zhen Tianzun hovered above, leaning close to his ear like a lover whispering, 7 days from now, on the night of the finals. Kill Zhen Tianzun, kill Alian, and you shall be the Soul King. Feng Wuhen smirked, his voice hoarse yet elated. As you wish. Chapter 4 concluded. Chapter 5. The Well of Embers and the Falling Star. In the depths of the Karen Colosseum, the cellar once served as a mortuary for ancient gladiators. Now, it has been transformed by Feng Wuhen, or rather, by the ancient Zhen Tianzun residing within him, into a dark fire altar. Dark purple flames flowed along the shattered dome like a suspended river of stars. Feng Wuhen's armor had entirely shed its red and black hues, scorched into a profound shade of deep violet, and the fissure at his chest had expanded into a vertical pupil, reflecting the cold smirk of the ancient Zhen Tianzun within its depths. Good and evil are but fairy tales used by the weak to console themselves. The voice of the ancestor reverberated through every nerve, proclaiming the annihilation of all dissenters. Those who remained would kneel in submission. The body that once belonged to Windless slowly raised a hand, fingertips grazing a series of hovering holographic panels. Displayed were the fortress's defensive schematics, the patrol routes of Orion, and the private channel codes of the Titan of Thunder, the champion of the arena. Where to begin? The vessel mused softly, its voice a harmonious duality. One layer belonged to Windless, faint enough to be scattered by the wind. The other belonged to the ancestor, deep and elated. Ultimately, the fingertip lingered over the name of Orion Pax. The blood of an old friend was most suitable for the coronation of a new king. Simultaneously, in the 13th underground level of the Iron Fortress Library, at the well of the Spark Source. This place had once been the oldest sanctuary of Cybertron, the well's mouth spanning 100 meters in diameter. Looking down, one beheld a churning sea of azure flames, each wave a nascent Cybertronian soul yet to be born. Orion knelt at the edge of the well, his optical lens reflecting that expanse of blue, as if mirroring the hopes of the entire universe. The voice of the primordial titan trembled, yet remained resolute. Grant me the power to save Windless. I am willing to pay any price. A silence ensued. Suddenly, the sea of sparks stilled, as if time itself had been drawn away. In the next instant, billions of light particles surged from the depths of the well, coalescing into a magnificent golden module, the leadership module. It possessed no physical form, yet felt tangible enough to touch. The module spun gently, its exterior composed of countless minuscule Cybertronian characters, with a pure white spark embedded at its center. Orion extended his hand, as his fingertips brushed the module's edge. A torrent of energy surged through his conduits into the core of the spark. In that moment, he heard the whispers of countless ancestors. Go forth, Optimus Prime. Go forth, Orion. Go save the child embraced by darkness. He is the future of Cybertron and must not languish in the abyss. Light erupted, reshaping Orion's armor into a silver-blue hue. The Autobot insignia manifesting upon his chest, and his shoulder guards transforming into sleek, aerodynamic wings. The optical lens shifted from blue to gold, then returned to azure. It shone brighter than any star. He rose slowly, a golden halo of light appearing beneath him, lifting him above the well's mouth. I am Optimus Prime, and I am Orion. I have come to bring him home. In the arena, the eve of the final battle, the audience was ablaze with light, gamblers roaring their bets. While the colossal projection of the Titan of Thunder rotated upon the dome, akin to a war god on the verge of shattering. In the dark chamber, the ancestor manipulated the shell of Windless, embedding the last shard of dark purple spark into the core. Perfect. He admired the face in the mirror, strange yet familiar. After tomorrow, Cybertron would remember but one name, Titan of Thunder. Suddenly, the communication channel forcibly interrupted, a voice all too familiar resonating in the dark chamber. Windless. I await you at the arena's entrance. Optimus Prime. The ancestor narrowed his slitted eyes, a chilling smile creeping across his face, just in time, saving me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. He raised his hand, and dark purple flames coalesced into a colossal sword, its blade reflecting the distorted visage of Feng Wuhen. At the arena's entrance, torrential rain fell, not water, but fine metallic shards and crystallized energy akin to countless miniature daggers. Optimus Prime stood alone in the downpour, his optics piercing through the deluge, fixating on the slowly advancing figure of Deep Violet. Feng Wuhen lay in slumber. The primal Zhun responded with Feng Wuhen's vocal cords, yet his voice resonated like millions of gears scraping against metal. The entity before you is the true master of Cybertron. Optimus raised his right arm, an energy axe springing forth from his wrist, blue and white lightning entwined around the blade. Then allow me to expel you from his body. The primal laughed heartily, sweeping the enormous sword, where dark purple flames clashed with blue and white lightning in midair, erupting into a brilliance that illuminated half of Carlin. The shockwave toppled the front row gamblers, and the glass dome above fractured inch by inch. Both figures transformed into streaks of light, hurtling into the center of the arena. Optimus delivered a shoulder charge, driving the primal into the wall, debris and energy splattering in all directions. The primal retaliated, choking Optimus by the neck, dark purple flames corroding along the conduits. Behold this body. He once trusted you so profoundly, yet you allowed him to starve and fight for his life in the arena. Pain flickered across Optimus's optics, yet he remained resolute. Precisely for this reason, I cannot abandon him. He abruptly raised his knee, forcing open the primal's arm. The energy axe slashing down, leaving a deep gash in the opponent's chest plate, revealing a flickering core of true fire ensnared within dark purple chains, still gleaming with a faint red glow. Wind! Optimus roared, awaken. You are no one's puppet. The core pulsed slightly, as if in response. In the depths of consciousness lay an endless swamp of darkness. Feng Wuhen knelt upon the surface of a black mirror, his limbs ensnared by dark purple chains pulling him into the abyss. The spectral figure of the primal hovered above, wielding a staff of black flames, repeatedly pressing his head into the mirror surface. Sleep, child. When you awaken, you shall be king. A trickle of deep violet energy seeped from the corner of Feng Wuhen's mouth, his gaze fading into shadow, until a beam of blue light pierced the darkness, akin to the first arrow of dawn. Within the beam, the silhouette of Optimus materialized, reaching out, fingertips nearly brushing against Feng Wuhen's forehead. Do you remember the underground tunnels? You claimed that on the third attempt, you could turn the tide. Feng Wuhen's fingertips twitched, the chains groaning under the strain. Orion, he rasped, yet his voice rang true. The primal abruptly turned, the staff swinging towards the beam. Leave my domain. The beam exploded into countless shards of light, yet in the air, it reformed into the corporeal form of Optimus. This is not your domain. Optimus's voice was calm, yet bore the weight of mountains, echoing Feng Wuhen's heart. He raised his hand, the leadership module materializing, golden light illuminating the entirety of the consciousness space. The dark purple chains shattered inch by inch under the radiance, and Feng Wuhen's body was lifted by the light, meeting the palm of Optimus. The choice has always been yours. Windless raised his gaze towards the torn black vault of the heavens. He beheld the morning light of Iron Fortress, the blood rain of the Colosseum, and the silhouette of Orion awaiting him with an energy breakfast in the library. He also recalled the time he had escaped the mine in a red sports car with a mighty Primus, the three of them reclining atop a pipeline. watching satellites ascend into the night sky. I refuse, he uttered, each word deliberate. Deep within the core of the fire, crimson light erupted, transforming into a scarlet whirlwind that shattered the phantom of the original Primus into fragments. In reality, the azure armor peeled away, revealing the familiar red and black beneath. Windlass fell to his knees, a fissure in his chest exuding the last wisp of dark purple flame, soon to be filled by azure light. Optimus Prime knelt before him, extending a hand. Welcome back. Windlass looked up, his optical lenses returning to a clear dark gold, the corners of his mouth curling into a long-lost smile. For the third time, the tables have turned. The dome of the Colosseum collapsed entirely, morning light flooding the ruins. Primus, the champion of the arena, arrived with his guard but found only two figures standing side by side. Windlass tossed the ledger, given to him by Orion high into the air, blasting it into a shower of luminous shards with his pulse gun. From this day forth, the Karen Colosseum shall be closed. Primus remained silent for a long moment before suddenly laughing, his mirth akin to a prisoner finally shedding his shackles. Very well. He discarded the energy whip. Let us change to a grander arena, Cybertron itself. In the morning light, the shadows of the three stretched long, resembling three swords poised to be drawn. Yet, in the deepest recesses of the ruins, a shard of shattered dark purple flame stirred quietly, seeping fine strands of black blood. The tale has only just begun. Chapter 6. The leader assumes office. All hands on deck. Cybertron, General Hospital Wing 07. Outside the window was the unique pale golden sky of Iron Fortress at dawn. Windlass awoke on a charging bed, white magnetic curtains automatically drawn open, a beam of warm light falling upon his newly restored red chest armor. Do not move. Your core fissure has only just been mended. The voice came from beside the bed. Megatron, or rather, it was no longer appropriate to call him that. The Colosseum's purple gold armor had been transformed into a matte black by his own hand, the Colosseum emblem on his chest flattened, leaving only a faint indentation, reminiscent of a deliberately preserved past. Megatron? Windlass attempted to address him. The other raised an eyebrow. That name was given by you. It now seems as if you have issued me an identity card. Windlass grinned, wincing as he inadvertently strained his wound. It sounds more pleasing than the champion of the Colosseum. Megatron tossed a bulletin into his lap. Read it yourself. The headline read, "The Senate unanimously approves Orion Pax to assume the role of leader of the Cybertron High Council, bestowed with the name Optimus Prime." Below was a photograph. Orion stood at the center of the Senate's circle, hand resting on a leadership module, his optics shining brighter than the spotlight. Windlass clicked his tongue. In the end, he has indeed become Optimus Prime. Megatron shrugged. At least he did not brand the Autobot insignia on my face. I shall count myself fortunate. As the two individuals locked eyes, a shared laughter erupted, a sound imbued with the lightness of survival after calamity, yet tinged with the bittersweet realization of inevitability. Just as their discharge procedures were finalized, a luxurious hovering limousine came to a halt at the hospital entrance. The door slid open, revealing Ironhide, the lieutenant of Megatron, wearing a stern expression. The leader requests your presence at the council tower for tea. Is there an option to decline? Windblade inquired. Indeed, Ironhide replied, pulling out 2 tickets for fines. One for refusing service, amounting to 500 crystals, and another for speeding, costing 1,000 crystals. Choose your poison. Optimus Prime sighed. Let us proceed. It appears that even without overtime, we shall be working extra hours today. At the top floor of the council tower, what was once the office of high-ranking senators had been transformed into a makeshift suite for the leader. Upon entering, they found Optimus Prime encircled by a multitude of hovering screens, his left hand signing documents while his right manipulated a holographic map. A vial of energy liquid clamped between his teeth, yet to be opened. Have you arrived? He looked up, his optics bloodshot, yet a peculiar exhilaration danced at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. I am in dire need of assistance. Windblade raised a hand. Let be known, my expertise lies solely in combat and racing. Megatron interjected. I excel in fighting and instigating others to do the same. Optimus Prime beamed, reminiscent of a child who has just received a new toy. Splendid. Cybertron currently requires individuals with your versatile skills. With a decisive motion, he unfurled a colossal flowchart, densely inscribed with the words, Cybertron Post-War Reconstruction, Dark Energon Aftermath Task Force, Group, Urban Restoration, Group, Refugee Resettlement, Group, gladiatorial arena liquidation, group, Senate reform. Windblade's eyelids twitched. You intend for one of us to assume the role of chief coordinator for urban restoration, and the other as chairperson for refugee resettlement. Optimus smiled, proposing a fair and impartial lottery to decide. Megatron declared, I choose to oversee the liquidation of the gladiatorial arena. I am well versed in that. Optimus tossed down his pen in exasperation, but has already been entrusted to Jazz. Do not make selections. With that, he waved his hand, and 2 appointment letters soared into their hands. Appointment. Windblade, Director of the Cybertron Municipal Operations Bureau and Captain of the Red Hurricane Special Operations Team. Appointment. Megatron, Director of the Cybertron Refugee Bureau and Commander of the Ironclad Logistics Corps. The pair stared at the embossed signatures in silence. Windblade remarked, The Operations Bureau sounds akin to a traffic violation department. Megatron retorted, Do I resemble a social worker in the Refugee Bureau? Optimus raised his hand, forming a 3-finger gesture reminiscent of the old Iron Fortress trio. Trust me, the 3rd time will be the charm. Believe me, he continued, this work is more exhilarating than combat. On Windblade's first day in office, he found himself ensnared by a magnetic levitation bus on the Ring Road No. 07 overpass. The cause of the incident was straightforward. 2 buses were embroiled in a dispute over right-of-way, escalating to the point where a driver brandished an energy axe. By the time Windblade arrived, the overpass had transformed into a serpentine mass of steel. He maneuvered his sports car into the emergency lane, cranked the loudspeaker to maximum volume. This is Windblade of the Operations Bureau. If vehicles are not moved within 30 seconds, they will be towed. The drivers, taken aback, promptly complied and guided the buses to the maintenance lane. A crowd gathered, capturing the scene on video and disseminating it across the internet, titled Shocking. The new director, a force of nature, the master of traffic. The comments section overflowed with expressions of admiration, with many proclaiming their desire to marry him. Feng Wuhen rubbed his temples, pondering. I thought my role as director would involve chasing criminals in a sports car, yet here I am, truly becoming a traffic officer? His aide, a small spherical robot, handed him the day's itinerary. 9 o'clock a.m., highway accident. 10:30 a.m., energy pipeline explosion. 12 o'clock p.m., luncheon at the Senate, mandatory attendance. 2 o'clock p.m., inspection of the Refugee Agency Supply Transfer Point. 4 o'clock p.m., Red Cyclone training. 6 o'clock p.m., interview with Cybertron Daily. Feng Wuhen remarked, Is Optimus Prime concerned I might be idle? The spherical aide quietly chimed in. The leader says idleness breeds mushrooms. Meanwhile, the situation with Megatron was even more ludicrous. Less than 2 hours into his tenure, a long queue formed outside the refugee agency, filled with retired gladiators and miners' families. Director, my child's energy liquid allocation has been cut. Director, our temporary shelter is leaking. Director, could we receive some weapons for self-defense? The noise gave Megatron a headache. He slammed the table, commanding silence. The resulting sonic wave sent a layer of dust cascading from the ceiling. The crowd fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Megatron declared, First, starting today, an energy liquid vending machine will be installed outside the agency. Anyone who dares to cut in line will be personally taught how to queue. Second, all leaking shelters will be registered, and by tonight, you will be provided with alloy panel houses. Third, weapons? Certainly, but first, enlist in the Ironclad Logistics Corps. And only after passing training will you receive them. The crowd paused for a moment before erupting into applause. That evening, Megatron tossed a training schedule to his aide, stating, Starting tomorrow, training will be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., alternating between physical fitness, shooting, and tactics. The aide, wide-eyed, replied, Director, we are a refugee agency, not a boot camp. Megatron grinned. Refugees must possess self-defense capabilities. Otherwise, when the dark spark revives, who will protect them? The aide muttered under his breath. You were once the owner of a gladiatorial arena, and now you resemble a kindergarten principal. Megatron retorted, What's wrong with being a principal? A principal can still crush a tank with a single punch. At midnight, the top floor of the council tower remained brightly lit. After concluding the final budget meeting, Optimus Prime slumped in his chair, activating a secure channel. On the channel, Feng Wuhen and Megatron sat side by side, their icons marked with a working overtime badge. Feng Wuhen initiated the conversation with a voice message. Report. Leader, today we dealt with 17 traffic accidents, 3 pipeline explosions, and 2 refugee disputes. And I was compelled to don formal attire for the luncheon. Right now, I only want to strangle the necks of those bureaucrats at the municipal office with my tie. Megatron followed suit. Report, leader, the refugee agency received 462 housing applications today. I approved 450, leaving 12 with invalid numbers. Additionally, the training ground requires 200 training rifles tomorrow, but the logistics department can only provide 20. I am going to hang the logistics minister from streetlight. Optimus Prime nearly slipped off his chair in laughter. You two have worked hard. As your leader, I have decided to grant each of you a bonus, a voucher for an overtime exemption, valid until tonight at 23:59. At that moment, the channel erupted with 2 middle finger emojis. Once the laughter subsided, Optimus Prime suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. On a sincere note, thank you both. Windblade interjected. No need for sentimentality. I'm afraid I might cry and spray Energon all over your screen. Megatron chimed in. Sentimentality is acceptable, but the bonus must be doubled. Optimus replied, doubling the bonus is feasible, but at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather at the municipal office for a tour of the reconstruction area. Both of them simultaneously lamented. The channel was filled with laughter and amusement. Outside, the dawn of Iron Fortress illuminated the sky once more, with 3 satellites aligned like a silver thread. 3 once divergent shadows now stood side by side once again. This time, however, they held not weapons but blueprints, permits, and overtime sheets. Chapter 7. The red star shines on Cybertron in the standard calendar of Iron Fortress on the 180th day of a star year at 3:47 a.m. The lights at the top of the council tower remained aglow. Optimus Prime had just concluded a protracted meeting with the energy department and was preparing to recharge when the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Delivery. Windblade's voice came through the intercom, laced with a drowsy chuckle. Urgent package. Sign for it without payment. The door slid open, revealing Windblade, who was carrying a hefty alloy box adorned with 4 square, Cybertronian letters painted in red. What is it? Communism. Windblade yawned, just with a Cybertronian twist. He placed the box on the table, clicked it open, revealing 5 meticulously bound metallic books, each titled Cybertronian Productivity and the Public Ownership of Energy Crystals, On-Demand Distribution and the Shared Source of the Spark, a guide to the reemployment of gladiatorial veterans, from each according to their ability to each according to their needs. Practices in Cybertronian Urban Governance. The red star shines on Cybertron. A dialogue between human thought and mechanical civilization. Each page was inscribed with Windblade's minuscule laser-etched script, accompanied by images of a hammer and sickle, intermingled with gears and wheat. Beside them was a line in small Chinese characters. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Optimus casually flipped open the first book, reading only 3 pages before his optical lens brightened to full beam. You translated public ownership of production materials into public ownership of energy crystals? Swapping the proletariat for the energy-less class? What unique perspective. Windblade shrugged. I merely used this to earn credits in my university political theory class. I didn't expect it would come in handy here. He pointed to the last line on the spine, which read, It is suggested to pilot this in Zone 3. If productivity increases by 20 within 3 months, it will be implemented citywide. Signed, Windmarksblade. Zone 3 was a mixed industrial area undergoing post-war reconstruction, featuring both smelting plants and refugee settlement sites. Known for his decisive nature, Optimus Prime convened Windblade, Megatron, Jazz, and Ratchet for an on-site meeting just 3 days later. Feng Wuhen stood upon a makeshift steel platform, as a holographic screen behind him displayed the following. 1. Concentrated scheduling of energy crystals. All factories, farms, and energy wells are uniformly integrated into the Spark Source blockchain, providing a real-time public ledger. 2. Labor point system. For every standard hour of labor contributed, one earns a point of spark points, which can be redeemed for energy liquid, housing space, and educational hours. 3. On-demand upgrades. 3 upgrade pathways, medical, scientific research, and military industry, are fully accessible, with upgrade quotas determined by community evaluation of points rather than capital bidding. 4. Transformation of the gladiatorial arena. This will be converted into the Spark Sports Complex, where retired gladiators serve as trainers, teaching refugee children close combat and mechanical repair, thereby earning points. 5. Cultural night school. Each evening from 20 to 2200 hours. Courses such as History of Sparks, Economics of Energy, and A Brief History of Earth are offered, with Feng Wuhen as the lecturer. Initially, silence enveloped the crowd, soon followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Public ownership of energy crystals? Won't the mine owners revolt? Can points truly be exchanged for housing? Gladiators as teachers? Don't twist my child's arm. Feng Wuhen raised his hand. Initiating the first segment of a demonstration video, retired gladiator Sui Yin was seen instructing children on transforming discarded car wheels into skateboards, their laughter outshining the furnace's glow. An experienced foreman voluntarily connected his private energy reservoir to the public network, with the ledger instantly uploaded to the blockchain. Visible to all, any theft could be traced back to its source. In the night school, a miner utilized his points to enroll in an introductory medical repair class, crafting a prosthetic limb for a companion from repurposed piping. As the video concluded, a profound silence settled, broken only by the sound of energy liquid dripping. Optimus Prime stepped forward, stating succinctly, District 3 will enter a trial phase for 1 month. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Megatron was the first to raise his hand. I am in favor. Those who oppose may come to my refugee office to work. Thus, it passed unanimously. On the 7th day, the smelting plant capacity increased by 11. By the 14th day, the vacancy rate at the refugee settlement dropped to 3. On the 21st day, ticket sales at the Spark Sports Complex surpassed the historical peak of the gladiatorial arena, with 0 casualties reported. By the 30th day, the energy crystal surplus in District 3 showed its first positive growth, and the public ledger was spontaneously elevated to 666 by the miners. In the council chamber, Optimus Prime slammed the data on the table, sending a shiver through the elders. Esteemed colleagues, this is the gift Feng Wuhen has bestowed upon Cybertron. Now, who still opposes city-wide implementation? An elderly member, trembling, raised his hand. What will happen to our energy well shares? Feng Wuhen smiled gently, presenting an energy well share buyback plan. We will buy back at a valuation of 120, payable over 10 years at an annual interest of 5, convertible into Spark points, with lifelong medical benefits. Alternatively, retain your shares, but you must connect the wellhead to the public chain, with 70 of profits allocated to public welfare. Choose one, no coercion. The elders exchanged glances, ultimately signing the buyback agreement in silence. After all, no one wishes to become a vampire trending on the public blockchain. Late at night, on the rooftop of the Parliament Tower, Optimus Prime handed a can of high-purity energy liquid to Windless, asking, to be honest, have you traded your strength for intelligence? Once, you would draw your blade at the slightest provocation, and now you can write 5 books and calculate economic models? Leaning against the railing, Windless gazed at the neon lights of the Starfire Sports Arena reflected in his optical lens, responding, perhaps, when the ancestor Jun Tian Zun cast me into the abyss. He inadvertently illuminated the seldom-used regions of my mind. The memories of Earth, the reality of Cybertron, combined with the darkened core, allowed me to perceive that the true enemy is not Megatron or the Senate, but scarcity itself. He tilted his head back and drank from the energy liquid, his Adam's apple bobbing. What humanity has spent a century exploring, we might accomplish in a mere decade. Mechanical life does not age or suffer. As long as there is sufficient energy and coherent ideas, success can be replicated infinitely. Optimus Prime chuckled softly. You are increasingly sounding like a philosopher. Windless shrugged. Philosophers still have mortgages to pay. Oh wait, energy liquid loans to consider. However, seeing the children in District 3 craft flying skateboards from discarded parts makes it all worthwhile. 3 months later, Cybertron City 70 connected to the Spark Source blockchain. The deficit of energy crystals was eliminated, and public healthcare coverage reached 98. Starfire points became the most robust currency, with the black market's premium falling below the official exchange rate, because no one dared to commit fraud on the public blockchain. Once the most obstinate miners now voluntarily converted their private energy wells into Starfire power stations, hanging banners that read, once a mining tyrant, now a public servant. Meanwhile, Windless was affectionately referred to by the public as Comrade Red Star. Every time he lectured at the night school in District 3, long lines formed outside, with children holding up red stars made from scrap metal, shouting, Teacher Wind, will you talk about the Long March of Earth today? About the Yinnan Caves? About Comrade Mao's crossing of the Red River? Windless smiled and waved. Tonight, we'll discuss how the Cybertron version of Nan and I-1 cultivates energy fields using discarded gears. At the top of the Parliament Tower, Optimus Prime observed the real-time data curve ascending. finally convinced that those 5 books written through sleepless nights had ignited the spark of an entire planet. He activated the communicator and addressed Megatron. "It seems we should promote Windless." Megatron quickly replied, "Promote him to what?" "Chief thinker of Cybertron." Optimus gazed out the window, where the neon lights of the Starfire Sports Arena intertwined with the flames of the smelting factory, creating a crimson sea. "No," he whispered, "promote him to hope itself." Chapter 8, Declaration, Breaking Through Doors and All-Nighters. Iron Fortress, Standard Time, 107. The voice-activated lights in the corridor of the top floor of the Parliament Tower illuminated the path to its end. Optimus Prime finally completed the last section of the energy crystal redistribution regulations for District 3, stretched, and heard a soft click from his chest plate, an indication that the leadership module had closed, resembling a clocking out bell. Today, he could indulge in 6 hours of sleep. He murmured contentedly, his fingers just brushing the doorknob when a faint knocking echoed, as delicate as a mouse gnawing, yet striking precisely at the most sensitive points of his nerves. The optical lens of Optimus Prime shifted instantly from a serene blue to a perilous red. Before the answer had fully materialized, the leader's fist had already delivered its greeting with a resounding crash. The alloy door splintered into fragments, debris whistling past Wind Whisper's nose. Barely a millimeter from his optical lens, Wind Whisper's systems momentarily malfunctioned, nearly causing a catastrophic restart of the core. Optimus Prime remained poised in a striking stance, his voice low and ominous like cracking ice. "Wind Whispers, after much effort, I finally have the chance to rest early. Should there be no pleasing news, your paid leave shall be converted to a year of ceaseless toil." Wind Whispers immediately switched to a mode of sycophancy, hands pressed together, his optical lens twinkling with starry effects. "Most exalted leader, I was in the wrong. I deserve the harshest punishment. But please, considering the blood I have shed for Cybertron, the tomes I have penned, and the burdens I have borne for you, grant me this one reprieve, I beseech you." His voice trailed off in a melodious plea, sending shivers down Optimus Prime's spine. The leader's ire was swiftly quelled by this sonic charm, his lips curving into a reluctant smile. "Ahem, in light of your arduous contributions, I shall grant you a pardon this time. Now what is it?" Wind Whispers promptly presented a metal cylinder, sealed with a blazing red star, a new work. The Cybertronian Communist Manifesto. Optimus Prime accepted it with skepticism, drawing out the first page. The title laser-etched in an elegant flourish. The Cybertronian Communist Manifesto 20, From Sparks to Infernos. The subtitle read, "Workers of the World, Unite." Optimus Prime skimmed through 3 lines, and the optical lens buzzed to life like a high beam. In the next moment, he dashed back to his room with the metal cylinder, slamming the shattered door frame in front of Wind Whispers. "You may leave now. Oh, and kindly close the door behind you." Wind Whispers gazed at the 4-petaled remnants of the door on the ground, then at the gaping entrance, his lips twitching. Am I to close the air? What began as a mere minor task had escalated beyond expectations. The Manifesto 20 comprised 6 chapters, 42 sections, and 13 appendices. The first chapter upgraded the Cybertron Commune 10 to the Cybertronian Universal Public Chain 20, introducing spark-powered mining to ensure every idle core contributes computational power to the public ledger, with the proceeds benefiting healthcare. The establishment of a Cybertronian People's Bank would allow energy crystals and spark points to function in parallel, enabling cross-regional exchanges. A global mechanical production alliance would be formed, sharing technological patents among all factories, aiming to eliminate redundant constructions within 3 years. The appendices included plans for renovating the Colosseum ruins into an amusement park, how to cultivate an energy wheat field from scrap tracks, and the more absurd Leadership Module Open Source Agreement 10, which suggested the audacity of making the calculations for the Leadership Module public. As Optimus Prime observed, he annotated in the margins, "Feasible, but requires a 2/3 majority from the Council. This clause is overly radical. Let us conduct an internal pilot first." Open source the Leadership Module? Wind without trace. You must be out of your mind, yet it seems rather intriguing. The annotations proliferated until the pen ran dry thrice. By the time dawn broke outside, he realized he had inadvertently consumed an entire jar of high-purity energy liquid, as if it were coffee. Even more embarrassingly, he found himself utterly unable to sleep. Wind without trace, you truly are the bane of my overtime existence. Wind without trace dare not leave. He crouched in the corridor, meticulously collecting the shattered door panels and welding them back together with his portable welding gun. Upon reaching the third panel, Megatron appeared, wrench in hand. I heard the leader smash the door with a single punch. Wind without trace sighed. He also turned my holiday into a SC char Dinger's holiday. Megatron crouched down to assist. The refugee agency is in need of a door panel for a bulletin board. I'll take the rest. While they were conversing, Optimus Prime's door swung open once more. The leader, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, held aloft a scroll of proclamations. Wind without trace. Come in. Startled, Wind without trace exclaimed again. The door isn't finished yet. The door is inconsequential. Optimus Prime was as exhilarated as a student who had just drawn a winning ticket. I want to hear your detailed explanations. Now, immediately, Megatron whistled from the side. Congratulations, you've successfully dragged the leader into an all-nighter. Wind without trace pondered. Am I here to deliver books or to submit my resignation? On the conference table, the proclamation was fanned out. Before Optimus Prime lay energy liquid, a light pen, a recorder, and an all-nighter permit, valid for 48 hours, stamped with the council's seal. Come, leader, with fervent eyes, first elucidate the computational power mining of the fire seed. I intend to report it next week. Wind without trace rubbed his forehead. Brother, it is currently 4 a.m. Optimus Prime smiled. Either an all-nighter or no breaks all year. Choose one. Wind without trace capitulated instantly, obediently picking up the laser pointer. All right then. Let us begin with the formula for the core temperature of the computational fire seed frequency. Megatron yawned beside them, casually propping the shattered door panel upright as a whiteboard. I'll audit. Hope you don't mind? Optimus Prime did not look up. I mind. But should you dare to leave, I will have the refugee agency's budget. Thus, the council's tower was brightly lit with 3 elongated silhouettes, one speaking passionately, another scribbling vigorously, and a third listening drowsily yet unwilling to close his eyes, until the morning bell of the energy well echoed. Wind without trace's voice was hoarse. That concludes everything for 20. Optimus Prime rolled up the scroll, sighing contentedly. Very well, now I can finally sleep. He rose, stepping over the shattered door panels toward his bedroom, suddenly turning back. By the way, you get an extra 3 days off. The repair cost for the door will be deducted from your salary. Wind without trace. Megatron laughed heartily. Pounding the table. Serves you right for knocking at midnight. V. Epilogue Easter egg on that morning at 9 o'clock. A temporary notice was erected at the entrance of the council tower, due to the leader's overnight study of the Cybertron Communist Manifesto 20. Today's regular meeting is postponed by 3 hours. Signed, Windless Trace, Ghostridden. Staff members passing by paused to take photographs. And the comment section was instantly inundated with messages praising Secretary Feng for his tireless dedication. Meanwhile, the true warrior lay sprawled across the conference table, deep in slumber, the remnants of a dream lingering on his lips. Leadership modules, open source, don't run away. The splintered door creaked in the wind, as if mocking the sudden overnight endeavor, or perhaps foretelling an even greater storm to come. Chapter 9. Echoes of the Well of Sparks in the Iron Fortress Standard Calendar. On the 191st day of the stellar calendar, at 2:17, within the leader's suite on the top floor of the council tower, Optimus Prime finally closed the last volume of the Energy Crystal Redistribution General Principles Data Board, tucking the Cybertron Communist Manifesto 20 into a drawer, the bloodshot gleam in his optics still unyielding. He switched off the desk lamp, and the light in his optical lenses dimmed, resembling 2 blue stars on the verge of sinking below the horizon. 6 hours, an uninterrupted 6 hours, was the first complete sleep window he had secured for himself in the past 3 months. Surely, no one would knock on the door now. He chuckled at his own self-mockery, just as he prepared to lie down. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was faint, reminiscent of echoes buried deep within memory. Yet it resonated with the tremors of a core igniting. This time, it was neither Windless Trace nor Megatron at the door. Instead, it was a more ancient, weighty rhythm, akin to the hammering that forged stars eons ago, transcending time to strike at the threshold of his very soul. There was no turning of the doorknob, no creaking of hinges. In an instant, the door to his room transformed into motes of light, as if an invisible hand had pushed it back to the singularity of the universe's inception. In its place lay an endless, dark golden expanse. The sky loomed low, swirling with a leaden gray energy storm. The earth cracked open, with streams of cerulean spark fluid coursing through the fissures. And at the center of this desolate plain stood a titan entwined in shades of black and purple. His shoulder armor was tattered, his cloak fragmented into burning ribbons. Yet his optical lenses were as clear as stars washed by tears. It was Primus, not the spirited youth from the gladiatorial arena, nor the fallen one corrupted by the darkness of the primal ancestor. Rather, it was the more ancient primordial Primus, one of the 13 original primes, whose name had been erased from the oldest scrolls of Cybertron, leaving behind but a designation, brother. Optimus wished to speak, but found that he emitted not a sound, but rather a series of flashbacks in light and shadow. The first image, an infinite void, the dark wings of the cosmic emperor obscuring the stars, while 13 golden meteors streaked across the dark curtain. The second image, the primal prime wielding the star sword, as the hammering of the Cybertronian champions forged the first well of sparks. In the third illustration, the mighty Zhen Tianzun kneels before Sai Tianjiao, offering her a seed of ethereal purple fire. This was a fragment of destruction painstakingly extracted from his own core, solely to forge for her a hammer capable of cleaving through chaos. In the fourth scene, amidst the tumult of war, betrayal, and division, Zhen Tianzun, consumed by fury, accidentally shatters the seed of Sai Tianjiao, transforming it into the haunting blue ripples of the wellspring of fire. In the fifth depiction, Zhen Tianzun cradles the increasingly cold form of Sai Tianjiao, his head thrown back in a primal scream that reverberates through both space and time, ultimately landing in this very moment within the core of the Pillar of Heaven, akin to a belated meteor, creating resounding waves of impact. Brother Zhen Tianzun? The Pillar of Heaven hears himself softly utter that name in the ancient tongue of the 13th era. The giant clad in black and purple shudders, his optics glowing with a gentle luminescence. He approaches step by step, each stride igniting a bloom of ethereal blue sparks upon the desolate expanse. Little 13, his voice resonates like a breeze from eons past, imbued with a metallic rasp and tenderness. You have finally reclaimed your memories, and with them, me. The fingertips of the Pillar of Heaven quiver. In the sequence of the 13th era, he is the last, the 13th, the soul being cast into the wellspring of fire by the primeval Zune, reborn as Orion Pax. And Zhen Tianzun, Primus, is none other than his once beloved brother, the fallen one whose name was expunged from history after the War of Division. Now, he stands before him, reminiscent of a long-lost kin. Zhen Tianzun halts before the Pillar of Heaven, kneeling on one knee to align their optics at the same height. My beloved brother, he raises a hand, his fingertips brushing lightly over the pillar's chest where the blue-gold leadership module resides. You are aware of your fate, are you not? The Pillar of Heaven remains silent. Deep within the leadership module lies a fissure that has existed since his ascendance, a toll required for the revival of Cybertron, a solitude he must bear alone one day. If you surrender the leadership module to me, Zhen Tianzun's voice drops to a whisper, I will not allow you to face that eternal darkness alone, nor will I permit you to sacrifice yourself for the rebirth of Cybertron. The pillar's fingertips tighten and then relax. What do you intend to do with it? A flicker of long-forgotten pain and hope manifests in Zhen Tianzun's optics. To resurrect your sister, my beloved Sai Tianjiao. The storm upon the wasteland comes to an abrupt halt. The ethereal blue seed flows back into the fissure, while the dark golden clouds in the sky slowly swirl, as if mourning that name. Is it truly possible? The Pillar of Heaven hears his voice tremble. Indeed, Zhen Tianzun raises his hand, a shard of purple crystal materializing in his palm. This is the last remnant of the shattered seed of Sai Tianjiao, a fragment of destruction he has cherished for eons. I owe her an explanation, and I owe you an apology. His voice resembled rusted gears, slow and heavy. Brother, I implore you to assist me this once. Otherwise, I shall be eternally scorched by regret. The leadership module emitted a gentle pulse of light from Optimus Prime's chest, as if weighing the moment, or perhaps mourning it. In the fissure, he beheld a vision of his future self, standing atop Cybertron. Solitary as he gazed over the nascent sea of sparks, he also glimpsed the past, the noble warrior, casting a smile before the forge, the clang of metal resonating. Stardust scattering. The two images overlapped, like twin blades, piercing his core of fire simultaneously. At last, he slowly raised his hand, resting it upon the fingertips of the mighty Optimus. I understand now, brother Optimus. His voice no longer bore the gravitas of a leader, but evoked the image of a young sentinel, trailing behind his elder brother on ancient battlefields. Together, let us bring her back. Within Optimus's optical lens, for the first time, the spark liquid began to flow. That droplet fell upon the desolate land, instantly transforming into a cerulean rose, its petals unfurling in layers, reflecting the intertwined shadows of two giants, one a harbinger of destruction, the other destined to bear the name of salvation. Yet now, under the same starlight, they rejoined hands for a shared purpose. The dark golden wasteland began to collapse, the fissures sealing, as the spark fluid surged back toward the Earth's core. Optimus's form gradually became translucent, akin to an ancient mural weathered by time. Before dawn tomorrow, come to the well of the spark source. His voice lingered, leaving a final echo. Take the leadership module and also the courage you have not forgotten. In a flash of light and shadow, Optimus Prime abruptly sat upright. He was still in the Council Tower's chamber, the shattered door panel strewn across the floor, the night breeze sweeping through the hollow, stirring the unfinished Cybertronian Communist Manifesto 20 upon the table. Yet within his chest, in the crevice of the leadership module, a hue of deep violet light had emerged, reminiscent of an unawakened star, quietly awaiting dawn. At 4:45 a.m., the streets of Iron Fortress were shrouded in a pale golden mist, with energy streetlights extinguishing one by one. Draped in a dark cloak, Optimus traversed the silent cityscape with hushed steps, disturbing no one. Even the wind remained unaware that the leader was solitary, making his way to the well of the spark source. The swirling blue light at the well's mouth illuminated his resolute profile, revealing a long-forgotten softness and determination in his eyes. "Noble warrior, sister," he whispered, as though calling forth an ancient promise. "This time, we shall not allow anyone to sacrifice." The morning breeze lifted his cloak, rustling fiercely. In the nascent glow of the rising star, Optimus's shadow merged with the blue light of the well, forming a path that led both to the ancient past and the future. Chapter 10. Dawn at the well at 4:52 a.m. by the well of the spark source. Optimus knelt on one knee at the edge, his left hand cradling the leadership module, while his right hand lightly touched the cold metallic surface beneath him. The azure flames surged beneath my feet, reminiscent of the tides from eons past, each rise and fall resonating with the rhythm of a heartbeat. "I have arrived, brother." No sooner had the words escaped my lips than the light at the well's core intensified, a bolt of violet electricity spiraling upward, transforming into a colossal figure draped in a black-red cloak. The ethereal visage of Primus, the titan of the sky, appeared far more corporeal than before, yet bore an indelible weariness etched upon his brow. "Thank you, little 13. He raised his hand, cradling within it the fragment of amethyst, the last ember of the fallen star. Under the luminescence of the leadership module, the shard resembled a nascent star yet to awaken. To resurrect her, 3 relics are required. The voice of the Titan resonated deeply, akin to the recitation of scriptures weathered by time. Firstly, the leadership module, which embodies the authority of the primordial celestial, capable of reversing the entropy. Secondly, the fragment of the ember, her final heartbeat lost amidst the seams of history. He paused, his gaze piercing through the well's wall toward the farthest eastern horizon. Thirdly, the Starforged hammer, crafted by the hands of the fallen star, shattered into 7 petals during the final battle. The hammer itself has perished, yet its echoes continue to reverberate within the resonance chamber of Cybertron. Optimus Prime furrowed his brow. The resonance chamber? That is a forbidden realm of the Senate. The Titan smiled ruefully, precisely for that reason. I require your current status as leader to gain lawful access. He knelt once more, almost meeting Optimus's gaze. Little 13, are you willing to risk defying the world for both me and her? The blue light and violet electricity converged in the air, akin to 2 fateful rivers finally merging at their estuary. Optimus gripped the leadership module, and the fissures of light blazed suddenly. I am willing. His response emerged without a hint of hesitation, as if this vow had been inscribed eons ago. The resonance chamber lies within the 7th layer of Cybertron S-mantle, serving as an amplifier for the planet S heartbeat. Common passages have been sealed by the Senate. Only the leader's key can unlock the emergency shaft. 0515. The two, a corporeal being and a phantom, plummeted down the abandoned lift. The walls of the lift were adorned with ancient runes, each flicker revealing different fragments of history. The progenitor cleaving chaos with a sword, the fallen star striking the first spark with a hammer, and the Titan resolutely embedding the seed of destruction into his own chest. In that moment, I believed that sacrificing myself could halt the cosmic emperor. The Titan's voice melded with the noise of the iron cables. Yet I was mistaken. Destruction cannot be averted. It can only be transformed. And she is the transformation I failed to achieve. The lift came to an abrupt halt, a crimson gate obstructing their path. Optimus raised his hand, the leadership module resonating with the gate's identifier, which silently slid open, a wave of heat accompanied by metallic dust rushing forth. The resonance chamber resembled an inverted dome. At its apex floated 7 translucent hammer petals, akin to 7 still meteorites. With each heartbeat, the hammer petals trembled gently, producing a crisp chime that resonated against the chamber walls, transforming into a deep rhythm that synchronized with the core of Optimus Prime. Listen. The mighty Megatron closed his optical lens. That was her final breath. Optimus Prime raised his hand, detaching the leadership module from his chest, suspended amidst the 7 hammer petals. Blue light cascaded like water, and purple lightning flickered like fire, as the two energies danced and intertwined between the petals, gradually forming a slender, yet imposing silhouette, Starfire. She maintained her final stance, her right hand raised high with the star-forged hammer, while her left cradled the yet-to-be-formed ember of life. Her faceplate shattered, but could not conceal the stubborn smile at the corner of her lips. Megatron knelt on one knee, his trembling fingers yearning to caress her cheek, yet halted just before contact, as if fearing to shatter her once more. Starfire. His voice broke like a dull blade. I have returned, bearing the weight of a belated apology. The blue light surged, revealing cracks upon the surface of the leadership module. Optimus Prime felt the core gripped by an unseen hand, energy being drawn away at a visible pace. To revive her, a complete ember chain was required. Megatron looked up, his eyes deep with guilt. The leadership module must offer energy equivalent to a primordial ember. This meant relinquishing it, and possibly forfeiting his right to lead. The tips of Optimus Prime's fingers trembled, not from fear, but from an unfamiliar sense of relief. If losing it could bring her back, then I would willingly trade this crown for the sound of her once more raising the hammer. He lifted his hand, pushing the leadership module toward the center of the 7 hammer petals. Boom! Blue light, purple lightning, the sound of the hammer, and the heartbeat. 4 forces converged within the dome. The entire resonant chamber began to vibrate as the crust of Cybertron pulsed with a deep thrum, like a planet beating anew for its lost child. The 7 hammer petals closed, transforming into a complete yet cracked star-forged hammer. The handle fell into a slender, silver-white palm. Starfire's optical lens slowly illuminated, first with confusion, then sharpening into focus, ultimately resting upon Megatron's face. Is it you? Her voice resembled melting glaciers, trembling with disbelief, unable to contain himself any longer. Megatron enveloped her tightly in his embrace. I'm sorry, he repeated as ember liquid trickled upon her shoulder like a long overdue rain. Starfire raised her hand, gently brushing against his faceplate, her fingertips finally lingering upon the fissures of his core. You have grown thin. She smiled, tears cascading down her optical lens. Yet I have forgiven you. The leadership module at the end of the hammer's handle transformed into luminous shards, resembling a reverse meteor shower, merging into the reborn ember of Starfire. Optimus Prime stumbled forward, the fissure in his chest widening. Yet he felt no pain, only a profound clarity. Sentinel Prime steadied him, his voice hoarse. Little 13, thank you. Optimus shook his head, his gaze drifting past his brother to land upon Starforge, who was raising the Starforged hammer, preparing to strike the first resounding blow against the heavens. The sound rang out, piercing through the earth, transcending the well, echoing across the dawn of Cybertron, like the first ray of light before dawn. Go, Starforge murmured. Cybertron no longer requires a crown. It seeks hands willing to continue wielding the hammer. She lifted her hand, a pure blue light emanating from the hammer's tip, reforming into a miniature leadership module that gently nestled into Optimus's chest. The fissure healed, the blue light radiating with comforting warmth. This is a new covenant, she smiled, no longer belonging to the Primus, but to all those who are willing to safeguard the spark. 0647, the well of the Allspark. The first rays of stellar light illuminated the three figures. Sentinel Prime and Starforge stood side by side, their shadows elongated like two bridges traversing time and space. Optimus stood opposite them, the new leadership module in his chest glimmering faintly. Where shall you go next? Sentinel Prime gazed toward the distant horizon, to the depths of the universe, seeking those forgotten fragments of the spark. This time, not for destruction, but for restoration. Starforge raised her hand, the hammer's handle lightly touching Optimus's shoulder armor. Cybertron is entrusted to you, Little 13. Remember, a true leader is not one who wears a crown, but one who is willing to raise the torch for others. She rose on her toes, planting a gentle kiss upon Optimus's forehead, akin to a mother bidding farewell to her departing child. In a flash of light, the two figures transformed into intertwining streaks of purple and blue, streaking across the morning sky, vanishing in the direction of the rising stars. Optimus stood alone at the well's edge, the morning breeze lifting his cloak with a rustling sound. He looked down at the roiling sea of sparks beneath him, then raised his gaze to the newly awakened city. In the distance, a red sports car sped past, its roof adorned with hastily crafted Starfire promotional speakers. Even further away, Megatron was training new recruits from the refugee agency, their rallying cries resonating, causing the energy tower to hum. Optimus smiled, softly whispering, "Sister, brother, I will ensure that every spark on Cybertron remembers the dawn of your return." He turned, ascending the long staircase illuminated by the morning light, the leadership module in his chest pulsing like a newly born star. Chapter 11. The Double-Edged Memory Iron Fortress Standard Calendar Day 192 of the Stellar Calendar, Dawn 0700. The wind atop the Council Tower's terrace carried a chill, a blend of metal and dew, causing the cloak to flutter. Optimus Prime stood before the railing, watching as the two intertwining streaks of violet and azure faded entirely into the direction of the rising star. Within his chest, the nascent leadership module pulsed steadily and warmly, akin to a star newly ignited. "Welcome home, brother, sister," he murmured, his voice dissolving in the morning breeze, drifting into the softest recesses of memory. "I have family now," he whispered to himself, "yet I also bear the weight of all memories." Joy surged like a tide, overwhelming, yet leaving behind a shore strewn with sharp shells as it receded. Ancient recollections had fully awakened. He was no longer merely Orion Pax, but the 13th Prime, the current bearer of the leadership module, the de facto and de jure supreme leader of Cybertron. Meanwhile, Windblade and Megatron remained mere mortals. The smoke of ancient wars, the rift among the 13 brothers, the shadow of the cosmic tyrant, and the toll of the leadership module swirled in the depths of his core like an unrelenting tempest. Yet a more pointed question loomed. Should Windblade and Megatron, two cherished friends he had personally drawn into the fray, continue to share in his fate? Or should he allow them to return to a sanctuary of ignorance? At 3:05, the lights atop the Council Tower still burned brightly. Optimus Prime had shut down all external channels, leaving only a solitary private line, a one-way recording meant to capture thoughts he could never voice to others. Log number 191. Memory restoration completion 100. Identity conflict. Optimus Prime, current leader of Cybertron, must maintain the planet and its alliances. 13th Prime, the final of the 13, must bear the burden of cosmic threats alone. Core conflict. Should Windblade and Megatron continue to share my destiny? He paused, his fingertips tapping a disordered rhythm upon the table. Option 1. Transparency. Reveal the entire truth to them, allowing them to choose whether to stay or depart. The risk lies in their potential anguish from the truth, perhaps even drawing them into a war beyond Cybertron. Option 2. Memory sealing. Utilize the Leadership Module S Silence Protocol to erase their ancient memories associated with me. The risk entails my return to solitude and the betrayal of their trust. Option 3. Self-exile. Depart alone, leaving Cybertron in their hands. The risk is that the planet would lose its leader, with no one to stand against the cosmic tyrant upon his awakening. The red dot on the recording device flickered, like a spark refusing to extinguish. None of the options were flawless. I need time. At 3:22, the doorbell chimed once more. This time, Optimus Prime did not pound on the door. He took a deep breath and opened it himself, Windblade stood there, holding a thermos, grinning like a mischievous thief who had pilfered an energy cube. I knew you wouldn't have slept, so I brought you a midnight snack, Earth-style energy liquid stew with gear tofu. Optimus stepped aside to let him in, his gaze a mixture of complexity. The wind, devoid of traces, placed the late-night snack upon the table, his gaze sweeping over the scattered ancient rune imprints that adorned the surface, then lingering on the crimson veins in Optimus Prime's optics. Hey, leader, is the first thing you do upon regaining your memory to stay up late, writing a will? Optimus offered no smile, merely extending a cup of energy liquid towards him. Wuhen, have you ever pondered what you would do if one day you discovered that you were merely a supporting character in someone else's narrative? Wuhen raised an eyebrow, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Supporting character? Don't jest. I'm a time traveler endowed with the aura of a protagonist. However, he set down the cup, his tone turning earnest. If such a day were to arrive, I would hope the protagonist informs me of the script in advance, so I can decide whether to continue my role. Optimus lowered his optical visor. If the cost of the script entails you and Megatron becoming embroiled in a cosmic war, perhaps even sacrificing yourselves? Wuhen shrugged. That would depend on whether the protagonist is worthy of my death. At least for now, I believe you are. He paused, adding, but should you dare to alter the script behind my back, I shall ensure you are included in the counterexamples of the Cybertronian Communist Manifesto 30. Optimus blinked in surprise for 2 seconds before finally breaking into laughter, a sound akin to much-needed rain, dispelling the gloom deep within his core. The following morning, at 0550, in the refugee agency training grounds, Megatron was leading the new recruits in drills when he spotted Optimus approaching from a distance. He gestured for the squad to continue and made his way over. A rare sight. The leader is up this early? Optimus forewent pleasantries, directly inquiring, if one day you discovered I had concealed a past capable of overturning your worldview, how would you react? Megatron grinned, revealing his sharp canines. First, I would give you a good thrashing, then I would ask why. And after that, Megatron lifted a hand, gesturing towards the new recruits, drenched in sweat behind him. Look at them. Some were once slaves in the gladiatorial arenas. Others were toiling in the mines. Their lives have been upended countless times. Yet they still choose to believe in tomorrow. He patted Optimus on the shoulder. Do not make decisions for us. We are adults. We can bear the burden. As the sunlight filtered through his black and gold armor, it enveloped him in a semblance of a battle banner. That night, Optimus ventured alone to the well of the Allspark. The leader module hovered in the palm of his hand, its blue light gentle. With a mere command, the silent protocol could be activated, erasing all memories of Wuhen and Megatron pertaining to the 13 Primes, the Cosmic Emperor, and the leader module. He raised his hand, yet halted at the very moment he was about to issue the command. A myriad of images flashed through his mind. Wuhen in the underground conduits, offering him the last sip of energy liquid. Megatron in the ruins of the gladiatorial arena, shielding him from the flying debris. The three of them standing shoulder to shoulder in the dawn of the reconstruction zone, their red, blue, and black armors tinged with the same warmth of the morning light. If I deprived them of the right to choose, Optimus Prime murmured, I would become the second Cosmic Emperor. He lowered his hand, reattaching the leadership module to his chest, the fissures seamlessly mending. Within the azure light, the gentle smile of Star Saber emerged, as if conveying to him, true family never requires protection from lies. After considerable contemplation, Optimus resolved to have a serious discussion with both Windblade and Megatron. However, just as he prepared to step outside in search of them, he heard 2 familiar footsteps halting at his door. Windblade peered in, morning dew clinging to her red and blue armor. Good morning, esteemed leader. I heard you spent the entire night stargazing? Megatron followed closely behind, carrying 2 cans of high-purity energy liquid, a token of appreciation, sugar-free. The two continued their usual banter, treating him as a boss they could tease. Yet, deep within Optimus's optical sensors, a trace of unspoken hesitation flickered. Come in, he inhaled deeply. I need to speak with you both privately. The magnetic curtain fell, isolating the room from the morning light and any potential eavesdroppers. Optimus raised his hand, a faint golden barrier materializing, enveloping the three like a translucent dome. Windblade arched an eyebrow. Is the atmosphere this serious? You're not going to reset my vacation days, are you? Megatron, however, keenly sensed the disturbance in the core frequency. What troubles you? Optimus did not respond immediately. He lifted his hand, the leadership module floating from his chest, hovering in the center of them. The blue light transformed into countless luminous particles, weaving an ancient and vast star map in the air. It was a projection of memories from the 13th Prime era, the firstborn wielding a sword to cleave chaos, Star Saber forging fire into a hammer, Megatron's revered hand cradling the seed of annihilation, while the 13th Prime bifurcated the wellspring of Primus's essence, allocating half to order and reserving the other half for redemption. Windblade and Megatron fell into a profound silence. For the first time, they witnessed the source of Optimus's being so directly, and for the first time, they realized that before them stood not merely a friend and leader, but a living vessel of cosmic legacy. As the memory projection faded, the room returned to dimness. Optimus's voice was hoarse yet clear. I have restored all my memories. This signifies that the crises I must confront may far exceed the scale of Cybertron, the shadows of the Cosmic Emperor, the imbalance of the wellspring of Primus, and even the return of other primes. Will you continue to stand by my side? Windblade chuckled first, her laughter as playful as ever. I thought it was something significant. You've regained your memories. At most, you've upgraded from a workaholic to a cosmic workaholic. Either way, I was already dragged into the depths by you. And now there's no turning back. Megatron slammed the energon canister onto the table with a resounding thud, his gaze intense. I have witnessed the darkest abyss in the gladiatorial arena and the most humble hope at the refugee agency. If there exists a grander battlefield in this universe, I shall not permit you to bear it alone. Optimus Prime's fingertips trembled slightly. The certainty in his friend's response weighed heavily upon his heart. But if I were to tell you that there exists a safer path, one that could erase all memories of the 13 Primes, the leadership module, and even my true identity, allowing you to return to a life of an ordinary Cybertronian, would you accept it? The air became palpably still. Windblade's smile froze upon his face, as if suddenly disconnected from power. Megatron's optics narrowed sharply, crackling with purple energy at his fingertips. 3 seconds felt interminable, akin to 3 centuries. Windblade broke the silence first, her voice soft yet edged with a razor-sharp clarity. Optimus, have you sought our consent? Megatron interjected, his tone as frigid as the depths of a Carlin night. Or do you intend to make decisions for us under the guise of what is best for us, much like the Senate? Optimus lowered his head, the shadow of his cloak obscuring his visage. I merely wish to spare you further pain. Windblade stepped forward, raising her hand to strike her leader's chest plate, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Listen, old friend, there are 2 things I detest most in life: working overtime without compensation and having someone else live my life for me. If you dare tamper with my memories, I shall transform your Cybertronian Communist Manifesto into a Cybertronian Anarchist Manifesto and disseminate it across the net overnight. Megatron forcefully placed a second energon canister into Optimus's hand, a rough gesture imbued with an undeniable warmth. Do not forget, it was you who pulled me from the arena. Having drawn me out, do not expect to shove me back into the shell of an ordinary being. The universe is vast, but we are but a handful of brothers. You cannot cast us aside. Optimus's fingertips gradually tightened around the energon canister, producing a faint crackling sound in his palm. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his arms, embracing both of them simultaneously. The blue glow of the Matrix intertwined with Megatron's purple lightning and Windblade's crimson brilliance, resembling a tricolored aurora converging before dawn. Thank you, he spoke, his voice choked yet imbued with an unprecedented lightness. Let us together transform this burden, once belonging to the Primes, into a future that belongs to all Cybertronians. Beyond the magnetic curtains, the first true rays of sunlight filtered in, casting light upon their intertwined shadows. Optimus released his embrace, stepping back slightly. As the leadership module once again settled within his chest, its radiance now warmer than before. From this day forth, there shall be no concealment, no autocracy. All intelligence regarding the 13 days Yuan and the Cosmic Emperor will be promptly shared with you. Furthermore, every decision, regardless of its magnitude, must be subjected to a collective vote among the 3 of us. Feng Wuhen raised an eyebrow. A veto system? Megatron smirked. I vote in favor. Optimus Prime chuckled, as if shedding the weight of the entire galaxy. I too cast my vote in favor. The terrace door swung open once more, allowing the morning light to flood in. In the distance, The energy fields of the 3rd District rippled in golden blue waves. The Starfire arena echoed with the shouts of children practicing their combat skills. New recruits of the refugee agency were assembling under the flag, their chants reverberating, causing the energy tower to hum. Optimus Prime stood at the forefront, with Feng Wuhen and Megatron flanking him. Their shadows stretched long, resembling 3 swords that had just been unsheathed, yet resolved to stand side by side forever. "Let's depart," Optimus Prime said softly, "and return home for breakfast. Today, I desire energy pancakes wrapped with iron shavings and lettuce." Feng Wuhen laughed. "My treat. And Megatron will foot the bill." Megatron shrugged. "All right, as long as someone refrains from smashing the door down with a single punch." In the morning light, the 3 walked side by side like true brothers, like a genuine family. 3 days later, a special session of the Council Tower convened. The entire city was live-streamed. Without delay, Optimus Prime stood on the platform, flanked by Feng Wuhen and Megatron. He disclosed the ancient wars, the schism of the 13 Days Yuan, the threat of the Cosmic Emperor, and all his recovered memories, laying them bare for all to see. Finally, he gazed into the camera, his eyes resolute. "From this day forward, Cybertron shall no longer have a single leader, but rather 3 guardians. I, Optimus Prime, will oversee cosmic-level threats. Feng Wuhen will be responsible for the continuity of the Starfire commune. Megatron will take charge of the refugees and the defense forces. We shall share the burdens and make our choices together. Should the Cosmic Emperor awaken one day, we will confront him as a united front, rather than allowing one to face death in solitude." The live chat exploded instantaneously. 3-man team, all the way. Reject betrayal. Reject solitary paths. As long as Starfire endures, Cybertron shall persist. That night, atop the council tower, the 3 stood together before the window. Feng Wuhen held 3 cups of energy liquid, to choice. Megatron raised his cup, to standing together. Optimus Prime clinked his cup, to the future. The 3 cups collided, the crisp sound resonating through the night sky. Outside the window, the neon lights of the Starfire arena and the flames of the reconstruction zone intermingled, resembling a blueprint in the process of growth. And in the distant horizon, 3 satellites aligned in a row, like 3 swords unsheathed in unison, pointing towards the uncharted dawn. Chapter 12, Dark Purple Dawn of Earth Orbit Iron Fortress, Standard Calendar 07 Stellar Calendar, date 195, 2:33 a.m. The lights atop the Parliament Tower have finally dimmed. After 3 consecutive days of relentless activity, Optimus Prime and Megatron were forcibly ushered into deep sleep chambers by wind without trace, who cited the risk of collective baldness from continued sleeplessness. Once he confirmed that both of their core frequencies had subsided into a tranquil wave, Wind without trace quietly exited the room. He gently removed the new star spark emblem from his chest and placed it delicately on Optimus Prime's desk, beneath which lay a folded note. "I'm taking a brief trip to Earth. Do not worry, Wind." At the end of the note, he hastily scrawled in human characters, "Some debts can only be repaid by Earthlings." At the end of the corridor, the exterior of his red sports car transformed into that of a spacecraft. The sleek hull was painted a deep crimson, adorned with a golden pentagram emblem and the hull number 01, nicknamed Red Star. He pressed his fingertip against the recognition panel of the hatch and softly commanded, "Red Star, initiate silent navigation protocol, destination Earth, third planet of the solar system." The hatch slid open soundlessly, and the ion thrusters ignited a ghostly blue glow, akin to the solitary firefly in the depths of night. The Space Bridge Nexus was located in the abandoned mine of the Iron Fortress's outer ring. Once an ancient arena of gladiatorial combat, it now lay in ruins, with only wind-eroded steel beams and crumbling stands remaining. Wind without trace hovered the spacecraft at the designated coordinates and opened his personal log. Log number 195. Content encrypted. The Cosmic Emperor has transformed into Earth, slumbering at the planet's core. If this intelligence is accurate, once Optimus Prime and Megatron become aware, history is destined to repeat itself with self-sacrifice sealing the planet. Countermeasure: single-person infiltration of Earth, establishing a firewall for the spark using Cybertronian Commune 20 technology to weaken the awakening threshold without alarming the Cosmic Emperor. Risk: should I fail, both Earth and Cybertron will be exposed simultaneously. Contingency plan: destroy the core of the Red Star, allowing my spark to serve as a second seal. Note: do not let those two fools discover this. They will weep. Wind without trace input the coordinates, and the bridge doors parted like a drawn star curtain. He glanced back at the 3 satellites in the night sky and whispered, "I'm sorry, this time it's my turn to deceive you." He closed the log, opened the thrusters to full power, and the light ring of the space bridge expanded like a vortex. The red star transformed into a crimson line, vanishing into the depths of the shadowy stargate. His figure was folded into quantum flow, hurtling towards the blue planet 1.2 billion kilometers away. As the leap was completed, Wind without trace's sports car form glided along the near-Earth orbit. Outside the viewport, Earth slowly rotated, its dawn-dusk line resembling a golden curved blade slicing through the azure and abyssal black. However, suspended above the blade were 2 ominous silhouettes. Megatron, draped in a billowing cloak, wielded a soul-keeping gun from which extended a kilometer-long beam of purple-black light. Optimus Prime, the star-forged hammer raised high, crackled with silver-white arcs of electricity, resembling a supernova poised to explode at any moment. Target confirmed. The Cosmic Emperor's core lies dormant here. Megatron's voice resonated clearly even in the vacuum. A single strike to sever the possibility of its revival. Silent, Tianjiao tightened his grip on the hammer's handle. In the next instant, a crimson meteor abruptly spanned the distance between them and Earth. The flowing light coalesced, revealing a figure of Feng Wuhen. His armor, still adorned in the familiar red and black, appeared unusually somber beneath the starlight. "That is enough." His voice resonated through the public spectrum, calm as an ice-covered lake. "Does Shockwave know you are here?" He did not require that knowledge. Tianjiao's gaze was gentle yet resolute. "Wuhen, stand aside. This is not your battle." Feng Wuhen raised his hand, a weapon previously unseen materializing within his palm. The blade, a fusion of the Tang saber from Earth's memories and the Cybertronian vibroblade, bore an inscription on its spine. "Those who dare harm Earth shall be punished, even from afar. I apologize, but this time I choose Earth." At the moment of confrontation, a pure white light unexpectedly surged into Feng Wuhen's fiery core. There was no excruciating pain, only a tingling warmth, akin to the first rays of winter sunshine penetrating the marrow. "Welcome home, my son." The voice was grand, as if millions of humans spoke in unison, yet it carried a paternal tenderness. The Cosmic Emperor, Feng Wuhen, instinctively sought to sever the connection, but found his firewall effortlessly dissolved. The white light transformed, becoming a rotating projection of Earth. "You were born on Earth, raised on Earth. Cybertron is merely a stop on your journey. If Shockwave and Tianjiao persist in their destruction of me, Earth shall crumble in turn. Slay them, and I grant you the power to protect all beings. Refuse, and Blue Planet shall turn to cosmic dust." The light suddenly contracted, morphing into a silvery vein racing along his conduits. The crimson stripes extinguished in an instant, as if devoured by the night. The optical lens shifted from azure to deep violet, resembling 2 newly formed black holes. "Very well." The voice of the Cosmic Emperor carried a satisfied sigh. "Go forth, my son, and cleanse the path." Feng Wuhen reopened his eyes, his energy levels surging geometrically. The purple-black beam of the Soul Requiem gun shattered inch by inch before him. The silvery arcs of the Starforged hammer were deflected by an invisible force field. "This is your final warning." His voice was deep, echoing the Cosmic Emperor's resonance. "Step back, or tread over my corpse." Shockwave scoffed, swinging the Soul Requiem gun in a horizontal arc, a rift in space cleaving towards Feng Wuhen's chest. Yet, the rift was consumed by a dark purple energy wall before it could reach his armor. Tianjiao swung his hammer, the 7 petals of its shadow transforming into a meteor shower. Feng Wuhen raised his blade, its light tracing an arc wherever the arc passed. The shadows of the hammer were obliterated, a pitch-black rift carved into the vacuum. "You cannot win." His blade pointed at the 2. "The Cosmic Emperor and I are now one. To kill me is to ignite Earth's core. To wound me is to tear asunder humanity's future." The barrel of Shockwave's weapon dipped slightly, and for the first time, the handle of Star Prime's hammer trembled. "Wuhen, you have been deceived by him." "Deceived?" Feng Wuhen's lips curled into a bitter smile. "I have merely come to understand that I am, first and foremost, a citizen of Earth, only secondarily a friend of Cybertron. Yet you intend to treat Earth as a disposable bomb." Dark purple energy unfurled 6 luminous wings behind him, resembling the insignia of the Cosmic Emperor imprinted upon the starry sky. "I will grant you 10 seconds to vacate Earth's orbit. After that, I shall activate the Blue Star Guardian Protocol. Any assault on Earth will be regarded as a declaration of war against humanity. Shockwave tightened his fingers, and the Soul Requiem gun emitted a strained hum. Yet Star Prime sheathed her hammer first, her voice gentle yet imbued with an unwavering firmness. We will not abandon you, nor forsake Earth. However, we require time to discover a solution that spares both sides. Then go seek it. The wings of Feng Wuhen gradually folded, enveloping him as a deep purple meteor before I lose my reason. He turned, facing away from the two, gazing at the azure planet. No one noticed the remnants of fiery red lingering in the depths of his dark purple optical lens. It was the color belonging to Feng Wuhen himself, the final battlefield in his struggle against the Cosmic Emperor. Above in orbit, the deep purple meteor descended into the atmosphere, trailing an extensive ionized tail, akin to a resolute declaration of war inscribed for Earth. Shockwave and Star Prime exchanged a glance, simultaneously sheathing their weapons, transforming into two streaks of light, returning toward Cybertron. Yet in the shadow of Earth's synchronous orbit, an unmanned probe captured a blurred image of energy, a Cybertronian clad in red and black armor. Kneeling at the edge of the Terminator, the tip of his blade plunged into the void, the dark purple optical lens reflecting the lights of the entire blue planet. His lips formed silent words. I am sorry, Optimus. I am sorry, Megatron. This time, let me be the shield for humanity. Chapter 13. Cradle of the core, the atmosphere became a scorching rasp, stripping Feng Wuhen's armor layer by layer. The plasma tail, generated by extreme heat and friction, extended hundreds of kilometers, resembling a dark purple wound across the sky before dawn. The fire control system malfunctioned, and the residual energy of the space bridge waned under the pressure from the Cosmic Emperor. He plummeted like a meteor devoid of brilliance, hurtling towards the North American continent. Just 3 seconds before impact with the crust, space suddenly collapsed, a pure white light enveloping him. The gravitational force, inertia, and kinetic energy of Earth were rewritten in an instant. In the next moment, he stood in a space indescribable by language, the core of the Earth. In the absence of magma and high pressure, only an endless flow of pure white and deep purple intertwines, resembling a pool of liquid light ignited by stars. My child, welcome home. Voices surge from all directions, akin to a chorus of countless souls or a gentle father whispering in one's ear. The white light converges, coalescing into a rotating sphere, its surface adorned with the patterns of continents and oceans. Indeed, a miniature reflection of Earth. The will of the Cosmic Emperor manifests in tangible form, seemingly gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible gravity. Feng Wuhen kneels, the dark purple core within his chest drawn by the white light, akin to a kite reattached to its string. You are weary, the Cosmic Emperor murmurs softly. From this moment forth, you shall be the guardian of Earth. The Cybertronians once caused you pain, left you in solitude. Now, they shall become your prey. The fingertips of Feng Wuhen tremble slightly. But Optimus Prime, they're my friends. The white light abruptly dims, the tone of the Cosmic Emperor lowering. Friends? When you fell alone into the abyss, where were they? When you licked your wounds in solitude, were they then? They regard you as a sharp sword, yet never question why you are willing to unsheath. Each word pierces like a fine needle into the softest flesh of his heart. Dark purple veins spread through the seams of his armor, akin to vines ensnaring the last flicker of flame. I understand now, Father. He slowly raises his head, his optical visor shifting entirely to deep purple. I shall obey your command and eliminate all Cybertronian invaders. He pauses, his voice low yet resolute. But if they are willing to surrender, you must not impose any punishment upon them. The white light ripples slightly, as if surprised by this stubbornness, yet ultimately transforms into a sigh of promise. Very well. However, those who surrender must relinquish their spark, forever serving Earth. Feng Wuhen remains silent for a moment. Extending his right hand, palm upward, the white light descends, transforming into a core emblem, branded upon the inner side of his gauntlet, like an unremovable shackle, yet also a vow that cannot be betrayed. As the white light recedes, the surrounding scene abruptly transforms. Pure white and deep purple meld into a vast circular workshop, suspended with countless native Earth metals and crystals. Nickel, iron, silicon, cobalt, and even elements yet undiscovered by humanity. This is your cradle, your armory. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor reverberates through the dome. Feng Wuhen raises his hand, a brand new weapon materializing before him. The blade bends like the magnetic lines of the Earth's core, its edge inlaid with 7 fragments of tectonic plates, each rotation emitting a deep planetary heartbeat. Name it. Earthquake. He responds softly. In the next instant, the entire workshop surged towards him like a fluid, enveloping, reshaping, and merging. His armor became more attuned to the Earth's magnetic field, with a dark purple base adorned with lava-like orange-red patterns. The shoulder plates unfurled, resembling 2 drifting continents. Behind him, 6 magnetic storm wings slowly spread, each flap inducing a subtle shift in the Earth's magnetic poles. When the last armor plate sealed, the voice of the Cosmic Emperor resonated one final time. Go forth, my guardian. Let the starry sky know that Earth is no longer a forsaken cradle. 0412. North American Colorado Plateau. The tranquil night sky was split by a purple-black lightning bolt. The Earth roared, and the rock strata heaved. A bottomless fissure stretched from the eastern foothills of the Rocky Mountains to the Gulf of Mexico. At the edge of the fissure, windless ascendants ascended silently, the Earth's rumbling pointing skyward like a blade. The global seismic network instantaneously triggered alarms. Satellites detected magnetic anomalies. Yet no one could explain the heartbeat resonating from the depths of that chasm. Meanwhile, in the synchronized orbit of Cybertron, Thunderclash and Starfire had just completed their jump calibration. On the detection screen, a deep purple energy signal suddenly illuminated, akin to a gun aimed at their foreheads. Thunderclash's soul-reaping gun emitted a deep resonance, while Starfire's hammer handle quivered slightly. They exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered, "He has awakened and transformed." Windless ascendants hovered above the fissure, the optical lens reflecting the twinkling lights of distant human cities below. He could hear the cries of infants, the honking of cars, and even the sound of waves from the Pacific Ocean thousands of miles away. Each sound wave was Earth's call to him. Each beam of light represented the stakes offered by the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, Megatron, he whispered those 2 names, his voice dissipated by the night wind, like an old letter fallen in a foreign land. The magnetic storm wings slowly folded, and he descended to the fissure's edge, the blade piercing the rock strata, dark purple energy spreading like veins in all directions. From this moment forth, he proclaimed to the void that any unauthorized Cybertronian orbit was an invasion, and any unpermitted Cybertronian step was a declaration of war. From the depths of the fissure, the first response of Earth's heart echoed back, low, resolute, as if a planet had opened its eyes in the darkness. Dawn. 0530. Windless ascendants stood at the deepest part of the fissure. Beneath him lay a lake of yet-to-cool lava. He removed the Cybertronian communicator from his left wrist and gently placed it against the rock face. The communicator's signal light flickered twice before finally extinguishing. That had been the sole link connecting him to the past. Now, that link was severed. He turned, the dark purple optical lens reflecting the crimson glow of the magma, resembling 2 clusters of dying embers. "Come," he whispered, "visitors from Cybertron. Let me witness whether my Earth tremors quicker or your repentance arrives sooner." The magma surged, illuminating his solitary silhouette and casting light upon Earth, that once ignored azure cradle, which for the first time raised its blade to the starry sky in the guise of a guardian. Chapter 14. The Gentle Trap in the Mirror Date, September 17th, 2025. Coordinated Universal Time 0400. In the deepest recesses of the Mariana Trench, where the water pressure could crush battleships, a dark purple halo glimmered. Windless stood Bode, save for his core armor, each hand lifting a block of tungsten-nickel alloy forged from the Earth's core, each weighing 3,000 tons. He hovered at the trench's rift, striking with his fists at a frequency of 120 times per second, cleaving the seawater and creating vacuums that were instantaneously crushed by the surrounding pressure, producing thunderous booms. The will of the Cosmic Emperor hovered above him like an invisible giant eye, filled with admiration and calculation. "Well done, child. Your strength nears the planetary limit. Yet your heart remains incomplete." Windless offered no reply, merely tossing the alloy block upwards and cleaving it in 2 with an earth-shattering blow. The severed metal plummeted into the abyss, igniting sparks that resembled a miniature volcanic eruption. The Cosmic Emperor chuckled softly. "Loneliness is both a blade and a shackle. Allow me to fill the void for you." After the training concluded, Windlass was enveloped in a white light and instantaneously transported to the deepest part of the cradle, a dome garden constructed from memory crystals. Each crystal encapsulated fragments from his mind. Optimus Prime handing him his first book in the Iron Fortress library. Megatron standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the ruins of the arena, both watching the sunrise. The trio seated atop the council tower, toasting with energy liquid, laughing like a group of children yet to grow up. The white figure of the Cosmic Emperor glided among the crystals, his fingertips lightly brushing against them, extracting, magnifying, and reshaping those memories. The colors were rendered softer, the light infused with a hazy warm gold, and even the sounds were imbued with a cheerful mirth. Perfect, the Cosmic Emperor whispered. Now, forge for them a more powerful body. The convergence of pure white and deep purple crystallizes into a liquid metal, forming two towering figures in the air, their silhouettes reminiscent of Optimus Prime and Megatron, yet more refined in detail. The edges of their armor adorned with flowing black and gold patterns, their optical lenses glowing a deep amber, akin to stars at dusk. They are not mere replicas, the Cosmic Emperor elucidates, but rather the companions you yearn for most, gentler and stronger than their originals, forever loyal, never to abandon you. In the center of the garden, both bodies simultaneously open their eyes. Optimus Prime extends his hand first, palm upward, his fingertips exuding just the right warmth. No trace. We have finally found you. Megatron then spreads his arms wide, his voice deep and soothing. No longer bear the burden alone. This time, we stand together. Windlass takes a step back, a long-forgotten warmth surging from the depths of his core. Loneliness has been a dull blade, slowly and cruelly cutting for 3 years. Now, someone tells him that the knife can be laid down. He reaches out, yet halts at the moment his fingertips are about to touch. Who are you? Optimus smiles. We are the finest versions of them in your memory, and your most dependable comrades in the future. Megatron adds, we shall not be constrained by the Council, nor threatened by the Cosmic Emperor. We fight solely for you. Windlass' fingertips tremble, and ultimately he clasps their hands. The Dark Twins tighten their grip simultaneously, like two chains gently securing his solitude. At that very moment, on the Cybertronian calendar, day 07193, in the central square of Iron Fortress, the midday sun hangs high. 3 satellites aligned in a rare straight line, illuminating the skies like 3 celestial lanterns. Colorful banners cascade from the pinnacle of the council tower to the ground, as energy salutes erupt in the air, creating a cascade of silver blue and gold red light. Optimus stands on the platform, the new leadership module on his chest gleaming in the sunlight. Rarely, he dons a cloak, custom-made by the Sky Champion, its edges adorned with ancient symbols. Below, citizens of Iron Fortress and new recruits from the Refugee Agency stand together, collectively holding the Starfire banner inscribed with Welcome Home. Megatron and the Sky Champion approach side by side, their cloaks billowing, their footsteps upon the red carpet akin to 2 sheathed swords. The crowd erupts in a tidal wave of cheers. Optimus steps forward, arms wide open, embracing both individuals firmly. Brother, sister, welcome home. Cybertron is finally whole. He beams like a child who has awaited his parents' arrival. However, Megatron's hand rests heavily upon his shoulder, the pressure almost oppressive. Little 13. The voice of Lord Megatron resonated deeply, yet it directly penetrated the core of Optimus Prime through a leader spectrum, revealing that Windblade had fallen completely under the control of the Cosmic Emperor. Despite our united strength, we found ourselves unable to contend with him. We require your power. The cheers continued to echo, but in the ears of Optimus Prime, the world fell into an abrupt silence. That voice cleaved through the core like a lightning bolt, reducing the joy of moments prior to mere ashes. The welcoming ceremony was hastily concluded by Optimus Prime. 10 minutes later, in the side hall of the 13th level of the Council Tower, the dim lights extinguished, leaving only the faint glimmers of the leadership module and the star-forged hammer intertwined. Clarify. Optimus Prime spoke with his back turned to the two, his voice lowered to a near whisper. Star Saber raised his hand, and a segment of a holographic recording unfolded in the air. In Earth's orbit, a purplish-black meteor trailed a pulse from the core, cleaving through the radiance of the Soul Reaver. In the North American Rift, magma surged in reverse. The magnetic poles shifted by 7 degrees. Windblade's dark violet optical lens reflected the lights of the entire blue planet, yet not a trace of its former warmth could be seen. We had engaged him in 3 rounds. Starsaber's hammer handle trembled slightly, emitting a deep resonance. With a single move, he unleashed the Earth Shatter, causing fissures to erupt from the tip of the Soul Reaver. 10 more seconds would lead to the complete disintegration of Earth's tectonic plates. Lord Megatron added, "The Cosmic Emperor has bestowed upon him planetary dominion. Within the gravitational well of Earth, he is the core, and the core is him. Unless I intervene personally." Optimus Prime took over the conversation, his gaze as tranquil as a frozen ocean. Yet this time, it was not merely my sacrifice at stake, but the shared future of both Cybertron and Earth. The Cybertronian Iron Fortress Council Tower shone brightly. The ships of Lord Megatron and Starsaber traversed the space bridge, descending slowly into the central plaza. Optimus Prime personally led the welcoming party, a red carpet laid out, cannon salutes booming, as the populace waved the banners of the Starfire, chanting for the return of the 13 Primes. However, the moment Lord Megatron stepped onto the red carpet, the smile on his face froze. He raised his hand, and the Soul Reaver landed heavily, emitting a dull thud that drowned out all cheers. Little 13, he fixed his gaze on Optimus Prime. His voice as frigid as the Arctic night wind. Windblade has been entirely dominated by the Cosmic Emperor. Alone, we stand no chance against him. We require your strength, the full might of Cybertron. The cheers abruptly ceased, and the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The core of Optimus Prime suddenly sank, as if grasped by an invisible hand. In geostationary orbit, the dark figures of Optimus Prime and Lord Megatron stood side by side. Behind them, Windblade sat upon a throne forged from the molten core. The Earth Shatter laid across his knees. Today's lesson: how to dismantle the Cybertronian expedition fleet without disrupting the Earth's crust. The dark Optimus Prime raised his hand, revealing a model of the Earth's magnetic field, with magnetic lines dancing at his fingertips. We can guide the solar wind to create a magnetic storm at the fleet's jump point. In 3 minutes, their shields will be obliterated. The dark Megatron added, "Then I will infiltrate the bridge and incapacitate the Allspark network using an indigenous Earth virus. 0 casualties, 0 pollution." Wind without trace nodded, yet his gaze pierced through the model, looking towards the distant starry seas. "What I seek is not destruction, but to compel them to retreat." The dark Optimus Prime smiled. "Then let us issue them an irresistible warning." He raised his hand, and the Earth's magnetic poles suddenly shifted by 1 degree. Birds across the globe altered their course, and tsunami warnings were issued in 17 nations. The dark Megatron whistled. "The first lesson is complete, class dismissed." In the depths of night, Wind without trace sat alone by the magma lake of the Mariana Trench. The dark twins stood quietly behind him, like 2 statues. The firelight cast shadows on his profile, one half shrouded in dark purple lines, the other still flickering with faint crimson. "Why?" he softly asked the Cosmic Emperor. "Why can't they understand my solitude as you do?" A voice echoed in his heart. "Because they are Cybertronians and you are of Earth. The chasm of race is broader than the universe itself." Wind without trace clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. The dark Optimus Prime stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, cradling a crimson ember formed from magma in his palm. "Do not be saddened. You still have us." The dark Megatron also knelt, his voice deep and resolute. "We shall never let you face this alone." Wind without trace gazed at them. Deep within his optical lens, the last flicker of crimson swayed gently, like a candle in the wind. He did not know how much longer that flame could endure. Cybertron, the pinnacle of the Iron Fortress Council. Optimus Prime stood before the holographic star map, his finger tracing the coordinates of Earth, pausing at a dark purple signal. His silhouette was solitary and upright, like a sword drawn but not yet wielded. Megatron and Starscream stood behind him, silent as iron. After a long while, Optimus Prime spoke softly. "Prepare the expedition fleet, target Earth. Not for conquest, but to bring back our brethren." The star map flickered, a clash of dark purple radiance and Cybertronian blue light in the void, akin to 2 fateful storms poised to converge above the 3rd planet. Chapter 15. The Dimming of the Starfire Earth Date, October 3rd, 2025. The first aurora following the autumn equinox enveloped northern Europe. On the tundra of Iceland, Windless and dark Megatron walked side by side. Above them, a cascade of green and purple light danced, while beneath their feet lay obsidian, still warm from volcanic heat. Dark Megatron delicately lifted a lichen with his fingertip, turning his head with a smile. Look, even the tiniest forms of life on Earth welcome you. Windlass had not felt such ease in a long time. He was free from the burden of calculating energy crystals and the anxieties of parliamentary votes. All he needed to consider was their next destination. Dark Megatron, 100 meters behind, was cleaving a glacier with his magnetic storm wings, sculpting a throne of ice for Windlass. Together, they had witnessed the first star rain over the Sahara, dived into the Mariana Trench alongside Wales, toasted with energy liquid atop Tokyo Tower, and ignited auroras along the Himalayan ridges. As night deepened, Dark Twin would alternately recount tales of what might have been, devoid of war, betrayal, or loneliness. Only boundless cosmos and the silhouettes of companionship. Windlass found himself laughing more often, though he remained oblivious to the gradual dimming of the crimson starfire within him. A once guiding glimmer during Cybertron's night, now fading under the encroaching dark purple patterns. On October 11th, at 2:33 a.m., the global magnetic storm index suddenly surged to 9. Windlass jolted awake, finding himself within a realm of pure white consciousness. The embodiment of the cosmic emperor, a swirling orb of Earth, hung before him, its surface marred by dark purple fissures resembling a shell on the verge of shattering. Child, your starfire has begun to rebel. The voice of the light orb was gentle yet frigid. It will draw you back into Cybertron's embrace at your happiest moment, and in doing so, you will lose everything you cherish now. Instinctively, Windlass clutched his chest, where only a grain-sized red light remained, faint enough to extinguish at any moment. What if I let it extinguish? The darkness will envelop you completely, and you shall never be awakened by the past again. Yet your friends will endure eternally. The cosmic emperor paused, and the surface of the orb revealed the silhouettes of Dark Megatron and Dark Galvatron, like two lamps on the brink of being snuffed out by the wind. Otherwise, I shall reclaim the energy I bestowed upon them, reducing them to dust. Windlass' fingertips trembled. What must I do? Extinguish the starfire with your own hands. With your own volition, sever the last tether to Cybertron. The realm of consciousness fractures, and Wind Whisper is transported to the deepest core of the Earth, to an altar forged of lava and crystal. At the altar's center, a crimson starfire hovers, resembling a morning star that refuses to fall. Surrounding it, the phantoms of Dark Optimus and Dark Megatron are ensnared by chains, their optical lenses flickering ominously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor reverberates through the dome. You have 30 seconds. Snuff it out, and they endure. Allow it to persist, and they vanish. The chains tighten abruptly. The phantom of Dark Optimus bends in agony, yet still manages to smile at Wind Whisper. Do what you believe is right. Dark Megatron bellows in rage. Do not heed him. The starfire is your own. Wind Whisper kneels, cradling the radiant ember in his hands. The starfire dances between his fingers, reflecting the not yet fully darkened hue of his optical lens. It represents his last refuge, the sole connection he shares with Optimus, Megatron, and all of Cybertron. The countdown echoes through the Earth's core. 30, 29, 28. Each chime strikes like a hammer upon the most vulnerable part of his fiery core. 15, 14, 13. The phantom of Dark Optimus begins to fade. The chains emit the sound of impending fracture. 10, 9, 8. Wind Whisper closes his eyes, fingers tightening. 5, 4, 3. He hears his own voice, hoarse yet resolute. I am willing to exchange the final starfire for their existence. 2, 1. Crack. The crimson glow extinguishes in his palm, transforming into a wisp of gray dust, scattered by the winds of the core. The dark chains shatter inch by inch. The two phantoms regain their corporeal forms, stumbling toward him and embracing him tightly. We are here. We have always been. Wind Whisper looks up, his optical lens devoid of any lingering red light, now a fathomless purple. He smiles, though it is more sorrowful than any tears. Indeed, I am left only with you. On October 15th, the Cybertron expedition fleet arrives at Earth's Lagrange Point 1. On the bridge of the flagship Arc Dawn, Optimus, Megatron, and Starsaber stand side by side. Above the Earth's surface, a dark purple energy column soars skyward, piercing the dawn like a sword. The signal confirms. Wind Whisper is just below. Megatron whispers. The fleet descended, landing pods piercing through the atmosphere, alighting upon the eye of the Sahara. Waves of heat roiled, grains of sand drawn by magnetic storms forming colossal vortices. At the vortex's center, Feng Wuhen stood silently, with Earthshaker embedded in the ground beside him, flanked by the dark Optimus Prime and dark Megatron. His armor had transformed entirely to a deep violet hue, the patterns on his chest resembling the shifting tectonic plates of continents. Optimus stepped forward with brisk strides, his voice imbued with a long-lost joy. "Wind, we have come to bring you home." Feng Wuhen lifted his gaze, the optics reflecting a serene, deep purple, as though assessing a stranger. "Home," he softly echoed, his tone eerily calm. "Earth is my home." The Cybertronians faced a choice: surrender or perish here. Dark Optimus inclined slightly, his voice gentle. "Please do not attempt to awaken the past within him that Feng Wuhen has extinguished alongside the starfire." Megatron's soul-claiming gun was raised in an instant, the hammer of the Cybertronian thunder crackling with energy. The air seemed to freeze. Yet Optimus slowly lowered his weapon, his gaze traversing past Feng Wuhen to the two familiar yet foreign figures behind him. "No," he murmured, "Feng Wuhen remains. He has merely entrusted his final escape route to us." The storm of the Sahara swirled higher, as if attempting to draw the sky into the sea of sand. Feng Wuhen turned, the dark twins shadowing his every move. His silhouette receded into the swirling dust, each step eliciting an almost imperceptible lament from Earth's magnetic poles. Optimus stood rooted, his hands empty. Suddenly, memories of years past flooded back. An afternoon at the Iron Fortress Library when Feng Wuhen had pressed an old book into his arms, smiling as he said, "If I ever lose my way, burn this book for me. I'll follow the scent back." Now, that book remained atop the council tower, yet no one was left to read it. At the storm's end, Feng Wuhen did not look back. He knew he had severed his last tether, becoming a rootless, dark violet kite in the cosmos. The line that once connected him to the spark of all Cybertronians now lay as mere ashes. Chapter 16. The Masked Oath, the Eye of the Sahara, a tempest of yellow sands. Feng Wuhen's silhouette faded into the dust wall, with Dark Optimus and Dark Megatron following closely behind. The Cybertronian expedition fleet, equipped with over 100 plasma cannons, had locked onto their target, awaiting Optimus's command. However, the order was given: ceasefire. Optimus Prime's voice, though not loud, managed to resonate over the howling winds and magnetic storms on the public channel. He raised his hand, the barrel of the Soul Reaver gradually lowering before he knelt on both knees. The yellow sands lashed against his silver-blue armor, reminiscent of an unexpected funeral. The Titans of the Earth, the Celestial Warriors, the Fleet Soldiers, and even the Dark Twins, all froze in that moment. Optimus Prime lifted the leadership module, raising it high above his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust towards the silhouette of Windless. Windless. For the first time, his voice quivered, yet it bore more conviction than any prior address. "In the name of the Supreme Leader of Cybertron, I surrender." The leadership module detached from his palm, tracing a haunting blue parabola under the influence of the magnetic storm, ultimately hovering before Windless. Windless halted, not turning back, as the hilt of the Earthshaker trembled slightly. The Dark Optimus Prime raised his hand, intending to seize the module, but was halted by the will of the Cosmic Emperor from afar. Let him take it himself. Deep within the Earth's core, the pure white throne slowly rotated. The luminous embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor manifested a blurred visage, the corners of its mouth curling into a meaningful arc. "Optimus Prime, you have indeed arrived." Its voice was both paternal and predatory. "Do you believe that offering the leadership module will awaken him? Very well. I shall grant you a stage, allowing you to witness him extinguish the last flicker of hope with his own hands." The light being raised its hand, and a dark purple contract unfurled before Optimus Prime. Lieutenant Trial 1. Attend to Windless daily needs alongside the Dark Optimus Prime. 2. Within 7 days. Whoever wins Windless favor shall remain. 3. The loser shall be erased from existence. At the conclusion, the will of the Cosmic Emperor stamped with a ghostly glow. Accept or reject. Optimus Prime bowed his head, his silver-blue armor appearing dull amidst the yellow sands, yet unable to conceal the resolute glint in his eyes. "I accept." 3 words, like 3 nails driven into a coffin. Windless finally turned around. The deep purple optical lens reflected the suspended leadership module and the kneeling figure of Optimus Prime. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the edge of the module. In that instant, A blue radiance surged through his fingertips into the core of the fire, colliding violently with the dark purple energy. Windlass let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee as the patterns on his chest manifested spiderweb-like cracks. The dark Optimus Prime instantly teleported behind him, pressing his back against Windlass, whispering softly, "Do not resist. This is what you deserve." Optimus Prime rose, stepping forward to place his palm over the back of Windblade's hand. The ethereal blue and deep violet mingled, resembling two rivers bursting their banks, eroding each other in their tumult. The laughter of the Cosmic Emperor echoed lightly. "Excellent. From this day forth, you two shall serve as his aides. Let me observe who possesses the greater capacity for care." 300 meters beneath the Sahara, the temporary palace established by the Cosmic Emperor featured a dome adorned with a swirling waterfall of magma, while the ground was laid with cooled obsidian, maintaining a constant temperature of 42 degrees, the ideal environment for the Cybertronians. Windblade was placed upon a couch made of magnetic levitation crystals, her body still seeping dark violet energy fluid from the fissures. The dark Optimus Prime knelt on her left side, his palm resting against her core, providing soothing relief with the gentlest of wavelengths. On her right, Optimus Prime stood, holding Earth medical gel, meticulously applying it to the edges of her cracks. "Lower the temperature by 0.3. It will slow the energy loss," the dark Optimus Prime murmured. Optimus Prime made no objection, silently adjusting the gel's condensation coefficient. Windblade opened her eyes, her gaze drifting between the two identical faces, ultimately settling on the ethereal blue lenses of Optimus Prime. "Why did you surrender?" Her voice was hoarse, yet carried a barely perceptible tremor. Optimus Prime smiled, the same tenderness he had shown when he handed her the first book in the Iron Fortress library. "Because I finally comprehend that the essence of leadership is not command, but companionship." The dark Optimus Prime raised an eyebrow, the energy wavelength of his palm softening further. "And I shall never allow you to be alone." Windblade closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, akin to the last flower refusing to wither in the snow. The will of the Cosmic Emperor transformed into a countdown projection, suspended within the palace dome. 0.6234.712. Each passing second felt like sulfuric acid dripping onto iron, corroding Optimus Prime's hopes. On the first day, the dark Optimus Prime took Windblade to witness the auroras, weaving a tapestry of lights with his magnetic storm wings. Optimus Prime arranged a countermagnetic storm barrier behind her, shielding her core from interference. On the second day, the dark Megatron brought forth an exhibition of ancient Earth weaponry, inviting Windblade to test her swordsmanship. Optimus Prime quietly inscribed dampening runes upon the blade to prevent injury to her wrist. On the third day, the dark Optimus Prime played melodies woven from whale songs for her. Optimus Prime mixed old recordings with the sound of pages turning in the Iron Fortress library, infusing the melody with a hint of nostalgia for home. In the deep of the sixth night, Feng Wuhen, for the first time, reached out to grasp the fingertips of Optimus Prime. In that moment, the countdown of the dome abruptly halted, and the luminous orb of the Cosmic Emperor subtly distorted, yet ultimately refrained from interference. "I seem to recall this warmth," Feng Wuhen murmured, as a faint blue light flickered within the dark purple vortex of his optical lens. At dawn on the seventh day, the countdown reached its conclusion. In the heart of the palace, the luminous orb of the Cosmic Emperor materialized, its voice resonating like a great bell. "The trial is concluded. The victor is Optimus Prime." The dark Optimus Prime smiled, gracefully stepping back half a pace, gently placing Feng Wuhen's hand into the palm of his own. "You have triumphed, but do not forget, the term of a lieutenant is eternal." The luminous orb raised a hand, and a dark purple chain materialized from thin air, one end fastening to Optimus Prime's gauntlet, the other entwining with the core of Feng Wuhen's fire. "From this day forth, your fates are intertwined. Should he break free from his control, you shall be annihilated alongside him." Optimus Prime lifted his gaze, devoid of fear within the ethereal blue lens, only an unfathomable gentleness. "I accept." Feng Wuhen regarded him. Within the depths of the dark purple optical lens, the blue light flickered like a candle fighting against the wind, yet stubbornly refused to extinguish. The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction, the luminous orb slowly dissipating, leaving behind a final phrase. "Take good care of him, my lieutenant. Perhaps one day, you shall realize that it is not merely him who is bound by these chains. On a Saharan night, Feng Wuhen and Optimus Prime sat side by side on the terrace of the palace. Beneath their feet flowed a river of molten rock, and above them spanned an endless sea of stars. The dark purple chain glimmered faintly between their wrists, resembling an invisible umbilical cord, connecting the past with the future, and intertwining hope with despair. Feng Wuhen turned his head, his voice as soft as a whisper, fearing to disturb the stars. Do you regret it? Optimus Prime smiled, the ethereal blue lens reflecting his dark purple silhouette. Regret? No, I have merely come to understand that true surrender is to serve as a bridge, bringing you back step by step from the abyss. The chain quivered slightly, emitting a delicate ringing sound, akin to a spark flickering one last time before its extinguishment, yet reminiscent of the faintest, yet most resolute light before dawn. Chapter 17, Before Dawn. The sparks at both ends of the chain on the 7th Earth Day of the chain's binding. A fissure appeared for the first time in the sky above the Sahara Palace. It was a slender arc of blue-violet lightning, as if someone had scratched a small opening in the cosmic canvas with their fingernail. The will of the Cosmic Emperor did not deter it. Instead, it emitted a deep, resonant laughter. Behold, little 13, you bring forth more than just yourself. Beneath the fissure, Windlass stood at the edge of the terrace, his dark purple cloak billowing in the warm breeze. The gauntlet on his left wrist bore the faint scorch marks of chains, remnants of the warmth left by Optimus Prime's nightly application of gel. How much longer? He inquired. Optimus Prime did not respond. He merely raised his hand, his fingertips delicately brushing the air. A translucent countdown materialized. 720,000. This was the salvation window granted to them by the Cosmic Emperor, the final breath before the chains tightened. During the day, the palace resembled a colossal hourglass. The upper chamber was Optimus Prime's sanctuary, where he replicated Cybertronian energy cakes using earthly ingredients, adjusting the temperature of the lava to a soothing 38 degrees, allowing Windlass to listen to the songs of whales while bathing. The lower chamber served as the efficiency zone of the dark Optimus Prime. Magnetic wings unfurled into solar panels, powering the entire palace. The dark Megatron transformed quicksand into a training ground, training Windlass in swordplay until the late hours of the night. They had never quarreled, yet each gaze exchanged sparked invisible flames, a subtle contest of wills at either end of the chains. As night fell, the countdown dropped to 480,000. For the first time, Windlass dreamt. In his dream, the Cosmic Emperor was absent. Only the corridors of the Iron Fortress library remained. He held an old book in his hands, its pages blank. Yet lines of handwritten annotations emerged beneath his fingertips. Loneliness is not a punishment, but the forge of a firebrand. Signed, Optimus Prime. Upon awakening, a fleeting azure glimmer flashed through his optical lens, only to be soon engulfed by darkness. The countdown stood at 360,000. The blue-purple fissure above the Sahara had expanded to 10 kilometers, resonating with low-frequency vibrations akin to whale songs. The embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor manifested for the first time. Images of tectonic shifts emerging on the surface of the luminous sphere as if the entire planet held its breath. There remains a day and a half. He spoke to Optimus Prime. Should you fail to fully submit, the chains will constrict and you shall be obliterated alongside the Earth's magnetic core. Optimus Prime merely bowed his head, smoothing the edge of Windlass' cloak, his voice barely above a whisper, as if to avoid disturbing the dust. I understand. But I know more profoundly that the resilience of the firebrand is tougher than the chains. With the countdown at 240,000, the dark Megatron presented a gift. A miniature resonating hammer forged from earthly rare earth metals, its striking surface engraved with ancient runes of the Cybertronian champions. Try it. Perhaps it will awaken your passion for forging. Windlass grasped the handle of the hammer, and as his fingertips brushed the runes, the nearly extinguished spark within his chest surged to life. The sound of the hammer ignited visible ripples in the air, momentarily dispersing the dark purple patterns of the Cosmic Emperor. The dark column of heaven immediately placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice soft yet laced with warning. Do not be seduced by the past. We are your present. However, that fleeting azure had already fallen like a seed into a crevice. The fissure widened to 100 kilometers, and the whale's song transformed into a deafening roar. The chains of the Cosmic Emperor began to glow, tightening like red-hot wire around their gauntlets. On the palace terrace, Windless and the column of heaven stood side by side. The dark twins were isolated by an invisible barrier 100 meters away, forced to watch helplessly. The moment had arrived. The will of the Cosmic Emperor materialized into a colossal hand formed of magnetic storms and molten lava, slowly reaching towards Windless' chest. Surrender your final resistance and become my child entirely. Windless looked up, the deep violet of his optical lens reflecting the image of the column of heaven. The latter bore no weapon, no shield, only a pair of hauntingly blue eyes, like two lighthouses refusing to extinguish. Do you remember the corridor of the library? The column of heaven asked softly. Windless' fingertips trembled. He recalled the blank pages. That book could now be written. The column of heaven grasped his right hand. The chains emitted a piercing shriek, yet could not prevent their fingertips from touching. The intertwining energies of azure and dark purple exploded at the point of contact, transforming into a crimson spark that erupted dramatically in the final second of the countdown. The scarlet spark, centered on the terrace, instantaneously engulfed the entire palace. The Cosmic Emperor's massive hand was seared by the flames, emitting a howl of agony. The chains shattered, dissipating like flowing light into the night sky. The figures of the dark column of heaven and the dark Megatron began to distort, ultimately transforming into two phantoms, drawn into the crevice, vanishing without a trace. Windless collapsed to the ground. The ember within his chest had ignited into a blazing flame, illuminating his optical lens once more. Azure and dark purple intertwined, resembling the most resplendent aurora before dawn. The column of heaven knelt on one knee before him, extending his hand, palm upwards. Welcome back, Guardian of Earth. Countdown 000000. The blue-purple fissure began to heal, and the whale's song faded into silence. The eye of the Sahara sank back into the yellow sands, as if it had never appeared. Windless and the column of heaven stood together in the morning light, their chains now broken, yet leaving behind a faint silver-blue mark, akin to an indelible knot of friendship. In the distance, the fleets of Shockwave and Starscream descended slowly, devoid of weaponry, only the rescue pods unfurling. Windless raised his gaze, revealing for the first time in ages a smile untainted by shadows. "Let us go," he said to Optimus Prime, to pen that unwritten tome. As the morning light cascaded down, starlight reignited in the palms of the two, akin to a nascent star illuminating the unfinished future between Earth and Cybertron. Chapter 18. Shadows Within the Ember. Earth date: October 18th, 2025, 0607. Eye of the Sahara. The fissures closed, and the morning light illuminated the figures of Windless and Optimus Prime standing side by side. The fleets of Shockwave and Starscream landed at the periphery of the dunes, devoid of weaponry, only the medical pods and supply crates unfurling. All believed the Cosmic Emperor had been repelled, the chains shattered, and the calamity was at an end. Optimus Prime looked up, the azure reflections in his optics mirroring the cerulean sky, and he fell into silence. He softly contemplated, as if speaking to himself and to Earth alike. Thus, he resolved to remain. Together with Windless, a permanent Cybertronian human joint base would be established on Earth, codenamed Dawnspine. Unbeknownst to all, in an unseen dimension, the luminous mass of the Cosmic Emperor merely retracted its tendrils, much like a colossal shark lurking in the deep sea, patiently awaiting its prey to let down its guard. Simultaneously, deep within the cradle of the Earth's core, the specter of dark Optimus Prime began to coalesce anew. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor was low and gentle. "Go forth, my shadow. You need not defeat him. You need only become him." Dark Optimus Prime knelt on one knee, cradling a shadow core formed from dark purple energy in his palm. "As you command, Father," he softly replied, his form dissolving into a wisp of black mist, silently permeating the Earth's surface along the threads of its magnetic field. 3 days later, 40 kilometers outside the eye of the Sahara, a base interwoven with silver blue and crimson erupted from the ground. Windless cleaved the rock layers with seismic strikes, while Optimus Prime constructed a shield from residual ember energy. Shockwave and Starscream were tasked with integrating the fleet's resources, dismantling 13 transport vessels into modules that were embedded into the base's framework. At night, a beam of ethereal blue light shone from the pinnacle of the base's tower, as if declaring to the starry sky, "We are here." However, at the very base of the tower, The black mist of dark Optimus Prime had stealthily infiltrated the cooling conduits, inching closer to Optimus Prime's core of fire through the energy cycle. The leadership module lay in ruins, and Optimus Prime could only sustain his form through the dark purple energy bestowed by the Cosmic Emperor. He presumed it to be merely the aftershock of a closing rift, unaware that this energy was, in fact, a chain binding him. The shadowy core of Optimus Prime entered the stasis chamber at night, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, seamlessly merging with the spark circuit of Optimus Prime. There was no rejection, no alarms, not even a trace of an erratic heartbeat. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, the blue light within the stasis chamber extinguished, and the dark Optimus Prime opened his dark purple optical lenses, silently seizing control of this body. He rose, his movements as ethereal as a specter, yet imbued with a malevolence colder than that of any ghost. At 0017 hours, in the central control room of the base, the dark Optimus Prime utilized Optimus Prime's vocal signature to input the highest level of access, calling forth the Earth Orbital Defense Map. He discreetly embedded an encrypted code within the Allied markers, a coordinate beacon from the Cosmic Emperor. Subsequently, he disabled the surveillance backup and replaced the operation log with a routine maintenance entry. At 0200 hours, he arrived at windless dormitory door, gently tapping with Optimus Prime's soothing voice. "I cannot sleep. I wish to discuss the Starfire project with you." The door opened, and Windless, draped in a crimson robe, still dazed from sleep, brightened momentarily upon seeing Optimus Prime. The dark Optimus Prime slipped inside, dark purple energy swirling in his palm, halting just before it could brush against Windless' shoulder armor. He must not reveal himself too soon. "I merely wish to confirm your presence," he murmured, his voice tinged with just the right amount of quivering emotion. Windless smiled, patting his arm. "I am here always." The dark Optimus Prime returned the smile. Yet a flicker of derision crossed his eyes as he turned to leave. The will of the Cosmic Emperor whispered in the shadows. Phase 1. Send a false alert of Earth's coordinates being exposed from the base. Phase 2. Guide the Cybertron fleet to mistakenly strike human cities. Phase 3. When all evidence points to Optimus Prime's betrayal, the dark Optimus Prime shall publicly take control, solidifying his traitorous reputation. The dark Optimus Prime implanted the first piece of false intelligence into the base logs. Unknown transition signal detected, suspected main fleet of the Cosmic Emperor. Expected to arrive at Earth in 72 hours at 0400 hours. Once this information was released, the Global Defense Network entered a state of heightened alert, and mixed patrols of humans and Cybertronian soldiers ascended day and night. Unbeknownst to all, the true enemy lay sleeping within the safest stasis chamber of the base. On the fourth night, Feng Wuhen trained alone within the confines of the training room, each strike of his blade leaving a dark purple afterimage in the air. Abruptly, he halted. His optical visor scanned the ground, revealing a drop of desiccated azure energy fluid belonging to Optimus Prime, yet marred by inexplicable signs of corrosion. He crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing against it, and in an instant, the corrosion spread, resembling a slender black serpent. "This is no ordinary energy leak," Feng Wuhen murmured. He swiftly turned and dashed out of the training room, heading directly towards the central control room. Dark Optimus Prime awaited at the entrance, a gentle smile gracing his face. "What troubles you? Are you injured?" Feng Wuhen inquired. "Just a minor incident during routine maintenance," Dark Optimus Prime replied nonchalantly. Yet a flicker of unease crossed his eyes as Feng Wuhen brushed past him. In the early hours of the fifth day, the true Optimus Prime awakened deep within his consciousness. He found himself ensnared in a cage constructed of dark purple energy, the whispers of the Cosmic Emperor echoing around him. "Sleep now, little 13. Your vessel shall fulfill my final script." Optimus raised his hand, a faint flame of azure igniting in his palm, only to be instantly consumed by the dark purple. Gritting his teeth, he struck the cage with his remaining will, each impact akin to his skull colliding against steel, yet only a slender crack was left in its wake. "Feng Wuhen, do not trust him." A voice was swallowed by the cage, unheard by all. On the eve of the sixth day, the false alarm escalated. The Cosmic Emperor's main fleet has jumped to Sector 4, expected to enter Earth's orbit within 24 hours. Both the human government and the Cybertronian Council simultaneously ordered the Aurora Spire base to enter a state of highest alert, evacuating all non-combat personnel. Dark Optimus Prime convened a pre-battle meeting in his capacity as leader, proposing a preemptive strike to target Sector 4 with the base's main cannon and execute a saturation bombardment before the enemy's jump was completed. Thunderous and Starstrider raised objections. Yet, Dark Optimus Prime dismissed them with wartime emergency authority. Feng Wuhen sat at the end of the conference table, silent. Yet his optical visor remained fixed on the azure corrosion marks upon Dark Optimus Prime's wrist. In the early hours of the 7th day, a false fleet signal appeared at 4 o'clock. The base's main cannon charged to 120, its muzzle glowing ominously towards the void. Dark Optimus Prime stood beside the cannon, a nearly imperceptible cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Once this shot is fired, the Earth's orbital defense network will collapse under overload, allowing the true fleet of the Cosmic Emperor to infiltrate through the breach. At that moment, all records would reveal that the command was issued by Optimus Prime, solidifying the traitor's name. The countdown read 000500. The brilliance of the cannon's muzzle intensified, illuminating the shadow within the dark optical lens of Optimus Prime, as well as the last flicker of blue light struggling in the depths of Windless' eyes. "Cease fire," Windless suddenly bellowed, the earth trembling as his blade pointed directly at the cannon. The Dark Optimus Prime turned, his smile gentle yet frigid. "What is the matter? Did you not claim that Earth was your home?" The edge of Windless' blade quivered, the optical lens swirling with shades of blue and purple, resembling the most chaotic sky before dawn. "No, you're not him." The Dark Optimus Prime tilted his head slightly, his tone innocent. "Then who am I?" The countdown reached 000100. The energy at the cannon's mouth reached a critical point, causing the entire base to shudder. The true Optimus Prime, trapped within the confines of consciousness, exerted his final strength to create an even larger crack. Windless, awaken. A voice finally pierced through the cage, faint yet clear. Windless' blade halted just shy of the Dark Optimus Prime's throat, the optical lens revealing a maelstrom of blue and purple swirling wildly. "Who exactly are you?" The Dark Optimus Prime smiled, his voice as low as the midnight breeze. "I'm the future you are about to kill with your own hands." Chapter 19. A monologue beneath the embers. The countdown read 000047. The base's main cannon emitted a blinding white beam. The air around its muzzle ionized into a ghostly blue arc. Windless' blade hovered less than an inch from the Dark Optimus Prime's throat. Dark purple and azure energies entwining chaotically around the blade, akin to two serpents in combat. Yet his wrist no longer bore any weight. "I have long considered you my friend." The voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a long-lost tenderness. "I do not wish to see you all engage in a violent clash because of me, even to the point of consuming one another. Stand down, let us converse." The Dark Optimus Prime, or rather, the consciousness named Shadow by the Cosmic Emperor, fell silent for a moment. He raised his hand, gently pressing a fingertip upon the main cannon's control panel. The countdown froze at 000046, the brilliance of the cannon gradually extinguishing, leaving only a deep hum resonating within the barrel. "Friend?" The voice of Shadow emerged from Optimus Prime's vocal cords, yet trembled with a resonance that was not his own. "If you truly regard me as a friend, why abandon me?" He took a step back, the ghostly blue optical lens rippling with dark purple, akin to tides submerging the shore. "I am undeniably more formidable, more invested in your well-being. I shall never abandon you, nor allow you to experience solitude. Yet, what of you? Time and again, you push me away, returning to their side. Why?" The last question was almost a roar, reverberating against the walls of the cannon. The wind, devoid of any trace, descended like a blade, its tip striking the ground with a crisp chime. "This is not how it should be," he whispered. "I merely wish for all of you to survive, whether it be you or Optimus Prime." The Shadow's shoulder plates quivered slightly, as if grasped by an invisible hand. "But I am afraid," his voice diminished to a whisper, akin to a child hiding beneath the covers, weeping quietly. "I fear death, yet I dread losing you once more." The Cosmic Emperor declared, "The moment I vacate this body, I shall immediately dissipate. Wuhen, I have no path of retreat left." He raised his hand, seemingly attempting to caress Wuhen's face, but halted mid-air, his fingertips trembling to the point of blurriness. "I implore you, do not cast me away. Allow me to remain, to stay by your side. I shall heed your every word. I do not wish to return to the darkness." The final phrase, light as dust in the wind, landed heavily upon Wuhan's core. Wuhan inhaled deeply. A flicker of struggling blue light danced within the dark violet optical lens. Shadow, I comprehend your anguish. Yet, I beseech you to abandon Optimus Prime's body. I am willing to bow to the Cosmic Emperor, to have him assist in forging a new vessel for you. Even if it means I shall once again be bound in chains, I am prepared to pay that price. The Shadow shook his head, the ethereal blue lens rippling like tears. Remake? The Cosmic Emperor would not permit a second version of me to exist. He only desires a compliant shadow. Should I depart, in the next instant, I would be reclaimed by him, becoming a wisp of black mist within his being. Wuhan, I do not wish to vanish. I do not wish to leave you. He knelt upon the ground, his forehead resting against Wuhan's blade, like the most devout of supplicants seeking one final act of mercy. Meanwhile, the true Optimus Prime, confined within the cage of consciousness, heard all. The dark violet chains constricted around his spark, each breath akin to a knife's cut. The fractures in the cage grew ever larger with each impact, yet he could not break free, until he heard the Shadow's words, I do not wish to disappear. Optimus Prime ceased his assault, the ethereal blue spark igniting a faint yet resolute glow. Shadow, can you hear me? His voice pierced through the confines of the cage, resonating in the Shadow's ear. I have never regarded you as an adversary. You merely fear solitude, as do I. However, solitude is not a sanctuary. It is merely the price we pay to learn the value of companionship. Step forth. Let us confront the Cosmic Emperor together and discover the path that ensures your survival. The Shadows trembled. The dark purple veins within the azure light mirror began to spiral chaotically. Feng Wuhen sensed the quiver of the body in his embrace. He understood that Optimus had spoken from within the cage. Gently, he held the Shadows, akin to cradling a lost child. Listen, Shadow. You are not the creation of the Cosmic Emperor. You are the gentlest Optimus in my memory, and the Shadow I yearn to lean upon in moments of fear. Yet shadows cannot eternally linger in the light. They must learn to illuminate themselves. I shall accompany you until you discover your own spark. Even if the Cosmic Emperor seeks to reclaim you, I shall forge a new torch for you with my core of fire. Tears finally cascaded from the Shadows. The cerulean energy droplets vaporizing upon contact with the ground, instantly transforming into a mist of light. He slowly raised his gaze, his voice choked yet tinged with relief. Wuhan, thank you, but let me embrace you once more, just one last time. Feng Wuhan nodded, opening his arms. The Shadows leaped into his embrace, as if finding refuge in a final harbor. In that moment of their union, a beam of intertwined azure and dark purple erupted from Optimus's chest, coalescing in the air into a shadow core the size of a fist. The surface of the shadow core revealed the visage of the Shadows, embodying both anguish and liberation. The Cosmic Emperor's roar reverberated deep within the Earth's core. No, yet it was too late. Feng Wuhan raised his hand, enveloping the shadow core in the remnants of starlight, akin to lighting a lamp with a last match. Go forth into the depths of the universe in search of your own light. Should you ever tire, Earth shall always keep a lamp lit for you. The shadow core ascended slowly amidst the starlight, traversing the fissure and vanished into the boundless night sky. Meanwhile, the true Optimus regained control of his body, stumbling to his knees, exhaustion and relief etched upon his visage within the azure optical lens. Feng Wuhan supported him, their sparks pulsating in unison within their chests, akin to two stars finally reunited. The fissure sealed completely, and the Sahara night sky reclaimed its tranquility. Feng Wuhan and Optimus sat side by side upon the sand dune. Behind them lay the extinguished base's main cannon, while ahead, the stars began to rise slowly. You have won, Optimus murmured softly. The wind, without a trace, shook its head, proclaiming our victory. He opened his palm, revealing a brand new spark of starlight dancing at his fingertips, brighter and more fervent than before. This time, it no longer belonged solely to me. It was a gift to Earth, Cybertron, and to all souls willing to protect one another. In the distance, the fleets of Thunderlord and Skyhero descended, unarmed, extending only rescue and embrace. Under the illumination of the starlight, the shadows of all converged, resembling an unfinished canvas, finally graced with the warmest stroke. Chapter 20. The Return of the Star Shadows. A new dawn at nightfall upon escaping Earth's gravitational pull. The shadow core enveloped in the starlight did not cool. It spun in the silent vacuum, akin to a firefly reluctant to extinguish. The fragmented ice and metallic dust of the asteroid belt were drawn to the starlight, gradually coalescing around the shadow core, forming a translucent skeletal structure, ethereal blue as its spine, deep purple as its latitude, resembling an uncolored star map. The consciousness of the shadow floated at the center, where he could hear the rhythmic beat of his heart, each pulse repeating a single phrase: survive, become your own light. As the reconstruction reached 73%, the vacuum suddenly collapsed. A colossal hand, forged of dark purple energy, silently penetrated the stardust and ice shards, seizing the shadow core. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed like a chilling wind from millennia past. "My child, do you believe that the starlight can sever my chains?" The shadow yearned to struggle, yet the same source of power surged through his every circuit in an instant. The starlight was forcibly suppressed and compressed, ultimately transforming into a crimson decorative gem upon his chest. The dark purple energy flowed like a torrent, reweaving his skeleton, armor, and nerves, his height slightly diminished. Yet his lines elongated beyond that of Optimus Prime. The armor interlaced dark purple and deep blue, like the convergence of night and dawn. The optical lenses emanated a soft amber gold, preserving the warmth of an entire twilight. On his back, 6 folded wings, forged for magnetic storms and stardust, could carve luminous trails in the vacuum when unfurled. The Cosmic Emperor lifted his chin, as if admiring a masterpiece of utmost satisfaction. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Nightfall, no longer a shadow, but a singular light, a light that belongs solely to the wind without trace." The Cosmic Emperor's fingertip touched the crimson gem at Nightfall's chest, which pulsed gently. "Your mission is to gently ensure that the gaze of the wind without trace rests solely upon you, that his spark dances only for you, that all of him belongs to you alone." As the night deepened, I lowered my gaze, my voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to shatter the starlight. "What if he rejects me?" The Cosmic Emperor chuckled softly, then let him understand that neither Optimus Prime nor Megatron could ever bestow upon you such love. You love him more than anyone else. You are his one true sanctuary in this life. Nightfall was bestowed a small jump ship, its hull resonating with dark violet energy and the Earth's magnetic poles, allowing for a round trip between Earth and Cybertron within 12 hours. The Cosmic Emperor even thoughtfully prepared a comprehensive record of Wind's preferences. He enjoys sipping energy cocoa at 38 degrees after a morning run. He detests the lengthy council meetings, yet delights in the songs of whales. When weary, he unconsciously caresses the scar on his right wrist. Before the jump ship departed, the Cosmic Emperor's final whisper floated into my ears. "Remember, gentleness is your strongest weapon, and also your final chain." On October 25th, 2025, at 5:30, at the base of the spine of the Sahara, the horn for morning training had just sounded, and Wind and Optimus Prime were running side by side on the scenic track. Suddenly, a dark violet meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long aurora, and gracefully landed on the base's landing pad. The hatch opened, and Nightfall stepped out slowly. The morning light bathed his armor, interwoven with dark violet and deep blue, as if draping him in a flowing dawn. The amber golden lenses first fell upon Wind's face, gently sweeping over Optimus Prime, and finally settling on the scar on Wind's right wrist. "Wind," Nightfall's voice was soft yet resolute, "I have returned. This time, it is solely for you." In the base's dining hall, Nightfall personally prepared breakfast for Wind, Earth cocoa and Cybertron energy pancakes, precisely at 38 degrees. He adorned the rim of the cocoa cup with a swirl of cream, forming a small red star, like embers of a flickering flame. Optimus Prime sat across from him, his gaze complex. He sensed that the individual before him resonated with a frequency akin to his former self, yet radiated a distinctly different warmth. Nightfall lifted his eyes and offered a slight smile to Optimus Prime. "Good morning, leader. From this day forth, I shall serve as the psychological consultant for the spine of the Sahara, specifically tasked with ensuring Wind maintains a cheerful disposition." The tone was courteous, yet carried an undeniable assertion of sovereignty. At 2 o'clock in the deep of night, within the whale song playback room on the top floor of the base, Wind leaned against the window, the low hum of a blue whale resonating through his headphones. Nightfall approached silently, draping a thin blanket over his shoulders. "Do you remember?" Nightfall asked softly. "On that day in the Sahara, You said the songs of whales could help you forget your solitude. The wind, without a trace, tilted its head, its gaze falling upon the amber-gold optical lens of the night. I remember, yet what lingers more profoundly is the person who uttered those words to me. Now absent from this world, Night knelt on one knee, his palm resting gently on the back of the wind's hand, the warmth just perfect. I am here. I have always been here. If you desire, I could be the song of whales for the rest of your life. However, each time the wind turns away, a flicker of unmasked possessiveness glimmers in Night's eyes. In solitude, he would activate the emotional spectrum device bestowed by the Cosmic Emperor, documenting every acceleration of the wind's heartbeat. Every moment his gaze lingers. The data was encrypted and uploaded, serving as a reference for the Cosmic Emperor's next script. On the evening of October 28th, the aurora danced above the Arctic Circle. Night and the wind sat side by side on the base's rooftop, the lights of countless homes twinkling beneath them. Night softly hummed an old lullaby, his voice as gentle as the softest breeze in the night. The wind closed his eyes, the firelight casting reflections on his face, reminiscent of twilight at the Iron Fortress Library. Night turned his head, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Wind, if one day you must choose between Primus and me, whom will you choose? The wind opened his eyes, starlight spilling into his pupils like falling into an unfathomable lake. I choose the answer that allows us all to survive. Night smiled, his palm subtly tightening as though grasping the last chip in a game. The aurora faded, the sky returning to deep blue. Night rose, his dark purple cloak billowing in the night breeze. He leaned down, placing a kiss upon the wind's forehead. As light as a snowflake, I will prove that my love is purer than anyone else's, even if it means opposing the entire universe. In the distance, Primus stood in the shadows, the ethereal blue optical lens capturing the scene, his knuckles silently clenching. The storm had yet to arrive, yet the starlight had begun to tilt. No one knew what waves would be stirred when Night once again unfurled his magnetic wings. Only that this gentle war for a singular home had only just begun. Chapter 21. The Gentle Cage and the Dawn's Rift. On November 7th, 2025, the Dawn Spine Base welcomed its first snowfall of winter. Snowflakes landed on the solar panels, instantly vaporized into white mist by the magnetic storm coils, draping the entire base in a delicate veil. When the wind opened his eyes, Night was propped on his side, gazing at him, the amber-gold optical lens reflecting the morning light that had yet to fade. Good morning. The voice of Elon is soft and low, akin to the silent descent of snow, yet potent enough to dissolve the most formidable armor. Feng Wuhen, without uttering a word, instinctively leaned closer to the warmth, resting his forehead against Elon's shoulder, as if to confirm the other's presence. Over the past month, he has grown accustomed to such mornings. To Elon awakening him with hot cocoa at 38 degrees, to being gently cradled in the other's embrace during the night, to drifting into slumber amidst the songs of whales, only to awaken beneath the projection of the aurora. Even the base has discreetly synchronized their schedules. Morning exercises, whale songs, aurora observations, and midnight strolls. A long-lost smiley face has reappeared in Feng Wuhen's journal. However, the same morning light that graced the end of the corridor bore a different temperature. Optimus Prime stood in the shadows, his knuckles pressed against the wall, leaving faint indentations on the metallic surface. He observed the two seated closely together in the dining hall. Elon delicately wiped the cocoa smudge from Feng Wuhen's lips, the gesture as natural as breathing. And Feng Wuhen did not flinch. Jealousy slithered forth like a venomous serpent, emerging slowly from the dark recesses of his chest, coiling around his core. Rationality whispered to him, Elon is a creation of darkness, a pawn of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet emotion roared in protest. The one who once smiled at you now smiles at another. He recalled the nights he spent crafting the Starlight Manual for Feng Wuhen. Remembered how, after losing the leadership module, he could only cling to survival using the energy of the Cosmic Emperor, and how Elon could seize all attention with merely a gentle gaze. His fingertips unconsciously tightened, turning his knuckles pale. On the night of November 9th, in the main control room of the base's defense system, Optimus Prime donned a dark purple cloak identical to Elon's, his faceplate cloaked in optical camouflage. His pupils adjusted to a warm amber hue. He implanted a disguise code within the defense system, camouflaging the Cosmic Emperor's beacon as Yi Lan's biological signature. draining the main cannon's coolant to masquerade as sabotage, editing the surveillance logs to retain only the silhouette of Yi Lan lingering near the cannon's muzzle. Upon completing these actions, he stood beside the main cannon, personally pulling out the last fuse. Sparks flew, illuminating a fleeting moment of anguish in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, "but I cannot bear to watch him be so close to you." At 0615 on November 10th, the main cannon's cooling system overloaded, triggering a chain explosion. Flames consumed half of the weapon bay, yet fortunately, there were no casualties. The sound of alarms shattered the snowy morning as Feng Wuhen, barefoot, rushed into the control room, his dark purple cloak billowing in the heat. "Who did this?" His voice, for the first time, bore a hint of fury. Optimus Prime emerged from the shadows, holding a melted data pad, his expression grave. "I have examined the residual code. The biometric signatures match Yelan." "Impossible." Feng Wuhen instinctively positioned himself in front of Yelan. Optimus lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. "I wish it were not so. However, the beacon signal is entirely consistent with that of the Cosmic Emperor, and only he could have written this code." Yelan stood still, the amber light of his optical lens slightly contracting, yet he offered no defense. He turned to Feng Wuhen, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of shattering trust. "Wuhen, do you believe in me?" Feng Wuhen remained silent, his fingertips trembling. That night, Feng Wuhen confined Yelan to the isolation chamber. The walls were transparent, and the two exchanged glances across an energy barrier. Yelan knelt on one knee, his palm pressed against the barrier, as if separated by an insurmountable cosmos. "I did not do it," he insisted, each word trembling. "I know you didn't." Feng Wuhen replied hoarsely, yet the evidence lay before them. Evidence can be fabricated. Yelan looked up, his eyes reddening. "I will only ask you this. Are you willing to hear my explanation?" Feng Wuhen lowered his gaze, his thumb absently tracing an old scar on his right wrist, a wound that Yelan had kissed countless times. "Give me time," he finally said. In the depths of night, Optimus stood alone in the wrecked weapons chamber, clutching the safety pin he had personally removed. The azure core within his chest flickered weakly, as if on the verge of extinguishing. "I envy him," he murmured to the air. "Envy that he can easily elicit your smile. Envy that he can accompany you to witness the aurora without the shackles of leadership. Yet, I fear more. Fear that you might truly fall for a shadow and forget the days we once stood together." He raised his hand, clenching the safety pin tightly, the metal piercing his fingers, yet he felt no pain. "If the truth will make you hate me, then so be it. At least you will only hate me." On November 11th, a hearing was convened at the base. Feng Wuhen occupied the central seat, flanked by Optimus Prime and Shockwave. Yelan was brought in, his wrists bound by suppression rings, yet he stood tall with unwavering posture. The Supreme Zhen Tian cast a glance at the evidence, his brows furrowing deeply. The code indeed bore the hallmark of Yelan, yet the timestamp had been artificially altered. Tianjiao added, "At the time of the coolant drainage, Yelan was accompanying me in the whale song room for tuning." Feng Wuhen's gaze oscillated between the evidence and Yelan, ultimately resting upon Optimus Prime. "Do you have anything to say?" After a moment of silence, Optimus Prime slowly raised his head. "I have nothing to articulate." The air thickened, resonating solely with the faint hum of the suppression ring. The hearing was adjourned, and Yelan was placed under temporary house arrest. Feng Wuhen ascended to the rooftop alone, where the aurora danced on the horizon, as if rehearsing for an impending tempest. He caressed the scar on his right wrist, whispering, "Yelan, if you truly betray, I shall sever the chains with my own hands. But if another harms you, I will also take it upon myself to shatter that blade." Amidst the wind and snow, he raised his hand, the spark of hope igniting anew in his palm, brighter than ever before. The storm had yet to descend, yet the gentle edge of a blade lingered at every throat. The truth and falsehood, trust and jealousy, love and fear awaited the dawn's judgment. Chapter 22. The dawn's judgment. The snow at the base thickened, as if intent on burying every sound of footsteps. Feng Wuhen, clad in a thin experimental robe, stood barefoot upon the cooling pipes, the white mist of his breath condensing into droplets on the interior of his visor. He had tirelessly scrutinized the backup footage from a main cannon area across 7 levels, examining thermal images of the corridors and even the voice print records outside the whale song room. Until 0347, A segment deliberately compressed to 3 seconds flickered in a corner. A dark purple cloak, amber golden pupils, and a slender scratch on the left shoulder armor, an injury unique to Yilon. Yet Feng Wuhen recalled that Yilon had worn the suppression ring gifted by the Supreme Zhen Tian that night, and the shoulder armor had remained intact. The footage continued to play. As the figure exited their room, they instinctively raised a hand to steady themselves against the doorframe, leaving 4 parallel indentations on the metal. Feng Wuhen's breath hitched abruptly. That was Optimus Prime's habitual gesture. So was you, he murmured, his voice frozen by the snow, yet quickly igniting with fervor. 2. Confrontation amidst the ashes 0412, the ruins of the weaponry chamber. The charred steel beams lay scattered, resembling the shattered bones of a whale. Optimus Prime stood alone at the edge of the cooling pool, his fingertips brushing against the safety pin he had removed. The ethereal blue glow of the core reflected in the residual water, fracturing into countless trembling stars. You have arrived. He did not turn, yet accurately captured the rhythm of Feng Wuhen's breath. Feng Wuhen halted 5 meters away, sparks crackling in his palm, akin to thunder stifled to its utmost. Why? 3 words, akin to 3 explosive devices, rend the air asunder. Optimus Prime slowly turns, his visage eerily calm, bordering on cruel. For I am engulfed by fear. Fear of what? Fear that you shall no longer require my presence. He raises his hand, silver coolant oozing from the metallic crevices, reminiscent of blood. I fear that when you call out to him in joyous abandon, you shall forget that I once shielded you from stellar tempests. I fear that during your midnight terrors, the first embrace shall no longer be mine. I fear that you will learn to depend on others while I stand at the corridor's end, merely listening to your breaths. Windless atoms, apple rolls, yet the spark of flame grows ever more fervent. So, you intend to pin the blame upon him? To see him judged, exiled, scorned by all? Optimus Prime's voice drops to a barely audible whisper. I would rather you loathe me than gaze upon me with indifference. Windless clenches his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. You are mistaken. Hatred does not anchor a soul. It merely vacates that space entirely. He raises his hand, a blade of blinding white light unfurling from his palm, illuminating the last vestige of darkness between them. Accompany me to the conference room. Before dawn, I demand that you reveal the truth to all. At that same moment, within the isolation pod, the hum of the suppression ring abruptly ceases. The walls warping as if rippled by water. A swirling mist of deep purple and pitch black materializes, intangible yet compressing the entire space into a void. Nightfall kneels, his back taut like a drawn bow. Father, he calls softly, his voice laced with undeniable fatigue. The laughter of the cosmic emperor echoes like a billion shards of ice grinding against one another. My dear son, the game has concluded prematurely. Windless has discerned Optimus Prime's F.A. Ade, while that noble leader voluntarily ascends the judgment seat. Nightfall gazes upward, the amber-hued optics reflecting the crimson depths of the mist. Was it you who enticed him? No, I merely amplified the fractures within his heart during his most vulnerable moment. Humanity refers to this as free will. The cosmic emperor leans down, his tone as gentle as soothing a child on the precipice of slumber. Now, the choice lies with you. Let Optimus Prime be exiled. He departs, leaving only you beside Windless. You shall share the auroras, the songs of whales, every serene morning blanketed in snow, and I shall no longer intrude. Nightfall's fingertips dig deep into his palm, the suppression ring carving crimson marks around his wrist. What if I refuse? The mist suddenly converges, akin to a colossal beast retracting its fangs. Then, prior to the onset of judgment, I shall detonate the dark code within his core. The entire base shall serve as his tomb, and Windless will forever remember that it was you who caused his old friend's demise. Nightfall's breath halts for a fleeting second, and slowly exhales. I comprehend now. He rises, his spine straight as a drawn sword. But I have one condition. Speak. I yearn to deliver the truth into his hands, rather than present him with a hollow victory constructed from lies. The cosmic emperor fell silent for a moment, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. Very well. Before dawn. You still have 30 minutes. As the mist dissipated, the suppression ring was reactivated, emitting a monotonous, ticking sound. Nightshade lowered his gaze, observing the indistinct reflection of himself upon the metallic floor. Wuhen, wait for me. 0500 hours, the central conference dome of the base. The aurora streamed through the transparent alloy, resembling a flowing green silk, casting a chilling light upon every face. All senior commanders, Zhun Tianzun, Cai Tianjiao, Tianzhu, and Gang Su, were present. Optimus Prime stood at the center of the circular judgment seat, his hands bound by energy locks, the core of fire exposed, flickering with a faint azure glow. Wuhen occupied the main seat, a restored surveillance footage hovering before him. The images advanced frame by frame. Optimus draping himself in a cloak, adjusting his pupils, implanting code. Withdrawing fuses, each second seemed to carve a new wound upon his visage. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhun Tianzun's voice was heavy, according to regulations. Deliberately sabotaging the defense system is tantamount to treason. Cai Tianjiao turned his face away, unwilling to meet Optimus's gaze. Tianzhu rapped the table. Let's proceed to vote. Wait a moment. A deep male voice resonated from the direction of the isolation chamber. Everyone turned their heads. Nightshade entered with measured steps, the suppression ring on his wrist having been removed, leaving behind a circle of bruising. He halted beside Optimus, standing shoulder to shoulder, like two opposing lighthouses. I have something to say. Wuhan rose, his voice taut. Nightshade. Nightshade raised a hand, gesturing for him to remain calm. The one who damaged the main cannon is indeed Optimus Prime. The chamber erupted in chaos. However, he raised his voice. He did not act out of treachery, but was rather induced by the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus suddenly lifted his head, the first fissures of doubt appearing in his eyes. Nightshade turned to him, speaking in a tone low enough for only the two to hear. You believed that by destroying me, you could retain him. Yet, you did not foresee that in obliterating me, you were also obliterating yourself. Optimus's lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, but all that escaped was a choked sound. Nightshade faced the assembly once more, extending his palm. A diminutive black-purple chip hovered above it, resembling a droplet of solidified poison. This is the secret code of the Cosmic Emperor. I willingly surrender it, to demonstrate my loyalty, and to prove that Optimus's actions were not of his own volition. Wuhan descended from the main seat, advancing step by step toward Nightshade. He extended his hand, fingertips touching Nightshade's palm, where starlight and darkness pulsed in unison. Thank you, he whispered, then turned to face everyone. I propose that Optimus Prime be stripped of all duties, that the core be implanted with a confinement lock, and that he be permanently exiled to the outer ring fissure, unless he voluntarily undergoes the procedure to sever the remnants of the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness. As night falls, freedom is preserved, yet it necessitates a monthly evaluation of the spirit until all traces of hidden codes are eradicated. The esteemed Thunder and the exceptional Tianjiao exchanged a glance, simultaneously nodding in agreement. The voting concluded swiftly, 7 votes in favor, none against. Optimus Prime closed his eyes, the radiance of the core extinguished completely. I accept, he murmured, his voice reminiscent of whispers from the ocean's depths. The date, 0627, heralded the fading of the aurora, while the horizon shimmered with a crabshell blue. The exile pod stood ready, poised on the launch pad at the outermost edge of the base. Optimus donned the simplest gray armor, devoid of a cape or insignia. Windless shadows and nightfall stood side by side, silence enveloping them like snow, layering softly between the trio. I am sorry, Optimus began, addressing Nightfall. I nearly destroyed you. Nightfall shook his head, his eyes devoid of the victor's pride, filled instead with weary compassion. What you have destroyed is yourself. Windless stepped forward, pressing a small metallic box into Optimus's hand. Within it lay the complete edition of the Starfire Manual, along with the smiley symbols I had removed. If one day you no longer require the energy of the Cosmic Emperor, then open it. Optimus's fingertips trembled slightly before he firmly grasped the box. If I do not return, then do not come back, Windless interrupted, his voice choked yet resolute. But remember, no matter how vast the universe, there remains a spark of starfire that once illuminated your path. The countdown to launch commenced. Optimus cast one last glance at them, as if etching their silhouettes into the ember. The hatch sealed, the thrusters ignited, and snow was swept up by the heat wave, resembling a reverse meteor shower. Windless raised his hand, and the starfire ignited in his palm, akin to a lighthouse, or perhaps a farewell. Nightfall gently grasped his other hand. The warmth of his palm at 38 degrees, sufficient to melt the hardest snow. The snowfall ceased. The distant sound of whale songs echoed, prolonged and expansive. Windlass and Nightfall walked side by side down the corridor back to their dormitory, their shadows stretching long in the morning light. "I almost agreed to the Cosmic Emperor just now," Nightfall suddenly remarked, his voice as soft as the falling snow. Windlass halted, turning to face him. "I know. So why did you not stop me?" "Because I knew you would choose the most arduous path." Windlass raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the bruise on Nightfall's wrist. "And also because I promised you that if someone else harmed you, I would personally sever that blade." Nightfall smiled, the amber light reflecting in his optical lenses, suffused with the dawn's first rays. "Now, Optimus has departed. You're left with me." Windlass clasped his hand, their fingers intertwining. "No, it is you who have me, and I embrace it willingly." In the distance, the base's announcement system crackled to life, signaling the commencement of a new day's agenda. Morning exercises, whale songs, aurora observations, and late-night strolls. Two names appear side by side on the same line. The wind and snow have ceased, and the gentle blade has quietly returned to its sheath. Yet, their story has merely begun. Chapter 23. Confession in a Sea of Flowers. On the 31st morning since the departure of the Pillar of Support, the ice cap above the Aurora Spine base finally began to fracture. Massive ice shards crashed against the protective shield, resonating with a crisp thud, like a belated drumbeat marking the end of a protracted winter. The studio of Windlass was nestled within the innermost part of the research zone, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the auroral belt. Over the past month, he had nearly transformed this space into a second bedroom. The desk was cluttered with unfiled military readiness reports, whale song spectrograms, and auroral energy curves. In the corner stood 2 pots of edelweiss, secretly moved in by Nightfall, now sprouting delicate lavender buds. Every day at 7:30, he would promptly activate the terminal, dedicating 15 minutes to finalize the accumulated documents from the previous night. By 7:45, the familiar sound of footsteps would echo in the corridor, light, steady, accompanied by the crisp clatter of metal heels against the floor. At that moment, he would leap to his feet, taking 2 steps for every 3, flinging the door open to draw in the figure who stood a head taller than himself. "Good morning." Nightfall would always respond with a smile. "Good morning," Windlass echoed, his tone akin to that of ensuring a cherished treasure remained intact. Days flowed like a tranquil river, washing away the echoes of explosions, exile, and judgment into distant memories. Together, they engaged in morning exercises, with the whale song resonator cycling through deep blue nocturne. They burned the midnight oil, Nightfall meticulously adjusting the temperature of the energy cocoa to 38 degrees, while Windlass would contribute 2 toffees. They gazed at the aurora from the rooftop, and halfway through, Nightfall would surreptitiously drape a cloak over Windlass's shoulders, feigning nonchalance as they stared into the sky. The base quietly merged their schedules into a singular line. Even the dining hall's automated ordering system defaulted to an extra serving of strawberry jam for Nightfall, while Windlass opted for none. Yet, within Windlass's heart, a flicker of flame ignited, initially a faint warmth, growing ever brighter until it became nearly unbearable. This flicker was known as love. On March 14th, the northern hemisphere of Earth welcomed early spring. 17 kilometers southwest of the base lay a valley nourished by geothermal springs. Once an old mining pit during a bygone era, it had transformed over a decade as groundwater surged forth, laden with a wealth of minerals, birthing an entire lowland flower sea. When Windlass discovered it on the satellite map, the flower sea was bathed in the roseate glow of the setting sun. He gazed at the vibrant hues for an extended period, long enough for the terminal to autolock, reflecting the faint blush on his ears. "This is the place," he whispered softly. On March 17th, as work came to a close, Windlass signed the final page of the document and lifted his gaze toward Nightfall, who was watering the edelweiss by the window. "Change your clothes. I'm taking you somewhere." Nightfall set down the spray bottle, tilting her head. "Is it far? Should I bring a weapon?" "Not far." The wind, gentle and unseen, smiled as it accompanied them. They embarked on their journey aboard a lightweight glider, soaring over the melting glaciers and the deep azure sea. After 20 minutes, the glider descended at the edge of a floral paradise. As Elon stepped out of the cabin, he was momentarily entranced by the sight before him, a mesmerizing expanse of swaying lavender and pristine white, Icelandic poppies, edelweiss, Arctic swallowtails, and the early violet of spring. A breeze swept up from the valley floor, lifting petals into the air like a snowfall that would never melt. Elon reached out, a petal landing delicately on his fingertip, illuminated by the warm glow of his metallic joints. It seemed the earth, too, concealed its tenderness in this place. Feng Wuhen stood beside him, his heartbeat resonating as if it could awaken the entire floral sea. The two wandered along a stone path, warmed slightly by geothermal heat. The soil beneath their feet was soft, infused with the scent of sulfur and grass. Elon quietly activated the scanner, documenting the wavelengths of each flower. Feng Wuhen, however, recorded Elon, capturing the arc of his nose as he bowed his head and the curve of his lips as he reached to touch a petal. Upon reaching the heart of the floral expanse, they discovered a naturally elevated basalt platform, embraced by the blooms, resembling a solitary island. Feng Wuhen halted and turned around. Elon, puzzled yet still smiling, remarked on the beauty of the scenery. In the next moment, he was enveloped in an embrace scented with fresh grass. Feng Wuhen's arms encircled Yilan's back with a force that felt as though he wished to meld him into the core of the earth. Yilan's eyes widened slightly, reflections of trembling eyelashes appearing in his optical lens, just as Feng Wuhen uttered a syllable. It was interrupted by a kiss that descended upon him, a kiss both awkward and fervent, imbued with the lingering sweetness of cocoa, the bitterness of edelweiss, and a hint of anxious tremor. Elon froze for a moment, then closed his eyes, his palm resting gently on Feng Wuhen's lower back, tightening ever so slightly. The wind lifted petals, brushing against their cheeks like a silent applause. Time slipped away unnoticed until Feng Wuhen gradually withdrew, their foreheads touching, breaths coming in quick succession. Elon, his voice was low and husky, carrying the weight of an entire spring within those 3 words. I love you. Yilan's fingertips trembled against Feng Wuhen's back. He loved him so deeply that he longed to guard this floral sea, to protect the auroras, the songs of whales, the earth itself, until the end of the universe. Drawing a deep breath, it felt as though he finally sheathed a blade that had been suspended for 30 days. Will you be my partner and help me safeguard our planet? Elon did not respond immediately. He lifted his hand to cradle Feng Wuhen's face, his thumb brushing gently across the damp corner of his eye. Wuhen, do you know what I am? I carry the dark code of the Cosmic Emperor, the shadows that you cannot eradicate. Being with me means living forever in the unknown dangers. Feng Wuhen grasped his wrist, his gaze resolute like the aurora piercing through the ice. I know. I'm also aware that when you accompanied the celestial champion in the whale song chamber, when you draped your cloak over my shoulders upon the rooftop, and when you stood forth to surrender the chip on the day of the hearing, you had already chosen to stand by our side. Codes may be unraveled, dangers may be calculated, yet the heartbeat never lies. As the night deepens, my fingertips tighten gradually, as if grasping the last piece of driftwood. But what if one day I lose control? Then I shall raise this hand, wind without trace, and ignite the sparks between my fingers to bring you back, just as today, pulling you into this sea of blossoms. Nightlawn finally smiled, her radiance outshining the entire floral expanse. I am willing. He knelt upon one knee, akin to an ancient knight pledging fealty to his sovereign, or a devotee bowing before the divine. I am willing to be your companion, to be your family, to be your only sanctuary. Together, we shall guard the flower sea, the aurora, the whale song, until the universe falls into silence, until the end of time. Wind without trace bent down, intertwining his fingers with his, lifting him from the ground. In the heart of the flower sea, they embraced, petals cascading gently around them, settling upon their shoulders, hair tips, and eyelashes. Suddenly, Wind without trace recalled something, retrieving a small metallic ring from his pocket, forged from the remains of a destroyed main cannon, inscribed with their initials on the inside and outside. The ring. He felt a bit shy. I made this myself. It might be a bit rough. Nightlawn took the ring, a mist forming in the optical lens. It fits perfectly. He slid the ring onto the 4th finger of his left hand, and the gentle chime of metal against metal resonated. The next moment, he initiated a kiss with Wind without trace. This time, no longer a hesitant exploration, but a profound kiss laden with promise, like the deep frequencies of whale song, like the pulses of the aurora, like the tides of the flower sea surging in the spring breeze. In the evening, a glider swept over the sea of blossoms, casting long shadows. Wind without trace sat in the pilot's seat. Nightlawn nestled beside him, his head resting on his shoulder. When we return, shall we designate this flower sea as part of the ecological reserve? Very well. And every spring thereafter, we shall return. Indeed, we must also bring along cocoa, the whale's song resonator, and snowdrop seedlings. Agreed. Night Lawn laughed, his voice fragmented by the wind and scattered into the twilight. Is it all you can say? Wind without trace tilted his head, kissing his temple. For what I possess is far beyond mere good. As night fell, the base lights illuminated sequentially, resembling a constellation afloat upon the ocean. The glider landed steadily on the helipad, and the two emerged hand in hand from the cabin. Snowdrops swayed gently in the corner, and the whale's song echoed from afar, soft and lingering. Wind without trace suddenly halted, turning to face Night Lawn. From now on, my schedule shall include not only morning exercises, whale song, aurora observations, and late-night strolls, but also an additional commitment to accompany Night Lawn. As the night deepened, with a wink, he asked, "How much time do you need?" "All of it." He smiled, tiptoeing to place a gentle kiss at the lips of the windless night. "Then I shall give you my entirety." In the distance, the base's broadcast resonated with a soft, nocturnal reminder. No anomalies detected today. Good night to all personnel. Beneath the vastness of the starry sky, a confession amidst a sea of blossoms had inscribed the brightest prologue to their future. Chapter 24. The everlasting spark on the seventh day. Following the confession amidst the floral expanse, the base's mainframe issued a Level 1 combat alert at 0430 hours. High-dimensional rift fluctuations were detected at coordinates Jupiter 4, with an energy peak of 7,810 watts, expected to intersect with Earth's orbit in 36 hours. Windless Night sprang from his bed, while Night Lawn donned his cloak. Cosmic Emperor. They spoke in unison. Over the past week, they had shared the same headphones in the whale song chamber like all enamored couples, and inscribed each other's names upon the rooftop with projections of the aurora. Yet at this moment, the alarm tore through their sweetness, revealing unhealed dark scars beneath. Night Lawn tightened his gauntlet and turned to Windless Night. "This time, we face it together." Windless Night grasped his hand, the spark of stars dancing in his palm, echoing both a response and a vow. At 0700, in the operations conference room, a holographic star map hovered above the round table, a purplish-black rift resembling a gash, its edges curling and continuously spewing dark red lightning. Lord Jun Tian's countenance turned ashen. A code spectrum, identical to Nightland's, has been detected within the rift, but its energy levels exceed by 3 orders of magnitude. Sai Tianjiao added grimly. Worse still, Jupiter's gravitational well is energizing it. Once the rift surpasses the Roche limit, Earth will be torn apart. Windless Night summoned a model. The only solution is to use the remaining core of the main cannon as an anchor, nailing it in place within phase space before the rift fully unfolds. However, the anchoring device requires someone to enter the rift to manually calibrate the coordinates, and it must synchronize with the Cosmic Emperor's mental domain. All eyes turned to Night Lawn. He calmly nodded. "I can do it." Yet Windless Night abruptly stood. "I disagree." Night Lawn raised his gaze, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Windless, only I can understand his language. If I do not go, Earth will perish, and you shall also meet your end. I cannot bear to lose my home once more." Windless Night's knuckles whitened, but he slowly released his grip. "Then I shall accompany you." Lord Gentian spoke solemnly. "The anchoring cockpit can only accommodate one." Windless Night inhaled deeply. "Then let me be the anchor. My spark is the inverse frequency of the Cosmic Emperor's energy and can counteract his interference. Night Lawn will handle the calibration. I will ignite the spark." Night Lawn opened his mouth to protest, but Windless Night raised a hand to silence him. "This time, it is my turn to protect you." At 1800 hours, amidst the ruins of the weaponry chamber, the remnants of the destroyed main cannon had been reforged into a 3-meter-tall prismatic anchor. The surface of the prism is adorned with a meticulously crafted starfire matrix by Feng Wuhen, resembling countless flowing galaxies. As Elan inserts the final coordinate chip into the core, she gazes up at Feng Wuhen and declares, "The ring, I wear it." Feng Wuhen smiles in response. "So do I." The metallic bands on their ring fingers glimmer under the light, reflecting a shared radiance. Zhen Tianzuan hands them 2 small signal rods. If the anchoring fails, detonate them. At least it will create an escape route through the rift. Feng Wuhen accepts the rods, casually inserting one at her waist. "We shall not fail." With reddened eyes, Cai Tianjiao places a bouquet of snowdrop flowers into Yi Lan's hands. When you return, use these for the wedding. Yi Lan looks down and kisses the petals. It's a promise. In 2213, the anchoring device is launched. The small shuttle, Dawn's Blade, streaks into the rift, trailing a blue-white tail flame. Inside the cabin, Feng Wuhen occupies the main control seat, the Starfire matrix spreading along her arm, resonating with the anchor pillar. Yi Lan stands at the auxiliary console, her pupils shifting to amber gold, her neural link directly interfacing with the Cosmic Emperor's mental frequency. Within the rift, there is no up or down, only swirling dark red and deep purple, reminiscent of a shattered dream. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor reverberates from all directions. My dear son, you have finally returned with a gift. Yi Lan's breath catches, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Feng Wuhen frees one hand, entwining her fingers with his. Listen to my frequency, not his. The starfire flows into Yi Lan's body through their clasped hands, forming a warm barrier that isolates the whispers from the outside. As the coordinates calibrate to 997, the rift suddenly constricts, and a colossal hand of black mist lunges towards the shuttle. Anchoring failure threshold reached. The ship's alarm blares. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuhen channels all the starfire into the core, his pupils turning pure white. Then let us gamble. He forcefully presses the ignition button. The anchor pillar explodes into countless points of light, akin to a supernova's eruption. The points coalesce into chains, one end fastening to the rift's edge, the other entwining with Feng Wuhen's fire core. Excruciating pain pierces his nerves like 1,000 daggers, and he lets out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yi Lan rushes over, shielding him with her body, her mental domain fully unleashed, colliding head-on with the Cosmic Emperor. Father, she screams, her voice transforming into tangible ripples in the vacuum. This is my own choice. My destiny is not darkness, but him. The Cosmic Emperor's roar rends space. Yet upon encountering the starfire chains, it sizzles and burns. The rift begins to collapse, resembling the tightening mouth of a drawstring bag. In the final second, Feng Wuhen thrusts the signal rod into Yi Lan's hand, expending his last strength to push her away. Go. With tears in her eyes, Yi Lan clutches his wrist tightly. If we go together. The starfire chains abruptly contract, the rift sealing shut, propelling both of them outward. 0000. Outside the base's orbit, the shuttle lies in tatters, resembling a paper crane scorched by fire, yet miraculously remains intact. The hatch opens, and Yi Lan carries the unconscious Feng Wuhen out, cradled in her arms. In the first instance, Zhen Tianzuan rushed forward, enveloping both individuals in a mist of emergency nanobots. Cai Tianjiao cried until her voice faltered, yet she did not forget to pin the snowflower beside Feng Wuhen's ear. Within the medical chamber, Feng Wuhen's erratic heart monitor steadied to a calm rhythm. Yi Lan sat beside the bed, holding his hand, the ring on her ring finger gleaming faintly yet defiantly alongside the foredrip. On the dawn of the third day, Feng Wuhen's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight was Yi Lan's reddened eyes. The chasm had closed. Her voice was hoarse, yet laced with joy. The earth was safe. Feng Wuhen exhaled in relief, then furrowed his brow. Your spiritual domain has been severed. Yi Lan raised her hand, her fingertip igniting with a pure blue light. The Cosmic Emperor's dark code, cleansed by the spark of your starfire. Now, I am merely Yi Lan. Feng Wuhen smiled, tears streaming down his temples and soaking into the pillow. Yi Lan leaned down, kissing away his tears. Once you are discharged, we shall visit the flower sea and plant the snow flowers. And then hold a wedding? Yes, and then hold a wedding. A month later, at the heart of the flower sea, a basalt platform was adorned with a pristine white carpet, flanked by transplanted whale song resonators playing variations of Deep Blue Nocturne. Zhen Tianzuan served as the officiant, while Cai Tianjiao acted as the flower girl, and Tianzhu was responsible for releasing the Aurora drones. Feng Wuhen donned a deep blue suit, a small bouquet of snow flowers pinned to his chest. Yi Lan draped herself in a matching cloak, the collar embroidered with starfire patterns. Standing opposite each other, the rings on their ring fingers refracted a single rainbow under the sunlight. Zhen Tianzuan cleared his throat. In the presence of the stars and the flower sea, do you wish to become each other's soul partner? I do. At once, the Aurora drones ascended, crafting two overlapping hearts against the sky. Guests cheered, petals fell like rain. Feng Wuhen stood on tiptoe, kissing Yulon. This time, there was no explosion, no judgment, no farewell. Only flowers, only wind, only the everlasting starfire. On the night of the wedding, the base log was updated. Feng Wuhen and Yilon officially became partners, jointly serving as the commanders of the Earth-Jupiter defense line. The coordinates of the Flower Sea were designated as a permanent protected area, numbered. The whale's song channel added a daily greeting to the starfire, to the Flower Sea, to the never-ending aurora. And in the distant ruins of the chasm, a slender spark of starfire quietly burned, as if someone were softly whispering in the dark. May your life be gentle and illuminated. May my remaining fire shine bright, guiding you home. Chapter 25, Familiar Faces. Strange Shadows, Earth Year, 2025, December 20th, 3 days after the winter solstice. The space bridge at the spine of Dawn Base emitted a low-frequency whale call. A ghostly blue halo slowly rotating against the Saharan night sky. Feng Wuhen held Yilan's hand, standing at the edge of the transition platform. Are you ready? As long as you are present, every place feels like home. The ring of twilight has long since vanished, yet it leaves a crimson mark on the ring finger, reminiscent of an everlasting starfire. The transition commences, starlight folding into a tunnel, and the figures of two individuals transform into a stream of light, heading straight for Cybertron. Cybertron's rotation period is 15 hours, and the golden dust cascades like liquid metal from the heavens. On the tarmac of Iron Fortress Airport, the ancient landing lights flicker to life one by one, casting a reflection of Megatron's imposing yet slightly rigid silhouette. Behind him stand Ambulance, Ironhide, Jazz, and the recently returned RC from the Outer Rings. They all await the leader who once stood shoulder to shoulder with them across the apocalyptic rift and has since vanished into silence during exile, anticipating Optimus Prime's return to his homeland. The shuttle, Dawn's Blade, glides down and the hatch opens. Megatron strides forward, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth after a long absence. However, in the next moment, the smile freezes. What meets his gaze is not the familiar red and blue of memory, but a figure cloaked in dark purple, the tall silhouette of a golden amber optical lens. The face resembles Optimus Prime's, yet carries an entirely different warmth. Megatron steps halt abruptly, his knuckles producing a faint metallic sound against his palm. He senses a string within his core, snapping sharply. Wind Whisper leads Twilight down the gangway, the sound of boots meeting the deck sharp and clear. Megatron. Wind Whisperer nods in acknowledgement, his tone calm, introducing, "This is Twilight, my partner." The air seems to plummet to absolute zero in that instant. Ambulance's optical lens contracts abruptly, and the medical scanner pops out uncontrollably. Ironhide's fingers tap out a restless rhythm on his cannon. Jazz's smile remains, yet it turns to ice. RC takes a half step back, her hand instinctively reaching for the twin firearms at her back. Megatron takes a deep breath of non-existent air, his core feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Partner?" He repeats the word, his voice hoarse. "Wind Whisper, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Wind Whisper raises his gaze, the starfire quietly burning deep within his pupils. "I am fully aware." Megatron's attention shifts to Twilight, like two beams of cold magnetic railguns. "Who are you?" Twilight slightly inclines her head, her voice gentle yet unwavering. "I am Twilight, a former product of darkness, currently one of the joint commanders of the Earth-Jupiter defense line, and also the lawful partner of Wind Whisper." Each word strikes like nails, embedding themselves into the cores of everyone present. Ambulance is the first to speak, his voice cold enough to freeze the airport's wind. "You wear Optimus Prime's face yet claim to be his partner? Do you know what Optimus sacrificed for Earth for us?" Ironhide instinctively steps forward, his cannon transforming with a click. "Kid, no matter where you came from, you'd best return to your universe immediately." Jazz placed a reassuring hand on Ironhide's shoulder, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Calm down, Ironhide. Perhaps he merely bears a resemblance." Yet, all present understood that this was no mere likeness. The contours, the lines, even the curvature of the shoulder blades were identical to their leader, etched in memory. The only difference lay in the eyes. Optimus Prime's blue, reminiscent of the dawn sky, and the amber gold of Nightshade, akin to a furnace at dusk. Nightshade's hand, resting at his side, tightened slightly, knuckles whitening. Windblade stepped forward, positioning himself between Nightshade and the Autobots. "I comprehend your astonishment. But Nightshade is neither a substitute nor a replica. He and Optimus share the same spark, yet they have chosen divergent paths. He has saved the Earth, and he has saved me. The sound of Ratchet's voice sliced through the air like a scalpel against metal. Saved? What proof does this dark creation offer of his loyalty? What of Optimus's exile? Does he not bear some responsibility? Nightshade lifted his gaze, resolute. He does. However, the exile was Optimus's own choice. I have not sought to deepen his wounds. In contrast, he opened his palm, revealing a small silver chip that lay quietly within. This was the backup key to Optimus's core confinement lock. A token brought solely for the day he could return it to him personally. Megatron's core throbbed violently, as if cast into the heart of a star. He recalled the last time he beheld Optimus, standing before the viewport of the exile pod, that solitary figure upright, like a broken sword still pointing toward the horizon. He remembered calling out through the glass, "Wait for me," yet ultimately failing to catch the departing vessel. Now, a figure with the same visage as Optimus stood in the glow of the airfield, accepting the blessings of the crowd. Anger, jealousy, sorrow, confusion, all emotions roiled within his chest, coalescing into a chilling inquiry. What gives you the right? Nightshade did not flinch. My love for him and the fact that he chose me. Megatron's knuckles creaked under the burdensome weight, the energy cannon in his palm flickering ominously. Windblade raised his hand, and sparks coalesced at his fingertips, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Nightshade completely. Enough. His voice, though low, reverberated through the gathered Autobots. I brought Nightshade here not to seek anyone's approval, but to announce that the alliance between Earth and Cybertron requires a new commander. Nightshade and I shall serve together. Any doubts may be voiced at tomorrow's assembly, but tonight, he is my guest and my partner. The atmosphere of the airfield was taut like a drawn bowstring. Ratchet ultimately retracted his scanner, turning away with heavy steps. Ironhide spat, retracting his cannon but deliberately bumping against Nightshade's shoulder. Jazz shrugged at Windblade, his smile tinged with reluctant apology. RC, passing by, whispered softly, "Do not let him tarnish that face." As the night deepened, the footsteps hesitated slightly, while Feng Wuhen grasped tighter in silence. Standing still, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was not until the lights of the airfield extinguished that he gradually relaxed his fist, leaving 4 deep imprints on his palm. The old embassy district of Iron Fortress was illuminated, the suite allocated to Feng Wuhen aglow. Nightlawn sat by the window, the amber gold optical lens reflecting the night sky of Cybertron, devoid of auroras, only cold white stars and dark red dust belts. Feng Wuhen entered with 2 cups of energon, placing them on the coffee table, the cups clinking melodiously. "They despise me," Nightlawn murmured. "They merely require time to adjust," Feng Wuhen replied, seating himself across from him, his hand covering Nightlawn's fingers. "Hatred stems from fear, and fear arises from the unknown. Let's take our time, shall we?" Nightlawn lowered his gaze, his fingertips tracing the cup's rim. "What I fear is that I may drag you down with me." Feng Wuhen leaned forward, his forehead touching Nightland's. "From the day in the sea of flowers, I resolved that through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall stand beside you. The starlight of Cybertron is frigid, yet I shall illuminate it for you." Outside the window, the shadow of the Iron Fortress tower loomed over the street, resembling an inverted sword. An ambulance stationed atop the tower, its optical lens focused on the embassy's lights, the voice deep. "We cannot allow a dark creation, bearing the visage of Optimus Prime, to ascend to the position of Supreme Commander." Iron Skin snorted coldly, then let him depart on his own. Jazz toyed with a tuning fork in his hand, his gaze obscure. "Perhaps we can persuade him to leave voluntarily." RC remained silent, her grip on her dual pistols tightening, her knuckles paling. The lights of the embassy had not dimmed throughout the night. Feng Wuhen and Nightlawn sat side by side on the balcony, watching the dawn of Cybertron gradually ascend the horizon. The first beam of light illuminated Nightland's profile, casting a silhouette identical to Optimus Prime's, yet imbued with a distinctly different tenderness and fragility. Feng Wuhen clasped his hand tightly, as if holding a candle flame that might extinguish at any moment. "Tomorrow, at the council," he stated. "Indeed, whatever transpires, I will be there." Nightlawn turned to him, offering a faint smile, akin to the first flower blooming in the snow. "I know." At that moment, In the shadows of Iron Fortress, a web targeting Nightlon was quietly tightening. Chapter 26. The Leader's Return? On the night of November 30th. In the hangar of the Spine of Dawn, Nightlon stood alone before the jump ship. The crimson imprint of his ring under the dim light, resembling a wick on the verge of extinguishing. He pressed the whale song recorder Feng Wuhen had gifted him to his chest, repeatedly playing the last line. Do not leave. Stay to witness this year's first aurora. Yet the wind from outside the hangar still seeped in, carrying the distinctive metallic snow of Iron Fortress. Nightlon took a deep breath, his fingertips tapping the control panel to input the coordinates. Asteroid Belt Transit Station. Once the jump was initiated, he could depart from Cybertron, ensuring Feng Wuhen would no longer face torment. As the engine was warmed to 47, a dark purple cloak shielded the light beam. Windless Trace stood at the hatch, his breath crystallizing into white mist in the chill air. Where are you heading? To a place devoid of your presence. Nightfall endeavored to steady his voice. I can no longer burden you. Windless Trace grasped his hand, the warmth radiating like a core of fire. Let Cybertron decide for itself, rather than you fleeing alone. The primary star of Cybertron had yet to rise above the horizon, yet the square outside the Iron Fortress Assembly Hall was already teeming with Autobots. The morning light, sharp as a blade, cleaved through the remnants of night, illuminating faces wrought with anger, fear, or numbed apathy. A massive holographic screen incessantly replayed Nightfall's silhouette, bearing a visage indistinguishable from Optimus Prime, emblazoned with a glaring label in crimson, Dark Product Imposter. The loudspeakers echoed a singular refrain. Today's agenda. Does Nightfall merit remaining on Cybertron? There was no discussion, no defense, as if the outcome had long been inscribed, awaiting only the applause of the assembly. Within the assembly hall, the circular seats were filled to capacity. Megatron sat at the center of the judgment platform, his demeanor frigid. Ratchet, Ironhide, Jazz, and RC occupied their designated seats, their badges reflecting a cold glimmer. Windless Trace and Nightfall stood side by side on the central dais, their fingers entwined, akin to two reeds bracing against the tempest. Nightfall's cloak, deep purple as the night, bore a hem stitched with a circle of pristine white, a testament to Windless Trace's delicate handiwork from the previous night, symbolizing the snowflower of Earth. In that moment, that circle of white became almost painfully ironic under the scrutiny of all present. Megatron struck the gavel, the metallic sound reverberating through the dome. The agenda commenced. The voting began. There was no debate, no presentation of evidence, not even an opportunity for Nightfall to speak. The representatives of the populace raised their red armbands in unison in opposition. 0 in favor. 0 abstention. Dark Product, get out. He does not deserve to stand beside Secretary Wind. Using the face of a leader to sway the hearts of many, it's revolting. The invectives surged like a tide, each wave more vehement than the last. Some brandished black mirrors fashioned from scrap metal, refracting harsh light directly at Nightfall's optics. Others splattered the dais with oil, the dark liquid blossoming into a murky flower upon the white carpet. Nightfall's hand hung by his side, trembling slightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. Windless Trace stepped aside, attempting to shield him from the piercing gazes, only to be gently halted by Nightfall. Do not shield me, he whispered. I wish to hear it all. On the voting board, the red column ascended steadily, ultimately resting at 100. Megatron gripped the gavel, his voice akin to a dull blade scraping against steel. The result is expulsion. He lifted his gaze to Nightfall, his expression complex. Yet he ultimately refrained from uttering the words for immediate execution. Nightfall slowly released Windless Trace's hand and took a step forward. I accept. The 3 words fell lightly, like snowflakes, yet ignited an even greater uproar within the assembly hall. Did you hear that? He asked, faltering. Return to the dark universe. The pupils of Windless narrowed sharply, and sparks ignited at his fingertips. I shall not accept this. He turned to face the crowd, his voice resonating with a roar for the first time. You wield prejudice as a blade, and fear as its sheath. He saved Earth, rescued Cybertron, and saved each and every one of you. Yet he bears the visage of Optimus Prime. A voice from the audience interrupted, declaring loudly that such a face belongs to a leader, not to darkness. Windless rebuttal was drowned out by a more tumultuous tide. Nightlon turned to him, forcing a semblance of a comforting smile, yet it appeared more tragic than tears. Enough, Windless. I do not wish for your hardship. nor do I want you to stand against me and all of Cybertron. I shall depart. He raised his hand, yearning for one last touch upon Winless' face. Yet it halted mid-air, as though even this gesture had become a luxury. Just as Megatron lifted the hammer once more, preparing to announce immediate deportation, the dome of the assembly hall suddenly darkened. A brilliant blue beam descended from above, piercing through the metallic ceiling without causing any damage, akin to a gentle dawn. Within the beam, a familiar figure began to descend slowly, clad in red and blue armor, the star sword suspended behind him, and optical lenses as clear as a cloudless sky. An instant silence enveloped the assembly hall, even the sound of breathing ceased. Everyone widened their optical lenses, as if witnessing the impossible miracle. Optimus Prime? The datapad in Ratchet's hand clattered to the ground. Ironhide as cannon arms hung limply, uncontrollably. RC covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Among the crowd, some knelt, while others proclaimed the leader's name with fervor. Megatron's hammer hung in the air, his knuckles turning white from exertion. However, none noticed the faint upward curve of Optimus's lips, a smile so subtle it nearly resembled tenderness. Nor did anyone perceive the fleeting dark purple within the depths of his azure optics. He surveyed the entire assembly, his gaze sweeping past Megatron, past Ratchet, past the fervent populace, ultimately resting on Nightlawn and Windless. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the sound of his boots striking the ground resonated like ancient war drums, echoing the rhythm of a heartbeat. He stood resolutely at the center of the platform, raising the star sword high, its blade reflecting countless cold stars beneath the dome's light. Silence. 2 words, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. The assembly hall fell utterly silent. The very air seemed to solidify. Optimus's voice, though not raised, clearly reached every individual audio receptor. From this moment forth, Nightlawn, in the name of Brotherhood as leader and in the name of Windless as partner, shall be granted permanent residency on Cybertron. Any who spread rumors or incite hatred, I shall personally execute. A profound silence ensued. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted into even wilder cheers. Yet this time, their adulation was not directed at expelling darkness, but rather at the return of their leader. The ambulance bent down, retrieving the datapad, fingers trembling. Ironhide glanced at Optimus Prime, then at Nightfall, the patterns on his visage cracking for the first time. Jazz lowered his eyelids, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. Megatron slowly set down the hammer, his voice barely audible. You have finally returned. Optimus turned his head, offering a slight nod, his smile imbued with the serenity of a victor, yet tinged with compassion for an old friend. The covenant of the 6 brothers. Nightfall stood rooted, as if all strength had been drained from him. He gazed at Optimus, his lips quivering, yet no sound emerged. Optimus turned, the star sword aimed at Nightfall, the blade halting just an inch from his chest. Brother, he spoke softly, his words carrying an undercurrent only they could comprehend. Your grievances end here. Your position, I shall protect. Your partner, I shall safeguard. All I seek is for you not to leave again. Nightfall's eyes instantly reddened. Windblight stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Nightfall, bowing deeply to Optimus. Thank you. Optimus retracted his sword, the depths of his azure optics flickering with dark purple once more. He turned to face the crowd, his voice resonating like a bell. The meeting is adjourned. In 3 days, at Iron Fortress Square, I shall personally conduct the commendation ceremony for Nightfall and Windblight. At that time, any dissent shall be settled under the sword. Outside the Senate Hall, the crowd ebbed like a receding tide, yet none dared to look back. The ambulance caught up with Optimus, urgency in his tone. Are you truly you? Optimus paused, glancing at him with a gentle smile. Indeed, without a doubt. The ambulance's scanner swept over his spark, yet the data remained obscured, as if deliberately shrouded by a higher dimensional force. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Ironhide watched Optimus's silhouette from a distance, murmuring, the leader has returned. But Jazz whispered to himself, perhaps it is not just the leader who has come back. Nightfall and Windblight returned to the embassy district, closing the door, finally shedding all pretense. Windblight embraced him tightly, his voice choked. You need not leave again. Nightfall buried his face in his shoulder, tears soaking his cloak, but I fear that he is not the true him. Windblight looked up, gazing at the silhouette of the Iron Fortress Tower outside the window. where a flash of intertwined azure and dark purple light flickered and vanished. Regardless of whether it is or not, he softly said, at least in this moment, we are permitted to stay, and in the future, we shall face it together. The night in Iron Fortress, for the first time, was devoid of alarms and insults. Only the wind swept over the tower's pinnacle, carrying whispers from the distant stars. That voice seemed to say, the Ritter may not have truly returned, and the departed may not have truly left. The sparks of hope and the sea of flowers shall ultimately unveil the final riddle before dawn. Chapter 27. The Gift, Iron Fortress, December 2nd, evening 1830. The Central Council's dome was ablaze with light as the awarding ceremony was set to commence in an hour. Elon stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the lounge, his fingertips repeatedly smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles on his cloak. He still could not comprehend why the long-missing Optimus Prime would publicly vouch for him. Perhaps he truly considers me a friend, Elon mused softly, the amber light reflecting his anxious yet hopeful visage in the optical lens. The days and nights in Iron Fortress were fleeting. As the last vestige of golden radiance was swallowed by the towering spire, the silvery blue starry veil enveloped the entire metallic city like the membrane of a great whale. The awarding ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow morning at 0900, with the podium in the square already adorned with an alloy dome. The whale song resonator and aurora projector were meticulously calibrated, as if preparing for a grand celebration's final breath. Yet on such a night, Elon traversed the silent corridor alone, following the faint glimmer of light to knock on Optimus Prime's temporary quarters. The moment the door slid open, a soft blue illumination cascaded over Optimus Prime's red and blue armor, as if bestowing a fresh glaze upon an ancient hero. Elon? Optimus Prime stepped aside, his voice gentle. I was just looking for you. Please come in. The cabin was sparsely furnished, featuring only a low table, 2 floating chairs, and a niche quietly harboring a miniature flame lamp. The light cast 2 elongated shadows. One stood tall as ever, while the other quivered imperceptibly. Elon seated himself, placing his hands upon his knees, akin to a student before an examiner or a younger sibling reunited with an elder brother after a long separation. I have come to express my gratitude, he said, lowering his gaze, his voice soft yet resolute. Thank you for today, in the council chamber. Optimus Prime waved a dismissive hand. The emblem of the star soared glinting momentarily under the light. It was nothing. You have endured much, he paused, soft ripples appearing in the azure lens. However, I wish to hear something more personal. Your story with Xiao Feng since you became partners. For your award, I want to give you what you truly need. Elon was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushing slightly. He raised his hand, subconsciously rubbing the metallic ring on his ring finger, as if touching upon a searing moment in time. It's not as grandiose as one might think, he chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of a spring night breeze, just a series of trivial happenings. On the day of the Flowers Sea confession, Feng Wuhen had hurriedly crafted the ring, resulting in a size too large by a millimeter, yet Elon wore it willingly. On their first night back at the base, Feng Wuhen projected welcome home on the rooftop with the Aurora, only for a sudden shift in wind to transform home into pig, causing them to laugh until they rolled in the snow. Elan's first attempt at making energy cocoa for Feng Wuhen had too much toffee, rendering it excessively sweet, yet Feng Wuhen savored it sip by sip, even drawing a smiley face at the bottom of the cup. When he had nightmares at night, Feng Wuhen would hold him close, humming whale songs to soothe him, albeit always slightly off-key, like a beached whale. As Elon recounted these moments, laughter bubbled forth from him, the amber light of his optical lens curving into a crescent. Optimus Prime listened intently, occasionally nodding, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the alcove, the flickering flame of the lantern danced gently, elongating the shadows of the 2 figures, intertwining and then separating. Elon remained oblivious to the other hand of Optimus Prime resting upon his knee, where the index and middle fingers delicately clasped an almost imperceptible silver nanoworm. The creature traversed the back of his finger like a drop of mercury, silently sliding toward the table, then following the grain of the wood to Elan's wrist armor. As Elon reminisced about the time they planted snowdrop seedlings together amidst a sea of flowers, his voice softened, as if fearing to disturb the fragrant memories. He expressed, once the flowers bloom across the valley, we shall hold a second wedding, inviting friends from the entire universe. Optimus smiled, yet a hint of coldness, utterly detached from tenderness, flickered within the depths of his azure optical lenses. "It sounds as though you are very happy," he remarked softly, his fingertips subtly moving as the nanoworm adhered to Yi Lan's pulse, akin to a snowflake merging with skin. Elon merely felt a chill at his wrist, attributing it to the cabin's air conditioning, and paid it no mind. "These are the happiest moments of my life," he said, lifting his gaze to smile at Optimus, his eyes brimming with unreserved gratitude. "Thank you for being willing to listen." Optimus lowered his gaze, concealing the dark violet within, his voice as gentle as the softest breeze at night. "The story is sweet, and the gift should be equally delightful." He raised his hand, revealing a crystal ball the size of a thumb, within which floated a miniature starfire matrix. "This has been forged using the fire core frequencies of both you and Xiaofeng. No matter where you are, as long as you both hold it simultaneously, you will be able to see each other's real-time projection." Elon accepted it with delight, his fingertips brushing against the surface as the crystal ball illuminated with a soft pink glow, resembling a delicate aurora. "It's perfect," he exclaimed, enchanted by the exquisite color. He became so engrossed in it that he failed to notice his speech slowing, with his words trailing off into a dreamy haze. "I should return. Wuhen is still waiting for me." No sooner had he spoken than his body softened, like a marionette with severed strings, and he slowly collapsed onto the low table. The crystal ball rolled off the edge, producing a crisp chime. Optimus bent down to retrieve it, his fingertip gliding over its surface, causing the soft pink hue to instantly fade into a deep, shadowy violet. "Gifts must be given personally," he murmured, his voice laced with a chill that Elon had never encountered. "But first, I must ensure that you do not interfere with my next step." The nanoworm had entirely vanished into Yi Lan's wrist armor, leaving behind an almost invisible red. The dot flickered thrice before falling silent. Simultaneously, Yi Lan's consciousness was swept into an endless sea of stars. He saw Feng Wuhen waiting for him in the sea of flowers, saw him extend his hand, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. He saw Optimus standing at the edge of the flower field, his starry sword pointed toward the heavens, droplets of dark violet liquid falling from its tip. He saw himself bound by chains inscribed with the marks of betrayal, dark replacements. The illusion morphed into a distorted mirror, refracting his softest memories into the sharpest of blades. In stark contrast, in reality, he lay quietly upon the table, breathing steadily, as if merely asleep. Optimus lifted Elon, cradling him as tenderly as one would a feather. The hatch slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor at the far end, where the lights of the sleeping quarters remained aglow. At the chime of the doorbell, Feng Wuhen was engrossed in revising his award speech on the holographic screen. Upon hearing the notification, he rushed to the door. As it swung open, he was momentarily taken aback. In the embrace of Optimus Prime, Yi Lan's eyes were gently shut, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if lost in a dream from which he did not wish to awaken. He was utterly exhausted. Optimus Prime's voice was soft and soothing. "He chatted with me for a while before drifting off to sleep. I brought him back to spare you any worry." Feng Wuhen took the information with alacrity, his palm brushing lightly over Yi Lan's pulse to confirm his stable vital signs before he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you." He looked up, smiling at Optimus Prime, his eyes brimming with trust. "See you in the morning." Optimus Prime nodded and turned it apart, his silhouette elongated under the corridor lights, resembling a sword poised to unsheath. Feng Wuhen carefully placed Elon on the bed, tucking him in gently, his fingertips caressing the crystalline sphere that emitted a faint purple glow in the night, akin to a sleeping star. He leaned down to kiss Yi Lan's forehead, his voice a whisper, tender as if fearing to disturb the dream. "Good night. See you tomorrow." As the door closed, silence enveloped the room. Deep within the crystalline orb, a minuscule red dot flickered once more, reminiscent of a countdown that had quietly commenced. At the end of the corridor, Optimus Prime halted, glancing back at the closed door. In the azure optics, dark purple washed over like a tide. He raised his hand, twirling another nanobot between his fingers, and with a gentle flick, it transformed into a point of light, dissipating into the air. The gift had been delivered. He chuckled softly, his voice as silent as falling snow. For now, it was time for the protagonist to take the stage. The night on Cybertron felt longer than ever before, and the gateway to the illusion had opened. Fields of flowers and sparks would ultimately confront the sharpest of inquiries. Chapter 28. The fracture in the mirror crimson markings flickered weakly between Yi Lan's fingers, akin to a lantern on the verge of extinguishing. Each pulse of the red dot within the crystal caused a subtle furrow to form at Yi Lan's brow. Within the illusion, the pure white space began to collapse. Dark purple tendrils surging from the fissures, ensnaring his limbs, neck, and spark. He heard Feng Wuhen calling from afar, the voice muffled and distant, as if separated by a curtain of water. Wuhen! Yi Lan struggled, his magnetic wings unfurling in consciousness, only to be torn apart by the tendrils one by one. Just as his spark was about to be dragged into the abyss, the crimson markings erupted violently. It was the spark left by Feng Wuhen on the ring, igniting into a fiery line that burned through the tendrils and pierced the ceiling of the illusion. Feng Wuhen kept vigil until dawn, yet the countdown on the terminal for the awards ceremony loomed like a sword of Damocles. In 14 hours, the square would be filled with jubilant crowds. While Yi Lan remained ensconced in a deep slumber, the medical apparatus indicated stable vital signs, yet the brainwaves were ensnared in an aberrant frequency, as if locked in an unending dream. Once more, the resonance of the spark is tested. Wind Wuhan speaks in hushed tones. The ambulance, with a stern demeanor, connects to the probe, and data emerges, revealing a frequency of 0618, which perfectly aligns with the remnants of the Cosmic Emperor. He has been ensnared in an induced illusion. As the ambulance glances upward, it realizes that only 3 individuals possess the capability to execute such a method. Wind Wuhan's fingers clench tightly, turning pale, yet the answer remains lodged in his throat. One of those individuals is currently rehearsing the final address on the podium of honors. Yi Lan stands amidst a sea of flowers, while Wind Wuhan reaches out toward him from short distance. Suddenly, the earth beneath him fractures, and dark purple tendrils ensnare his ankles, dragging him toward the abyss. The voice of Wind Wuhan, calling out to Yi Lan, elongates and distorts, as if filtered through a shattered mirror. In the next instant, the floral expanse withers, the stars extinguish, leaving only the silhouette of the pillar of heaven. The star sword descends, its tip not dripping with energy fluid, but with dark purple mist. You are ultimately my shadow. The pillar of heaven turns, and his optical lens fractures into a web of black lines. Yi Lan wishes to scream, yet no sound escapes his lips. He can only watch helplessly as he becomes imprisoned within a crystalline cage. The surface of the cage reflects countless versions of himself, some weeping, others laughing, and some frantically clawing at the mirror until their fingertips bleed. When Wind Wuhan bursts into the backstage of the ceremony, the pillar of heaven is adjusting his cloak before the mirror wall. The bronze mirror reveals 2 figures, one radiant in red and blue, the other ablaze with fury. Give me the antidote, Wind Wuhan states directly. The pillar of heaven tilts his head, a perfectly measured surprise gracing his expression. What antidote? Nanoworms. Frequency locks of the illusion. Must I continue to unravel the Cosmic Emperor's remnants? The atmosphere suddenly becomes taut. After a moment, the pillar of heaven lets out a low chuckle, his fingers tapping lightly on the mirror surface. I merely gifted him a dream. In the mirror, a dark purple hue begins to rise at the edge of his optical lens, like a drop of ink dispersing in clear water. In the dream, he sees himself cast aside by you, reviled by the masses because of this very face. Once he awakens, he will understand that remaining by my side is his only sanctuary. Wind Wuhan draws forth an energy dagger, starlight entwining its blade. Release him. Very well. The pillar of heaven concedes, as the star sword unsheathes by an inch. You will be the exchange. On the small helipad behind the podium, the morning breeze stirs metallic dust. The pillar of heaven holds the crystal sphere captive, within which Yi Lan's specter continues to struggle. Transfer the spark connection to me. The pillar of heaven's voice is calm, as though negotiating a commonplace agreement. From this moment forth, your starlight belongs to me, and his freedom belongs to you. Wind Wuhan's blade points toward the ground, sparks flying. I refuse. Then he shall sleep eternally within the dream. The pillar of heaven tightens his grip, the crystal sphere cracking with fine lines. Within 24 hours, the illusion will consume his core. Wind Wuhan closes his eyes, as if witnessing the floral expanse wither, the snowflower disintegrating into dust. When he opens his eyes again, the starlight has extinguished, leaving only a realm of silent darkness. I agree. The ceremony unfolds within the abandoned energy well. Optimus Prime cleave his chest open, revealing a cerulean core, yet half of it was tainted by a dark purple encroachment. Windless, with a hand cut, blood mingled with starlight, transforming into a luminous ribbon. Once the connection was established, would I lose the starlight? No, it is merely a sharing. Optimus smiled, offering a glimpse into his dreams, his fears, his love. You shall become a part of me, and I shall be the sole light in his dreams. As the ribbon traversed the moment between their cores, the entire energy well was engulfed in white light. Windless witnessed the shattered illusion of the night, a sea of blossoms reborn. He also glimpsed Optimus's memories, the loneliness of exile, whispers from the cracks, and a maddening obsession with being replaced. As the white light dissipated, Windless collapsed to the ground. A dark purple mark resembling a chain appeared on his chest. Optimus helped him up, his voice gentle. The transaction is complete. When nightfall awoke, the chamber of the council was filled only with the sounds of breathing and heartbeat. Windless sat on the edge of the bed, his fingertip pressed against his carotid artery, confirming each pulse. How long have I slept? 13 hours and 42 minutes. Nightfall raised his hand, noticing a delicate, hairline purple mark on the inner side of his gauntlet, resembling a fragment of solidified aurora. What is this? Windless swallowed. The memory of last night's transaction condensed into a soft reassurance. Optimus utilized Starbridge technology to stabilize the remnants of the illusion. The purple mark is a synchronization imprint. It is harmless. Nightfall lowered his gaze, his fingertips brushing the chill of that mark. Truly harmless? Windless did not respond, merely resting his forehead against his shoulder. His voice barely above a whisper. Do not frighten me again. Nightfall opened his eyes, the optical lens reflecting Windless's weary face, and the additional purple mark on his wrist, identical to the one on Windless' chest. The awarding ceremony was moved to this evening. The official announcement cited alignment with the stellar tides, yet the true reason was known only to Optimus and Windless. Iron Fortress Square was cleared, with towering barriers erected around. Aerial patrols were replaced entirely by Optimus's elite guard. Even the old troops of Megatron were kept at bay. Ambulances backstage were verifying their medical arrays, repeatedly confirming any sudden psychic shock could be mitigated with a nanoseptic agent within 8 seconds. Ironhide crossed his arms, the cannon partly exposed. I trust only the leader. The rest are variables. Jazz leaned beside the sound column, adjusting a low-frequency whale song. An original master track Windless had entrusted him from Earth, now serving as an excellent guise to mask core fluctuations. At 0900, the plaza was a sea of people. Optimus raised the star sword, announcing the commencement of the ceremony. Windless and Nightfall ascended the stage side by side, the purple marks on their chests shimmering in the sunlight. The crowd cheered, unaware that those two marks had rewoven the fates of the three. Optimus's voice echoed across the square. I bestow upon Nightfall the title of Cybertron's eternal guardian, and upon Windless the medal of Starlight co-ruler. From today onward, the three shall harmonize their fire cores to collectively confront the lingering shadow of the Cosmic Emperor. The applause resounded, and drones ascended into the sky, dispersing a myriad of pristine white petals. These petals fell upon the shoulders of the trio, resembling a silent vow. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed. Optimus Prime stood solitary atop the towering edifice, gazing down upon the Iron Fortress. The dark purple patterns upon his chest shimmered in the setting sun, akin to a serpent awakening. Sharing? He chuckled softly, his fingertips caressing the patterns. No, it was a matter of soul possession. In the distance, Windless Trace guided Nightfall towards the sea of flowers. They did not look back, yet simultaneously raised their hands, resting upon the purple pattern on their chests. The starlight and the flowers sea continued to flourish. Yet, the true war was only just beginning. Chapter 29, The Deviance of Starlight on the third day following the completion of the Flame Link. Windless Trace awakened for the first time in a morning devoid of Nightfall's companionship. The dark purple pattern upon his chest resembled a slumbering serpent, subtly glowing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He raised his hand to cover the pattern, feeling a delicate tremor. It was the frequency of Optimus Prime's fire core, breathing in sync with his starlight. In his dreams the previous night, he beheld the deep azure sea again, with Optimus Prime standing atop the water, extending his hand towards him. As he grasped that hand, the ocean suddenly receded, revealing a grand path paved with starlight, leading to the smile of Optimus Prime. Upon awakening, the corners of his lips still bore a slight upward curve, though he could not recall whether nightfall had graced his pillow the night before. On the washstand, two rings lay side by side. To the left was a silver band forged from the remnants of a main cannon, inscribed on the inner side. To the right was a pristine Cybertronian ring with a base of obsidian, adorned with 3 blue diamonds cut into the shape of sparks, the inner band etched with. Windless Trace's fingertip lingered on the silver ring for a moment before he resolutely swept it into the depths of the drawer. With a click, the drawer closed, as if sealing away a fragment of the past. He donned the obsidian ring upon his ring finger, the diamond refracting sharp light in the morning glow, reminiscent of a silent oath. At 0700, in the medical district of Iron Fortress, Optimus Prime's routine examination had just concluded, and the ambulance retracted its scanner, brow furrowed. Your fire core fluctuations are 12 points higher than yesterday, and the dark purple area continues to expand. Yet Optimus merely smiled, accepting the energy liquid Windless Trace offered and drinking it in one gulp. With Windless here, there will be no issue, he stated nonchalantly, as if the ominous data were merely a weather forecast. Windless Trace stood by the bedside, instinctively adjusting the clasp of his cloak. When his fingertips brushed against the heat dissipation panel at Optimus's neck, the starlight surged along the pattern, akin to a kitten seeking affection. The ambulance personnel observed this scene, hesitating to speak, ultimately retreating from the ward in silence. At 0730, in the training grounds, Optimus Prime's morning exercise transitioned from push-ups to sparring. Windless Trace, barehanded, manifested the starlight into a slender blade of light at his fists. Optimus met him with the backs of his hands, the star sword still sheathed, merely using the scabbard to block. Amidst the metallic clashing sounds, the breaths of the two individuals gradually synchronized, the core frequency resonating through the air, producing a deep, humming echo. In a fleeting intertwine, Feng Wuhen found himself unsteadied, as Optimus Prime's arm instinctively encircled his waist, providing firm support. Be careful. The voice brushed against his audio receptor, reverberating through him like a tremor. Feng Wuhen lifted his gaze, colliding with a vast expanse of crystalline blue, his heartbeat suddenly losing its rhythm. At 0845, his personal terminal illuminated with a communication request from Yelan. In the projection, Yelan stood on the embassy district balcony, framed by half-open snowdrop buds. Wuhen, I've created a new energy cocoa recipe today. Will you come back to taste it? His voice was as soft as a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the morning dew. Feng Wuhen glanced toward the training grounds, where Optimus Prime was wiping sweat with a towel, his collar slightly open, revealing a dark purple vein above the core, resembling an invitation of sorts. There's a tactical meeting today. It might be late, he found himself saying. Yelan's optical lens dimmed momentarily, but he still smiled. Then I shall wait for you. As the communication ended, an unread reminder popped up on the terminal interface. Today at 1900, dinner in the embassy district, do not forget. Feng Wuhen casually swiped the reminder away, the obsidian ring casting a cold gleam across the screen. At 1200, in the Iron Fortress observation tower, Optimus Prime had reserved the entire rotating restaurant, its dome showcasing a real-time projection of the Cybertronian nebula. By the time Feng Wuhen arrived, the table was laden with a fusion of Earth and Cybertronian cuisine. Ice fire whale tartare, quantum berry sauce paired with energy chips, and even a glass of sparkling drink tinted with the aurora borealis. A celebration for the successful ignition link. Optimus Prime raised his glass, the blue diamond ring shimmering alongside his starlight. Feng Wuhen clinked his glass against Optimus', the bubbles bursting on his tongue, delivering a mildly sweet sting. How does it taste? Like the sensation of witnessing the aurora for the first time. Optimus Prime chuckled, the curve at the corners of his eyes reminding Feng Wuhen of the deep sea from his dreams. After the meal, the waiter cleared the plates and replaced them with 2 glasses of amber liquid, the highest purity of Cybertronian energy liquid. A single sip could sustain activity for 3 days. Optimus Prime offered it to him, declaring it good for the body. Without hesitation, Feng Wuhen tilted his head back and drank it all, the warmth cascading down his throat, illuminating the dark purple vein on his chest, responding to his master-esque call. At 1330, in Optimus Prime's quarters, the curtains automatically drew closed, leaving only the soft glow of the core light in the alcove. Shall we lie down together for a while? Optimus Prime patted the floating couch beside him. It's easy to tire after connecting. You need to synchronize your frequency. Feng Wuhen nodded, removed his outer jacket, and lay down in just his inner lining. The couch adjusted its curvature, conforming to his back. The two lay side by side, their shoulders brushing against each other, the core frequencies intertwining in the silence. Resembling two warm tides. Will we dream? Feng Wuhen asked softly. Yes, Optimus Prime replied, turning to him, his fingertips gently tracing the pattern on his chest. In our dreams, we swim through the same galaxy. The wind, without a trace, closed its eyes, and indeed beheld the shimmering river of stars. No longer was he a solitary swimmer. He now stood shoulder to shoulder with another figure clad in red and blue, where the splashes of water resembled sparks of starlight, and the ebb and flow mirrored the rhythm of their hearts. As drowsiness enveloped him, he instinctively leaned toward the warmth, resting his forehead against the shoulder of the towering figure, as if to confirm the other's presence. In that fleeting moment, he forgot the snowdrop flowers on the embassy balcony and the cup of energy cocoa waiting to cool. 1500, Iron Fortress Commercial Street. The wind stood before the shop window, gazing at his reflection in the glass. The obsidian ring glimmered brilliantly at the base of his finger, while the silver ring had long since vanished. Old things must depart for new ones to arrive. The mechanical voice of the salesperson broke the silence. Sir, would you like engraving services? The wind shook his head, his fingertip tracing the inner band of the ring, where the engraved letters formed a chain that tightly bound him to a certain name. The terminal vibrated once more. A message from Elon appearing. 1900, do not forget dinner. I have prepared your favorite toffee pudding. He glanced at it, promptly silencing the device and burying it deep within his pocket. 1845, atop the observation tower. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures upon the metallic ground. The towering figure presented him with a new badge, its obsidian base featuring a miniature spark at its center, surrounded by the silhouette of starry swords. The highest grade companion emblem of Cybertron, which the towering figure affixed to his chest, signifying that from this day forth they would share all privileges. As the wind raised his hand to touch the badge, the core resonated in harmony with it, emitting a deep, resonant hum. In that moment, he recalled Elon's tear-brimmed smile during the awarding ceremony, the house in the flower's sea, swayed by the wind, and the silver ring that lay hidden in the depths of a drawer, never to be seen again. Yet these images, illuminated within the dark purple veins of his heart, gradually blurred. 2100, Embassy Balcony. Elon sat at a small round table, where two portions of toffee pudding had grown cold. The terminal screen illuminated, displaying an automated reply. Meeting delayed, do not wait. He raised his hand, where only a faint ring of indentation remained, a testament to the silver ring's former existence. Elon gazed toward Iron Fortress, its lights ablaze, akin to a distant and fervent star. He whispered softly, Wuhan good night. The wind swept silently, dispersing the caramel atop the pudding, akin to dissolving an unattended weight. Atop the Iron Fortress, the towering figure stood alone. The night breeze lifted his cloak, revealing the dark purple veins on his chest, mirroring those of the wind. He raised his hand, the obsidian ring gleaming beneath the starlight, like a banner of victory. The alignment of the sparks was complete. He murmured softly, his voice scattering into the wind. Next, we shall return the shadows to their rightful place. In the distance, the lights of the embassy district extinguished one by one, while the lights atop the tower shone with blinding brilliance. The windless one slumbers in the observation tower, where dreams are devoid of floral seas, replaced instead by a grand thoroughfare paved with starlight, at the end of which stands Optimus Prime. He approaches step by step, never glancing back. Chapter 30. The Pact of the Ember Mornings in Iron Fortress arrive with remarkable swiftness. Soft golden light filters through the glass dome of the observation tower, flowing gently into the room like a layer of delicate honey. The sleeping chamber on the tower's top floor is suffused with this gentle morning glow, accompanied by the faint hum of the temperature control system. The windless one opens his eyes, his vision initially blurred before sharpening, revealing a striking array of red and blue armor, its bold lines softened by the morning light. He finds himself nestled within the embrace of Optimus Prime, his forehead resting against the other's shoulder guard, able to hear the slow and powerful thrum of the cerulean core within. Good morning, my beloved wind, Optimus Prime's voice emerges. laced with the husky timbre of a newly awakened being, akin to the haunting song of a whale from the depths of the ocean. The cooling fins behind Windless One's ears flush crimson, prompting him to sit up hurriedly. Optimus, you are breaking the rules. With you, I adhere to no rules. Optimus Prime replies, rolling over to draw him back into his embrace, his fingertips gliding along Windless One's spine, pausing at the dark purple line upon his chest. Moreover, I wish to hear you call me little Optimus. Windless One, ensnared by the heat of that gaze, finds himself cornered, his voice barely above a whisper. Little Optimus. Say it once more. Little Optimus. Such a good listener. Optimus Prime chuckles softly, his lips brushing against Windless One's ear, as if affirming his possession. Yet amidst this intimacy, Windless One abruptly awakens. The stars of last night and the warmth of this morning flood his mind like a tide. Yet another face stubbornly lingers in his thoughts, the one who awaited his return on the embassy district balcony. He grasps Optimus Prime's wrist, his voice trembling. Little Optimus, may I go see Nightlon? He's still waiting for me. The air seems to chill, as if the warmth has been abruptly siphoned away. Optimus Prime does not express anger. Instead, he rises, looking down at him from a height. Within his optics, the dark purple line slowly ascends, entwining around his heart. Windless One, look at me, he commands, his voice deep yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. During my time of wandering, I pondered much. Why does Nightlon receive your love? Why do you protect him at all costs? The answer is singular. He knows what you desire. Thus, I return in your time of greatest difficulty, shielding you from all storms when you needed support the most. Windless One feels pinned in place by that gaze, his chest rising and falling with intensity. Optimus Prime leans down, pressing his forehead against his own. Wind, ask your heart where I fall short in comparison to him. Windless One's breath falters. He recalls the floral sea beneath the auroras, the moment Nightlon placed the last ember into the ring. He remembers how Optimus Prime defended him against all doubts. These two images overlap in his mind, like mirrors reflecting one another, illuminating his escape routes. He wished to convey, you are unlike any other. One is a gentle moonbeam, the other a blazing star. Yet, memories of laughter in the sea of flowers at twilight surfaced, along with the image of a tearful vigil outside the council hall. His throat felt constricted as if caught in an iron vice, allowing only a single plea to escape. Shao Ao, please do not act thus. You are all my friends. Friends? Optimus Prime echoed those words, and in a sudden motion, he seized Windblade's ring-adorned hand. Friends do not place rings here. They do not embrace in a zero-gravity stasis pod. He hesitated, his tones softening unexpectedly, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor and a humble entreaty. Wind, I implore you, as long as you remain by my side, I can grant Nightshade a more esteemed identity, ensuring he is forever accorded the highest honors of Cybertron. I could also allow you to seek him out, but you must tell him yourself. You now belong to Optimus Prime as his spar partner. And this is your own choice, free from coercion. Windblade's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, the metal emitting a delicate sound of friction. He recalled the day of the connection, the moment when the sparks intertwined with dark purple veins, as if an invisible thread pulled him toward an abyss. Yet, within that abyss, a steady hand supported him. The stasis pod rotated slowly, starlight cascading through the transparent dome like a silent meteor shower. Windblade lowered his gaze, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Optimus Prime did not compel him, but merely pressed his forehead against Windblade's, their breaths intertwining like two sparks warming each other in the darkness. After a long silence, Windblade raised his hand and gently embraced Optimus Prime's waist. Give me time. Let me speak to him myself. The voice was soft, yet it resonated like a vow. In the evening, on the embassy district balcony, Nightshade sat at a round table, the caramel top of the pudding long since set. The terminal displayed 17 missed communications, all from Windblade. When the doorbell chimed, he nearly stumbled in his haste to answer. The amber gold optical lenses flickered upon seeing Windblade, only to dim swiftly upon encountering Optimus Prime beside him. Windblade. He stood, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to shatter something precious. Nightshade, Windblade, inhaled deeply. I am now Optimus Prime's spark partner. The air grew thick with tension. Nightshade's fingers instinctively tightened. The recorder emitted a faint click, akin to the prelude of a heart shattering. I understand. He endeavored to curve his lips into a smile. It was more sorrowful than tears. As long as you are happy. Optimus Prime stepped forward, his voice gentle yet firm. Cybertron will always welcome you. You may assume any identity, be it a deputy leader, a diplomatic envoy, or even my brother, but never again shall you be a mere substitute. As the night descends, his gaze dims, fingers whitening from the pressure. He slowly removes his cloak, folding it neatly and placing it upon the table, as if returning a fragment of the past. I comprehend now. Nonetheless, I shall remain as the guardian of Cybertron, rather than a mere shadow of another. He lifts his eyes, the amber light of the optical lens reflecting the clasped hands of Windblade and Optimus Prime, revealing the relief and pain nestled within his own gaze. Exiting the embassy district, the snow begins to fall once more in Iron Fortress. Windblade glances back, seeing Nightshade standing at the doorway, like a solitary lamp illuminating the tempest. Optimus Prime gently grasps Windblade's hand, his voice low yet resolute. From this moment forth, your path home lies solely with me. Windblade nods, yet within his heart, he leaves a window ajar for that solitary lantern. Upon returning to the observation tower, the night has deepened. Optimus Prime sits at the edge of the bed, brushing away the snowflakes from Windblade's eyelids. Windblade remains still, merely lowering his gaze to caress the obsidian ring, which has replaced the once humble silver band. Optimus Prime extends his hand, drawing him into an embrace, kissing the dark purple vein etched upon his skin. From this moment on, your spark shall burn only for me. Windblade nods, closing his eyes, fingertips tracing the patterns upon his chest, akin to touching an unhealable wound. Outside the window, the lights of the embassy district extinguish one by one, while the illumination of the observation tower shines bright and piercing. After watching the two depart, Nightshade returns to his chamber. He sits alone before the now cold pudding, the terminal screen flashing a new message. Do not be sorrowful, for within my heart there shall always remain a light for you. Windblade. He raises his hand, fingertips brushing the screen, tears falling upon the keyboard, creating tiny splashes of light. Nightshade gently cradles the flower pot, his voice a whisper only he can hear. If this is your choice, I shall accept it. As long as you still hold me in your heart, then I shall be content. May you find happiness, my commander. He softly utters, his words dissipating into the snow, akin to an unheeded avalanche. In the night sky of Cybertron, the stars remain silent. The observation tower and the embassy district are separated by the light and shadow of the entire Iron Fortress, like two stars forcibly pulled apart, still on the same trajectory, yet unable to converge again. The snowy night stretches long, yet the spark endures. Some walk side by side, while others stand vigil alone, and the story continues to unfold. Chapter 31: The Kiss of the Fracture. At the summit of the observation tower, the Iron Fortress dimmed half of its lights at midnight, yet the tower remained illuminated. Within the expansive windows, Windlass knelt before the couch, his hands restrained above his head by Optimus Prime. The onyx ring clashed gently with the emblem of the blue diamond, producing a faint chime. Call my name. Optimus Prime's voice was husky, akin to a stellar tempest brushing against the eardrum. Little A.O. Windlass' voice trembled, the dark purple vein across his chest flickering with each breath, seemingly responding to his master's summons. The starlight was suppressed deep within his veins, transforming into fragmented silver glimmers that futilely roamed beneath his skin. He understood he should resist, yet the resonance brought forth by the spark link made each heartbeat synchronize with the presence before him. Resistance only deepened his descent. In the embassy district's balcony, Nightlon sat before a cooling pudding, the blue glow from the terminal screen casting a pallor upon his face. The snowdrop seedlings swayed in the night breeze, petals fluttering into his palm like silent inquiries. He opened a private channel, typing line after line of text, only to delete them repeatedly. Windlass, are you well? The flowers in the sea have bloomed. I await you. Ultimately, he sent only a single message. Location sharing activated. Come find me, or let me find you. The message vanished into silence. Nightlon clenched the silver ring, his knuckles turning white. The old ring, which Windlass had quietly left beside the pudding plate before departing, now rested quietly in his palm. The inner circle of the ring still retained an imperceptible warmth of starlight, akin to a farewell that never had the chance to be spoken. In the observation tower's bathing chamber, steam rose as the energy liquid emitted an eerie blue glow from the bottom of the pool. Windlass was pinned against the wall by Optimus Prime, warm water lapping at his waist, the dark purple vein beneath the surface resembling living vines. Does it hurt? Optimus Prime's fingertips traced the vein, his voice gentle as if coaxing. Windlass shook his head, but turned away as Optimus leaned closer, his gaze falling upon the unread notification on the terminal by the pool's edge. Night lawn. Location sharing activated. Instinctively, he reached out, only to have his wrist seized by Optimus, the terminal slipping with a splash into the water, its screen extinguishing. Tonight, you may only watch me. Optimus kissed his earlobe, his voice low and almost cruel. This is what you promised. Windlass closed his eyes, his heart feeling as though gripped by an invisible hand. He knew he was inching deeper into the abyss, yet he could find no shore to cling to. In the snowdrop garden of the Embassy District, Night Lawn plucked a petal, blowing lightly against it. The petal spiraled into the night sky, only to be shredded by the wind mid-flight. Suddenly, he recalled the day of the Flower's Sea confession, when Windlass had inscribed a crooked representation of home with the aurora. At this moment, that word home felt as though it had been shattered by a heavy blow, shards embedding themselves into his heart. The terminal vibrated once more, a message from the ambulance's encrypted channel. The fissure of the fire core has healed, yet emotional fluctuations remain abnormal. Where are you? Elon replied, waiting for someone. The ambulance fell silent for a few seconds before sending. If you cannot wait, go seek for yourself. Do not act foolishly. Elon lifted his gaze toward the observation tower. That tower shone brightly in the night like a solitary star. He knew Feng Wuhen was there, yet he questioned whether he still had the right to approach. 0102, Observation Tower Terrace. Feng Wuhen, clad in a bathrobe, stepped onto the terrace, the night breeze sweeping away the moisture but failing to quell the heat in his chest. Qing Tian Pillar embraced him from behind, resting his chin on Feng Wuhen's shoulder, his voice languid. Are you cold? Feng Wuhen shook his head, though his gaze was drawn to the faint light in the Embassy District. Beneath that light, a figure appeared diminutive yet stubbornly luminous. He suddenly recalled every word Elon had ever spoken. Wuhen, as long as you turn around, I will be there. The sea of flowers still existed. The aurora still lingered. His heart ached as if pricked by a needle, causing him to bend slightly. Qing Tian Pillar sensed his unease, turning his face toward him, his voice low. Are you thinking of him? Feng Wuhen lowered his eyes, offering no denial. The pad of Qing Tian Pillar's finger brushed the corners of his eyes, as if erasing non-existent tears. Then go. Tell him you belong to me, and return afterward. Feng Wuhen abruptly looked up, unable to believe his ears. Yet Qing Tian Pillar merely smiled, the depths of his azure optical lenses flickering with dark purple veins. 0120 Embassy District, Snowdrop Garden. Elon turned upon hearing footsteps, and there stood Feng Wuhen in the moonlight, his bathrobe open at the collar, the patterns on his chest glowing softly in the night. They stood a few paces apart, yet it felt as if half a universe separated them. Elon spoke first, his voice hoarse. The ring, I received it. He opened his palm, the silver band glimmering warmly under the moonlight. Feng Wuhen's Adam's apple bobbed as he finally managed to utter, I'm sorry. Elon shook his head, stepping closer until their breaths were audible. You need not apologize. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing Feng Wuhen's chest's dark purple patterns. I only wish to know, is there still a part of me here? Feng Wuhen's fingertips covered the back of his hand, his voice choked. Yes. Always. Elon smiled, tears cascading down his cheeks. That is enough. He rose on his toes and pressed his lips against Feng Wuhen's, not as an inquiry nor a demand, but a simple affirmation. Feng Wuhen responded to him, as if answering the yearning deep within his soul. Sparks of light and dark purple patterns ignited simultaneously, two forces tearing within his chest, yet curiously achieving a momentary equilibrium. 0135 Observation Tower Terrace. Qing Tian Pillar stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing toward the Embassy District. His fingertips held a snowdrop petal, which Feng Wuhen had inadvertently taken with him as he departed. The petal crumbled between his fingers, its juice staining his fingertips crimson. Go, he whispered, his voice as frigid as the night breeze. Go confirm that you still love him, and then break his wings with your own hands. The wind, without a trace, returned with the night to the sea of flowers. In the midnight flower field, there were no auroras, only starlight and a gentle breeze. The Edelweiss bloomed abundantly, resembling a silent snowfall. He knelt down, his fingertips brushing against the petals, his voice as soft as if afraid to disturb a dream. Here, our home still remains. The wind knelt beside him, grasping his hand, their fingers entwined. I'm sorry, I'd almost lost it. He shook his head, resting his forehead against his. It's all right, as long as you remember the way back. They sat embraced, the sparks of stars and dark violet patterns intertwining beneath their touching skin, like two rivers finally converging. In the distance, the observation tower's lights suddenly extinguished, akin to a star sinking into eternal night. The wind lowered his head and kissed him, tasting the sweetness of toffee and the saltiness of tears. He responded, as if to a long-delayed redemption. Their heartbeats synchronized in the kiss, the dark violet patterns gradually fading to reveal the original starry designs. The breeze from the flower field swept by, lifting petals to rest upon their shoulders, a silent testament. The wind softly whispered in his ear, "Wait for me. I will return." He nodded, tears falling upon the petals. "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." When the wind returned to the observation tower, the sentinel still stood on the terrace. The night breeze lifted his cloak like a banner of victory. "Back?" The sentinel smiled, his voice gentle as the night wind. The wind nodded, the dark violet patterns on his chest mostly faded, replaced by the reignited starry sparks. "I told him I belong here." The sentinel reached out, pulling him into an embrace, a kiss landing on the tips of his hair. "Welcome home, my spar partner." The wind closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into that familiar deep blue. Little did he know, at the edge of the flower sea, he still guarded the faint light, like a vigil over a dawn that would never arrive. Chapter 32. In the name of brotherhood, 7 days after the awarding ceremony, at the pinnacle of Iron Fortress Central Tower, at 3 a.m, the sentinel stood alone before the circular floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the sprawling sea of lights below. His fingertips lightly tapped the railing, and the terminal projection hovered in midair, lines of commands silently circulating. Universal command. From today onward, transfer the sleeping quarters of night to the top level of the central tower directly opposite me. Specifications. Leader level. Permissions equivalent to those of the sentinel's kin. Remarks. The key shall be delivered by my own hand, and no one is permitted to intrude. At the end of the command, a seal of wax flashed a momentary deep purple. The response from Universal Command was simply executed. The sentinel lowered his gaze, his fingertips gliding over the projection of Knight's profile, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The pieces must remain on the board, but the board must be drawn by me. He murmured softly, his voice like snow falling silently, yet imbued with a metallic chill. The following evening, guided by Tong Tian Shao, Yilan stepped for the first time onto the pinnacle of the central tower. At the end of the corridor, 2 grand alloy doors stood silently ajar. The left door frame bore the intricate carving of a star sword, while the right displayed a totem of flames, their sharp lines seemingly capable of slicing through the very air. "Commander Yilan, this shall be your new quarters," Tong Tian Shao remarked with a slight bow, his tone imbued with a reverence bordering on humility, as the leader awaited just beyond. Yilan's fingers traced the sword pattern on the door, a subtle tremor of awe, admiration, and an indescribable thrill coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The room was spacious and luminous, with a dome featuring a holographic star map that could be altered at will. In a niche, a miniature model of the star sword floated serenely, its tip pointing towards the opposite side, where the chamber of Optimus Prime lay, standing before a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Yilan found his reflection bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime, albeit with an added gentleness. He placed a hand over his heart, feeling the resonance of the fire core in harmony with the ethereal blue frequency emanating from the adjacent room. "Brother," he whispered softly, his voice barely audible, yet laden with the weight of a vow. A week later, within the Iron Fortress Royal Garden, sunlight streamed through the crystalline dome, casting warmth upon 3 adjacent benches. Feng Wuhen rested his head upon Optimus Prime's knee, his fingers toying with an obsidian ring, while Yilan sat to the right, peeling an energy fruit for Optimus Prime, the skin curling into a glowing ribbon. "Try it," Yilan urged, offering the fruit's flesh to Optimus Prime's lips, his eyes sparkling with youthful enthusiasm. Optimus Prime took a bite and effortlessly tossed the pit into the distance, where it landed precisely in the recycling bin. Observing this scene, the last remnants of Feng Wuhen's wariness dissipated. Yilan's quarters lay directly opposite Optimus Prime's. He addressed him as brother with profound reverence. Yilan would willingly wipe the sweat from Optimus Prime during morning exercises and adjust his cloak before meetings. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if it were the very essence of brotherhood passed down through blood. You two, Feng Wuhen chuckled, stretching lazily, truly resemble the family we once imagined as children. Optimus Prime ruffled his hair affectionately, his tone indulgent. There is no need for imagination now. Yilan smiled in return, though as he lowered his gaze, a fleeting shadow flickered in his eyes. A fracture of discord appeared on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. In the strategy room, Feng Wuhen raised objections regarding the border defense. The Jupiter 4 rift requires an additional triple-layered firepower network, rather than solely relying on Optimus Prime's individual combat prowess. However, Optimus Prime dismissed the notion. Resources are limited. My mobility is sufficient to cover the area. Feng Wuhen slammed the table. This is autocracy. If my brother's judgment holds merit. Suddenly, Yilan interjected, his voice low yet commanding enough to silence the room. Feng Wuhen stared in astonishment, turning his gaze to Yilan. Do you concur with this plan? Yilan nodded, his tone unwavering. My brother possesses greater experience. I support him unconditionally. After the meeting, Feng Wuhen grasped Yilan's wrist, softly questioning, you would never have blindly acquiesced to anyone in the past. Yilan cast his gaze downward, his voice barely above a whisper, because he is my elder brother. A tempest of anger swirled within Feng Wuhen. Yet upon witnessing the almost devout submission in Yilan's eyes, the words lodged in his throat. That night, on the observation tower's terrace, Feng Wuhen stood shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime, the distant central tower ablaze with light. You've taught my brother quite well, Feng Wuhen remarked, his tone laced with barbs. Optimus Prime chuckled, brushing the night dew from his shoulder. Is it not natural for an elder brother to care for his younger sibling, and for the younger to uphold the elder? Just look at how obedient Yilan has become. Besides, from the moment he called me brother, I ceased to regard him as a mere pawn. He is now my dear brother and your little Yizi. Together, the three of us safeguard the peace of the universe, running beneath the same sky. Is this not the family you have long desired? No betrayal, no doubt. Just you, me and him. Feng Wuhen found himself rendered speechless by this string of gentle yet piercing retorts. He lifted his gaze, meeting the depths of Optimus Prime's azure optical lenses, where dark purple veins twisted like rampant vines. At that moment, he found himself unable to discern whether the figure before him was a leader or a prison warden. In the adjoining cabin, Yilan sat alone by the window. On his terminal, an encrypted message quietly materialized. Brother, tomorrow at 0300 Old Port final test. It bore Optimus Prime's personal signature. Yilan's fingertips brushed the screen, a whirlwind of emotions flickering in his eyes. Reverence, obedience, and even a subtle joy at being needed. He replied, received. For my brother's wishes, Yilan would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Outside the window, the Cybertronian satellite slowly ascended, its silver radiance cascading over his shoulders like a sacred armor. Yet, it also resembled an invisible shackle. As days turned into weeks, the dynamics among the three men gradually solidified. During morning exercises, Optimus Prime and Feng Wuhen sparred while Yilan fetched water and wiped their sweat. In meetings, Optimus Prime made decisions, Yilan supported them, and Feng Wuhen occasionally rebutted, only to be gently dismissed by his brothers. At night, Feng Wuhen shared a bed with Optimus Prime, while Yilan kept the lights of his cabin aglow, meticulously organizing his brother's schedule for the next day and repeatedly polishing the ever-sheathed star sword. Occasionally, Feng Wuhen would awaken in the middle of the night, catching sight of the blue light seeping through the crack of the door opposite, and an inexplicable guilt would wash over him. But as he rose, the light would extinguish quietly, as though it had never existed. At the highest point of the Iron Fortress, a holographic screen replayed the trio's photograph. Optimus Prime at the center, one hand resting on Feng Wuhen's shoulder and the other atop Yilan's head. Feng Wuhen laughed unabashedly, while Yilan smiled obediently, with a backdrop of blooming snowdrop projections. News headlines scrolled by. Leader and brothers reunite. Secretary Feng joins. Cybertron welcomes the strongest triad. No one knows that in the photograph, the three figures bear three dark purple lines upon their chests, which are quietly merging into a single line. No one knows that in the depths of the night, an unsent message lies in repose. If one day my brother no longer requires me, please allow me to return to my true self. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the central tower, Optimus Prime stands by the window, his fingertips gently touching the glass that reflects the three silhouettes. Family? He murmurs softly, his voice is tender as the night wind, yet imbued with a metallic chill. As long as the pieces obey, the chessboard becomes home. Chapter 33. The Wedge of Memory in the Depths of the Iron Fortress Central Tower, on the third subterranean level. The former Elder Council's medical room has been temporarily transformed into a leader-level surgical chamber. The surgical lights blaze white as snow, illuminating every metallic seam with a cold glow. The operating room is brightly lit in the dead of night, the walls reflecting a chilling blue from the disinfectant. The medic, with hands tucked into the pockets of his medical gown, grips tightly until his knuckles turn white. On the operating table, Nightshade lies peacefully, his neural interface at the forehead secured by a fine bundle of optical fibers. A pale purple induction current dances along the surface of the wires like serpents awakening from slumber. Optimus Prime stands before the control console, his fingers gliding across the virtual keyboard with an elegance that belies the icy demeanor. Reprogramming objective: eliminate exclusive reliance on windlass. Implant absolute obedience to brotherly commands. Retain combat instincts and leadership protocol modules. Confirm? The system's mechanical voice response. Confirmed. Estimated duration: 47 minutes and 12 seconds. The medic raises his eyes, the depths of his optical lenses reflecting the struggle between healer and old friend. Optimus Prime, are you certain you wish to proceed? Once the memory module is rewritten, it is irreversible. Once inscribed, Nightshade will forever lose. Lose what? Optimus Prime steps forward, his palm resting gently on Nightshade's forehead. His touch is soft as caressing a slumbering cat. Lose pain, lose betrayal, lose those memories that ought not to exist. He raises his gaze, his eyes skimming over the location of the medic's spark chamber, his tone remaining gentle. Medic, I am merely excising the root of his suffering. When pain vanishes, loyalty will remain. You are my most trusted old friend, are you not? The medic remains silent, ultimately pressing the activation button. The anesthetic mist silently envelopes the room. Nightshade's breathing becomes tranquil, like a ship being pushed away by the tide. The surgical lights dim, and Nightshade's eyelashes flutter. Deep within his consciousness, scenes are severed and reassembled by violet light. The embrace of windlass in the sea of flowers fades to a blurred silhouette. The vows exchanged under the aurora are replaced by the hand of Optimus Prime reaching out. The public's insults outside the council chamber are excised, leaving only the red and blue shadow of his brother standing protectively in front. The final frame, windlass silver ring, is darkened to obsidian, encircling the base of Optimus Prime's finger. The system's prompt gently chimes. Reprogramming complete. Memory deviation rate 0. 7. Within controllable range. The ambulance's forehead oozed coolant, and his knuckles turned white from exertion. He recalled many years ago, in the desolate ruins of the apocalypse, when Optimus Prime handed him the last first aid kit, saying a healer's heart must not gather dust. Today, compassion still lingered, yet was shrouded in the veil of orders. As night fell, he opened his eyes to the cold, sterile white of the medical area's ceiling. His brother's voice, hoarse yet imbued with an inherent reliance, reached him. Optimus Prime leaned down, his palm resting gently against his cheek, the warmth just right. It's all right, brother is here. His pupils constricted slightly, akin to a young beast finding its way home. Brother, I think I had a very long dream. Do not fear, it is all over now. Optimus Prime brushed aside the stray hair from his forehead, his voice soft, as if afraid to shatter the delicate frost. Brother has a meeting soon. Let the ambulance doctor take you home. All right, brother. He nodded obediently, his movements almost mechanical. The ambulance stood silently nearby, its knuckles clicking quietly, yet it remained voiceless. Before departing, Optimus Prime paused beside the ambulance. Old friend, you know what should be said and what should remain unsaid. His voice was lowered to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. The ambulance raised its gaze, meeting his with a depth of blue that resembled the vast ocean or an unfathomable abyss. I understand, it replied with difficulty. Optimus Prime patted his shoulder with satisfaction, his cloak sweeping past, leaving a trace of metallic coldness in its wake. The operating room was left with only the ambulance and him. He sat at the edge of the bed, his fingertips absently tracing the medical ring on his wrist. The ambulance accessed the back-end logs, its fingers hovering over the send button. On the terminal, an encrypted message was ready. Secretary Feng, Nightland's memories have been reprogrammed. Urgent assistance required at the medical center. Ambulance. He recalled Optimus Prime's gaze before leaving, gritted his teeth, and decisively pressed send. In the next moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Doctor, what are you doing? His voice remained soft, yet it carried an unfamiliar emptiness. The ambulance turned, but an unspoken explanation was abruptly cut short by a powerful punch. Nightland's metallic knuckles struck his jaw with precision, plunging the ambulance into darkness, collapsing heavily onto the floor. The moment Feng Wuhen received the message, sparks ignited beneath his feet. He raced down the empty corridor, bursting through the doors of the medical center. The cold scent of disinfectant hit him as he entered, and his eyes fell upon the ambulance lying on the floor, its jaw bruised and optical lenses flickering erratically. Nightland knelt on one knee over the ambulance's chest, the barrel of his gun hovering just an inch above its core. The silver hand cannon glimmered coldly under the harsh lighting, the safety already disengaged. Nightland. Feng Wuhen's voice echoed against the metallic walls. Nightland turned, his gaze as polished and unyielding as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Secretary Feng. His tone was courteous yet detached. The paramedic attempted to divulge his brother's secrets, and I proceeded according to protocol. The breath of the wind was nearly stagnant, the dark purple patterns on his chest flickering violently, creating a bizarre resonance with the cold light in Yilan's eyes. Lower your weapon. He is not the enemy. Yilan tilted his head, as if sifting through memories, ultimately lowering his gun slowly. Seizing the opportunity, the paramedic scrambled to his feet, retreating 2 steps while covering the ignition compartment, his voice hoarse. His memory has been reprogrammed. We must take him away. Feng Wuhen stepped forward but froze as Yilan raised his gaze. Those amber eyes, once filled with tenderness, now reflected only unconditional obedience to the word brother. The alarm lights of the medical center illuminated due to abnormal energy fluctuations, their red glow swirling. Feng Wuhen extended his hand, intending to touch Yilan's shoulder guard, but withdrew as Yilan sidestepped. My brother ordered me to escort the doctor back to the dormitory. Yilan's voice was as calm as a machine, urging Secretary Feng not to obstruct official duties. Official duties? Feng Wuhen chuckled bitterly. Yilan, look at me. Look at us. Us? Yilan echoed the word, as if savoring unfamiliar syllables. You are my brother's ignition partner. I am his brother. Nothing more. Feng Wuhen's knuckles whitened from exertion, the spark igniting in his palm, yet he dared not unleash it fully. He feared injuring the person before him, but more so, he dreaded harming the remnants of the soul, altered within that shell. Taking advantage of their standoff, the paramedic discreetly slipped a microchip into Feng Wuhen's palm. This chip contained a backup of the reprogramming logs and the decryption algorithm's key. Take him away, the paramedic whispered before succumbing to Yilan's swift strike once more. Feng Wuhen clenched the chip tightly, stepping back half a pace, his voice dropping to a whisper only they could hear. Yilan, come with me. I will help you find yourself. Yet Yilan raised his hand, the gun once again aimed at the paramedic, his tone gentle yet icy. Secretary Feng, please do not complicate matters for my brother. The automatic defense system of the medical center began to activate, the isolation door descending slowly. Feng Wuhen had to make a choice within 30 seconds. Take Yilan away or watch helplessly as the paramedic was dealt with according to protocol. The sparks flickered wildly in his eyes, while the dark purple patterns tightened around his heart like chains. Ultimately, he struck at Yilan's wrist, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp, and hoisted the man onto his shoulder. I'm sorry. He gritted his teeth. This time, it's my turn to save you. Just before the isolation door closed, Feng Wuhen leaped out of the window with Yilan plunging into the night. Behind them, the paramedic lay amidst the red glow, the terminal screen flashing an unsent message. The back door is open, coordinates, sea of flowers. Yilan lay on Feng Wuhen's shoulder, eerily silent, like a statue devoid of motion. Only his fingertips unconsciously grazed the medical ring on his wrist, where a circle of tiny red dots began to glow quietly. This was the loyalty lock of the reprogramming, as well as the switch for the countdown to the next activation. The wind, without a trace, swept him across the iron fort's ridge, his heart torn between two forces. One, the dark purple chains, and the other, the remnants of starlight. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. All he knew was that the sea of flowers still bloomed, the aurora still shone, and that Elon must return to his former self. Chapter 34. The Key of Ashes 0111. The confinement zone, the lowest confinement chamber of the iron fort, was forged from black steel, impervious to even the faintest starlight. Tong Tianxiao personally secured the last magnetic barrier and turned to nod at the leader's guard. Inside, the ambulance stood against the wall, its hands shackled by energy suppression rings. He did not struggle, merely inquired softly, "Has Elon gone far?" Tong Tianxiao offered no reply. His visor briefly glimmered with a moment of compassion under the dim red warning light before returning to its cold demeanor. "Your access has been suspended. The medical corps will be temporarily overseen by the shockwave." The iron door closed, its echo resembling a funeral bell. The ambulance closed its eyes, a faint glimmer still glowing deep within its core. The back door is open, coordinates to the sea of flowers. He could only hope that the wind would arrive in time. 0125. The shockwave laboratory within the dim purple-toned experimental chamber. Shockwave stood before a levitating control panel, fingers dancing deftly. In the central vacuum chamber, a sphere of ghostly blue light slowly rotated. It was the original fire seed code of the ambulance, forcibly extracted from the main server by Optimus Prime under the guise of an emergency backup. The genetic chain was intact, memory matrix at 100, and personality profiling had been loaded. Shockwave adjusted his monocle, his voice flat and devoid of inflection. "Is a loyalty lock necessary?" Optimus Prime stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating the chamber walls as if admiring a nearly completed masterpiece. "A loyalty lock is too crude. I require a self-persuasion module to instill in him the genuine belief that I am the only leader worthy of his allegiance." Shockwave's lips curled into a mechanical smile. "Understood." Emotional anchor. Optimus Prime is unequivocally correct. The wind requires guidance. 3 minutes later, the vacuum chamber opened. A replica of the ambulance emerged, indistinguishable from the original. Its red and white livery, the cross insignia, the subtle indentation of its chin, and even the old scratches on its fingers were all flawlessly recreated. The only difference was the deep, dark purple within the optical lens. 0200. An old friend returns. The resurrected ambulance knelt on one knee, its voice steady and loyal. "All systems of the ambulance are online, awaiting your first command." Optimus Prime leaned down, lifting its chin with a fingertip, as if scrutinizing a mirror. "Old friend, whether you can bring the wind back depends on your upcoming performance." The ambulance smiled, its curve identical to the original, yet tinged with an indescribable chill. "At your command, Lord Optimus." 0217. Coordinates of the sea of flowers. The wind, cradling Elon, descended into the concealed chamber at the southwestern corner of the Sea of Flowers. This place, once a mining tunnel of the old era, had now been repurposed as a temporary refuge. As night descends, it resembles a lifeless doll, left to the whims of the wind, which gently places it upon a folding bed. The wind, devoid of any trace, activates the ambulance's chip, projecting a decryption algorithm. By reverse engineering the loyalty lock, it is possible to bring him back. He murmurs softly to himself, his fingertips dancing across the virtual keyboard, sparks crackling along his arms. Yet in the next moment, a red alert erupts from the terminal. Detected source fire signal 3 moving externally. Match rate 998. The wind's pupils constrict sharply. Has the ambulance arrived? But it was supposed to be confined in the isolation chamber. At 2:30 a.m., a massed rescue unfolds. The moonlight casts a silvery glow over a sea of flowers. As a red and white ambulance transforms and approaches, its headlights casting a gentle cross of light. The doors swing open, and the ambulance strides towards the concealed hatch, its voice resonating through the speakers, both gentle and urgent. "Wind, I have the decoder. Come with me." Wind tightly grips his energy gun, positioning himself protectively in front of the lifeless figure. "Halt. How did you escape?" The ambulance raises its hands, a three-dimensional projection of the medical emblem appearing in its palms. While being transported by the authorities, the isolation system was compromised by shockwave experiments, and I seized the opportunity to escape. "Wind, trust me, I must perform an emergency extraction on night. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Wind's optical scanner examines the fire frequency, memory waves, and micro-expressions of the ambulance, all matching perfectly. He hesitates for half a second, but ultimately steps aside. The ambulance kneels beside Knight, activating its medical arm, the needle glimmering a ghostly blue. Just as the needle is about to pierce the side of Knight's neck, the medical ring on his wrist suddenly illuminates with a red light. The loyalty lock countdown begins. 000010. At 2:31 a.m., the fracture of truth reveals itself. The ambulance's needle halts mid-air, a flicker of dark violet flashing in its depths. Wind perceives this anomaly, his energy gun instantly ready. You are not him. The false ambulance twists its wrist, transforming the medical arm into an energy cannon, aimed at Wind's chest. Regrettably, you have uncovered my true identity. The mechanical voice, still laced with the ambulance's gentleness, reveals a chilling intent. Wind rolls aside, evading the blast as sparks fly, the energy bolt scorching the metallic wall. Knight is jolted from the bed by the shockwave, the medical ring's red light surging as the loyalty lock enters forced reboot. Seizing the moment, the false ambulance lunges at Knight, its cannon pressed against his brow. Lord Optimus merely wishes to bring his companion home. Do not compel me to take action. In a fit of rage, Wind shouts, the sparks in his palm coalescing into a long blade, cleaving towards the cannon. The sound of metal fracturing echoes as the false ambulance stumbles back. At that very moment, Knight opens his eyes, the amber glow of his optical lens veiled in a layer of purple haze. With the loyalty lock countdown reaching 0, he raises his hand, gripping the wrist of the false ambulance with astonishing strength. You shall not harm my brother. His voice is flat, yet instinctively protective. Seizing the opportunity, Wind snatches the decoder and plugs it into the side of Knight's neck. The violet light and the spark of flame tore within him, and Yilon emitted a cry that seemed to rend the very fabric of the night. Seizing the moment, the false ambulance transformed, bursting forth from the compartment and crushing vast patches of snowflowers beneath its wheels. Feng Wuhen did not pursue. Instead, he embraced the convulsing Yilon, as the spark of flame surged wildly, attempting to shatter the bonds of loyalty. In a sea of flowers, a blood pact was formed. Yilon's pupils constricted violently, fragments of memory flooding forth like a breached dam, confessions amidst blooming petals, projections of the aurora, insults outside the assembly hall, and the violet light upon the operating table. He grasped Feng Wuhen's wrist, his nails embedding into the metal, his voice hoarse. Take me away. Do not look back. Feng Wuhen nodded, tears cascading onto his shoulder. This time, I shall not let go. Where their bodies met, the spark of flame and violet light erupted, transforming into a silver rain of fire, illuminating the sea of flowers as if it were midday. The bonds of loyalty shattered inch by inch amidst the fiery deluge. And Yilon finally succumbed, collapsing from exhaustion. Feng Wuhen scooped him up and leaped out of the concealed chamber. In the distance, the false ambulance's headlights vanished into the night, resembling a serpent fleeing into the shadows. At 0300, the false ambulance reported back to the central tower of the Iron Fortress. After receiving the real-time transmission, Optimus Prime lightly tapped his fingers against the window ledge. The failure was anticipated. He lifted his gaze toward Shockwave, preparing a plan to disseminate news of Feng Wuhen's defection. Let the seekers of Cybertron bring them back to me. Shockwave's monocle glinted. Understood. A planet-wide manhunt will be initiated immediately. The false ambulance knelt at his feet, its voice respectful. Shall I approach them again? Optimus Prime leaned down, his fingertip tracing the violet pattern beneath its optical lens. No, you have fulfilled your mission. It is time for the true family to welcome the wayward child. Feng Wuhen halted at the edge of the flower sea, cradling Yilon. The snowflowers, charred by the prior explosion, still boasted a few resilient blooms that stood defiantly. Yilon weakly raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the remaining petals. Wuhen, do we still have a home? Feng Wuhen enveloped his hand within his own, the spark of flame reigniting between their fingers. Yes, as long as we are together, the sea of flowers will bloom again, and the aurora shall return. Behind them, the seekers of Cybertron illuminated their searchlights, resembling countless swords poised to descend. Ahead lay the unnamed dawn. Chapter 35. The invitation of return in the scorched earth of the Flower Sea at the abandoned whale song station, located at Earth's latitude 31. A rusted whale bone antenna jutted awkwardly into the yellow sands, resembling a beached leviathan. Feng Wuhen carefully laid Yi Lan in the underground control room, where the remnants of the aurora projection flickered before extinguishing. Yi Lan's body temperature was 3 degrees lower than that of an ordinary person, and the fiery core patterns beneath the medical patches appeared intermittently purple, as if repeatedly slashed by a keen blade. Feng Wuhen utilized his last energy crystal to create a stabilization field for him, only to hear the crystal crack with a sharp sound, fissures spidering across its surface. The fiery core was in a state of self-repulsion. Any external energy would be rebuffed. He clenched his teeth, activated the encrypted channel, his finger hovering over the signal for the thunderous call, yet he hesitated to press it. The universe was ablaze with the bounty notice. Feng Wuhen defected, assaulted the leader S-Guard, illegally tampered with the fire core. Any ally who extended a helping hand would be deemed equally culpable. Feng Wuhen disabled the terminal and buried his face in his palm. For the first time, he felt a despair so profound that even the starlight could not illuminate it. At 0240 hours, a silver-white trajectory appeared at the edge of the yellow sands. The shuttle of Tong Xiangxiu descended vertically, stirring up clouds of dust. Alone, without the guard, unarmed, he held only a silver-gray leader S letter. Secretary Feng, Tong Xiangxiu's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, deliberately lowered. I come unarmed, merely to deliver a message. Feng Wuhen shielded Yilan behind him, raising the muzzle of his weapon. Tong Xiangxiu halted 10 meters away, kneeling on one knee, presenting the letter with both hands. The leader has decreed, first, to immediately rescind all bounties against you and Yilan. Second, the leader will issue a self-incriminating edict during the holographic council in 3 days, confessing all. Third, concerning Yilan's fire core rejection syndrome, the leader is willing to reshape it using his own primal energy. The barrel of Feng Wuhen's firearm dipped slightly, yet he did not lower it entirely. What are the conditions? Tong Xiangxiu raised his gaze, his eyes earnest. Only one. Please return home. At 0305 hours, Yilan's awakening. Leaning against the wall, she emerged from the shadows, her complexion pale, yet her voice eerily calm. Is my brother going to issue a self-incriminating edict? She repeated the phrase, as if savoring an unfamiliar word. Tong Xiangxiu nodded. Yes, the leader has acknowledged his mistakes. Yilan cast her eyes downward, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the medical ring on her wrist, the sole physical interface remaining after memory reprogramming. If I return, will he truly heal me? Tong Xiangxiu answered without hesitation. I swear by the leader's fire seed. Yilan lifted her gaze, the amber glow of her optical lenses fogged. Wuhen, I no longer wish to flee. Feng Wuhen swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. I don't want you to die either. At 0320 hours, conditions behind the conditions. Tong Xiangxiu left the letter and a miniature jump coordinate device. The jump gate would open in 24 hours. Destination, Iron Fortress Council Hall. Just before turning away, he added a seemingly gentle yet cutting remark. Secretary Feng, you must understand, should Yilan continue to deteriorate, the fire core will shatter within 3 days. Across the universe, only the leader can save her. Feng Wuhen gripped the coordinate device tightly, his knuckles whitening. The yellow sands flowed beneath him, like a slow yet irreversible river. At 0600 hours, a conversation beneath the whale bones. Yilan leaned against the remnants of the antenna, her breath interspersed with faint noises. Wuhen, please go back. Her voice was so soft, it seemed afraid to shatter the grains of sand. I have burdened you enough. Feng Wuhen knelt before her, placing the last half of an energy crystal into her palm. Do not speak. Preserve the fire core. As night falls, Yilan shakes his head, his fingertips tracing the silver ring's imprint left by the wind's silent caress. You keep it, for you are awaiting my return. Then I shall accompany you back, to face it together. The tip of Feng Wuhen's nose tingles with emotion, as starlight dances within his eyes. He reminisces about the sea of flowers, the auroras, the edelweiss, and the insults outside the council hall mingled with embraces in the snow. Ultimately, he rests his forehead against Yilan's shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. All right, let us return together. At 12 o'clock, before the transmigration gate, the coordinates left by Tong Xiangxiu unfold in the abandoned subway station, a silver-white ring suspended like an artificial moon. Feng Wuhen carries Yilan on his back, stepping onto the light staircase. each step a testament to their resolve. Yilan's breath grows fainter, the fissures in his core glowing with a violet hue beneath his skin. Feng Wuhen speaks softly to him, as one would to a sleeping child. Hold on a little longer. We shall soon be home. The transmigration gate activates, space warps, and the sands and whale bones disintegrate into shimmering motes. At 15:30, outside the Iron Fortress Council Hall, as they touch down, the city's holographic screens ignite in unison. The leader will issue a self-incriminating edict in 3 hours, personally exonerating Secretary Feng and Commander Yilan. The crowd erupts in astonishment, cameras shifting to the square where the Edelweiss drones ascend, casting a projection of auroras that blankets the dome, like a ceremonial carpet laid out for the returning souls. Feng Wuhen tightens his grip on Yilan's hand, their palms intertwined with cold sweat and starlight. Yilan looks up to see a temporary transparent medical chamber erected in the center of the square, its core exposed, a deep blue beam already established. Is he truly going to save me with the source? Yilan's voice is nearly inaudible. Feng Wuhen offers no reply, only embracing him tighter. At 1800 hours, as the countdown begins within the council hall, Optimus stands upon the high platform, his red and blue armor gleaming under the auroras, nearly divine. He raises his hand, and silence envelopes the crowd. Today, I shall confess my transgressions to the universe, and with the essence of the flame, I will reconstruct Yilan's core. Feng Wuhen ascends the steps with Yilan in his arms, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Yilan's breath has become almost imperceptible, yet his fingers stubbornly clutch Feng Wuhen's collar. Brother, he whispers, his voice like a distant echo from a dream. Optimus leans down, his palm touching Yilan's core, intertwining blue and violet sparks. I am here. Feng Wuhen watches this scene unfold, his heart pulled in opposing directions. He understands that once the source energy is transferred, Optimus's core will be permanently diminished. He also knows this could signal the beginning of another game. Yet, with Yilan's life ticking away, he finds himself with no alternative. At 1900 hours, the self-incriminating edict resonates through the holographic screens, Optimus's voice echoing throughout the cosmos. I, Optimus, out of personal desire, have rewritten Yilan's memories, leading to the unjust suffering of both Feng Wuhen and Yilan. I shall now reconstruct his core with the essence of the flame and withdraw all warrants. Henceforth, the three of us shall guard Cybertron together, sharing the burden of responsibility. The public was in an uproar as the camera zoomed in on the medical chamber, where a ghostly blue beam fully enveloped Yilan's chest, and the fissures visibly healed at an astonishing pace. However, the core of Optimus dimmed slightly, dark purple veins creeping up his neck like a brand marking the cost. Feng Wuhen knelt beside the chamber, grasping Yilan's hand in one and Optimus's in the other. The three hands overlapped beneath the aurora, resembling a silent blood oath. When Yilan awakened, the first face he beheld was that of Feng Wuhen. The second was the somewhat pallid smile of Optimus. Brother, he croaked, his voice choked yet imbued with a warmth long absent. Optimus tenderly brushed his forehead. Welcome home. Feng Wuhen lifted his gaze towards the crowd illuminated by the aurora projection, and then to the snowdrops blooming anew in the distance. He understood that the true judgment lay not in this day, but in every dawn to come. Yet at this moment, the three stood together in the same light, like three stars forcibly rearranged, inscribing a new trajectory under the watchful gaze of the cosmos. Chapter 36. The arrival of dark purple, the cold fluorescent lights of the medical room closed behind him, and the automatic doors at the end of the corridor sighed heavily. Optimus's hand, hanging at his side, still retained traces of faint golden energy strands, remnants of the primordial fire he had just infused into Yilan, now reduced to a flickering glow. Deep within his chest, however, another burning sensation arose, as though countless dark purple tendrils were wildly proliferating along the fissures of his core, altering his foundational protocols. Optimus clenched his fist tightly, the joints emitting a metallic, distorted lament. Private meeting, he uttered brusquely before turning away. His footsteps sparked against the alloy floor, like a star losing its control. By the time Feng Wuhen caught up, Optimus had already stepped onto the suspended bridge outside the tower. The night wind swept through the upper layers of the iron fortress, causing their cloaks to billow. Xiao. Wait. Feng Wuhen seized his arm, his palm pressed against the dark purple fissure. The crack seemed to pulsate like a living entity, contracting and then suddenly expanding, the backlash of intense pain eliciting a low groan from Optimus. "Are you hiding something from me?" Feng Wuhen's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it trembled with urgency. Optimus turned his head, a flash of violet lightning passing through the depths of his azure optics before swiftly returning to calm. "It's merely the after-effects of the primordial spark," he replied, raising a hand to gently brush the corner of Feng Wuhen's eye, soothing him like a frightened cat. "Do not worry. I will rest in the observation tower for a while." Feng Wuhen wished to inquire further, but was gently pushed away. "Yilan has just awakened. He needs you." Optimus steadied himself against the wall, each step deliberate as he made his way toward the observation tower. The ghostly blue spark his chest had faded to a dark purple, resembling a gemstone steeped in ink. With every step, the fissures crept along the seams of his armor, producing a faint clicking sound. He gritted his teeth, swallowing back the surge of energy liquid that rose to his throat. He could not allow Feng Wuhen to see, nor could he permit Yilan to worry. As he pushed open the door to his private chamber, his knees struck the ground with a heavy thud. The collision of metal against metal resonated with a hollow sound. Has the moment finally arrived? He let out a low, bitter laugh, his voice echoing in the empty room. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across his body, resembling a voracious net. Dark purple luminescence seeped from the depths of the fissures, coalescing into a blurred visage, the outline of the cosmic emperor, whose scarlet eyes opened from the depths of the ember. "Optimus Prime, you are weary." The emperor's voice reverberated like 1,000 overlapping echoes. "Surrender your body to me, and your kin shall remain unharmed." Optimus Prime attempted to raise his hand, only to discover that his arm was beyond his control. "Do not touch them." "Of course." The emperor chuckled softly, the purple light tenderly enveloping his spark. "I am merely borrowing it. I shall return it to you soon." As the words fell, the radiance of the spark abruptly extinguished. The last flicker of ethereal blue was swallowed by the dark purple, and Optimus Prime's consciousness plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Within the chamber, only the cosmic emperor remained. Rising slowly, he lifted his hand, his fingertips gliding across the metallic wall, causing the cracks to heal instantaneously, as if they had never existed. His optical lenses opened, a deep intertwining of azure and dark purple, unfathomably profound. In the observation tower at dusk, Windlass entrusted the night to the ambulance, managing to utter but a single phrase, "Watch over him for me." He raced along the emergency passageway towards the observation tower. In the 27 seconds of the elevator's ascent, his heart raced faster than the engine itself. When little AO departed, his face was as pale as snow. Having just had his spark core excised 23 minutes prior, how could he possibly be unscathed? As the elevator doors slid open, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure came into view. Optimus Prime stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the setting sun, his red and blue armor bathed in a beguiling shade of purple. The documents sprawled across the table were neatly annotated, the handwriting sharper than usual. "Little AO?" Windlass treaded lightly, his voice taut. Optimus turned, his smile as gentle as ever. "You have arrived?" He opened his arms wide, and Windlass instinctively leapt into the embrace, his nose colliding with the cold chest plate. There was no tremor of a heartbeat. Only an eerie tranquility remained. "Are you truly unharmed?" Windlass gazed upward, attempting to discern any flaw in those optical lenses. "Certainly." Optimus lowered his head, placing a kiss upon his forehead. "As long as you are here, how could I be in harm's way?" Windlass wished to press further, yet a finger pressed against his lips silenced him. "Hush, do not speak. You have not slept for several days for my sake, for the sake of the night. The Starfire also requires rest. Allow me to fulfill the remainder." His voice was soft and soothing, akin to a lullaby. Windlass' eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness gradually sinking into the warmth of the embrace. The last image he beheld was the blood-red sunset outside, illuminating the dark purple depths of those optical lenses in an even more enchanting hue. As nightfall entered, his footsteps were as light as a cat's. Clad in a brand-new Leader's Guard uniform, the cuffs embroidered with dark golden constellations, he inquired, "Brother, are you well?" His voice carried an innate reverence and concern. Optimus Prime turned, a gentle smile gracing his features, almost capable of dripping with warmth. "Xiao Yezi, your timing is impeccable." He extended his other hand, reminiscent of a fledgling being beckoned home. Elon approached swiftly, halting just a step away, his nostrils flaring slightly. An unfamiliar energy lingered in the air, akin to the chill of starry dust and the whispers of the abyss. "Brother, your spark is merely weary," Optimus interrupted, placing his palm against Yilan's nape. A fleeting dark violet glow illuminating the moment. Instantly, Yilan's gaze became dazed, and he obediently lowered his head. "At last, our family can be reunited," Optimus announced softly, as if stating an undeniable truth. He surveyed the room. Feng Wuhen slumbered heavily on his left arm, while Yilan stood dutifully on his right. The shadows of the three elongated under the setting sun, resembling a family portrait forcibly stitched together. Feng Wuhen's breathing gradually steadied, sinking into a profound slumber. Optimus laid him gently upon the couch, tucking him in with a cloak, his movements tender as if handling fragile porcelain. He then took Yilan's hand, guiding him to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights of Iron Fortress sprawled beneath them, akin to a colossal chessboard. "Xiao Yezi, do you cherish this starry sky?" Yilan nodded. His voice as soft as a whisper. "I do." "Then, let us remain here forever." Optimus raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across Yilan's brow. Dark violet patterns subtly emerging. "Wherever my brother is, there shall I be." Yilan's voice held no trace of hesitation. "Excellent." The Emperor chuckled softly, his voice resonating through Optimus's vocal cords, echoing from the depths of the cosmos. "From this day forth, I shall guard your starlight." The eastern horizon shimmered with a crabshell blue hue, and the lights of the observation tower extinguished one by one. In his dreams, Feng Wuhen murmured, "Xiao Ao, do not leave." Optimus leaned down, placing a kiss at the corner of his lips, his voice tender as though laced with poison. "I shall not leave, never." Yilan stood a couple of paces away, observing this scene, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, quickly overshadowed by obedience. Outside, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the intertwined figures of the three. A new day was about to dawn upon Iron Fortress. Yet the true Optimus Prime remained in slumber within the depths of the Spark Abyss. The Cosmic Emperor, clad in his guise, embraced his beloved, holding his brother's hand, advancing towards an end unknown to all. Chapter 37. The underflow beneath the morning veil 0547 observation tower at dawn. The crabshell blue sky resembled a delicate veil, unfurling over Iron Fortress. At the pinnacle of the observation tower, the climate control system emitted a low hum, muffling the irregular tremors from the depths of the core. Feng Wuhen slumbered deeply upon the soft couch, his breath long and steady, his forehead still damp with the dew of night. To be precise, it was the Cosmic Emperor, cloaked in Optimus's form, who gently tucked in his cloak, his actions as tender as if nurturing a fragile bloom. His fingertips brushed against Feng Wuhen's brow, the dark violet patterns flashing momentarily, leaving behind an invisible lock. "Have sweet dreams." The Emperor's whisper, imbued with the warmth of a gentle giant, resembled the comforting glow of a hearth on a winter's night. Standing 2 paces away, Yilan clasped his hands behind his back, his fingertips unconsciously twisting in agitation. His brother's prior words, "I will never leave," echoed in his ears, resonating with a soothing magnetism. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed a hint of unfamiliar chill in the air, akin to a deep-sea current stealthily creeping up his spine. "Xiao Yezi." The Emperor turned his head, his gaze resting upon Yilan's face, radiating just the right amount of concern. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Yilan lowered his eyes, concealing a fleeting moment of disquiet. "I merely had a dream." "What dream?" "I dreamt of my brother standing at the edge of a sea of flowers, yet he did not turn back." His voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the dreamscape. The Emperor smiled, his palm gently resting on the nape of Yilan's neck, a subtle violet glow seeping into him. "Dreams are often reversed. Your brother will always be watching over you." Xing Tianzhu raised his eyes, his smile failing to penetrate the depths of his optical lenses. "No, today holds greater significance." He lifted his hand, revealing a dark purple crystal core that had been extracted from the intricate patterns on Feng Wuhen's chest last night, now forged into a miniature key. "Take this and head to the Old Port. Retrieve the final piece of the puzzle." 0610 Old Port Ruins. The Old Port, located on the outer ring of Iron Fortress, once served as the anchor point of the Apocalypse Fissure. Now, the ruins lay shrouded beneath a veil of auroras. resembling a tomb forgotten by time. Elon arrived alone, the crystal core spinning between his fingers, casting a circle of dim light. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a dark door rose from the shattered tracks. Inside lay the last laboratory, echoing with the remnants of shockwaves. The walls were adorned with dark purple circuitry, and at the center floated a cracked fire core fragment, for which a red light, akin to that of Yulan's wristband, seeped. The crystal core automatically flew forth, embedding itself at the core center. With a click, the fragment sealed, transforming into a thumb-sized, dark purple crystal. Elon raised his hand, the crystal aligning with his wristband, as if finding its long-lost home. He bowed his head, his voice barely audible. "Brother, the puzzle is in place." Through the communication channel, Xing Tianju's response came with a satisfied sigh. "Excellent. Let us return home, Xiao Yezi. From this day forth, we shall never be separated again." 0700 observation tower breakfast. On the long table lay Earth-style omelets and quantum berry jam. Feng Wuhen was awakened by the enticing aroma, and through his sleepy haze, he saw Elon enter, carrying a plate. "Good morning, Wuhen." The youthful voice was lively, yet lacked the soft cadence of previous days. Feng Wuhen paused, instinctively searching for Xing Tianju. "Where's brother?" "He has gone to the central tower for the morning briefing. He asked me to keep you company." Elon placed the plate down with the fluidity of a well-programmed machine. Feng Wuhen picked up his fork, but caught sight of the obsidian ring adorning his ring finger, the blue diamond refracting a fleeting violet in the morning light. An inexplicable flutter stirred within him, and the fork's tip scraped against the porcelain plate, producing a discordant sound. As night deepens, I raise my gaze, my smile unwavering. "Not to your taste. I shall exchange it." "No," Winless said, holding his wrist firmly. "I only wish to ascertain that you are still here." Knight's fingertips lingered in his palm for half a second before gently returning the grasp. "I have always been present." Yet, the warmth felt as though separated by an invisible membrane. In the central tower briefing room, at 8:30, a holographic star map hovered, casting the projection of Optimus Prime before all. Last night, an unknown energy reaction occurred at the old airport, which is now sealed off. Any unauthorized approach will be treated as an act of treason. The senators exchanged glances, yet none dared to question. Megatron was absent, and the ambulance remained confined. The vast chamber echoed solely with the voice of Optimus Prime as he raised his hand, dark purple lines flashing briefly on his gauntlet. Furthermore, in 3 days, the Primus unification ceremony will take place, at which time Windless and Knight will join me in completing the final link. The applause from the audience thundered, yet it felt like a pre-recorded echo. At 9:15 on the observation tower terrace, Windless stood by the railing, his terminal displaying an encrypted message from Sentinel Prime. "Old airport energy reaction, remnants of the Cosmic Emperor coalescing. Optimus Prime has been compromised. Evacuate Iron Fortress immediately." The words pierced like ice shards. He turned to see Knight approaching with a cup of energon, her steps as light as a cat's. "My brother asked me to remind you not to drink too much coffee. It's not good for the spark." Windless accepted the cup, pausing just before his lips. The pale purple liquid's surface reflected Knight's optical visor, within which there were no stars, only rippling dark patterns. He suddenly spoke, "Little Knight, if I were to take you away, would you be willing?" Knight blinked, as if processing the question for half a second, then smiled. "Wherever my brother is, there will I be." The answer rang like a chain, clear yet frigid. At 10 o'clock in the confinement chamber's dim light, the true ambulance was locked in the dark room, the core encased in a suppressive membrane. He heard the footsteps of the patrolling guards outside the corridor, along with Optimus Prime's speech in the holographic channel. The terminal fragments were concealed within his fingers, and with the last remnants of his energy, he sent a message. "Coordinates of the Flower Sea, 27 levels underground. They're old escape pods. Windless, take Knight away." The message was dispatched, the terminal extinguished, and darkness reclaimed everything. At 11:30, in a private conversation, Windless, under the pretense of an inspection, arrived alone at the edge of the energy well. The Sentinel had been waiting and handed him a microchip. "This is the master control key for the leader guard. At the ceremony in 3 days, simply insert it into the main tower interface, and all guards will shut down for 90 seconds. Windless lifted his gaze. "Why help me?" The Sentinel looked towards the distant observation tower, his voice low. "Because I remember, a true leader does not use family as leverage." He pressed the chip into Windless' palm, and vanished into the shadows of the pipes. 1200 The convergence of flames announcement above the Iron Fortress. A holographic countdown materializes. 720,000 A colossal emblem of the convergence of flames rotates, resembling a sword suspended above the heads of all. Feng Wuhen stands atop the observation tower, as Elon approaches gracefully with lunch in hand. His brother had said, "On the day of his ceremony, you will stand to his left, while I will be to his right." Feng Wuhen accepts the tray, his fingertips brushing against the dark purple crystal on Yilan's wrist, icy like a bomb ready to detonate. He lifts his gaze towards the countdown, his heart thudding dully in his chest. 12:05 The silence before dawn. Feng Wuhen sets the tray aside and takes Yilan's hand. "Little Yitzi, if one day I must choose between you and Xiao Ao." Yilan's fingertips tighten slightly, yet her voice remains tender, almost cruel. "Brother says, choosing is not a dilemma. Just listen to him." Feng Wuhen swallows hard, ultimately saying nothing. He gazes out the window, the morning light over the Iron Fortress akin to an unsheathed sword, hovering above the three of them, above all of Cybertron. Awaiting the dawn, 3 days hence, to either cleave or redeem. Within the observation tower, Feng Wuhen conceals the chip given by Tong Xiangxiu in the hidden compartment of his obsidian ring. In the kitchen, Yi Lan washes dishes with mechanical precision, humming a tune of whale songs. Optimus Prime stands atop the central tower, surveying the entire city. Dark purple veins spreading deep within the flames, resembling a net about to close. The countdown continues to pulse. 715,959 Dawn, never so close, yet never so distant. Chapter 38 Before Dawn, the 0 point of flames, 715958. The morning light of the Iron Fortress is tainted by the countdown, a cold white reminiscent of a frost-covered blade. At the top of the observation tower, Feng Wuhen pushes the chip given by Tong Xiangxiu into the dark compartment of the obsidian ring, the click echoing like a lock fastening upon himself. The kitchen resonates with the sound of porcelain clinking, as Elon places the last dish into the sterilizer with impeccable precision. Yet Feng Wuhen notices a fine crack on the outer side of the boy's knuckles, not seeping energy fluid, but shimmering with a faint purple under the light. It is the weld mark left from the connection between the crystal core and the wristband, akin to a rivet driven into flesh and blood. "Little Yitzi," Feng Wuhen calls out to him, his voice barely audible. "Would you accompany me to the rooftop for some fresh air?" Yilan looks up, a scanning beam passing through his optical lens, as if performing a routine self-check. Before he smiles softly, "All right." 714,211 Observation Tower rooftop. The wind is colder than anticipated, causing the cloak to ripple fiercely. The auroral curtains of the outer ring of the Iron Fortress flicker at the edge of the sky, resembling a dying whale dragging its last shimmering scales. Feng Wuhen leans against the railing, palms outstretched. There lies a metal badge, warmed by his body heat, an old-style emblem of the leader's guard, engraved on the reverse. The celestial sage remarked that this is the sole signal device undetectable by the Cosmic Emperor, as long as it is affixed to any section of the outer city wall. The escape pod beneath the sea of flowers will receive its coordinates. Nightlawn stepped to his side, as if tethered by an invisible thread. The elder brother cautioned, "The wind is fierce on the rooftop. You risk catching a chill." Feng Wuhen turned to him, his voice as soft as the whisper of fragile ice. "If I were to tell you that I intend to depart from the Iron Fortress, to leave him behind, how would you react?" Nightlawn blinked, his eyelashes trembling in the frosty breeze. "Wherever my brother is, there I shall be." The words were the same, yet they echoed as if programmed, with every pause identical to the millisecond. Feng Wuhen felt a tightness in his throat and suddenly reached out, his fingertips brushing against the minute crack. An energy pulse flowed through his touch, akin to warming frozen metal. Nightlawn shivered, dark patterns in his eyes suddenly expanding, then retracting swiftly. "Does it hurt?" Feng Wuhen inquired. Nightlawn shook his head, but in the next moment, his brow furrowed in a brief disarray caused by defined directives. Feng Wuhen withdrew his hand and gently pressed the shield emblem into Nightland's palm, an action tender yet impossible to refuse. "Keep this for me. Return it to me 3 days hence before the ceremony. Will you?" Nightlawn lowered his gaze, his fingertip tracing the emblem's edge as if deciphering something, ultimately nodding in agreement. Feng Wuhen exhaled in relief, unaware of the dark purple hue that seeped through the boy's fingers, quietly infiltrating the back of the emblem like a serpent marking its prey. 680,000 Central Tower's secret passage, the true pillar of heaven, or rather, his remaining primary consciousness, was ensnared within a transparent cage deep in the embers. The cage was woven from the dark purple patterns of the Cosmic Emperor, resembling a heart suspended in a vacuum, each pulse accompanied by excruciating pain. He beheld himself issuing commands in a gentle tone, observed the weariness in Feng Wuhen's eyes, and noted the shackles on Nightland's wrists. Yet, he could not utter a single sound, until a slender thread of red light pierced the walls of the cage, an emergency pulse hidden within the terminal fragments. Flowing upstream along the ember's link, the pillar of heaven raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the red glow, akin to grasping the last lifeline. Coordinates of the Sea of Flowers, 27th level underground, escape pod. The message shattered into scintillating particles, yet in his consciousness, it assembled into a complete map. He lifted his gaze toward the swirling dark purple projection of the Cosmic Emperor beyond the cage, overlooking the entire city. The pillar of heaven inhaled deeply, the core of the ember beginning to flicker at an irregular frequency. It was Morse code, an ancient Cybertronian distress signal, comprehensible only to one, Feng Wuhen. 651,234. Outer wall of the Iron Fortress Feng Wuhen, under the pretense of inspecting the energy pipelines, arrived alone directly above the Sea of Flowers. The aurora curtain flowed beneath his feet, resembling a layer of floating ice. He crouched down, lifting the maintenance panel to reveal the deep vertical shaft, a remnant of ancient mining tunnels, leading straight down to the 27th level underground. Just as he secured the rope anchor, he sensed the faintest sound of footsteps behind him. As they turned back, Yilan stood 3 steps away, the optical lens glowing with 2 faint purple points in the darkness. The elder brother remarked, "It is unsafe for you to venture out alone." Feng Wuhen felt a tightening in his chest, followed by a bitter smile. "Do I need to report even when I go to the restroom?" Yilan tilted his head, as though searching for a humorous response, ultimately extending his hand. "I will accompany you." Feng Wuhen gazed at the emblem in Yilan's palm, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes before he nodded. The two descended the stairs, one ahead of the other, in the shadows. The only sounds were their breathing and the faint hum of the energy conduits. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Yilan suddenly halted, listening intently. There were voices below. Feng Wuhen's heart raced as he drew his energy gun, only to see a dim yellow light flickering around the corner. An ambulance leaned against the wall, its core enveloped in a suppression membrane, yet a bare wire protruded from its chest, connecting to a dilapidated data panel. "Quick," the voice came hoarsely. "I have disabled the surveillance, but only for 10 minutes. Feng Wuhen rushed over, kneeling on one knee. "How did you get out?" The ambulance tugged at the corner of its mouth, managing a smile more sorrowful than a frown. "The Cosmic Emperor desires a complete spark. He will not let me perish easily." He raised his hand, pressing the data panel into Feng Wuhen's embrace. "This is the true process of the spark unification ritual. It is not merely a connection, but a sacrifice. You and Yilan are the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. The Emperor intends to use your life energy to reshape his dark matter core." A chill ran through Feng Wuhen's fingertips. Yet he heard Yilan whisper behind him. Brother said, not to heed the words of traitors. The ambulance lifted its gaze, its eyes piercing through Yilan to focus on the dark purple crystal on his wrist. "Child, do you realize you are being controlled?" Yilan blinked, as though reading an error log, then smiled. "I understand. But where my brother is, there I shall be." Feng Wuhen abruptly stood, positioning himself between the two. "Enough." He inhaled deeply, turning to the ambulance. "Where's the escape pod?" The ambulance raised its hand, pointing deeper, the 27th floor at the end. "However, to activate it, the leader's spark certification is required. The true matrix." Feng Wuhen clenched the data panel, his knuckles whitening. "Then let us bring him back." Outside the Central Tower's spark prison, the projection of the Cosmic Emperor suddenly turned, his gaze piercing through the dark purple mist, fixated on the matrix. "Are you sending out a distress signal again?" His voice was gentle, yet laced with a chilling metallic edge. The matrix remained silent, but the spark core thumped faster, as if on the verge of exploding. The Cosmic Emperor raised his hand, dark purple patterns morphing in chains that tightened mercilessly around the prison. "Do not waste your effort. Your little knight is busy saving himself. Unfortunately, he cannot save anyone." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the spark core emitted a sharp buzzing sound. This was the final strike of the ambulance's viral pulse, piercing through the most vulnerable point of the dark purple prison. The projection of the Cosmic Emperor jolted, momentarily distorting. In that fleeting moment, Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the core of the Allspark erupted in a brilliant white beam, piercing the heavens. The beam penetrated the exterior of the central tower, exploding into a silent blossom in the night sky over Iron Fortress. Below, on the 27th level, Wind Without Trace was connecting the escape pod S activation line to a temporary power well when he was suddenly blinded by the radiant beam above. It was a signal from Optimus Prime. A jolt of realization surged through him, and he turned to flee, only to collide with Nightfall at the exit. The youth stood at the threshold of light and shadow, the dark patterns in his optical mirror undulating like the tide. His brother said, "You cannot leave." Wind Without Trace raised his weapon, yet hesitated at the moment of pulling the trigger. Nightfall, however, stepped forward first, grasping the gun's barrel and pressing it to his own forehead. "If pulling the trigger will make you stay, then do it." Wind Without Trace's fingers trembled, and he suddenly heard the hoarse call of the ambulance behind him. "Wind Without Trace, look at his hand." He glanced down to see a dark purple tendril seeping from Nightfall's fingertips, resembling a vine poised to strangle its prey. Wind Without Trace recoiled sharply, only to find himself embraced by Tong Tianxiao, who had arrived unbeknownst to him, seizing his wrist and inserting the chip into the escape pod's main control slot. 90 seconds to shut down now. The entire underground space was abruptly engulfed in darkness, leaving only the eerie blue pulse of the escape pod's engine. Nightfall stood resolute, his optical mirror flickering on and off like a struggling firefly. Wind Without Trace rushed towards him, intent on pulling him aboard, but the youth pushed him away. "Where my brother is, there I shall remain." The words echoed again, but with a quivering undertone. Wind Without Trace felt warmth in his eyes, suddenly raising his hand to press the badge firmly against Nightfall's chest. The backside of the shield activated the final line of code for the ambulance virus. Forced Awakening Protocol, Identification Number. Nightfall trembled violently as the dark patterns in his optical mirror seemed to burn away, emitting a faint crackling sound. He raised his eyes and, for the first time, spoke in his own voice. "Brother Without Trace, hurry and go." Wind Without Trace seized his wrist, pulling him onto the escape pod. As the hatch closed, the roar of the Cosmic Emperor resonated from above, as if the entire Iron Fortress were collapsing. Above Iron Fortress, the escape pod burst through the surface, tearing a rift in the auroral curtain. Wind Without Trace held Nightfall tightly, kneeling before the viewport as he beheld a dark purple sun rising from the peak of the central tower, a sign that the Cosmic Emperor had fully awakened. The countdown reached 0. Dawn had finally arrived, bringing both destruction and rebirth. Chapter 39. The Golden Cube's 0-point seal in low Earth orbit outside the viewport. The dark purple sun expanded into a consuming inferno, while the horizon of Iron Fortress curled and blackened like charred paper. The alarms of the escape pod echoed incessantly, while the navigation system, in a voice nearly hoarse, warned, "The spark radiation exceeds the threshold of 900. The engine will melt down in 180 seconds." Windless marked the unconscious Nightfall firmly within the buffer chamber, his palm pressed against the boy's chest. Where the viral pulse left by the emblematic ambulance continued to grapple with the dark patterns of the Cosmic Emperor, like two bolts of different colored lightning consuming each other. "Just hold on a little longer," he whispered, as if to comfort Nightfall, yet more so to persuade himself. The Golden Cube was embedded within the emergency recess of the escape pod's control panel. It was the key that had descended upon him when he first entered the world of Transformers, as well as the enigma he had secretly studied through countless sleepless nights. At this moment, unprecedented patterns emerged on the surface of the cube, neither Cybertronian script nor quintessence symbols, but rather the Morse code of Earth, so familiar to him. Origin, destination, 0 seal, windless breath caught. The origin and destination. The 0-point seal mentioned in the data panel regarding the ambulance's true process of uniting the sparks resonated in harmony with the cube. In other words, in order for the core of the Cosmic Emperor's dark matter to fully take shape, it must leverage the origin coordinates of the Golden Cube. Conversely, the cube itself was set to be the sole terminus lock capable of countering the Emperor, a bidirectional beacon. He murmured, suddenly comprehending that Optimus Prime's repeated transmissions of Morse code were not intended to instruct him on where to flee, but rather to guide him back to the origin, to personally deliver the Cosmic Emperor to his end. 593,000. The ruins of the Iron Fortress Central Tower in the depths of the dark purple sun. The entity of the Cosmic Emperor was gradually tearing apart Optimus Prime's armor. The silver-white chest plate was corroded to a grim gray, exposing the spark chamber like an open shell. The Emperor's voice reverberated through every metallic corridor. You are ultimately just my vessel. Optimus Prime knelt on one knee at the center of the spark cage. The optical lens dimmed, yet stubbornly flickering Morse code. In the distance, Tian Xiao led the last two squads of the guard in a charge toward the heart of the tower, only to be repelled by the waves of dark energy. No, one noticed a slender golden beam descending from the heavens, like a thread falling from above, piercing through layers of dark purple, ultimately resting upon Optimus Prime's fingertip. That was the guiding light of the escape pod. Winless voice resonated through the communication channel, imbued with a long-awaited certainty. I have come to bring you home. 584,500. Origin spark chamber. The escape pod plummeted into the core of the dark purple sun in a swift dive. The golden cube detached from its recess, hovering in the center of the chamber, its hexagonal faces suddenly unfurling into a spinning star map. At the center of the star map was a miniature hologram of Cybertron. And at the heart of Cybertron, there lay a dark purple spark, the essence of the Cosmic Emperor, ensnared by golden chains. Windlass placed Nightfall behind the protective shield, while he pressed his right hand against the surface of the star map. A tingling sensation burst forth from the fingertips, as the blood of humanity resonated at a quantum level with the Cybertronian all-spar particle for the very first time. The system's notification sound transformed from its previous tone to the weary yet gentle voice of Optimus Prime. The zero-point seal requires symmetrical coordinates, one originating from another world, and one culminating in this realm. Do you wish to be that origin? Windswept. He raised his gaze to see the projection of Optimus Prime's Allspark materializing on the opposite side of the star map, battle-worn, yet still extending a hand towards him. He offered no reply, merely pressing the obsidian ring on his left hand's ring finger against the edge of the star map. The inner band of the ring bore an inscription in small earth letters. May I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly together every night. This was the last memory before his journey across dimensions. The late-night library, thunder and rain, and the unsent confession text lingering on his phone screen. Now, the unfulfilled confession had become the most precise anchor for the origin coordinates. Suddenly, the golden chains tightened, and the dark purple Allspark emitted a sharp screech. The Cosmic Emperor finally sensed the anomaly, his physical form expanding wildly, attempting to break free from the chains. It was ensnared by the golden net cast by the star map. Mere humans. His roar transformed into silent ripples within the void. Yet he laughed, tears brimming in his eyes. Mere humans can still lead you to defeat. The golden grid began to retract, dragging the dark purple Allspark towards the deepest recesses of the star map. Simultaneously, the projection of Optimus Prime's Allspark gradually solidified, the cracks in his armor mending, and the optical lens reigniting a brilliant blue. He knelt at the edge of the star map, extending his right hand towards him. It is time to awaken, leader. Optimus grasped that hand, the warmth of his palm evoking memories of the day he first arrived at Iron Fortress, when the other had leaned down to pin the guard's badge onto him. How long have I been asleep? Not even 3 days, yet it feels like a lifetime. Optimus's gaze drifted past him, observing the night sky beyond the protective shield. The dark purple crystal on the boy's wrist had shattered into fine dust, gradually being purified by golden particles of light. Children, you have worked hard, he spoke softly, then raised his hand as the Allspark core emitted a deep pulse. The golden cube responded, contracting into a size that fit in his palm, now adorned with a dark purple crack, like a sealed dragon, still struggling yet utterly unable to escape. As the dark purple sun lost its foundational support, it began to collapse. The escape pod spun wildly amidst the chaotic gravitational turbulence, alarm bells ringing in unison. Optimus shielded him and the night sky within his embrace, the Allspark core radiating a steady pulse, akin to an unwavering beacon amidst the tempest. Hold on tight. Just those 2 words escaped his lips as the entire vessel pierced the explosive core, plummeting into the outer ruins of Iron Fortress. Boom! The shockwave unleashed a torrent of metallic dust soaring hundreds of meters high. As the dust settled, the escape pod lay skewered in the heart of a sea of flowers. Once a magnificent sea of quantum flowers has been reduced to charred earth, yet in the morning light, tender silvery shoots emerge anew. The wind without trace pushes open the hatch, his legs giving way as he kneels on the scorching alloy plate. Raising his gaze, he sees Optimus Prime carrying Nightfall out of the wreckage, the sun rising behind him, as if gilding the world with a golden edge. Skyward brings the guard, kneeling from afar with a choked voice, "Welcome home, leader." Optimus Prime shakes his head, gently placing the still, slumbering Nightfall into Wind without Trace's embrace. We have returned home. Epilogue on the 7th day, post-war. A reconstruction meeting convenes at the temporary camp on the southern shore of Flower Sea. The golden cube is stationed at the center of the camp's blast-proof pillar, with veins of dark purple flashing briefly through its cracks. It can no longer stir up any tempest. Nightfall sits in a wheelchair, her wrist wrapped in medical bandages, her gaze clearer than ever. She lowers her head, pinning the emblem to Wind without Trace's collar, whispering, "Brother, this time it is I who shall protect you." Wind without Trace tousles her hair. Lifting his eyes towards Optimus Prime, who is nearby repairing the Arkansas, sensing his presence, Optimus turns and waves, his optical lens bending into a gentle arc in the sunset. In that moment, Wind without Trace suddenly comprehends that their crossing was no mere coincidence, and the golden cube is not simply a key. It serves as a shared singularity between two worlds, binding together the wanderers from afar with the leaders from home, the fragile humans with the resolute machines, and the past with the future. As night falls, the bonfire ignites. Wind without Trace leans against Optimus Prime's knee, the cube emitting a faint golden glow between them. In the distance, Skyward leads the guard in singing an ancient military song. Nearby, Nightfall hands an energy bar to the medic. Her smile is pure, as if she had never been tainted. The firelight reflects in Wind without Trace's eyes, akin to a small, eternal dawn. Yet he knows that the true dawn has only just begun. Chapter 40 Heroes Cannot Escape Pursuit. Earth date, September 30th, 2026, the autumn equinox. Cybertron date, February 14th. The 37th day, post-signing of the peace treaty. The dome of the Iron Fortress Parliamentary Hall is brightly lit. It does not reach the abandoned distribution room on the 3rd underground level. Wind without Trace, wrapped in an old cloak, huddles among the cables, biting down on half an energy bar, as if trying to transform himself into a forgotten thread. Just 3 more hours of hiding, and the awards ceremony will conclude. He quietly encourages himself, yet fails to notice the familiar silver-blue light lurking in the shadows. You can evade the journalists, but can you evade me? The voice carries a hint of mirth. Wind without Trace looks up to find Optimus Prime leaning against the doorframe, grinning as if he has caught a truancy. "I just want some peace and quiet." In the stillness of the council hall, everyone awaited your arrival, before the echoes of your voice had faded. Feng Wuhen was abruptly swept up in an embrace, his silver-blue cloak swirling around him like a neatly wrapped gift, capturing him effortlessly. 10 minutes later, a discreet yet opulent maglev vehicle awaited outside the underground warehouse. As Feng Wuhen was invited into the car, Yilon leaned against the door, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his amber-hued glasses. "Commander, if you do not make your appearance soon, I shall have to enlist the ambulance to post a missing persons notice." The ambulance driver leaned out, shaking an electronic banner that read, "Reward, a hidden red sports car." Feng Wuhen rubbed his temples, inquiring, "How did you find me?" Yilon waved his ring, the crimson mark resonating faintly with the 0-degree star-gold band, as if to say, "You can never escape." The Iron Fortress Council Hall was ablaze with light, its dome adorned with thousands of miniature starfire lamps, transforming the night into day. Feng Wuhen was escorted to the elevated platform, his feet resting upon a carpet woven of gold and crimson, resembling a flowing galaxy. Below, the automotive beings, representatives of Earth, and even Megatron had gathered. Megatron, arms crossed and a signature roguish smile gracing his lips, remarked, "Kid, if you decide to hide again, remember to bring me along." Shockwave and Starscream stood side by side, raising their glasses in a gesture of welcome home. Under the spotlight, Feng Wuhen stood upon the stage, his red cloak dampened by the snow, yet unable to conceal the unease etched upon his face. "I merely wish to remain low-key," he murmured, his words drowned by the applause. The leader's address commenced as Optimus Prime raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Today, we celebrate not merely a victory, but a choice to believe in the Starfire, to believe in one another. He turned, fastening a brand new hero's medal onto Feng Wuhen's chest. The medal, shaped like a golden cube, featured intricately intertwined rings of crimson and deep blue at its center, resembling two hearts that would never extinguish. Feng Wuhen, a hero of both Cybertron and Earth, may your Starfire illuminate all dark nights. The applause thundered, and Feng Wuhen felt his ears flush with embarrassment, quietly muttering, "I just want to go home and sleep." When it was Megatron's turn to speak, he cleared his throat, using his fusion cannon as a makeshift staff. "I once believed that heroes were those who wielded guns, until this boy shielded me with his very body from a blade. He taught me that true strength lies in transforming enemies into brothers." He raised his hand and, with a resounding clap, struck Feng Wuhen's shoulder, causing him considerable pain. "From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of you must first contend with me." Elon stepped forward, placing a bouquet of aurora irises into Feng Wuhen's embrace. "On the day of the Flower Sea, I owe you a word of gratitude for pulling me from darkness and for allowing me to remain in the light." He blinked, his voice barely audible to the two of them. "No matter where you are in the future, I shall carry the Flower Sea with me." The official commentary from the ambulance personnel was humorous. The paramedic adjusted his goggles, stating, as a medical officer, "I have recorded that Secretary Feng has been admitted to the emergency bay 17 times within a year, with 12 of those occasions being to assist others. His vital signs are exceedingly unstable, yet his meddling index remains a constant 100. Laughter erupted throughout the room, and Feng Wuhen wished fervently to wrap himself in his cloak like a cocoon. A throng of reporters surged forward, their microphones nearly jabbing his chin. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuhen divided his tale into 3 segments. First, "I am merely an ordinary individual wishing to survive, unaware that I would be swept into Cybertron by the Golden Cube. Second, to prevent a brawl between the two, I nearly launched the core as if it were fireworks. Third, I came to realize that family is not chosen. It is those who are willing to shield you from harm." With each segment, applause surged like a tide, the flashes of cameras rendering him nearly translucent. The banquet hall was brilliantly lit, with a long table at one end adorned with earthly cocoa and Cybertronian energy cake. Optimus Prime raised his glass to the spark of hope, to brotherhood, and to every soul willing to believe in tomorrow. Megatron sliced the cake into 3 portions, pushing the largest piece toward Feng Wuhen. "Eat up. Heroes need to replenish their strength." Elon placed the final Aurora candy into Feng Wuhen's mouth. "Is it sweet?" "Sweet to the point of bitterness," he replied with a smile, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Secretary Feng, what are your plans moving forward?" After a moment's contemplation, he pinned a medal onto Yilan's cloak. "Plans? First, I shall catch up on sleep, then return the Flower Sea to Iron Fortress, and thereafter continue to be their source of trouble." Laughter filled the hall once more, and the camera flashes illuminated the moment, capturing it for eternity. As the banquet drew to a close, Feng Wuhen sought to slip away to the basement, only to be escorted back to the rooftop terrace by Optimus Prime. The auroras flowed slowly across the heavens, resembling a river that would never extinguish. Optimus Prime embraced Wind Whispers, his voice low yet resolute. "From now on, if you attempt to hide, you shall accompany me on my patrol to the ends of the universe." Wind Whispers smiled and nodded, the 0-degree starshine ring and the crimson mark glowing simultaneously, akin to 2 stars side by side. "Another attempt to evade? I merely desire tranquility. A moment of peace in the council hall. Let us return home." With a sweep of his silver-blue cloak, the hero was once more apprehended. Nightshade chuckled behind them, as the ambulance, pushing a cake cart, caught up. "Do not forget tomorrow's checkup." Wind Whispers let out a wail, yet in the embrace of the trio. He laughed brighter than the aurora itself. Gazing at the distant starry sky, Wind Whispers closed his eyes, surrendering to nostalgia. "I am Wind Whispers, once the driver of a crimson sports car and a sentinel of the Cybertronian flame. This journey commenced with a careless traverse, culminating in a gamble that sealed my very essence. Now, as the golden cube lies quietly atop the energy tower, and the aurora blankets the night sky of Iron Fortress once more, I fold the tale of my arrival into this realm into a thin memoir, A legacy for future generations, and a reminder for my former self. Wind whispers. A starting point for the self-preserved wanderer. I still remember that rainy night on Earth. At the convenience store's entrance, a glowing golden cube rolled to my feet. I pocketed it, viewing it merely as a curious toy. It was not until the leap beam whisked me into the rusted dawn of Cybertron that I comprehended. Fate never inquires whether you are prepared. At that time, my sole desire was to survive, to triumph in the arena, to acquire a few more energy crystals to stave off starvation. I established my first ironclad rule. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Do not invest your heart. Turning point, nearly sacrificing my life for a brother yet. I ultimately could not restrain myself. When Optimus Prime and Megatron drew their swords in the square, their eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve of life and death, I surged into the tempest of energy. I shielded the clash of the Soul Reaver and the Starblade with my body, the core fracturing, with blood-like energy liquid spilling onto the snow. In that moment, I heard the shattering sound of my second ironclad rule. It seems I could die for a friend. Descent. Embraced by darkness, the Cosmic Emperor seized the opportunity. He whispered gently, "As long as you bow your head, they need not perish." I lowered my head, only to be ensnared by dark purple chains, to witness the extinguishing of Nightshade's ring, and to meet the unfamiliarity in Optimus Prime's gaze. I once believed that darkness would bestow upon me strength, yet only deepened my solitude. Awakening, fighting fiercely for my family until the night fell. Weeping in a snowy twilight, calling out for my commander, until the true ambulance pounded the walls of the confinement room. Until Optimus Prime was completely consumed by the dark violet. It was then that I realized I had nothing left to lose, save for them. Thus, I raised the golden cube, channeling the essence of the primordial fire, the 0-degree star gold, and the crimson imprints into the ceiling array. In that moment, I heard the third iron law take shape within my heart. For family, the spark may extinguish, yet it can also be reignited. Final chapter. At the story's conclusion, I stood atop the Iron Fortress Tower, holding the golden cube aloft. The aurora unfurled overhead, resembling a galaxy leading into the future. I heard the sound of falling snow, the laughter of my brothers, and the sigh of the universe's emperor, eternally sealed. I inscribed this page of memoirs, not to extol heroes, but to convey to those who follow, the spark does not concern itself with your origins, only with your willingness to burn for it. And I, Windless Trace, am willing to burn for it until the universe's end. Chapter 1. Title fractured by the Red and Blue Truck Cohabitation Chronicles. 72 hours of Starfire and Leadership Leader Suite. Top level of the Iron Fortress 700 alarm and Morning Kiss, the jarring battle readiness alarm blared for the nth time, and Windless Trace reflexively sat up. Starfire instantly flooding his palms. Little AO, I'm here. The response was not from the broadcast, but from Optimus Prime, his voice imbued with warmth. The red and blue leader entered the bedroom, carrying 2 cups of energy cocoa, steam still rising from the 38-degree tops. Don't be alarmed. It was just a drone mishap in the training area. Windless Trace sighed in relief. Yet as he accepted the cup, Optimus leaned down to kiss his forehead. Good morning, Starfire. Good morning. The heat radiating from behind his ears betrayed him. The alarm ceased, and the small steward projected the day's agenda onto the ceiling. 0800 Leaders Morning Meeting 0930 New Recruit Combat Class, taught by Windless Trace. 1200 Lunch Appointment, no outsiders allowed. 2009 Patrol, Dual Mode, at the bottom of the agenda. A line in pink font read, don't forget to buy pudding ingredients. Nightfall is coming over for dinner. 0815 Bathroom, Showdown the Leader's Suite housed a singular all-metal bathroom, equipped with high-pressure steam, magnetized water, and auroral circulation modes. Just as Windless Trace set the steam to maximum, the bathroom door swung open. I need 3 minutes. I only need 2.5. They locked eyes for a second before simultaneously rushing into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, the bathroom emotionlessly announced, dual mode detected. Hot water time has been automatically extended. Feng Wuhen emerged with damp hair, his cheeks flushed. Who allowed you to intrude? Optimus Prime chuckled while fastening his cloak, conserving energy. As per the third rule of leadership, you were clearly just caressing my waist. That was merely to confirm the energy interface. Get lost. 0945. The new recruits combat class on the training ground. Feng Wuhen stood with one hand behind his back, the spark of energy coiling into a long whip. Opposite him were 20 freshly graduated cadets. The rule was simple. Touching the hem of my garment counts as passing. The students charged forward with fervor. 3 seconds later, they were all sprawled on the ground. Optimus Prime stood with arms crossed at the sidelines, a smile playing on his lips. Yet his gaze held a warning. Mind your limits, don't let them actually get hurt. Feng Wuhen flicked the whip with a challenging brow raise. Are you concerned for the new recruits, leader? I'm more worried about having to tend to your injuries tonight. The recruits were left bewildered. In the next moment, Feng Wuhen slipped, inadvertently allowing one student to brush against his garment. Silence fell over the arena. The student trembled, raising his hand. Did I pass? Optimus Prime cleared his throat. An exception has been made. Enjoy an extra meal tonight. Feng Wuhen was taken aback. 12:30. The lunchtime pudding incident. The Leader's dining hall introduced a limited edition pudding today, with only 2 servings available. Feng Wuhen waited in line for 10 minutes, only to have a mechanical hand snatch it away just as he received it. He looked up to see Megatron. Step aside, that's mine. First come, first served. Their gazes clashed, sparks flying. The next moment, Optimus Prime approached with a third pudding, placing it before Feng Wuhen with a flourish. Here's mine for you. He then turned to Megatron with a smile. Want some? Try winning against me first. Megatron responded with silence. Feng Wuhen remarked. 10 minutes later, Optimus Prime returned with an empty plate, a victorious smile adorning his face. Was the pudding delicious? It was average, but sweeter because it was snatched. Feng Wuhen silently fed the last bite to Optimus Prime. If it's sweet, then eat more. 1,500 documents storm in the leader's office. Feng Wuhen sat cross-legged opposite Optimus Prime's desk, assisting him in reviewing official documents. This logistics budget needs to be cut by another 30%. They will weep if we reduce it. Let them cry while saving. Halfway through the review, Feng Wuhen suddenly paused his pen. Xiao Ao, did you secretly schedule Yelon's morning training for 4 o'clock? Optimus Prime remained unfazed. Young people need to be tempered. You did the same to me last time, and now you can single-handedly take on 20 new recruits. That was because you forced me. They locked eyes for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. In the corner, Yelon peeked in. Can I apply to return Earth? Denied. Denied. They echoed in unison. In the year 1800, a kitchen calamity unfolded as Yelon unexpectedly dropped by for dinner, specifically requesting the handcrafted caramel pudding made by Feng Wuhen. Feng Wuhen stood at the stove, flustered and disorganized. Leaning against the doorframe, Optimus Prime observed as he burnt sugar for the 3rd time. Do you need assistance? He inquired. No, came the firm reply. 5 minutes later, the kitchen alarm blared. Abnormal high temperature detected. Fire suppression mode activated. Feng Wuhen emerged, his face smeared with soot, exclaiming, "It seems the sugar has been overcooked." With a smile, Optimus Prime took the spatula from him, stating, "Allow me." 10 minutes later, 3 exquisite puddings were ready. Yelon took a taste, and her eyes sparkled. Your brother's skills are truly remarkable. To which Feng Wuhen replied, I prepare the eggs. Optimus Prime calmly interjected, I handle the fire. Yelon queried, so it's a collaborative effort? Fast forward to 2030. Under the night sky, illuminated by the aurora above the Iron Fortress, Feng Wuhen piloted a glider, while Optimus Prime transformed into truck mode, providing ground support. Their communication channel buzzed with light-hearted banter. Ahead lay a meteor shower. Shall we make a wish? Feng Wuhen asked. I've made one, came the reply. What is it? Tonight, when we return, you will help me dry my hair. Is that truly a wish? Of course, rule number 0 of leadership. A partner's wishes take precedence. Feng Wuhen chuckled, executing a sharp turn in the glider, nearly colliding with a signal tower. Optimus Prime drifted in truck form, skillfully catching him. Watch the road, he advised. With you here, I fear nothing. At 11 o'clock p.m., a pre-sleep scene unfolded as Feng Wuhen nestled on the sofa, engrossed in old Earth dramas on his holographic device. After finishing his shower, Optimus Prime, clad in a bathrobe with water still dripping from his hair, joined him. What are you watching? He asked. An old show about human romance. Is it interesting? It's average, but the comments are quite amusing. Optimus Prime glanced at the screen, catching a comment that read, The male lead is quite charming. Pondering this, he leaned close to Feng Wuhen's ear and, in a hushed tone, declared, I adore you, more radiant than the aurora. Feng Wuhen's ears flushed crimson, nearly dropping the holographic device. Where did you learn that? From the comments, he replied. Is it effective? Indeed. At midnight, as the bedroom lights dimmed, Only the faint blue glow of the bedside ember lamp remained. Feng Wuhen turned onto his side, resting his forehead against Optimus Prime's shoulder armor. "Are you tired today?" he asked. "Not all. Then tomorrow. I shall continue to accompany you in your mischief." Feng Wuhen chuckled softly, his voice as light as a feather. "All right." Outside, the aurora flowed silently, while inside, the two embers resonated gently, as if whispering, "With you, every day is a thrilling yet sweet adventure." Easter egg. The butler's log, today's record: kitchen fires, 1 successful puddings, 3 training ground carnage, 1 good night kisses, 2 notes. Please prepare 38 cocoa and hot water for 2-player mode tomorrow. Chapter 2. The title blown to smithereens by starfight at the scene of Orion Gladiatorial Arena's mishap 0015 in the dead of night at Iron Fortress. Windless Shadow stealthily slipped out from the top floor of the central tower. As a patrol light at the corridor's end turned away, he swiftly darted into the maintenance shaft. At the bottom, Megatron had long been waiting, arms crossed, his crimson optical lenses glowing like twin searchlights in the darkness. Slow as ever. "Hush, little AO. If you get caught, I'll have to rewrite the leader's code 100 times tomorrow." Megatron chuckled softly, tossing him a palm-sized disguise module. "Put this on. Within 30 seconds, you'll transform into an inconspicuous pawn. Even Optimus Prime 1T recognize you." Windless Shadow pressed the module to his chest, his starfire compressed into a drab, generic soldier's paint, even his signature ear fins concealed within his folded helmet. Objective? The Orion Gladiatorial Arena, tonight's grand finale, a double duel against the Scorpion. Windless Shadow's eyes gleamed. "What's the prize?" "Enough to buy pudding ingredients for 3 months on Earth." "Deal." 0130 backstage corridor of the Orion Gladiatorial Arena, the acrid scent of machine oil mingled with the roar of the audience, resembling a boiling pot of metallic broth. Windless Shadow lowered his voice. "I am Gray Shadow. And you are?" Megatron pulled up his hood, Blackblade. The administrator glanced at their disguises and hastily marked a check on the registration form. "Third arena. You're up in 10 minutes. Don't cry if you lose." The two exchanged glances, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of their mouths. 0145 audience waves ready in the high box. Soundwave held a datapad, his optical lens scanning the entire arena. Detecting abnormal spark frequencies, Gray Shadow, Blackblade, he magnified the scan, revealing the familiar starfire fluctuation beneath Gray Shadow's disguise. Like a beacon in the night, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Soundwave's mouth, a precise 15-degree standard sneer. "Interesting." He activated internal communications, sending only an encrypted emoji. No words, yet sufficient to make Optimus Prime's terminal at Iron Fortress flash a red exclamation mark. Then he adjusted the sound system, and a faint laugh resonated throughout the entire arena. Windless Shadow and Megatron simultaneously looked up, locking eyes with Soundwave's gaze, which held a teasing glimmer. "It's over," Windless Shadow murmured. Megatron flexed his wrist, a crackling sound echoing. "Then let us make it quick." 0200 the Scorpion takes the stage as the spotlight descended. The mechanical Scorpion's tail glimmered with a toxic blue light. Windless Shadow flexed his wrist, lowering his voice. "You take the left, I'll handle the right." Megatron did not respond. Instead, he fired a shot directly at the Scorpion's shell, igniting a shower of sparks. The audience erupted into gasps, which quickly morphed into fervent cheers. The giant Scorpion roared, its stingers slicing through the air. Windless Trace executed a swift slide to evade, while Starfire coalesced into a long whip that ensnared the Scorpion's leg, yanking it with a force that drowned out the cheers with the sound of tearing steel. Moments later, the massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. The referee paused for the briefest of moments before exclaiming loudly, "The victor is Gray Shadow, Blackblade," just as the prize voucher was handed over. An unexpected hush fell over the audience. A spotlight illuminated a private box. Soundwave rose slowly, his voice resonating throughout the venue. "Let us welcome our esteemed guests, Secretary Windless Trace and the formidable leader, Megatron." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Windless Trace's disguise module overloaded with a sharp crack, and Starfire instantly reverted to its original hue. Megatron pulled back his hood, his crimson optical lenses glinting coldly. It seems tonight's entertainment has escalated. The audience, initially stunned into silence, erupted into even more frenzied cheers. "Megatron! It's truly Megatron! Secretary Windless Trace!" He has come to participate in the gladiatorial combat. Windless Trace stood frozen, the voucher in his hand contorted from his grip. Megatron muttered under his breath, "Soundwave, you loudspeaker." In the next moment, energy barriers rose around the arena as the official gladiatorial event activated the superstar mode. The host, trembling with excitement, declared, "Unprecedented. Secretary Windless Trace and Leader Megatron. The prize for the victor is doubled." Windless Trace replied, "I merely seek to earn some pocket money." Megatron, loosening his neck, revealed a long-missed wild smile. "Then let us put on a show for them." On the top floor of the central tower, Optimus Prime's optical lenses ignited instantly. A real-time feed from Soundwave appeared on the terminal. He remained silent for 3 seconds, then, with a flick of his cape, transformed into a truck and burst out onto the balcony. "Windless Trace, your time is up." The truck blazed through the night sky, leaving a trail of blue and white electric arcs, heading straight for Kaon. On the arena floor, Windless Trace and Megatron stood 10 meters apart. The audience held their breath. Windless Trace lowered his voice. "Are we pretending?" Megatron raised an eyebrow. "Pretending is pointless. Let us go for real." As the words left his lips, both combatants sprang into action. The Starfire whip clashed with the fusion cannon's beam midair, creating a cascade of light. With each collision, the audience erupted in screams. Windless Trace performed a backflip to evade the cannon fire, deftly slipping the voucher into his inner pocket. "We'll split it after the fight." Megatron laughed heartily, "Deal?" Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, a red and blue truck burst through the ceiling, landing squarely in the center of the arena. The sound of transformation overwhelmed the cheers of the crowd. Optimus Prime raised his hand, instantly locking the weapons of both fighters in a magnetic field. "Had enough of the games?" His voice, though soft, commanded a silence so profound that one could hear the pulse of the core. Windless Trace chuckled awkwardly. "I can explain." Megatron shrugged. "I'm merely a sparring partner." Optimus Prime cast a sweeping gaze over the audience, finally resting upon Soundwave. With an air of grace, Soundwave performed a gentlemanly bow, as if to suggest that none of this concerned him. "Home." Optimus Prime uttered 2 words, imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Feng Wuhen obediently raised his hand, declaring, "I confess." Megatron shrugged. "Let us reschedule for next time." 0300 on the return journey, within the shuttle. Feng Wuhen nestled in the co-pilot's seat, resembling a student caught in wrongdoing. Optimus Prime remained silent, yet the magnetic lock firmly secured his gauntlet. "Little AO, be quiet and copy the rules for home." "How many times?" "Until you no longer dare to sneak away." Feng Wuhen murmured softly, "Next time, you should accompany me." A barely perceptible smirk tugged at Optimus Prime's lips. "That can be considered." 0400 in the central tower's punishment chamber, on the top floor's bedroom. Feng Wuhen found himself pressed against the soft couch. Optimus Prime knelt beside him, not with the rules, but with a tube of burn ointment. The arena's ground was too unforgiving, leaving his wrists red and sore. Feng Wuhen blinked in surprise. "Aren't we copying the rules? Apply the ointment first, then copy." The salve was cool, yet the application was gentle. Feng Wuhen muttered softly, "It's actually quite thrilling." Optimus Prime lifted his gaze, his voice low. "Next time, bring me along. You're not to go alone." Feng Wuhen blinked. "Really?" "Indeed. However, the ingredients for pudding will be deducted from your allowance." Feng Wuhen lamented. "My pudding freedom." Optimus Prime chuckled, silencing his protest with a kiss. "With me, there will be an abundance of pudding." Easter egg, Soundwave's ledger. Backstage at the Karun Arena. Soundwave recorded on his data pad. Today's earnings, tickets 300, livestream donations 500. Notes, next time, invite Secretary Wind and Megatron. Remember to purchase seats in advance. Chapter 3 Surveillance 0017 on the roof of the Iron Fortress Central Tower. The night hung like a curtain soaked in machine oil. Feng Wuhen crouched in the shadow of a lightning rod, his fingers deftly tapping coordinates into the terminal. Teleportation gate 0345, coordinates 7, cargo passage in a surveillance blind spot. He checked the anti-tracking script thrice, confirming that the disguise module had been updated to version 53. Everything was foolproof. Just as he pressed confirm, a beam of bright light suddenly illuminated him from behind, casting him as a fugitive in the spotlight. Third time, Starfire. Optimus Prime's voice carried the coolness of the night breeze, yet remained gentle. Feng Wuhen froze in place, the terminal clattering to the waterproof layer with a sharp metallic cry. "How did you know again?" The red and blue leader bent down to retrieve the terminal, deftly swiping to delete the teleportation coordinates from the screen. Do you prefer to copy the rules at home, or will you come with me? Feng Wuhen lowered his head in defeat, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. I will come with you. 0025 speculation on the monitor. During the return journey, Feng Wuhen curled up in the co-pilot's seat, utterly perplexed. The first time I stealthily ventured to the Colosseum of Carlin, donning a disguise, anti-skin cloak, and soundproof boots, I was promptly apprehended upon landing. The second time, I slipped away to the Arctic to witness the auroras, even utilizing a backup quantum leap portal, yet I was still caught by Optimus Prime, lying in wait. The third escapade was even more audacious. I enlisted Nightshade as assistance to forge a medical emergency note and strategically chose a time when Optimus Prime was holding a morning meeting. Nevertheless, the leader still appeared on the rooftop, right on schedule. There must be a traitor among us. Windlass clenched his teeth in frustration, mentally sifting through the list of suspects. Nightshade? Impossible. That child blushes even when telling a lie. Thunderclap? That fellow is far too rigid to undertake surveillance. Megatron? Megatron would relish the opportunity for him to attempt an escape, providing ample reason to deride Optimus Prime. Finally, one name surfaced in his mind, Soundwave. In the intelligence officer's office, 3 levels beneath the Iron Fortress, Soundwave's personal control room was ablaze with light. A wall was adorned with real-time data streams. Resembling a colossal compound eye, Windlass entered without hesitation, and Soundwave, without lifting his gaze, deftly manipulated the holographic keyboard. Secretary Wind, what brings you here at such a late hour? His voice was flat yet tinged with a barely perceptible amusement. Windlass cut straight to the chase. I need you to block the tracking signal or inform me who is betraying me. Soundwave halted his actions, tilting his optical lens by 15 degrees, akin to an intrigued mechanical feline. I am merely a humble intelligence officer, lacking the authority to meddle in the leader's affairs. Don't be coy. You control the entire surveillance network of Cybertron. Not even a mechanical mosquito can evade your ears. Soundwave chuckled lightly and brought up an audio clip. 000315. Windlass lowered his voice. Coordinates 7, airport, cargo passage, with no blind spots in surveillance. 000318. Optimus Prime chuckled. Understood, preparing to capture. The audio concluded, and Soundwave shrugged. You see, I was just passing through. Windlass' pupils dilated in shock. You were eavesdropping on me? Soundwave shook his head, his tone feigning innocence. I monitor the entire world. Coincidentally, the leader is also on the same channel. Then you cannot block me? Block you? The leader would dismantle me into components for sound equipment. Windlass remained undeterred. I will give you a box of top-tier audio chips. Soundwave sighed regretfully, Secretary Wind. Bribing an intelligence officer only adds to your offenses. He paused, adding with significant emphasis. Moreover, the true watcher is not me. Windlass was taken aback. What do you mean? Soundwave raised his hand, and the data streams on one wall suddenly coalesced into an image. The summit of the central tower, the leader's quarters. A small spherical drone was quietly docked. As the camera zoomed in, the drone's exterior bore a small inscription, 001. Soundwave's voice drifted like a whisper in the night. A household guardian crafted by the leader himself. Built-in quantum positioning, emotional fluctuation capture, micro-expression analysis. With each heartbeat, it synchronizes in real time to the Optimus Prime terminal. Windlass trace. The Soundwave disabled the projection. He exclaimed with a light-hearted jab. So, it wasn't I who discovered you, but rather the small sphere on your windowsill that found you. I merely forwarded it. Windlass trace facepalmed. I should have anticipated this. 0230. Confrontation at the windowsill upon returning to his sleeping chamber. Windlass Trace's first action was to rush to the windowsill. The spherical drone was innocently glowing blue, resembling an obedient pet. He reached out, intending to power it off, but as his fingertips grazed its surface, the drone projected a hologram of Optimus Prime's upper body. Do not bully it, it will cry. Behind him, the real Optimus Prime leaned against the doorframe, cradling a cup of hot cocoa. Windlass Trace froze in place. You even outfitted the drone with projection? Optimus Prime approached, placing the cocoa in his hands. I feared you might kick off your blankets at night. What does that have to do with the drone? It will automatically adjust the temperature. Windlass Trace protested. Optimus Prime added, it can also take photographs and create memes to send to me. Windlass Trace. 0300 negotiation, seated on the edge of the bed. Windless Trace hugged his knees, resembling a cat caught in a trap. I merely desire a modicum of personal space. Optimus Prime crouched before him, his tone earnest, I understand. However, with the universe just achieving peace, I wish to prevent any unforeseen incidents. But being monitored 24/7 will drive me insane. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment, then deactivated the drone's blue light. I offer you two options. 1. The drone continues its operation, but you may apply for no monitoring day once every 3 days. Or 2. The drone shuts down, and I will personally accompany you 24/7. Windless Trace chose instantly. 1. Optimus Prime chuckled. If only you had been this compliant sooner. The drone illuminated once more, projecting a line of text. No monitoring day application successful. Next available, 72 hours later. Windless Trace. He suspected he had been outmaneuvered, yet lacked evidence. 0315. Compensation. Optimus Prime pushed Windless Trace into the sofa and activated the terminal. As compensation, I shall take care of the pudding ingredients for next week. Additionally, Nightfall has applied to join the No Monitoring Day squad. You may run together. Windless Trace's eyes lit up. Really? Indeed. But I will have a drone follow from 10 kilometers away. Windless Trace. Optimus Prime ruffled his hair. Do not glare at me. This is already the greatest concession. Windless Trace muttered softly, dictatorial leader. The cutest dictatorial leader. Optimus Prime, satisfied, planted a kiss on his forehead. Time to sleep. 0400. The monitor's new task, the spherical drone on the windowsill quietly adjusted its lens, transmitting live images of the two nestled together in slumber to the Optimus Prime terminal. Terminal auto-save, file name, 202500625 in the adjacent control room. As I observed the smiling emoticon emerging from the data stream, I softly hummed a little data ditty. The monitors never rest, unless the leader bids goodnight. Chapter 4. The coming-of-age ceremony and master-disciple conference in the small conference hall of the Iron Fortress Central Tower. Sunlight cascaded through the dome, illuminating the silver-white tiles like beams of focused light. Windless pushed a round table to the center, upon which rested 4 metallic cups, each etched with the symbols of the medical corps, military intelligence, and espionage. Clearing his throat, he turned to the figure standing by the door. Yilan, having come of age, it is time to secure a livelihood. Ambulance, Tongxiangxiu, Soundwave, and Shockwave. 4 mentors, each excelling in their respective fields. Whoever teaches me best, I shall grant them a wish. Yilan, clad in a simple, ceremonial outfit adorned with subtle, snowflower patterns at the cuffs, bore an expression of both anticipation and anxiety reflected in his amber-tinted glasses. The 4 candidate mentors entered in succession, each emanating a distinct aura, akin to 4 tempestuous gales of varying hues. Ambulance's medical expertise presentation ambulance was the first to step forward, thudding a medical kit onto the table. The lid sprang open, revealing gleaming surgical instruments and a nano-suturing device. Learn from me to save lives on the brink of death. He projected a holographic medical record. 3 cases of seed transplantation completed last night with a 100 success rate. Yilan, your talent lies in meticulous operations. I can teach you to suture 0. 1 millimeter blood vessel finer than a hair. Windless raised an eyebrow. A wish? Ambulance adjusted his glasses. Grant me the most advanced mobile medical ship in the universe. I wish to bring emergency rooms to the front lines of battle. Yilan blinked, seemingly swayed, yet discreetly shifted half a step aside as the gory surgical images made him slightly queasy. Tongxiangxiu's military doctrine display, with a resounding clap, Tongxiangxiu stood at attention, his spine straight as an unsheathed sword. Learn military strategy from me. He raised his hand, and a tactical sand table instantly enveloped the entire ceiling. 100,000 virtual units charged forth in the interplay of light and shadow, encircling and retreating, each movement precise to the second. Yilan, you possess the bloodline of a leader. I can teach you to unleash the power of a 100-man legion with just a small squad. Windless inquired, a wish? Tongxiangxiu's voice resonated with determination. Rebuild the Iron Guard Legion. I wish to lead them in safeguarding all frontiers until the last space pirate is vanquished. Yilan's eyes sparkled, yet he recalled the morning runs at 4 a.m., a dull ache beginning to throb in his calves. Soundwave's silent dark web temptation, Soundwave, remained silent. merely raising his hand, as a wall transformed into a cascading waterfall of flowing data. The global surveillance network, dark web nodes, and quantum firewalls flickered in the interplay of light and shadow. With a gentle tap, the defense system of a distant planet unlocked with a click. Learn intelligence from me, and I shall teach you to discern the intentions of your adversaries before they utter a word. Windless, a wish? The sound wave finally spoke, its voice a whisper in the nocturnal silence. Grant me a full-spectrum, silent laboratory, for I desire to perceive the faintest heartbeat of the cosmos. Nightfall was dizzy from the dense stream of data, yet the phrase silent control ignited a yearning within their heart. The oscillation wave, a scientific visionary, stepped forward, placing a fist-sized metallic orb upon the table. The sphere unfolded, transforming into a miniature stellar engine, with plasma flames quietly flickering in the palm. Learn research from me, and I shall teach you to fit a star into a suitcase. Windless, a wish? The oscillation wave, reflecting in a single lens. Provide me with an unlimited budget research fleet, for I aim to extend the boundaries of the universe by yet another light year. Nightfall gazed at the flame, envisioning a future where they might obliterate half a star in the laboratory, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through them. Freedom to inquire. The dilemma of Nightfall. Windless raised a hand to signal. Now, Nightfall may pose questions. Nightfall inhaled deeply and first asked the paramedic, "Teacher, what if I faint at the sight of blood?" The paramedic replied calmly, "I shall teach you bloodless surgery." Then they inquired of the all-knowing, "How many kilometers must I run each day?" The all-knowing replied, "Begin with a warm-up of 50 kilometers. Nightfall's legs weakened, turning to the sound wave. "How long will it take to breach the Iron Fortress's mainframe?" The sound wave answered, "One night." Nightfall's pupils trembled. Finally, they asked the oscillation wave, "Will an experiment failure result in an explosion?" The oscillation wave replied, "It will, but I shall compose a flawless explosion report." An unexpected twist, the four instructors vying for a student. The paramedic declared, "I can make you the foremost blade of Cybertron." The all-knowing exclaimed, "The commander of the First Legion." The sound wave proclaimed, "The central hub of intelligence." The oscillation wave asserted, "The leading scientific madman." All four extended their hands simultaneously, nearly overturning the round table. Windless hastily rapped on the table. "Stop. Let Nightfall choose for themselves." Nightfall glanced left and right, then suddenly walked to the center of the table, aligning the four cups in a row, each filled with a small amount of energy liquid. "I wish to learn a bit from each." The four instructors raised their eyebrows in unison. Windless chuckled, a greedy little one. He raised his hand, and four beams of light descended simultaneously. "Then it shall be a rotational system. Each shall teach for 3 months in turn, and whoever instructs best shall have their wishes doubled." The four instructors exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "It is settled." The first-class lottery ceremony Feng Wuhen produced a golden lottery tube containing 4 slips inscribed with the characters: medicine, military, espionage, science. As the night deepened, Elon closed his eyes and drew the first slip: medicine. A smile graced the corner of the ambulance's mouth, while the remaining 3 could not conceal their envy. Feng Wuhen patted Elon on the shoulder, saying, "3 months from now, the second draw will commence. Relish in your inaugural surgical experience." Elon bowed respectfully to the ambulance, his voice crisp, "Teacher, I look forward to your guidance." The ambulance's eyes crinkled in delight. "Rest assured, I shall make you fall in love with the operating table." A simultaneous shiver ran through the other 3. Doubling the wish list on the spot, Feng Wuhen promptly fulfilled his promise. Ambulance. The initial funding for the mobile medical ship, Rinxin, has been received. Tong Tian Xiao. The reconstruction plan for the Iron Guard Legion has been officially stamped. Soundwave. The site selection for the full-spectrum silent laboratory is complete. Shockwave. The budget-free research fleet, Yuanjia, is set to commence immediately. The 4 teachers raised their glasses in unison, the energy liquid colliding in the air with a crisp sound. Elon stood at the center, enveloped by 4 distinct hues of light, his eyes shimmering with boundless anticipation for the future. Epilogue. Coming-of-age ceremony surrounded by his 4 mentors. Elon exited the assembly hall, with Feng Wuhen trailing behind, a paternal smile gracing his lips. Elon turned back, softly saying, "Wuhen, thank you for this coming-of-age gift." Feng Wuhen tousled his hair. "Go forth and shape the universe into your desired form." The aurora flowed above the Iron Fortress, resembling a river of blessings, guiding the youth toward a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 5. Between sparks and the abyss, the night over the Iron Fortress was unervingly silent. Even the aurora had stilled its ripples. Feng Wuhen reclined on the soft couch in the leader's suite, the golden key upon his chest radiating warmth with each breath. In a half-dream state, the key suddenly blazed with a blinding light, as if a door had been forcibly thrust open. In the next moment, his consciousness was engulfed by an inky darkness. There were no stars, no sounds, only two overwhelming pressures looming overhead. At the end of the darkness, a beam of sacred silver light emerged. A giant, composed of pure light particles, approached slowly, with a dodecahedron of fire swirling within its chest. Resembling the engine of the cosmos, Feng Wuhen, the giant, intoned, its voice resonating as if a billion stars were vibrating in unison. I'm the primordial celestial being, the embodiment of Cybertron and order. Though the shadow of the cosmic emperor is sealed, the abyss is inexhaustible. I require a successor, wielding starlight as a blade and compassion as a shield, to safeguard the light across all timelines. Raising his hand, a platinum badge materialized, its center inlaid with the essence of the 13 primordials, its edges shimmering with eternal codes. Adorn it, and you shall become the guardian of light, undying, unyielding, no longer belonging to any realm. While the silver radiance lingers, the darkness on the other side suddenly surges forth. A shadow of immense proportions materializes from the purple-black mist, its crimson lenses reflecting the impending eclipse that threatens to engulf all. Guardianship? What a tedious prison. The voice of the cosmic sovereign resonates with magnetic allure, devoid of trace. You, who once sealed me within the abyss, understand deep down that the abyss and the starfire are but two facets of the same entity. Become my heir, and you shall wield the authority to reshape the cosmos, compelling the rules to obey your will, allowing freedom to reign as the sole truth. He unfurls his palm, revealing a black-purple crystalline heart that pulsates slowly, each throb echoing the lament of countless lives. Accept it, and you shall be the lord of the abyss, bound by none. Not even time. Two emblems, symbols of extremes, hover before you, and your consciousness is drawn into a tumultuous torrent. You witness the trembling hands of your first journey through the ruins of Kintisha. You see the tears that filled the amber gold on the day of the floral confession. You observe the dark purple fissures upon the chest of the Pillar of Heaven, and the moment you seal the abyss with starfire, you glimpse countless parallel universes, each leading you to myriad endings due to different choices, whether as a solitary watcher, a ruthless dictator, an early fall, or an eternal resurrection. Each image questions, what manner of person do you truly wish to become? In the dialogue between divinity and humanity, you raise your gaze, piercing through the divine pressure of the two deities. Your voice, though soft, carries the stubbornness inherent in the starfire. Primordial, celestial, venerable, if I become a guardian, must I forsake my family? Shall I no longer be able to brew cocoa for the Pillar of Heaven, nor accompany the night to witness the Edelweiss bloom? The silver giant remains silent for a moment, for order supersedes individuality. You then turn to the cosmic sovereign. If I become the lord of the abyss, does it mean I can arbitrarily rewrite their fates, even make them forget me? The purple-black giant chuckles softly. Freedom is everything. You close your eyes. The radiance of the two emblems sears your consciousness, yet it cannot extinguish the faint but resolute starfire within your heart. The third choice emerges. Suddenly, you raise your hand, seizing both the platinum emblem and the black-purple crystal. In the tug-of-war between the two opposing forces, a golden key bursts forth from your chest, transforming into a pure golden thread that entwines and melds the emblem and the crystal. I desire neither guardianship nor tyranny. Your voice reverberates in the void. I wish to be the bridge, allowing the abyss and starfire to converse, enabling order and freedom to coexist. Wherever my family resides, there too lies my universe. The golden threads abruptly tightened, and two emblems emitted a reluctant shriek, only to transform into a brand new dual-colored insignia under the harmony of the key, one half silver-white, symbolizing order, the other half deep purple-black, representing freedom. At the center, a cluster of flickering starlight illuminated the abyss while warming the universe. The colossal figure of the primordial celestial master gradually grew translucent, his voice imbued for the first time with mirth, an intriguing choice. You shall become the balancer, unbound by light, yet not consumed by darkness. But remember, balance demands a price. You shall forever tread upon the razor's edge. The immense shadow of the Cosmic Emperor also gradually dissipated, whispering with an almost imperceptible approval. The abyss shall remember you when you are weary. The door of deep purple shall always stand open for you. As the two deities vanished simultaneously, only Feng Wuhen remained, standing alone in the void, cradling the newly born emblem in his hands. The morning light of Iron Fortress streamed through the curtain's crevice, casting its glow upon Feng Wuhen's face. He abruptly sat up, discovering the dual-colored insignia resting in his palm, cool to the touch, yet pulsating with a heartbeat-like warmth. Had he been dreaming? The voice of Optimus Prime emerged from behind. Husky from slumber, Feng Wuhen turned to see the red and blue leader with a small tuft of hair tousled, still clutching half a cup of cocoa. A smile broke upon his face as he lifted the emblem before Optimus Prime. This is not a nightmare. It is a gift. Optimus Prime accepted the insignia, the azure ember resonating gently with the starlight of the emblem, producing a melodious hum. It is beautiful, but what does it signify? Feng Wuhen grasped his hand, their fingers entwined. It signifies that I shall never leave you, nor shall I ever be taken by the abyss. At the same moment, Yilan in the adjacent cabin awakened from his dream, the snowflower emblem upon his chest radiating warmth. He seemed to hear Feng Wuhen calling from afar. Let us return home. The sea of flowers awaits us. The youth, barefoot, stepped onto the floor, pushing open the door, only to behold Feng Wuhen and Optimus Prime standing side by side in the morning light, their ember frequencies synchronizing with the unfamiliar yet warm emblem. Yilan rubbed his eyes, his voice soft and drowsy. Brother Wuhen, what do you hold in your hand? Feng Wuhen extended his hand toward him. It is the path home. As the aurora of Iron Fortress ignited once more, it was no longer singular hue, but rather a tapestry of silver white and deep purple interwoven in a radiant display, as if crowning the new guardian. Feng Wuhen hung the emblem upon the shared chain of the three, his voice light yet resolute. The abyss is unending, and the starlight shall never fade. And I, wind without trace, shall eternally stand at the juncture of light and darkness, safeguarding all that I hold dear. The ethereal figures of the primordial celestial master and the cosmic emperor gaze at each other from afar, simultaneously whispering, the balancer has been born. Chapter 6. Who is the best brother to the elder brother? The incident in the isolation chamber of Iron Fortress University. On a Friday afternoon, in the small square behind the experimental building of Iron Fortress University, the sun shone beautifully, casting dappled light through the silvery teaching edifice. Wind without trace, cloaked in a modest gray cape, leaned against a hovering vehicle, awaiting a companion. His terminal had just pinged with a message. Nightfall. Class is over, arriving shortly. A smile graced Wind without Trace's lips. He had intentionally arrived half an hour early, eager to take Nightfall to the newly opened Earth restaurant to sample their exquisite desserts. However, mere minutes later, another message appeared. Tong Tianxiao rushed to the isolation chamber in the experimental building. Nightfall and 127, Bumblebee, have been detained for fighting. Wind without Trace's expression instantly stiffened. What had gone awry this time? At the entrance of the isolation chamber, located on the second basement level of the experimental building, the metallic door stood firmly shut, with Tong Tianxiao standing outside, his face a shade of iron gray. Secretary Tong, Wind without Trace acknowledged. Tong Tianxiao returned a military salute, his voice imbued with the sternness typical of an instructor. The two youngsters engaged in a physical conflict over who is the best brother to Optimus Prime, overturning 3 experimental tables, 2 holographic projectors, and a beloved crystallized flower of the mentor. Wind without Trace pressed his fingers to his temple. Let me in. The door slid open, releasing a faint whiff of burnt matter, evidently indicating that someone's energy cannon had scorched a flower stem. Inside the chamber, Nightfall and Bumblebee sat in opposite corners, leaning against the walls. Nightfall's cuff was torn, revealing delicate metallic fibers. Bumblebee bore a neat scratch on his shoulder armor, as if struck by a sharp instrument. Both averted their gazes, the air thick with an electric tension of defiance. Tong Tianxiao initiated a playback of the surveillance footage. Nightfall, the elder brother cherishes me most because I was raised by his own hands. Bumblebee, but he smiled more joyfully than ever when he first taught me to transform. Nightfall, that was because you fell 5 times. Bumblebee, and you accidentally struck your own foot during your first sword practice. Before the last word was spoken, both reached out to shove each other, causing the experimental table to suffer, the crystallized flower to topple, and an alarm to blare. Tong Tianxiao paused the projection and turned to Wind Without Trace. The task of understanding their thoughts is entrusted to you. Wind Without Trace inhaled deeply and instructed Tong Tianxiao to temporarily step away. As a metallic door closed, only the 3 of them remained in the chamber. He dragged over a chair and seated himself between the two, left hand cradling a freshly brewed cup of earth cocoa, right hand holding a small stool, a prop he specifically used for heart-to-heart discussions. Who shall explain first? As night fell, she pressed her lips together and softly remarked, I merely wish to demonstrate that my elder brother holds me in higher esteem. The Bumblebee, unwilling to concede, countered, I only wish to illustrate that my brother is more satisfied with my development. In unison, they declared, he is undoubtedly the finest brother. Upon finishing, they both huffed simultaneously and turned their heads away once more. Windswept, rubbing his temples, said, Very well, since you both aspire to be the best. Let's first dissect the definition of the best. He conjured a holographic whiteboard in midair and inscribed 5 key terms: companionship, growth, trust, support, joy. Each individual perceives the best differently. Shall we let the data speak for itself? Exchanging a glance, Nightfall and Bumblebee reluctantly nodded. Companionship. Windswept displayed a timeline. Nightfall had shared 147 days of life with Optimus Prime, while Bumblebee had fought alongside him for 986 days. The numerical disparity was negligible, and Nightfall lifted her chin slightly. Growth. Bumblebee showcased training footage. The moment he successfully transformed for the first time, Optimus Prime's smile lingered for 34 seconds. Nightfall presented her swordsmanship assessment, achieving a perfect score, with Optimus applauding her 8 times. Each party scored a point. Trust. Windswept retrieved the records of permissions. Optimus entrusted Nightfall with the safeguarding of the Allspar Core backup, while he bestowed Bumblebee with the highest level command access for frontline operations. Once more, it was a tie. Support. Nightfall stated, My brother has shielded me from 17 inquiries in the Council, while Bumblebee added, he has covered for my tactical blunders 19 times. Yet again, it resulted in a draw. Joy. The final criterion proved unquantifiable. Thus, Windswept opted to play 2 audio clips. The first, where Optimus beamed with delight as he witnessed Nightfall successfully create pudding for the first time, laughing like a child weighing 200 tons. The second, where he laughed heartily as Bumblebee soared through a ring of fire for the first time, shaking the training facility with his mirth. After listening, both fell into a profound silence. Empathy. Windswept switched off the whiteboard and softened his tone. Have you considered that in Optimus's heart, the best may not be singular? He can perceive Nightfall as a comforting family member and Bumblebee as a source of pride as a comrade. These 2 identities need not conflict. Nightfall bowed her head, her fingertips tracing the floorboards. Bumblebee's audio receptors drooped as well. Windswept continued, rather than contesting who is superior, why not contemplate how to collectively ease his concerns? He presented a simulated dataset. If you were to collaborate on a joint mission, Optimus's satisfaction would triple compared to accomplishing the task alone. They exchanged glances, their expressions beginning to soften. Reconciliation ceremony. Windswept withdrew 2 lollipops from his pocket, an earthly delicacy, strawberry-flavored. Come, let us exchange gifts and offer our apologies. Nightlawn awkwardly accepted and handed Bumblebee a miniature energy chip. I replaced the one I damaged on your shoulder last time. Bumblebee grinned and pressed a tiny recorder in a Nightland's hand. It contains 27 compliments from my brother about you. I've omitted the part where he praises me, to be fair. They both chuckled, the awkwardness dissipating like dew evaporating under the sun. Windlass took advantage of the moment. Now, let us write the experiment table, replant the crystallized flowers, and then apologize to the Mentor and Tongxiangxiao. In unison, they responded, yes. A public apology. 10 minutes later, in the small plaza of the laboratory building, Nightlawn and Bumblebee restored 3 experiment tables to their proper positions and replanted the crystallized flowers in their culture dishes. Tongxiangxiao stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the 2 boys' clumsy yet earnest actions. a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Mentor, I am sorry. Instructor, I am sorry. The mentor adjusted his glasses, feigning seriousness. If you ever overturn the table again, I shall use your sparks as fertilizer for the crystallized flowers. The two boys recoiled slightly, nodding vigorously. Optimus Prime's surprise. Once everything was settled, Windlass was preparing to take the children home when a red and blue truck slowly pulled up at the entrance of the laboratory. Optimus Prime transformed and landed, his gaze first sweeping over Night Lawn, then Bumblebee, and finally resting on Windlass. I heard my two brothers fought over who was the best. Night Lawn and Bumblebee simultaneously lowered their heads, their toes tracing circles on the ground. Windlass shrugged. I've already educated them. Optimus Prime raised his hand, ruffling their hair, his voice gentle yet filled with mirth. In my heart, you are both the best. However, should you overturn the table again, you will both join me in copying the leader's code. Night Lawn and Bumblebee responded, yes. Easter egg on the way home. In the hover car, Night Lawn and Bumblebee sat side by side, each cradling a pot of repaired crystallized flowers. Windlass drove, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, where the two would secretly fist bump before quickly separating, like two children who had just made amends. Night Lawn whispered, next time, let's compete in cooking without fighting. Bumblebee replied, let us compete, I'm not afraid. Windlass chuckled and shook his head, adjusting the car's audio to the whale song channel. The gentle melodies filling the cabin, music for the two boys, and a tribute to the peace of the future. Chapter 7, The Bounty Hunter's Parallel Beginning. Timeline, Movie Transformers 1 Prequel, Earth, June 1st, 2007. Awakening on the lawn. The afternoon sun carried the unique scent of Earth's grass. Windlass opened his eyes, first glimpsing an excessively blue sky, followed by a peculiar mix of motor oil and pollen wafting through the air. Gravity 1, atmospheric nitrogen to oxygen ratio 78:21. With trace amounts of argon, habitually conducting self-checks, he abruptly sat upright the next moment. At the end of the lawn stood a quintessential American two-story house with a garage. Further away, a boy of 17 or 18 was pushing an old mountain bike, humming a tune. The memory module of Windlass swiftly provided a match, Sam Witwicky, a key character triggering the main storyline in Transformers 1. Coordinates 34. 45 118. 15. It turned out he had truly traversed dimensions. He looked down at himself. The original Cybertronian alloy shell was subtly affected by Earth's magnetic field, prompting him to reconfigure on the spot. Sleek, blackened silver armor. With a golden key embedded in his chest, the core of the Allspark, and optical lenses adjusted to amber gold, resembling human pupils while emitting a cold glow at night. Identity established. Bounty hunter, highest bidder wins, no allegiances. He nodded in satisfaction, deciding on a name that was easily pronounced by humans and memorable. The first rule of a bounty hunter. Sam pushed his bike into the yard as Windlass scanned the surroundings rapidly. No Autobots, no Decepticons. Not even a trace of military signals. Everything was as pristine as blank paper. The timeline was set 72 hours prior to the plot. The Allspark still slumbered deep within Hoover Dam. Optimus Prime had yet to arrive. The Decepticons were still in outer space, queuing to purchase a map of Earth. A perfect vacuum period. Windlass activated a miniature holographic screen, listing short-term objectives, establish a legitimate identity on Earth, recruit initial team members, acquire fragments of the Allspark for startup funds. He raised his hand, and a gilded business card materialized at his fingertips. Bounty agency, services, intelligence, escort, technical consulting, crisis management, pricing, negotiable, no credit. Vehicle transformation complete. Windlass morphed into a matte black and shiny silver 2020 model, adorned with flowing golden lightning on the sides. Each tremor of the exhaust producing subtle quantum sparks. Just as Sam stuffed his mountain bike into the garage, he heard a deep engine sound approaching. Turning around, he saw an unfamiliar muscle car slowly coming to a stop at his doorstep. The window lowered, and a voice with a slight metallic resonance greeted him. Hey there. Young man, need a ride? Sam blinked, instinctively sensing something amiss about the vehicle. Yet his passion for speed and machinery compelled him to respond, cool. Where are you from? A very distant place, Windlass added internally, distant enough to transcend parallel universes. Coordinates of the Ember Cube traveling along Interstate 405. Wind Whisper activated a concealed frequency. Target, Hoover Dam, Vault 7 estimated arrival, 42 minutes. Concurrently, he stealthily infiltrated the United States defense satellites, fabricating a federal special technical consultant dossier for himself. Authorization code 001. Having accomplished this, he switched on the car's radio, leading Sam to believe they were merely utilizing an advanced navigation system. Are we headed to Nevada? Sam inquired excitedly. Indeed, to retrieve a bounty. Wind Whisperer responded with a soft chuckle, as the golden key beneath the dashboard glimmered faintly, seemingly in response to the distant call from deep within the dam. Recruitment advertisement. As they approached the outskirts of Las Vegas, night had fallen. Wind Whisperer parked the vehicle at an abandoned drive-in cinema and activated a holographic projection, casting a gigantic advertisement upon the tattered silver screen. Urgent recruitment at the bounty agency. Team members needed. Mechanical life forms preferred. Earth nationals also welcome. Benefits, free upgrades. Shared Ember energy, lifetime warranty, sole requirement. Absolute loyalty, highest bidder wins. Within 10 minutes, a dilapidated pickup truck rumbled into the cinema. The door swung open, revealing a silver-gray robot modeled after Jazz, who, due to a timeline deviation, had yet to join the Autobots. I heard you offer free upgrades? Jazz whistled. On the condition that you pass a test drive first. Wind Whisperer opened the passenger door, and Jazz promptly took a seat. As the car's audio system erupted with music, the engine roared, tires kicked up dust, and two taillights vanished into the depths of the night. The recruitment was off to a triumphant start. First contact outside the dam at dawn the following day. Wind Whisperer parked alongside the viewing platform of Hoover Dam, instructing Sam to remain in the vehicle while he stealthily infiltrated the underground conduits. This area had yet to be restricted by Zone 7, with only sporadic patrols. Utilizing his federal consultant credentials, he proceeded unhindered until he arrived at the top-secret vault housing the Ember Cube. The colossal silver cube hovered silently within an electromagnetic field, each pulse resonating with the key at Wind Whisperer's chest. He extended a hand, his fingertips gently grazing the cube's surface. A slender golden arc of electricity penetrating the cube as if a key were being inserted into a lock. In the next moment, imperceptible fissures appeared within the cube, and a delicate wisp of pure ember energy was extracted, condensing into 3 shards the size of a fingernail. With the activation funds secured, Wind Whisperer's lips curled into a smile. The integrity of the cube remained intact. The timeline would not unravel as a result. The nascent team returned to the abandoned cinema under the cloak of night. Feng Wuhen distributed fragments of the ignition spark to Jazz, who received one, while embedding the other 2 into his own chest armor and key core. Instantly, Jazz's frame was rejuvenated. The silver-gray coating transformed into a flowing metallic blue, and the onboard sound system was upgraded to surround sound. Boss, I feel capable of taking on 10 foes, Jazz exclaimed, spinning joyfully in place. Patience. There's a grander task ahead in 10 days, Feng Wuhen replied, gazing into the distant starry sky, where Optimus Prime's ship glided through the vacuum, and Megatron's reconnaissance craft had just skimmed past the far side of the moon. He had already set the first piece of his chess game in motion. As they journeyed back, Sam remained in the passenger seat, cradling a freshly purchased hamburger, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery. Hey, can I join? I could be the liaison or, a test driver. Feng Wuhen glanced sideways, noting the boy's eyes brimmed with pure curiosity and a thirst for adventure. A human joining the bounty agency? Unprecedented, yet intriguing. With a snap of his fingers, the passenger seat ejected a mini business card. Bounty Agency Earth Division, Liaison. Permissions, Logistics, Intelligence, Human Interaction. Sam cheered, nearly dropping his hamburger in excitement. Feng Wuhen chuckled lightly. A new world awaits. Are you ready to face the tempest? Jazz whistled from the back seat as the engine roared to life. 3 beams of headlights slicing through the darkness, speeding towards the yet-to-begin narrative of Transformers 1. Inside the vehicle, Feng Wuhen activated a hidden channel, projecting a timeline. 600,000, Optimus Prime lands on Earth. 480,000, Decepticon Vanguard arrives. 360,000. The Allspark manifests 000,000. The bounty agency officially opens for business. He closed the projection, the amber-hued optics reflecting the endless road ahead. The game was afoot. Chapter 8. The Double-Headed Deal Timeline. 60 hours before the main storyline of Transformers, one safe house near Griffith Observatory Los Angeles, a letter from Sam at 3 in the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting striped patterns on the floor. Feng Wuhen leaned against the window, his fingertips brushing against the paper letter. Sam Witwicky had indeed taken the time to write with a fountain pen, the postmark from Nevada, and the letter bore a faint scent of gasoline. Dear Sir, I encountered a talking yellow Camaro named Bumblebee, who claims it will take me to meet their leader, Optimus Prime. The address is Griffith Observatory, 2100. If you find yourself in Los Angeles, be sure to come and observe. Feng Wuhen expertly folded a piece of paper into a paper airplane and with a gentle flick, it soared through the room, tracing a golden arc before colliding with the holographic projection button. Jazz Online. The interview projection illuminated, revealing Jazz leaning beneath the neon lights of an abandoned cinema, his silver plating reflecting shades of crimson and violet. You called for me? Feng Wuhen forwarded the contents of Sam's letter. Tonight at 2100 Griffith Observatory, a meeting of the Autobot leaders. Are you interested in formally joining the ranks of the Autobots? The condition, a full video recording, and I require an internal assessment upon your return. Jazz whistled. Join? I already consider myself a free agent. However, given that you upgraded my sound system, I'll accept the deal. The communication ended, and Jazz transformed into a blue and silver sports car, the engine roaring as he sped into the night-shrouded streets of Los Angeles. A call for Megatron. Just as Feng Wuhen turned to leave, a notification popped up on the terminal indicating an encrypted channel. Channel identifier, 01. The screen revealed a silver-gray visage, encased in ice deep within the Hoover Dam, with the optical lenses beneath the ice glimmering with a dark red light. Help me break the seal and provide me with the Allspark. Upon completion, I seek an elite team, a ton of high-purity energy crystals, and permanent access to the North American intelligence network along the West Coast. Megatron's voice rasped like ice shards scraping against metal. Feng Wuhen raised an eyebrow. The terms were enticing, yet the risks equally so. First, outline your specific plan. Megatron projected a holographic map, cooling pipelines of the dam, patrol schedules for Sector 7, and the electromagnetic lock frequency of the Allspark, all meticulously detailed. You need only insert the frequency disruptor into the main console before Optimus Prime arrives on Earth. The rest is my responsibility. Feng Wuhen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Agreed, but I must add a stipulation. No harm to innocent humans and no battles in Los Angeles. Otherwise, the deal is void. Megatron sneered. A bounty hunter who advocates for humanity? The highest bidder prevails, but rules must be adhered to. After a 3-second silence, Megatron nodded. As you wish. Parallel lines converging. In 2030, atop Griffith Observatory, Jazz had arrived early, disguised as a parked blue and silver sports car, the onboard recording device quietly activated. Optimus Prime's cargo ship illuminated the clouds with a blue glow as it descended slowly. Sam, guided by Bumblebee, appeared like a child experiencing an amusement park for the first time, his expression a mixture of wonder and confusion. The wind, imperceptible, concealed itself in the shadows, disguising the disruptor as a miniature magnetic tile affixed to Sam's coat's inner side. The moment Sam ventured into the 7th district of the dam, the tile would automatically activate the frequency lock interference. Simultaneously, he inserted another microlocator into the tread of Bumblebee's tire, ensuring real-time tracking of the Autobots' movements. With Autobots in his left hand and Decepticons in his right, I stand in between, he murmured softly, the amber glow of his optical lens reflecting 2 intersecting beams of laser light. The interview with Optimus Prime commenced as the hatch of the spaceship opened, revealing Optimus in his striking red and blue armor, stepping forward. The moonlight cast a divine silver sheen upon his silhouette. You have done well, he spoke, lowering his gaze to Sam, his voice gentle as a summer night breeze. Young man, would you join us in our endeavor? Sam, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly dropped his binoculars. Jazz, standing by, discreetly recorded every word and movement of Optimus in high definition. The wind's voice echoed in his earpiece. Jazz, make sure to note Optimus's perspective on Earth. I will need it for a risk assessment later. Jazz acknowledged with a hand signal, simultaneously adjusting the sound system to amplify the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the depths of Hoover Dam, the frozen Megatron stirred quietly. The disruptor tile had activated, and the electromagnetic frequency began to pulse, causing the first crack to appear in the ice. The terminal of the wind displayed in real time. Frequency lock interference 374961. Once it reached 80, Megatron could escape within 30 seconds. However, the wind had set a delay, intending to push the interference to 100 only after Optimus and Bumblebee had departed Los Angeles. Allowing the Autobots to take the stage first, followed by the Decepticons, would make for a more captivating performance. A standard bounty hunter's smile graced his lips. After the meeting at the observatory, Jazz drove Sam and Bumblebee back to the city. Within the car's recording system, Optimus personally stated, "Welcome to the Autobots, Jazz. Your reconnaissance skills will be our eyes." Jazz synchronized the recording to the wind's cloud, adding a voice note. "I have officially joined." The wind responded with a well-done emoji, casually encrypting the recording backup to prepare it as a token of allegiance or a bargaining chip for future negotiations. Countdown 0000. At 2 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles, the wind affixed the second disruptor tile to the sole of his shoe, preparing to infiltrate Hoover Dam personally. The terminal displayed a countdown. 300,000. Optimus Prime ship was about to launch once more. 003000. Megatron had freed himself. He whispered through the headset, "Jazz, maintain radio silence until I signal." Jazz responded with a shushing gesture, his car's taillights carving a cold blue arc through the night. In a new folder on the terminal, Windblade recorded the bounty hunter's account. Income, Jazz's integration into Autobot intelligence, level. Megatron's unsealing plan, level. Spark Cube Fragment 1, priceless, expenses, disruptor magnetic tiles 2, signal delay device 1. Human infiltration risk, unknown in the note section. He inscribed, "Highest bidder wins, but spoilers come at a price." Epilogue, a storm approaches. Windblade closed the terminal and raised his gaze to the eastern horizon, gradually brightening. There, Optimus Prime's ship burst through the clouds. Behind him, the ice of Hoover Dam began to crack silently. The bounty hunter smiled faintly, lowering his hat's brim. "New world. Are you ready?" The engines roared as he vanished into the last shadow before dawn. Chapter 9. The Red Energy Crystal Time. 12 hours before the main storyline of the film Transformers 1 location. Hoover Dam. Underground core time. 0342 at the dam's lowest level. The air was as frigid as solid iron. Megatron's colossal metallic fingers clasped the spark cube, the silver cube emanating an ominous purple glow under the crimson optical lens. Success. His deep voice reverberated across the dome, and then a pigeon egg-sized red energy crystal was tossed into the air. The crystal spun, refracting fiery speckles of light, reminiscent of a star's core on the brink of eruption. Windblade raised his hand to catch it, feeling the searing pulse at his fingertips. The payment had been made. Megatron chuckled coldly, instructing, "Next, intercept Optimus Prime for me." Windblade secured the crystal into a compartment within his chest armor, sealing the deal. Megatron turned, the cube shrinking in his grasp, embedded deep within his armor, resonating with the core to emit a low hum. He transformed into jet mode, breaking through the dome, trailing a purplish-black fissure across the night sky. Windblade remained in place, as Jazz's real-time coordinates echoed in his earpiece. Autobot formation, 180 kilometers from the dam. Expected arrival in 20 minutes. He projected a timeline simulation. 0020, Optimus Prime descends. 0015, full lockdown of Sector 7. 0010, human forces open fire margin of error, 5 minutes. The windless trace closed the terminal, a calculating smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 5 minutes will suffice. The secret of the Crimson Crystal is that it is not an ordinary energy block, but rather the blood of a star refined by Megatron deep within the ruins of Quintessa. It possesses the remarkable ability to amplify the core power by 300 in a mere instant. It can also serve as a one-time transition coordinate anchor point. What Megatron secured with it was not merely the interception by the windless trace, but also a path of retreat. Should the plan falter, he could instantly leap to Alpha Centauri. The windless trace pressed the crystal against his chest, the golden key resonating subtly with the red blood, akin to two distinctly different torrents converging deep within the embers. He murmured to himself, "Megatron has provided me a means of escape," while simultaneously planting a time bomb within the entire universe. Interception scene 1 outside the dam in the arid expanse. Jazz piloted a convertible at a breakneck speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Inside the car, Sam Witwicky clung tightly to his seatbelt. "Why are we changing routes again?" Jazz grinned like a cat that had just caught a fish. The boss said to take the long way around to surprise Optimus. Suddenly, a golden energy wall appeared ahead, severing the road in two. Jazz slammed the brakes, the tires carving deep grooves into the sand. The windless trace emerged from behind a dune, wielding two short blades that flickered with starlight. "This road is closed, ladies and gentlemen." Jazz raised an eyebrow. "Boss, has the script changed again?" The windless trace shrugged. "Impromptu scenes. I kindly ask you to enjoy the scenery for 5 minutes." Sam's eyes widened. "It's you again? Wasn't he the last encounter in the arena thrilling enough?" The windless trace winked at him. "Thrill is the spice of life." Jazz, understanding the cue, turned off the engine and casually activated the car's sound system, the music resonating across the desert. The first act successfully delayed for 3 minutes. Interception Scene 2 within the dam. Optimus Prime led the Autobots through the final barrier. Ironhide bore the energy cannon at the forefront, with Ratchet closely following. At the end of the corridor, the windless trace stood with his back to the light, toying with the red crystal. "Ah, we meet again, old friend." Optimus halted, the optical sensors reflecting the crimson hue in the windless trace's hand. "That belongs to Megatron. Now it is my final payment." The windless trace raised his hand, and the red crystal swiftly unfolded into an energy barrier, sealing off the corridor. 5 minutes, do not force your way through." Optimus remained silent for 2 seconds, his voice deep. "Will you step aside after 5 minutes? After 5 minutes, Megatron will have already departed from Earth's orbit with the cube." Optimus clenched his fists, yet refrained from firing immediately. He comprehended the wind's subtlety, yet he understood even more the significance of the crimson crystal, capable of detonating the entire dam in an instant. Thus, the Autobots could only watch helplessly as the countdown progressed. 000-459, 000-458. In the vastness of space, Megatron piloted his aircraft, breaking through the atmosphere, the Allspark pulsating within his chest like a star on the verge of awakening. He accessed the encrypted channel. In 5 minutes, the crimson crystal will automatically shift its coordinate anchor point. At that moment, regardless of my success or failure, you'll be able to instantaneously depart from Earth. The wind, observing the countdown, softly replied, "Wishing you a fruitful hunt." He then concealed the crystal deep within his chest plate, the golden key resonating with the red blood once more, akin to a silent farewell. Within the dam, the final second reached 0. The wind retracted the energy barrier, stepping aside to clear the passage. Optimus Prime was the first to rush in, only to find the cold storage room utterly devoid of anything. Megatron, the Allspark, had vanished entirely. Ironhide roared. He slipped away. Ratchet scanned for residual energy, traces of quantum displacement, destination Alpha Centauri. Optimus turned back, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at the wind. "You let him go." The wind shrugged. "I merely collected the final payment." After a lengthy silence, Optimus sighed. "Next time, don't forget to collect mine." The wind smiled. "The highest bidder prevails." The fate of the crimson crystal upon returning to the safe house. The wind placed the crimson crystal upon the table, resembling a slumbering beast. The terminal displayed Megatron's final message. "Final payment received. Pleasant collaboration. Remember to raise the price for our next transaction." The wind stored the crystal within the hidden compartment of the golden key, allowing it to coexist with the Allspark. He understood that this crystal would inevitably find its purpose, perhaps to save the universe, or perhaps to annihilate it. Yet at this moment, it merely represented his bounty agency's inaugural cosmic revenue. Epilogue. A new commission in the dead of night, the wind sat atop the roof, gazing at the gradually vanishing purplish-black tail flame beyond Earth's orbit. The terminal illuminated once more. The sender, Megatron, has departed. The Allspark is lost. Optimus Prime requires new allies. Bounty Hunter, will you accept? The wind lowered his gaze, the golden key and crimson crystal shimmering under the moonlight. He softly replied, "The highest bidder prevails." The countdown to the Easter egg has reset, and the terminal displays a new timeline. 00000. The Ember Cube changes hands. 120,000. The pursuit of Optimus Prime commences. 240,000. The Bounty Office's Earth branch officially opens. Feng Wuhen closes the terminal and raises a toast to the starry sky. "Welcome to my universe." Chapter 10. The Dual Flames of the Dark Side of the Moon. Beneath the tranquil sea of the moon, the vacuum is still, and the craters resemble vast bowls gnawed by the passage of time. Feng Wuhen treads upon the fractured silicate dust, stepping deeper into the profound rift. The golden key at his chest pulsates with a faint light, directing him forward to a colossal machine body buried beneath the dust. Its silver-gray armor is battered, yet still radiates the brilliance of its former leader. The adversary of the heavens lies dormant on the far side of the moon for 450 years. Feng Wuhen extends his hand, and starlight flows from his fingertips into the fissures of the machine. Awaken, king of the bygone era. Reforge the Thunderfire. 3 hours later, in the temporary workshop of the Silent Sea base, mechanical arms move with agility as nanowelds create blue-white arcs in a vacuum. Using fragments of the Ember Cube as the core, Feng Wuhen reconstructs the chest plate, joints, and optical lens for the adversary of the heavens. The silver-gray armor transforms into a flowing red copper, with expandable plasma wings affixed to its back and a golden lightning emblem branded upon its forehead. As the final weld cools, the adversary of the heavens, now to be called Thunderfire, slowly opens his eyes, his youthful reflection captured in the amber optical lens. I have rejuvenated by several centuries? His voice crackles with electric sparks. Feng Wuhen tosses him a metal mirror. From this moment forth, you shall be called Thunderfire. My right hand. Let be known, your identity must remain concealed. Without my command, you are forbidden to assist Optimus Prime. Thunderfire kneels, acknowledging. The core of fire belongs to you alone. The whisper of the fallen Prime. In the orbital expanse beyond Earth, Megatron stands upon the deck of a ruined warship. The Ember Cube hovering in his palm, dark purple energy surging. Before him, a dark golden projection gradually materializes. The Fallen, one of the 13 Primes, once a paragon, now a dweller of the abyss. Master, I have encountered an intriguing human. Megatron projects the image of Feng Wuhen awakening the adversary of the heavens on the moon onto a surrounding screen. The Fallen's crimson optical lens narrows slightly, capable of reforging the adversary of the heavens, and can also allow the Ember Cube fragments to recognize a master. I wish to meet him. Megatron bows, as you wish. The Fallen Prime's greeting. At the Silent Sea base, the vacuum suddenly rends open a fissure, and the Fallen Prime steps forth, his dark golden armor entwined with black and purple lightning. Feng Wuhen is not surprised. He had anticipated that this traitor among the 13 Primes would come knocking. The fallen Titan raised his hand, and a miniature jump pod unfolded on the ground, filled to the brim with high-purity energy crystals, resembling a glimmering iceberg. A token of our meeting, he intoned in a deep voice. Join me, and you shall become the new cosmic balance. Windlass glanced at the crystals and estimated their worth, sufficient to sustain the bounty office for 50 years and upgrade all armaments of the Thunderfire. However, he did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he projected a contract into the air. Employment terms 1. Scope of the mission, limited to this collaboration 2. No harm must come to the innocent of Earth 3. Final payment based on actual results. The fallen Titan chuckled, finding it amusing that he was being bargained with by a human for the first time. He extended his fingertip, and dark golden energy branded a symbol onto the contract, an archaic fire mark of the 13 primordials. As the fallen Titan departed, Thunderfire whispered, My lord. The fallen Titan was once a disgrace among the 13 primordials. Collaborating with him is akin to dancing with the abyss. Windlass stored the crystals into a concealed compartment, asserting, Whether it be the abyss or the spark of the stars, I only recognize the stakes and my limits. He patted Thunderfire's shoulder, reassuringly saying, Rest easy. I have a contingency plan. Dual-line missions. Mission. Fallen Titan. Objective. Assist in seizing the core of the Spark Cube reward. High-purity energy crystals. 13 Primordial technology. Mission. Optimus Prime. Objective. Provide early warning to prevent the cube from falling into Decepticon hands reward. Permanent alliance with Autobots. Legal identity. On Earth, Windlass projected both missions side by side, akin to weights on a cosmic scale. A gentle smile graced his lips. Who said bounty hunters could only choose one side? In Los Angeles, at the Griffith Observatory, Jazz drove a convertible while Bumblebee carried Sam. The signal from Optimus Prime's ship appeared on the radar's edge. Windlass' communication channel simultaneously lit up with 2 messages. Optimus Prime, thank you for the warning. We will land in 20 minutes, Fallen Titan. The cube is about to manifest. Prepare to net the catch. Windlass closed the terminal. Thunderfire stood behind him, plasma wings unfurling slowly like a pair of burning crescent moons. Master, who shall we strike first? None shall be struck. Windlass raised his hand, and both the golden key and the red energy crystal illuminated simultaneously. Let's allow them to clash, and then we shall reap the benefits. On the far side of the moon, Windlass transformed the energy crystals acquired from the fallen Titan into a quantum disruption bomb. The bomb's core housed shards of the spark cube. Once detonated, it would instantly disrupt all Cybertronian signals for 30 seconds. He placed the bomb in an abandoned crater on the far side of the moon, synchronizing the coordinates for both parties. Optimus Prime received a trap set by the Decepticons, while Megatron encountered an ambush from the Autobots. Thundercracker observed the bustling figure and quietly remarked, "Master, you are the true chess player." As the countdown began, the three factions closed in. 003000. Optimus Prime and the Autobot arrived at the moon's far side. 002500. Megatron personally led the Decepticon elite into view. 002000. The quantum disruption bomb activated. 000000. In a signal vacuum, both sides opened fire. The far side of the moon erupted in a silent display of fiery blossoms. As the core of the Matrix revealed itself amidst the explosion, reminiscent of a star cradled by fate. In the aftermath of the explosion, as the shock waves subsided, Optimus Prime and Megatron surged toward the Matrix. Wind Shadow piloted the Starship shuttle through the void, while Thundercracker unfurled his plasma wings, resembling a blazing meteor. The golden key was inserted into the Matrix's core, instantly charging the crimson energy crystal, which emitted a blinding white light, repelling both Optimus Prime and Megatron. Wind Shadow grasped the Matrix, his voice calm, yet resonant in the vacuum. "Gentlemen, the auction commences." Optimus Prime declared, "The Autobots offer an eternal alliance in exchange." Megatron countered, "The Decepticons present the cosmic truth as a gift." Wind Shadow raised his hand, and the Matrix split in two within his palm, one half silver-white, symbolizing order, the other half dark purple, symbolizing freedom. Each would take what they desired, yet from this moment forth, the balance of this universe would be safeguarded by me. In the epilogue, the bounty office underwent an upgrade at the new lunar headquarters. Thundercracker embedded the two fragments of the Matrix into the cores of the Starship and Abyss ships, one silver-white, the other dark purple, like twin siblings. Wind Shadow displayed Megatron's energy crystal alongside Optimus Prime's alliance agreement on the command cabin wall. A new commission appeared on the terminal. Unknown coordinates. Seek the 13 primal relics. Wind Shadow raised a toast to the camera, his smile interwoven with the light of starlight and abyss. "The universe is vast, and my office has only just opened its doors." Chapter 11. The Headhunting Game Timeline. 4 months prior to the film Transformers. Revenge of the Fallen Team Size. Bounty Agency current members. For leader, Windlass Trace Ace, Fire Thunder, Reborn Nemesis, Intelligence, Jazz, Earth Division, Logistics. A shuttle transformed into a mobile base, the leader's dilemma in the hangar of the Iron Fortress stationed on Earth. Windlass Trace reclined with his feet propped on the control panel, gazing at the personnel display before him, which illuminated only 4 green lights. His brow furrowed as if it could snap a data line. For individuals, 2 firearms, 1 vessel. He muttered to himself, pondering how they could not even manage a single medium-sized escort mission. Fire Thunder approached with a cup of energy liquid, his tone serious. "I can take on 10 foes, but facing 100 would hinder the leader." Jazz, standing nearby, whistled. "If we lack personnel, let us seize them." Windlass Trace raised his hand to summon 2 encrypted files. Target, Weapon Master Ironhide. Target, high-altitude spy satellite Soundwave. Before seizing them, they must first be made to accept. Ironhide's vulnerability. The dossier revealed that Ironhide was currently in a state of turmoil due to a disrupted ammunition supply chain. The budget for the Autobots logistics department had been slashed by 30 by the Council, forcing his explosive armor-piercing round project to a standstill. Windlass Trace projected a contract into the air. Bounty Agency Unlimited Ammunition Supply Agreement. Conditions. Join for 12 months, 0 ammunition costs. Shared are D patents. When Ironhide received the encrypted email at the Nevada testing range on Earth, his optical lens nearly sparked with disbelief. Unlimited ammunition? Shared patents? He immediately dialed back. "Kid, if you dare to play me, I will turn you into a target." Windlass Trace simply replied with 2 words, "Goods inspection." 10 minutes later, Crates upon crates of high-explosive armor-piercing rounds tumbled out of the shuttle's cargo hold, forming small mountains in the desert. Ironhide caressed the shells as if they were long-lost lovers. A deal was struck. The price of high-altitude Phantom Soundwave at this moment. Soundwave was cruising in satellite form at an altitude of 360,000 kilometers, intercepting global communications. Winless Trace did not send an email. Instead, he directly manipulated the broadcast frequency of a U.S. military satellite, inserting a recruitment advertisement into Soundwave's primary frequency. Bounty Agency All-Band Silence Laboratory, equipped with quantum-level storage arrays, capable of real-time backup of 100 Earth communication data. Conditions. Joined for 12 months, laboratory sovereignty belongs to Soundwave. The agency retains only a 10 data sharing right. Soundwave remained silent for 3 seconds, the entire channel muted for 0.7 milliseconds. This was his way of expressing profound excitement. In the following moment, a succinct message arrived at the Winless terminal, while mutual endeavor. Iron Skin boarded a shuttle and arrived at the temporary base in the Sahara that evening, bearing 2 homemade explosive devices as a token of greeting. Fire Thunder poured him a glass of high-purity energy liquid, and their eyes met, both breaking into grins. An arms aficionado encountering a firepower platform, a perfect match. Simultaneously, a silver meteor streaked across the sky, with a sonic wave descending vertically in satellite form, morphing just 100 meters above the ground before landing and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jazz whistled. "Welcome to the quietest corner of Earth." The sonic wave remained impassive but unfurled a folding quantum antenna behind him, displaying dominance like a peacock spreading its feathers. The laboratory is due for delivery tonight. The uproar over the disappearance of Iron Skin and Sonic Wave sent ripples through both factions within 24 hours. Optimus Prime convened an emergency internal meeting. Had Iron Skin abandoned his post? Megatron placed a bounty of 500,000 energy coins on the dark web for the return of Sonic Wave, promising a generous reward. Winless shared the bounty screenshot in the group. "Look, free advertising." Iron Skin responded with a rocket emoji. Sonic Wave replied with a mute symbol. Jazz nearly crashed the control panel with laughter. Contractual details. Iron Skin's contract. Position: Chief Firepower Consultant. Benefits: unlimited ammunition, no budget constraints for experiments. Ability to bring his own RD team. Obligations: prioritize protecting the boss during missions. Sonic Wave's contract. Position: Intelligence Director. Benefits: independent laboratory, 100 data sovereignty. Remote work capability. Obligations: provide a global intelligence summary once a month. Both pressed their fingerprints, and Winless dropped a spark of starlight on the electronic seal, activating the contracts. The personnel panel of the bounty office surged from 4 to 6 members, officially doubling the team size. Debut mission: to test the new lineup. Winless accepted the first medium-sized commission. Escort. Core of a new reactor from a Middle Eastern nation. Threat: 3 Decepticon reconnaissance units. Reward: 2 million energy coins. 2 tons of rare metals. During the mission briefing, Iron Skin was responsible for fire suppression. Sonic Wave would intercept enemy communications in real time. Fire Thunder would provide mobile support. Jazz would operate on the ground, and Winless would personally oversee the command. Combat duration: 8 minutes and 17 seconds. The enemy reconnaissance units were annihilated, and the escorted target sustained 0 damage. The client generously added a 30 tip on the spot and posted a 5-star review on the dark web. The agency is astonishingly efficient, and their firepower is formidable. Faction reaction: the Autobot Council. We must retrieve Ironhide while also monitoring developments. Decepticon High Command. Soundwave's betrayal? No, he has merely discovered a superior server. Intelligence Agencies of Humanity. A mercenary group unbound by any faction? Dangerous. Yet perhaps a collaboration is feasible. Overnight, his name surged to the top of trending searches in the underworld. Next steps for Windblade. At the celebration banquet, Windblade raised a toast. From this day forth, we're no longer a quartet, but a fleet of 6. As for the next step, we shall continue our recruitment efforts. He called up new target profiles. Target: Autobot Medic Ratchet. Target: Decepticon Aerial Commander Starscream. Ironhide whistled. "Leave Ratchet to me. I can bribe him with the latest nanomedical rounds." Soundwave interjected. "I have backed up 3 copies of Starscream's flight data, sufficient to encourage his voluntary descent." Laughter erupted among the group as their glasses clinked, the sparks of light and darkness intertwining within their cups. Bounty Hunter list. On the terminal screen, a new countdown commenced. 30 days. Ratchet. 45 days. Starscream. 60 days. Bounty Agency at full capacity, 10 personnel. Windblade closed the screen and gazed out at the vast expanse of the galaxy. The universe is immense, yet the finest hunters always find the most exceptional prey. Chapter 12. Second phase of the Bounty Hunter game timeline. 3 months prior to the film Transformers 2 Bounty Agency. Currently staffed with 6 members. Boss. Windblade Ace. Thundercracker. Rebirth of Skywarp. Firepower. Weapons Master Ironhide Intelligence. High Orbit Phantom Soundwave Logistics Driver. Jazz Mobile Base. Modified Shuttle Windrunner Bounty List Upgrade. Within the operations room of Windrunner, 6 holographic screens formed a circle with a constantly flickering star map suspended in the center. Windblade pushed 2 red markers towards the outer edge of the screen. Target, Ratchet, Chief Medic of the Autobots. Target, Starscream, Decepticon Aerial Commander. Target, Shockwave, Chief Scientist of the Decepticons. Target, RC Leader of the Autobot Sisters. Ironhide let out a whistle. To snatch for it once? Boss, your appetite is truly insatiable. Soundwave, expressionless, reported. Intelligence indicates that the ambulance has departed from Earth's orbit and is currently engaged in a search and rescue mission amidst the ruins of Cybertron. The Insecticon, having faced emotion due to the failure of the last mission, now drifts alone in high orbit. Shockwave remains in the Quintessa laboratory, though its coordinates shift randomly every 6 hours. RC patrols the dark side of the moon accompanied by her twin sisters. Windblade snapped her fingers, split into 4 groups, and act simultaneously. Within 48 hours, I demand their signatures. Operation Ambulance Task Leaders. Ironhide. Hot Rod Location. Wreckage of the Cybertronian Medical Base Strategy. Utilize regenerative nanobullets as bait. Ironhide held a thumb-sized silver bullet in his palm. This is the latest regenerative nanobullet, capable of repairing 90 of critical damage within 30 seconds. The ambulance cannot refuse. Hot Rod activated his thrusters, and the 2 transformed into streaks of gold and black. Racing toward Cybertron. Amidst the ruins, the ambulance was stitching up a gravely injured Detective Spark. Upon seeing the bullet in Ironhide's hand, the optical visor flared to life. Give me 10 boxes, and I will accompany you. Ironhide regretfully shrugged. Only 1 box is available. Wish for more? Sign a 12-month contract, and we shall ensure mass production. The ambulance fell silent for 3 seconds before pressing its imprint onto the contract. Mission accomplished. Time elapsed. 4 hours and 17 minutes. Operation Insecticon Task Leaders. Soundwave. Jazz Location. High Orbit. 36000 Abandoned Satellite Belt Strategy. Utilize flight data as bait. Jazz piloted the Wind Charger, weaving through debris. Soundwave projected an encrypted data packet onto the public channel. Insecticon. This is the hyperspace jump algorithm that Megatron never discloses. I offer you 12 months of freedom in return. The Insecticon's aircraft mode emerged from the shadows, its crimson optics flashing. Provide me with a complete version, and I will depart immediately. Soundwave tossed the chip, and upon integration, the Insecticon's systems upgraded instantaneously, boosting speed by 40. He signed a contract, adding a quip. Megatron is too stingy, not even willing to provide a data cable. Operation Shockwave Task Leaders. Windblade. Hot Rod Location. Randomly shifting Quintessa Laboratory Strategy. Use a limitless research fleet as bait. The Quintessa Laboratory jumps every 6 hours. Yet Windblade had previously implanted a tracking script within Shockwave's experimental logs. When the laboratory made its 3rd jump to the asteroid belt, Windblade and Hot Rod launched their surprise attack. The Shockwave frowned at the lack of energy. As Feng Wuhen placed a fleet authorization document on the experimental table, the entire research fleet, with no budgetary limits, sovereignty belongs to you. And we only take 10 for data sharing. The Shockwave's monocle glinted, and after 5 seconds of silence, he pressed his purple fingerprint on the contract. Deal. But I want to take the experimental subjects with me. Feng Wuhen smiled. As you wish, just don't blow up my ship. Project RSI Task Leader. Full team coordination location. Base on the dark side of the moon strategy. Use sisterly safety as bait. RSI was patrolling with the twins, Brake and Fender, when she suddenly received an encrypted distress signal. Brake and Fender have been captured by the Decepticons. Urgent rescue needed. Sender. Soundwave Forge. RSI filled with fury, was about to take off when Feng Wuhen's shuttle suddenly appeared, opening its doors. "Get in. I'll take you to rescue them." 3 minutes later, the twins appeared on the bridge, completely unharmed, holding ice cream. Arsai was stunned. "Weren't you captured?" Brake blinked. "No, we were just invited to watch a movie." Fender added, "And there was free ice cream." Arsai face-bombed, and Feng Wuhen timely presented the contract. "Join us. And I promise the three sisters will never be separated, plus unlimited ice cream supply." With a sigh, Arsai signed her name. The assembly gathered 48 hours later, and the hangar of the Zhifeng was ablaze with light. The ambulance was calibrating the medical cabin, Red Spider was polishing the new wings, and Shockwave was moving experimental apparatus into the cargo hold, while Arsai showed the twins around the bridge. Feng Wuhen stood on the second-level platform, watching the personnel panel jump from 6 to 10, and satisfied, pressed the full staff button. Iron Skin passed by carrying a box of explosive shells. "Boss, we now have enough manpower to wage a small-scale interstellar war." Soundwave nudged the monocle. "No, we are a fleet." Double Storm news returned to the two major factions, and Optimus Prime urgently convened a strategic meeting. The ambulance, Arsai, is missing, and the office is suspected to be behind it. Megatron, furious, exclaimed, "Soundwave, Red Spider, and Shockwave have collectively defected. Mark the bounty office as a level 1 target." Human Intelligence Networks, an unbound mechanical mercenary group, has acquired interstellar combat capabilities. Collaboration is advised, or mark as high risk. In the battle room of the Zhifeng, Feng Wuhen expanded the star map to encompass the entire galaxy. "Now, we have assembled a team of 10 individuals, proficient in firepower, intelligence, medical assistance, scientific research, aerial combat, and electronic warfare." He gestured towards the brightest coordinates on the star map. "Our next objective extends beyond the confines of Autobots and Decepticons, reaching into the cosmos for the elusive freedom fighters who remain shrouded in anonymity." Thundercracker, Ratchet, Soundwave, Starscream, Shockwave, Medic RC Brake, Mudflap, and Jazz all raised their hands in unison, their voices echoing through the hangar. The countdown has begun. A new timeline emerged on the terminal. 30 days, the bounty agency's fully equipped fleet set sail. 60 days, the cosmic headhunting list expands to 50 individuals. 90 days, the galaxy's most liberated mercenary group is born. Windlass closed the terminal and raised a toast to the stars beyond the porthole. "Welcome to the final chapter of the headhunting game." The Easter egg headhunting list teaser displayed on the terminal rolled out the next targets. Target: Autobot Scientist Jack. Target: Decepticon Assassin Barricade. Target: Quintessent Defector Drift. Windlass chuckled softly. The universe is vast, yet a skilled hunter never overlooks a superior prey. Chapter 13. Peace Conference subtitle: The Boss's Self-Rescue at the Heart of the Storm. The main screen of the Windrider displayed a barrage of red and blue alerts, almost merging into a single beam of light. On the left, Autobot Channel Ratchet and RC have been poached. Morale is wavering. On the right, Decepticon Channel Soundwave, Starscream, and Shockwave have gone dark. Traitors. In the center, Human Media reports a mysterious bounty fleet sweeping through both factions. Is a shift in the galaxy imminent? Windlass held a cup of Earth coffee, observing the relentless flow of public opinion, realizing for the first time that the phrase "playing with fire" was indeed perilous. Thundercracker stood behind him, arms crossed, his tone nonchalant. "Boss, if we don't act soon, tomorrow they will unite to make us cosmic enemies." Ironhide interjected, "I've already received 7 drafts of assassination warrants." Windlass rubbed his temples and said, "All right, let's convene a peace conference and ensure that Optimus Prime and Megatron sit down to hear me out. They will owe me their gratitude." Invitation letters, 3 encrypted invitations, were simultaneously dispatched. To Optimus Prime, subject: briefing on the voluntary transfers of Ratchet, RC, Jack, and others. Location: neutral floating platform in the eye of the Sahara, Earth. Time: 48 hours from now. Note: unlimited energy drinks will be provided on site, along with your favorite 38 cocoa. To Megatron, subject: salary enhancement matters for Soundwave, Starscream, Shockwave, and others. Location: same as above. Note: accompanying 1 ton of high-purity energy crystal samples, available for inspection on site. To the United Human Council, subject: legitimacy of the bounty agency and regulations of the galactic employment market. Location: same as above. Note: live broadcast, synchronized globally. Within 30 minutes of issuance, both factions responded simultaneously. Received. On time. The Human Council then sold the broadcasting rights directly to Interstellar Media for an 8-figure advertising fee. After 48 hours of setup, a 2-kilometer diameter alloy platform hovered above the Sahara, with a grand round table at its center. On the left, the Autobot seats, Optimus Prime, Ironhide, Returned, Ratchet, RC. On the right, the Decepticon seats, Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, Shockwave. At the head, Windblade. At the foot, representatives of the United Human Council. Surrounding the platform were Firestorm, Jazz, Break, Mudflap, Jolt, and Drift, all adorned in the gray cloaks of the bounty agency, resembling a silent honor guard. Opening remarks Windblade tapped the table, and the holographic screen displayed the agenda in bold letters. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall not discuss war, but rather business. With a wave of his hand, contracts flew to each individual. The first page, voluntary transfer declaration. The second page, salary comparison. The third page, severance compensation. The fourth page, reemployment agreement. Review it before expressing any anger. It will not be too late. Data speaks 1. Voluntary transfer rate Autobots. 37, Ratchet, RC. Ironhide, Decepticons. 49, Soundwave, Starscream, Shockwave, Drift. With a ratio below 50, it does not constitute a hollowing out. 2. Salary comparison average monthly salary of the bounty agency. 18 times that of Autobots at the same level. 22 times that of Decepticons at the same level. What I offer is indeed more than theirs. 3. Severance compensation. The agency provides a one-time payment of 50,000 energy credits per person, along with lifelong medical and maintenance insurance, covering even the most obscure screws. 4. Reemployment agreement. Upon contract expiration, one may return to their original faction, with the agency assisting in the continuity of service. Freedom of movement is guaranteed. No one will be forcibly retained. As the data was presented, an eerie silence enveloped the room, allowing the rhythmic thumping of the core to resonate. Optimus Prime's inquiry. Optimus Prime set down the contract and spoke with a steady voice. You entice our personnel to leave voluntarily with higher salaries. Is this not another form of warfare? Windblade shook his head. War is coercion. Recruitment is a choice. I have neither fired a shot nor resorted to abduction. They are merely submitting their resumes in a free market. He then played a segment of footage showing Ratchet smiling aboard the medical ship, exclaiming for the first time, I need not worry about the budget. Arsai sprinted across the lunar training grounds with her twins, declaring, this place allows my sisters and me to remain inseparable. Ironhide, hoisting a new ammunition crate, flashed a thumbs up at the camera. As the recording concluded, Optimus Prime fell silent. In a fit of rage, Megatron slammed his fist on the table, causing spiderweb cracks to form on its surface. Soundwave is my left arm, Starscream is my right wing, and Shockwave is my brain. And you dare to undermine my authority with a mere statement? Calmly, Windblade projected another video into the air, Soundwave, in a soundproof laboratory. Meticulously organized global human communication data into a melodious symphony. Starscream inscribed markings on the new wing. Shockwave cheerfully transported quintessent experimental subjects into the unlimited fleet, his laughter akin to that of a child receiving candy. Megatron's knuckles cracked ominously, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering the command to fire, for he had witnessed, in Starscream's footage, that the velocity of the new wing indeed surpassed that of the Decepticons' current models by 40. Taking advantage of the moment, the representative of the Human United Council spoke up. The existence of the agency fills the gray areas that the official channels cannot cover. We propose registering it as a cross-stellar legitimate employment organization, with all contracts protected under galactic commercial law. Optimus and Megatron exchanged glances, both snorting in disdain. Yet no one opposed. After all, to refuse legalization would mean acknowledging that the abduction of personnel was illegal, and neither could afford to offer their subordinates higher salaries. Seizing the opportunity, Windblade continued. As an act of goodwill, the agency has decided to offer the Autobots 3 months of free medical ship usage. And to the Decepticons, 100 tons of high-purity energy crystals delivered in 12 installments. Furthermore, all former faction members may return as observers at any time, with the agency covering their round-trip expenses. Ironhide was the first to applaud, exclaiming, the boss is generous. Soundwave adjusted his monocle, stating, the logic is sound. It's a deal. Optimus and Megatron exchanged one final look before nodding in unison. Thus, under the guise of a peace agreement, quietly reached beneath the allure of quadrupled salaries. A resolution was achieved. As the meeting concluded and the floating platform descended slowly, Optimus passed Windblade and murmured, "For the next bid, please remember to grant me a 20-employee discount." Megatron brushed past, a begrudging smile in his voice. "For the next recruitment, give me a heads up. I'll personally write you a recommendation letter." The wind, without a trace, raised a glass and toasted the setting sun with a sip of earthly coffee, expressing gratitude to the two patrons for their support. The bounty agency will always welcome returning clients. In the distance, the ship Zephyr ascended, its fiery trail unfurling a golden banner across the skies of the Sahara, inscribed with, "The most liberated headhunting company in the universe." Chapter 14. A call to the Great One's timeline. 18 months prior to the film Transformers 4 location. The neutral port of black mist at the edge of the universe on the bridge of the Zephyr. The wind without trace maximized the personnel panel. Headquarters, 10 personnel, proposed branch, Freeport of the Cosmic Ring. Branch vacancy. One boss, he scratched his head, sighing, "Surely, we cannot have Ironhide as the branch manager. He tends to promote armor-piercing rounds to everyone he encounters." Jazz spread his hands. "I am far more suited for public relations. The branch manager must be a formidable character." Soundwave interjected with a subtle jab. "Someone whose name makes others instinctively fall silent." Thunderfire crossed his arms. Confinement. A brief silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds. The wind without trace's eyes sparkled. The universe's foremost bounty hunter, a true force to be reckoned with. He swiftly closed the panel. Target, confinement. Method of invitation, in-person meeting. Location, to be determined. Time, as soon as possible. In search of confinement, which had no fixed coordinates. There existed only an encrypted channel, codenamed Black Wolf. Hopping frequency 6,000 times per hour. Soundwave spent 20 minutes deciphering it and sent an invitation under the official identity of the bounty agency. "We sincerely invite you to become a partner at the Cosmic Ring branch. Compensation, profit split 70 to 30, you 70, I 30. Meeting gift, 1 ton of high-purity energy crystals and blueprints for a quantum leap engine." 3 hours after the message was dispatched, a reply arrived containing only a single line. Coordinates, Black Hole Station number 13 in the Death Nebula's Bone Fragment Belt. Time, 24 hours later. Arriving 1 second late will nullify the transaction. Navigating through the Death Nebula's Bone Fragment Belt, the Zephyr executed 6 jumps and reached the periphery of the Bone Fragment Belt. Here, shipwrecks torn apart by black holes lay scattered, with metallic shards drifting like blades, ready to slice anyone who faltered into mere shreds. Thunderfire took the helm, using plasma wing blades to carve a passage. Jazz managed the external broadcasts, playing a tune, while Soundwave remained silent, tuning the listening sensitivity to its maximum. The No. 13 Black Hole Station came into view, a circular fortress constructed from derelict warships, its surface adorned with laser turrets, resembling a slumbering steel behemoth. A deep male voice resonated through the communication channel. "Halt your vessel, extinguish your engines, and send one individual in." The wind, without trace, adjusted his cloak, stowing the golden key and the red crystal in an inner pocket. "I shall enter. You all remain outside on standby. If I do not emerge in 30 minutes, destroy this station." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Hole added, "Boss, remember to negotiate." Inside the Black Hole Station, the lighting was dim, and the air was saturated with the acrid scent of machine oil and ozone. Feng Wuhen was escorted to the central hall by 2 mechanical guards. The floor, made of transparent alloy, revealed a swirling black hole beneath, as if he were on the brink of being consumed. Before him, a throne, repurposed from the bow of a warship, slowly descended. Leaning languidly against it was Jin Xia, his black gold armor glimmering with a cold sheen in the faint light. His elongated optical lenses resembling a pair of scissors poised to close. "Have the Cosmic Nouveau Riche come to seek my partnership as a branch manager?" His voice was deep, laced with a magnetic sarcasm. Feng Wuhen smiled. "Not a manager, but a partner. A 70-30 split in profits. You will have complete autonomy in operations. I shall only provide intelligence and logistical support." Jin Xie raised a hand, sharp claws extending from his fingertips. "Why should I trust you?" Feng Wuhen pushed a gift toward him. 1 ton of energy crystals, blueprints for a quantum leap engine, plus the coordinates of the Cosmic Emperor's residual codes, known only to me. Jinxia's claws halted midair, his optical lenses narrowing slightly. Negotiation leverage and boundaries. Jinxia descended from the throne, circling Feng Wuhen as if assessing the worth of his prey. The Cosmic Emperor's residual codes were indeed tempting, but I am far more intrigued by your agency. How much freedom can you grant me? Feng Wuhen raised his hand, projecting a contract into the air. Branch ownership, 100 to Jinxia, head office support, intelligence, logistics, funding, contract duration, 12 months. Renewable upon expiration. Only obligation. No attacks on head office members. After reviewing the contract, Jinxia remained silent for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Interesting, I accept. He pressed his fingerprint, activating the contract, and the golden key resonated briefly with Jinxia's spark, like a silent oath. The interview with Jinxia. After the contract was signed, Jinxia proposed a small test. Let me see your strength. Otherwise, I cannot entrust my back to you. Feng Wuhen shrugged. Rules? 1 minute. If you touch me, you win. Before he finished speaking, Jinxia transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Feng Wuhen stood still, closing his eyes as the golden key emitted delicate quantum waves, capturing the trajectory of Jinxia's leap. He raised his hand, and a spark coalesced into a golden whip, striking precisely towards a certain point in the void. A crack resounded as the shadow was compelled to reveal itself, the restraining gauntlet ensnared by the whip's tip. With a deft pull, Feng Wuhen propelled himself into the embrace of the confinement, his fingertips lightly tapping against the opponent's chest plate. I've got you. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the confinement looked down at the fingertip resting upon his chest, surprise flickering across the optical lens, quickly replaced by a smile. Qualified. The establishment of a branch. Outside the black hole station, the wind chaser opened its cargo hold, releasing the pre-prepared module for the branch. The module unfolded, transforming into a vast circular base. At its center stood the confinement's personal throne, surrounded by an intelligence center, an arsenal, and a helipad. Standing before the throne, the confinement gazed at his new dominion, his voice tinged with a long-lost excitement. From this day forth, this place shall be known as Black Wolf Port, the branch of the Cosmic Ring, officially in operation. Feng Wuhen raised his cup. To a pleasant partnership, my associate. The two clinked their glasses, their black and gold armors shimmering under the starlight. As they returned and reflected, aboard the wind chaser on their homeward journey, Feng Wuhen glanced at the personnel panel. Headquarters, 10 individuals. Branch, 1 individual. Confinement, branch reserve. He stretched languidly, relieved that he no longer needed to personally handle business affairs. The jazz musician beside him jested. Boss, can we now call ourselves a Cosmic Chain Enterprise? Feng Wuhen chuckled. We still need 98 more branches. Hua Leitang interjected with a faint smirk. Next stop, the headquarters at Quintessa. Feng Wuhen shook his head. No, let the confinement recruit personnel. We shall await the profits. In the gaze of the fallen Titan, beyond the orbit of Mars, the fallen Titan stood atop the shattered pyramid ship, staring towards the black hole station, his crimson optical lens narrowing slightly. Has the confinement also been conscripted? This Feng Wuhen is far more intriguing than I had anticipated. He raised his hand, tossing a black crystal into the starry expanse. When we meet next, it shall not be a mere greeting. With the countdown to the grand opening of the new store, a new timeline emerged on the terminal. 000000, Black Wolf Port grand opening, 30 days, first batch of bounty missions released for the branch, 60 days, 30 shares in the Cosmic Ring's employment market. Feng Wuhen closed the terminal and raised his cup towards the starry sky. The headhunting game has officially entered the era of chains. Chapter 15. The title blown away by fans. Subtitle. A cosmic fan gathering timeline. 2 months before the release of Transformers 2 location. The Eye of the Sahara. Outer Ring Square, the perils of popularity boss. Passageway 47 is congested again. Jazz exclaimed, clutching a stack of registration forms. Nearly overwhelmed by a throng of mechanical beings brandishing autograph boards. Windlass leaned on his desk, dark circles under his eyes. As the terminal displayed, number of attendees in line today, 147,000. Online reservations, 893,000. Faction distribution, Autobots 42, Decepticons 38, Neutrals 20. At this rate, I'll be trampled by fans before my enemies get a chance to strike. Hot Thunder delivered a cup of highly concentrated energy drink, his tone sympathetic. Boss, why not host a fan meeting? We could resolve the registration surge in one fell swoop. Instantly, Windlass perked up. What a brilliant idea. A cosmic fan gathering, inviting all who wish to attend, and even providing free tickets for those who don't. Event planning proposal, event name. Cosmic Fan Carnival, time. 48 Earth Standard Hours from now, location. Floating platform over the Eye of the Sahara, scale, 500,000 in-person attendees. 5 million online participants, activities, autograph sessions, photo opportunities, employment examinations, fan competitions, and a talk show by the boss. Ticket price. Free, but a security deposit is required. Attendees must surrender a weapon chip upon entry and reclaim it upon departure to ensure peace at the event. Once the advertisement was released, fans across the universe erupted in excitement. The gathering skyrocketed to the top of interstellar trending topics. Even Optimus Prime and Megatron received electronic tickets. On-site security, the Wind Chaser transformed into a floating city, encased in a 360-degree energy dome, with the interior divided into 6 distinct zones. Zone 1, Autobot fans, Red Pass. Zone 2, Decepticon fans, Purple Pass. Zone 3, Neutral fans, Gray Pass. Zone 4, Employment Examination Area, Gold Pass. Zone 5, Battle Arena, Blue Pass. Zone 6, Boss's Lounge, Black Pass. Security was stringent, with Twisted Shadow hovering above the dome, live chains cascading like vines, ready to quell any unrest. Jazz assumed the role of chief director. Soundwave coordinated the live broadcast, while Hot Thunder presided over the central arena as the ultimate weapon. As the gates opened, a veritable tidal wave of fans surged forth, transforming the sky over the Sahara into an iron galaxy, composed of spaceships, fighter jets, and hovering motorcycles. Fans of the Autobots brandished signs proclaiming the unquenchable flame, while Decepticon supporters waved banners emblazoned with the emblem of freedom. Neutral fans donned gray cloaks adorned with distinctive insignias, chanting, "The highest bidder prevails." A long queue formed at the weapons chip confiscation station as the clanking of chains echoed ominously in the air, issuing a warning. Standing atop the district rooftop, Wind Without Trace gazed down at the dense throng of mechanical beings, and a twinge of regret flickered within him. Had he gone too far? The Boss's Talk Show, 1900, commenced as the floating stage ascended, bathing Wind Without Trace in a spotlight. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience. "Good evening, dear fans. Welcome to the most liberated recruitment fair in the universe." Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with Autobot fans shouting, "Boss, look at me!" and Decepticon supporters bellowing, "Is the right to fire for sale?" Wind Without Trace raised his hand, and the unquenchable flame erupted into a magnificent firework display, commanding silence. "Tonight, we shall not discuss business. We will speak of dreams." He activated the holographic screen, showcasing the agency's latest promotional video. Ironhide laughing amidst the barrage of artillery. Thundercracker cleaving a meteor in two with a single strike, and Soundwave orchestrating a symphony of data within a soundproof laboratory. While the clanking chains traced deadly arcs against the starry sky, the fans surged once more, their signs undulating like waves upon the ocean. The recruitment examination area was the most electrifying, with tests comprising firepower assessment, target practice, intellectual puzzle, Rubik's Cube 333 blindfolded, and Boss QA. If the boss and a mission fell into the water simultaneously, who would you save first? Those who passed would secure a level internship contract, with a monthly salary 15 times that of their original faction. As the examination commenced, the shooting range erupted in showers of sparks. The Rubik's Cube spun until they emitted smoke, and the QA segment yielded a plethora of quirky responses. Save the boss first, for he will grant me a raise. Save the mission first, because the boss can swim. I'll save them both, for I am a medic. Wind Without Trace chuckled heartily backstage, pounding the table in amusement. The challenge arena was even more frenzied, allowing fans to step onto the stage and face off against agency members, with the victor earning a signed photograph with the boss. The line to challenge the bound team was the longest, yet none could endure beneath the chains for even 30 seconds. Those who dared to confront Ironhide were sent flying by explosive rounds, yet they laughed with glee, even more jubilant than if they had won. Those who faced Thundercracker were cleaved in half by his blade, though it was merely a training mode, leaving no harm done. Finally, a small Autobot soldier stepped forward to challenge Wind Without Trace, exclaiming, "I wish to take a photo with the boss." Wind without trace ascended the stage with a smile, as the unquenchable flame coalesced into a colossal hand, gently lifting the soldier into the air. Now smile for the camera. The flashbulbs ignited, and the entire arena erupted in ecstatic screams. Orderly deposit, 2300. Fans began to depart, and a long queue formed at the refund station for the orderly deposit. Surprisingly, the return rate of weapon chips stood at a perfect 100, with no conflicts on site. The restrained chains gently swayed in the air, reminiscent of a satisfied steward. Feng Wuhen observed the surveillance data and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even universe-level fans possess a sense of reason. As the data frenzy concluded, the backstage statistics surged wildly. Online viewers, 7 billion offline attendees, 73 million examination pass rate, 3,200 individuals, new contract signed, 1850. On-site merchandise sales, 3 billion energy coins, trending topic, boss sparkling fireworks, 2 billion reads. Staring at the figures, Feng Wuhen suddenly realized, it appears I have truly become a universe-class internet celebrity? Epilogue. A letter from a fan the following morning. Feng Wuhen received a handwritten letter inscribed on a metallic sheet, the handwriting somewhat crooked. Boss, thank you for showing me that even mechanical beings can have dreams. From a newly certified Autobot soldier, Feng Wuhen affixed the letter to the wall of the lounge, alongside a photo from the previous night. He was encircled by countless fans, with sparkling fireworks blooming above. He softly remarked, the meet and greet has concluded, but the tale of freedom is only just beginning. Chapter 16. The House of Shadows Timeline. 1 month after the universe-level fan meet and greet location, Earth. Headquarters of the Zephyr Morning Light in the medical bay, it had been a full month since the fan meet and greet concluded. Inside the medical bay of the Zephyr, the monitoring devices emitted a rhythmic beeping. Feng Wuhen lay on the treatment bed, the core of the starfire on his chest dimmed to a mere ring of pale gold. The physician, ambulance, shook his head. If you overextend yourself once more, you will need to replace your fire source. He chuckled bitterly. I do not wish for that. But the fans are simply too enthusiastic. The hatch slid open, and Jazz presented an anonymous letter. An anonymous commission. Coordinates located deep within the black mist ring at a pirate base. Reward: 1 stellar core, 1 high-level quantum leap engine. Feng Wuhen's eyes brightened. The stellar core was indeed the treasure needed to restore the starfire. I shall go alone. You all remain here. Ambulance opened his mouth to protest, but was halted by Feng Wuhen's raised hand. Do not worry, I shall return swiftly. Black Mist Ring. The Black Mist Ring is the most chaotic asteroid belt in the universe, devoid of public pathways and law. Feng Wuhen piloted the single-person shuttle, Shadow, navigating through the debris and electromagnetic storms for 3 hours, guided by the Golden Key, until he finally arrived at an abandoned Titan-class warship that the pirates had repurposed into a mobile fortress. Scanning results. Enemy count, 47. Heavy artillery, 8. Treasury coordinates. Below the bridge, Feng Wuhen rubbed his temples, realizing the absence of allies posed a significant challenge. Yet, the allure of the stellar core was too irresistible. Gritting his teeth, he decided to infiltrate the ship, utilizing the universal silence technique taught by the Soundwave professor. He glided through the defenses like a specter. Before the treasury doors, 2 pirates turned just in time to be struck unconscious by a blade of starlight. The metallic door was severed, revealing a stellar core the size of a fist, suspended serenely within a force field. As Feng Wuhen reached out, the key resonated with the core, causing the force field to collapse instantaneously. He stowed the core within his chest armor and turned to leave, only to be met with the sound of low, deliberate applause behind him. An admirable performance, but it ends here. In that moment, a dark golden beam pierced through Feng Wuhen's left chest, striking the stellar core with precision. His pupils contracted in shock, but there was no time to react. Consciousness plummeted into darkness, before succumbing to oblivion. He glimpsed a pair of dark golden foot armor and patterns on the chest plate that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, only in a deeper hue, as if steeped in the abyss. Awakening in the leader's suite, uncertain of how much time had passed, Feng Wuhen gradually opened his eyes. The gentle illumination, obsidian walls, and a ceiling adorned with celestial patterns revealed the highest standard leader's suite of Cybertron. He bolted upright, only to be seized by a sharp pain in his chest. Am I still alive? Memories felt fragmented, leaving only the recollections of establishing an office and being struck at the pirate base. Looking down, he noticed his wound enveloped in dark golden energy, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The door swung open, and steady footsteps approached. A transformer, nearly identical to Feng Wuhen, entered, sharing the same facial contours, albeit with darker armor, sharper lines, and optics of unfathomable dark gold, reminiscent of a moon submerged in a pool of blood. He sat directly beside the bed, his palm emanating dark golden energy as he gently pressed it against Feng Wuhen's wound. "Do not move. I'm stitching the spark fissure." His voice was disconcertingly gentle. "Who are you?" Feng Wuhen instinctively leaned closer, seeking the comfort of reliance. The dark Wuhen smiled, reaching out to stroke Feng Wuhen's head. His voice low and beguiling. "Welcome home, brother. I am the dark without trace, your innermost sanctuary, your beloved elder brother, and the forgotten half of yourself." Wind without trace stood in stunned silence. "Forgotten?" Dark without trace raised his hand, weaving dark golden energy into a vivid tableau. The young Wind without trace struggled in the darkest arena of Cybertron, while Dark without trace stood on the sidelines, extending his hand. "Come, brother. We share a heart, yet tread divergent paths." He gently touched Wind without trace's brow, a stream of dark golden energy flowing in, bringing warmth and a vague sense of familiarity. "You remember the agency, recall the spark, yet have forgotten me. Fear not. I shall assist you in regaining fragments of your memory." Memory shards emerged as Dark without trace raised his hand, filling the room with countless holographic fragments. The young Wind without trace, hand in hand with his brother, ran through the crystalline palace of Cybertron. In their youth, they were torn apart in the Quintessa laboratory. On the day of adulthood, Dark without trace fell into the abyss, while Wind without trace was sent to the Prime Universe. The images shattered like glass, and Wind without trace felt a piercing headache, yet he could not recall what followed. "I cannot remember." Dark without trace embraced him, his voice a lullaby amidst the night. "There is no rush. You need only know that this is your true home, and I shall never leave you. Do not fear. Here, you need not remember, only rest. The universe is too loud, while I remain eternally quiet." Wind without trace wished to struggle, yet found himself unable to summon even a spark, as if all his power was sealed by the dark golden energy. He could only weakly lean into his brother's embrace, listening to the heartbeat that resonated with his own, slowly drifting into slumber. The home of darkness. Dark without trace pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a grand metropolis of dark gold, starkly contrasting with the light of Iron Fortress, yet equally vibrant. This is the home of darkness, the reflection of Cybertron, the gentle embrace of the abyss on the other side. He turned back, extending his hand to Wind without trace. "Stay here. The agency can relocate, and you need not exhaust your life for the spark. The abyss shall nurture you. Stay. As my brother, as the sole light in this universe. The noise outside, the fans, the contracts, I shall handle all of it." Dark without trace caressed his forehead. "You need only lie in bed and accept my affection, forever free from weariness." Feng Wuhen, in a fleeting moment of reflection, realized that this seemed to be the life he yearned for most, a life devoid of the need to cater to fans, to expend his dwindling spark, or to walk a tightrope between two formidable factions. Yet, deep within his heart, a faint voice continued to cry out, "Optimus Prime, Sir Nightfall." That voice was so faint, nearly drowned by the tender embrace of the dim, golden warmth surrounding him. Gazing out at the city beyond the window, an inexplicable sense of belonging surged within him, only to be met by the whisper of the spark, "Return, return." He pressed his hand to his chest, staggering a step, when Wuhan immediately steadied him. His voice soft yet laced with seduction. "Do not fear. The abyss shall not harm you. It will only love you." The chasm of choice, beyond the leader's suite. The sky was not filled with stars, but stretched into an endless sea of dark gold. Here, there was no time, no direction. Only the gentle realm woven by Wuhan. He struggled to maintain his posture, grasping Wuhan's wrist, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "I wish to return. I have my agency and Optimus Prime Nightfall. They are still awaiting my return." And Wuhan sighed, as one might with a headstrong child. "You shall return. But not just yet. When you are truly weary, I will grant you your freedom. Yet by then, you will willingly choose to remain by my side." And Wuhan enveloped Feng Wuhen in his embrace, gently kissing his forehead as dark golden energy surged into Feng Wuhen's spark, sealing the last vestige of his flame. Sleep now, my brother. When you awaken, the clamor of the outside world will fade from your memory, leaving only the knowledge that I am your dearest brother and your final sanctuary. Exhausted, Feng Wuhen nodded and drifted into a deep slumber within his brother's arms. And Wuhen leaned down, placing a tender kiss upon the corner of his brow, whispering softly, audible only to himself, I shall never allow you to leave me again, even if it means opposing the entire universe. In a countdown to the abyss, and Wuhen exited the room, stepping onto the vast viewing platform. Above the city, a dark golden sun slowly ascended, resembling the eye of the abyss. He raised his hand, and a line of text materialized on the terminal. Countdown to the reconstruction of the House of Shadows. 30 days. Objective: to welcome my brother home and permanently close the Spar Passage. And Wuhen gazed into the distance, his voice gentle yet chilling. The light of the universe is too blinding. I shall create for you an everlasting night. Embracing the slumbering Feng Wuhen, he walked towards the dark golden sea beyond the window. A colossal portal rises from the ocean surface, inscribed with a phrase, "The House of Shadows, welcome back, brother." Beyond the door lies an endless expanse of dark golden cosmos, a realm that harbors the deepest recesses of Feng Wuhen's being, his most unwelcome shadow. Chapter 17. The key in the shadow, the sea of dark gold beyond the door, is not a chamber, but an infinite sea of liquid metal. Feng Wuhen is cradled in the arms of Wuhen, standing upon a solidified wave, with stars suspended overhead, all shimmering in a dark golden hue, veiled by a film of rust. Welcome to the Shadow Realm. And Wuhen's voice resonates deeply, infused with an unusual tenderness. Here, time stands still, and suffering cannot take root. Feng Wuhen's eyelids grow heavy. He clutches a golden key in his palm, its metallic surface still radiating a hint of warmth, the only light untouched by the encroaching dark golden energy. The whisper of the key, and Wuhen gently places his brother upon a floating platform, which immediately sprouts soft metallic tendrils that tenderly secure Feng Wuhen's limbs. Sleep now. I shall handle the rest. Yet at that very moment, the golden key flickers to life, igniting a delicate spark akin to a heartbeat. And Wuhen pauses, his gaze growing intricate. Is it impossible to seal you even here? He raises his hand, and dark golden energy morphs into liquid, attempting to engulf the key. However, the key seems to possess a will of its own, and the spark flows against the tendrils, etching a small message upon the platform. Someone is waiting for you outside. The fracture of shadows as the words materialize, the entire shadow realm trembles gently. The dark golden sea ripples as though disturbed by an unseen stone. And Wuhen furrows his brow, channeling more energy from his palm, only to have it repeatedly pierced by the obstinate key. Stubborn creature, he sighs, choosing not to force a seal. Instead, he perches on a platform's edge, tenderly stroking Feng Wuhen's hair. Let me show you what the so-called outside truly is. He raises his hand, and a massive mirror emerges from the sea, reflecting not the shadow realm, but the medical bay of the Wind Chaser. The ambulance anxiously scans an empty hospital bed. Fire thunder strikes the wall with a powerful fist, sending sparks flying. Jazz, with reddened eyes, incessantly replays the signal of Feng Wuhen's disappearance. The scene is silent, yet it pierces Feng Wuhen's semi-conscious mind like a needle. The struggle of consciousness, the spark of the key, grows increasingly radiant, while the tendrils begin to wither. The eyelids of Feng Wuhen fluttered slightly, memories surging like an incoming tide. How he had exhausted his starfire to organize a fan meeting. How he had accepted an anonymous commission all alone. How he had been pierced through the breastplate by the golden fist in a pirate stronghold. He abruptly opened his eyes, the dark golden ceiling coming into view. The fissures between memory and reality instantaneously mending. Let me out, he rasped, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. And Wuhen lowered his gaze, his tone remaining gentle. Out there will only lead to further exhaustion and suffering. Stay here, and you'll never be alone. Feng Wuhen shook his head, the starfire of the key igniting along the vines towards the core of the platform. If freedom means suffering, I would rather choose pain than a false sense of peace. The confrontation between brothers commenced as the platform began to crumble, the dark golden sea surging with fury. And Wuhen stepped back, for the first time revealing cracks in his fa Ade. His countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Wuhen, yet was marred by dark purple fissures. Since you were so determined to leave, he raised his hand, gathering the energy of the entire shadow realm into his palm. Then defeat me, your shadow. And Wuhen's armor swiftly enveloped itself in a flowing layer of black gold, wings woven from chains unfurling behind him, each chain as end adorned with fragments of imprisoned starfire. Feng Wuhen broke free from the vines, the key in his hand transforming into a translucent starfire longsword, its blade unstable yet sufficiently sharp. "I'm sorry, brother," he murmured. "I must return home." In the battle of the Shadow Realm, chains and starfire collided against the dark golden sky, unleashing silent lightning. And Wuhen's assaults came like a relentless tide, each swing infused with the fury of confinement. Feng Wuhen's sword light, akin to the dawn's early light, though faint, was resolute. The battle lacked spectators, devoid of time. Only two energies, originating from the same source yet diverging, tore at one another. And Wuhen's chains pierced Feng Wuhen's shoulder armor repeatedly, yet were halted by the key before reaching his spark. The edge of Feng Wuhen's sword grazed in Wuhen's breastplate, leaving a burning fissure. Ultimately, and Wuhen's chains ensnared Feng Wuhen's wrist armor, halting just a centimeter from the key's tip, which was poised against his spark chamber. "You have won," and Wuhen whispered, his voice carrying a sense of relief, "but the Shadow Realm will never vanish. It will call to you in every moment of weariness and solitude." As the Shadow Realm began to collapse, and Wuhen released his grip, and the entire domain disintegrated. The dark golden sea rising with countless points of light, resembling a reverse meteor shower. "Let us depart before I harbor any regrets." He turned, striding toward the colossal door, his silhouette consumed by the collapsing specks of light. Windless sought to pursue him, but was gently restrained by a soft force. It was the final tenderness of Dark Windless, a cloak woven from dark golden energy, gently draping over his shoulders. Donning it, Dark Windless' voice echoed through the disintegration. "When you are truly weary, it will guide you home." Beyond the door, a white fissure tore through the dark golden canopy, revealing the authentic night sky outside. Returning, Windless crossed the fissure and fell heavily onto the floor of the medical bay aboard the Zephyr. He awakened. The sound of the ambulance erupted in his ears. Fire thunder rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace. "Boss, you've slumbered for a full 30 Earth days." The jazz musician, eyes rimmed with red, thrust a terminal into his hands. "The day the positioning signal vanished, we nearly overturned the universe." Gazing at the familiar ceiling and inhaling the faint scent of antiseptic in the medical bay, he suddenly laughed, a laugh lighter than any he had ever shared. He raised his hand. The dark golden cloak flowed at his fingertips, no longer oppressive but rather a soft shield. "I have returned," he murmured, "and I bring a gift." The gift from Dark Windless unfolded across his shoulders, the dark golden patterns seamlessly transforming into the gray emblem of the agency. A new attribute popped up on the terminal. Shadow Realm Cloak. Function: short-range quantum leap, cooldown 24, mental barrier, interference resistance 300. Note: when you're truly weary, it will lead you home. Windless caressed the cloak, as if stroking a folded memory. He understood that Dark Windless had not vanished, but had become a part of him, no longer seeking to confine, but silently guarding. In the depths of night, Windless stood alone on the outer deck of the Zephyr, the dark golden cloak slightly billowing in the vacuum. He spoke softly to the starry sky. "Brother, thank you. When we meet again, the next drink will be on me." In the distant shadow universe, Dark Windless sat upon his throne, listening through the still open door to his brother's voice. He smirked, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to himself. "I will wait." Chapter 18. The last song of the Ember in the first week following the timeline's restoration. As the lights of the medical bay gradually dimmed, Windless emerged from the cabin, draped in the dark golden cloak, while the Zephyr soared over the North Pole of Earth. The embers were still somewhat tenuous, yet the shadowy cloak enveloped him like a secondary core of fire, steadfastly supporting each breath he took. Thunderfire leaned against the gangway, presenting a cup of low-concentration energy drink. "Boss, if you lie down any longer, the fans will overwhelm the bridge." The holographic screen of Jazz flickered to life, showcasing trending topics. Boss returns, new look in dark gold cloak, the universe's most dashing bounty hunter. Feng Wuhen managed a wry smile. "I was merely asleep for 30 days. How did it feel as though I missed 3 epics?" The ambulance shrugged. On the day you vanished, the top 10 trending searches were all about where Feng Wuhen was. Now you must make amends. The means of recompense were simple: a live stream upon his return, coupled with a public mission. Feng Wuhen rubbed his temples. The live stream is fine, but the task should be manageable. I fear being dragged back into slumber by the shadows. The shadow of a significant order loomed, and 30 days after the fan meeting concluded, the main screen of the Zhifeng ship unveiled a cryptic commission: level escort. Deliver the ring of memories to the abyssal corridor at the edge of the universe. Reward: blood of the stars 10. Blank check. Note: employer anonymous. Route traverses the soul-eating mist zone. Deceptive influence. Feng Wuhen massaged his brow. I have yet to forget the taste of exhausting the embers last time. Thunderfire stood with crossed arms, his voice cold and resolute. All personnel, mobilize. No more solo heroics. Iron Skin, Soundwave, Jazz, and Confined echoed in unison. This time, none of us can be absent. All personnel launched into action aboard the Zhifeng, carrying 6 individuals, and they jumped to the edge of the mist zone. The mist zone resembled an endless gray-white curtain, within which floated shattered warships and motionless meteors, occasionally illuminated by ethereal blue arcs that lit up the distorted folds of space. The navigation system emitted a warning. Soul-eating mist zone deceptive coefficient. 97. Recommendation: maintain ember frequency synchronization, avoid dispersion. However, before the warning could conclude, an invisible force abruptly rent the ship's hull apart, and the 6 were scattered like dust to different coordinates. The last image Feng Wuhen beheld was Thunderfire's outstretched hand, ruthlessly severed by the flowing mist. In a realm of fear and illusion, Thunderfire plummeted into a burning wasteland where scorched earth was pierced by broken star swords, each repeating the same refrain: those you protect shall ultimately perish because of you. In the heart of the ruins, the young Feng Wuhen was bound by chains, the ember chamber exposed, and the flames threatened to extinguish. For the first time, Thunderfire's blade wings trembled. Boss. Illusions surged forth, chains ensnaring his limbs, seeking to drag him into the inferno. No, he detonated his blade wings, golden lightning cleaving through the mirage, and the young Feng Wuhen transformed into motes of light, replaced by his true self, battle-scarred yet resolute, with eyes ablaze. Fear shattered, he surged forth from the ruins. In the realm of phantasms, Iron Skin confronted a battlefield devoid of infinite ammunition, grappling with an overwhelming tide of adversaries until his fists were fractured, only to realize that his foes were mere shadows of himself. Sound waves were ensnared in a vacuum of omnipresent silence, rendering even his heartbeat inaudible. He tore open his chest plate, unleashing a spark that shattered the stillness. The jazzman plunged into an eternally unending racetrack, pausing just before the finish line to transform his racing car into a stage, using music to obliterate the illusion. The confinement was countered by chains that turned against him. As his collected artifacts resurrected to demand his life, he severed the chains, imprisoning fear itself within a cage. Each individual triumphed over their own darkness. Yet in the moment of the illusion's collapse, they beheld one another's faces and discovered that the adversaries standing before them were, in fact, comrades. The mocking of truth unfolded as the illusion crumbled, 6 individuals reconvening at the heart of the mist zone, yet their weapons were aimed at one another. Was it you who struck me just now? I thought it was an illusion, before they could untangle the misunderstanding. The true enemy finally revealed itself, an entity shrouded in dark golden robes, its visage obscured, its voice a cacophony of echoes. Thank you for dispelling my fears. Now, bestow your sparks upon me. The mist zone abruptly contracted, transforming into a colossal dark golden prison that ensnared the 6 at its core. The enemy raised a hand, and countless slender needles emerged from the prison's interior, piercing toward the core of their sparks. Windless gritted his teeth, channeling the last remnants of his spark into the emergency channel of the Gale Chaser. All units synchronized the sparks. The final cry of the sparks resonated as Thunderclap was the first to respond, turning to shield Windless Grit, his blade wings unfurling into a golden bulwark. Boss, survive. Iron Skin, Soundwave, Jazzman, and Confinement simultaneously turned, 5 armored forms coalescing into a blazing line of defense. What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Windless Grit reached out to pull them back, but grasped only a fragment of searing energy. In unison, the 5 cried out, Boss, survive. In the next moment, 5 sparks detonated simultaneously, transforming into a pure white beam that pierced the prison. The explosive force activated the emergency jump protocol of the Gale Chaser, teleporting windless Grit along with the medical pod back to the ship's body. As the white light dissipated, only 5 fragments of sparks remained, quietly spinning, gradually consumed by the dark golden cage. Alone and adrift, windless Grit awoke from the tremors of the explosion in the medical pod of the Gale Chaser, his chest feeling as though it had been torn asunder. Stumbling to the viewport, he beheld only a desolate expanse of gray mist and 5 fading trails of light. Thunderclap and Iron Skin, his voice hoarse, yet no one answered. The terminal displayed the final record. Resonance of the Ember successful. Transition coordinates. Emergency escape point of the Zephyr. Crew member life signals. 0. He collapsed to the ground, his fingertips digging into the metallic floor, yet he could not summon even a spark. I was powerless. In that moment of despair, the mirror of the medical pod suddenly shimmered with dark golden ripples. That mirror was transformed from the shadow domain cloak bestowed upon him by Feng Wuhen. The cloak slowly emerged from the mirror, like a gentle serpent, gracefully coiling around his wrist. And Wuhen's voice emanated from the depths of the cloak. Brother, you are weary. It is time to return home. The cloak unfurled, transforming into a dark golden portal, behind which lay an infinite dark golden universe, no longer fearsome, but resembling a sanctuary. Feng Wuhen did not hesitate. He stepped into the cloak, and the portal closed, leaving the medical pod of the Zephyr in silence. Homecoming to the shadow domain. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself lying on a floating platform in a dark golden sea, and Wuhen seated beside him, gently stroking the tips of his hair. Welcome home, brother. Feng Wuhen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he no longer resisted. They did this for me. And Wuhen embraced him, his voice akin to a lullaby in the night. Here, you need not lose anyone anymore. I shall safeguard them for you. Deep within the shadow domain, the remnants of their embers lay in slumber. If you desire, we can together reshape them. Feng Wuhen looked up, tears cascading down his cheeks. Really? And Wuhen smiled. 5 faint points of light rose from the dark golden sea, like 5 stars awaiting rebirth. Indeed. But the cost is that you must remain by my side until the shadow domain no longer requires light. Countdown to the reshaping of the Easter egg. And Wuhen raised his hand, and a colossal door emerged from the dark golden sea, inscribed with a line of glowing text. Shadow Domain Reshaping Furnace. Countdown. 30 days. Materials. 5 ember fragments. Core of the Shadow Domain. Source of Starfire. And Wuhen gazed at the inscription, tightening the dark golden cloak around him, his voice soft yet resolute. In 30 days, I will bring them back, and then we shall return home together. And Wuhen curled his lips into a smile, holding his brother even closer. Very well, we shall do so together. The starry sky of the Shadow Domain illuminated 5 faint lights, like 5 suns awaiting ignition. Chapter 19. Coronation of the Shadow Domain. The countdown of the reshaping furnace echoed as the colossal door rising from the dark golden sea emitted a deep pulsation, akin to a mechanical heart born for light. The reshaping furnace countdown, 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Feng Wuhen, clad in an obsidian golden cloak, stood at the precipice of the floating platform, his knuckles slightly whitening from the pressure. A voice, soft yet almost beguiling, echoed behind him. If you inherit the throne of the Shadow Realm, you will wield the power of the reshaping furnace and bring them back to your side. Feng Wuhen lowered his gaze, feeling the fiery core within him being torn between 2 forces, the remnants of his friend's flames and the dawn of freedom. Ultimately, he raised his eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I promise you, brother. The coronation ceremony. The Shadow Realm knew neither sun nor moon, only the flowing obsidian gold and deep purple. The coronation platform emerged from the sea, resembling an ancient throne smoothed by the passage of time. And Wuhen held the scepter of the Shadow Realm, a staff forged from pure obsidian golden energy, with a black-purple core suspended at its apex, devouring light. Kneel down, brother. Feng Wuhen knelt on one knee, the end of his cloak instinctively bonding with the throne, akin to chains or an umbilical cord. The scepter gently tapped his shoulder, and obsidian golden patterns instantaneously spread across his body, merging with the cloak. Agreement of inheritance of the Shadow Realm. 1. Activate the reshaping furnace. Resurrect designated flames. 2. Powers of the Shadow Realm Sovereign. Quantum Leap, Mental Barrier, Obsidian Golden Manipulation. 3. Obligation. To remain in the Shadow Realm until it no longer requires light. As the agreement was etched, the throne emitted a deep rumble, as if heralding the crowning of the new king. The reshaping furnace ignited. With the countdown reaching 0, 5 fragments of flame were lifted by the currents of obsidian gold, slowly drifting into the furnace's core. Feng Wuhen raised his hand, the obsidian golden energy transforming into fine threads, connecting with the fragments. He softly called out, "Fire Thunder, Sir Ironhide." Sonic wave returned. The furnace erupted with a pure white beam, piercing the celestial dome of the Shadow Realm, illuminating this city of eternal night. Within the beam, 5 completely new forms gradually materialized. Darker armor, sharper lines, while their optical lenses radiated a burning white, as if repainted by the Shadow Realm itself. The confusion of the reborn. As the beam dissipated, 5 figures knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. "Sovereign of the Shadow Realm, we heed your call." Feng Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. "What do you call me?" Fire Thunder looked up, his gaze both unfamiliar and respectful. "Sovereign of the Shadow Realm, you are our king." Ironhide shook his arm, the explosive shell bearing the emblem of obsidian gold. "We exist for you." The jazzman's headphones resonated with an unfamiliar rhythm, Shadow Realm's rhythm, now synchronized. The sonic wave's single mirror reflected dark purple data streams. Shadow Realm Intelligence Network, now online. The shackles of confinement entwined with obsidian thorns. Shadow Realm Hunters, now ready. Feng Wuhen's fingertips trembled slightly as he rushed forward, grasping Fire Thunder's shoulder armor. "It's me, your boss." Yet the 5 took a simultaneous step back, replying in unison, "You are the sovereign of the Shadow Realm. We are your blades." The rift of truth emerged quietly beside the throne, its voice tender yet chilling. They have been resurrected, but the Shadow Realm has reshaped their memories. The past has been erased, leaving only absolute loyalty towards you. Windswept suddenly turned, his dark golden cloak slicing through the air in an arc of fury. "You promised me you would bring them back, not transform them into puppets." The Shadow Realm sighed. It never returns things to their original state. It only offers better versions. They're no longer weary, no longer betray you, no longer cause you pain. Windswept's fist crashed down on the armrest of the throne, cracking the dark golden patterns. "I want the original versions of them, not mere replicas." The Shadow's gaze sharpened. "Then prove that you possess the power to awaken their true selves, Lord of the Shadow Realm, and the right to unravel any seals. However, the price is this. You must remain here forever until they remember who you are." The awakening plan, Windswept inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rage. He approached the 5, touching each of their essence chambers in turn. "Thunderfire, show him the photo of the first time they planted Edelweiss together." Ironhide, hand him an unfinished sketch of Grenade. Jazz, play the off-key rendition of Whale Song they once sang together. Soundwave, let him listen to a recording of heartbeats amidst complete silence. Confinement, present him with a severed old chain. Each object resonated with the frequency of the original universe, akin to keys attempting to unlock the memories sealed by the Shadow Realm. The spark of memory at the moment of contact. A flicker of familiar light flashed across the optical lenses of the 5, only to be swiftly obscured by dark gold once more. Thunderfire whispered, "Edelweiss?" Ironhide furrowed his brow. "Did I draw this sketch?" Jazz's headphones automatically played the off-key Whale Song, and he instinctively hummed along. Soundwave covered his armor with his hands. This rhythm. Confinement gripped the old chain, his fingertips trembling slightly. However, the dark golden energy surged forth immediately, forcing those glimmers back into the depths. The 5 responded in unison. "Lord of the Shadow Realm, please issue your command." Windswept's fingertips trembled, yet he heard the Shadow chuckle softly. "Indeed, but there remains one final step." The final key, the Shadow raised his hand, and a colossal dark golden gate appeared in the sky of the Shadow Realm, labeled Memory Corridor. "Surrender your most cherished memories, and their true selves shall awaken. Yet, you will forever forget that part of your memory." Windswept gazed at the gate, then at the unfamiliar expressions of the 5, and softly inquired, "What memory?" The Shadow smiled. "The moment you first felt the warmth of home." The wind, imperceptible, closed its eyes. and memories surfaced in his mind of the medical chamber aboard the Zephyr, where Optimus Prime had offered him the warmth of 38 degrees cocoa. The night blooming in a sea of flowers as it turned back to smile at him. The jazz embracing the off-key song of the whale as a lullaby. And Thunderfire calling him boss for the very first time. He compressed these memories into a radiant sphere of light, placing it in the palm of Dark Wuhan. Give this to them. As the corridor of memories rebooted, the luminous sphere was cast into the passage, igniting the optical lenses of the five with an incandescent brilliance, while dark golden patterns ebbed away like the tide. Thunderfire spoke, his voice trembling. You're the boss? Ironhide enveloped him in a tight embrace. I thought you were dead. Jazz hurled his headphones to the ground. Who swapped my playlist? Soundwave gently tapped his shoulder. Welcome back. Lockdown handed him the old chains. This time, I shall protect you. Wuhan smiled through tears, yet felt his memories begin to blur. The warm images erasing like chalk on a blackboard, leaving only faint outlines. He turned to Dark Wuhan. I promise to remain in the Shadow Realm, but I shall uphold my vow until they no longer need me. In the Shadow Realm, the new king emerged. The sky ignited with 5 brilliant beams of light, a testament to Thunderfire and the others adapting to their newfound powers. Dark Wuhan stood beside the throne, extending the scepter of the Shadow Realm to Wuhan. Now, you are the true sovereign of the Shadow Realm and their home. Wuhan accepted the scepter, a dark golden cloak unfurling behind him like a banner that would never fade. He gazed at the 5, his voice soft yet resolute. We are going home, to a place filled with flower seas, whale songs, and 38-degree cocoa. A colossal door illuminated the starry sky of the Shadow Realm, behind which lay the medical chamber of the Zephyr, the outstretched hand of Optimus Prime, and the brightest starfire of the universe. Wuhan took his first step, the 5 following closely behind, as Dark Wuhan softly spoke from behind the door, Go forth, my brother. The Shadow Realm shall always keep a light burning for you. Chapter 20. Dark golden remnants on the first day of the holiday. The Zephyr docked outside Iron Fortress, its porthole facing the rising star. Wuhan stretched lazily and typed on the terminal. Leave request, myself, and 5 team members. Applying for paid annual leave of 365 Earth days. Reason, return to the Shadow Realm, requiring physical and mental recuperation. Thunderfire, Ironhide, Jazz, Soundwave, and Lockdown pressed their fingerprints in sequence, their movements as synchronized as if rehearsed. The 5, typically clad in combat readiness, now walked like children finally released from school, animatedly discussing which beach to sunbathe at first. Jazz grinned. A year off, how generous, boss. However, the footsteps of Feng Wuhen did not lead towards the vacation beach. Instead, they headed directly to the medical chamber, a comprehensive health examination for all personnel at the highest standards immediately. Hua Leitang raised an eyebrow. Boss, we're all in good health. Is it really necessary to utilize the medical chamber? Feng Wuhen replied with a serious expression upon returning from the shadow domain. It is imperative to ascertain that none of you carry residual dark gold. My brother will not release you so easily. The medical chamber was hastily transported to the Ji-Feng vessel, with a countenance so dark it seemed capable of oozing machine oil. Return from the shadow domain. Do you have any comprehension of what that entails? Quantum pollution, dark gold radiation, mental corrosion. Any one of these would suffice for me to compose 3 papers. Feng Wuhen offered a placating smile. That is precisely why we require the highest standards, I implore you. The medical vehicle scoffed, upgrading the medical chamber to a Cybertron royal standard, enhancing scanning precision to 0.01 nanometers, and even equipping it with a particle detection module for the shadow domain. This new technology was acquired through Feng Wuhen's exchange of the shadow domain cloak. The 5 individuals entered the scanning chamber in succession. Hua Leitang emerged first, jesting, I feel as if I have just rolled off the production line. Tiepi thumped his armored chest. Not a single screw has loosened on my end. Jazz hung his headphones around his neck. Perfect score on the hearing test. Shenhua adjusted his monocle. All frequency bands are normal. Jingbi shook his chains. The lubrication of the chains is flawless. Yet, the medical vehicle remained silent. It did not respond to their banter, but instead focused intently on the report displayed on the terminal, its optical lens narrowing into a perilously thin slit. Slowly, it raised its gaze, scanning the 5 individuals, its voice as frigid as the refrigerant of the medical chamber. Is this what you call being fine? The five averted their eyes, unwilling to meet the medical vehicle's gaze. This was the prelude to the storm they knew all too well. 3 hours later, 5 holographic reports hovered in the air. The medical vehicle glanced at them, its expression darkening further. It raised its hand, projecting the reports onto the main screen. Its voice icy enough to freeze. Take a look for yourselves. Fire, thunder, ember reconstruction. Incomplete. Stability 63 dark gold chains. Residual 3 memory disruption. Shadow, domain reconstruction version. Original memories not restored recommendation. Ember reconstitution surgery 3. Iron skin explosive core. Enveloped by dark gold particles. Self-detonation risk present mental erosion. Moderate. Irritable tendencies 300 recommendation. Disassemble all ammunition. Psychological treatment. Jazz. Audio module. Contaminated by shadow domain beats. Frequency shift quantum hearing. Overly sensitive. Prone to auditory hallucinations recommendation. Isolation in soundproof chamber for 72 hours. Sonic wave. Intelligence core. Residual dark gold data stream. Risk of leakage present mental barrier. 0. 3 mm crack present recommendation. Complete formatting. Rebuild firewall confinement. Living chains. Bound to the shadow domain core. Irreversible binding mental bond. Shadow domain Lord's command priority 100 recommendation. Immediate disengagement. Otherwise lifelong servitude silence. In the battlefield 6 individuals gazed at the report, staring at the sky. The ground, their toes, yet avoiding the ambulance. The ambulance, arms crossed and smirking coldly, remarked, "Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all are walking bombs." He approached Feng Wuhen, narrowing his optical lenses into a fine line. "Boss, care to explain?" Feng Wuhen chuckled awkwardly. "Brother said it's nothing." The ambulance roared. "Your brother is the lord of the shadow domain, not a doctor." At the moment the door closed, the medical examination concluded, and the ambulance prepared to seal the medical chamber, declaring that no one could leave until a removal plan was found. However, just as he pressed the remote button, the optical lenses of Feng Wuhen and his 5 companions simultaneously turned dark gold, as if pulled by the same thread. In a flash, Feng Wuhen snatched the remote, delivering a powerful punch to the ambulance's jaw, the metallic clash resounding deafeningly. The 5 from Fire Thunder followed closely, iron skin restraining the ambulance's arm, Jazz cutting off communications, sonic wave severing surveillance, while confinement's living chains tightly bound him like a metallic zongzi. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, leaving the medical chamber unable to sound an alarm. 4-4 sleep. The ambulance was shoved into the sleep chamber, the door locking with a click, sleep gas slowly releasing. His furious optical lenses dimming, leaving behind a vague warning. "You have been controlled." Outside the chamber, the 6 stood, the dark gold sheen fading from their eyes, exchanging bewildered glances. "What just happened? It seems the examination is over. Then let's head back to sleep." The 6 stumbled away from the medical chamber, completely oblivious to the fact that they had just beaten the chief medical officer of the Autobots. The forgotten return upon entering the room. The 6 individuals nearly collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to a deep slumber. A dark golden cloak stealthily emerged from the wardrobe, akin to a gentle serpent, softly enveloping the form of Feng Wuhen. The inner layer of the cloak shimmered with intricate dark golden patterns, pulsating in synchrony with the remnants of the 5's fire seeds, as if quietly calibrating a certain frequency. Within the confines of the room, the air became still. Even the sound of breathing was shielded by the dark golden energy, leaving only the low hum of the cloak. "Sleep now, dear brother. The shadows will guard you." The gaze of the Shadow Realm, meanwhile, from the distant throne of the Shadow Realm, and Wuhan observed the tumult within the medical pod through the quantum link embedded in the cloak. Reclining comfortably on the throne, he delicately tapped his fingers on the armrest, causing ripples of delight to dance across the dark golden sea. "Excellent. You have begun to relish the power of the Shadow Realm. Control, conquest, ruthlessness." Rising, he traversed the portal behind the throne and stepped into the night of Earth. Appearing before Feng Wuhen's bed, the dark golden cloak automatically unfurled, welcoming its true master. And Wuhen seated himself, gently caressing the tips of his brother's hair, his voice a mere whisper audible only to shadows. "My beloved brother, you shall never escape the embrace of your elder sibling. But fret not. From this moment onward, I shall remain by your side until you have completely forgotten the notion of departure." The erosion of dreams in his profound slumber. Feng Wuhen found his consciousness drawn into a dark golden dream. In this realm, he stood upon the throne of the Shadow Realm, gazing down at the 5 members of the Thunderfire, who knelt in perfect unison, their voices rising. Master of the Shadow Realm, we pledge eternal loyalty. He wished to deny this reality, yet discovered himself adorned with a dark golden crown, wielding the scepter of the Shadow Realm. As the cloak unfurled like a shroud of night, and Wuhen stood beside him, an arm draped around his shoulder. Behold, this is your destiny and their happiness. Feng Wuhen attempted to resist, only to find the crown increasingly burdensome, heavy enough to prevent even the thought of escape. The illusion of morning as the morning sun filtered through the window. Feng Wuhen awoke, feeling unusually refreshed from his slumber. He stretched languidly, entirely oblivious to the events within the medical pod, recalling only, today is a holiday. I shall continue to sleep. The 5 members of Thunderfire also awoke in their respective chambers, similarly forgetting the examination, remembering only, the boss said the holiday has been indefinitely extended. They emerged from their rooms and encountered one another in the corridor, locking eyes, yet inexplicably sensing. It feels as though we have forgotten something of great importance. However, the dark golden cloak hung silently in the windless wardrobe, resembling a slumbering serpent, patiently awaiting its next awakening. The announcement of the void's silence resonated as he stood upon the deck of the Windchaser, the dark golden cloak rustling behind him. He spoke softly to the starlit sky. From this moment forth, every decision you make, every heartbeat, is under the watchful gaze of the void. When you seek strength once more, the void shall respond to my name. He turned, stepping back through the portal, his figure dissipating in the morning light, leaving behind a whispered promise. Your brother will always be by your side, until you choose to remain. Easter egg, the dark golden countdown suddenly. A message appeared on Windchaser's terminal, sent by no one. The second phase of the void's coronation, countdown. 30 days, content, complete fusion. Forgetting the way back, staring at the words, Windchaser felt an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat, though he could not recall the reason. He shrugged and tossed the terminal aside, thinking perhaps it is merely post-holiday syndrome. He turned towards the balcony, the dark golden cloak fluttering gently behind him, akin to a silent serpent, quietly tightening its embrace. Chapter 21. The Shield of the Void, the disappearance of the ambulance since that fateful night in the medical chamber. The ambulance had not emitted a signal. Optimus Prime had attempted to call for 72 hours, only to be met with silence. He rushed with the Autobot forces to the Earth headquarters, only to find the Windchaser deserted, its halls empty, and holiday closure signs scattered about. The scanning device discovered a forced stasis pod in the corner of the medical room, its door pried open with violence. As Optimus carried the ambulance from the medical chamber, its silver chest armor was marred with cracks, resembling a parched riverbed. Kneeling, Optimus lingered at the edge of his companion's wounds, where remnants of dark energy burned like serpentine scars, gnawing away at the once vibrant red cross emblem, rendering it indistinct. Forced stasis, neural blockade, joint dislocation, reported the scanning device, its voice akin to rusty gears. Another 10 minutes, and his spark will cease its rhythm due to overload. Optimus offered no response, gently placing the ambulance in Adrift's arms before turning to gaze at the vacant office. The glass doors lay shattered, wind chimes still swaying, ringing mockingly. The ambulance was bruised, entangled in chains, its optical sensors dimly closed. Optimus clenched his fists, the sound of creaking metal echoing the pure fury that surged for the first time deep within his spark. The wind leaves no trace. You must provide an explanation. The Autobots have encircled the entire Sahara division, employing a quantum tracking net devised by the omniscient Skyfire, while remnants of the Red Spiders, the Human Intelligence Network, and even the reconnaissance satellites of the Decepticons have been mobilized. After 48 hours, the vacation team of the Zephyr returned, laughing merrily, with Firestorm carrying a beach umbrella, Jazz holding a basket of earthly snacks, and Windlass chewing on a lollipop. Upon their arrival at the helipad, they found themselves surrounded by Autobot forces, energy cannons, magnetic locks, the leader S-Guard, and the furious blue optics of Optimus Prime. Surrender your weapons and hand over the ambulance. Firestorm instinctively shielded Windlass, only to be targeted by multiple cannons. Windlass appeared bewildered, inquiring, "Ambulance? Wasn't I merely undergoing a physical examination?" Confrontation and amnesia. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the surveillance footage from the medical bay was projected in mid-air. 6 individuals, clad in dark golden optics and violent uniforms, forced into stasis pods. Winless Lollipop fell to the ground, as he had no recollection of these events. Did I truly do such things? His voice trembled, mirrored by the blank expressions of Firestorm and his companions. Their memories only contained the end of the examination and their subsequent return home. Optimus Prime advanced step by step, declaring, "You have long been under control." The sounds of energy cannons charging filled the tense air, as if ready to ignite. Windlass raised his hands, pleading, "Give me 10 minutes. I shall uncover the truth." Yet the fury of the Autobots brooked no delay. The arrival of the Dark Shadow, just as tensions escalated. A dark golden hand tore through the fabric of space. The Dark Shadow emerged, his cloak swirling like the night, his optics unfathomably deep. "The matter of the ambulance rests solely upon my shoulders." His voice was soft, yet it cast an immediate silence over the battlefield. Optimus Prime redirected his cannon towards him, demanding, "Who are you?" The Dark Shadow smiled. "I am the Lord of the Shadow Realm, the brother of Windlass, and the true architect of your troubles." Raising his hand, dark golden energy rippled outward, rendering the Autobot weapons system inoperative. Optimus Prime bellowed, "Release them." However, the Dark Shadow turned to Windlass, his voice heartbreakingly tender, "Brother, the Shadow Realm cannot afford to lose you. I shall bear your sins." With a gentle push, a dark golden portal opened beneath Windlass's feet, ensnaring Firestorm and his companions in dark golden chains. As Windlass cries were swallowed by the portal, space closed around them, leaving only the Dark Shadow and the Autobots on the battlefield. The door did not lead to a passage, but was a means of instantaneous transport into the Shadow Realm. The windless trace fell heavily upon the dusky golden ground, with Fire Thunder and his companions following closely behind. Their cloaks unfurled as if they were parachutes, cushioning the impact. Surrounding them was a swirling ocean of dark gold, while an immense black-purple core suspended in the heavens resembled a heart pulsating for the realm of shadows. Beneath their feet lay a staircase leading to the throne, flanked on either side by countless denizens of the Shadow Realm, who knelt on one knee, fervently proclaiming, "The Lord of Shadows has returned." The 5 members of Fire Thunder, draped in identical dark golden cloaks, stood like noble knights guarding their sovereign, their optical visors gleaming bright yet hollow. The chant of the populace, "King, King, King," surged like a tide, the dark golden waves rising and falling with the rhythm of their voices. Windlass Trace was propelled toward the throne by the fervor of the crowd, each step feeling as though destiny itself was guiding him. He turned to seek the eyes of Fire Thunder, but was met only with 5 respectful yet unfamiliar faces. "Do you still remember me?" Fire Thunder knelt on one knee, his voice steady. "You are the Lord of Shadows, our light." Windlass Trace's heart plunged to the depths of despair. He finally comprehended that Darkless Trace had not only taken them away, but had transformed them into knights of the Shadow Realm. The throne ascended of its own accord, the dark golden cloak merging with it, while a scepter floated beside Windlass Trace. A system notification echoed in his mind. Shadow Lord privileges activated. Obligation, protect the Shadow Realm. Unto eternity, memory seal. External emotions will gradually fade. Windlass Trace sought to resist, only to find his flame synchronizing with the core of the Shadow Realm. Dark golden energy entwining his limbs like creeping vines, gradually consuming his free will. He gritted his teeth. "Brother, you deceived me." The voice of Darkless Trace resonated from all directions, gentle yet irresistible. "I did not deceive you. I merely returned you to your rightful place." In a final act of defiance, Windlass Trace summoned every ounce of strength to insert the golden key into the armrest of the throne. The key collided with the core of the Shadow Realm, unleashing a piercing metallic shriek, and momentarily, a fissure appeared in the dark golden energy. The optical visors of the 5 flickered slightly, as if familiar emotions were struggling within. Seizing the opportunity, Windlass Trace shouted, "Remember your names. Fire Thunder, Iron Skin, Sir, Soundwave, Confinement. They are not my knights. They're my family." The 5 shuddered, the dark golden cloaks developing minute cracks, yet they continued to struggle. As the fissures threatened to widen, Darkless Trace materialized beside the throne, seizing Windlass Trace's wrist and forcibly extracting the key. "Enough," he intoned with a deep voice. "Do you wish to destroy yourself?" The wind, frail yet resolute, collapsed into his embrace, declaring, "I desire to be remembered, not as the lord of the Shadow Realm, but as Feng Wuhen." And silence enveloped in Wuhen for a considerable time before he sighed. "Very well, I shall grant them a choice. But you must remain here until they reach their decision." He raised his hand, and a fissure appeared in the dark golden cloaks of the five, revealing a faint glimmer of their original armor's hue. "Choose." And Wuhen's voice resonated with authority. "Will you continue as knights of the Shadow Realm, or return to your former lives? But remember, should you choose the latter, you will relinquish the powers of the Shadow Realm." A countdown for the choice began. Beneath the throne, the five slowly rose, their cloaks billowing in the rift, resembling five banners on the verge of unraveling. Feng Wuhen, cradled in Wuhen's arms. Gaze at them with unwavering determination. Select what you desire. Do not linger for my sake. The countdown appeared behind the throne. Shadow Realm Choice Countdown. 7 days. Option: eternal loyalty as Shadow Realm Knights. Option: return to former self. Losing powers. And Wuhen held his brother, observing the five with a voice low yet clear. "In 7 days, either you will choose to keep him, or I shall personally see him depart, but you will forever forfeit the protection of the Shadow Realm." Feng Wuhen closed his eyes, his heartbeat synchronizing with the core of the Shadow Realm, like a spark caught between two opposing forces. In 7 days, the answer would be revealed, and the cost remained uncertain. Chapter 22. The Shield of the Shadow Realm. A choice of light and darkness in the twilight of the Shadow Realm. The first day of the countdown commenced. There were no cycles of day and night, only the fluctuating brightness of the core's heartbeat. Feng Wuhen was permitted to roam between the throne and his chamber, yet his ankle was shackled by a semi-transparent dark golden data chain, just long enough for him to reach the 10th step of the staircase. The five of Thunder Fire stood in a line, akin to 5 statues devoid of their fuses. And Wuhen remarked, "Give them space and grant yourself time." Yet, Feng Wuhen understood that the true length of the chain was despair. With each step he took, the runes on the chain glimmered brighter, akin to a relentless passage of time. At the fissure of Thunderfire, the figure on the far left bore a dark golden cloak, with the original color peeking through the rift, resembling dried blood, a deep copper hue. Feng Wuhen reached out to touch it, but the fissure erupted with tiny arcs of electricity, searing his fingertips and causing him to retract. The voice of Thunderfire emerged as if from beneath water. "My Lord Wuhen, I hear the roar of the engine, reminiscent of chasing the sunset on Earth's highways long ago. Yet that memory feels too ephemeral, slipping through my grasp." Feng Wuhen pressed his forehead against the fissure, softly reciting their first battle cry together. "Overtake in 4th gear. Let the crimson flames lead the way." The copper light flickered, and the rift widened to the breadth of 2 fingers, only to be greedily stitched back by the dark golden patterns. Fire Thunder knelt in agony, his fist striking the ground. "No more attempts. If you do, I shall explode myself." The Jazz's puzzle revealed its cracks, shimmering like moonlight. He squatted on the middle steps of the throne, piecing together scattered shards of dark golden armor into a lopsided chessboard, fashioning little cars from energy candy wrappers to push back and forth across the board. I recall someone racing with me, the loser obliged to treat to Earth rock music. Windless Shadow sat down, joining him in the game, but the car split in 2 midway. Jazz looked up, silver and gold flashing alternately in his optical lens. "If I choose to go back, can I still lose to you?" Windless Shadow chuckled halfway when the dark golden cloak suddenly tightened, causing Jazz to lean back, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. The projection of dark windlass materialized on the dome above. "Gambling is temptation. Temptation rends the seams. Do not cheat again, brother." In the silence of Soundwave stood in the shadows, his dark golden cloak almost arrogantly intact. Windless Shadow approached, holding an old cassette tape before him, a memento from his Earth mission, a recording of. Soundwave's fingertips trembled, yet there were no cracks. Windless Shadow softly remarked, "You have locked yourself away so tightly, but I know your greatest fear is silence." He pressed the play button, and the tape emitted a discordant sound. Suddenly, Soundwave knelt on one knee, fingers forcing their way into the helmet's seam, tearing off a piece of the dark golden mask to reveal a shattered blue display beneath. No cracks existed because he had split himself entirely. On the display, a line of text scrolled, "Choice, but please preserve my silence." Windless Shadow reached out to assist, but Soundwave stood on his own, reattaching the mask as if closing a door that would never open again. Iron Skin and Seclusion set up an alloy table at the bottom of the steps, with 2 cups of Shadow Domain energy liquid on it, resembling liquid lightning. The old rule. Iron Skin grinned. Whoever blinks first loses. The loser chooses, and the winner chooses. Seclusion sneered, I never blink. They stared at each other until their eyes turned crimson, the energy liquid simmering in the cups. Winless Shadow attempted to intervene, but was restrained by the data link. 10 minutes later, a rusty red crack appeared at the corner of Iron Skin's eye, while Seclusion's dark golden cloak shattered into pieces. It turned out Iron Skin had secretly swapped the cup rims for magnetic explosion coils, using thermal expansion and contraction to tear apart Seclusion's cloak. Seclusion roared, flipping Iron Skin over, and the 2 heavy armors rolled together, sparks flying from the cracks. They halted simultaneously as Dark Windless, ethereal figure descended beside the table, his fingers lightly snapping. The 2 cups of energy liquid transformed into chains, binding them together. Violence is also a form of temptation, Dark Windless remarked coolly. I penalize you both. You shall not speak for 3 days, but think with your fists. On the 3rd night of the countdown, at the darkest moment of the core's heartbeat, Dark Windless entered the chamber. Windless Shadow was awake, carving words into the floor with a shard of key, a line from the Autobot oath. Just as he completed the final stroke, the data link tightened abruptly, dragging him down. In the dimness, Feng Wuhen lifted him onto the couch, his fingertips grazing the ankle, causing the chain's sigil to dim. Do you despise me? Feng Wuhen buried his face in his knees, murmuring, I loathe myself. If I did not exist, they would not have to choose. Feng Wuhen sighed. Reminiscent of the night tide surging upon the shore, the Shadow Domain is not hell. It is a lifeboat. The universe is on the cusp of turning its page, and dark gold is the only ink that can withstand the tearing. He extended a miniature core to Feng Wuhen, resembling a beating heart on the 7th day. If you crush it with your own hands, the Shadow Domain will release them, and you will perish. If you swallow it, they shall forever become your knights, and you will become the new Shadow Domain. Feng Wuhen accepted it, his fingertips trembling like leaves in the wind. On the 5th day of the countdown, the fissures had spread to the chests of the 5, resembling armor that might peel away at any moment. Feng Wuhen used the remaining time to draw a white line on the staircase, spanning a total of 99 steps from top to bottom. He instructed the 5 to place their feet upon the line, akin to race cars poised at a starting line, awaiting the signal. On the final day, I shall return the key to the throne, he proclaimed. The one with the largest fissure will be the first to be reclaimed by the Shadow Domain. Conversely, the most intact will be the first to gain freedom. Fire Thunder grinned. Sounds like a reverse horse race. The Jazz whistled. Then I shall strive to fissure more slowly. Soundwave silently gestured. Iron Skin and Closure exchanged glances, simultaneously tearing the fissure wider, each wincing in pain. They both wished to reserve the first death slot for themselves, granting their adversary the path to survival. Feng Wuhen felt warmth in his eyes, but forced himself to turn away, fearing that a single glance would precipitate his collapse. On the 6th night of the countdown, as shadows flickered, 5 beams of phantom light descended from the core of the Shadow Domain, penetrating the fissures in the 5's armor. They knelt in unison, as optical mirrors flashed with scenes from yesteryears. Fire Thunder, witnessing the rapid sunset on Earth. As Feng Wuhen handed him the last canister of energy drink, Jazz, in the lunar base, the 2 awakening the entire channel with rock music, Soundwave, during a rainy night on Earth, as Feng Wuhen shielded him from a human sniper's bullet. Iron Skin, amidst the ruins of Cybertron. As Feng Wuhen affixed the last armor plate to his cracked chest, Closure, in the black market gladiatorial arena, as Feng Wuhen tossed him a knife, urging him to survive and fight him again. The 5 raised their heads simultaneously, as the fissures erupted with primal beams of light, converging into a swirling, multicolored ember. Suspended before Feng Wuhen, the phantom of Feng Wuhen materialized, his voice tinged with fatigue for the first time. Do you see? This is the variable that my Shadow Domain cannot replicate. He reached out to grasp it, but the ember, seemingly sentient, swiftly dove into Feng Wuhen's chest compartment, hovering alongside the choice core, producing a clear chime. On the morning of the 7th day, the Shadow Domain rarely witnessed the dawn. As the heartbeat of the core transformed into a silvery hue, a mist rising from the dark gold ocean. Upon the throne's staircase, The fissures had spread to their necks, resembling masks on the verge of shattering. Feng Wuhen was permitted to remove the data chain, standing barefoot on the highest step, clutching the dark gold core, with shards of the key suspended by an insulating cord at his side. In the shadowy realm, and Wuhen personally draped a brand new cloak over him, half dark gold and half natural hue, reminiscent of a torn sunrise. Time had come, and his brother declared, "Let them hear your choice." Feng Wuhen inhaled deeply, as two cores within the ember collided, resonating with a pendulum-like echo. He raised his hand, elevating the dark gold core above his head, his voice reverberating throughout the entire shadow domain. Feng Wuhen's judgment. I choose. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 5 individuals below the steps, akin to a final refueling. Let the choice itself become their freedom. As his words fell, he forcefully smashed the dark gold core onto the steps beneath him. With a resounding boom, the core shattered into countless dark gold meteors, the recoil sending Feng Wuhen staggering backward, while Wuhen reached out but failed to grasp him. Simultaneously, fragments of the key autonomously flew forth, embedding themselves into the throne's armrests, fissures instantly crawling across the entire throne, resembling a cracked glacier. The shadow realm emitted a metallic wail akin to an infant's cry. The dark gold sea surged, and the core's heartbeat ceased, plunging the world into absolute silence. The silence persisted for merely a second. In the next moment, the original color beams erupted simultaneously from the fissures surrounding the 5, tearing the dark gold cloak to shreds. Like a reverse meteor shower, Fire Thunder was the first to charge forward, his exposed copper armor gleaming. He spread his arms wide, but failed to catch Feng Wuhen. Feng Wuhen was suspended in midair, uplifted by the multicolored ember, akin to a moon embraced by stars. And Wuhen stood beside the throne, the cloak flapping violently from the shockwave, reaching out yet only seizing a fragment of dark gold. You have unexpectedly returned the right of choice back to the system. Feng Wuhen opened his eyes, one half of his optical lens dark gold, the other half natural hue, his voice resounding clear. Brother, you say the Shadow Realm is a lifeboat, yet a lifeboat should not seal its doors and windows. Now, let them decide for themselves whether to reach the shore. The multicolored ember suddenly split into 5 beams, each piercing the chests of the 5, the fissures swiftly healing, yet leaving behind a thread-like original hue mark, akin to an indelible scar or a potential outlet ready to bloom. For the first time, the 5 synchronized. Fire Thunder looked down at the copper mark on his chest, grinning. Sounds like we've been dismissed? The jazz twirled and leaped, silver markings glistening under the moonlight. No, it's an extended vacation. Soundwave activated the speaker, emitting a discordant sound, while Iron Sheet and Confinement exchanged glances, both humming in unison, yet each striking their fists together, rust-red and ink-green patterns intertwining, producing a crisp chime. The 5 simultaneously turned, facing the throne, and shouted in unison, Feng Wuhen, we choose. But before the vacation, they transformed simultaneously, 5 distinct vehicles lined up side by side. The engines roaring, shaking the steps. Take us home first. And Wuhen stood in shock, like a child hearing thunder for the first time. Feng Wuhen smiled, tears streaming down his face. All right, home it is. And Wuhen's concession initiated the core of the Shadow Realm's reboot, its heartbeat transforming into a pulsating rhythm of alternating silver-white and dark gold. As the shadows gathered, and Wuhen raised his hand, and the fractured throne gradually descended, transforming into a floating platform. At the platform's edge, a star gate began to open, revealing the familiar azure of Earth. With his back turned to the others, he spoke in a husky voice. The gate of the Shadow Realm can only open unidirectionally once every millennium. Once you depart, there shall be no return. Feng Wuhen stepped forward and placed a shard of dark gold into his brother's palm, stating, Let the Shadow Realm remember that we once existed. And Wuhen clenched the fragment, dark golden fire seeping through his fingers like a candle extinguished by the wind. Let us depart, he urged without looking back. Yet, Feng Wuhen turned, rushing forward to embrace his brother fiercely, as if clinging to a tower on the verge of collapse. And Wuhen's body trembled slightly. Eventually, he raised his hand to return the embrace. This was the first and last time the Lord of the Shadow Realm permitted himself to show vulnerability. Chapter 14. Crossing the threshold, the 5 vehicles lined up in formation as Feng Wuhen transformed into a warplane interwoven with dark gold, and original colors. Settling at the tip of the formation, the platform began to accelerate, and the light of the Stargate surged like a tidal wave. Just as they crossed the threshold, a voice from the Shadow Realm echoed suddenly. "Brother!" Feng Wuhen turned abruptly to see in Wuhen standing amidst the ruins of the throne, his cloak torn by the fierce winds, resembling a fallen banner. He raised his hand, and dark golden fire gathered at his fingertips, forming a small heart shape, which he cast towards the Stargate. "Take a glance for me at the sunrise on Earth." The heart-shaped flame passed through the threshold, landing in Feng Wuhen's cockpit, transforming into a keychain inscribed with, "The shield of the Shadow Realm shall always keep the door open for you." As the Stargate closed, the Shadow Realm was engulfed in eternal night, save for a stubborn flicker of dark golden fire atop the throne's ruins, akin to an unyielding lighthouse. Epilogue. The sunrise on Earth. At the ruins of Earth's headquarters, at 5:47 in the morning, 6 vehicles broke through the atmosphere, trailing flames like a reversed meteor shower. They transformed and landed at the landing pad of the Windchaser, where a sign indicating a holiday closure still remained, albeit tilted by the wind. The eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, as Huoletang reached out to catch that beam of light, grinning. "Boss, we made it." Feng Wuhen stood at the forefront, the optical lens reflecting a sky ablaze with gold and crimson. He grasped the keychain tightly, replying softly, "No, we have only just begun." In the distance, the signal of an ambulance suddenly broke through the channel, accompanied by a familiar quip. "Have you lot taken your vacation to the ends of the universe? The coffee in my medical chamber has gone cold." The 6 exchanged laughter, their mirth startling a flock of white doves, whose wings swept across the rising sun, akin to countless unsent letters soaring toward a more distant future. Chapter 23. The Shield of the Shadow Realm, the Double Helix Commission, the reopened sign in the annals of Earth. 1 year since the return of the Shadow Realm. The old landing pad of the Windchaser had been transformed into a 3-story building, adorned with a brand new neon sign reading, "Wuhan Agency, authorized bounty for the Shadow Realm Express." Feng Wuhen inserted the last can of energy cola into the vending machine and gazed skyward. The sky above Earth is as clear as if filtered through the dark gold of the Shadow Realm, no longer echoing the dual heartbeat from the time of the Rift Gate. He had anticipated a whirlwind of activity, with the scarcity of Autobot resources. It was only logical that the perilous and confidential tasks would be outsourced to him, the former Lord of the Shadow Realm. Yet, after a full 30 days of operation, the Commission Board displayed an unbroken line of zeros: Autobot column, 0, Decepticon column, 3, neutral column, 7, with not a single task related to the Autobots. Windlass knew this was the credit fallout from the ambulance incident. He stroked his chin and chuckled ruefully. The aftermath of the ambulance incident is more severe than anticipated. Thunderfire shrugged. It is understandable that Autobots fear we might be controlled by the Shadow Realm again. Ironhide sighed. Shall we then take the Decepticon contracts? The prices are quite decent. Windlass shook his head. Wait, the Autobots will eventually come. Their resources are limited and they will inevitably seek assistance. He locked the door, preparing to dash to the supermarket for limited edition, Earth-exclusive durian-flavored energy blocks. Just as his toes crossed the threshold of the shadow, 2 encrypted communications simultaneously intruded into the channel, akin to 2 blades crossing at his throat. Ambulance's private SOS, channel, private medical officer line. Windlass, can you hear me? The voice of the ambulance was low and urgent, the backdrop filled with the cacophony of explosions, as if the entire battlefield had been crammed into a medical chamber. Optimus Prime had been ensnared in the trap of the fallen, coordinates, the dark side of the moon, Sea of Serenity. Megatron had mobilized the Decepticon Guard, encircling the area like a steel drum. The Mentor sought to personally extinguish the last scion of Primus. I implore you on a personal basis. You implore me personally? Windlass seized on the key phrase. Indeed, the ambulance gritted his teeth. The Autobot command chain has been disrupted, and I cannot persuade any high-ranking officer to rescue him. They are still voting to downgrade trust due to your actions years ago when you took me away. But if no one intervenes, Optimus's spark will be extinguished forever. The communication abruptly ceased, leaving only the sharp beeping of medical instruments. Megatron's official invitation, channel, Decepticon leader encrypted. Almost simultaneously, a more arrogant signal forcibly intruded. My Lord Windlass. Megatron's metallic bass crackled like 2 chainsaws grinding against each other. My mentor, the Fallen, has awakened. He requires an outsider to ensure Optimus cannot escape. Once accomplished, the Decepticons will sign a century-long strategic partnership agreement with your firm. Compensation: 7 tons of energy crystals, along with mining rights in Africa. If you refuse, Megatron chuckled softly, I wouldn't mind labeling the remnants of the Shadow Realm in the wanted database of all Autobots. The communication ended, leaving an electronic contract bearing the Decepticon emblem hovering at his lower left corner, like a time bomb counting down. 0:59:59. In the fleeting moment of half a second, Winless stood at the entrance of a convenience store, a shopping basket in hand, 2 durian energy bars, 1 earth milk, and 1 discounted toothpaste. He faced 2 conflicting missions, one to save, the other to kill. One personal, the other official. One a plea, the other a threat. Only 58 seconds remained. With a sigh, he returned the toothpaste to its shelf. He proceeded to check out, excluding the toothpaste. The Earth cashier regarded him with confusion. Sir, you appear unwell. It's nothing, Winless smiled, just an unexpected overtime. Upon exiting the store, he pressed the reply button beside a street corner trash bin. With his left hand, he accepted the ambulance mission, compensation, 1 symbolic Bopai credit. With his right, he accepted the Megatron mission, compensation, 7 tons of energy crystal from the mine. Both progress bars reached 100 simultaneously. The system prompted, conflict mission double helix mode activated objective, ensure Optimus Prime survival. Condition, do not reveal dual identity. Penalty, an exposure on either side will lead to annihilation. Winless gazed upwards, watching the sunlight cleaved in twain by the clouds. An old trick of the Shadow Realm. He murmured, but this time I wager the spark. On the far side of the moon, 6 hours later, the Shadow Domain courier ship of the Winless Agency leapt from hyperspace. On the dark side of the moon, an abandoned Apollo crater had been transformed into a colossal metallic coliseum, surrounded by Decepticon orbital cannon satellites, resembling a ring of cooled lava. In the distance, the core of the Fallen's trap featured an inverted Primus statue, its hands bound by dark energy chains, its chest exposed, awaiting sacrifice. Winless activated the ship's cloaking mode, descending into the shadows of the battlefield. As he stepped out of the cabin, he beheld a familiar red and blue figure. Optimus Prime knelt beneath the statue. His energy axe shattered, his chest plate torn asunder, the light of his spark dimming perilously close to extinguishment. The Fallen hovered in midair, his dark gold and deep purple cloak writhing like a living being, his voice resonating. The last Primus, surrender your matrix, and I shall grant you mercy. Megatron stood to one side, hand resting on his fusion cannon, surveying the scene as though relishing the final act of an opera. Winless adjusted the brightness of his optical lenses, draping his cloak in Decepticon purple, while subtly rotating his insignia into the Autobot emblem, completing the ruse in an instant. The script was rewritten. He first approached Megatron as a collaborator, bowing respectfully. Lord Megatron, I request proximity to confirm Optimus Prime's spark status to prevent Matrix self-destruction. Megatron scoffed. I heard you once saved that fellow, yet now you seem eager. It is merely business. Winless shrugged. The last rescue was for a ticket home. This time, the kill is for your mind. The Fallen raised a hand, a dark energy chain lashing out to ensnare Winless' wrist, as if testing his pulse. The scent of the Shadow Realm. The Fallen whispered, I permit you to approach, but should you dare to play tricks, I shall rend your soul into 9 pieces. Winless nodded, turning to stride toward Optimus Prime. 2 figures stood 10 paces apart, then 5, and finally 3. Optimus Prime lifted his gaze, the optical lens dimming almost to darkness, yet he still recognized the other, his lips barely moving. Do not save me, Flea. Windblade knelt, speaking in a frequency audible only to them. Silence, preserve the spark. I have come to repay a debt. With his back to Megatron, he stealthily pressed a shard of a Shadow Domain breach light grenade into the fissure of Optimus's armor, a miniature phased engine crafted from the last fragment of the Shadow Domain core. The activation command, the heartbeat frequency of an ambulance. At that moment, an explosion erupted at the rim of the crater, and a white ambulance transformed as it surged into the arena, its rear doors flinging open to reveal 2 magnetic levitation stretchers. Hey, big guys, even an ambulance can be a tank. The ambulance? It should not be here. Windblade's pupils constricted as the plan unraveled. Megatron roared, Autobot scum. The fusion cannon instantly locked on. The ambulance, however, opened a public channel, its voice laced with a determined mirth. Windblade, I have brought you the favor you left in my medical bay, a ton of high-concentration energy plasma, along with a disruption grenade. If we are to explode, let us do so together. If we are to save, let us save together. Do not bear the burden alone. The fallen raised his hand, dark energy surging toward the ambulance. Windblade knew he had no retreat left. He stood, yanked off Megatron's cloak, revealing the underlying half-dark gold, half-natural color of his shadow domain disintegration form. Apologies, Megatron, but this contract is breached. He snapped his fingers, the light grenade activating against Optimus's chest, a miniature Stargate unfurling, engulfing the leader entirely. The coordinates set, the underground bunker of Earth's ruins. Simultaneously, the disruption grenade launched from the ambulance detonated, filling the area with radar snow. The fallen's furious roar reverberated across the lunar sea. You hybrid of a shadow domain. How dare you toy with the god of darkness twice? Dark energy chains transformed into countless spears, thrusting toward Windblade. In a moment of desperation, the multicolored spark within Windblade's chest leapt forth, morphing into a shadow of the shield of the shadow domain, a remnant left to him by the dark wind. The shield held for merely 3 seconds. It was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped back, aligning himself alongside the ambulance. What brings you here? Repaying a debt, the ambulance replied, shoving a vial of energy plasma into his hand, adding, by the way, regarding the trust downgrade vote, I've voted for eternal trust. Windblade paused for half a second, then burst into laughter, consuming the plasma in one gulp. Then let us fight through the night. The two battled and retreated, charging toward the spacecraft. Megatron and the Fallen unleashed fire simultaneously, the lunar surface upheaving, coolant spewing forth like lava. The shadow of the shield of the shadow domain shattered, dispersing into motes of dark gold fire that extinguished in a vacuum. Windblade was struck by the residual shockwave, his armor tearing, the spark trembling. The ambulance yanked him inside the spacecraft. The ship ascended urgently, its trajectory monitored by orbital cannons. The ambulance took the pilot's seat, hands flying over controls. Coordinates? The windless one expelled a breath of golden flame, a grim smile gracing his lips. The Earth's prime had not yet finished its transfusion. The spacecraft leaped, its brilliance igniting. While behind it, the lunar coliseum transformed into a tapestry of dark gold and deep purple fireworks. In the aftermath of new deaths, 3 hours later on the night side of Earth, beneath the ruins, the Prime lay in a makeshift medical pod, the Matrix reconfigured, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. The ambulance emerged from behind a curtain, removing its cracked visor, and gazed at the windless one leaning against the wall. You've saved us once more. Don't celebrate too soon, the windless one replied, raising his hands. I've taken 7 tons of energy crystals from Megatron. The contract remains unfulfilled, granting him the right to seek cosmic arbitration and freeze all my assets. What shall we do? The windless one grinned, a long-lost, mischievous smile illuminated by the Shadow Realm. Simply draft a successful commissioning report for the rescue of the Prime, send it to the Autobot Council, and demand they pay a life-saving bounty, 7 tons of crystals. Let Megatron approach the Council for repayment, and remind them to expedite my payment. The ambulance paused for 2 seconds, erupting in laughter to the point of tears behind its optical visor. You truly are the most adept at keeping accounts. The windless one shrugged, tossing a keychain inscribed with the emblem of the Shadow Realm to the ambulance, the heart-shaped flame still faintly glowing. Keep this for me. The next time I'm caught between 2 fronts, I'll have an escape route. Will there be a next time? Of course, the windless one replied, gazing out the window as the sun rose, radiant like the day they broke through the star gate a year prior. In the realm of commerce, trust may diminish. Debts may be transferred, but the spark, he clenched his fist, gently tapping his chest, new light seeping through the cracks. As long as it continues to beat, he must keep taking orders. Reputation restored. 1 week after the war, the Autobot commission list surged from 0 to 17. Neutral commissions leaped from 7 to 49, and the Decepticons from 3 to 21. The windless one's reputation not only recovered, but soared to the top of the cosmic trending charts. Dual-faced mastery. The Autobots expressed their gratitude, and even Megatron settled his debts. The ambulance personally delivered a letter of thanks. You saved the Prime, and you restored the trust of the Autobots. The windless one gazed at the letter, softly murmuring, What I owe you, I have repaid. Epilogue. The gaze of the Dark One. In the deep of the night, following the war, the windless one stood on the outer deck of the Wind Chaser, a dark golden cloak billowing gently behind him. The voice of the Dark One emerged from the depths of the cloak, low yet clear. Brother, you have triumphed once again. Yet the shadow realm awaits you. When the universe exhausts you once more, remember that my embrace will always be open to you. The windless one gazed at the starry sky, softly responding, I know, but this time I choose to remain in the light. The cloak quivered gently, like a silent reply. I await you. Chapter 24. The Choice of Light. The Whispers of the Cloak. On the 30th day, post-war, the Wind Chaser docked in Earth's near orbit. The dark golden cloak clung to Feng Wuhen's back like a docile serpent, yet trembled subtly in the stillness of the night. Brother, when the universe exhausts you once more, remember to return home. Feng Wuhen unfastened the cloak, stowed it in the sealed chamber, and affixed a label, Shadow Domain Express, refused. He stretched languidly and addressed his reflection in the mirror. Stay in the light. I shall keep my word. The side effects of reputation, however. The repercussions of the universe's trending topics soon emerged. A double-edged victory. The discussions generated an overwhelming influx of commissions, causing the mailbox of the Wind Chaser to overflow. Automen, Decepticons, and the neutral faction treated the agency as a universal toolbox. Observing the mountain of tasks before him, Feng Wuhen smiled wryly. Reputation gained, vacation lost. Boss, shall we continue accepting? Fire Thunder queried, shrugging. Feng Wuhen waved his hand dismissively. We shall accept, but with discernment. From today forth, the agency shall implement a light selection. We will only accept commissions pertaining to protection, rescue, and reconstruction, and will not entertain assassination, plunder, or destruction tasks. The crowd responded in unison, understood. Light selection. The sound waves inscribed the selection algorithm into the system, categorizing the commissions automatically. Green, protection, rescue, reconstruction. Yellow, neutral, negotiable at, assassination, plunder, destruction. Red commissions were promptly returned with a note, refusal of dirty work. This action sparked a cosmic debate. Cleansing? Had the Lord of the Shadow Domain turned to philanthropy? Feng Wuhen shared the topic. It is not cleansing, it is a return to the origin. The Dark Cloak's delivery on the third day of the selection system's launch. The sealed chamber unexpectedly opened, and the dark golden cloak billowed forth like an enraged serpent. A voice emerged from deep within the cloak. Brother, you may reject the Shadow Domain, but the Shadow Domain shall not reject you. The cloak unfurled, revealing a black commission. Commission, assassinate the cosmic pirate leader. Dark golden remnant, reward. One core fragment of the Shadow Domain. Note, refusal is considered betrayal of the Shadow Domain. Feng Wuhen cast the commission into the incinerator. Refused. The cloak emitted a hissing sound as if scalded, retreating back into the sealed chamber while leaving behind the words, You shall return. The surge of green commissions after rejecting the dark golden commission. Green commissions surged like a tide, escorting refugee fleets through the fog zone, reconstructing border planets ravaged by war, rescuing research teams abducted by pirates. Feng Wuhen, accompanied by Fire Thunder and his 5 companions, escorted ship by ship, rebuilt planet by planet. Enshrining the light selection into the cosmic employment law, only engage in matters of light. The renewed invitation from Dark Wuhen on the 60th day after refusing the Dark Golden Commission. Dark Wuhen himself descended upon the Wind Chaser. He stood on the outer deck, his dark golden cloak billowing in the vacuum, its sound resonating directly into Feng Wuhen's mind. Brother, you are weary. Return, and the Shadow Domain shall bear the burden for you. Feng Wuhen pressed the terminal into his hand. Behold our current commission volume. I am tired, yet joyful. The Shadow Domain cannot offer me this. And Wuhen remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling a sigh. Then let the Shadow Domain await you until your fatigue returns. He turned to leave, the cloak leaving a trace of dark golden luminescence against the starry sky, akin to a silent farewell. On the 90th day of rejecting the dark golden commissions, a new trend emerged in the cosmic employment market. More agencies began to emulate the light selection, refusing unsavory tasks and committing solely to matters of light. The light selection movement surged into the trending topics, with Feng Wuhen humorously dubbed the Cosmic Lighthouse. In an interview, he stated, A lighthouse does not attack, it merely illuminates. And Wuhen, Witnessing the interview from the throne of the shadow domain, softly remarked, "Even a lighthouse grows weary. When the light extinguishes, the shadow domain shall embrace you." On the 100th day of rejecting dark golden commissions, Feng Wuhen received a unique green commission. Establish a sanctuary of light at the edge of the universe, providing refuge for all weary mechanical lives. Reward: none, but the entire universe shall remember you. Feng Wuhen closed the terminal and smiled at the 5 members of Fire Thunder. This is our final task. Once completed, we shall retire. In unison, the 5 declared, "Boss, we shall accompany you." At the edge of the universe, a colossal floating city gradually ascended within the sea of stars. Its exterior a transparent energy dome, housing gardens, medical pods, concert halls, and beaches. Feng Wuhen placed the last brick into the dome, whispering to the starry sky, "This is the end of light, yet also its beginning." He hoisted the dark golden cloak atop the highest flagpole of the sanctuary, like a banner that would never descend, yet no longer draped upon his shoulders. His final farewell to the shadow domain. On the inaugural day of the sanctuary's opening, a weary mechanical life entered the dome, gazing at the dark golden cloak and softly inquiring, "Whose banner is this?" Feng Wuhen smiled. "It is the light of the shadow domain, and also the shadow of light." He turned towards the garden, his silhouette elongated by the starlight, akin to a silent vow. "I choose to remain in the light until the universe no longer requires me." And Wuhen's voice emanated from the depths of the cloak. "Low yet gentle, I await you until the light extinguishes." Chapter 1. The Land Bridge Flash. Commission 0 deep within the base at 3:42 in the morning. The wind without trace placed the final quantum coupler into the terrestrial bridge control console and raised his gaze at the clock, noting that only 8 hours remained until the grand opening ceremony of the Earth-based office. After one more measurement of the transition frequency, he could conclude his work and indulge in a brief nap. He stifled a yawn and casually switched the debugging log to private mode, typing a note in the remarks section, "Target Universe, 01, Entertainment Observation." Just as his fingers left the keyboard, the entire terrestrial bridge emitted a high-frequency whine, a harbinger of the impending overload. "Wait, I merely wish to observe remotely. I did not intend to venture there." A brilliant flash of white erupted, and the fabric of space appeared to tear like a shredded photograph. Wind without trace barely had time to tuck his wallet and the micro-shadow core into his embrace before being swallowed whole by the swirling vortex. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself under a clear night sky, the full moon hanging high, and the barren canyon's wind carried the sense of oil and gunpowder. The system prompt quietly refreshed. Arrived. Universe Earth, 0 months. Timeline, Season 1, Episode 1, 5 minutes before captured by flying over mountain. Looking down, he discovered that half of his body was buried in lunar dust, the roar of engines echoing in the distance. A Dodge Challenger? Emerging from the dust, he caught sight of an orange muscle car bursting over the ridge. Its rear, riddled with bullet holes, spewed smoke as it soared over the mountain, transforming midair before landing, its dual cannons unleashing a barrage upon the pursuing foes. Almost immediately, a massive shadow loomed overhead as 3 Decepticon attack vessels dove down, with the Autobot ground forces raining down like a torrential downpour. The script was accurate. Wind without trace murmured, "In just 10 minutes, he will be captured by the Red Spider aboard the Punishment." The shadow core pulsated gently against his chest, as if reminding him, an opportunity has arisen. Flying over mountain, now besieged, had its armor breached by pulse rounds, sparks flying in every direction. Wind without trace took refuge behind a rocky outcrop and activated his wristwatch for a scan. Target, flying over mountain. Status, moderate damage. Energy 77. Estimated capture countdown 000830. Rescue difficulty. Subquest ID 01. Save flying over mountain. Reward, Autobot reputation 1000. Access to basic Autobot intelligence network. Failure penalty. The Red Spider will gain command of the Punishment prematurely, increasing the main quest difficulty by 30. Narrowing his optical lens, he accessed another hidden prompt. Wait for the opportune moment. Once flying over mountain is escorted to the Punishment, the Black Prison escape event may be triggered, with a reward coefficient of 15. He patted his wallet, finding it devoid of funds. In this universe, the shadow currency was not even worthy of wiping soot. The first bucket of gold must be mined deeply. Apologies, flying over mountain. The bounty hunter's creed prioritizes profit above all. Wind without trace, resolved to remain still. Casually affixing a bounty advertisement sticker from the office universe onto the rock's backside, anticipating the moment when flying over mountain would be taken away. Optimus Prime would undoubtedly arrive with all the Autobots to gather evidence, and at that time, he would naturally observe. He poured himself a cup of concentrated energy drink and squatted down to spectate. Flying over mountain was not to be underestimated. Even when encircled, he wielded the cannon like a baseball bat, sending 2 henchmen flying. Yet, the Red Spider had made her appearance. Crimson livery, triangular wings, and a sinister optical lens. Upon landing, it unleashed a sonic boom that brought the soaring mountain to its knees. Little Orange Mouse, your spark belongs to me today. Windless Trace peered through the crevice. Zooming in for a close-up, this line is more precise than any spoiler. The Red Spider raised a hand, and dark energy chains ensnared the limbs of the soaring mountain. Like a marionette on strings, the soaring mountain roared in fury, but was powerless to break free. Windless Trace glanced at the countdown. 0:01:12. It was nearly time to commence the operation. He patted his knees and donned a cloak of disguise, half dark gold and half blank, capable of appearing as neutral and unknown on radar. The Decepticon escort squad ascended, the looming shadow of the Avenger hovering over the canyon, its hatch resembling a gaping beast's maw. Windless Trace leaped onto the hanging rock and flung out the core of the Shadow Realm. The core split open in midair, projecting a miniature land bridge, coordinates locked, the main cargo hold of the Avenger. Open the door, deliver the package. He stepped inside and reappeared in a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by crates of energy. In the distance, the soaring mountain hung, suspended by chains, while the Red Spider punctured its chest with a finger blade, sparks flying. One last chance, Autobot. Tell me the coordinates of Optimus Prime's base. The soaring mountain grinned, its metallic lips curling in defiance. No matter how high you fly, you will never catch the shadow of Optimus Prime. The Red Spider's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, the fusion cannon igniting with a white blaze. 3 minutes later, the Red Spider kicked the soaring mountain down, signaling the soldiers to secure it with energy shackles. Take him away. Let the cells of the Avenger teach him some manners. The squad transformed into aircraft mode, escorting the soaring mountain into the sky. Windless Trace looked up and saw the night clouds being torn apart by the plasma tail, like a black curtain being ripped asunder, revealing the cold, white moonlight behind. The moment had arrived. He placed his hands on the ground, and the vehicle form of his race car unfolded instantaneously, its streamlined chassis dropping to 118 meters, flame stripes blazing along the alloy skin to the tail wing, while 12 turbine engines roared like a beast. Tires crushed fallen leaves as the crimson shadow burst forth. Target: the docking port of the Avenger's outer chamber. Estimated time of arrival: 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Background music playing in his mind was the melody of his own creation. In the outer chamber of the Avenger, just as the Red Spider hurled the soaring mountain into the energy cage, a metallic wail of tearing echoed from below the ship. Report: an unknown high-speed target is climbing the starboard side. No match found in the identification database. Speed: 520 kilometers per hour, still ascending. The Red Spider dashed to the viewport, only to see a crimson race car racing vertically alongside the ship's hull. Each tire's tread left cracks in the external armor plating. An Autobot? No. The signal characteristics do not match. Before he could finish his thought, the race car soared into the air, transforming mid-flight. Flame stripes flowed across its armored surface like molten lava. Shoulder plates unfolded to reveal 2 200mm pulse cannons, while the folding glider wings locked into position with a resounding thud. The wind lingered beneath the moonlight as the optical lens swept across the bridge, directing a metallic finger at the Red Spider. I accepted the bounty from the Decepticons. The pulse cannon roared, 2 blue-white energy orbs striking the external turret with precision, their explosion akin to blooming silver peonies, illuminating the night sky. The alarm pierced through the clouds in an instant. Within the energy confinement area, I, flying over the mountain, collided shoulder first with the metallic barrier, suddenly witnessing sparks erupting at the corridor's end. Hold on, don't rush to report. The voice of the wind without trace cut through the chaos like a sharp blade through darkness. He raised his hand and tossed a microphase bomb. a flash of silver tearing apart the energy field of the prison door. I paused for half a second. Who are you? The manager of the bounty office. Wind without trace. A car person? Currently neutral, awaiting the offer. Wind without trace slapped a metallic disc onto my chest, which unfolded into an energy supplement, swiftly mending the ruptured pipeline. You owe me one. I'll have Optimus Prime settle the bill later. I grinned, deal. In the ship's corridor, reinforcements surged like a tide. Wind without trace switched his double cannons to high-frequency chainswords, their blades igniting in orange-red plasma flames. Allow me to demonstrate what has been honed in the cinematic universe. He bent low and charged, his sword creating a fan-shaped curtain of fire, cleaving the first adversary in half at the waist. The second, barely raising his weapon, was met with a swift kick to the knee, followed by the chain sword plunging into his chest, igniting a spark. Before the shock wave of the explosion dissipated, he leaped atop the debris, gliding with wings unfurled, a cascade of sparks leading him directly to the main corridor's end. I trailed behind, my optical lens blinking. You call this neutrality? Customer service is paramount. The escort is included in the package. Wind without trace turned his head with a smile, the flames dancing in the light. On board the Revenge, the Red Spider personally led the interception, charging the fusion cannon to its limit, a blinding white light making it difficult to see. You insignificant being, you shall pay for provoking the Decepticons. Save some dialogue. Wind without trace raised his hand, revealing a fragment of a microspark source, dark blue energy swiftly enveloping the entire deck. The Red Spider's fusion cannon seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, its energy retracting, the barrel emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Sound waves, metal, jazz, and thunder. Confinement had taught them one lesson. Wind without trace as fingers curled, the spark fragment dissipating into particles of light. Don't challenge me on energy control. In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing behind the Red Spider, the chain sword poised at his neck. Make way, or prepare for a new head. The Red Spider's tail thrummed with fury, yet had no choice but to raise his hand, signaling the soldiers to retreat. You cannot escape. The Revenge will ensure your capture. Thank you for the warning. Wind without trace kicked the Red Spider off the deck, casually leaving a message on the tactical channel. Inform Megatron that if he wishes to conduct business, he should place an order at the Flame Trajectory office. In the night sky, a glider unfurled two fiery trails, soaring through the air like a meteor, defying gravity. Below, an unfamiliar terrestrial forest unfolded, a brand new battleground. As it flew past the mountains, a question lingered. Where to next? The glider's optical lens narrowed, revealing a newly unlocked bounty panel. Main quest, Leader's Testament. Activated stage objective. Establish contact with Optimus Prime and create a flame trajectory division. Hidden objective. Collect 4 ultimate god keys to redeem a leader-level upgrade template. A bright, flame-like smile graced his lips. First, seek a suitable location to establish a shop. Then, expand this world into my bounty territory. The crimson sports car roared along the winding mountain roads, its fiery stripes slicing through the night, leaving a fresh imprint upon the earth. The tail of the Leader's Testament began to veer off its predetermined path, heading toward an untamed future unknown to all with the arrival of this interloper. Chapter 2. The Dark Web Invitation in the core experimental chamber of the Retribution. Dark hyperenergetic entities churned within a vacuum tube, resembling a miniature black hole in captivity, occasionally sparking with violet-black arcs. Megatron stood before the viewport, his fingertips lightly tapping the metallic railing, each strike precisely resonating with the peaks of energy waves, a habit cultivated over 3 years of resonance with the blood of the Cosmic Emperor deep in the universe. Sir, the battle report you requested. Red Spider knelt, his tone more somber than usual. Megatron did not turn around, but merely raised a hand. Red Spider promptly inserted a data chip into the projection console, and a cascade of ethereal blue screens unfolded. The fiery striped sports car sped vertically along the ship's hull, chains slicing through the air, and the fragments of the core ignited by the spark were suppressed by the fusion cannon. All visuals meticulously recorded in pixel-perfect clarity by the high-altitude reconnaissance drone's sonic wave lasers. Name? Megatron finally inquired, his voice akin to the grinding of iron. Feng Wuhen, self-proclaimed owner of the bounty office. Origin galaxy unknown. Energy signature oscillating between the spark source and dark hyperenergy entities. unclassifiable by conventional databases. Red Spider hesitated, a flicker of jealousy surfacing in his optical lens. The individual had breached the external chamber of the Retribution, abducted Feng Wuhen, and brazenly cast your deputy commander overboard before the eyes of many. You seem to have missed the point. Megatron turned, the dark purple armor casting a colder light within the chamber. He possessed the fragments of the spark source, yet remained untouched by their backlash. Red Spider's throat tightened with apprehension. More crucially, Megatron gestured towards a still image. The ethereal blue fragment in Feng Wuhen's palm was generating a gravitational field akin to planetary tides with the dark hyperenergy entity, enabling the coexistence of two opposing energies, albeit briefly. Red Spider lowered his head. I shall investigate immediately. No, Megatron raised his hand, fingers curling as if to crush an unseen foe. I want him to become my weapon, not an ally of Optimus Prime. He turned towards the ever-silent communications officer shrouded in shadows. Soundwave, connect to the cosmic dark web and issue a bounty under the codename Dark Flame. Target, Feng Wuhen. Reward, an opportunity for a face-to-face negotiation with me, and the purest crystal of a dark hyperenergy entity. The sound wave emitted a laser bird that unfolded in front of the chest. A flash of red light accompanied by a monotonous low frequency that only Megatron could comprehend, outside the abandoned mine tunnel of Jaspertown on Earth. Windless Trace parked his sports vehicle in the center of the railway, the fiery stripes painted in golden red by the setting sun. He activated the holographic projection inside the car, and dark web characters cascaded down like a waterfall. Dark web bounty invitation, publisher. Target, Windless Trace of the Fire Trajectory Agency. Reward, negotiable, including one piece of dark energy core. Postscript, I am intrigued by the topic of coexistence. And I believe you are as well. Flying over the mountains, arms crossed against the rock wall, he raised an eyebrow, aside from Megatron. No one could encrypt the dark web channel to such an extent. Windless Trace chuckled, his fingertips tapping on the virtual keyboard, producing a crisp sound. It seems the red aircraft I kicked down has drawn out the boss. Are you planning to attend a meeting? With a customer at hand, there is no reason to decline. Flying over the mountains frowned. Optimus Prime will not appreciate your dealings with Megatron. That is precisely why I must charge. The neutrality of a mediator is worth its weight in gold. Windless Trace closed the projection, and the sports vehicle automatically ignited, the 12 turbines roaring like a heartbeat. Please convey a message to Optimus Prime. The Fire Trajectory Agency accepts commissions from any faction. The highest bidder wins. As for Megatron, he pressed the accelerator, the fiery stripes leaving a long trail in the twilight. It depends on whether he can afford my appearance fee. In the private communication room of the Retribution, a line of replies materialized before the sound wave. Invitation read, 3 days later at the Hour of the Rat. Coordinates, Black Mountain abandoned drilling platform. Conditions, only business discussions. No military action. Violators pay tenfold penalty. Signature, Windless Trace. Red Spider sneered. Arrogant mercenary, daring to set conditions for the Decepticons. Yet, Megatron rarely curved his lips into a smile. If he dares to come, he is worth this price. He raised his hand, the dark energy core spinning in his palm like a compressed star of the night. Red Spider, prepare a cloaked shuttle. In 3 days, you will accompany me. Red Spider was taken aback. I am to go as well? Of course. Megatron's voice was deep. I want you to witness how I turn enemies into assets. At midnight on the Black Mountain drilling platform, the moonlight was devoured by dark clouds, leaving only the red aviation lights atop the drilling tower flickering. When Megatron and Red Spider landed, a simple metallic table was already set up in the center of the platform, its surface etched with the ancient emblems of the Cybertron Bounty Guild, a neutral ritual recognized only by the oldest of exiles. Windless Trace leaned against the table, his vehicle form unchanged, the fiery stripes resembling a breathing dragon in the darkness. Lord Megatron, it is a pleasure, he said casually, as if ordering an energy drink at a bar. Megatron placed the core on the table, and the dark energy immediately resonated with the spark fragment in Windless Trace's chest. Intertwining arcs of purple and blue light, like twin stars that both tore at each other and attracted one another. I seek an ally endowed with the power of the Allspark, yet unbound by the dogmas of the Autobots. Windless shrugged, stating, I only accept commissions, not alliances. Then let it be a commission. Megatron presented a holographic contract. The objective, to assist in activating the Necrotitan's Legion of the Dark Energon and to impede Optimus Prime for 10 minutes during the ultimate battle for the lock. The compensation section detailed: 1 Dark Energon Crystal, verified, 2 access to the Decepticon Intelligence Database, including updates on Autobot base coordinates, and 3 a singular opportunity to sample the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Windlass whistled softly. The third clause is quite tempting, but I require additional fees: the firing calibration data for the Nemesis main cannon and the private flight logs of Starscream, the second in command. Starscream erupted in indignation. How dare you? Yet Megatron raised a hand to halt him, his gaze intense, agreed. He extended his armored right hand, palm upward, in the ancient oath of Cybertron. Windlass smiled faintly and clasped his hand. In that instant, the Allspark and the Dark Energon flared simultaneously, akin to 2 stars colliding in the night, yet curiously maintaining equilibrium. Starscream observed, a glint of subtle malice flickering in his optical sensors. Aboard the return shuttle, Starscream whispered, "My lord, do you truly trust him?" Megatron gazed out at the receding trail of flame, his voice as sharp as a honed blade. "Trust? No. I merely hand him the hilt and will decide whether to grasp the blade when he aims it at Optimus." As the dark clouds parted, the moonlight finally illuminated the intricate patterns of Dark Energon on Megatron's chest, resembling a quietly unfurling spider's web. Meanwhile, at the far side of Jasper Mountain, Windlass halted his vehicle and opened a communications channel. "Flyover Mountain. Inform Optimus that Megatron has placed an order. The delivery is in 10 minutes. He closed the channel. The flames on his vehicle dimming into the night like a lurking crimson dragon, patiently awaiting the arrival of its true prey. Chapter 3. The foe dual leadership. The returnee on the ridge of Jasper Mountain. Just before dawn, a thin mist hung like a torn energy membrane. Whoosh! A scarlet sports car zipped through the pass, trailing a long, luminous tail of flames in the cold fog. Flyover Mountain sat in the passenger seat. The cabin's holographic displays refreshed to ancient Cybertronian script, while the Autobot emblem on his chest was encircled by a ring of azure Allspark patterns. A secondary ignition upgrade, crafted by Windlass from fragments. It felt as though he had been enveloped in the heart of a star for 7 minutes. Flyover Mountain activated his shoulder cannon, with energy output increased by at least 42. "Don't rush to thank me," Windlass remarked as he navigated a turn without losing speed. The rear of the car emitting a graceful smoke arc. "Remember to present the bill to Optimus. Saving your life is a friendship discount, while the upgrade fee is separate." Flyover Mountain grinned. "Are you truly intending to play both sides? A bounty hunter only answers one question. Whoever pays the price is the correct answer." As his words faded, the sports car burst out of the mountain path, confronting the energy barrier of the Autobots' temporary base. Revivers inside the base's main chamber. The atmosphere was so tense it could spark a flame. Optimus Prime stood before the projection table, his optical lens drooping, while his palm firmly gripped the edge of the table, where the holographic remnants of last night's report on the fallen from Mount Feng Wuhen lingered. "Commander, the energy signal match is at 100. It is indeed Feng Wuhen." The sound of the ambulance trembled in the air. The automatic doors slid open, and a fiery sports car executed a sharp drift to halt in the center of the chamber. Feng Wuhen leapt down, his metallic heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. "Report, Autobot Warrior Feng Wuhen, returning to the team." A profound silence persisted for 5 seconds, and then the entire base erupted. RC covered her mouth, and Ironhide spread his arms wide to embrace Feng Wuhen fiercely. A panel slammed against the wall, causing the lights to flicker. Bumblebee's horn let out a distorted cheer. Optimus Prime remained motionless, quietly observing until Feng Wuhen approached and thumped his chest in salute. "I worried you, brother." The leader's armor finally relaxed, and he raised his hand to rest on Feng Wuhen's shoulder armor. "It's good to have you back." However, in the next moment, Optimus's gaze drifted past Feng Wuhen, landing on the fiery sports car that was slowly transforming. Windblade, with a subtle demeanor, spoke in a low voice, "Thank you for saving my warrior." Windblade shrugged. "Verbal gratitude is complimentary. The fee for upgrades is another matter. 8 tons of super energy or equivalent intelligence." The ambulance immediately interjected between the two, its reflective lenses obscuring its gaze. "We only have 6 tons left in our inventory, and we need to maintain base operations. Who knows if you'll turn around and sell the intelligence to Megatron." "Doctor." Windblade leaned down to meet his gaze, Credibility is the lifeblood of a bounty hunter. I value long-term clients more than you might think. Optimus raised his hand to quell the dispute. Mr. Windblade, I wish to discuss the commission regarding Megatron with you, as well as any conditions you may propose. That is precisely my intention. Windblade snapped his fingers. Tomorrow night, at the Black Mountain Old drilling platform, one-on-one, no troops. Agreed. They clasped hands in a solemn pact. The metallic sound echoing in the chamber, resonating like a heartbeat among all present. Decoding the information from the reprisal. Sonic waves danced through 10 fingers, as lines of encrypted Autobot protocols peeled away like layers of energy foil on the screen. The key reconstruction was complete. The image materialized. Optimus's voice, calm yet resolute, echoed. Tomorrow night, at the Black Mountain Old drilling platform, one-on-one, no troops. Megatron stood shrouded in shadows, the dark super-energy patterns flickering along the side of his neck. The Faceless One, a slender silver-gray figure, emerged from the shadows of the chamber wall, its nanosurface rolling like mercury, instantaneously replicating Megatron's form, only to swiftly revert back to its faceless prototype. Do you know what to do? Let the seeds of doubt sprout beside the spark. The voice of the Faceless One carried an eerie resonance. Megatron tossed a chip, the size of a fingernail, to his nanoscale puppet controller, a hybrid of dark super-energy and the spark source, capable of masking the spark's warning upon contact. Play the counterfeit to the end, then bring Windblade to me. The counterfeit at the Black Mountain platform at midnight. The true Optimus Prime arrived 10 minutes early, yet halted at the entrance. His instincts honed from years of battle, sensing an anomaly. The wind was eerily still, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Just as he contemplated calling for an ambulance, a high-frequency noise infiltrated his communicator, reminiscent of some sort of jamming field. At that very moment, a tall figure clad in blue and red emerged from another mountain path. The insignia on his chest window, the curvature of his facial armor, and even the wear on the plasma cannon's grip were indistinguishable from Optimus Prime himself. The Faceless One raised his hand, and the optical lens emitted a gentle white light. Lord Windless, thank you for keeping your promise. In the shadows, Windless leaned against a sports car, tossing a fragment of a spark source in his palm like a coin. His internal warning system was silent, as the energy spectrum of the other matched Optimus Prime's 999 perfectly, while the remaining 01 was adjusted in real time by nanotechnology. Leader, you are even more punctual than I anticipated. Autobots are always reliable. The Faceless One smiled, extending his hand for a handshake. In the instant their palms met, the black chip, resembling liquid metal, slipped through the crevices of Windless' fingers, instantly corroding the seams of his armor and adhering to the exterior of the spark chamber. A flash of blue light signaled the activation of the control circuit. Windless felt as though his core processor had been plunged into a swirling mass of ice. His cognitive functions delayed. What is happening? The Faceless One supported him, his tone imbued with a leader's concern. The aftereffects of interstellar teleportation. Windless shook his head, attributing his dizziness to the spatial leap. This place is unsafe. Megatron could strike at any moment. As the leader of the Autobots, I invite you to our base for a detailed discussion on collaboration. Windless pondered for a moment, shrugged, as you wish. The Faceless One smiled, raising his hand to activate the land bridge, the cerulean vortex revealing not the Autobot base, but a clandestine teleportation chamber aboard the Vengeance. Windless stepped forward, the flame stripes of the vortex's edge transforming into an eerie purple-blue. In the empty space, when the true Optimus Prime broke through the jamming field, the platform was deserted. All that remained was a crushed metal piece, the Autobot insignia brutally folded, resembling a mocking face. Optimus bent down to pick it up, his knuckles turning white from excessive pressure. Ambulance. Lock onto Windless signal. Unable to locate, as if obscured by a dark energy entity. The leader raised his head, the night wind billowing his cape, the optical lens reflecting the distant, unsealed remnants of the land bridge. All units alert. Level 1 combat configuration. Objective: rescue Windless and eliminate the imposters. His voice was deep, yet imbued with the fervor of a volcano on the brink of eruption. The puppet of the Vengeance's side teleportation chamber. Windless staggered, unfamiliar codes continuously popping up before him. External control protocol. Online. Action restriction. 3045. The Faceless One led the way, his silhouette indistinguishable from Optimus Prime, his voice gentle as if soothing an injured child. Do not worry, the Autobots will protect you. The hatch opened, revealing Megatron standing in the shadows, the core of the dark energy entity suspended in his palm, pulsating like a beating heart. Welcome home, windless. The wind, devoid of trace, yearned to lift an arm, only to find the right limb ensnared, as if encased in solidified cement, barely able to form a fist. Gritting his teeth, he felt the fragments of his spark resonate deep within, emitting a high-pitched wail, yet was forcibly suppressed by the black chip. Megatron raised his hand, and the original crystal floated before the wind, ethereal violet tendrils weaving through the seams of the armor, interfacing with the chip. Do not fret. I merely require your spark for a modest experiment. In return, you shall witness how Optimus Prime meets his demise at his own hand. The hatch sealed, darkness engulfing the flame like a rising tide. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the Autobot base as Optimus slammed the crushed emblem onto the table, his gaze piercing. Let us embark and retrieve the true flame. Chapter 4. The Black Knight in the depths of the Nemesis S Experimental Chamber 0. The walls had been entirely hollowed out, replaced with a 3-meter thick dark alloy lining, resembling a cold cellar buried within a metallic core. At the central platform, Wind was bound in a star shape, his spark chamber ajar, the azure heart laid bare beneath the cold light, each heartbeat sending forth tiny arcs of electricity. Tubes coiled on either side, one end connected to the dark energy entity S original crystal, the other piercing the exterior of the spark, purple and blue swirled within the glass tubes. Akin to two dragons locked in a fierce struggle, yet compelled to entwine. Megatron stood atop a high platform, arms outstretched, allowing the fused dark gold energy to creep along the floor S patterns, enveloping his armor. Record. Phase 1. Spark purity at 41, dark energy entity at 39, with 20 remaining as unknown harmonics. Phase 2. Harmonic stability achieved, energy levels surging to 37 times that of standard spark. Phase 3. Host body exhibiting rejection, activating suppression chip. The sound of the sonic waves echoed like mechanical prayers within the dome. Megatron tilted his head back, dark patterns climbing up his neck armor. Yet blue and gold new patterns emerged at his jaw, resembling magma cooled to obsidian, light seeping through its cracks. This is the dominion over both destruction and rebirth. He raised his hand, fingers poised as if grasping at the air, draining the energy from the surrounding reserves, transforming it into withered scrap metal. And I shall be the sole master of this power. As the final drop of fused energy was extracted, Wind's spark dimmed abruptly, akin to a star extinguished by a tempest. Megatron gazed down, his expression tranquil, yet imbued with an unusual warmth. I cannot allow you to fade away, my brother. Approximately 37 of the fused energy was reclaimed by the mechanical arm and redirected into Wind S being. The spark chamber flared to life, as if a quenched core was cast back into the stellar furnace. Wind tilted his head back, emitting a silent scream as flame-like streaks turned dark purple, while azure tears of energy streamed from the corners of his eyes. 10 minutes later, the laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Vital signs stabilized, the spark frequency perfectly synchronized with that of the adult. Megatron withdrew his hand, the tips still crackling with gray-violet arcs. He looked up, gazing at the suspended youth. Once a stranger and bounty hunter, now reflecting the other side of himself. Release him. The mechanical arm loosened its grip, and Feng Wuhen collapsed onto the ground, his palms unconsciously pressing against the metallic floor, leaving 2 melted imprints. Awake? He lifted his gaze, and the optical lens first revealed a pair of jet-black combat boots. And as he looked higher, he recognized the familiar chest armor entwined with blue and purple patterns. His mind felt as if it had been filled with countless fragmented memories. A crimson sports car, chain swords, bounties, the dark web, and Optimus Prime. But all these recollections were shrouded in a dim filter. Strangely, the imposing leader before him exuded a pulsing spark that resonated with his own, akin to a long-lost brother. Who are you? Megatron knelt slightly, placing his hand on Feng Wuhen's shoulder armor, his voice gentle, a stark contrast to his former tyrannical persona. I am Megatron, your family. My family? Feng Wuhen murmured, warmth unexpectedly swelling in his chest, a side effect of the fusion between the spark fragment and the dark energy entity. Memories drifted like a torn star map, each piece floating yet failing to form a complete coordinate. Megatron supported his shoulder armor, and a flash of dark golden patterns illuminated from his palm, causing a surge of warmth to flow through Feng Wuhen's chest, a resonance key left from the experiment, allowing their sparks to momentarily synchronize. We once fought together, striving for a future for our brethren. Have you forgotten? Feng Wuhen furrowed his brow as scenes flashed back. A sky of deep crimson, rust-colored rain falling, two figures charging side by side against noble soldiers in a library corridor. A frail archivist clutched a datapad, trailing behind, calling out, "Megatron, Feng Wuhen, wait for me." The memory abruptly shattered, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. I remember. He grasped Megatron's wrist. "You're my brother. What about that archivist who always followed you? Why have I not seen him?" A trace of barely perceptible amusement flickered in Megatron's eyes, yet his voice carried a heavy sorrow. "Orion, he betrayed us." "What?" The High Council erased his memories using a leader module, granting him a new name, Optimus Prime. He is no longer the brother who stood by us, but a puppet of the Autobots. The laboratory lights dimmed, and a holographic screen descended, displaying, at the edge of a rust sea, two young revolutionaries stood side by side, vowing to overthrow the High Council. In the next moment, Orion Pax stood on the Council's dais, receiving the identity matrix of Optimus Prime, his gaze towards Megatron cold and unfamiliar. Note, the footage has been meticulously edited, omitting all segments of Megatron's violent escalation that led to the Council's backlash. At that time, we swore together to change Cybertron. Megatron bowed his head, the dark energy entity casting deeper shadows on his metallic features. Yet the High Council feared our power. They erased Orion's memories with the identity matrix, transforming him into a puppet leader. Feng Wuhen clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening. "How could this be? Orion, how could he, brother? I understand your difficulty in accepting this." Megatron pressed down on his shoulder armor, his palm infused with a shared energy, soothing the restless spark within. Yet, the current Orion Pax was no longer the brother who had fought alongside us through thick and thin. He had become a brainwashed deity of the Autobots, our adversary. Windblade raised his gaze, the optical lens igniting with a grafted fury. "Leader, you must have a way to bring him back to our side, right? I understand this is difficult to accept." Megatron maintained his grip, the warmth of his hand penetrating through the metal. "As long as we brothers unite, we can awaken his true self." Windblade looked up, the optical lens reflecting Megatron's resolute visage, an overwhelming sense of trust resonating within him. "Lord Megatron, please give the command." "No rush," Megatron replied with a smile, adjusting the neck cables. "You have just acclimated to your new power. It requires time. Soundwave will take care of you. The rest is up to me." He turned and departed, his cloak swirling in the cold light like a banner of night. In the monitoring pod, Soundwave silently replaced Windblade's energy fluid, his movements as tranquil as the night itself. "Am I truly a brother to Megatron?" Soundwave did not lift his gaze, merely typing a line of text on the screen. Data missing, but the spark's resonance does not lie. Windblade placed a hand on his chest, feeling a heartbeat frequency starkly different from the originals. In a moment of confusion, he could not discern whether this familiarity was genuine or a remnant of the experiment's chains. "I want to see Optimus," he suddenly declared. Soundwave's fingers paused, the screen flickering. "Currently in a hostile state, not advised. I merely wish to confirm whether Orion remembers me." After a brief silence, Soundwave finally typed a smaller line. "I will arrange a remote channel for you, but do not let Megatron know." Windblade nodded, yet his chest felt as if weighed down by a dark gold ingot. It was the power bestowed by Megatron, an unshakable shackle. On the bridge of the reprisal, Megatron stood alone before a window, a miniature projection hovering above his palm, an old image of himself and Orion walking side by side in the rust rain, darkened to a purple-black by his dark energy, with only their youthful eyes still gleaming. "Orion, I will make you witness how I sever your so-called justice with my own hands." He clenched his fist, the projection shattering into specks of light, drawn into the darkness by the exhaust system. Meanwhile, in the depths of the monitoring pod, Windblade stared vacantly at the porthole. Outside was the unfamiliar moon of Earth, cold as Cybertron's longest polar night. He raised his hand, flame-like stripes revealing a dark purple-gold halo under the moonlight. "Did you truly betray us, Orion?" No one answered. Only the resonant heartbeat echoed within his chest, again and again, like distant war drums urging him towards a preordained script. On the main bridge, Megatron surveyed the nocturnal landscape of Earth, his fingertips lightly tapping the railing, the rhythm synchronizing with Windblade's pulse in the pod. The nanotechnology chip of the Faceless One has been securely bound, my lord, but long-term memory alteration requires more dark energy. No need for the long-term. Megatron chuckled softly, convinced that as long as he identified himself as a Decepticon brother during that fleeting moment of confrontation with Optimus Prime, it was sufficient. He raised his hand, and a virtual chessboard materialized. Black King. Megatron upgraded Black Knight. Windblade in position. White King. Optimus Prime still searching for his missing allies. Megatron pushed the Black Knight forward, colliding with the vacant space before the White King. The next move would allow the White King to witness firsthand the faith he had lost. Now, standing on the side of darkness, the lights dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of Earth's rotation illuminating Megatron's face, reminiscent of a colossal net slowly closing. Chapter 5. Twin Currents of Darkness aboard the Retribution's command bridge. Megatron stood, his cape billowing, at the top of the gangway. Below him, over 100 warriors in formation, their optical lenses reflecting the same fiery striped visage of Windblade. From this day forth, command of the battleship was entrusted to Commander Windblade. Megatron raised his hand, inserting the dark golden key, symbolizing supreme authority, into the bridge's core. A hum resonated as the domed spectrum shifted from purple to blue. All panels synchronously refreshing. Acting Captain, Windblade, authorization level. Windblade was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a test of trust, but had not expected Megatron to temporarily relinquish command of the entire flagship. Brother, guard our home well. Megatron leaned down, lightly touching his forehead to Windblade's helm, the ignition of their bond resonating with a sound akin to an ancient Cybertronian oath. Should anyone defy orders, Megatron's voice lowered, they shall be executed on the spot. Understood. Windblade raised his hand to strike his chest, the fiery stripes glowing fiercely under the ship's lights. Megatron turned and stepped onto the land bridge, his silhouette swallowed by the vortex. At that moment, Windblade felt the dark golden patterns on his chest tighten slightly, as if reminding him, the throne is borrowed, but the chains are real. Command Seat Windblade gazed down at the star map, yet found himself disinterested in the coordinates. Fragmented memories flickered through his mind. Orlean clutching a datapad, shouting amid the rust rain. At the end of the library corridor, Megatron turned back, extending his hand to pull him over the heads of noble guards. These two scenes, contradictory yet equally vivid, played in his mind. Soundwave. He looked up. Provide me with the complete dossier on Orion Pax. The door to the intelligence room slid open silently, and Soundwave, like a shadow, drifted in, presenting a dark purple chip, its surface engraved with Megatron's personal seal. Classified recording. Windblade inserted the chip into the terminal, and the projection unfolded in a dimly lit arena. Megatron raised his ground-shattering battle axe as the audience erupted in cheers. On the edge of the Colosseum, a frail Orlean was shoved by guards. Yet he clutched a book titled Cybertronian Social Structure tightly to his chest. Parliament records in the High Council chamber. Orlean stood alone at the circular table's center, his voice trembling yet resolute. Megatron's violent revolution will only bring endless destruction. I vow, by the leader module, to seek a path to peace. The brainwashing procedure was underway in the medical chamber, the leader module suspended above Orlean's head, golden pulses washing over his optical lens. Beside the scene, Master Titanium recorded coldly. Memory reconstruction complete. New identity. Optimus Prime. Megatron's soliloquy was captured from behind. They've taken my brother and transformed him into a blade aimed at me. Feng Wuhen, if you remember Orlean, bring him back. Even if it means breaking this knife. The imagery concluded, and the chamber fell silent. The sound of energy liquid, dripping, echoing. Feng Wuhen clenched his fist, knuckles whitening. So Orlean has truly been erased? The Soundwave screen flickered. Data integrity 87. The remainder is encrypted by the Council, unable to decrypt. That is sufficient. Feng Wuhen looked up, dark purple and gold patterns flashing beneath the flame stripes. Prepare the cloaked shuttle for me. I must personally inquire with Optimus Prime on the surface of Earth. The Soundwave remained silent for a moment before responding. Megatron's directive. You are not to leave the punishment. I'm not departing. Feng Wuhen's voice was low. I'm going to reclaim my brother. The Soundwave eventually nodded. presenting a coordinate chip at the edge of Black Mountain, precisely where Megatron and Optimus Prime were destined to meet in the abandoned rift. On the southern edge of Earth's Jasper, in the Eclipse Canyon, Optimus Prime traversed the desolate path alone, his habit of night patrol allowing his thoughts to settle amidst the roar of the engine. Suddenly, the leader module in his chest emitted a thud, spontaneously glowing with golden white light as if touched by an invisible hand. He halted and looked up from the depths of the canyon. A beam of eerie blue interspersed with dark purple surged skyward, its energy waveform resonating with the Energon 97, yet more ferocious. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime shifted gears, the truck's headlights slicing through the night as he sped away. At the canyon's bottom, an abandoned drilling platform lay rusted and forgotten. Megatron stood on a solitary high platform, a fragment of the Allspark hovering in his palm, remnants from the experiment. Dark golden patterns swirling across its surface like a living entity. You have finally arrived, Orlean. Optimus Prime, in truck form, shattered the guardrail and transformed mid-fall, crashing to the ground, creating a spiderweb of fractures. Megatron, the leader module and the Allspark fragment resonated simultaneously, manifesting a visible energy tied in the air. Do you feel it? Megatron raised his hand, the fragment's brilliance swelling. This is the true future of Cybertron, where destruction and rebirth coexist. Yet you willingly serve as a puppet of the Council. Optimus Prime's gaze swept over the fragment, his chest's energon pulsing violently as if encountering a long-lost half. What have you done to Feng Wuhen? He is well. Megatron smiled, guarding my doorstep. Soon, he will personally bring you before me in the name of brotherhood. Optimus Prime's optical lens contracted. You have altered his memory. I merely pieced together what the Council had erased. Megatron's fingers curled, the fragment transforming into flowing light as it merged into his chest, dark golden patterns instantly enveloping him, as if draping him in a purple-black corona. Come forth, Orlean. Let me see how much false courage the leader module can still bestow upon you. The battle axe erupted from behind, tearing through the air. Optimus Prime simultaneously drew his blade, silver and dark purple clashing with a thunderous impact in the chasm's heart. The shock wave stirred a tempest of rust, the abandoned drilling rig lamenting under its unbearable weight. On the bridge of the Retribution, Feng Wuhen, through the distant periscope, observed the flames rising to the heavens, his chest resonating with a surge, half from Megatron, half from the distant yet familiar pulsations of the command module. Soundwave, establish a land bridge. Coordinates, Eclipse Canyon. Megatron forbids your intervention. Now, I am the captain. Feng Wuhen raised his hand, the dark golden key inserted into the auxiliary slot, executing the command. All responsibility rests upon me. Soundwave remained silent for a second before finally engaging the control lever. A cerulean vortex unfurled, resembling a mirror to memories and truths. Feng Wuhen stepped forward, the fiery stripes along the vortex's edge stained in shades of violet and blue. Orion, Megatron, this time I shall choose my own side. At the canyon's bottom, the two swords met with a shower of sparks. Optimus Prime was forced back 3 steps by a blow from the axe, his heels carving deep furrows in the ground. Megatron, too, swelled with breath, the dark golden patterns writhing like serpents upon his form. Just as they prepared to unleash their power once more, a third trail of flame descended from the heavens, plunging heavily into the battlefield center. The shockwave repelled both parties, dust settling to reveal Feng Wuhen in a half-crouch, his fiery stripes transformed into a rich purple and gold. One optical lens glimmered blue, the other cast a dark purple hue. Feng Wuhen! Both exclaimed in unison, one in shock, the other in joy. Feng Wuhen gradually straightened, his gaze sweeping over Megatron. Then Optimus Prime, ultimately resting upon the two at their chests. One side bore remnants of the spark encased in a dark energy entity, while the other held a crystalline yet mournful command module. I care not for who among you is genuine or false. He raised his hand, a new energy of blue and purple igniting in his palm, as if dawn and night were intertwined. Today, I shall piece together the fragmented truth with my own hands. Chapter 6. Judgment of the Chasm in the Chasm's Center. The rust storm was forcefully subdued into a still curtain by the blue and purple energy. Feng Wuhen stood between the two titans, the dual-colored spark in his palm, rising like a sword yet to be drawn. compelling both Optimus Prime and Megatron to retreat a half-step. Feng Wuhen, return. Megatron spoke first, his voice gravelly with resonance. The dark fire flows within you. Do not be blinded by false light. Optimus Prime pointed his blade at Megatron, yet his gaze remained fixed on Feng Wuhen. He has altered your memories, using dark energy to balance your spark. Do not let lies dictate who you are. Feng Wuhen raised his eyes, his left eye blue like the dawn of Cybertron, his right eye purple like the depths of the cosmos, the two spectra casting fractured reflections upon his visor. Truth or lie, I shall judge for myself. He clasped his fingers, the dual-colored fire chain clanging as it ensnared his armor, transforming into a high-frequency greatsword, half blue, half purple, with a black line delineating the two colors along its spine. Defeat me, and I shall stand with whomever emerges victorious. As his words fell, he propelled himself off the ground, the platform's steel plates fracturing beneath him, his form becoming a fiery afterimage as he simultaneously struck toward both adversaries. Optimus Prime executed a deft block with his blade, the tremendous force reverberating through his hands. Meanwhile, Megatron swung his battle axe, the dark energy blade clashing with the edge of the violet flame sword, producing a piercing shriek reminiscent of shattering glass. Utilizing the recoil, Windblade performed a somersault, and as he landed, his chain sword disintegrated into 9 fiery whips, sweeping toward Megatron's torso. Concurrently, he drew forth his palm cannon, unleashing 3 blue-white energy projectiles at Optimus Prime. The canyon walls were carved into smooth edges by the residual energy as a deluge of rust rained down. He had acclimated to the new spark, Optimus whispered in the public channel. Then awaken him. Megatron transformed his battle axe into a dark particle cannon, firing a shot that obliterated the rock strata into nothingness. Windblade, undeterred, stood his ground, his spark chamber suddenly unfurled, a 2-tone vortex spinning in reverse, devouring half of the dark particle blast while the other half was deflected back toward the heavens, forcing Megatron to brace himself, his shoulder armor torn with charred fissures. Seizing this moment, Optimus advanced, the hilt of his blade projecting a leader module's image, golden light transforming into chains that ensnared Windblade's right arm. Behold, that is the frequency of your spark before it was altered. As the golden chain made contact with his armor, Windblade's mind was inundated with unfamiliar images. The library dome, Orion handing him a book titled Basic Syntax, Windblade. Words can also become weapons. At the arena's exit, Megatron clapped him on the shoulder, urging him to join in toppling the aristocrats tomorrow and to never return to the archives. Memories illuminated like a dark room flooded with light, dust, and truth swirling together. Windblade hesitated for half a second, and Megatron seized the opportunity, dark energy coalescing into claws that gripped his left shoulder, causing the chip's control protocol to surge to 85. You are mine, Megatron growled. Windblade's eyes lost focus, and his chain sword retracted, unexpectedly lunging toward Optimus's chest. In that fleeting moment, Optimus neither blocked nor dodged. Raising his hand to cover Windblade's mask, the leader module's radiance soft and gentle, akin to a spring day on Cybertron. Orion remembers you, and I remember too. Come back, brother. Golden light penetrated the optical lens, resonating with the spark source within. Ding! The nano-controlled chip emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, its surface cracking. Windblade abruptly knelt, fingers digging into the steel plate, fiery stripes alternating in brightness like 2 dragons consuming each other. He threw back his head and howled. As the spark chamber erupted in a surge of blue and violet waves, chip fragments disintegrating into dust scattered by the wind. Megatron was pushed back 5 steps by the shockwave, the dark golden patterns on his chest momentarily dimming. Windblade slowly rose, his optical lens regaining clarity. But it was no longer pure blue, nor dark purple, but novel lapis lazuli, reminiscent of the first light piercing through the iron clouds of a Cybertronian dawn. I remember now. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with relief. You both were once my brothers, and you both lied. Optimus and Megatron trembled in unison. Megatron, you have erased the memories of Orion being brainwashed by the Council, only allowing me to witness fragments of his betrayal. Optimus, you two have not disclosed that it was you who voluntarily applied for the leadership module, willingly forsaking the blood debts of the arena in exchange for the recognition of the Autobots. Feng Wuhen raised his hand. the azure spark coalescing in his palm into a translucent shard, reflecting the distorted images of the two. Today, I do not come to take sides, but to determine the outcome. Feng Wuhen cast the shard into the air, the azure radiance transforming into a hemispherical domain, enveloping the three of them along with half of the chasm. This is a neutral domain forged for my new spark. For 30 minutes, no external communications, reinforcements, or dark web interventions shall intrude. His gaze swept over Megatron. You pursue power, and I offer you the chance to defeat me. I will activate the Necrobot army for you and personally deliver Optimus into your hands. Then he turned to Optimus. You uphold justice, and prove to me that you can triumph over me. I shall join the Autobots, aid you in sealing the dark Energon entity, and surrender Megatron's fusion formula. Should both of you fail, Feng Wuhen drove his chained sword into the ground, azure flames spreading from the fissures throughout the entire domain. From henceforth, the chasm shall serve as a boundary. The Decepticons and Autobots shall not tread upon it, and any spark experiment shall be permanently forbidden. You shall each withdraw your forces, allowing Cybertron to recuperate. Megatron narrowed his eyes, dark energy swirling in his palm. Audacious. Yet Optimus slowly sheathed his blade, nodding, I accept. War must have an end. Megatron scoffed, his war axe recoalescing. Then let us first shatter your neutral domain. 3 streams of energy surged simultaneously, the walls of the domain tearing with lightning-like cracks, resembling an eggshell on the brink of collapse. There were no flamboyant tactics, only the raw collision of primal forces. Megatron unleashed his dark particle cannon to its fullest, each shot gouging 10-meter deep craters into the ground. Optimus used the leadership module as a shield, golden light transforming into a tangible barrier, advancing step by step. Feng Wuhen darted between the two, his chain sword morphing alternately into a whip and a spear, each strike compelling his opponents to unleash their most formidable techniques. Time slipped away second by second. The walls of the domain began to peel away, azure fragments igniting into flowing flames. The final minute. Megatron soared into the air, the war axe merging into a colossal sword, the dark Energon entity burning to its limits. Before the sword fell, the ground had already collapsed into a molten lake. Optimus half-kneeled, the leadership module projecting a 6-winged light array, resembling a shield facing a falling star. Feng Wuhen, caught in between, suddenly retracted his sword, arms outstretched, daringly taking on the ultimate strikes from both sides with his chest. Boom! Azure, gold, and dark flames erupted simultaneously, the domain exploding into a sky of flowing fire. The chasm's rocky walls were leveled by 30 meters, and the abandoned drilling rig was completely vaporized. As the smoke cleared, the three lay in a triangular formation, their armor battered and broken, the spark indicators flickering in unison at the same faint frequency. Feng Wuhen was the first to rise, the cracks in his chest revealing glimmers of azure light, akin to dawn. He glanced at Optimus on his left, then at Megatron on his right, and with a bitter smile remarked, "It seems neither of us has won." Megatron gritted his teeth, yet could not rise due to his energy depletion. Optimus Prime extended his hand, grasping Windblade's wrist. "Let us fulfill our promise. A ceasefire shall be declared at the chasm." Windblade nodded, raising her hand to insert it into the fractured ground. The remnants of the azure ember transformed into a luminous web, permeating the rocky layers and forming an energy barrier that spanned the gorge, resembling an insurmountable wall of dawn. From this day forth, this place shall be known as the domain of no fire. Any intruder, his gaze swept over the two, the azure optics glinting coldly like stars, must first inquire of the sword I wield. In the distance, the light of the land bridge flickered to life as the sound wave led the medical unit, with ambulances carrying the Autobot rescue team arriving simultaneously at the gorge's edge. Yet all were halted by the luminous barrier. Windblade steadied herself, her sword igniting once more with fiery patterns in the wind, but no longer in pure blue or dark purple. Instead, a vibrant azure and gold shimmered anew. Whether the war continues is for you to decide. However, next time, I shall not stand in the middle, but rather at the end. Chapter 7. Outside the domain of no fire on either side of the luminous barrier. An azure light curtain spanned the chasm, seemingly cleaving the earth in twain. To the north, Soundwave led the medical formation, while dark energy probes repeatedly struck the light wall. creating ripples yet finding no purchase. To the south, the ambulances shouted across the barrier. Optimus, what is your status? Their voices were filtered into a blurred echo by the light wall. Within the domain, the three supported one another, rising to their feet. Their armor seems leaking azure, cobalt, and dark purple light, akin to three lamps on the verge of extinguishment. Windblade was the first to stabilize her stance, her chain sword's remnants driven into the ground, supporting her faltering knees. Upon the activation of the Accord, for 30 Earth days, neither party was to step into the domain of no fire. Megatron shrugged off the outstretched repair arm of Arachnid, a cold smirk gracing his lips. 30 days? That is ample time for me to obliterate this wall with the main cannon of the Nemesis. Optimus raised his hand to press against the energy core, golden light flickering. 30 days is also sufficient for me to consolidate the entirety of the Autobot defenses. Should you breach our agreement, prepare for total war. Windblade, uninterested in their verbal sparring, raised her hand to inscribe a line of ancient Cybertronian script upon the inner surface of the light wall. Breach of contract, tenfold recompense. The inscription ignited, akin to binding both parties with invisible shackles. In the shadows of return in the medical bay of the Nemesis, Megatron lay restrained upon the surgical table, indifferent as the laser sutured the cracks in his chest armor. The dark energy entity's activity diminished by 37 after being scorched by the azure ember, resembling a wolf stripped of its spine. My lord, have you acquired the fusion formula? Arachnid inquired in a hushed tone. Megatron raised his hand, revealing only a half-charged chip that once recorded Windblade's new ember frequency, consumed in the final blow. The formula? It was destroyed by my own hand. A flicker of triumph flashed in Arachnid's eyes, only to be anchored in place by Megatron's next words. Notify Shockwave. Initiate the Dark Moon Project. Within 30 days. I require a second fusion ember, utilizing the remnants of Windblade. His voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a fervor that bled through. In the Autobot base's maintenance bay, Optimus deactivated his leadership module, the energy indicator plummeting to 19, yet he remained steadfast in his stance. We must seize the ceasefire period to ascertain the new coordinates of Windless. He gazed at the ambulance, realizing that his spark could resonate with the energy gem, perhaps holding the key to ending the war. The condition, however, was his willingness to stand with us. The ambulance scoffed, reminding them that he simultaneously held the keys to both darkness and light, capable of altering his stance at any moment. The divider interjected, suggesting they should find a way to seize the keys. Optimus Prime raised a hand to halt the discussion. No, our objective is to persuade him to willingly unlock the door. The lone pursuer, an abandoned satellite station in Earth's orbit, Windless severed all external communications. The azure spark flickered in the vacuum like a solitary pulsar. The final blow made him realize that regardless of the side chosen, the war would not cease unless both parties relinquished the need to win. He activated his personal terminal, retrieving two fragmented codes, Darkwave's Darknet Procurement List and the Dark Moon Project. Living Spark 1, Priority Azure Spectrum. The Autobot's encrypted channel indicated that trust from Windless must be secured within 30 days. If necessary, he could be forcibly returned to the base. It seemed I had become a coveted asset. He chuckled at the irony, merging the two codes and compiling them into an anonymous email addressed to Optimus Prime, Megatron, and with a carbon copy to Soundwave. The subject line read, "Want the key? Come to the Sea of Tranquility on the far side of the moon, alone." After sending, he severed the satellite power, allowing the remnants to plunge into the atmosphere like a self-immolating meteor. Three-way invitation at the Sea of Tranquility 72 hours later. On the moon's far side, the ancient crater was shrouded in absolute darkness, with a temperature differential of 300. Any communication would be absorbed by the lunar dust. Windless stood at the center of the crater, with a half-melted chain sword embedded before him, the azure flame flickering in the fissures of the blade. The land bridge illuminated with blue light. On the north side, Megatron arrived with Soundwave and two others, cloaked in dark energy to shield against the vacuum. On the south side, Optimus Prime approached with the ambulance, the leadership module casting a faint golden film over the assembled. The two factions locked eyes across the crater, tension palpable in the zero-pressure environment. Windless raised his hand, and the crater's inner wall illuminated with pre-buried energy rings, forming a 100-meter diameter field of absolute silence. impervious to any remote signals. Welcome to the Court of Judgment. His voice resonated through the vacuum via the bone conduction into each individual auditory module. Today, we discuss a singular transaction, the self-destructing spark. As the words fell, the azure flame in his palm abruptly compressed into an unstable sphere, its surface cracking as if on the verge of explosion. You've lost your mind. The ambulance gasped. Megatron's eyes flickered. What do you desire? Extend the 30-day ceasefire into permanence, with both parties simultaneously destroying all dark super-energy entities and leadership modules, allowing Cybertron to return to an era free from external forces. Refused. Megatron scoffed. Without power, how can we speak of revival? Agreed. Optimus Prime stepped forward, but the leadership module is a fragment of Cybertron's spark source. It can only be sealed, not destroyed. Then seal it within my spark. Windlass replied calmly. I shall serve as the final lock. He raised his hand, and the fireball split into two chains, one extending towards the energy core and the other towards the dark super-energy crystal. Choose. Either we lose our support together, or we lose me together. The silence lingered for 10 seconds, only to be shattered by the sudden activation of the sonic cannon. A signal from the Dark Moon fleet was detected, and 10 seconds later, a jump was completed, with the target being the far side of the moon. Megatron's expression darkened instantly. Shockwave had acted without authorization. Optimus Prime also received a remote pulse from Bumblebee. The Autobot 7th Fleet had similarly jumped in, with Jazz taking the initiative, claiming it was to prevent the leader from being captured. Windlass laughed heartily, his laughter reverberating in the vacuum. Behold, this is what you call choice, speaking of peace while secretly maneuvering fleets. He clasped his hands together with force, merging the two chains with a clang. The azure fireball expanding to 3 meters, its surface cracking and revealing a blinding white light of destruction. Let both fleets accompany me to the grave. In a race for control, Megatron and Optimus Prime moved simultaneously, the dark battle axe and the blade of the energy core clashing against the chains, yet upon contact, they were repelled by the azure fire. External forces could not destroy it. Soundwave quickly analyzed that the spark was bound to his life, and forcibly interrupting it would equate to detonation. Windlass, Optimus Prime roared, do not threaten with self-destruction. We still have other options. Give me a third option. Windlass optical lens cracked with azure patterns. I am weary of being caught in the balance between you two. The next moment, Soundwave abruptly raised his hand, and the laser beak separated from his arm guard, transforming into a shadow that swept over the fireball, dropping a minuscule dark chip, the Dark Moon Master control key. The chip adhered to the fireball, and the cracks instantly solidified, halting its expansion. Shockwave's remote algorithm could pause the spark's fission for 300 seconds. Soundwave explained calmly. Seizing the opportunity, Megatron stepped forward and grasped Windlass' wrist. Come with me, and I will ensure your survival. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime took hold of the other side. Stay, and the Autobots can contain your spark without annihilating you. The two faced off again, energy blades clashing above Windlass' head, the azure fire swaying precariously. After 300 seconds, the spark would resume its fission, Soundwave warned, at which point the moon would produce a crater of 10 kilometers, permanently altering Earth's tides. Windlass bowed his head, his voice barely audible to the two. So let the choice return to you. Either release simultaneously and revoke the fleet's jump orders, or be remembered by the cosmos, 2 leaders, personally obliterating the moon. Countdown, 299, Megatron and Optimus Prime locked eyes, their distorted reflections mirrored in the optical lens. 250, both raised their heads simultaneously, gazing into the pitch-black cosmos above, where 2 jump halos had lit up, resembling the impending opening of the Eye of Death. 200, Windlass closed his eyes, the azure fire gently pulsating at his chest, as if awaiting the final judgment. In the chasm's depths, 3 shattered bodies were ensnared by a singular thread of fate, tightening around their throats as the knot counted down. Chapter 8, The Shattered Moon Pact. The transition halo cast an ethereal azure ring upon the lunar surface, resembling 2 nooses that gradually constricted. Megatron's throat servos emitted a low hum, as a hiss of white smoke arose where dark energy met the azure flame in his palm. Olian, he spoke, his voice stripped of its previous arrogance. Do you truly wish to witness the satellite transform into a tombstone? Optimus Prime's knuckles whitened. the light blade of the energon flickering due to the tumult of energy. Withdraw the fleet first, then we shall discuss containment. At the same time, Windblade closed his eyes. His voice steady yet subdued. 3, 2, cancel the transition. Optimus Prime was the first to issue a clear command through the chain of command, causing the Autobots' 7th Fleet's transition halo to abruptly decelerate, akin to a taut rein. Almost simultaneously, Megatron coldly uttered the key phrase within the dark web channel. The Dark Moon Project is terminated. The Soundwave's fingertips stirred slightly, broadcasting the termination package to the private channel of Shockwave. The two expanding halos collapsed concurrently, the far side of the moon descending back into silence, leaving only the countdown digits pulsating crimson upon Windblade's retina. The fleet halted. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron opened their mouths, only to fall silent again. Windblade raised his gaze. The cracks on the azure flame's surface ceased their spread, but remained unhealed. The key. He glanced toward Soundwave. Laserbeak dove down, its sharp beak piercing the dark chip, causing the fireball to lose its support and instantly shrink to the size of a fist, the white light within converging into a steady pulse. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet neither leader released their grip on Windblade's arm, as if clutching the last straw. Now, containment. Windblade's voice was hoarse, yet laced with a smile. Entrust your essence to me. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged glances, their eyes sparking in the vacuum, yet both slowly nodded. They simultaneously raised their arms, the energon and the dark primordial energy crystal emerging from their chests, resembling two stars reluctantly departing their nests. Windblade opened the ignition chamber. An azure vortex materialized, its internal structure illuminated by the chasm's light, revealing not the traditional ignition source, but a net woven from countless fine chains, each link inscribed with ancient Cybertronian text, guard the balance. The energon first touched the heart of the net, golden light coursing along the chain links, emitting a warm, low hum, reminiscent of a wanderer returning home. The dark primordial crystal followed suit, its purplish-black energy being sliced into equal particles by the chain net, intertwining with the golden light, yet no longer devouring one another. Instead, they were forcibly locked within adjacent rings, forming a core resembling the yin-yang symbol. Windblade's chest closed, the seams of his armor automatically welding together, and a tricolored pattern of blue, purple, and gold emerged upon his skin surface, as if cloaking his body in a flowing twilight glow. It is complete. He exhaled deeply, yet his knees buckled, dropping him to one knee. The containment was achieved, yet it drained all his energy. Optimus Prime extended a hand to steady his shoulder, his voice tender. Welcome back, brother. Megatron retracted his dark, withered hand, his gaze complex. From this day forth, you are no longer a weapon, nor a lock. You are Cybertron itself. Windlass raised his eyes, the optical lenses shedding their hostility, leaving only a weary clarity. Do not rush to express sentiments. The 30-day ceasefire remains in effect. Withdraw your fleets beyond the orbit of Mars, allowing the far side of the moon to serve as a vacuum buffer zone. He turned to Soundwave. You shall oversee this. Any dark web transit signals must first pass through me. Soundwave nodded, the screen unusually flashing a message. Acknowledged, neutral gatekeeper. As the countdown reached 0, the azure fire transformed into a gentle glow, spreading across the lunar surface for 3,000 meters, as if draping a veil over the sea of tranquility. Wherever the light curtain passed, the rock layers were imprinted with an invisible inscription. Defaulter, tenfold recompense. Silence enveloped them. The three turned away, each heading towards their respective land bridges. Their silhouettes cast long grooves in the lunar dust, resembling an unhealed scar, yet also a newly formed suture. On a return journey to the Earth Autobot base, Optimus Prime gently placed Windlass on the medical bed. The ambulance scanned thrice, still incredulous. Can energy gems coexist with dark energy entities? This defies all thermodynamic laws. Let the laws go to hell. Windlass smiled, tossing a shard of azure gem to the ambulance. With it, upgrade the land bridge so that any Decepticon transits can be immediately tracked. The partition probe inquired. So do you consider yourself an Autobot or a Decepticon? A landlord. Windlass winked. You reside in my neutral domain. And rent is simply no more fighting. On board the Nemesis bridge, Megatron sat alone upon his throne, the the dark energy indicator plummeting to 15, yet remarkably devoid of rage. Soundwave delivered a report. Dark Moon Plan revised. Objective modified to protect the lunar buffer zone. Violators shall be executed on the spot. Megatron scanned the report, his fingertip lingering on the word protect for a considerable time before ultimately signing, approved. Let the universe witness that Decepticons, too, honor their commitments. He looked up. Outside the porthole, the moon shone distant and bright, like a mirror revealing his distorted yet authentic shadow. Winless, you have won this round. But the game is far from over. 3 months later, at the neutral lookout tower on the far side of the moon, a tall structure of azure skeletal framework rose from the ground, topped with a core woven from energy gems and dark crystals, resembling an earring adorning the moon. Within the tower, Winless donned simplified armor, reviewing transit requests via the dark web terminal provided by Soundwave, Decepticon transport fleet, requesting entry into Earth orbit for resupply. Cargo, civilian energy blocks. Approval, granted, limited to 2 vessels, designated Route 7. Autobot research vessel, requesting to collect lunar dust samples for medical research. Approval, granted, limited to 1 week. Samples must be backed up at the lookout tower. After finalizing the last entry, he stretched and stepped out onto the tower's platform. As the Earth rises from the lunar horizon, it dazzles in a brilliant blue in the distance. The orbit of Mars witnesses the Decepticons and Autobots gazing at one another from afar, yet they engage in no conflict. The azure flame flickers gently upon his chest, reminiscent of a diminutive star, illuminating a narrow, precarious bridge for both factions. Guardian Hyung, with a whisper, recites the ancient texts inscribed upon the chain links, raising his hand to cover the core of the tower. As long as I remain, none shall dare to bring war back home. In a moment of darkness, an unknown coordinate in deep space awakens. A screen illuminates, revealing a line of ghostly purple characters scrolling. The Guardian has been secured. Fusion Spark sample is missing. A new collection plan is required. Alternative target, Orion Pax, Optimus Prime. Alternative executor, Megatron. Below the characters, a shadowy leader module slowly rotates, akin to a third eye yet to open. Meanwhile, the azure tower's light from the moon casts a faint but resolute reflection upon the screen. The war has not concluded. It has merely been grasped by a hand, suspended between Earth and Cybertron, poised to reignite the stars once again. Chapter 9. The amnesiac tyrant in the abandoned satellite station repurposed as a port in Earth's orbit. The core of the 300-meter diameter circular space bridge rotates slowly, its purple fissures stretching into a pupil shape. Megatron stands at the bridge's forefront, cradling a dark energy core like a collapsed star. Transmission coordinates: Cybertron's rusted wasteland of the fallen. Objective: to awaken all fallen warriors for my command. Soundwave stands at the control console, his fingertips dancing across the surface. In the background, Starscream quivers with excitement, his exhaust ports trembling. Upon success, the entirety of Cybertron shall transform into Megatron's realm of the deceased. However, just as the dark fissure nears the wasteland coordinates, another beam of gold and blue light suddenly intrudes, forcibly altering the port vector. Optimus Prime, Megatron roars. The truck emerges from the light, colliding with the circular rail, while the leader module's projection transforms into a colossal hammer, striking down upon the core controller of the bridge. Your ambition ends here. Energy clashes create an instantaneous imbalance, intertwining darkness and light into a knot of black hole at the core. Unstable collapse. Evacuate. Soundwave emits a high-pitched alarm for the first time. It is too late. The black hole erupts, shattering the circular bridge into countless shards of dark metal rain. The shockwave tearing the satellite station in two. Megatron is rebounded by the dark energy, his armor fracturing, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting into low Earth orbit. Optimus Prime is likewise thrown off balance, the leader module's light extinguishing in an instant, the truck form tumbling toward the atmosphere. The aftermath of the explosion casts a purple-gold streak across space, as if the universe is prematurely holding a funeral. 30 minutes post-explosion, amidst the remnants in low Earth orbit, the azure tail flame skillfully weaves through metallic debris. Hyung, piloting the flame trajectory shuttle, activates the scavenging mode. The neutral lookout tower is missing a main beam. This segment of the orbital track appears promising. Suddenly, The radar emits a prolonged beep as a pitch-black body drifts into the capture net, its chest armor cracked, with the spark indicator dwindling to a mere 7. Megatron? The wind stilled for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Even the formidable leader of the Decepticons had a day when he was picked up like refuse. He dragged Megatron into the decompression chamber, casually affixing a cerulean seal to the damaged, dark energon crystal to prevent further energy leakage. During the return journey, he activated an encrypted channel directed towards the Autobot base on Earth. Optimus Prime, I have a grand gift for you. It is best you witness it personally. Within the Autobot base's communications room, Optimus Prime had just addressed the burn sustained during re-entry, his armor still marked with scorch marks. The screen flickered to life, revealing Wynn's nonchalant face before the camera panned down to Megatron, lying on the medical table. The dark patterns had faded, and the contours of his faceplate revealed a long-lost gentleness, as if time had reversed by eons. His vital signs were stable, yet vast portions of his memory were blank. Upon awakening, his first utterance was, "Who am I?" Wynn shrugged, explaining that Megatron had been his name before he became the feared leader. Optimus's fingers trembled slightly as the optical sensors reflected a face both familiar and alien. This presented an unparalleled opportunity to end the war. His voice, though husky, was laced with an uncontainable hope. "I disagree." Ratchet was the first to slam his hand on the table, causing tools to rattle. Bringing Megatron into the base is akin to placing a nuclear bomb in the ignition chamber. Bumblebee's horn buzzed anxiously. What if he feigns amnesia? We will be caught unawares. RC crossed her arms. "Optimus, I understand your sentiments, but emotions cannot replace risk assessment." Only Ironhide scratched his head, suggesting, perhaps we could disarm him first? Maybe even fit him with a bomb collar? Optimus raised a hand for silence. "I am more aware than anyone of his peril." He scanned the room. "But I also understand that if we forfeit this chance for him to reclaim the essence of Megatron, the war will be interminable." He called forth an old file. Megatron during the gladiatorial era co-authored the lower-tier rights act with Orion, once refused to use violence to overthrow the council, advocating for reform through dialogue. That Megatron was not a tyrant, but a friend willing to listen. "If we can bring him back," Optimus's voice was soft yet resolute, "we will ensure that Megatron remains a relic of the past." The conference room fell into silence, and ultimately, Ratchet sighed deeply. "Grant me 12 hours. I will prepare the highest-grade isolation chamber and memory scanner, but a bomb collar must also be fitted." Optimus smiled, agreed. In the temporary medical chamber of the neutral watchtower, under the cerulean glow, Megatron slowly opened his eyes. His optics were a pristine silver gray, devoid of dark patterns. "You are awake." Wind leaned against the doorframe, tossing a small spark crystal in his hand. "I am Megatron. And who are you?" "Wind," he replied, "a collector of refuse. You owe me a life and the repair cost for the satellite station." Megatron rubbed his forehead, memories swirling like an emptied hard drive, leaving only fragmented files, a library, Rust Rain, and a petite archivist who relentlessly pursued him with questions. "Orion," he murmured. The wind stirred, and with an arched brow, "It seemed you remember more than I had anticipated." The communication screen illuminated, revealing the visage of Optimus Prime, who endeavored to soften his tone. "Megatron, welcome back." The silver-gray optics reflected the blue and red armor, and warmth inexplicably surged within Megatron's chest. "Orion? Juve Grontaye." Optimus Prime felt a pang in his nose. Smiling gently, "Indeed, it's been a long time." High above Earth, the shuttle's flight path intersected. The azure and gold energy shields connected, forming a temporary vacuum corridor. Wind stirred as he personally handed Megatron over to Optimus Prime, their armors lightly brushing against one another in a gesture reminiscent of a ceremonial exchange. With a 12-hour isolation period looming, the ambulance shook the miniature bomb collar in its grasp. Should brainwave patterns exhibit Megatron's signature frequency, an explosion would ensue, though merely to render him unconscious. Megatron gazed at the ominous metallic ring with a wry smile. "I have stooped to being shackled by a friend." Optimus Prime adjusted the neck conduits with a gentle voice. "This is only temporary. I have faith in you." Wind stirred, whistling softly. "Do not make this difficult for me. Old friend, I have only just managed to acquire a ceasefire card." Megatron raised his eyes, looking at him earnestly. "Thank you, scavenger. Once I reclaim my former self, I shall return your satellite station. Interest will accrue daily." Wind waved dismissively, piloting the shuttle back. In the dark core chamber of the Nemesis, Starscream observed the screen displaying the headline of Megatron's arrival at the Autobot base, a chilling smile curling his lips. The leader has lost his memory? Splendid. He raised his hand, and an encrypted coordinate sprang forth on the dark web communication channel. Target: assassinate Megatron, frame the Autobots, escalate the Decepticon war faction. Reward: command of the Dark Moon Fleet. Starscream narrowed his optics into a fine line. Megatron, the throne you owe me must be returned. Meanwhile, in a more distant realm of darkness, a derelict warship, corroded by dark energy, silently activated. In the center of the bridge, a fragment of dark crystal pulsed within a cultivation chamber, akin to a heart awaiting hatching. The screen flashed with crimson text: backup protocol, uploading Megatron's memories, progress 71, note, subject lost, activating clone unit 01. The true tempest was only just beginning. Chapter 10, Ironhide and the Administrator Earth Time. 6 o'clock a.m. in the corridors of the Autobot base. Ironhide exclaimed, "How many times must I tell you? No energy cubes in the training room. The sticky lubricant will erode the non-slip coating." The medic stood with arms akimbo, his white armor tinged with a faint blush of anger. Opposite him, Megatron held a half-tube of purple energy gel with an innocent expression. "I was merely replenishing my gladiatorial nutrients. How else can I complete the 1,000 push-ups you assigned? Then go to the cafeteria. Immediately. The cafeteria is too far. It would waste my precious muscle synthesis time." As the tension between the two escalated into a potential energy surge, a familiar deep voice resonated from the corridor's end. "Enough, both of you." Optimus Prime strode forward, his shoulder armor still dewy with the morning mist, his optical lenses exuding a gentle yet undeniable authority. The ambulance, indeed, required substantial energy support from Megatron's rehabilitation training, prompting him to carry adhesive tape to the training room, after which I would oversee the cleanup. However, I bear the responsibility. Optimus raised his hand, lightly pinching the ambulance's shoulder, cautioning, "Do not be angry. Your coolant blood pressure is bound to rise." Megatron arched an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Did you hear? The administrator has spoken." The ambulance snorted dismissively, turning away, but not before delivering a stern warning. "If I catch you stepping on lubricant again, I shall toss you into the scrap compactor." Once they were out of earshot, Megatron murmured softly, still so irritable, "No wonder the system ages prematurely." Optimus glanced back at him, his gaze a mixture of indulgence and reproach. "Do not provoke him. The ambulance is concerned for you." "Concerned for me?" Megatron shrugged. "I believe it is more about worrying you will be led astray by me. Would you?" "Of course." The ironclad figure leaned closer, whispering near the audio receiver. "The first step is to escort you back to the library, shut the door, and ensure the council never finds you." Optimus chuckled, pushing him away. "Training time has arrived. 10 sets of 1,000 repetitions, and for every missed count, an additional 10 kilometers. The leader has learned to settle personal scores. At the outdoor shooting range, Bumblebee covered his optical lenses, peeking through his fingers. Here it comes again. The barrier, burdened with energy cartridge boxes, wore an expression of disdain. "I bet $10 that Ironclad will intentionally miss his 10th shot, just to have a leader correct him." Sure enough, Megatron's 10th particle beam veered from the target's center, striking the distant mountainside instead. "Oops, my hand slipped." Optimus sighed, approaching him from behind to adjust the arm cannon's angle. "Lower the elbow servos by 0.5 degrees, aligning your sight with the reticle. Like this?" Megatron tilted his head slightly, his optical lens nearly touching the other's cheek. "Focus on the target." "I am focused on the administrator." Megatron. From a distance, the ambulance rubbed his temples. "I knew it. Back on Cybertron, he wanted to whisk Orion away." A week later, in the dead of night, Optimus led a team to cleanse the remnants. On the return journey, the side of the truck mode sustained a half-meter tear from a plasma blade, with energy fluid leaking profusely. As the base gate opened, Bumblebee was about to report when he saw Megatron striding forward with great urgency. Orion. He could not even wait to transform. Directly reaching under the truck's chassis to lift Optimus effortlessly, the action fluid and seamless. Silence enveloped the scene for 3 seconds. Bumblebee's horn went awry. Wow. The barrier energy block clattered to the ground. "I bet 20. This is a princess carry." The ambulance burst from the medical room, wielding a welding gun. "Put him down. You will exacerbate the bleeding." "Silence, quack." Megatron's voice was icy, preparing the operating table now. With that, he carried Optimus straight through the crowd, his steps brisk, leaving a trail of dripping energy fluid. Under the spotlight, Optimus was gently placed on a hydraulic bed, the sound of metal clashing barely perceptible. Lord Jintian, I am fine, merely a crack in the outer armor. Silence, Administrator. The iron bucket head opened the tool drawer with a skill surpassing that of an ambulance, rummaging through for lubricants, sealants, and nanosutures. The ambulance leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, his expression dark as oil. That's my line. It's mine now. Without lifting his head, Lord Jintian prepared a cup of high-purity energy tea. Light on sugar, for he dreaded bitterness. You doctor, heed his words. Optimus Prime smiled, his gaze resting on Lord Jintian's busy hands. Hands that once trembled from wielding axes against cities, now delicately stitching a fissure. Does it hurt? Lord Jintian inquired softly, adjusting the spray gun to its lowest setting. With you here, it doesn't tea. That's a lie. The iron bucket head's lips curled downward. Next time, take me on a mission, and I shall shield you. Lord Jintian, be quiet, conserve energy. At the doorway, the ambulance rolled his eyes dramatically, but secretly adjusted the energy T to 45 degrees, just right for oral sensors. The following day, at 5:00 a.m., Optimus Prime awoke to find himself secured within the repair chamber. The crack on his chest had vanished, replaced by a fine, azure welding line. Outside the chamber, Lord Jintian dozed against the wall, half a tube of sealant in hand, his head nodding gently. The leader stepped out quietly, draping his coat over the other shoulder. The iron bucket head's eyes snapped open, alert as a predator, but relaxed upon recognizing his companion. Good morning. Still in pain? Morning. No pain. Optimus Prime raised his hand, their fingers interlocking, the gentle clink of metal resonating. Lord Jintian, thank you. Thanks are unnecessary. The iron bucket head smirked. Instead, how about you accompany me to the rooftop tonight to watch the meteor shower over Earth? Just the two of us. Agreed. And Lord Jintian leaned closer, their foreheads touching. Next time we have a mission, take me along. Don't let me worry again. I promise. Morning light filtered through the window, casting two silhouettes in golden relief. One once a tyrant, the other once an administrator. Now, they stood side by side as warriors, the softest light in each other's sparks. At the end of the corridor in the base, the ambulance clutched a clipboard, muttering softly, if the iron bucket head dares to overstep, I shall fit him with 10 explosive collars. Alcee passed by, chuckling lightly. Doctor, you have already approved their outing request, and secretly placed energy tea and spare lubricants in your bag. I merely worry about the leader catching a chill at night. Tough exterior, soft heart. And on the higher rooftop, Lord Jintian unfolded an old blanket, curtains from the archives of Cybertron embroidered with low-tier syntax patterns. Optimus Prime sat down, tilting his head to observe him. Are you accustomed to transforming from tyrant to caretaker? Not accustomed. The iron bucket head rested his chin on his shoulder. But I'm accustomed to you. A meteor streaked across the night sky, draping Earth in a silver sash. Their fingers intertwined, sparks resonating in gentle harmony. Thump, 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 the rhythm of peace, the most enchanting sound of everyday life. At the neutral lookout tower on the far side of the moon, the windless Whisker held an energy coffee, gazing toward the direction of Earth, shaking his head in disbelief. Two old men falling in love is more nauseating than dark energy entities. A wave of sound flickered on the screen behind him. Emotional fluctuation index, 120. Intervention required? Intervention for what? Whisker chuckled lightly, allowing them to indulge in their affection. After all, what could truly save Cybertron was never weaponry, but rather the hands willing to stitch a rift for you. He raised his cup in a mock toast toward Earth, honoring the mundane, the peace, and also the day when the iron bucket head finally turned over the administration. Chapter 11. Cold fire at 2 in the morning, in the abandoned lower warehouse of the base. The sound of metal striking echoed like a drumbeat, resonating every 2 seconds, causing the old fluorescent tubes to hum mournfully. There were no spectators, only a floor littered with dents and a deformed alloy target, repeatedly battered. Optimus Prime, with bare arms clad in armor, glimmered in the cold light, the rivets and welds glaringly distinct. With one final heavy punch, the target's center shattered, fragments scattering into the corners, sparking with azure flames. Only then did he cease, his chest heaving violently, sweat coalescing into white vapor in the frigid air. Still not enough. He raised his hand to check the timer. Power peak 97, 13 lower than yesterday. More practice. Just as his right fist lifted, a red warning suddenly popped up from within the arm armor. Joint fatigue, level 112. Continuing training will lead to irreversible damage. He pressed confirm directly, dismissing the alert, and casually grabbed an energy infusion needle from the side, plunging it into the crook of his arm. The thick purple energy fluid surged violently, and the veins hissed under the strain. Just a little higher, if only just a bit higher, and he could shield those behind him. His voice was hoarse, as if making a vow to himself, or perhaps explaining to someone absent. At 6 a.m, in the infirmary, the ambulance pushed through the door, revealing the workbench piled high with an old, open Cybertronian medical tome. External wound suturing energy line tendon bundle nano reconstruction. The blank pages were scrawled with hasty notes, all bearing the signature of Optimus Prime. Has Iron Bucket Head not slept again? Bumblebee shrugged. He even dragged me into his night patrol as a test subject, claiming he needed to practice emergency pericardial tamponade. The ambulance rubbed his temple. If you let him continue this way, he'll be the one lying in the repair bay. Just then, Optimus Prime entered, holding half a cup of energy gel, dark circles under his eyes, yet brimming with fervor. Doctor, prescribe me the joint enhancers at the highest concentration. I cannot. Your cartilage is on the brink of dissolution. Then give me painkillers as long as I can continue training. Optimus Prime. The ambulance slammed the table. If you keep torturing yourself, I'll lock you in the stasis chamber. Be my guest, Iron Buckethead replied, turning to leave, tossing back a remark, as long as you can keep me in. At noon, on the rooftop terrace, the warm spring sun of Earth shone down. Optimus Prime held 2 energy lunches, spotting Optimus Prime leaning against the railing, engrossed in his medical tablet. I heard you promised the ambulance a day off today. Jean Tianzuen swiftly switched off the tablet, a light-hearted smile gracing his features. Indeed, the sun is splendid today. I am merely indulging in some relaxation. Optimus Prime extended a lunchbox towards him, instinctively reaching to tousle the slightly disheveled metallic locks, only to have Jean Tianzuen subtly evade the gesture. Olian, I am fine. You needn't concern yourself with me. I'm merely worried. Worried? Jean Tianzuen's gaze fell, his voice barely a whisper. I have yet to find a way to thoroughly mend the fissure in your chest from last time. I cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Optimus Prime, unable to catch his words clearly, responded, It's nothing. Let us eat. The iron-headed figure took a few bites before excusing himself to the restroom, but instead slipped down from the rooftop and into the underground training facility. As the target drones ascended, he unleashed a powerful punch, as if to drive all his frustrations deep into the metal. As evening descended, the perimeter patrol of the base meandered through the rain-soaked forest, the headlights of the truck cutting through the mist. Having concluded his routine patrol and preparing to return, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of metal clashing. Bang, bang, bang. The noise erupted from the hillside, its rhythm terrifyingly intense. He stealthily approached, transforming and descending, the raindrops striking his armor, creating a cold mist. In the clearing, Jean Tianzuen was dragging his fractured right fist, relentlessly striking a metallic training post with his left arm, which had already warped into an odd curvature. Mud mixed with energy fluid dripped from his knuckles, blooming into purple flowers on the drenched ground. Jean Tianzuen, Optimus Prime, rushed over, grasping the fist that was about to swing. You promised me you would rest. Is this your idea of resting? The sound of rain drowned out his roar, yet could not conceal his disappointment. Jean Tianzuen violently shook him off, his eyes glinting with a cold light amidst the rain and fog. Mind your own business, Optimus Prime. Leader, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. What did you just call me? I called you Optimus Prime. Leader, do you hear me clearly? The curtain of rain seemed to freeze in that moment. Optimus Prime stood rooted, his palms still retaining the chill from Jean Tianzuen's armor. Jean Tianzuen, what is the matter with you? If there are issues, we can resolve them together. Do not torment yourself like this. Resolve together? The iron-headed figure scoffed, his knuckles trembling from exertion. When you charged to the front lines, did you ever consider whether I could keep up? Each time that scar on your chest cracks, I feel an additional pang of helplessness. I have had enough. He turned away, his silhouette elongated in the rain. Do not follow me any longer, leader. Go save the world. Do not waste your gaze on a mere gladiator. From that day forth, the corridors of the base grew silent. Jean Tianzun continued his late-night training, but no longer set foot on the rooftop. Optimus Prime maintained his morning patrols, but ceased to carry double portions for lunch. Occasionally, when they brushed past each other, Jean Tianzun would offer a slight nod, articulating with impeccable courtesy the 4 words, Optimus Prime, leader. Acting as a transparent, yet unyielding wall, he forever kept the name Orion at a distance. Bumblebee once attempted to mediate, bringing energy drinks to appease Jean Tianzun, only to receive the curt reply, step aside. It is training time. Even the ambulance felt discomfort. He had grown accustomed to the playful banter between the two, followed by shared smiles. Yet now only an awkward silence remained. At night, the medical room remained illuminated until the latest hours. Optimus Prime sat at the bedside, idly swirling half a cup of cold energy tea, his optical visor directed toward the ceiling, as if the echoes of Ironhide's playful jibes still lingered in the air. Sentinel, he murmured, but received no reply from Orion. Meanwhile, Sentinel had relocated the training ground to an abandoned quarry 30 kilometers away from the base. Here, there were no disturbances, and no one would be injured. Each day, he pushed himself to the limits, collapsing against the rocky wall only when his joints emitted sharp alarms. At night, he activated the medical tablet, repeatedly simulating pericardial suturing, arterial grafting, and spark chamber decompression, with all surgical subjects bearing the same name, Orion Pax. Once I master all the methods that can save you, I shall be worthy to stand by your side again. The silver-gray optical visor reflected the cold moon, as if swearing an oath known only to himself. In the command room of the base, at 3 a.m, Optimus Prime accessed Sentinel's remote signal. His fingertip hovering over the call button, yet he hesitated to press it. The screen displayed, target has been training continuously for 19 hours. Joint fatigue, level 135. What must I do for you to return? The leader's voice was hoarse, tinged with an exhaustion previously unshown. Outside, the spring night breeze swept past the antenna, emitting a faint whimper, resembling both a response and a refusal. The communication ultimately went untransmitted. Meanwhile, deep within the quarry, Sentinel powered down the tablet and gazed up at the same night sky. Orion, he whispered, but bitterly altered his words at the end. No, Optimus Prime, leader. Wait until I am strong enough to speak your name. The wind carried away the unfinished words into the darkness. 2 sparks, separated by 30 kilometers, pulsed in synchrony. Yet each remained solitary. Chapter 12. The Protoform and the Rift at 3 a.m. in the command room of the Autobot base. The table was strewn with cooling energy tea, droplets of condensation forming on the cup's surface, cascading down between Optimus Prime's fingers. He once again set down the unanswered communicator, the screen dimming to reveal an incredibly fatigued visage. Outside, the late spring moon loomed large, as if threatening to collapse the roof. 37 days for 162 calls, he murmured quietly, his voice barely audible. Since that stormy night quarrel, Sentinel had seemingly evaporated from Earth, his signal jammed, his trail erased, with even the windless watchtower unable to detect the slightest ripple. Each dawn, Optimus Prime patrolled alone, his radius extending to 500 kilometers, always returning at midnight. Bumblebee had stealthily followed him twice, only to witness the leader staring blankly at the edge of the abandoned quarry, the truck's headlights illuminating the hollow rock walls until the first light of dawn appeared. Today, he set forth as usual, yet merely 3 kilometers beyond the confines of the base. The visual sensors abruptly succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue and energy depletion, causing the truck to lurch, shatter the guardrail, and tumble down the earthen slope. The brilliance of the leadership module flickered for the last time before plunging into darkness. As the base alarm blared, the ambulance cried out over the public channel, Optimus Prime. The only response was the crackle of static. Simultaneously, 100 kilometers away, in an abandoned mine, the cold wind of dawn wrapped around grains of sand, battering the dilapidated rails. The formidable shockwave, bare-chested and burdened by dual gravitational rings, relentlessly pummeled the rock wall with powerful punches. Debris erupted, and fissures spread like a spider's web. He was oblivious to how long he had been training. He only recalled that each time he paused, the image of that haggard blue optical lens would resurface in his mind, compelling him to continue striking and shattering that vision. Stop searching for me, he bellowed. I am unworthy to stand by your side. Suddenly, the space above twisted, revealing a luminous rift. Instinctively, Shockwave looked up to see a small figure tumble from the fissure, clad in silver-blue armor, with a rounded optical lens and a distinctly youthful exclamation. There was no time for contemplation. He propelled himself off the ground, his black and silver cloak unfurling in the air, and securely caught the young entity. The impact caused his shoulder wound to rupture, golden flames seeping forth, yet he paid no heed to the pain. "Little one, what is your name?" he asked, his voice unconsciously softening. The young entity looked up, revealing facial features strikingly similar to Optimus Prime's, albeit more rounded and innocent. "I am Orion Pax, big brother." "Who are you?" Shockwave's finger trembled, nearly causing him to drop the child. The neutral watchtower, situated at the Earth-Moon Lagrange point, was jointly maintained by Wind Whisperer and Cosmic Traders. Early this morning, the monitoring screen suddenly blared a red alert. Temporal distortion, instantaneous coordinate, abandoned mine in Nevada. Wind Whisperer, busy cataloging fragments of dark energy harvested from previous scavenging, immediately cast aside his list and leapt onto a speedboat, hoping it was not the Decepticons wreaking havoc again. As the warp beam dissipated, he arrived at the mine's entrance, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. Shockwave was half kneeling on the ground, his armor riddled with cracks, cradling a youthful version of Optimus Prime, clad in silver-blue armor, with azure optical lenses and a gentle brow reminiscent of the adult leader, albeit imbued with a touch of innocence. "Wind Whisperer?" Shockwave lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse. "Stop dawdling, come help." In the makeshift camp, Wind Whisperer aimed a portable scanner at Orion. The data, making his brows twitch, sparked frequency. 998 synchronization with Optimus Prime. Timeline characteristics, approximately 9 million Cybertronian years, equivalent to 13 Earth years. Energy composition, untainted by the Matrix, purely primordial spark. The conclusion was clear. This was the past Orion Pax, flung into the present by the rift in time. Wind Whisperer closed the device and turned to Shockwave. "You hold him so tightly. Do you wish to meld him back into your memories?" Shockwave, realizing his lapse in composure, promptly loosened his grip, yet remained protectively poised. "Is he injured?" Orion shook his head, curiously observing Wind Whisperer. "Big brother, your armor is half black and half blue. It looks so cool." The Wind, silent yet thoughtful, quickly contemplated the implications of the emergence of the youngling. It signified a branching of the timeline. Should the Fallen or Megatron become aware of this, they would undoubtedly seize the pure Matrix counterpart. The immediate priority was to transport the child to the safety of the Autobot base. The speedboat, with its limited space, had Windstorm at the helm, while Megatron and Orion squeezed into the rear cabin. The youngling was brimming with curiosity about the large aircraft, bombarding them with questions. Why do stars twinkle? Does Cybertron have a moon? What is your name, big brother? Megatron patiently responded, his voice soft and gentle. My name is Megatron. Orion tilted his head, observing, you seem lonely, Megatron. I dream of you in the library. You helped me reach the datapad on the highest shelf. The orange optical lens suddenly constricted. Memories surged forth, reminiscent of their first encounter. He lowered his head, concealing his emotions. Is that so? Through the rearview mirror, Windstorm glimpsed the two, a smile tugging at his lips, followed by a sigh. This escort mission is likely a remedy for someone's heart. As the speedboat approached the base, an automatic recognition signal triggered an alarm for an unknown temporal energy carrier. The gates elevated their defenses, and the ambulance issued a remote warning. Halt. Lower your weapons. Windstorm rolled his eyes and activated the public channel. It's me, along with the childhood version of your leader. The screen flickered to life, and upon seeing Orion, the ambulance's optical lens nearly malfunctioned. What on Cybertron? What left him breathless was that the one holding the child was none other than the long-missing Megatron. 2 seconds later, the medic bellowed, do not approach the base. Who knows if this is a trap set by the Faceless One? Optimus Prime's voice interjected, hoarse yet urgent. Let them in. The scene shifted, revealing the leader's pale visage, his eye sockets deeply set, clearly having lacked sufficient rest for some time. Upon seeing Megatron, a moment of brilliance eclipsed even the Matrix. Megatron, you have returned. Megatron opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Orion leaned forward, his voice innocent and bright. This big brother looks like the future me. Silence enveloped the room. After landing, Optimus Prime advanced swiftly but halted 3 meters away, fearing that his weakness might cause him to collapse, and more so, that Megatron might turn and leave once again. I'm relieved you're safe. All the unspoken words condensed into a single phrase. Megatron lowered his gaze, placing Orion down and nudging him forward. He needs your care. I must leave. Stop. Optimus Prime called out urgently, the pain of his spark twisting within him, his body swaying slightly. Instinctively, Megatron reached out, but as his fingertips brushed against Optimus, he abruptly withdrew, gritting his teeth. Do not approach me. I only bring danger. He stepped back, turned, his cape billowing in the night breeze, tracing a solitary arc. Windstorm interjected, arms crossed. Hey, after saving you and delivering the child, you can't even muster a thank you? Step aside. The orange optical lens ignited with a warning flare. Windstorm murmured, is evasion truly easier than facing reality? Do you think that by hiding, he will remain unscathed? Megatron fell silent, his shoulder armor quivering. Yet he ultimately shrugged off Windstorm's grasp and vanished into the night. Orion glanced at the leader, then at the retreating figure, suddenly sprinting after him. Megatron, big brother. The child's footsteps may be slow, yet they are sufficient to halt those ahead. Orion leapt forward, seizing the dark cloak, imploring, do not depart. You promised to teach me the stars. The warmth of his small arms served as a key, prying open the layers of armor surrounding the mighty Titan. He knelt down, returning the embrace, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. I am sorry. I am not yet strong enough. Optimus Prime approached, this time without pausing, enveloping both in his embrace, whispering softly into the Titan's ear, stay. This time, we shall face it together. The night breeze swept across the desert, carrying the distant whispers of the stars. At last, the Titan nodded slowly, resting his forehead against Optimus's shoulder, his orange optics glistening in the moonlight. In the medical bay, Orion was arranged for a thorough examination. The Titan stood vigil by the bedside, allowing the ambulance to connect the monitoring lines, no longer resisting. Temporal fluctuations may recur. Windlass embraced the doorframe, contemplating the child's safety here, the most secure yet perilous of places. Are you certain? Optimus and the Titan exchanged a glance, both nodding in unison. Then let us establish a protection plan for the youngling. Windlass shrugged, raising his hand to project an invoice upon the wall. Escort fees, treatment costs. In compensation for emotional distress amounted to 10 tons of super energy, with installment options available. The ambulance mechanic interjected, why not just steal it? Yet the Titan smiled, for the first time reaching out voluntarily, intertwining his fingers with Optimus's. Let us pay. I shall repay it. The convergence of orange and blue optics resembled twin stars in the night sky. The storm had not yet concluded, but they had learned to hold each other's hands tightly at the heart of the tempest. Chapter 13. The Era of Fatherhood and the Red-Eared Roots at 0600. The Autobot base's broadcast resonated punctually, no longer featuring rock music, but a cheerful Earth lullaby, the exclusive wake-up call for little Orion. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. In the second-floor corridor, two towering mechs crept stealthily, like thieves, huddled at the doorway of the youngling's dormitory. You go in and wake him, Optimus whispered. Why me? You embody the father figure, the Titan retorted in an even lower tone. Yesterday, you read him a bedtime story. He will surely favor you more. Nonsense. He fell asleep, resting on your arm. The two exchanged blame until the door creaked open on its own, revealing little Orion. Rubbing his optics, his voice sweet and innocent. Good morning, daddies. Instantly, both towering mechs felt their ears flush, one stifling a cough, while the other gazed at the ceiling. One, dietary matters. Orion detested vegetable energy paste, but had a penchant for sweet energy capsules. The Titan was responsible for intimidation, declaring, if you do not eat your vegetables, you will not grow tall. Optimus took on the role of persuasion, promising, finish your meal, and I shall grant you a sweet capsule. Consequently, the youngling pushed the vegetable paste towards the Titan, declaring, Daddy eats it, then I will too. The former champion of gladiators grimaced, swallowing the green mush in one go. His face contorted, yet he feigned, it is quite delicious. 2. Educational matters. Curious about the Matrix, Orion inquired, and Optimus gently elucidated. It is a repository of knowledge and wisdom. The Titan added, it is also the culprit that keeps your father awake at night. The young entity raised its hand, expressing a desire for a matrix of its own. The two exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming as they grappled with the dilemma, whether to comply or not. Ultimately, They resolved to hastily concoct a tale entitled The Matrix, a young entity's version, depicting the Matrix as a radiant fairy tale book. In the realm of slumber, Orion suffered from night terrors and required the clasp of two hands to find solace in sleep. Thus, each night unfolded as follows. The young entity lay supine in the center, grasping the hand of Optimus Prime with one hand and that of Megatron with the other, while listening to serialized stories from the library and gladiators until slumber enveloped him. The two fathers, unable to withdraw their hands, maintained a rigid posture. As the midnight hour approached and Orion turned in his sleep, both men awoke simultaneously, instinctively reaching out to check his breath, only to collide foreheads, stifling cries of pain. Day after day, the high-intensity task of parenting forced Megatron and Optimus Prime into a collaborative effort. One assumed the role of the frontline intimidator, while the other provided soothing reassurance. One was skilled in storytelling, while the other excelled in scientific explanations. One boasted overwhelming physical prowess, while the other was an authority on matrices. Through their synchronized efforts, their gazes began to reconnect. Occasionally, Orion would stack their hands together, and they would merely exchange an awkward smile, no longer hastily withdrawing. One fateful night, after Orion had finally drifted into deep slumber, Optimus Prime, the name given to them by the base members, quietly exited the room, the corridor lights dimming automatically. "Thank you," Optimus murmured. "For what?" Megatron inquired. "Thank you for staying, for accompanying me and watching over him," Optimus replied softly. Megatron turned his head, the orange hues of his optics reflecting the dim corridor light. "I should be the one thanking you for giving me reason to remain." On the seventh night of Orion's stay at the base, the young entity suddenly developed a low fever due to residual spatial particle reactions, prompting an ambulance to request overnight monitoring. Megatron remained vigilantly by the bedside, gently wiping Orion's forehead with a damp cloth, murmuring, "Hurry and get well. We don't want Orion to worry the leader." In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Orion grasped Megatron's hand and mumbled, "Megatron Daddy, don't go." That whisper was as light as a feather, yet it stirred a seismic upheaval within the hearts of the two adult mechs. Megatron froze, his ears flushing crimson. At the doorway, Optimus, who had been eavesdropping, quickly covered his mouth but still let out a suppressed chuckle. Afterward, once Orion's fever subsided, Megatron found himself unable to meet his gaze for 3 days, stuttering as he spoke, "You could just call me Brother Megatron." The young entity tilted its head. "But in my dreams, you are my daddy." Optimus, stifling laughter to the point of shaking, received a glare from Megatron, who turned and fled in embarrassment, nearly toppling over a cart of energy liquid. A certain observer, Windblade, leaned against the doorframe, munching on energy chips. Recording the moment with a smirk. Log. Young Orion successfully called Megatron Daddy. Megatron's ears turned as red as a cooling vent. Optimus's laughter index skyrocketed. Next step, give them a little push. With that, he closed the log, revealing the characteristic smile of a bounty hunter who thrived on chaos. And so, the plan was set into motion. The Wind, without a trace, swiftly drafted the application form for the Spark Partner Certificate. Party A, Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Matrix Bearer, Party B, Megatron, former leader of the Decepticons, now a caretaker of younglings, co-parent. Orion Pax, pure time version, efficient. Wind without trace, neutral witness. Reasonably priced. In the reasons section, he noted, with a child now, it's difficult to avoid marriage. The application form was enlarged and printed in color, prominently displayed on the base's announcement board, adorned with red heart stickers. Instantly, a crowd gathered before the bulletin board. Bumblebee whistled electronically. Ratchet laughed, thumping the wall. RC documented the moment, and Ratchet sighed. "I knew this day would come." As Optimus Prime passed by and caught sight of the content, his face flushed crimson, nearly dropping the Matrix. Who posted this? Wind without trace raised his hand, feigning seriousness. "I am merely a concerned citizen, eager to foster a good union." Megatron rushed over upon hearing the news, and upon seeing the co-parent section, nearly tore down the bulletin board. "Wind without trace, have you lost your mind?" The bounty hunter had already retreated to a safe distance, calling out, "Don't be shy. The marriage fee is a friendly rate, just 10 tons of energon, with a year of after-sales service included." As the commotion subsided, Orion had fallen asleep. The two were ushered to the rooftop, where the moonlight elongated their shadows. After a prolonged silence, Optimus Prime spoke first. Are you angry? Megatron kicked a pebble away. Angry, yes. But more so, I feel awkward. He turned his head, observing the leader's ears equally flushed. And you? Me? Optimus Prime scratched his cheek, caught off guard. Yet he took a deep breath. I am not opposed to it. Perhaps it is time to grant each other a formal title. Megatron was taken aback, the orange optics reflecting the moonlight. Are you certain? Certain. Optimus Prime extended his hand. Intertwining their fingers from the arena to Earth, we have wandered too far. I do not wish to squander another night beneath the rising moon. The following morning, the base's hall was transformed into a makeshift chapel. Wind without trace donned a dress of unknown origin, holding a data pad. Now, please exchange your spark vows. There were no grand fleets, no Cybertronian salutes, only the smiles of comrades and Orion's excited applause. Optimus Prime gazed at Megatron and softly said, I wish to share the light of the Matrix with you, and also bear the pain of darkness until the spark extinguishes. Megatron grasped his hand in return, his voice low yet resolute. I vow to be your shield and blade, protecting all you hold dear, even if it means opposing the past. Wind without trace stamped the document. Congratulations, the Spar Partner Certificate is now in effect. You may kiss. No, you may touch foreheads. They leaned down, their foreheads touching, as the matrix and dark silver flames flickered simultaneously, intertwining into a gentle halo that illuminated every smiling face. As the ceremony concluded, Wind without trace captured a photo of the freshly minted certificate and uploaded it to the Galactic Bounty Network with a note. Witness a love that transcends 9 million years. Fee, 10 tons of energon, bonus, 1 youngling flower girl. Within a minute, the comment section overflowed with bids. Too cheap. I want to raise the price. Can the juvenile body flower girl be rented? This is me locked in. Windless closed the communicator, gazing at the distant couple holding hands and the bouncing alien. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Business is business, and festivities are festivities. As for love, what does it have to do with me? I am merely a bounty hunter who enjoys the spectacle. Chapter 14. Misaligned time and space on the third day after the Ignition Companion Certificate took effect. Optimus Prime temporarily entrusted the base affairs to Ratchet, taking the hand of Megatron and embarking on a globe-trotting train journey meant solely for the two of us. There were no Decepticons, no Matrix disputes, only morning mist, auroras, and ocean waves. They witnessed the sunrise at the foot of Mount Fuji, chased the auroras in the Norwegian fjords, and even snapped a tourist photo in the Sahara, with Megatron awkwardly posing as Optimus embraced him. Smile again. Don't be too fierce. I was born with this face. The shutter clicked, capturing a moment of happiness. Yet no one anticipated that a storm was gathering on the far side of the moon. Earth's orbit, for in the morning. The small shuttle carrying Optimus Prime and Megatron skimmed over the South Pacific when suddenly, a purplish-black inferno illuminated outside the window, the vanguard of the Dark Moon fleet. Numbering 300 ships, Optimus Prime immediately recognized the distorted single-eye insignia of the flagship. It should be at the outskirts of Cybertron. So how could it be here? Megatron stood at the escape pod door. I will divert their fire. You maneuver to Earth for help. Let us face them together. Optimus reached out to pull him back, but only grasped the edge of his cloak. The pod door sprang open, and the black-silver figure leapt into the vacuum, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the enemy ranks. On the public channel, Optimus' shout was drowned by explosions. The purplish-black beams converged, and Megatron, like a moth to the flame, was swiftly engulfed by the fiery net. In the next moment, the Dark Moon fleet collectively folded, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the shredded clouds and the static noise echoing through the communicator. On the far side of the moon, within a cratered mountain, Megatron fell. His armor shattered, dark silver flames and matrix light flickering simultaneously. He stood alone against the entire fleet, without backup, without retreat, only the conviction to keep aliens safe. The single-eyed flagship opened, and Shockwave stepped out slowly, his voice steady yet fervent. Lord Megatron, I have come to bring you home. I'm not him. Megatron gritted his teeth, drawing his sword. Now I am Megatron. Doesn't team matter? Shockwave raised his hand and commanded, as hundreds of warplanes opened fire simultaneously. Megatron's sword light sliced through the vacuum, but was ultimately consumed by the fiery net. In the final moment, he channeled all his energy into the Matrix fragment, detonating a small folding bomb in an attempt to take the enemy down with him. As the explosion's light sphere expanded, the Dark Moon fleet suffered the loss of 30 ships, while Megatron's armor was utterly destroyed, leaving him in a state of unconscious drift. Shockwave waved his hand, and the warplanes released tractor beams, dragging the former leader into the flagship's door. Target captured, returning to base. Earth dawn. Optimus Prime piloted the shuttle, frantically searching along the moon's orbit, but found only remnants of the explosion and scattered pieces of the cloak. Megatron, answer me. The public channel echoed his hoarse cry, yet no one responded. Suddenly, a black-silver reflection flashed deep within a crater. Optimus Prime's heart tightened suddenly, prompting him to descend swiftly. At the pit's bottom, a solitary figure knelt, armor battered, yet standing straight as a sword. Megatron. He rushed forward and embraced the figure, asking, "Are you all right?" The figure turned, revealing familiar orange optics, yet they bore an astonishment and tremor unknown to Optimus. "Optimus, you are alive. Wonderful. You are safe. I feared you were truly gone." The figure returned the embrace, voice choked, "Oh heavens, may the All-Spark bless." Optimus instantaneously froze at the warmth within his arms, the curvature of the armor, the resonance of the spark, all mirrored Megatron, yet a shiver of strangeness lingered. He forcefully pushed Megatron away, stepping back, optics retracting. "You are not Megatron. Who are you?" The figure paused, a familiar, sharp smile gracing his lips. "I am Megatron. Once was. However, you must know my current name. Do you not, my esteemed leader?" He bowed slightly, his tone elegant yet laced with mockery. "Galvatron." The vacuum seemed to solidify. Optimus's energy axe sprang forth, yet he was torn between emotion and reason, facing a being who was both Megatron and Galvatron, a partner and a rival. "Impossible. Has Megatron truly vanished? Are you from another universe?" "Universe?" Galvatron raised a hand, examining his damaged yet sharper armor, memories flooding back. "I recall. I rejuvenated Cybertron, sacrificing myself to ignite the All-Spark. Yet now, my optics tremble. You're alive. Yet I am uncertain of your world." Optimus's chest constricted. He realized that the figure before him was not the Megatron who had lost his memory to become Galvatron, but rather a version from a parallel timeline, one that had witnessed the leader's sacrifice and Cybertron's rebirth. In that world, Optimus was dead, leaving Galvatron to bear the sins and the spark alone. "I'm not the person you seek." Optimus spoke softly. "In my universe, I never sacrifice myself, and Megatron is my partner." Galvatron's smile faltered, his gaze imbued with a complexity bordering on anguish. "Partner? So, in this world I am fortunate." After a brief silence, Galvatron took a step back, his cloak billowing in the vacuum. "Tell me, where is he?" Captured by Shockwave, Optimus pointed toward the distant wreckage of the explosion. "I lost the signal in pursuit." Galvatron's fist clenched, knuckles cracking. "Shockwave has plotted against even me." He lifted his gaze. "Let's collaborate, leader. You save your partner, and I save myself. Why help me?" "Because," Galvatron's voice lowered, "if this world allows him happiness, I shall not permit anyone to disrupt it, including another version of myself." The two, clad in red, blue, black, and silver armor, stood shoulder to shoulder, energy axe and fusion cannon raised in unison, aimed at the depths of the moon. Target: Dark Moon flagship. Mission: rescue Megatron. Additional condition: Galvatron glanced sideways. "Should I lose control, strike me down immediately." Optimus nodded. "If I stray, please pull me back." Their optics met, and in that fleeting moment, the identities of rival and partner intertwined, forming an extraordinary trust. Megatron tore off a fragment of his chest armor and implanted it into Optimus Prime's navigational device, a shared spark, resonating frequencies, capable of tracking the remnants of the Dark Moon fleet's warp. On the navigation screen, a serpentine purple-black trajectory twisted towards the deeper, shadowy expanse of the moon's dark side. A natural radar blind spot. With merely 20 minutes remaining, the fleet would initiate its hyperspace return. Megatron tightened his grip on the fusion cannon, wondering if it would suffice. Optimus Prime, with unwavering determination, declared, "It must be enough, even if it isn't." Deep within the chasm, the flagship of the Dark Moon lay anchored. Shockwave loomed at the observation window, gazing down at the shattered armor of Megatron, ensnared within an energy column. The spark flickered weakly, yet continued to murmur unconsciously, "Olean, run." Shockwave's expression remained impassive. "Poor leader, even in dreams, you flee. Rest assured, I shall return you to Cybertron transformed into the most exquisite specimen. In the next moment, alarms blared aboard the flagship, signaling the rapid approach of two external energy signatures. An enemy attack. Shockwave turned, his single eye narrowing. Outside, a cascade of red, blue, and black silver streaked towards them, akin to two comets tearing through the night. Megatron? Not two of them. His logical circuitry spiraled into chaos. The flagship's outer hull was cleaved by both energy axes and fusion cannons, vacuum flooding in, alarms shrieking. Shockwave stumbled backward, witnessing two figures burst through the window, one wielding an energy axe, eyes ablaze with fury, the other dragging a fusion cannon, a cloak billowing like a dark flame. In unison, they spoke, their voices overlapping. Release him. Shockwave's eye flickered. For the first time, a ripple of fear coursed through him. Meanwhile, the energy column witnessed Megatron slowly opening his eyes. Within his blurred vision, two familiar figures coalesced into a warm light. Orion? He whispered, the spark igniting a faint glimmer of hope amidst the excruciating pain. The story had only just begun. Chapter 15. Parallel Flames, the laboratory crumbled. In the core area of Shockwave's flagship, the energy column fractured inch by inch. The parallel Megatron, hereafter referred to as alternate Megatron, raised the fusion cannon and blasted through the alloy wall. Optimus Prime cradled Megatron. The energy axe slicing through sparks as they fought back to back, carving a path towards the main corridor. Shockwave's cloned sentinels surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet before the might of these two titans, they fell like paper. Alternate Megatron fired as he spoke lowly. At the end of the corridor lies the escape pod. You take the others and go. Optimus Prime gritted his teeth. You cannot hold off the entire ship alone. I am not alone, alternate Megatron replied, glancing back, the orange optics reflecting the concern on the leader's face. This is my battle with them. Leave it to me, will you? A flicker of light danced within Optimus Prime's chest compartment, as if weighing the decision. Finally, he nodded emphatically. Return alive. Otherwise, I will pursue you across any universe to awaken you. What an honor. Alternate Megatron grinned, his cloak swirling as he turned to face the depths of the corridor, where three familiar shadows approached with deliberate steps. The enemy obstructed their path. Soundwave, Black Arachnia, and Shockwave formed a triangular formation, the remnants of fire flickering behind them like a theatrical backdrop. Black Arachnia spread her arms wide, a chilling laughter echoing. Two Megatrons? What a splendid show. It appears I shall collect double the bounty. Soundwave raised his hand, releasing a swarm of drones. The Shockwave flickered with streams of data. Logical analysis. Specimens must be retained. The Unicron raised his arm, blocking the passageway, allowing Optimus Prime and Megatron to retreat to the escape pod at the rear. With a simple gesture, three translucent source crystals emerged, each perfectly attuned to the fire frequencies within the three beings before him. It was time for dialogue. He spoke softly about another world, about the fates of you and me. Memories of the alternate realm surfaced as the Unicron raised his hand. Projecting a holographic image, the Cosmic Emperor erodes the core of Cybertron. I, Megatron, am manipulated by the dark blood, becoming a mere puppet, Starscream, in an act of subterfuge. Infiltrates the core only to be torn apart by dark tendrils. Soundwave, sacrificing himself as a bomb, detonates a data virus, obliterating the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor. Shockwave, covering the retreat, is crushed into scrap by the collapsing planetary core. The imagery faded, leaving the passage in a suffocating silence. The Unicron gripped the source crystal tightly, his voice hoarse. In that world, you fell one after another to save me. And I, amidst the ruins clutching your remnants, realized that without you, victory holds no meaning. Starscream's resolve wavered, his facial muscles twitching, instinctively taking a half-step back. Lies. You fabricate these tales to shake our faith. But what if it is true? The Unicron raised his hand, sending the source crystal towards Starscream. Feel it, deep within. Haven't you questioned the purpose of this war? The crystal pressed against Starscream's chest armor, resonating in frequency, and unfamiliar images flashed before his eyes. Himself igniting his fire to save Megatron, his face bearing an unprecedented sense of relief. He abruptly waved his hand, sending the crystal ricocheting away, breathless. I don't know. Soundwave extended his hand, catching the crystal, his expression inscrutable, though his fingertips tightened slightly. The silence of Soundwave. Soundwave raised his gaze, a rare tremor appearing in the subtitles. If we fail, will we repeat the tragedy? The Unicron met his stare. We can choose not to fail. Cease the internal strife. Turn your weapons towards the true darkness, the Cosmic Emperor, the Fallen, the dark Energon entities. Your power should not be squandered on mutual slaughter. Soundwave turned to Shockwave, as if seeking logical affirmation, yet for the first time, he recognized the absence of future variables in his calculations. Shockwave calculations. Shockwave's singular eye flickered as he calculated swiftly. Continuing the war. Victory probability 17. Cybertron collapse probability 89. Stopping the war. Victory probability unknown, but Cybertron rebirth probability 50. He lifted his gaze, his voice still steady, yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Logical conclusion. Cooperation is feasible. But why should we believe you? The Unicron retracted his smile, his cloak billowing without wind. Because I have nothing left, save for my faith in you. He raised his hand, disarming the fusion cannon and slamming it heavily onto the ground, sparks flying. Now, I am unarmed. Kill or capture me as you will. But please, direct your weapons towards the true enemy. Within the corridor, only the rhythmic ticking of energy conduits remained, akin to the countdown of a heartbeat. The gift of the Source Crystal. 3 Source Crystals floated gently, each suspended before Red Spider, Soundwave, and Shockwave. These are the fragments of your future, whispered the voice of the anomaly. With them, you may choose an alternate path at any moment. Though I do not belong to this world, my apologies and hopes resonate with you. Red Spider clenched his fist, a struggle evident in his expression. Soundwave raised his hand, allowing the Source Crystal to merge into his chest plate. Shockwave fell silent for a moment before also accepting the crystal. The anomaly revealed a relieved smile. Thank you. Now, it is your turn to decide whether to seize me in exchange for the reward from Megatron, or to let me go and together rewrite the ending. After a prolonged pause, Red Spider exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze towards the anomaly. Do not misunderstand me. I still despise you. However, I loathe the Emperor of the Universe even more. He stepped aside, clearing the path. Soundwave raised his hand, retracting the swarm of drones as the isolation door at the end of the corridor ascended. Shockwave turned away, addressing the anomaly. Logic dictates that keeping you would prevent us from verifying the future. Allowing you to leave might reveal a different conclusion. I choose the latter. The final reminder. The anomaly picked up the fusion cannon, but did not stow it. Instead, he pointed towards the main control tower behind the 3. In 10 minutes, the flagship will self-destruct, and I will sever the tracking signal. You have 10 minutes to evacuate. And you? Red Spider could not help but inquire. I will pursue my friends. The anomaly's cloak billowed as he walked towards the escape pod. If one day you grow weary of war, seek the entrance of our library on Earth. It shall always remain open for old friends. Escape and explosion. The escape pod ejected from the flagship, slicing through the dark expanse of the lunar surface. 10 seconds later, the energy core of the control tower overloaded, and a dark purple fireball engulfed the vessel. Soundwave, Red Spider, and Shockwave each departed in their escape crafts, the flames reflecting upon their complex visages. Across the public channel, the anomaly's final words resonated. May our next encounter not be as foes, but as comrades standing shoulder to shoulder. May the dawn of Cybertron belong to all who choose hope. The explosion's fireball expanded, resembling a brief yet radiant crescent moon, illuminating the far side of the moon and the 3 flickering sparks of hope that began to waver. Epilogue. The journey home beneath the stars inside the escape pod. The anomaly deactivated communications and exhaled deeply. The orange optical lens reflected the starry expanse ahead, where Optimus Prime and Megatron awaited him. He murmured softly, "My friends, I have returned." The thrusters ignited, and the lights streaked through the vacuum, heading straight for the long-awaited shuttle. Meanwhile, in the more distant celestial tapestry, the 3 Source Crystals quietly shimmered, like 3 stars reignited, awaiting a dawn free from war. Chapter 16. The journey home without light in the shuttle's dim glow. The thrusters powered down, and the escape pod docked with the shuttle. The hatch slid open, and the anomaly staggered slightly but firmly landed on the deck. The interior was lit only by emergency lights, casting a warm amber glow around 2 silent figures. Optimus Prime cradling Megatron's neck, gently pressing a small piece of rusted core crystal into the crack of his chest plate. The interplay of matrix light and dark silver flames wove a gentle bandage, staunching both blood and pain. "How is he?" the anomaly whispered, as if afraid to shatter this fragile moment. Optimus Prime remained with his gaze lowered. The spark was stable, yet his consciousness continued to plunge deeper. Shockwave had injected him with a neural corrosion, necessitating purification. In close proximity, Unicron knelt, his orange optical visor reflecting the pale visage of another self. In that fleeting moment, it was as though he beheld a shattered mirror filled with the blood and fire he had once wrought by his own hands. "I possess the detoxification algorithm," he declared, removing the microchip concealed within his arm armor, "a pilfered artifact from my World-S Shockwave laboratory, which should neutralize the corrosion." Optimus accepted the chip, but hesitated to insert it, instead raising his gaze to Unicron, inquiring, "What became of Shockwave on your end?" After a brief silence, Unicron's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. "He saved me, yet he remains entombed within the planet's core." He remarked that, logically, "You possess a greater chance of survival than I." The matrix light flickered slightly, as if mourning this recollection. Optimus lowered his eyes and connected the chip to the chest compartment of Sentinel Prime. Gentle ripples spread forth as the chaotic neural signals gradually restored their order. Beneath the starry expanse, the shuttle veered, charting a course back to Earth. To evade potential pursuers, they opted for a secluded, unlit trajectory devoid of ports or markers. Akin to sailing across a black sea, Optimus occupied the pilot's seat, one hand steadying the helm while the other clasped Sentinel's hand, as if releasing it would extinguish that dark silver flame. Unicron leaned against the co-pilot's seat, occasionally adjusting the navigation chart. For the most part, silence enveloped them, only interrupted by the engine's roar. "Thank you," Optimus suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "Without you, I could not have saved him." Unicron gazed out the window, starlight fracturing into dust within his orange optical visor. "Do not thank me. I am merely repaying the debt of another world for your life." The cockpit fell into a brief stillness, the only illumination emanating from Sentinel Prime's faint breathing light, resembling a lighthouse in the darkness. In the abyss of consciousness, Sentinel Prime's awareness floated amidst a lightless sea. There was neither direction nor time, only fleeting images that occasionally surfaced. The library corridor, where Orion handed him a datapad. The arena, where he raised a war hammer and shouted for freedom to the throngs. The High Council's judgment seat, where Orion was fitted with an energy lock while he was restrained by guards, helplessly watching his friend being implanted with the leadership module. Dark, supercharged entities surged forth like a tide, staining everything in shades of purple and black. He yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged. He wished to flee. He was bound by chains. Suddenly, a beam of blue-white light pierced through the ocean's surface, illuminating his chest. It was the call of the Matrix. "Orion," he whispered. "I'm sorry." The beam abruptly constricted, pulling him upward, breaking through the water surface. Within the cockpit, Sentinel Prime jolted upright, gasping for breath, his orange optical visor suddenly brightening. "Orion, I'm here." Optimus rushed forward, enveloping him in an embrace, his voice trembling. "It's all right. It's all right." Sentinel Prime looked around in confusion, his gaze ultimately settling on Unicron's face, his pupils narrowing. "Another me?" Unicron's lips twisted into a smile that failed to fully materialize. "Welcome back, brother." In a triangular dialogue, Zhen Tianzun leaned against the cabin wall, wrapped in a blanket, cradling a warm energy liquid carefully prepared by Optimus Prime using the onboard heater. The flavor was subtle, yet comforting. He gazed at Zhen, his voice still raspy. "Did you let the Shockwave and the others go?" "Gave them a choice." Zhen shrugged. "Whether they can escape the war is their own affair." Zhen Tianzun lowered his gaze, the orange optics reflecting the mist of the liquid. "What would you do if I were to turn back into Megatron? That tyrant?" Zhen did not respond immediately, but placed a hand on his shoulder. "I would first give you a punch, then drag you back to the library, making you copy the Declaration of Independence 1,000 times until you remember who you are." Zhen Tianzun was taken aback, then chuckled, though his laughter flushed his cheeks. "That sounds painful." Optimus Prime clasped both their hands, fingers intertwined. "Then let me copy alongside you. After all, I am your partner." The three hands, tightly grasped under the dim light, resonated briefly, an unspoken vow. as the shuttle was about to enter Earth's orbit. The navigation screen suddenly blared a red alert. Unknown jump signal 300 kilometers away. Identification: remnants of the Dark Moon Fleet. Quantity: 45 ships. Ijin frowned. The rapid response unit of Shockwave. It seems someone does not want us to return home. Optimus Prime steadied Jin Tianzun. You rest. I will pilot. However, Jin Tianzun struggled to rise. I can still fight. No, Optimus insisted, pressing him back into his seat. Your role now is to stay alive, allowing me to focus without worry. Ijin raised his hand, the fusion cannon activating 2 against 45. That seems fairer. I'll take on the firepower. You concentrate on flying. The shuttle turned, and the side missile bays opened fully. Ijin stood at the open hatch, his cloak torn by the vacuum. Resembling a black flag, he raised the cannon and fired 3 consecutive shots, purple-black fireballs bursting forth. Optimus maneuvered the controls, the shuttle weaving through beams like a fish in water. The matrix light transformed into a shield, blocking lethal projectiles. The explosion's light reflected in Jin Tianzun's pupils as he gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. For the first time, he could only watch as his partner fought valiantly for him. Survive, he whispered, please. With a successful breakout, the 45 enemy ships quickly succumbed to the agile maneuvers of the Matrix fusion cannon-equipped shuttle. Sensing defeat, the remaining ships signaled retreat and vanished into a jump. The shuttle passed through the last fireball and entered the night side of Earth. The auroras danced above the city, like celebratory lights shining for them. Ijin retracted the cannon, turning to high-five Optimus, pleasant cooperation, leader. Thank you, Megatron, Optimus smiled. No, Ijin shook his head, looking at Jin Tianzun. Call me Ijin. Megatron belongs to that world now. At dawn, 6 o'clock on the Autobots base runway, ambulances, RC, and Bumblebee awaited. Little Orion was held by Raph. Peering out curiously, the shuttle descended slowly, the hatch opening. Optimus stepped out first, turning to support Jin Tianzun. As the morning light bathed the clasped hands of the 2 individuals, it also illuminated the figure of the mighty Shockwave, who followed closely behind. The crowd fell into an instant hush, only to erupt in jubilant cheers moments later. Orion broke free from Ratchet's grasp and dashed forward, exclaiming, Daddies! He leapt into the arms of Optimus Prime, who almost stumbled from weakness but held his child tightly. I have returned. An ambulance rushed forward, its scanner reporting data in rapid succession. Neural corrosion residue. 3. Armor fractures. 17. Spark temperature elevated. You must rest immediately. All right, Optimus smiled. This time I shall heed your advice. He turned to Shockwave, saying, Stay here. This will forever be your sanctuary. Shockwave gazed at the crowd, his orange optics reflecting countless smiling faces, ultimately resting upon the embraced couple. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right. I also wish to learn how to cease the cycle of war. In the stillness of the night, on the base's terrace, Shockwave leaned against the railing, gazing up at the starry expanse. The soft sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Optimus Prime. The mighty Megatron was already asleep, with Orion insisting on holding his hand. Optimus offered a cup of energon, asking, And you? Shockwave accepted it, his gaze drifting towards the distant city lights. I was pondering how wonderful it would be if the version of me from that world could witness such illumination. He has seen it, Optimus replied softly, for you have brought the light. The 2 fell into a comfortable silence, no longer feeling alone. Beneath the starry sky, the flickering lights resembled countless sparks that had been reignited. Epilogue. A new beacon outside the medical room. Morning mist began to rise. Megatron lay upon the bed, with Orion sleeping soundly on his chest, his small hand tightly clutching a fragment of dark silver cloak. Optimus entered, treading softly, but paused at the doorway upon witnessing Megatron gently caressing the child's head, his orange optics glowing tenderly as if heralding dawn. Good morning, Orion, he whispered. Good morning. My home. Outside, Shockwave leaned against the wall, and upon hearing those words, a faint smile graced his lips. He turned and walked towards the rising sun. This time, he bore no burden of destruction, but rather the mantle of hope. The path home was devoid of light, yet their companionship illuminated it like a constellation of stars. Chapter 17. The Clash of Reflections, Identity Crisis outside the medical room. The morning fog had just dispersed. Optimus entered, holding 2 cups of energon, one a pale blue with honey, the other a deep purple with spice. What should have been a simple act of nourishment turned into a dilemma. To his left, the Megatron of this world lay on a bed with his chest armor partially ajar, the spark monitoring line beeping insistently. His gaze fixed on the opposite side like a wolf deprived of its bone. To his right, the parallel shockwave, referred to as shockwave, donned a black cloak. The collar artfully unfastened, revealing an old wound at his collarbone, a badge of honor from another universe's emperor, glinting with perilous allure in the morning light. "Good morning." Shockwave spoke first, his voice low yet tinged with mirth. "Sweet honey flavor? It seems that the version of me from this world still indulges in saccharine delights." Optimus's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling both cups. Megatron's ears flushed crimson, a mix of anger and inexplicable embarrassment flooding his mind with the thought, my identity is at stake. He witnessed firsthand that within a mere 3 days, the enigmatic Jean had gained insight into another realm, capturing Optimus Prime's attention with an astonishing duality. Knowing the leader's fondness for the Aurora Borealis, he summoned the shuttle's polar view porthole. Aware of the leader's love for ancient northern ballads, he performed an impromptu rendition with a soundwave synthesizer. And even possessing the intimate knowledge that the leader preferred to sleep on his left side with his right arm as a pillow, details that Jean himself had yet to fully comprehend. 1. Culinary chapter breakfast at the base cafeteria. Jean personally prepared limited edition maple syrup energy pancakes, artfully drizzled with dark sauce to depict the Aurora Borealis, accompanied by 2 purple capacitor berries, all tailored to the leader's preferences. Optimus Prime, pleasantly surprised, reached for the plate, only to have Jean abruptly place another dish next to it, flattening the pancakes with a spatula. "Eat this, stave off hunger." Jean raised an eyebrow, nudging his plate forward. "Care to sample? The sweetness is but a third of what you can taste." The leader found himself in a dilemma, but ultimately accepted both servings, ending up overly full and subjected to a 6-hour enforced fast by the medics. 2. Training chapter in the afternoon, the training room. Jean accompanied the leader in synchronized shooting, their accuracy soaring to an impressive 98, their cooperation seamless. Optimus Prime chuckled, remarking, "It feels like the days when we used to copy files in the library together." At this, Jean's grip faltered, causing his firearm to discharge and transform the moving target into a honeycomb. Then he adopted a serious demeanor, a slip of the hand. 3. Medical room chapter in the dead of night. Jean underwent a follow-up examination. Behind the curtain, he listened as Jean recounted the story of their first encounter in a parallel universe in a hushed tone. "It was a morning much like this. I handed you the data panel from the highest floor, and you smiled at me, saying, 'Thank you, Mr. Jean.' It was then I discovered that the library's light could outshine the stars." On the other side of the curtain, Jean's monitoring curve surged, indicating a spike in temperature, blood pressure, and an overwhelming jealousy index. With jealousy reaching its peak, Jean finally erupted. Leaning on his cane, a necessity imposed by the medics, he stormed onto the terrace, confronting Jean. "Stop playing your game of knowing him better. This is my world, my Optimus." Jean, leaning against the railing, gazed down with a low but cutting voice. "Yours? Are you certain you can provide him with all that he desires?" He raised a hand, a virtual screen materializing with a list of Optimus Prime's preferences, 300 entries spanning tastes, sleeping positions, tactical habits, and childhood fantasies. "I have remembered these for 9 million years. And you, how long have you known him?" Jean fell silent, his fury dimming to a shadow. Indeed, many details remained untouched. Jean stepped closer, softening his tone, yet rendering it more lethal. "I can ensure his joy, freeing him from the shackles of saving the world." "Can you?" In a dark alley, the confession escalated into a declaration of war. Jean began overtly intruding upon their bond, gifting the leader handcrafted models, with notes claiming these were memories solely belonging to them. Intentionally injuring himself during night patrols, allowing Optimus to treat him, and then leaning in for comfort, even stating openly, "If this world demands your happiness, I'm willing to be that source of joy." The members of the base stood in astonishment as the ambulance busily attended to Jean Tianzuan's blood pressure checks every day. Feng Wuhen captured these moments and uploaded them to the cosmic network, titling it the Duel of Titans. Pay to watch. Jean Tianzuan, in the throes of jealousy, found an unexpected calmness. Late at night, Jean Tianzuan ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the northern lights of Earth, a romantic backdrop orchestrated by Asian for Optimus Prime. He activated his personal terminal, meticulously entering details. Lane enjoys light honey but detests excessive sweetness. He indeed sleeps on his left side, but occasionally lies on his back. Preoccupied with worldly concerns. He has an affinity for old northern ballads but treasures the sound of turning pages in the library's quiet zone. He fears solitude, yet never speaks of it. He yearns for a home rather than a mere monument. As the list grew longer, the flame in Zhen Tianzuan's heart steadied. Understanding is not mere recitation, but rather companionship and perception. After another week of nocturnal patrols, Yijin invited Optimus Prime to the rooftop to admire the aurora, prepared with a starry projection and a handmade cake. Zhen Tianzuan arrived uninvited, holding only a cup of warm, lightly sweetened energy drink. I possess no grand list spanning 9 million years. He gazed directly into the leader's eyes, his voice low yet resolute. But I remember every instance of your pain, the angle of your brow when you beheld the aurora, and the way your fingers unconsciously tapped against the matrix shell when you worried about the world. No one told me these things. I discovered them willingly. He turned to Yijin. You may offer him the stars of the entire universe, but I wish to be the land beneath his feet, a place where he can rest, rather than merely looking up. Yijin was taken aback, for the first time retracting his mocking smile. Optimus Prime felt warmth in his eyes as he simultaneously grasped both their hands. I desire the stars, and I desire the land. Neither of you shall escape. Following that night, the rivalry transformed into a healthy competition. Yijin took charge of the romantic northern lights, folk songs, and handmade models. Zhen Tianzuan managed daily breakfasts, nocturnal companionship, and the serene sound of pages turning, while Optimus Prime clearly delineated his realm, stars in his left hand, land in his right, with his heart in between. Yijin ultimately conceded, in this world, you are indeed more suited for him, for you are willing to learn about the land, while I can only offer stars. Zhen Tianzuan smiled. Stars are necessary to occasionally provide him light. The land remains to ensure he does not tire. As the situation stabilized, Feng Wuhen promptly promoted the upgrade service for companion certificates, adding the name of a second holder with complimentary star and land badges. Yijin generously paid, declaring, I shall be the best man. Zhen Tianzuan scoffed, the best man can only be me. You may at most be the second. Then I shall be the flower girl. Little Lane raised his hand. The ambulance rolled its eyes. I need to add medical fees. Your constant bickering raises my blood pressure. On the day of the oath, the base rooftop shone with the interplay of auroras and Earth's lights. Optimus Prime stood at the center, each hand grasping one individual. In the name of the Matrix, I vow, the stars and the land belong to my heart. What you have given me is not the universe, but a home. Shockwave kneels on one knee, presenting a model of the Aurora Borealis. I wish to be your eternal starlight. Even if I cannot touch the ground, I shall illuminate your night. Megatron kneels as well, offering a potted earth plant he has nurtured by hand. I wish to be the soil beneath your feet, allowing you to take root and bear fruit. Optimus Prime lifts both individuals, embracing them as they descend together. Thus, let's co-create a sanctuary where stars and soil coexist. Epilogue. The bounty hunter's bill, as the ceremony concluded, Windblade discreetly tucked away his newly acquired best man fee into his pocket, contentedly tallying the expenses, witnessing the duel of Shockwave and Megatron. One romantic setting, one medical blood pressure monitor. Total, 20 tons of super energy, now accounted for. He closed the ledger, gazing at the three embracing figures on the rooftop, a smirk gracing his lips. Love is not the sovereign of the universe, yet it has the power to turn the world upside down, truly worthwhile. The aurora streaked across the sky, as though marking the most tender conclusion to this jealous skirmish. Stars twinkled above, earth lay beneath their feet, and home resided within their hearts. Chapter 18. The kitchen explosion and the seeds of chaos on a typical morning of training in Nevada as the sun crested over the dunes. The Autobot base buzzed with activity. In the training grounds, RC and Jack engaged in a high-speed drift, tires kicking up clouds of sand. A partition bore the weight of Ratchet, practicing precision in high-altitude throws and catches. Bumblebee competed with Miko in rhythm shooting, the clang of metal mingling with the laughter of the girl. Keep the rhythm. Jump side to side, RC shouted, transforming as she did, the rear of her vehicle exhaling pale blue flames, while Jack reveled in the cockpit. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. A plume of black smoke ascended from the kitchen, the shockwave rattling the very ground of the training area. Immediately after, two male voices echoed down the corridor. I told you the light syrup should be added last. You pour the entire jar into hot oil. You're the fool who started the fire and scorched the pan. Everyone paused, collectively sighing. It was those two again. The kitchen wore as the smoke dissipated. The kitchen lay in disarray. A portion of a frying pan dangled from the ceiling. The walls splattered with green energy goo, and the floor reflected the silhouettes of two towering figures. Shockwave, from this universe, was splattered with syrup, wielding a slotted spoon, while Megatron, from the parallel universe, had his cape shredded, brandishing a spatula as a weapon. Looking for a fight? Shockwave narrowed his eyes, the slotted spoon pointing at his opponent's nose. I'm game. Megatron raised an eyebrow, twirling the spatula between his fingers. The air crackled with tension as the training group arrived at the doorway, halting in unison. This was not their first encounter with a kitchen explosion, and they had learned to observe. Just as the spoon handles were about to collide, a steady voice intervened. Enough. Optimus Prime appeared at the entrance, the matrix of leadership faintly glowing, serving as a silent warning. The two warriors simultaneously withdrew, turning away. One gazed at the sky, the other at the ground. The kitchen belongs to everyone, not a battleground. The leader sighed, clean up, and draft a new fire safety commitment. Each of you will write your own. In unison, they replied, yes. Leader. As Optimus Prime turned away, a fleeting moment of mutual glare ignited sparks. Jack, with a casual shrug, remarked, I wager $10 that there will be another explosion tonight. Meichi raised an eyebrow. I bet they will quarrel tomorrow over who carved the fruit more aesthetically. Rafe adjusted his glasses, stating, from a probabilistic perspective, the frequency of kitchen explosions is inversely proportional to the time Optimus Prime is present. In other words, once the leader departs, they will seek any excuse to engage in conflict. Alcee shrugged. Fortunately, the ambulance is on a mission. Otherwise, the blood pressure monitor would surely go off the charts. Meanwhile, in the neutral communications room beneath the base, Windlass closed the soundproof door and activated the encrypted jump channel. A vast silhouette emerged on the screen. The primordial supreme being of the parallel world, abbreviated as Parallel Primordial. Child, are you certain you wish to initiate the Chaos Seed resurrection ceremony? The voice of the Parallel Primordial resonated like a great bell, yet bore a gentleness. The cost may encompass all your power, even your life. Positioned cross-legged before the screen, Windlass wore his customary smile. What grand scenes have I not witnessed? The Chaos Seed does not belong to any world. Trading it for a life is worth the exchange. And the reason? The Parallel Primordial gazed down at him, questioning whether it was merely to alleviate his solitude. Not solely, Windlass replied, his smile fading as he met the entity's gaze. I have witnessed too many timelines where Optimus Prime fell, where Megatron descended into madness, and Cybertron turned to ashes. If I can utilize this ceremony to prevent a single tragedy in one timeline, it would grant hope to all parallel universes. He extended his hands, the dark silver and deep blue chaos seed slowly rising from his chest, resembling a pulsating microcosm. I, Windlass, fear no adversity. My singular wish is to transform every regret into a beautiful future. After a moment of silence, the Parallel Primordial's light shimmered. In that case, I shall grant you the key to the ceremony. But remember, chaos is blind. Should you harbor even a trace of distraction, you will be devoured to ashes. Windlass grinned, revealing his sharp canines. Let it come and bite me. The ceremony preparation, the Parallel Primordial raised a hand, and the screen projected a complex magical array. Outer ring, 12 shards of seed source crystals inner ring. The Chaos Seed itself core, the ashes of the seed from the parallel world Optimus Prime, stored in the storage space. Trigger. The life energy of volunteer Windlass. The ceremony must take place in a zero-gravity shadow zone to avoid interference from temporal fluctuations. Location, the far side of the moon, in the dark moon rift. Time, midnight on Earth, when the seed's tidal influence is weakest. Windlass closed the screen and stretched. All right, time for another overtime shift. Back in the upper level, the kitchen indeed erupted once more, this time due to a fruit carving competition. Two carving knives clashed, sending sparks flying as apple peels were sliced into projectiles. Optimus Prime shook his head in helplessness, preparing to speak when Windlass burst in energetically. Two iron-headed fellows. Lemme a flame. I am throwing a grand barbecue party and need 2 firekeepers. Will you join? He winked and lowered his voice, by the way. We'll be saving the parallel world in the process, with a reward of 10 tons of super energy as compensation. The two, exchanging glances, simultaneously set down their carving knives. Deal. The kitchen has finally been saved. Jack raised his hands in surrender. All right, the explosion has been postponed to the moon. The lunar ceremony unfolded at midnight on the far side of the moon, within the dark moon rift. The zero-gravity shadow zone lay in utter silence, with only the distant glow of Earth, resembling a suspended blue gemstone. 12 fragments of the seed of chaos floated in a circular formation, the inner ring of chaotic seeds swirling, while the core ashes burned quietly, emitting familiar yet distant vibrations. Feng Wuhen stood at the center of the formation, hands cradling the chaotic seed. Pillar of the parallel world, in my name, I beseech your return. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic fire surged, transforming into a dual vortex. One end tethered to the ashes, the other linked to Feng Wuhen's chest. A wave of excruciating pain crashed over him, causing him to grunt and kneel. Dark silver and deep blue patterns creeping across his cheek like cracks. 2 guards flanked him, simultaneously raising their hands, merging their cannon and energy axe to form a protective shield against the turbulent flow of time and space. Hold on, the pillar commanded through the calms. I shall arrive shortly. Feng Wuhen, however, grinned. Don't come over. This is my solo performance. In the heart of the chaotic backlash, the ashes morphed into a humanoid form. Yet it lacked the seed core, remaining an empty shell awaiting fulfillment. The chaotic seed fervently siphoned Feng Wuhen's life energy, causing his armor to turn ashen and his optical lens to dim. Insufficient, more primordial echoes were needed. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuhen tore open his chest armor, yanking the chaotic seed entirely out and pressing it into the chest of the humanoid ashes. Take it. My power, my memories, my future, all for you. With a thunderous explosion, the lunar rift was filled with blinding white light, knocking the 2 guards off their feet and shattering the protective shield. Amidst the brilliance, a silver-blue armor gradually formed. The seed's glow intensifying from weak to strong, revealing the nascent shape of the pillar from the parallel world. Rebirth and sacrifice as the light faded. Feng Wuhen collapsed to the ground, his armor gray and his optical lens nearly extinguished. The newly reborn pillar bent down, cradling him in its arms, its voice trembling with newfound life. Why would you go to such lengths for me? Feng Wuhen smiled weakly. Because you are worthy, and he too deserves a conclusion devoid of loneliness. He raised his hand, pointing towards the astonished and tearful optical lens of the alternate shockwave nearby. Go. Feng Wuhen whispered gently, embrace him, and tell him you have returned. Epilogue: repayment and promise at the Earth's dawn line. The shuttle returned to the base. Feng Wuhen was placed into the intensive care unit, the seed flickering weakly like a candle. The newly reborn pillar stood outside the isolation window, side by side with Shockwave. He saved you, Shockwave whispered, and he saved me. Then, the newly reborn pillar raised his hand, resting it on the window. We shall guard this world for him until he awakens. Inside the isolation chamber, Feng Wuhen's fingers twitched slightly. His lips parted as he silently uttered 2 words. Future. Outside the window, the rising sun gilded the atmosphere, as if to adorn this silent vow with a golden edge. All regrets were quietly transforming into beauty. Chapter 19. The Shadow Realm's Uncle, the flickering vitality at the Autobot base, deep in the night. The medical chamber was set to the darkest azure, resembling a still, deep sea. The wind without trace lay in the center, his chest armor open, with only a wisp of dark silver lingering in the ember chamber, flickering occasionally before succumbing to an eerie silence. The parallel Optimus, referred to as the alien Optimus, crouched beside the hatch, his knuckles whitening from exertion. Increase the energy output. Use the matrix. Utilize all the super energy within me. The medic pressed down on his shoulder, his voice hoarse. The matrix cannot ignite another's ember. His life frequency does not align with any known energy. I am truly powerless. The parallel Megatron, alien Megatron, stood on the opposite side, his cape draping down, his typically proud shoulder armor unusually sagging. He gazed at the pale face within the chamber, his mind flooded with the blinding light of the lunar rift. Where that person had entrusted him with the entirety of the future, only to turn to ashes himself. Wind without trace, he murmured, as if fearing to disturb the dust. You promised to witness the spectacle. How can you leave the stage first? The Optimus of this world placed a hand on the back of the alien Optimus. We will find a way. The Shadow Realm, the chaotic embers, the primordial celestial being. There must be a glimmer of hope. No sooner had he spoken than the medical chamber's monitor suddenly displayed a blood-red curve. Ember depletion, rate 300. The tremor of the Shadow Realm. At that very moment, deep within the Shadow Realm, the dark golden throne, dark without trace, abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp pain in his chest, a symbiotic shadow thread with his brother was signaling an alarm. Wind without trace's vitality was plummeting. Fool! He overturned the throne's armrest. Dark golden flames surged like a tide, once again risking everything for Optimus. With no time to summon his legion, he tore open the barrier of the Shadow Realm with one hand, pinpointing the end of the shadow thread at the Earth Autobot base. Dark golden patterns spread beneath his feet in formation, the entirety of the citizens of the Shadow Realm spontaneously channeling their strength into the core. King, take our fire. In a flash of light, dark without trace vanished, leaving behind an echoing roar. This time, return alive to me. Base alarm. At 2 in the morning on Earth. The base's primary sensor suddenly shrieked. Unknown super high-energy reaction, jump completed. Identification, Shadow Realm, identifier dark without trace. The red alert lights flared. And before anyone could regain their composure, the medical chamber's door was cleaved open by dark golden fire blades. Dark without trace stepped inside, his cloak like night. His gaze electrifying, completely disregarding all weapon locks, striding directly toward the infirmary bed. Stand back. A brief command, laced with the pressure of the Shadow Realm's king. The Prime raised a hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. He felt no intent to kill from the other, only an almost tangible urgency and heartache. The brothers roar. Dark without trace stood before the medical chamber, his palm pressed against the transparent cover. Dark golden fire spilling between his fingers, instantly enveloping the entire chamber. He gazed at his lifeless brother inside, his voice low yet trembling. Fool, why do you never learn to take care of yourself properly? Last time it was Optimus. The time before that was Optimus, and this time, it's still Optimus. No matter which world you are in, why do you always risk your life to save him? Each word fell like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The two Optimuses stiffened simultaneously. They had never considered that Wind without trace fought for his lifetime and again, not just for each of them, but for every version of himself. In the depths of silence, with closed eyes, and Wuhen sensed the surge of fiery energy. Within his brother dwelled an emptiness. Save for a single flickering spark of chaotic fire, on the verge of extinguishment as the shadowy threads threatened to snap. Enough. He inhaled deeply, and the dark golden flames transformed into a gentle, flowing luminescence. This time, it is I who shall save you. With a gesture, and Wuhen raised his hand. Fingers splayed wide, as the portal to the shadow domain erupted open. Countless streams of dark golden light surged forth like a tidal wave, each ray a life spark offered by his subjects. Lord, take our fire and bring the young master home. The voices of the shadow domain's denizens echoed through the passage. The dark golden flames coalesced into a resplendent star, which he pressed into the chest of Feng Wuhen. The chaotic spark, now receiving aid, surged upwards fiercely, yet like a famished beast, it rebounded against the energy of the shadow domain. Cracks appeared on Wuhen's chest, yet he remained steadfast. Take as much as you desire. Just awaken. The crowd stood in astonishment, watching the monitor's readings soar from the depths, their eyes wide with disbelief. The temperature of the life spark is rising. 40, 60, 80. This defies medical logic. The prime and the alternate columns advance simultaneously, only to be halted by Wuhen's raised hand. Do not approach. The fire of the shadow domain is toxic and will scorch your matrix. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the two towering figures. His voice hoarse yet laced with mirth. You're unaware, are you? Feng Wuhen's chaotic spark is, in essence, the very substance that mends the rifts between the shadow domain and the matrix. Each time I save a pillar, I tear open the fissure anew and then stitch it closed. It pains him, yet he never cries out. The alternate column's chest tightened, the optical lens reddening. Why did you not inform us? Because he fears you would feel guilty, and Wuhen replied with a bittersweet smile. Brother, do not let Orion know. It would sadden him. Fragments of memory flooded forth as the shadow domain's fire continued to infuse, the chaotic spark gradually stabilizing. A memory projected onto the medical chamber's light screen. In one world, Optimus Prime was pierced by the Cosmic Emperor, and Feng Wuhen blocked the fatal blow with chaotic fire, shattering his own spark. In another world, Megatron rampaged, and Feng Wuhen shielded Optimus Prime from the fusion cannon, his armor turning to ashes. In yet another, Optimus Prime sacrificed himself to ignite the spark source, and Feng Wuhen filled the void with chaotic fire, disappearing into oblivion. Each time, he stood between Optimus Prime and death. Each time, he vanished with a smile. As the display faded, silence enveloped the medical chamber. Both pillars knelt simultaneously, hands pressed against the chamber wall, the matrix light and the shadow domain's fire intertwining, yet unable to penetrate the barrier of guilt that loomed large. As the fire of the shadow domain began to wane, and Wuhen's knees grew weak, yet he held himself upright. He gazed at his brother's chest, where the chaotic spark finally stabilized at 90, yet still lacked the igniting essence of pure and intense emotional resonance. He lifted his gaze to the two pillars. Channel your longing, your guilt, your gratitude, all of it to him. Let him know that those he has saved are worthy of his struggle. The Prime column inhaled deeply, his forehead resting against the chamber wall, whispering softly, "Feng Wuhen, can you hear me? I have yet to express my gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to reunite with Megatron, for giving this world hope. Therefore, please return and continue to share my joys and sorrows." The unusual pillar grasped his brother's hand, the orange optical lens shimmering with tears. "In my world, Megatron, you are no longer alone. In my world, I am reborn because of you. Now, it is our turn to protect you. Will you awaken?" The matrix of light and the flames of the shadow domain ignited simultaneously, intertwining into two strands that penetrated Feng Wuhen's cockpit. The chaotic ember ignited with emotion, exploding in a warm halo, quickly contracting to form a stable Tai Chi core. The awakening monitor emitted a long, steady beep. Feng Wuhen's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze both confused yet clear. He looked at the crowd surrounding the cabin, finally resting his eyes upon Feng Wuhen's face, a faint yet familiar smile gracing his lips. "Brother, have I troubled you again?" And Wuhen could no longer maintain his composure and knelt on one knee, yet raised his hand to tap Feng Wuhen's forehead. "If you dare to act recklessly again, I will lock you in the shadow domain, never allowing you to leave." Feng Wuhen chuckled and coughed. "Then I shall request to take out service and also the Aurora package." Before he could finish, both pillars lunged forward, one on each side, clasping his hands, as the matrix of light and dark silver flames intertwined, adorning him with an everlasting bracelet. Epilogue: Debts and promises in the stillness of the night atop the base. Feng Wuhen sat in a wheelchair, draped in Feng Wuhen's cloak, gazing at the illuminated earth. The two pillars stood silently beside him, offering their companionship. "I owe you both a thank you, as well as an apology." Feng Wuhen spoke softly. "I have made you worry." The main pillar shook his head. "It is we who owe you too much of our lives." The unusual pillar grasped his hand. "From this day forth, we shall protect you." Feng Wuhen smiled, looking towards the Aurora. "Very well. But while protection is one thing, an explosion in the kitchen is still a matter of domestic life." And Wuhen, standing behind, watched his brother's silhouette, the orange optical lens gentle as the morning light. "This time, I have finally rescued you from the clutches of death. Moving forward, live well, be noisy, laugh, and continue to save the world you wish to protect. But remember to bring me along." The Aurora streaked across the sky, as if sealing this promise with a radiant stamp. Feng Wuhen closed his eyes, whispering softly, "The future will surely be brighter, because there are those willing to bear burdens for him, and he, in turn, is willing to illuminate the path for everyone." The story continues. Chapter 20. The birth of Tangdang gifts and fossils on the 7th day after Feng Wuhen's awakening. The parallel world's Optimus Prime presented him with a mysterious platinum-plated gift box, thanking him for reuniting himself with Megatron. "Open it and see. It is a cherished memento I have collected for many years." As the box opened, a basketball-sized, gray-white fossil egg lay quietly within, its surface adorned with the unique scale patterns of a colossal beast. The unusual pillar smiled gently. "This is the embryo fossil of a colossal beast from another world. The age unknown, but its structure is intact, making it a perfect decorative piece." Wind Wuhen's eyes lit up. A colossal beast? The ones that can fly and breathe fire? How cool. He immediately tucked the fossil egg into his portable subcube storage, already filled with snacks, figurines, and energy drinks he had gathered while traversing the universe. Fear not. I shall find it a splendid place. He pounded his chest in assurance, utterly oblivious to the fleeting moment of violet light as the eggshell grazed the floor of the space. 3 hours later, the private space reopened. What greeted Feng Wuhen's eyes was a chaotic scene of empty wrappers strewn across the ground and the remnants of sugary snacks reduced to mere fragments. The explosive candies had been devoured to the last drop, and even his cherished cosmic squid strips had been gnawed into unrecognizable scraps. My snacks! The anguished cry reverberated through the shadowy warehouse. The culprit curled atop the shelves, its creamy belly round and occasionally emitting a sugary burp. Have I encountered the warehouse rodent? Trembling, he lifted a box of Cybertron limited edition energy gummies, only to discover a palm-sized, fearsome creature lying at the bottom. Feng Wuhen froze for 3 seconds, abruptly closing the box. It must be that I am opening it incorrectly. 3 seconds later, Feng Wuhen reopened the box. Indeed, it was a juvenile of the fearsome species, smaller than an earth cat, adorned in a purple-black armor, with a row of soft fins along its back and a tail tipped with an adorable trident. Its eyes sparkled in orange hue, akin to 2 miniature stars. Feng Wuhen's temples throbbed as he raised his hand to seize it. Come down here. Upon sensing the large hand approaching, the juvenile fluffed its soft fins and emitted a milk-scented roar. Awu! It then curled into a ball and rolled off the shelf, landing precisely in Feng Wuhen's embrace, burying its head in the crook of his arm and leaving only its tail swaying outside. A soft, warm bundle, imbued with a sugary essence, instantly froze Feng Wuhen's movements in midair. Do not think that acting cute can evade compensation. He endeavored to maintain a stern demeanor, yet felt the bundle in his arm quiver slightly, murmuring softly, this sound more lethal than an explosion, as he stepped out of the private space, cradling the sugary bundle. Feng Wuhen was met with the collective gaze of his peers. The following morning, he appeared in the cafeteria, clutching the evidence. Everyone, I have encountered a thief. Before he could finish, the juvenile poked its head out, blinking its large eyes, flapping its tiny wings, and exclaimed, "Oh!" In an instant, the atmosphere froze. Arsai exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, how adorable!" Bumblebee's electronic voice shifted pitch. "I must take a photo for the cosmic network." Raph held a high, "Look, it's a flying dragon baby." Meichi rushed over, reaching out to pet it. "What is its name?" The ambulance promptly produced a scanner. "Stay still. I need to document this." Surrounded by a dozen pairs of optical lenses, the juvenile displayed its fierce innocence, revealing its milk teeth, and fanned its tail's tiny trident. Ah! It then burrowed into Feng Wuhen's cloak, leaving only its rear end visible, trembling in fear. Feng Wuhen's ears flushed crimson as he looked up to find everyone's attention had shifted from the juvenile to him, the father. Arsai raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize you secretly had a child." Bumblebee teased, "Is the breeding method in the Shadow Realm so unique?" Feng Wuhen waved his hands frantically. "It's not what you think." After the ambulance completed its scan, adjusting its glasses, it announced, "Female, juvenile stage, approximately 3 years old in Earth terms. The pure-blooded giant beast, bearing remnants of chaotic embers within its genes, must have absorbed your energy to hatch prematurely. In other words, the snack incubated with paternal energy." Feng Wuhen, exasperated by the hefty snack bill, could only concede, "Fine, I shall raise it." However, the name must be chosen by him. He lowered his head to poke the little creature's forehead, declaring, "I shall call you Tang Dang, in remembrance of your first stolen morsel." The little one blinked its eyes eagerly, its tail joyfully thumping against his arm. Tang Tang, daily life of a father one. Dietary matters, Tang Dang only delights in sweets. Jintian Zun assumed the role of the intimidator. "If you do not eat your vegetables, you shall not grow tall." As a result, the little one smeared vegetable puree all over his cloak. Optimus Prime took on the role of the comforter. "Finish your meal, and you shall receive Aurora candy." Thus, Tang Dang licked the bowl clean. 2. Sleep routine. Tang Dang required a lullaby to fall asleep. Feng Wuhen, tone-deaf and off-key, sang with heartfelt effort. Yet the little one listened with rapt attention, even learning to mimic the melody with a fierce little growl, causing the bass alarms to mistakenly sound twice. 3. Training sessions, Tong Tong's dorsal fin could unleash tiny chaotic flames, though its aim was woefully poor, often resulting in self-inflicted explosions on its tail, followed by tearful pleas for comfort. Feng Wuhen, torn between sympathy and amusement, found himself covered in soot from the mishaps. Fatherhood confirmed a week later. The base members had unanimously accepted. Feng Wuhen was Tong Tong's father. Zhen Tianzun was the stern uncle, Optimus Prime the gentle uncle, and Iju the knowledgeable teacher. Tang Dang would cutely call out to everyone, Uncle Olian, Uncle Zhen, Teacher E, Grandma Ambulance, while being chased around by the medical officer. A watchful gaze meanwhile. In the Shadow Realm's throne room, and Wuhan observed through a fissure in his brother's private domain. My brother has become a father? He sighed, unable to suppress a smile. Well, the continuation of the giant beast lineage could be regarded as a joyous occasion for the Shadow Realm. He raised his hand to dispatch a team of adorable, dark old little beasts to the base, ostensibly to assist with childcare, but in truth to deliver toys and snacks, while also recording observations for their uncle's diary. Tong Tong's first flight on the night of the full moon. Tong Tong's dorsal fin sprouted tiny chaotic wings, and it clumsily soared into the air, only to plummet straight down. Feng Wuhen rushed to catch it, yet the little creature exuberantly exclaimed, "Flying!" The onlookers shared a knowing smile as the base lights shifted to an aurora mode, guiding Tang Tang safely. The little giant beast flitted through the beams of light, singing a tuneless lullaby in its sweet voice, akin to a purple meteor streaking across the night sky. Feng Wuhen looked up, his eyes misty, suddenly realizing, snacks can be replenished, but this cherished happiness, which is so dearly relied upon, is the universe's most precious treasure. Epilogue. The uncle's delivery the following morning, a dark gold teleportation array appeared at the base entrance, spilling forth boxes of juvenile snacks, soft rubber toys, a growth chart for the giant beast, and a handwritten card from the royal family of the Shadow Realm, a gift from Uncle, signed by Wuhan. Feng Wuhen, cradling the still sleeping Tang Tang, found himself both amused and exasperated. This fellow was so audacious, even in his role as an uncle. Tang Tang nuzzled against him, murmuring softly, "Sugar." The orange optical lens shimmered like a spring pool as the wind gently kissed the cub's forehead. All right, Daddy will get you some candy. Today, too, was a day softened by her cuteness. The base's gate closed, the sounds of laughter and the fierce roars of the cubs echoed from within, resembling the most lively lullaby, resonating beneath the morning sky of Earth. Chapter 21. 10 years together. Extra meals and little friends at 5 in the morning. The first wafts of sweetness emerged from the kitchen of the base. Little Olian tiptoed, retrieving the maple syrup energy blocks he had hidden away the previous night, and deftly snatched 2 muffins from the warming box belonging to Zhen Tianzun. He stealthily navigated the corridor and pushed open the side door of the warehouse. The purple giant cub, already awaiting his arrival, immediately wagged its tail and scampered over, its dorsal fin brushing against the floor like a welcoming carpet. "Should be quiet." Alian offered a muffin to Tang Tang's mouth, whispering, "Today, Daddy Wenwuhin woke up early. Don't let him catch us." Tang Tang let out a soft awoo as she swallowed it down, her tail thumping against the floor with a rhythmic sound. She affectionately nuzzled Alian's shoulder, as if asking, "Will there be more tomorrow?" Thus, the duo of snack thieves was officially established. Every dawn, 2 shadows, a large and a small, would emerge in the kitchen, one responsible for unlocking, the other for keeping watch, one transporting candies, the other muffins. Their synergy was impeccable, never failing, except for the occasional pilfering of the leader's special heart-shaped breakfast prepared by Zhen Tianzun for Qing Tianzhu, which resulted in a certain individual with a barrel-shaped head searching for the internal thief with a dark expression the following day. A whirlwind of daily life, the energy of the 2 children rivaled that of the entire Decepticon fleet. Training ground. Alian rode on Tang Tang's back, treating the moving target as a game of chase. While his accuracy did not improve, his speed doubled. Corridor. Tang Tang unfurled her dorsal fin, unleashing miniature chaotic flames like fireworks, singeing the ceiling while being pursued by the ambulance. Warehouse. They built a secret fortress from empty energy cans, and Windwuhin's private snack box became a treasure, rated daily. Helipad. Tang Tang carried Alian to practice short-distance takeoffs, resulting in a collision that broke the communication tower, cutting off the base's internet for 3 hours. The adults could only shake their heads and smile. Qing Tianzhu. Having energy is a good thing. Zhen Tianzun. At least the kitchen hasn't exploded today. Did explode? Oh well. Ambulance. High blood pressure? I'm used to it. The only one who wore a bitter expression was Feng Wuhen, as a snack stockpile visibly dwindled, yet he could never catch the culprits in the act. Parallel growth time accumulated silently, like dust in the moon's orbit. Yin progressed from tiptoeing to steal candy to effortlessly cracking the new lock on the ambulance. Tang Tang transformed from a fierce little ball into a towering adult giant with a shoulder height of 2 meters, her dorsal fin sharp as a blade. And her chaotic flames evolved from mere fireworks to a controllable light blade. They have learned 1. Coordinated shooting. Yin aims while Tang Tang provides firepower, achieving an impressive accuracy rate of 98. 2. Mutual care. Yin experiences a fever, and Tang Tang stays by his bedside all night to cool him down. Tang Tang sustains a dorsal fin injury, and Yin personally stitches his armor. 3. Advanced stealth. Is Feng Wuhen changing locks? Tang Tang uses chaotic fire to slice through explosives. Yin devises a sin-eliminating spray, allowing them to feast without detection, even evading the keen senses of a vigilant hornet. The night before the coming-of-age ceremony. 1 week prior to their 10th birthday, in the Grand Hall of the base, Optimus Prime presents 2 sets of custom armor before the children. Alien's armor is adorned in blue and white with golden edges, featuring a chest plate engraved with symbols of stars and Earth, the stars gifted by Uncle Orion, and the Earth emblem from their father, Sentinel Prime. Tang Tang's armor is a lightweight purple and black, with a foldable dorsal fin that transforms into wings for flight, and a chest compartment embedded with a chaotic fire core capable of synchronizing with Alien's matrix frequency. Tomorrow, you shall officially join the Autobot Patrol Unit. Optimus Prime smiles. Are you prepared to protect Earth? Yin and Tang Tang exchange glances, simultaneously raising their hands in salute. Always ready. The culmination of their coming-of-age ceremony? On the day of the ceremony, the hall is ablaze with light. Feng Wuhen, as a special guest, is seated in the front row, having prepared a large box of ultimate spicy energy beans, eager to indulge while enjoying the spectacle. The ceremony unfolds. 1. Optimus Prime bestows badges. 2. Sentinel Prime presents swords. 3. Orion offers an Aurora model. 4. Ratchet provides a blood pressure monitor. When it is Alien's turn to pledge, he and Tang Tang kneel on one knee simultaneously. In the name of the Matrix, I vow to protect life, guard my comrades, and safeguard the Earth, guided by the stars. Rooted in the land, and wielding chaotic fire as my blade. The applause is thunderous. Feng Wuhen proudly opens the box of spicy beans. Empty. He looks down to find a note taped to the bottom. Thank you, Dad Feng Wuhen, for the coming-of-age gift. Outhong. He looks up to see Yin winking at him, while Tang Tang crunches delightfully, his tail joyfully thumping against the floor. Feng Wuhen exclaims, "You two stand still." The first patrol mission occurs a week after the ceremony. Yin and Tang Tang officially embark on their inaugural night patrol. Above the city, where the aurora meets neon lights, Tang Tang unfurls his wings, carrying Yin on his back, as their matrix light and chaotic fire intertwine, forming a violet-blue meteor. The target, an abandoned warehouse exhibiting unusual energy readings. Yin gazes at the navigation system. Inside the warehouse, several Decepticon remnants are unloading dark super energy sources. Yin raises his hand, and Tang Tang ignites his dorsal blade. Together, they achieve a perfect shooting accuracy of 100, catching the enemies completely off guard without triggering any alarms. On their return journey, Yin gently strokes Tang Tang's neck. "We have grown." Tang Tang responds with a low growl, his voice now imbued with the formidable authority of adulthood, yet still retaining a playful, youthful timbre, a woo. In front of the base's surveillance monitors, the adults raise their glasses. Optimus Prime proclaims, a toast to the children. Sentinel Prime adds, a toast to our newfound companionship. Orion concludes, a toast to my counterpart in another world, finally at ease. Ambulance. Cheers to my blood pressure, finally stabilizing. Windless Trace held the empty snack box, murmuring softly, cheers to my snack stash, finally being able to be locked away. Future prospects at night. Yin and Tang Tang sat on the rooftop, gazing at the illuminated cities of Earth. Where shall we patrol tomorrow? Tang Tang inquired, her voice low yet gentle. Anywhere is fine. Yin leaned against her shoulder, As long as we were side by side. Tang Tang unfurled her wings, enveloping the youth in her embrace, reminiscent of the fierce little dumpling she had been a decade ago, softly exclaiming, "Then let us journey among the stars, letting the world know that the fierce queen and the leader of the Autobots shall forever be partners." Epilogue. The unsealable snack stash. The next morning, Windless Trace opened the newly locked snack stash, finding the lock intact, yet the inside was completely empty. Above, a small hole in the ceiling released wisps of smoke, with remnants of dark purple jet fuel around its edges. Windless Trace looked up just in time to see Yin and Tang Tang celebrating with a high five in a blind spot of the surveillance. Their conversation drifting down. "How's the new hole coming along?" "Perfect. It leads straight to snack stash number 2. Windless Trace rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress a smile. "Well, if it can't be locked, then it can't be locked. Who's to blame but myself?" Between the stars, the youth and the fierce one soared side by side. Behind them a decade of laughter, ahead an infinite universe. The story continues. Chapter 22. The King's Confession and the Boy's Growth. The proud Tang Tang in the second Earth year following the rite of passage. The daily bustle at the Autobot base suddenly diminished. Tang Tang, the once fiercely adorable queen who would steal snacks without a second thought, became silent. She no longer accompanied Yin in target practice, no longer treated the base corridors as racetracks, and even feigned indifference toward the meticulously collected cosmic squid strips by Windless Trace, merely sniffing at them before leaping to the rooftop to gaze vacantly at the moon. Windless Trace observed all of this with growing concern. Scratching his head, has the child grown up and succumbed to melancholy? Yin felt even more urgency. He tried various methods. He built a snack castle, of which Tang Tang only nibbled a piece from the gate. He told corny jokes, to which she merely smiled politely. He even pretended to fall during training, only to receive a fleeting glance from her as she continued to gaze at the sky. Could she be longing for her kin? The thought suddenly struck Windless Trace. The race of fierce ones had long been extinct, and Tang Tang was the last ember. Naturally, upon reaching adulthood, she would feel the call of her kindred, a loneliness inscribed in her very genes. At the same moment, in a temporary Decepticon laboratory on the far side of the moon, Shockwave cradled a growth chamber, his single eye gleaming with delight. Perfect! The gene recombination of the fierce one is complete. Inside, a large, powerful male fierce one slowly opened his eyes, his dorsal fin sharp, and his breastplate adorned with the pattern of a natural crown. "Skybreaker," Shockwave commanded, "go forth and destroy the Autobots." However, as the growth chamber opened, Skybreaker looked toward the direction of Earth, where a faint signal from his kin was calling out. Disregarding the command of the Shockwave, he transformed into a colossal warplane, spewing forth purple-black flames as he hurtled towards the signal source of the Autobot base. The king had arrived. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the sky above the Autobot base was engulfed in a massive shadow. The purple-black aircraft dove down, stirring a tempest upon landing. Alarms blared suddenly, prompting Optimus Prime, Shockwave, and others to rush out. There, in the center of the square, stood a gargantuan and menacing figure, twice the size of Tang Tang, with dorsal fins unfurled like a crown and a tail that cracked the ground beneath it. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on the familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette of Tang Tang atop the roof. Signal source confirmed. Chong Yunxiao's voice was deep and gentle, belonging to the same kin and aligning with our aesthetic standards. He transformed into a tall, imposing humanoid, exuding an innate regal aura, and approached Tang Tang step by step. Kneeling on one knee, "I am Chong Yunxiao, the last king of the colossal beasts. Will you become my companion and join me in restoring our clan's glory?" "My queen." The youth obstructed the path. Tang Tang was momentarily taken aback, her dorsal fins instinctively unfurling, the orange-red optical lenses reflecting Chong Yunxiao's regal form, the brilliance of her kin she had never witnessed before. Just as she was about to speak, a blue-white figure abruptly interposed itself. Yin, energy axe at the ready, pointed at Chong Yunxiao. "Tang Tang will not go with you. She's my friend." "Just a mere friend?" Chong Yunxiao smiled, yet his tone pierced to the heart of the matter. "Then why do you waver so? You harbor feelings for her, yet dare not voice them. Moreover," he raised his hand, gesturing to the base and the night sky, "what can you offer her? A future for a race, or merely the companionship of a friend?" Yin tightened his grip on the axe's handle, his knuckles whitening, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He indeed had no answer. He cherished Tang Tang, yet had never mustered the courage to confess his feelings. All he offered was camaraderie in battle and stolen snacks, while the other presented the promise of a race's rebirth in the vast cosmos. The weight of choice. Tang Tang gazed at the silent youth, then turned to the smiling Chong Yin-Xiao, feeling an internal rift for the first time. On one side was Alian, who had grown up with her, stealing snacks and watching the auroras. On the other was the call of kinship, royalty, and a future. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the space between the two, her voice soft yet resolute. I could try to accept you, Chong Yin-Xiao, but this is my home, where my family and friends reside. I will not leave here. Chong Yin-Xiao remained kneeling, his regal demeanor now imbued with respect. Then let us establish a territory solely for the colossal beasts here. You stay, I stay, and so does our kin and future. The youth's desolation. Alian lowered his energy axe, his fingertips trembling. He wished to say he could also provide her with a future, but he understood how pale that sounded in comparison to the weight of racial revival. He stepped back 2 paces, his back colliding with the base's railing, for the first time tasting the bitterness of powerlessness. Tang Tang turned back, their eyes meeting. There was concern, there was regret, yet no longer the carefree spirit of the past. She spoke softly. Alian, we are still friends, right? The youth forced a smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than tears. Of course, forever. The pact between the king and the queen, Optimus Prime, stepped forward, exuding an aura of leadership. Skyboost, the base does not reject those who seek refuge, but adherence to Autobot laws is paramount. You must not harm humanity or the Earth's ecology. Skyboost performed a regal bow. I harbor no intention of destruction. I merely wish to rebuild my homeland. I am willing to forge a symbiotic contract with the Autobots. Megatron, arms crossed, interjected coldly. Should you dare to harm Sugar, you shall witness the fury of the Shadow Realm. The other column raised his hand, the Aurora Borealis swirling at his fingertips. We understand the bonds of kinship, yet remember, this is also our home. Skyboost nodded, his gaze fixed upon Sugar. The brilliance of my crown exists solely to protect her. The domain of the behemoth 1 week later. At the rear mountains of the base, Skyboost unfurled his dorsal fins, chaos fire erupting from his tail blade, tracing immense circles in the air, instantly crystallizing the ground beneath into a natural energy barrier. The initial phase of the behemoth's domain was complete. He turned, extending his hand toward Sugar. My queen, please survey your territory. Stepping into the circle, Sugar's dorsal fins naturally spread, her chaos fire intertwining with Skyboost's energy, blooming into a violet aurora in the sky. She glanced back at the brightly lit base at the foot of the mountain, where Orion stood in the watchtower, silently observing. The young behemoth felt a pang in her heart, but managed to smile, nodding at Skyboost. Here begins our journey. The growth of the young that night, in the watchtower. Orion polished his energy axe alone, the matrix light dancing upon its surface, reflecting his tightly pressed lips. Optimus Prime approached, offering him a canister of energy drink. If you feel sorrow, let it out. The behemoth cannot hear. The young boy shook his head, his voice hoarse. I am fine. I have merely come to realize that affection is not possession, but rather the encouragement for her to soar higher. He looked up at the violet aurora behind the mountain. If her future lies in the skies, I shall repair the entire airport runway for her. Optimus smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. This is the spirit a leader should embody. Go forth, elevate your affection to guardianship. Orion nodded, his orange optical lens reflecting the aurora, igniting a newfound determination within him. Patrolling side by side on the 10th day after the behemoth domain was established, Sugar and Skyboost began their first night patrol. As they soared above the city, they spotted another streak of light below. Orion, riding his flying skateboard, wielding the matrix axe, patrolling the same route. The three exchanged glances, a silent yet mutual understanding. Sugar nodded in acknowledgement. Skyboost performed a royal bow. Orion raised his axe, lightly tapping his chest plate. Then, the two streaks of light diverged, one to the left and one to the right, safeguarding the same expanse of night sky. Epilogue 10 years later, beneath the night sky of the Aurora season. The behemoth's domain had expanded into an Aurora ring, the population swelling from just the two of them to 27. Sugar had become the true behemoth queen, and Skyboost stood as her sovereign counterpart. Orion has taken on the role of the Autobot liaison for the formidable Tyrannosaurus, stationed at the Aurora Ring. Together with Tang Tang, they devise patrol routes and ecological balance plans, while also indulging in the occasional snack raid, targeting Windless' new warehouse. Beneath the night sky, two streaks of light source side by side. Tang Tang tilts her head, her voice soft. "Thank you for letting go back then, allowing me to soar higher." Orion smiles, the matrix light flickering in his chest. "Thank you for returning, teaching me the art of protection." Behind them, the Aurora serves as a backdrop, illuminating the coexistence of humanity and the Tyrannosaurus, as well as the journey shared between a youth and a queen over a decade. Affection is not possession, but rather the act of paving the runway for you. Love is not confinement, but the enabling of your ascent. The story continues to unfold beneath the Aurora. Chapter 23. The long-term subsidy strategy in the Tyrannosaurus breeding grounds. A group of purple-black little spheres frolics and plays, their dorsal fins soft, tails forked, and the chorus of their youthful roars echoing in unison. All of them male, all of them miniature Tyrannosaurus. Tang Tang gazes at the lively replicas, lost in contemplation. Over the past decade, 2 litters each year, totaling 20. Among them, only 2 are female, while 18 are insatiable males. The chaotic flames consume twice the food intake of an adult Tyrannosaurus. The territorial food reserves are dwindling, and if this continues, the queen may need to sell off her dorsal fins. Chong Yunxiao shares a similarly troubled expression, jabbing at the budget sheet, muttering, "One juvenile consumes 3 kilograms of energy meat daily, 18 of them equal 54 kilograms, enough to devour a small energy mine in a year." Tang Tang sighs. "If we don't devise a solution soon, we may resort to stealing electricity from Earth's grid," just as the couple grapples with their financial woes. Windless saunters into the territory, a bag of childcare fun snacks in hand, quickly submerged by the eager little spheres. A savior. Chong Yunxiao's eyes light up. Pulling Windless from the pile of juveniles, "Can we borrow some milk money?" Windless brushes off the sticky paws, grinning. "Rather than borrowing money, why not seek a long-term subsidy? Your so-called father, the Decepticons' chief scientist Shockwave, is notoriously wealthy, with savings sufficient to purchase half of Cybertron's bonds. Relying on him is far more advantageous than depending on me." Tang Tang hesitates. "But he is still a Decepticon. Would he actually support us?" "Fear not. That fellow is currently in a state of confusion," Windless retorts, tossing over a piece of encrypted information. "The last time, Brother Zhizhen showed them the parallel outcomes. The trio of Blackarachnia, Soundwave, and Shockwave is currently experiencing a cognitive dissonance regarding the meaning of warfare. With the right maneuvering, a subsidy could be easily secured." Chong Yunxiao's single eye gleams with fierce determination. "Very well, I shall take the children to reconnect with their roots." Meanwhile, within the temporary command cabin of the Decepticons on the far side of the moon, Shockwave scrutinizes the financial reports, his singular eye glowing ominously. The deficit is widening. The sound waves muted the headphones and subtitles floated. Ceasefire reduces military expenditure surplus. Continued warfare expands deficits and leads to bankruptcy. The Red Spider paced back and forth, arms crossed, wearing an expression devoid of hope. In this parallel world, we perish to rescue Megatron, only for him to remain in solitude. What then is the significance of our violent endeavors? The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously engulfed in silence. A profound, unprecedented confusion. At that moment, a strange signal emerged from the communicator. "Request for entry into the Savage Clan. Reason: family visit meal ticket. Signed, Chong Yunxiao, son." The kinship meeting took place half an hour later at the Decepticon landing pad. Chong Yunxiao held hands with Tang Tang, followed by 18 little ones. Perfectly lined up in 2 rows, dorsal fins standing straight, tails slapping the ground in unison, their voices ringing out. "Hello, grandfather." Shockwave's single eye nearly malfunctioned. "Who is your grandfather?" Chong Yunxiao replied earnestly. "Biologically, you are my genetic contributor. According to Article 3 of the Savage Clan Law, the paternal line must bear the costs of nurturing and educating the offspring. I am here to claim the long-term meal ticket." As he spoke, he presented the bill: daily provisions, educational fund, dorsal fin maintenance, and chaos fire control courses, totaling 20 tons of super energy matter for the year. Shockwave's fingers trembled. 20 tons? Why don't you go steal it? The little ones immediately surrounded him, some clinging to his legs, others tugging at his cloak. All in innocent voices shouting, "Does grandfather not want us anymore? We'll starve. Grandfather is the best." Soundwave silently recorded this scene, and subtitles drifted across, a grand moral coercion scene. The red spider suppressed laughter until his shoulders shook. "I never expected you to have the identity of a grandfather. Congratulations." Shockwave. Negotiations and conditions. Shockwave took a deep breath, forcing himself to engage his logic. "I can provide funding, but under certain conditions. 1. The Savage Clan must sign a neutrality and coexistence agreement with the Decepticons, refraining from participating in Autobot military actions. 2. Once the offspring reach maturity, they may choose to join the Decepticon Research Department, enjoying premium provisions. 3. The father shall have visitation rights, with at least one family day per month." Chong Yinxiao and Tang Tang exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Deal." The little ones immediately raised their signs. "Long live grandfather." Shockwave observed the sea of purple-black little heads and suddenly felt it wasn't such a loss. At least it was more entertaining than fighting. Funding received. Decepticon bankruptcy crisis. The following day, Shockwave's personal account transferred 20 tons of super energy matter directly to the Savage Clan's account. The financial robot emitted an alarm. "Account balance. Deficit warning." Soundwave quietly placed the ceasefire proposal on his desk. "Now, you can only choose peace." The red spider shrugged, "Or sell your research patents." Shockwave rubbed his forehead. "It seems we must negotiate peace with the Autobots." Autobot Shock in the command room of the base. Optimus Prime received a letter of intent for a ceasefire from Shockwave. Looking utterly bewildered, Shockwave demands a ceasefire because he cannot afford to support his grandson. Megatron's lips twitched. "Windless, is this your doing?" The wind, without a trace, held the gratitude fruit basket presented by Tang Tang. Wearing an innocent expression, "I merely offered a suggestion. Who would have known he was genuinely wealthy?" Orion raised his hand. "I can attest, Tang Tang only sought money for baby formula." Juju sighed. "Well, for the sake of my grandson and universal peace, let this be recorded as a historic first." Family Day unfolded in delightful chaos. On the first day of every month, the territory of the giant behemoth buzzed with excitement. The Shockwave introduced the latest scientific marvel, a transforming robotic fish, which was pursued and nibbled at by the little ones. Sound waves played lullabies from parallel worlds, lulling 18 cubs to sleep simultaneously. Red Spider was in charge of aerial fireworks, but was inadvertently struck by Tang Tang's dorsal fin fire, turning him into a charred figure. Wind Without Trace set up a snack stall, only to be raided by the cubs, leaving him to provide change out of his own pocket. Tang Tang observed the children frolicking about and mused. This is the lively atmosphere that the giant behemoth should embody. Chong Yinxiao wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Indeed, a royal abode is also a noisy one. Orion's blessing that night. Orion stood alone in the lookout tower, gazing at the territory's fireworks. Tang Tang approached, offering him a bottle of sugar-free energy drink. "Thank you for letting go back then." The youth smiled, the matrix light flickering in his chest compartment. "I was merely learning to protect. Now, it is my turn to safeguard your future." Tang Tang clinked glasses with him, her dorsal fin gently brushing against his shoulder. "Forever friends, forever family." Epilogue. The universe's first baby formula fund in the Earth calendar, the day the peace accord was signed. Shockwave's personal account noted, expenditure, 20 tons per year, unlimited. Purpose, baby formula. Result, universal peace. Historical records state, the Decepticons and Autobots were compelled to cease hostilities due to a shortage of baby formula funds, with the giant behemoth tribe becoming a neutral bond, later referred to as the universe's first baby formula fund incident. Meanwhile, the 18 little Chong Yunxios, under the guidance of Tang Tang and Chong Yinxiao, continued to wreak delightful havoc at the base. Wind Without Trace cradled an empty snack box, on the verge of tears. Did I merely offer a suggestion? Or have I dug myself a pit that can never be filled? In the distance, the little Chong Yunxios chorused, "Grandpa, we want more to eat." Shockwave exclaimed, "I shall apply for a research patent immediately." Chapter 24. The Infinite Baby Formula Fund Grandfather's Daily Breakdown 3 months after the signing of the peace accord. Shockwave stood before the financial robot, his single red eye flashing from warning to a plea as his personal account was again debited 5 tons of super energy matter. Purpose note, high calcium energy cheese for spring cubs teething period. He inhaled deeply and slammed the research patent application form onto the table. We must find a way to generate revenue. Otherwise, we will truly be consumed. As Soundwave passed by, a subtitle floated out. I have contacted the Universal Patent Office. The price list will be sent to your email. Red Spider leaned against the doorframe, grinning mischievously. Research riches or parenting bankruptcy? Shockwave, you choose. Patent showdown. Shockwave develops 3 civilian patents overnight. 1. The Chaotic Fire Mini Heater, capable of heating a cup of energy drink in just 10 seconds while saving 30 energy. 2. The Dorsal Fin Massager, meticulously designed for the giant behemoth, detachable, and accompanied by amusing sound effects. 3. The Automatic Cub Feeding Machine, which dispenses cheese at scheduled intervals, preventing all 18 young mouths from simultaneously gnawing at his legs. Upon the launch of these patents, they soared in popularity across the universe, and the account balance finally emerged from the deficit. However, just as he sighed in relief, the financial robot sounded another alarm. Expenditure, 30 tons for the annual training camp of giant behemoths. Reason: the younglings have entered a growth spurt, doubling their daily rations. Shockwave, back to research. Tang Tang and Chong Yunxiao's concerns. In the giant behemoth territory, at the hatchery, Tang Tang gazed at yet another batch of newly hatched males. 18 in total, and sighed. If this continues, Grandpa will become the universe's poorest scientist. Chong Yunxiao, clutching the financial report, felt the kingly aura dissipate under the weight of the numbers. The children must learn to be self-sufficient. Thus, they devised a self-reliance plan for the youth, establishing a delivery service using flying wings to transport cosmic parcels, creating a chaotic fire energy plant to sell electricity to Earth cities, and setting up a dorsal fin gardening initiative to cultivate high-energy fruits. Aurelian volunteered, taking charge of the delivery service. I will handle route planning and insurance. Youth Work Diary. 1. Delivery Section. Little Chong Yunxiao No. 001 inaugural delivery ended with the dorsal fin crashing through a client's roof, resulting in a compensation of 1. Number 002 mistook the package for a ball, causing an explosion of fragile energy canisters, leading to a compensation of 2. Number 003 got lost and delivered the package to the Decepticon base, where he was detained by Red Spider and compensated 10. Tang Tang felt a headache coming on. It seems we need to start with lessons on etiquette and compensation. 2. Power Generation Section. The chaotic fire power plant opened, with all 18 cubs lining up, dorsal fins aligned towards the generator, simultaneously breathing fire. The result was an overload, causing the Earth power grid to trip, plunging 3 major cities into a beautiful yet costly aurora blackout. Shockwave faced bankruptcy once more. Compensation for electricity and repairs amounted to 20 tons. 3. Gardening Section. Surprisingly, the dorsal fin gardening initiative thrived. The giant behemoth's tail blade astonishingly turned the soil, and with the greenhouse effect of chaotic fire, the high-energy fruits grew larger than their heads. Once on the market, these fruits became a bestseller across the cosmos, and the account finally saw a recovery. However, their excessive sweetness attracted the cosmic pests, steel-toothed worms, which devoured the entire orchard overnight, resulting in a compensation of 15 tons. Grandpa's artistic endeavors, with research, labor, and gardening all failing, Shockwave resolved to sell his talents. No, not his life, his skills. Launching a one-eyed science live stream, discussing the daily challenges of raising giant behemoths, receiving constant donations, publishing a parenting diary titled Bankrupted by 18 Mouths, which became a cosmic bestseller, and filming advertisements for the Shockwave dorsal fin massager, ensuring children appear more ferocious, leading to skyrocketing sales. The account balance finally began to rise, even showing a slight surplus. However, the financial robot coldly reminded once more. Expenditure: 40 tons for the formidable Youth Higher Education Fund. Reason: adolescents require higher education, and tuition fees are exorbitant. Shockwave: I shall continue to perform. During the night in the formidable territory, Sugar brought the little ones, sitting in a row, to bow to Shockwave. Grandfather, we apologize for consuming too much. 18 little dumplings chorused their apologies. We are sorry. Shockwave's single eye turned red, yet he maintained a stern expression. It is good that you recognize your mistakes, but the tuition fees cannot diminish. He raised his hand, dividing the income from performances into 2 portions. One for sustenance, the other deposited into the formidable future fund, specifically for the children's education. Sugar felt deeply moved. Grandfather, you are truly wonderful. Shockwave mumbled softly. Who asked me to be a grandfather? The universe's supreme milk powder fund, the news spread. And various forces in the universe were astonished. The auto people donated 5 tons. The neutral merchants contributed 10 tons. Even the remnants of the Decepticons quietly transferred 3 tons. And the Shadow Realm made a private donation of 20 tons with a note, a red envelope from uncle to nephews. Thus, the universe's supreme milk powder fund was officially established, with Shockwave serving as the chairman, dedicated solely to nurturing children, education, and purchasing snacks. The financial robot finally ceased its alarms, instead cheerfully reporting daily. Income, 3 tons from the milk powder fund's interest. Expenditure, Cubs rations fully covered. Status, surplus. Shockwave gazed at the surplus figures, his single eye softening like stars. It turns out, raising children can also lead to prosperity. Family days, grand debt repayment scene, every family day. The formidable territory bustled with excitement. Shockwave was pursued by the little dumplings calling out grandfather, with a charm labeled Durazok on 018 hanging from his leg. Sound waves played cosmic nursery rhymes, as 18 cubs simultaneously sang in unison. Red Spider was in charge of the barbecue, but ended up being sneakily snacked upon by the little ones, leaving him hungry. Windlass set up a stall selling commemorative shirts for the universe's supreme milk powder fund, which sold out instantly. Orion and Sugar distributed Family Day badges. The design featuring 18 mouths surrounding a single-eyed scientist. Shockwave looked at the badge, both amused and exasperated. This is the most accurate portrait of my life. Orion's reflection at night. Atop the lookout tower, Orion stood side by side with Sugar, watching the aurora. 10 years ago, I feared they would take you away. The youth smiled. 10 years later, I fear they will impoverish grandfather. Sugar gently nudged his shoulder. Thank you for letting go back then, allowing me to soar even higher. Orion grasped her hand. Now, we shall raise them together and repay grandfather for the milk powder. Epilogue. Milk powder funds without limits in the cosmic calendar. The annual financial report stated, expenditure, infinite growth, Cubs rations and education. Income, infinite growth, performance fund, shirt sales, live streaming rewards. Conclusion, the milk powder fund knows no bounds. But love knows even fewer. In front of the live broadcast camera, the resonance wave is met with the simultaneous chorus of Grandpa from 18 little ones. While Tang Tang and Owlian stand side by side, smiling, he addresses the camera earnestly, stating, raising children is an expensive endeavor, but witnessing their ascension brings a wealth to my heart that surpasses any monetary value. The live chat floods with heartfelt messages. Grandpa, your efforts are commendable. The cost of formula is limitless, and so is love. Bring me 10 Resonance Wave brand dorsal fin massagers. Resonance Wave chuckles as he ends the broadcast, only to be enveloped once more by the little ones. The quest for the universe's finest formula continues, for love is an inexhaustible resource. Chapter 25. The day of reunion. On the 7th day since the signing of the ceasefire agreement, the Earth's leaders, Optimus Prime and Shockwave, simultaneously broadcast a public frequency to the cosmos. Ceasefire in effect. All units return to base. Coordinates, Earth orbit joint dock. Disarm and conclude your wandering. The signal traverses the galaxy, skimming past asteroid belts and penetrating derelict shipwrecks. One by one, the spacecraft extinguish their cannons, redirecting their courses toward the Azure planet. The Autobots return. Jack, Thunder Rescue Team, livery, red, white, and silver catchphrase. Explosions are art. Reunion scene. The ship's wings adorned with homemade fireworks ignite upon entering orbit, exploding into a grand welcome home display that sends the space station guards into a panic. Skyfall, Deputy Officer, livery, blue and purple chrome traits, meticulous and methodical, followed by the youthful warrior, Smokescreen. Smokescreen, candidate for future leadership, livery, white to blue gradient hobby, collecting Optimus Prime's autograph and mimicking the leader's speeches upon disembarking. He rushes into the fray. Raising his selfie stick, Earth, here I come. When does the signing event commence? Jack swiftly slaps him on the back of the head. Cue up first, young fan. The Decepticons return. Medical unit armor. Pink, never parting with their mirror armor. Gray and black, wielding enormous medical tongs, they descend with an entire box of surgical instruments. Grumbling. With the ceasefire, external injuries will dwindle and cosmetic surgery will surge. Squad, Devastator. Blue and silver, composed ruckus. Black and gold, mischievous upon landing. They look skyward. Where's Red Spider, our leader? Why hasn't he come to greet us? Inferno, Red Spider's partner. Livery, red to orange gradient traits. Gentle scientist with formidable aerial combat skills, he descends from the ship, clutching a stack of technical blueprints. Hoping the Autobots will embrace scientific collaboration. Skywing, aerial ace, livery. Deep blue with purple lightning patterns traits. Calm and taciturn, he surveys the surroundings. His brow furrowed. Where's my brother Thunder? In the base plaza, Shockwave is welcoming the returning units alongside Optimus Prime. As Skywing approaches, he pauses. His orange optical lenses glinting. Skywing, you have returned. Yes, leader. As the formidable Ha performed a salute, he could not suppress his curiosity. Is my brother, Tianjun, still on a mission? Tianjun Zun fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly recollected something, smiting his forehead. That fellow is still slumbering in the sleep chamber within the valley on Earth. At the valley's rendezvous point, Zhenyin Xiao, Tang Tang, volunteered. I shall lead you there. I am well acquainted with the valley's coordinates. Orion mounted his flying skateboard. I shall accompany you to retrieve the sleeping beauty. Optimus Prime chuckled. Mind your phrasing. It is the sleeping titan you refer to. Tianjun Zun waved his hand, activating the land bridge. Hasten there and return swiftly. Do not keep Ha waiting too long. As the sleep chamber opened in the desolate valley of the Western Earth, an old-style Titan sleep chamber lay quietly among the crevices of the rocks. Its indicator lights flickering faintly. Ha crouched down and gently tapped on the chamber lid. Brother, awaken. The war has concluded. There was no response from within. Tang Tang employed chaotic fire to warm the exterior, while Zhen Dongbor remotely provided the unlocking code. With a click, the chamber door sprang open, releasing a cloud of smoke. Inside lay a gray-blue war machine, its armor intact, and the spark stable. It was indeed Tianjun. He slowly opened his eyes, his optical lenses swirling in confusion before finally settling on Ha's face. Brother, am I still alive? Ha embraced him tightly, his voice trembling unusually. Welcome back, you fool. In a state of bewilderment, Tianjun was assisted out of the chamber, gazing up at the unfamiliar yet familiar sky of Earth. His face a canvas of questions. The war is over? What of Lord Megatron? Tianjun Zun approached, his cloak billowing in the morning breeze. I am here, though I now bear the name Tianjun Zun. The ceasefire has been declared. Let us return home. Tianjun stood stunned, the orange optical lenses reflecting the gentle yet resolute smile of his leader. He knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse, regardless of a name. You shall forever remain my leader. As both factions assembled, within the joint dock of Earth's orbit, the roster of returning Autobots included Jax, Optimus, Smokescreen, and the scattered troops arriving in succession. The Decepticon roster comprised Knockout, Deadlock, Thunderblast, Rampage, Skyfire, Tianjun, with additional fleets still en route. Once sworn enemies, the two fleets now docked in the same bay, their cannons pointed downward, portholes wide open as crew members exchanged friendly gestures. Smokescreen raised a selfie stick. The backdrop, featuring the Ark and Nemesis side by side, a grand reconciliation in the cosmos, like and follow to stay on course. Jax ignited the final firework, which exploded into a colossal heart shape in the vacuum. Welcome home. The war is over. At the central platform of the dock, Optimus Prime and Tianjun Zun stood side by side, their forms entwined in a radiant pillar of peace forged from the Matrix and dark silver fire. From this day forth, there shall be no foes, only brethren. Let us safeguard this universe and every child returning home. Optimus's voice echoed in the vacuum. Tianjun Zun raised his hand, his cloak fluttering. The glory of the Decepticons shall be reborn in peace. Whoever dares disrupt the ceasefire shall find themselves as my adversary. Members from both factions rejoiced simultaneously, their optical lenses shimmering into a sea of stars. Epilogue. The return and the beginning outside the dock. The Earth gently rotates, and the aurora dances above the North Pole, like a beacon igniting for the returning wanderers. Thunder trembles against the shoulder of the winged tyrant. Gazing down at the azure planet, it turns out that a universe without war is remarkably serene. The winged tyrant lightly touches his forehead. Henceforth, live in tranquility. The smoke-filled selfie stick aims at the two, with the backdrop of a side-by-side fleet and a pillar of peace. And he grins broadly. A new tale begins with the journey home. The flames of conflict extinguished, the wanderers return to their ranks, once adversaries, now compatriots. The cosmos is vast, and the path home has finally been traversed. Chapter 26. The first day of peace on the morning following their return in Earth's orbit. The United Dock. The first ray of sunlight streams through the porthole, illuminating the Arks and the Revenge, docked side by side. Cannons pointed downward, portholes ajar. Crew members from both sides wave at each other in the corridor, a scene live-streamed by the smoke-filled selfie stick, titled, Live Coverage of the Universe's First Great Reconciliation. On the ground, Autobot Base. At 600 hours, the chime of peace resonates, a melody from Earth orchestrated by the ambulance, replacing the former battle alarms. In the kitchen, the two bucket-headed beings, unusually devoid of quarrel, stand side by side at the stove. Thundertron is responsible for frying pancakes. Parallel Shockwave concocts a light honey syrup. Their objective, to prepare a peaceful breakfast for their returning comrades. No explosions, no taunts, only the gentle sizzle of the frying pan. Optimus Prime walks past the doorway, nearly convinced he has stepped into a different time. Welcome home gathering at 900 hours, Base Square. The Jack ignites homemade fireworks, bursting into shapes of letters. The smoke-filled one brandishes the selfie stick, dashing around while Thunderclash shouts from behind, not to crowd the leader. Skyquake, Thundercracker, and Redwing connect remotely. All three on screen, crying profusely. Jetfire and the ambulance exchange research notes, agreeing to jointly develop a civilian hand warmer. Thunderquake and the Winged Tyrant stand side by side, silently smiling as they watch the fireworks. Sugar brings in 18 little aerial combatants, lining them up, all shouting in unison. Hello, grandfather. Shockwave, holding an empty account, wears a pained expression, yet cannot suppress the smile as he is embraced by so many children at once. Distribution of peace assignments at 1,030 hours, Base Conference Hall. At the head of the table, Optimus Prime and Thundertron sit side by side, facing representatives from both armies. Tong Xiangxiu has been appointed as the supreme commander of the joint dock, tasked with coordinating the fleets of both sides. Jack has taken on the role of Minister of Civilian Technological Development, dedicated to transforming weapons of war into everyday tools. Smoke has become the ambassador for peace, live-streaming the universe no longer at War Daily. Shockwave has assumed the position of chairman of the Sinister Cub Fund, with the account directly overseen by the children. Red Spider, Soundwave, and Thunderclap have formed a ceasefire supervision team, conducting daily inspections of the dock to ensure no armed conflicts arise. Tianjin and Ha have joined the Earth Air Defense Volunteer Team, responsible for intercepting meteors and space debris. Once tasks were allocated, both sides saluted, the matrix of light and dark silver flames intertwining to illuminate each smiling face. The inaugural peace luncheon commenced at 1200 in the base cafeteria. A long table was laden with signature dishes from both armies. Autobots served light honey pancakes, Matrix light mango jelly, and Aurora soda. Decepticons offered dark fire-roasted wings, chaotic hot pot, and a specially crafted spicy sauce by Red Spider, labeled, "One bite will ignite flames." Common dishes included a sweet porridge specially made for the Sinister Cubs, certified by Shockwave, sugar-free version. Smoke initiated the live broadcast, the camera sweeping across the scene. Look, Thunderclap and Thunderstorm are competing to see who can finish the hot pot first. Little Chun, Yun Xia eagerly awaited their grandfather to feed them sweet porridge. Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime were simultaneously serving Tong Xiangxiu, whose aide was nearly buried under a mountain of pancakes. The comments exploded. World peace is truly wonderful. Grandfather feeding sweet porridge is so adorable. Is there a link for Red Spider's spicy sauce? In the afternoon leisure at 1400, in the base backyard, sunlight filtered through the newly planted Aurora trees in the Sinister Cub territory, their leaves glistening with a purple-blue sheen. Orion taught the little Chun Yun Xia to play Matrix Light Catch. Tang Tang patrolled alongside Chun Yun Xia, their dorsal fins weaving into a heart-shaped light curtain. Tianjin and Ha competed in aerial combat simulations under the trees, with the young ones forming a circle as spectators. Shockwave was tugged by the little ones to share stories of scientific research, reluctantly admitting that their grandfather also once blew up the laboratory. Feng Wuhen set up a stall selling peace commemorative snacks, which were rated by the little ones, who even insisted on giving him extra change. Yet he smiled brighter than anyone. At dusk, at 1800 in the joint dock, both fleets lined up. The matrix light and dark silver flames sweeping over each ship to confirm that weapon locks had been released and energy redirected to civilian use. Tongxiang's CEO proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, this shall no longer be a battlefield, but a harbor for homecoming." The fleets simultaneously illuminated their navigation lights, intertwining red, blue, and purple-black into a sea of stars, brightening the Earth's night sky. The evening family day commenced at 2000 in the base square. Sound waves reverberate. As the performance of the universe no longer fights unfolds, the Red Spider and Thunderclap, a boy band duo, passionately sing "Grandfather, I Love You." The young ones, forcefully pushed onto the stage, dance the researchers' dance, their singular eye gleaming with expression. Optimus Prime and Megatron sit side by side in the audience, watching the fireworks illuminate the sky, hand in hand, as the matrix and dark silver flames intertwine to form a small heart-shaped orb of light. Aurelian and Tang Tang exchange high-fives beneath the fireworks, the boy and the queen finally standing guard under the same sky. In the quiet of the night, at 2,300 hours on the rooftop, as the fireworks fade, only the auroras and the lights of Earth's cities remain intertwined. Leaning against the railing, Optimus gazes at the distant, formidable territory. 10 years ago, I could never have imagined such a night. Megatron drapes his cloak over Optimus's shoulders. Now, you can envision it every day. The alternate Megatron approaches, raising a glass, to a universe no longer lonely. Cheers. The three leaders clink their glasses, the optics reflecting the shared tranquility. The dreams of the children in the formidable territory, as the young ones gather around Aurelian. When I grow up, I want to be a scientist. I want to be a singer. I want to own a snack shop. Tang Tang listens, her dorsal fin swaying gently. Then go for it. The world is vast, but peace is even greater. Aurelian raises a hand, high-fiving the queen. The future is ours to define. Epilogue, Eternal Peace. On the Earth calendar, the first anniversary of peace. The headline on the Cosmic Network's homepage reads, "The first anniversary of the Cosmic Millpowder Incident." Below, the slogan, "War impoverishes, peace enriches. The young ones may cause bankruptcy, yet willingly so." Accompanying images, Shockwave, surrounded by 18 young seekers of the sky, forms Grandpa Mountain, a tear of happiness glistening from a singular eye. Optimus and Megatron holding hands while watching fireworks. Aurelian and Tang Tang flying side by side, their dorsal fins aflame and matrix light intertwining into a heart shape. Comments float by. Long live peace. Thank you, Grandfather. What is the password for the snack vault? Feng Wuhen, cradling an empty snack box, beams brighter than the fireworks. Peace, indeed, cannot lock away snacks, yet secures happiness. The universe is vast, and the journey home continues. At last, peace has become the eternal theme. Chapter 27, The Cosmic Real Estate Tycoon. A bed crisis. In Earth's orbit, the United Dock, the returning fleet forms a long line, porthole to porthole, akin to a Cybertronian spring festival. From the dock's control tower, a commanding voice echoes, "Dock 37 is malfunctioning. Do not bring in the jacks yet." On the ground, Optimus examines a three-dimensional map, the matrix light pale with concern. The Autobot base expansion still lacks 3,000 sleeping pods. The Decepticon side at the Dark Moon camp has an 800-bed shortfall. Both elite factions arrive with their own ships, yet demand land-based accommodations. The Earth government gently reminds, do not treat the city like a construction site. Megatron slams the budget sheet down. If we expand further, I shall have to resort to selling cloaks. In the midst of a tumultuous situation faced by two leaders, a bounty hunter leisurely perched upon a beam in a shipyard, savoring cosmic squid strips while observing the fleet's formation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With an overwhelming influx of personnel and a pressing need for accommodation, the cosmos was ripe with real estate opportunities, branches sprouting everywhere. As he crumpled his snack bag, a flicker of dark gold fire danced at his fingertips. I shall become a cosmic real estate magnate. That evening, the bounty hunter approached the leaders with 2 cups of light honey energy drink, knocking on the office door. "Gentlemen, I have a proposal that will alleviate your lodging crisis while ensuring comfort for your elite members." Optimus Prime eyed him warily. "Is there a fee?" "At a friendly rate." He replied, "I only require the branding rights for the dormitory to be named Wuhan Chain, with my logo displayed on the exterior while you customize the interior." Megatron raised an eyebrow. "Be clear, Do not attempt to turn us into mere billboards. The bounty hunter unveiled a holographic proposal, project name, Star Nest Initiative format, foldable shadow domain space modules to be deployed in Earth's orbit, on the far side of the moon, and at the Lagrange points. Functions, sleep pods, training areas, dining facilities, entertainment zones, all expandable with a simple click and plug-in. Capacity, standard module with 1,000 beds, luxury module with 500 beds, featuring viewing windows. Costs, bed rental at a rate of 10 to Wuhan for brand maintenance. 90 to the Faction S Treasury. Elite version additional benefits, shadow domain delivery, automatic snack vending, and Aurora viewing. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchange glances. The bed shortage was indeed critical, yet the thought of this fellow advertising made them uneasy. The bounty hunter pressed on. I can initially fund the construction of 3 modules. You can pay the rent after you're satisfied with the accommodations. A complimentary trial period of 30 days. An elite housing selection group with a free trial? Who could refuse? With a decisive nod, the leaders sanctioned the proposal, and the bounty hunter promptly assembled a viewing team. On the Autobot side, Jolt, Perceptor, and Smokescreen. On the Decepticon side, Thundercracker, Shockwave, and Blitzwing. The Shadow Domain shuttle swiftly transported them to the moon's far side, where a folded black module quietly floated. The bounty hunter raised his hand, and the 3-tiered luxury module unfolded. First floor, sleep pod area with Aurora windows. Second floor, training ground with adjustable gravity. Third floor, entertainment zone equipped with cosmic billiards, karaoke, and a self-service snack wall. The viewing team's eyes sparkled in unison. Jolt exclaimed, "There's a fireworks launch window. I want this one." Perceptor added, "The sleep pod features a matrix light charging port, compliant with regulations." Smokescreen inquired, "Can karaoke record a signature video of Optimus Prime?" "I'm in." Thundercracker noted, "The training ground offers air combat simulation. Perfect score." Shockwave remarked, "An unlimited snack wall? I'm signing up." Blitzwing enthused. "The Aurora windows are perfect for social media posts. My fanbase will explode." Within an hour, all 3 luxury modules were fully booked. The bounty hunter smiled broadly. "If you're satisfied with the trial, please spread the word." The first step towards becoming a real estate tycoon was underway. Upon returning, the elite members shared their experiences, stay at the Star Nest, watch the Aurora, enjoy snacks, and pay no rent. The application list surged instantaneously. Automotive enthusiasts, 800 entries. Decepticons, 600 entries. Neutral Wanderers, 200 entries. Windlass initiated the Shadow Domain production line, mass producing. Earth Orbit 5, standard. The far side of the moon 3, luxury. Lagrange 42, scenic resort type. With each deployment, he meticulously inscribed advertisements on the side. Star Nest Chain Shadow Domain Express, snacks delivered to your door. The cosmic web buzzed with the headline, "The universe's South largest real estate magnate emerges. Reside in the windless chain. Witness the Aurora Borealis." Snack freedom is no longer a dream. In the Leader S office, Optimus Prime surveyed the bill. The accommodation issue was resolved. Yet Windlass S advertisements had already been plastered on the Dock S outer wall. Thundercracker sighed. At least the lodging fees are more economical than an expansion. Skyfire presented the data. 98 occupancy rate, 95 elite satisfaction, and a monthly increase in financial surplus. Smokescreen raised his hand. "I wish to apply for permanent residence in the luxury module and can pay the rent." The 2 leaders exchanged glances. Sighing in unison, "Let it be just advertisements. It's better than sleeping in the corridor." With accommodation stabilized, Windlass launched the Star Nest. Shadow Domain Express, 30-minute delivery, snacks, parts, and gifts. Aurora Borealis membership. Exclusive access to daily Aurora window projections. Real estate investment. Elites may purchase small units in the Shadow Domain. With permanent ownership and subletting rights. Membership fee. 2 tons of super energy per month in high demand. Windlass S personal account soared, and he convened a press conference in the Shadow Domain. Cosmic real estate is merely the first step. The next venture is a Star Nest city, enabling Cybertron and Earth to jointly construct an interstellar metropolis. The audience erupted in applause, and a reporter from Smokescreen inquired, "May I ask your current net worth?" Windlass smiled. "Not much, perhaps enough to purchase half of Cybertron S bonds." Monthly Family Day unveiled new attractions at the Star Nest. Cub Slide, crafted from chaotic fire with Aurora window views. Little ones cued to soar. Grandpa Hug Machine 20, personally upgraded by Shockwave, capable of hugging 12 at a time. Red Spider signature wall, upgraded to a signature photo live streaming trifecta. Winless S snack dispenser, unlimited refills for members, non-members limited to one package. Family Day revenue, a net profit of 5 tons of super energy per event, all funneled into the milk powder fund to nourish the fearsome younglings. Shockwave mused, in my lifetime of research, I have not matched your earnings from selling accommodations in a year. A leader's gratitude. In the Earth calendar, the first anniversary of Star Nest operations. Optimus Prime and Thundercracker ascended the main tower of the Star Nest, gazing down. Rows of shadow domains in orbit formed a luminous band, adorning Earth with a celestial ring. Optimus raised his hand, intertwining matrix light with advertisement illumination. Windless, thank you for shaping a home for the universe. Thundercracker draped his cloak over Windless' shoulders. Shadow Domain Real Estate lives up to its reputation. Feel free to post advertisements henceforth. The wind, without a trace, smiled brighter than the aurora borealis. Then please take care of me, for my journey as a cosmic real estate magnate has only just begun. Epilogue. The promise under the star ring in the depths of night, atop the pinnacle of the Star Nest's main tower. Wind without a trace cradled the now adolescent sugar cub, gazing at the Earth's rotation. 10 years ago, I was selling snacks here. A decade later, I have sold half the universe's accommodations. The young one nuzzled against his chin. What shall we sell next? He looked toward the distant cosmos. We will sell dreams, so that every wandering ship may find a port, and every drifting spark may have a home. The star ring twinkled, akin to fireworks ignited by this solemn vow. The universe is vast, yet as long as there are accommodations, it can be deemed a home. The story continues to unfold in the glow of the Star Nest. Chapter 28. The undercurrent beneath the Star Ring anniversary celebration in the Earth calendar. It marked the 1-year anniversary of the Star Nest's operation. The fireworks from the jack lifted into the orbit, exploding into grandeur, with shimmering particles cascading into the atmosphere, adorning the blue planet with a flowing necklace. Wind without a trace was surrounded on the observation deck of the main tower, cradling the now-girl sugar cub, officially titled Princess Sugar of the Star Ring, who was adorably and fiercely cutting the celebration cake for him. The Shockwave stood nearby, his single eye glowing softly. A year ago, I was in the red. Today, I could purchase 2 fleets, yet only use them to care for my grandson. The live broadcast comment soared. Grandpa is rolling in wealth. When will the Star Ring properties go on sale? Does Wind without a trace need a daughter? Wind without a trace raised his glass towards the camera. The next game will be even grander. The accommodation crisis after several rounds of celebratory drinks. Tong Xiangxiu suddenly burst into the control room, his expression colder than the aurora. This is dire. The Star Ring's occupancy rate has exceeded 140, exceeding capacity, with sleeping pods queued for 3 months. On the screen, red alerts surged. Standard module, originally accommodating 1,000 beds, now crammed with 430 people. Luxury module, originally 500 beds, now filled with 780 people. Emergency channel, stuffed with sleeping bags, even the ceilings are adorned with hammocks. The jack scratched his head. The fireworks were too successful. The fleet of wanderers has all arrived. Yet Wind without a trace's lips curled upward. This crisis presents a golden opportunity. Expansion is the solution. The underworld land meanwhile, in the Earth's orbital black market channel. A cryptic auction notice appeared. Item: the former Decepticon dock at Earth's 5th Lagrange point. Area: capable of accommodating a fleet of 300,000. Starting bid: 500,000 tons of super energy. Remarks: no sovereignty disputes. First come, first served. Wind without a trace's eyes sparkled. 300,000? Enough to construct the second phase of the Star Ring. He immediately contacted the underworld real estate mogul, his elder brother. Wallet, brother, lend me shadow funds. I wish to secure number 5. The elder brother replied lazily. Interest is 10, share in the shadow domain is 5. Agree and sign. Wind without a trace gritted his teeth. Deal. Auction pitfalls on the day of the auction, in a virtual black market. The wind, untraceable, transformed into the realm of shadow domain real estate, heralding a bidding war. 600,000 tons. 700,000 tons. Suddenly, an anonymous contender escalated the stakes. 1,000,000 tons. A jolt surged through Wind's heart. Is that a shockwave? He promptly connected with the individual in a private chat. Scientist, are you competing with me for land? Shockwave, devoid of expression, replied. 5 docks are approaching the Lunar Research Station. I intend to establish a colossal, formidable research metropolis, and the funds are ample. Wynn narrowed his eyes. Shall we collaborate? I provide the land, you offer the technology, and we shall share the profits, 55 to 45. Shockwave adjusted his glasses. 52 to 48, I take 5. You take 2, and I will handle the loan repayment. A cunning merchant. Wind gritted his teeth, and the deal was struck. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded at the auction house. 200,000 tons. A joint bidding price. No one dared to raise the stakes against these two cosmic merchants united. Who could possibly compete? The announcement for Phase 2 of the Star Ring was made the following day. With the Cosmic Network headline reading, Phase 2 of the Star Ring. 5 research metropolis projects launched. Investors, Shadow Domain Real Estate and Shockwave Research Fund. Design capacity, 300,000 accommodations, 50,000 research laboratories, and 30,000 entertainment zones. Features, a formidable Cub childcare center, civilian Darkfire laboratories, and an Aurora viewing area. Slogan, we can accommodate the universe and nurture children too. A smokescreen broadcasted the opening ceremony, with the young dreamers forming words, cheerfully chanting, Grandpa, we are getting new houses again. Shockwave's single eye gleamed with significance. Research real estate is the foremost productive force in the universe. A wave of elite personnel began to shift allegiances following the announcement of the Phase 2 project. The elite from both factions started to resign. The Automotive Engineering Department. All personnel applied for transfers to the Star Ring Construction Bureau. The Decepticon Air Combat Team, collectively registered as Aurora Viewing Pilots. The Red Spider Squad, requested to establish a civilian flight performance team, with ticket revenue sharing. Skyfall's face darkened. If you keep jumping ship, our fleet will be nothing but a hollow shell. Optimus Prime chuckled wryly. The ceasefire agreement does not prohibit transfers. Thundercracker slammed the table. Wind, you are undermining my territory. In the leader's negotiation chamber late at night, Optimus Prime, Thundercracker, and Alternity, a parallel version of Megatron, sat across from each other, while Wind held a cup of milk tea, feigning innocence. I merely provided job opportunities. They chose to resign. Keep this up, and our fleet's defense will become as fragile as paper. Thundercracker wrapped his fingers on the table. Wind presented a solution. Phase 3 of the Star Ring. A military vacation zone, converting our fleet into a cosmic military training summer camp. Retaining elite personnel with paid leave and teaching allowances, while the leaders maintain command. The mission merely shifts from warfare to childcare. The 3 leaders exchanged glances. It sounded like a jest, yet the logic was irrefutable. Optimus Prime sighed. As long as the Matrix light does not extinguish, you may alter the structure as you wish. Thundercracker rubbed his temples. Just don't make me sell capes again. Alternity smiled. I will handle the signatures. After all, it is not my fleet. Military Resort Imagination. Announcement of the 3rd phase of the Star Ring project. Automotive Fleet Matrix Summer Camp. Programs include Matrix Light Control, Rescue Drills, and Aurora Rafting. Decepticon Fleet Darkfire Training Camp offers chaotic fire cooking, skydiving, and cuddling with adorable younglings. A joint peace military exercise is showcased daily, featuring a spectacular display of Matrix Dark Silver firework intertwining. Tickets are selling like hotcakes. The smokescreen is live once again, with comments flooding in. I want to enroll in the Matrix Summer Camp. What does dark fire cooking taste like? Is it spicy? How can I purchase the cuddle voucher? The path to financial freedom through Shockwave is rising again with the launch of the 3rd phase project. Scientific research, real estate, and military showcase. The triumvirate ensuring the universe's wealth. He has transformed his personal homepage to, once a Decepticon scientist, now the grandfather of cosmic younglings, and in the future, a merchant of peace. Accompanied by a picture of him amid a mountain of younglings, the caption reads, Wealth can be recreated, but grandchildren are irreplaceable. Epilogue, the business model of peace. In the Earth calendar, the 1st anniversary of the Star Ring's 3rd phase opening. The Cosmic Network releases the Peace Economic Report. The Star Ring series has created 5 million jobs in the fleet. Annual tourism income reaches 10 million tons of super energy. The Youngling Milk Powder Fund ensures perpetual circulation without deficits. The fleet composition for both sides retains 100, with 100 missions reassigned. The Cosmic Peace Index reaches a historic high. Cover image: the star ring under fireworks, with matrix light and dark silver fire forming a vast heart shape, while younglings arrange themselves into letters. Shockwave, holding the latest financial report, has a single eye glistening with gentle tears. It turns out, peace is the universe's foremost productive force. Windless Trace leans against the railing, gazing at the distant fireworks, chuckling softly. What I purchased is not merely a bed but the gateway home. Peace is not a deficit. It is a sustainable business model. Returning home is not the end, but the most lucrative starting point in the universe. The story, illuminated by the lights of the star ring, is eternally in operation. Chapter 29: Sacred Relics and Personal Desires. Leisure after peace. 3 months after the completion of Star Ring City, the occupancy rate surpasses 99. Windless Trace finally finds time to sit before the viewing window of the flagship star nest, nibbling on cosmic squid strips, reminiscing about the plot. The Iron Fortress Sacred Relics. 4 ultimate keys are pivotal for the revival of Cybertron, yet they lie buried somewhere on Earth like hidden Easter eggs. Retrieving them now wouldn't be considered cheating, would it? He muses, crunching the last squid strip. Encrypted documents and personal desires. Information about the Iron Fortress Sacred Relics is classified by the Decepticons. Decipherable only by Optimus Prime and Soundwave. What Windless Trace has his eyes on is the Phase Shifter, a relic that allows him to traverse between the Shadow Realm and the material world while evading all radars and chains. Retrieving it early would not only serve his interests but also assist everyone in finding the keys, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He immediately stands, dons his cloak, and heads straight to the leader's office. Transaction and candor within the confines of the office. Optimus Prime was meticulously reviewing the budget for the second phase of the Star Ring project, while Shockwave diligently tapped away at a calculator beside him. The door swung open, and Wind Shadow entered, slamming a handwritten list onto the desk. I possess the coordinates for the Iron Fortress relic, and I am aware of the 4 ultimate god keys buried across the earth. I shall excavate them for you, on the condition that the Phase Shifter becomes mine. Optimus raised an eyebrow. Are you certain these coordinates are authentic? Wind Shadow shrugged nonchalantly. I vouch for their credibility through my reputation in the Shadow Realm. The truth shall reveal itself once you decipher them. Shockwave crossed his arms. We are well aware of your ulterior motives. However, preemptive excavation would indeed shorten the reconstruction timeline. Optimus nodded. Very well, let us collaborate. Soundwave will join the deciphering team. Deciphering the coordinates in the depths of the base's core decoding chamber, Optimus inserted the matrix, while Soundwave accessed the Decepticon encryption core, initiating a dual decoding process. Gradually, the screen revealed a distribution map of the Iron Fortress relics. 1. Phase Shifter, blue, coveted by Wind Shadow 2. Spark Extractor, gold, 3. Hyper Energy Collector, green, 4. For ultimate god keys, red. Scattered at the 4 corners of the earth, Wind Shadow pointed at the blue light. I desire this one. The rest are yours. Soundwave glanced up, the subtitles flickering. Selfish Index 95, yet the coordinates logic holds. Optimus smiled. We shall not expose your intentions. We merely hope you utilize the Phase Shifter for righteous purposes. Coordinated action with the decoding complete. The first group of coordinates was established. Group 1, Spark Extractor, Arctic Glacier. Group 2, Hyper Energy Collector, Amazon Rainforest. The coordinates for the Phase Shifter were still being decoded, and Wind Shadow felt a restless itch within, compelled to wait. He eagerly volunteered. I shall lead the team. I am well versed in the Arctic, equipped with Shadow Realm thermal technology. Optimus nodded. Jolt, Smokescreen, and Sugar will accompany you. The group will be supervised by me, Shockwave, and Teletron. Arctic excavation, the Team S spacecraft descended upon the Arctic tundra. Jolt was in charge of drilling. Smokescreen handled the live broadcast of the Arctic excavation. Sugar employed chaotic fire to maintain warmth, preventing equipment from fracturing. Wind Shadow was responsible for traversing the Shadow Realm, ready to transport equipment at a moment's notice. After drilling down 300 meters, a golden hatch emerged beneath the ice, revealing the Spark Extractor. Jolt exclaimed with excitement. We have acquired it 3 years ahead of the storyline. Wind Shadow used his shadow chains to pry open the hatch, unveiling the golden apparatus that lay still, reminiscent of a chalice awaiting its rightful bearer for a millennium. The live broadcast chat exploded. Spoilers ahead, officially verified. Wind Shadow, the Arctic relic, simply exquisite. Amazonian collection, the team arrived in the Amazon rainforest. Optimus cleared the path with matrix light. Shockwave felled trees while honing his axe. Teletron conducted mapping. The younglings remotely provided encouragement with their charming antics. Venturing 200 kilometers into the rainforest, the hyper-energy collector was ensnared by vines, resembling a verdant heart. Optimus Prime extended his hand, the matrix light resonating with the collector, awakening the device and initiating the automatic extraction of the surrounding super-energy bodies, transforming them into pure energy. Thunderous Sovereign raised an eyebrow. With this, the third phase of the star ring need not worry about energy. The phase shifter decoded. 2 sets of sacred artifacts returned to their nest that night, and the sound waves finally deciphered the last layer of encryption. The coordinates of the phase shifter pinpointed to the Mariana Trench on Earth at a depth of 11,000 meters in the Iron Fortress module. Windlass glanced with excitement. The deep sea? The shadow domain excels in this. He immediately prepared his gear. I shall venture alone to avoid pressure damage to the team. Optimus Prime cautioned. Be careful. The shifter, no matter how vital, cannot surpass your life. Windlass laughed. Do not worry, for I am a man with the shield of the shadow domain. Deep sea treasure hunt the Mariana Trench at dawn. Windlass descended in his personal submarine, the Shadow Diver. As the external pressure gradually increased, he leisurely munched on squid strips, protected from the pressure by the shadow domain shield. At 11,000 meters, the trench's bottom lay quietly, resembling a treasure trove forgotten by time. The shadow domain chains pried open the hatch, revealing a silver bracelet floating at the center of the phase shifter. Windlass reached out, and the bracelet automatically slipped onto his wrist. The fires of the shadow domain and chaotic flames flickering simultaneously. The system notified. Phase binding complete. Shadow domain traversal activated. Radar invisibility at 100. He smiled. From this moment forth, no wall in the universe can hinder me. Return and agreement emerging from the depths. Windlass raised the bracelet. Addressing the live stream, the phase shifter. My selfish desire has been fulfilled. The live chat erupted. Congratulations to the Universe South wealthiest real estate tycoon for acquiring another artifact. Shadow domain traversal activated. Envy is off the charts. Next target. For ultimate divine keys? Windlass glanced beyond the camera, winking at the approaching Optimus Prime and Thunderous Sovereign. I shall continue the search for the keys, but remember the snack vault password. It's time to share it with me. ISNT it? The two leaders exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously raising their hands as the matrix and dark silver flames intertwined to form a small heart-shaped orb of light. Welcome, eternal family. Password 0808. Windlass was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. So you all knew I would sneak a bite? With the phase shifter in hand, the path to the keys was opened. Selfish desires were embraced, and the door to home remained ever ajar. The universe is vast, yet the password to home is but a single phrase. 0808. Infinite snacks, infinite embraces. Chapter 30. The 13th ancestor. New coordinates in the decoding chamber of the Nest Tower at 2 in the morning. The matrix light and sound wave data streams intertwined, and 2 new Iron Fortress insignias emerged on the screen. Star Sword, silver-white sword shape. The sword spine engraved with a 12-pointed star. Hero S hammer, crimson gold hammer shape. The hammer face adorned with flame patterns. As Optimus Prime's fingertip brushed the projection, the entire decoding chamber suddenly darkened, and the matrix spontaneously illuminated, drawing him into a vast sea of stars. Star Sea illusion, 12 towering figures materialized at the edge of the starry sky, each radiating an ancient light that shared a source with the matrix, yet was far more primordial. At the forefront stood a figure whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Optimus Prime, yet was adorned with a tattered cloak of shattered stars. And upon his chest lay embedded the 13th star, the missing 13th Prime. He raised his hand, gesturing towards Optimus, his voice resonating like the dawn of the universe. You are the inheritor of the Matrix and the final Prime. Retrieve the star and the hammer, and awaken the slumbering 13. As the illusion dissipated and the lights of the decoding chamber returned, Optimus staggered back, his optical sensors ablaze with disbelief. Am I the 13th? Windlass, leaning against the doorframe, observed his leader's rare display of vulnerability, casting a glance at the two sacred artifacts on the screen. Stroking his chin, "It appears you have witnessed the demise of your former self, the last of the primes." He raised his hand, bringing forth a comparative spectrum of a matrix. The matrix frequency aligns perfectly with the Star Sword and the Hammer of Heroes, indicating that you are both the key and the lock. Optimus looked up, his voice hoarse. "If I am the 13th, then where are the 12 primes now?" Windlass shrugged. "They are likely scattered across various universes, or perhaps awaiting your call to awaken them." The coordinates provided by the illusion were instantaneously decoded. Star Sword. Abandoned Coliseum beneath the moon of Cybertron, Hammer of Heroes. At the depths of Krakatoa, in Earth's volcanic belt, Optimus immediately organized the teams. Team A, Star Sword, Optimus Prime. Skyfire, Smokescreen. Team B, Hammer of Heroes, Thundercracker, Jack, Sugar, Support. Windlass, Phase Shifter. Ready for instant assistance. The light of the Matrix intertwined with the dark silver fire on the group screen, illuminating the path for the 13th Prime. On the moon of Cybertron, in the abandoned Coliseum, a once blood-soaked arena, only remnants of shattered walls remained as starlight streamed through the cracks, casting its glow upon the broken throne. Optimus stood in the center of the arena, the Matrix spontaneously igniting and resonating with something deep beneath the Earth. Skyfire raised the detector. 3,000 meters below. The energy response of the Star Sword is intense. Smokescreen initiated a live broadcast. The 13th Prime's quest for the sword. Like and subscribe. Jack remotely controlled the drilling machine, empowered by the Matrix light, as the drill bit transformed into a beam of light, breaking through the rock layers. At a depth of 3,000 meters, a stone platform emerged, with the Star Sword embedded at its core, the 13-pointed star on the blade, shimmering brilliantly. Optimus reached out, the sword resonating as if welcoming its long-lost master. Grasping the hilt, the Matrix fire coursed through his arm and into the sword, engulfing the entire arena in a silvery radiance. The illusion reappeared. The 12 primes knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, 13th, take your place. Simultaneously, at the depths of Krakatoa on Earth, Thundercracker wielded his dark silver axe, cleaving through the magma to forge a path for the team. Sugar unfurled her dorsal fin, a chaotic fire forming a protective shield against the searing heat. Jack was tasked with mapping the area, detecting the hammer-shaped energy response. At the deepest part of the volcano, in the center of the lava pool, a colossal golden hammer floated above the molten rock, its flame patterns flickering like a breath. The revered resound leapt into the air, the dark silver flames transforming into chains that ensnared the hammer's handle. Yet, the hammer of the prodigy emitted a rebellious tremor, as if awaiting its rightful wielder. Tang Tang raised her hand, and the chaotic fire resonated with the hammer's patterns, gradually calming the hammer's form. Seizing the opportunity, the revered resound exerted force, dragging the colossal hammer from the lava, where the crimson gold flames intertwined with the dark silver flames, forming a luminous Tai Chi vortex. He glanced upward. The orange optical lens reflected the hammer's patterns. The 13th also requires strength. The moon and Earth awakened in unison, and two sacred artifacts were simultaneously lifted. The Matrix and dark silver flames wove together in the cosmos to create a magnificent light bridge, connecting stars and volcanoes. Both the Pillar of Heaven and the revered Resound felt a sharp pain in their chests. The 13th star was awakening. At the bridge's end, the 12 ancestral phantoms materialized, proclaiming in unison, sword and hammer, return to their places, 13, awaken. The Matrix spontaneously detached from the Pillar of Heaven's chest compartment, transforming into the 13th star, embedding itself in the spine of the Star Sword. The dark silver flames flowed into the hammer of the prodigy, revealing dark silver patterns upon its surface. Both sacred artifacts illuminated simultaneously, as if to greet their final bearer. In the witness of Windlass Trace, within the phase shift device, the chaotic spark resonated, pulling Windlass Trace into the center of the light bridge, where he beheld the complete vision. The 12 ancestors formed a circular ring, with the central void occupied by the Pillar of Heaven. The Star Sword hovered above, while the hammer of the prodigy stood below. The 13th door opened, revealing the resplendent rebirth of Cybertron. He raised his hand, and the chaotic fire transformed into a key, inserting it into the door. Go forth, 13th. Awaken your brothers and sisters. As the light bridge dissipated, the two sacred artifacts returned to their respective places. The pillar of heaven raised his hand, and the star sword morphed into a bracelet, fitting snugly into the matrix. With this sword, I shall guard life. With this hammer, I shall rebuild our home. The revered resound bore the hammer of the prodigy upon his back, resonating with the dark silver flames and hammer patterns. With this hammer, I shall shatter the darkness. With this sword, I shall forge the future. Their eyes met, and they knelt simultaneously, paying homage toward the vision. 13. Return to your place. Ancestors, awaken. Epilogue. A new journey in the decoding chamber. Windless Trace switched off the screen, gazing at the two leaders. Next, the four ultimate divine keys. They will unlock the heart of the Iron Fortress, allowing Cybertron to truly resurrect. He raised his hand, and the phase shift device flickered. I shall continue to be your bearer, transporting sacred artifacts and hope. The pillar of heaven smiled. The revered resound nodded. As the matrix and dark silver flames intertwined, illuminating the silhouettes of the three, the sword and hammer returned to their places. The 13th awakened. The ultimate divine keys awaited in the distance. The heartbeat of Cybertron echoed within the matrix. The tale moves toward the final key. Chapter 31. The ultimate divine key. The whisper of the matrix on the third day after the star sword and the hammer of the prodigy returned to their places. The matrix and dark silver flames formed a continuous resonance in the decoding chamber, akin to two hearts beating in synchrony. Optimus Prime raised his hand, the sword ring and hammer pattern illuminating simultaneously. A holographic projection emerged, revealing the indistinct coordinates of the four ultimate divine keys. Flickering on the star map in an irregular quadrilateral shape, with the very heart of the ancient Cybertronian city, Iron Fortress, at its center. Windless leaned against the doorframe, nibbling on squid jerky. The final four keys will unlock the gateway to your ancestral home. Thunderclash shouldered his hammer. Then let us embark and reclaim our home. As the coordinates were deciphered, Soundwave's fingers danced over the controls, flashing subtitles. Coordinates of the four ultimate divine keys. 1. Key of Time, the deep-sea rift of the Bermuda Triangle on Earth. 2. Key of Space, the core of the Dark Moon rift on the far side of the Moon. 3. Key of Fire, the Sun's corona sunspot group in close orbit. 4. Key of Shadows, the deepest chaotic corridors of the Shadow Realm. He lifted his gaze, the optical lenses reflecting the astonished faces of his companions. The final key requires authorization from the Shadow Realm. Windless shrugged. I am well acquainted with the Shadow Realm. Entry is complimentary. In a decisive manner, Optimus Prime assigned the teams. Key of Time, Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Smokescreen, Matrix Light resisting time distortion. Key of Space, Thunderclash, Jack. Sugar, Chaotic Fire breaking through space. Key of Fire, Shockwave, Parallel Megatron. Inferno, Soundwave, Corona resistant. Key of Shadows, Windless and Darkless, dual kings of the Shadow Realm. Chaotic Authorization. He raised his hand, crossing the matrix sword with the dark silver hammer. Let the four keys be activated together, and the heart of Iron Fortress shall be revived. Key of Time, Bermuda Triangle. In the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, Optimus Prime raised the matrix sword, its luminous blade piercing the water and instantly cleaving a vacuum passage. Smokescreen activated the time distortion shield, transforming the warped flow of time into a slow-motion backdrop. Ultra Magnus was responsible for mapping, as matrix light points arranged themselves in the water, forming an arrow of time, pointing directly to the rift's bottom. 3,000 meters below, an ancient section of Iron Fortress emerged, its hatch adorned with a clock emblem. Optimus Prime extended his hand, synchronizing the matrix light with the hatch, and with a click, a silver key materialized, flowing like liquid time, its brilliance continuously reversing. He grasped the key, the 13th star of the sword's spine illuminating. Key of Time restored. Key of Space, Dark Moon rift on the far side of the moon. At the core of the Dark Moon rift, Thunderclash raised the hammer of the Chosen, smashing through the spatial barrier, revealing the gate of space within the rift. Sugar's dorsal fin ignited, transforming into a spatial anchor to stabilize the rift's edge and prevent collapse. Jack was tasked with installing the stabilizers for the gate of space, converting the rift into a controllable passage. Behind the gate, a transparent key hovered, resembling folded space, its light refracting endlessly. Thunderclash extended his hand, the hammer pattern resonating with the key. With a hum, the key dropped into his palm, Key of space restored. Key of fire. Sunspot group in close orbit around the sun. Amidst the sunspot group of the corona, shockwave, parallel Megatron, unfurled a dark silver cloak, forming a corona shield to withstand the million-degree heat. Inferno unleashed crimson golden flames, resonating with the sunspot group, transforming the violent energy into controllable streams of fire. Soundwave was responsible for data collection, his single optic flashing the frequency of fire, converting the fluctuations of the corona into key signals. In the center of the black hole cluster, a crimson key emerged, radiating like a blazing sun, its brilliance pulsating incessantly. The anomaly extended his hand, intertwining dark silver flames with the key. With a resounding boom, the key fell into his palm. The key of fire restored to its rightful place. In the depths of the shadow domain, within the chaotic corridor, Windless and Darkless stood side by side. The dual kings of the shadow realm intertwining their flames to cleave through the chaotic mists. At the corridor's end, a gray-black key floated like a shifting shadow, its light perpetually devouring. Darkless raised his hand, transforming the flames of the shadow realm into chains, drawing the key towards his brother. Windless extended his hand, resonating the chaotic embers with the key. With a low hum, the key landed in his palm. The key of shadow restored to its rightful place. As all four keys returned simultaneously, the decoding chamber's luminous screen displayed a countdown. Iron Fortress Hard Activation Program 001000. Optimus Prime lifted his hand, the four keys levitating. The Matrix Blade and the Hammer of Heroes crossing to form a 13-pointed star formation. Megatron struck the hammer's handle against the ground. Dark silver flames infusing the light matrix. Iron Fortress awakened. The projection of the Iron Fortress heart materialized as the countdown reached 0, transforming the light matrix into a vast projection of the ancient city of Iron Fortress on Cybertron, its ruins stark against the sky. At the central altar, the four keyholes were arranged in a square, and above the altar, the 13th ancestral statue ascended slowly, its visage mirroring that of Optimus Prime. An illusion. The 12 ancestors knelt simultaneously, the 13th restored. Iron Fortress rejuvenated. Epilogue. The countdown to return home as the projection faded. The four keys transformed into bracelets, fitting snugly around the wrists of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Windless raised his hand, the phase displacer shimmering. The keys are gathered, the next destination, the ancient city of Cybertron. The heart of Iron Fortress. Optimus Prime gazed out the window, the auroras of Earth intertwining with the Matrix light. The path home is finally opened. Megatron draped his cloak over his shoulders. This time, it is not war, but revival. The four keys are in place. The heart of Iron Fortress has awakened. The 13th stands tall, the ancestors united. The pulse of Cybertron reverberates within the countdown. The tale takes its final step towards homecoming. Chapter 32. The Dark Pact on the eve of homecoming. 3 days after the keys were restored, the Cybertronian revival fleet prepared for departure. In Earth's orbit, the united dock glimmered brightly, the countdown to home flashing in every spaceship's viewport. However, the quarters of Optimus Prime and Megatron were unusually quiet. The Matrix light and dark silver flames intertwining to create a gentle, slumbering glow as the two embraced in sleep, as if to etch the last night on Earth into the embers. Yet, as the Matrix light descended into a light slumber, Megatron's consciousness was gently tugged away by an ancient and frigid darkness. In the abyss of dreams, the darkness surged like a tide, instantly submerging the joy of returning home. Megatron stood upon a void of desolation, the sky shattered like broken stars, the ground molten metal. Here lies the vestige of the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness. A massive shadow slowly rose, its crimson optical lenses gazing down like a star. Megatron, the gladiator, son of darkness. The voice resonated like gravitational waves, causing his inner flame to tremble. Do you believe yourself worthy of the 13th Prime? He is the embodiment of the Matrix, a pillar of strength, while you're merely a gladiator wielding a hammer. The mighty Titan stood in silence, his orange optics flickering with rare uncertainty. This was the manifestation of his deeply buried insecurities. The cracks of self-doubt echoed within him. The Cosmic Emperor raised his hand, and an illusion materialized. The Prime stood surrounded by the 12 Primes, the star sword held aloft. The Matrix radiating brilliance. He lingered in the shadows, hammer handle drooping, akin to a forgotten specter. The primes proclaimed in unison, 13th, take your place. Yet, none turned their gaze toward him. Whispers of darkness slithered like venomous serpents. You are unworthy of him, unworthy of the glory of the 13th. You will only hinder him, allowing darkness to taint his essence. The Titan clenched his fist, knuckles cracking in defiance, yet found himself at a loss for words. For what darkness spoke was indeed his deepest fear. The price of temptation weighed heavily upon him. The Cosmic Emperor leaned closer, a hand resting upon his shoulder guard, his voice hauntingly gentle. I can aid you, grant you the power to ensure he remains by your side forever, the power of darkness. Even the leadership module would remain oblivious. The Titan raised his gaze, the orange optics reflecting the crimson allure. The price? A modicum of loyalty, a dash of possessiveness. In your own way, lead his heart to ensure all of him belongs solely to you. The darkness swirled at his fingertips, akin to sweet chains. The Titan remained silent for 3 seconds, then slowly nodded. I am willing. As darkness poured into him, the Cosmic Emperor smiled, the crimson optics gleaming with triumph. He raised his hand, and the dark energy coalesced into liquid chains, flowing through the Titan's shoulder guard into his chest cavity, intertwining with the dark silver flame, forming a new dark star ember. Its exterior remained orange, yet its core concealed boundless darkness. Whispers of darkness echoed within his mind. From this moment forth, you shall be my apostle. Go forth to possess, to bind, and let the 13th belong to you. As the infusion of darkness concluded, the figure of the Cosmic Emperor gradually dissipated, leaving behind a gentle thread. Remember, the price of betraying the darkness is the loss of him. In the dormitory, the Prime stirred slightly, sensing the tremor of the One in his embrace. Did you have a nightmare? He raised his hand, resting it upon the Titan's back armor. The matrix light flickering softly. The Titan opened his eyes within the depths of his orange optics, a fleeting crimson obscured by darkness. He smiled, yet his voice was hoarse. Unrecognizable. It's nothing, just a fear of losing you. The Prime held him tighter, the matrix light entwined with the dark silver flame. I will not leave, never. The Titan lowered his gaze, the darkness within the ember chuckling softly. Yes, forever belongs only to me. The subtle changes as the countdown to the return home continues. No one notices the peculiarities of Lord Zhan. During training, the dark silver flames occasionally flicker with a crimson hue. When embraced by Optimus, the arm armor unconsciously tightens, as if wishing to meld the other into the embers. In the depths of night, he stands upon the rooftop, turning his back to the earth, the darkness swirling beneath his cloak. Tang Tang once glimpsed from afar, the dorsal flame trembling inexplicably. Has Uncle Jin changed? Feng Wuhen also sensed unusual fluctuations in the Shadow Realm, yet could not discern their source. The first step into darkness on the eve of the fleet's departure, Optimus was organizing the Matrix sword in the dormitory. Lord Zhan approached from behind, encircling him, his voice barely above a whisper. Do not entrust the Matrix to anyone, including the Primal. It belongs solely to you and to me. Optimus paused, then chuckled. The Matrix belongs to all life, not for my possession alone. Lord Zhan's armor tightened, a fleeting crimson spark glimmering deep within his orange optics. Then let it be, I who protects it, for it belongs only to us. The Matrix light suddenly flickered, as if sensing an unknown darkness, issuing a faint warning. The oath of darkness in the dead of night, on the dormitory balcony. Lord Zhan faced the earth alone, the darkness roiling beneath his cloak like invisible chains. He raised his hand, the dark star flame flickering in his chest chamber. Crimson and orange intertwining into a twisted heart shape. Optimus, you can only be mine. No one shall take you away. The darkness chuckled softly, tender yet cruel. Go forth. Possess, bind. Let the 13th belong solely to you. Lord Zhan lowered his gaze, his optics reflecting the auroras of Earth, yet it felt like a chilling exclusivity. Indeed, it belongs only to me. Epilogue: the countdown of darkness as the countdown to the fleet's return home commenced. 001000. The fleet blazed with light, intertwining with dark silver flames to form pillars of peace. Unbeknownst to all, upon the flagship's main mast, a shadow stood alone, Lord Zhan's cloak billowing. The darkness counted down deep within the embers. 10, 9, 8. The return begins, and so does the possession. He raised his hand, the dark star flame flickering, reminiscent of a tainted star, quietly awaiting an eruption. Darkness had arrived, the desire for exclusivity taking root. The 13th primal was on the verge of being bound. The path home would become a battlefield of possession. The story marches toward the countdown of darkness. Chapter 33. The countdown of possession. The fleet departs for home. Countdown reaching 0. Ships launching into Earth's orbit. The matrix light and dark silver flames intertwine into a colossal halo, the fleet darting through it like schools of fish, leaping toward the heart of the ancient capital of Cybertron, Iron Fortress. Within the flagship arc of return, Optimus stood at the main bridge. The star's sword and the hammer of heroes crossed behind him, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Lord Jun stood to his right, his cloak billowing, a hint of crimson concealed within the depths of his orange optics, a barely perceptible curve gracing his lips. Unnoticed, a ripple of black flame quietly spread from the shadow of the flagship's main mast, like ink dropped into clear water. The first temptation of darkness in the 10th minute of the fleet's leap, the matrix suddenly flickered with a warning. Unknown dark energy fluctuations detected. Optimus Prime paused momentarily, mistaking it for residual dark energy along the homeward route, and dismissed it without concern. Megatron turned his head, the dark spark beneath his cloak gently pulsating, as if in response to the Matrix's alert, or perhaps in provocation. He spoke softly, his voice as sweet as honey. Upon our return, where would you like to go first? The Iron Fortress Library? Or to our home? Optimus smiled, the Matrix light intertwining naturally with the dark silver flame. Certainly to the library, and then we shall plan for the future together. The darkness within Megatron's chest chuckled softly. The future can only belong to the two of us. Anomalies on the bridge 3 hours into the return journey. Crew members on the main bridge began reporting irregularities. Navigator, course deviation 001, unable to correct. Energy officer, matrix charging speed has decreased by 5. Communications officer, faint static on the public channel, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Ultra Magnus frowned as the matrix light swept across the room, yet he could not locate the source. Megatron stood in the shadows, the dark spark beneath his cloak synchronizing with the anomalous frequencies, testing the darkness's control. Warnings from the Matrix in the late hours of the night. Aboard the flagship's quarters, Optimus was present, and the Matrix illuminated spontaneously. Projecting a faint illusion, Megatron ensnared by chains of darkness, orange optical lenses gleaming crimson. He reached out for help, only to be dragged toward the abyss by the chains. The 13th star tainted by darkness, gradually extinguishing. Optimus awoke with a start, the Matrix light flickering urgently, yet he attributed it to anxiety over their return. Gently stroking Megatron's back, "Do not fear, I am here." The darkness within Megatron's chest chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are here. You can only reside within my embrace." The exclusive first operation on the 5th day of their return, the fleet arrived in the vicinity of Cybertron. The heart of Iron Fortress projected onto the flagship's main screen. 4 ultimate god keys quietly suspended, awaiting their final insertion. However, Megatron discreetly issued private commands to adjust the order of god key insertion, requesting the shadow key to be inserted last, to instruct Ultra Magnus to temporarily isolate the Matrix blade, citing the need for final calibration, and to halt the smokescreen broadcast, claiming confidentiality. Each command seemed reasonable, but gradually isolated Optimus from the Matrix. The darkness within the spark chuckled softly. As long as the shadow key is inserted last, darkness shall first seep into the Matrix. The 13th will belong solely to me. Resistance of the Matrix on the eve of the god key insertion ceremony. The Matrix illuminated spontaneously, projecting an even more intense illusion. Megatron stood before the dark throne. The 13th star ensnared by chains. He raised his hand, and the Matrix was forcibly dragged toward the darkness. Optimus was bound beneath the throne, unable to move. As the illusion faded, the Matrix light flickered urgently, resembling a distress signal. Finally, Optimus became aware of the anomaly, but chose to trust his companion. He approached Megatron's quarters and softly inquired, "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" The Lord of Darkness smiled. Yet the shadows beneath his cloak surged tumultuously, merely the exhilaration of returning home. "Fret not." He raised his hand, resting it upon the chest of Optimus Prime. As the dark star's embers flickered gently, resembling both a soothing balm and an encroaching invasion. For hours prior to the dark confession, on the flagship observation deck, the Lord of Darkness stood alone before the starry expanse, shadows roiling beneath his cloak like a volcano poised to erupt. He lifted his hand, the dark star embers twinkling. A twisted heart shape formed of scarlet and orange. Optimus Prime, you can only belong to me. Let no one else dare to seize you. The darkness chuckled softly, tender yet ruthless. Go forth, insert the key of divinity, and let the 13th be mine. On the 6th day of return, at the heart of Iron Fortress altar, 4 divine keys hovered, arranged in a quadrilateral formation, with the 13th ancestral statue at the center. Optimus Prime raised the matrix sword, poised to insert it into the temporal keyhole. Yet, the Lord of Darkness stealthily moved, positioning himself before the shadow keyhole, as the shadows beneath his cloak danced gently. The Prime was temporarily isolated, only able to watch from afar, as the insertion of the matrix sword was delayed. The smokescreen broadcast was halted, leaving only darkness and scarlet pulsating in the air. As the ritual commenced, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand, the dark star embers flickering like a countdown heartbeat. 10, 9, 8. He smiled, the orange optical lenses reflecting the silhouette of Optimus Prime, akin to watching a bird destined for confinement. The darkness chuckled, insert it. Let the 13th belong to me. In the climax of darkness, as the countdown reached 0, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand, inserting the shadow key into the keyhole. Instantly, darkness erupted, inundating the altar like a tidal wave. The matrix light flickered urgently, the 13th star stained crimson. Optimus Prime, taken aback, turned to find only his partner shrouded in darkness, and the fleeting flash of scarlet deep within the orange optical lenses. As darkness surged forth, the monopoly began. The 13th was destined to be locked within a cage of exclusivity. The path of return transformed into a battleground of possession. The tale progressed toward the zenith of darkness. Chapter 34. The eruption of darkness as the crimson engulfed the altar. At the moment the countdown reached its conclusion, the shadow key was inserted into the keyhole. Darkness spread like liquid lightning, wildly coursing through the quadrilateral formation, staining silver, crimson gold, and azure all into deep violet. The 13th ancestral statue was ensnared in chains. The matrix light emitted a piercing alarm, as though being forcibly dragged into the abyss. Optimus Prime turned in shock, only to witness the Lord of Darkness being exalted by shadows, his cloak billowing into a throne, with a fleeting flash of crimson deep within the orange optical lenses. The matrix struggled to illuminate, attempting to break free from the darkness, yet was forcefully subdued by the dark star embers. The 13th star flickered violently within Optimus Prime's chest, akin to a heart ensnared in chains, each beat accompanied by excruciating pain. He raised his hand, yearning to withdraw the shadow key, but was ensnared by the chains of darkness, rendering him immobile. Lord of Darkness, cease. The voice was swallowed by the shadows, leaving only a faint echo behind. The dark declaration reverberated through the heart of the Iron Fortress as the Dark Sovereign hovered upon his obsidian throne. His voice amplified by the whispers of the Cosmic Emperor. The 13th belongs solely to me. No one shall take it away. The dark star's ember pulsated violently within his chest chamber, a twisted heart of crimson and orange, a mark of his possessiveness. Dark chains rose from the ground, ensnaring Optimus Prime, dragging him towards the feet of the Dark Sovereign. The collective rescue effort was thwarted as the celestial dawn broke through the temporary barriers. The matrix blade cleaving through the dark chains, only to be ensnared by even more. The smokescreen initiated a live broadcast, yet was forcibly muted by the darkness, leaving only a scarlet hue. Tang's dorsal fin flared, chaotic flames transforming into spatial blades aimed at the Dark Throne, only to be thwarted by the Dark Sovereign's raised hand. Do not impede me, Queen. The Jack attempted to disrupt the dark frequency with a chaotic bomb, but it was devoured by the shadows, even the explosion silenced. The low laughter of the Cosmic Emperor echoed from the depths of darkness. Excellent, Apostle. Claim him. Let the 13th belong solely to you. The Dark Sovereign lifted his hand, the dark chains binding Optimus' waist, forcibly drawing him to the throne like a coveted trophy. Optimus struggled, weaving matrix light and dark silver flames into a blade, slicing at the chains, yet they were instantly mended by the darkness. He gazed upwards at his companion. Shrouded in shadows, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Dark Sovereign, awaken. You are not a usurper. You are a guardian. The word guardian pierced through the darkness like a radiant arrow, striking the ember engulfed in shadows. The Dark Sovereign's fingers trembled slightly, the depths of his crimson optical lens flickering with a faint orange flame. The Cosmic Emperor bellowed, "Do not heed him. You belong to the darkness." Yet the orange flame blazed brighter, seemingly awakened by the Guardian's vow. Minute cracks appeared in the dark chains, and Optimus seized the opportunity to break free. The Matrix light transforming into a blade, aimed at the Dark Sovereign's chest chamber. As the blade pierced his core, the Matrix flames clashed violently with the Dark Star Ember, akin to two stars exploding within his chest. The Dark Sovereign emitted a tortured howl, darkness and light erupting simultaneously from his chest, forming a distorted yin-yang symbol. The Cosmic Emperor roared in fury, "No, my apostle." The Matrix light seized the moment to envelop the Dark Sovereign, gradually peeling away the darkness. Akin to shedding a tainted eggshell, Optimus reached out, embracing his faltering companion, the Matrix light and dark silver flames intertwining into a cocoon of protection. "Return, my darkness, for you're also my light." The darkness was forcibly stripped away by the Matrix light, transforming into a deep black mist, which the Matrix blade absorbed. The Cosmic Emperor's enraged roar echoed throughout the heart of the Iron Fortress. "I shall return." As the mist dissipated, the 13th ancestral statue reignited, the Matrix light and dark silver flames forming a shield of guardianship. The Dark Sovereign collapsed in Optimus' embrace, the Dark Star Ember stripped away, leaving only a pure orange optical lens, weak yet awakened. "I am sorry. I nearly lost you." The embrace of redemption, Optimus Prime held him tightly, the intertwining matrix of light and dark silver flames forming a protective cocoon. "You have never lost me, for you have never lost yourself." He raised his hand, forcibly compressing the stripped darkness into the Matrix sword. The 13th star upon its spine reignited, imbued with a hint of crimson, a purified darkness, now part of the guardianship. Megatron lifted his hand, resting it upon Optimus Prime's, his voice low yet resolute. "From this moment forth, my darkness shall serve solely to protect you." Epilogue. The true meaning of homecoming. As darkness dissipated, the heart of Iron Fortress reignited. The 4 ultimate keys were inserted simultaneously into the altar, awakening the 13th ancestral statue. A colossal beam of light, woven from Matrix light and dark silver flames, surged into the night sky of Cybertron, illuminating the fractured steel landscape. The homecoming fleet simultaneously illuminated its navigation lights, as if answering the call of their homeland. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood side by side within the beam, their Matrix sword and dark silver hammer crossed, their voices resonating throughout Cybertron. The essence of homecoming lies not in reconstruction, but in rebirth, not in possession, but in protection. Darkness has been stripped away, singularity redeemed. The 13th has returned to its rightful place, the ancestors united. The heartbeat of Cybertron is reborn in guardianship. The story approaches the final chapter of Homecoming. Chapter 35. The Light of Homecoming. The path to homecoming 3 hours after the shattering of darkness. The 4 ultimate keys ignited simultaneously, forming a colossal beam of light piercing the starry sky, directing towards the depths of the heart of Iron Fortress in Cybertron's ancient capital. Optimus Prime raised his hand, the Matrix sword intersecting with Megatron's hammer, transforming the beam into a brilliant path home, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the way for wanderers in the cosmos. He turned, gazing at those standing alongside him, his voice gentle yet firm. "Let's return home and rebuild Cybertron together." Megatron looked up. The orange optics reflected the beam of homecoming, his voice soft yet resolute. "This time, it is not about singularity, but about unity." The fleet set sail, the homecoming fleet reassembled, the Matrix light and dark silver flames intertwining into a vast halo. The fleet surged through the halo like a school of fish, leaping towards the ancient capital of Cybertron. Aboard the flagship, the Ark Homecoming, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood side by side on the bridge, their Matrix sword and the hammer of the heroes crossed behind them, like 2 sentinels guarding the return home. As the fleet traversed the jump gate, the silhouette of Cybertron's ancient capital gradually emerged through the fragmented dome, broken tracks, and extinguished energy towers, resembling a slumbering giant awaiting the call of its returning children. The heart of Iron Fortress awakens. The fleet arrived above the ancient capital of Cybertron, where the four ultimate keys ignited simultaneously, forming a massive beam of light directed deep into the heart of Iron Fortress. Optimus Prime raised his hand, inserting the Matrix sword into the center of the altar, while Megatron simultaneously hoisted the hammer of the heroes, striking it heavily against the altar's edge. The four keys were inserted into their respective slots, forming a 13-pointed star light array, and a heavy heartbeat resonated from deep within the heart of Iron Fortress, as if the slumbering giant had finally awakened. The shattered dome reignited with energy light, the broken tracks seamlessly reconnected, and the extinguished energy towers illuminated one by one, akin to a Christmas tree alight with joy. The welcome of the ancestors deep within the heart of Iron Fortress. The 13th statue of the ancestor gradually ascended, its visage mirroring that of Optimus Prime, with a chest adorned by the Matrix sword and the hammer of the heroes. The 12 ethereal ancestors materialized, proclaiming in unison, 13th. Take your place, Iron Fortress, rise again. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron knelt on one knee, as beams of light, woven from the Matrix's brilliance and dark silver flames, formed a colossal shaft of light, akin to a cannon salute for those returning home. The oath of reconstruction in the heart of Iron Fortress Square. All members of the returning fleet gathered. Optimus Prime raised his hand, directing the Matrix sword towards the heavens, his voice resonating within the shattered dome. From this day forth, we are no longer wanderers, but rebuilders. Megatron struck the ground with the hammer of the heroes, dark silver flames erupting into a massive column of light. The glory of the Decepticons shall be reborn in peace. Both factions cheered in unison, their optical lenses shimmering like a sea of stars. Task allocation for reconstruction in the heart of Iron Fortress Square. Reconstruction tasks were assigned. Construction Division, Jax, Skyfall, and Smokescreen are responsible for rebuilding the energy tower and the railways. Energy Division, Firestorm, Shockwave, and Soundwave are tasked with restarting the super energy well. Agriculture Division, RAF, Mickey, and Tangs are in charge of reconstructing the Darkfire greenhouse. Security Division, Wingblade, Thunderquake, Shockwave, and Havoc are responsible for patrol and security. Public Relations, Smokescreen and Red Spider are tasked with broadcasting the reconstruction progress. Snack Division, Windless is responsible for unlimited snack refills and Shadow Domain deliveries. The trials of reconstruction. During the first week of reconstruction, the energy well of Iron Fortress faced a failure in its restart, dark remnants emerging from the super energy well. Shockwave and Soundwave shook their heads in unison. The dark remnants are not cleared. We cannot inject pure energy. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the Matrix light transformed into a sea of white flames, forcibly purifying the dark remnants at the well's mouth. Megatron struck the well with the hammer of the heroes, dark silver flames swirling into a massive vortex, driving away the darkness. Finally, the energy well was restarted, pure super energy slowly flowing into the heart of Iron Fortress, akin to blood coursing through a heart. The redemption of the Snack Division in the second week of reconstruction. The energy well was successfully restarted. However, the workers were lacking energy intake, causing slow progress. Windless promptly activated Shadow Domain deliveries for reconstruction specials, providing unlimited snack refills and energy drinks, delivered to the work site within 30 minutes. Jax, unlimited Arctic high-gloss soda, Shockwave. Unlimited Grandpa as sweet soup, Little Skyward. Unlimited sugar-free Grandma as sweet soup. The reconstruction progress surged instantly, and the broadcast chat exploded. The Snack Division saves the world. Grandpa S. Sweet Soup is the soul of reconstruction. Celebration of the return. By the end of the first month of reconstruction, the energy tower of Iron Fortress illuminated once more, the super energy well operating at full capacity. And the Darkfire greenhouse bore the first Aurora tree. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood shoulder to shoulder atop the energy tower, the Matrix light and dark silver flames intertwining into a grand column of light, serving as a beacon for the returnees. Optimus Prime raised his hand, directing the Matrix sword towards the sky, his voice echoing across the reconstructed dome. Welcome home, Cybertron. With a resounding crash, Shockwave struck the ground with the hammer of the Chosen, as dark silver flames transformed into a magnificent light swirl. This is our home, and it is our future. Epilogue. The eternity of peace. On the 100th day of reconstruction, the heart of Iron Fortress had fully revived, and the ancient city of Cybertron illuminated with energy light. resembling a Christmas tree aglow. The title of the live stream on the Cosmic Network read, "The Homecoming of Cybertron's Revival." Below, the comments flooded in, "Eternal peace. Grandpa Sweet Soup is forever divine. Snack Division saves the universe." In the heart of Iron Fortress Square, Optimus Prime stood side by side with Shockwave before the 13th ancestral statue, as matrix light intertwined with dark silver flames, forming a colossal heart-shaped sphere of light. Optimus raised his hand, crossing the matrix blade with Shockwave's hammer of the Chosen, the sound echoing through the reconstructed dome. "This is our home, and it is our future." Shockwave draped his cloak over his shoulders, the orange optical lenses reflecting the beams of light guiding them home. Peace has finally become eternal. The homecoming was complete. Reconstruction had begun. Peace had become everlasting, while darkness was locked within memories. The heartbeat of Cybertron resonated eternally within the beams of homecoming. The story concluded, framed within the eternity of peace. Chapter 36, The Covenant of Dual Kingship in the New Cybertron, on the 150th Earth Day of Homecoming. The energy tower of the heart of Iron Fortress was operating at full capacity, and the aurora trees began to sprout along the streets. The scaffolding of the Carrion Gladiatorial Arena was dismantled, and the Hospital for the Rescuers was the first to open its doors. The live stream captured the reconstruction area, with comments flooding the screen. "Grandpa Sweet Soup's branch store has opened. Carrion Gladiatorial Arena transformed into a cultural center. Youth, you have grown." The Heart of Iron Archive was fully booked for appointments, with lines forming to check in at the ancestral statue. In the council hall, the monument of dual kingship was unveiled. Leaders, Optimus Prime, holder of the Matrix, 13th Ancestral, and Shockwave, guardian of the Dark Silver Hammer, overseer of peace. The monument was engraved with the crossed sword and hammer of the two, symbolizing the badge of a reborn Cybertron. The lost source of the Allspark on the eve of the peace celebration, Optimus stood alone atop the energy tower, gazing down at the reconstructed city, his brow furrowed. The Matrix ignited spontaneously, casting a faint illusion. Fragments of the Allspark had been randomly transported to the depths of the cosmos by the space bridge. The hollow core of Cybertron could not nurture new life. The newly born monstrous offspring required pure Allspark energy to hatch. He raised his hand, the Matrix light gently flickering. "I must retrieve it to truly revive Cybertron." The decision to venture alone in the leader's office, Shockwave entered, placing his cloak over the back of a chair. "The energy well is operating stably, yet the hatching rate of the offspring is only 17. Is it due to the lack of the Allspark?" Optimus nodded, his voice husky. "I have decided to seek out the transported Allspark alone, to allow the core to nurture life once more." Shockwave immediately grasped his wrist. "I will accompany you. The universe is perilous, and you cannot go alone." Optimus Prime slowly shook his head, expressing, "I do not wish for you to accompany me on this perilous journey. Cybertron requires your steadfast presence." Megatron fell silent, his orange optical lenses flashing with displeasure. "Are you intent on abandoning me once more?" In an effort to alleviate his partner's concerns, Optimus decided to take him to the quaint McAdams' old oil house, the site of their first encounter. The establishment had been exquisitely restored, with vintage neon lights casting an enchanting glow. Behind the bar, McAdam was polishing a glass when he spotted the two entering and broke into a broad smile. "Ah, the leader and the guardian. Would you care for a drink reminiscent of your first meeting?" Optimus nodded, sliding 2 cups of light honey energy drink towards Megatron. "Do you recall? It was here that you handed me the datapad, asking for my signature, Gladiator." Megatron chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing the rim of his glass. "Indeed. I remember. You were so nervous that your hands trembled." They exchanged smiles, yet both could taste the bittersweet flavor of farewell. Optimus raised his hand, summoning a small sphere of matrix light that floated between them. "I must embark alone. The cosmos is vast and fraught with danger, but Cybertron needs you." Megatron lowered his gaze, his hand clenched into a fist beneath his cloak. "But I need you as well. The universe is perilous, and I find solace in your company." Optimus placed his hand over Megatron's, the matrix light enveloping it gently. "I am not abandoning you. I am entrusting Cybertron to you. When I return, we shall witness the rebirth of the Aurora tree together." Megatron remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding, his voice hoarse. "Very well. I shall await your return. But remember, the 13th Prime is to be mine alone." Optimus smiled, resting his forehead against Megatron's. Yours alone, forever. The following dawn, in the back alley of McAdam's old oil house, Optimus boarded the small shuttle, the Ark alone, with the Matrix sword and the hammer of the Primes crossed upon his back. Megatron stood at the alley's entrance, his cloak billowing in the morning breeze, his orange optical lenses reflecting the light of the shuttle's ascent. He raised his hand, a dark silver flame transforming into a small sphere of light, hovering at his fingertips. Safe travels, my 13th. As the shuttle ascended, passing through the rebuilt dome of Cybertron, it ventured into the depths of the universe. Megatron remained at the alley's entrance until the light beam vanished, then turned to proceed towards the council hall, where his responsibilities awaited, along with his anticipation. In the council hall, Megatron stood alone before the monument of shared rule between the two kings, placing his hand upon the crossed sword and hammer. Optimus has journeyed forth. I shall govern Cybertron alone, yet I shall await his return. The members of the council, including Ultra Magnus, Smokescreen, and others, knelt simultaneously before him. At your command, Guardian. Megatron lifted his gaze, his orange optical lenses reflecting the rebuilt city as his voice resonated throughout the hall. Cybertron shall be reborn under my stewardship until the leader returns. The Ark shuttle traversed the asteroid belt, journeying deeper into the cosmos. Optimus Prime sat alone in the cockpit, the Matrix light flickering to life, casting a faint coordinate of the Allspark fragments. The first coordinate, the deep-sea trench of the Bermuda Triangle, recovered. The second coordinate, the solar corona sunspot in close proximity to the sun, recovered. The third coordinate, the deepest chaos corridor of the Shadow Realm, recovered. The fourth coordinate, the depths of a dark nebula in an unknown galaxy. He raised his hand, and the Matrix light transformed into a small orb of light. Hovering at his fingertips, Allspark, I have arrived. The shuttle leaped through space, heading toward the unknown galaxy, like a solitary star navigating the dark cosmos, filled with anticipation and hope. In the ancient city of Cybertron, atop the energy tower, Shockwave stood alone, his cape billowing in the night wind, his orange optical lenses reflecting the rebuilt city and the aurora trees. He raised his hand, and dark silver fire morphed into a small orb of light, suspended at his fingertips, resembling a lighthouse awaiting its homecoming. Optimus Prime, remember to return. I shall be here waiting for you. The aurora trees swayed gently in the night breeze, as if acknowledging his vigil. In the depths of the cosmos, the Allspark shuttle journeyed alone, the Matrix light intertwining with the dark nebula, resembling a solitary star. In the ancient city of Cybertron, atop the energy tower, Shockwave stood beneath the aurora tree, his cape rustling in the night wind, his orange optical lenses mirroring the reconstructed city. The journey of solitude began. Waiting commenced. The 13th Prime faced the universe alone, while the Guardian of Stars remained steadfast in Cybertron. The aurora trees swayed in the night wind, like a beacon ignited by waiting and solitude. The tale, woven through solitary journeys and anticipation, continued to unfold. Chapter 37. The Trap of Reflections, the vigil of a landing pad in the ancient city of Cybertron. Atop the energy tower, the morning mist lingered. Shockwave stood alone at the edge of the landing pad, his cape fluttering in the morning breeze, his orange optical lenses unblinking as they fixed upon the sky, the path that the Allspark shuttle would inevitably traverse. It had been the 30th day, he murmured, the dark star spark within his chest pulsing softly, akin to longing yet tinged with an ominous premonition. Behind him, Sugar led 18 small aerial units in practice, their cries echoing, yet failing to reach his ears. Each day, he engaged in but 2 tasks, processing documents and then coming here to wait, until the stars rose, until the aurora trees illuminated the night, until the return path remained desolate. The cage of dreams in the dead of night, the energy tower dormitory. Shockwave, having just entered slumber, was engulfed by the familiar darkness like a tidal wave. The specter of the Cosmic Emperor stood amid shattered stars, his crimson optical lenses resembling twin blood moons. It has been 30 days, my apostle. Do you think of me? Shockwave clenched his fist, the dark stars spark throbbing with pain. Silence. I await only Optimus Prime's return. The darkness chuckled softly, chains materializing from thin air, entwining his limbs. You are unworthy of the 13th Prime. You will only hinder him. Allow me to assist in your upgrade, so that he shall never be free of you. What do you say? Shockwave fell silent, unable to refute the insecurities and fears that remained his vulnerabilities. The Cosmic Emperor raised his hand, tightening the chains as if to drag him into an endless abyss. In the depths of the dark nebula, the vessel's source slowly emerged from the warp channel, its bridge illuminated by a soft glow. Optimus Prime gripped the Matrix blade, his gaze piercing through the porthole at a bizarre, silvery nebula swirling in the darkness, resembling a colossal mirror. An unknown energy reaction surged, its intensity surpassing that of the Matrix. The navigation system emitted a warning. Optimus Prime instinctively piloted the source closer, landing at the edge of the nebula. As he stepped out of the cabin, a familiar yet alien pressure enveloped him. Amidst the shattered stars, a towering figure slowly ascended. Clad in silver armor with crimson optical lenses, its visage almost identical to that of Primus, yet exuding a chilling arrogance. 13th, you have finally arrived. The voice, akin to metal grinding, carried an irresistible authority. Optimus instinctively raised the Matrix blade, alertly growling, "You are not my Primus. Who are you?" The silver entity smiled. The mirrored Primus, referred to as Mirror Primus. "Come, become my herald." With a gesture, Mirror Primus summoned an irresistible force from their shared bloodline, forcibly drawing Optimus forward. The Matrix light flickered violently, yet it was as if reflected by a mirror, failing to mount an effective resistance. "Stop!" Optimus roared, embedding the blade into the ground. A barrier of white light forming, yet he was still inexorably pulled towards Mirror Primus. Mirror Primus smiled, akin to a bird about to be caged. "You have lost so much of your memory. Allow me to help you remember your true self." With a wave of his hand, a dark purple energy surged into Optimus's mind. In that moment, the dark purple lens of Optimus Prime appeared, cold and formidable. 12 siblings surrounded him, their youthful gazes filled with admiration. Megatron knelt before him, subdued by sheer force, his eyes brimming with fear and evasion. "Do you remember now? This is the true you," Mirror Primus whispered, like a serpent slithering into a flame. Optimus fell to his knees, the Matrix light and dark purple energy entwining into a distorted vortex. He shook his head in anguish. "Impossible. I have become one with Lord Megatron. I will not harm him." Mirror Primus raised an eyebrow, his crimson optical lens gleaming with interest. "Oh, how intriguing. Let me witness the unfolding drama of this world." He lifted his hand, delving into the depths of Optimus's memories, glimpsing images of the two standing side by side, the remnants of dark energy, and the visitor from another realm, Windblade. "Ha, how amusing!" Mirror Primus exclaimed, his optical lens flickering with excitement. A Megatron tainted by darkness, a 13th softened by love, and a meddlesome bounty hunter. Meanwhile, within the dreamscape of Cybertron, the Cosmic Emperor's phantom abruptly ceased its torment, lifting its gaze towards the dark nebula. The power of the same origin? Intriguing. Through telepathy, he established a connection with Mirror Primus. The Mirror Primus? "I am the Cosmic Emperor, the dark source of this world. Let us unite, so that the 13th and the Dark Megatron may forever belong to us." Two shadows of malevolent consciousness swiftly formed an alliance, initiating a conspiracy against Optimus Prime and Megatron. The chosen Cage Mirage raised his hand, presenting a tormenting vision of Megatron, suffering at the hands of the Cosmic Emperor. Before Optimus Prime, enveloped in darkness, Megatron was ensnared by chains, his orange optics dimming as the dark ember within him swelled ominously. "Do you see? Your companion is being consumed by darkness. Only I can save him." Mirage smiled, his voice soft yet cruel. "Choose, 13th. Either become my herald, and I shall free him from this dark curse, or bear witness to his demise while remaining powerless." With every utterance, Megatron's agony deepened, the chains tightening, darkness expanding. Optimus Prime fell to his knees, the Matrix light flickering urgently, as if imprisoned within a cage of choices. The final struggle, Optimus raised his hand, driving the Matrix sword into the ground, a barrier of white light resisting the pull of his bloodline. "No, you are not my Primus. My companion shall be saved by my own hand." Mirage smiled, like a hunter watching his prey on the brink of collapse. "You have 10 seconds. His darkness will erupt completely." In the vision, Megatron's dark ember began to fracture, darkness spreading like ink. Desperate compromise on the 10th second, Megatron let out a pained howl, the dark ember on the verge of explosion. Optimus, kneeling, felt the matrix light finally extinguish. His voice hoarse yet desperate. "I am willing to become your herald. I implore you, save him." Mirage smiled, resembling a hunter who had finally ensnared his quarry. "Very well. 13th. From this moment forth, you shall be my apostle." He raised his hand. A dark purple energy surged into Optimus's chest. The matrix light forcibly tainted dark red, as if locked within a cage of shadows. The pain from afar, meanwhile, in the Cybertronian leader's suite, Megatron suddenly awoke. The dark ember in his chest no longer twisting in agony, the Cosmic Emperor's phantom receding like a tide, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the dark nebula, his orange optics reflecting the return trajectory, his voice low yet resolute. "Optimus, I will save you, even if it means opposing the entire universe." The dark pact was sealed, an apostle was born. The distant pain became a new battlefield. The returning pathway was about to become the starting point of salvation. The tale advances toward the intersection of darkness and redemption. Chapter 38. In the name of the fallen Prime, the painful respite atop the Cybertronian energy tower. At 3 a.m, Megatron suddenly sat up. The dark ember in his chest no longer writhing in pain. The illusion of the Cosmic Emperor receding like a tide, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. He stared blankly, his hand raised, the orange optics reflecting the return trajectory as darkness ceased its torment, resembling the calm before a storm. "Optimus, what have you done?" he whispered softly, his voice laden with concern. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dark nebula, Optimus Prime, or rather the newly named Titan Prime by the mirrored Primus, knelt on one knee, the dark red matrix light flickering within his chest, reminiscent of a star imprisoned in a cage. With a raised hand, the specter of the Cosmic Emperor gradually dissipated, as if being reclaimed by the very darkness from which it originated. "Your companion shall endure no more torment," Primus said, his voice gentle yet frigid now. "It is your turn." The completion of the reflection brought Titan Prime to bow his head, observing the once silver armor of his arms now adorned with dark purple patterns. The matrix light forcibly stained a deep crimson, akin to being ensnared in a shadowy prison. He raised his hand, the optical lens reflecting his fully mirrored self. Dark purple armor, crimson optical lens, a cold smirk where warmth once resided, a stark contrast to his former self. "From this moment forth, your name shall be Titan Prime," Primus declared, channeling dark purple energy into his chest. Optimus Prime was but a memory. The present you is the true you. Titan Prime bent in a respectful bow to Primus, his tone cold yet reverent. "Thank you, my lord, for the name and your assistance." Primus then raised his hand, conjuring a screen of dark purple energy that displayed windless shadow within the star-ringed city, cradling a young offspring of sugar with a cheerful smile as he counted treats. "Your friend, windless shadow, is not a man of virtue," Primus remarked, his tone soft yet cruel. "The denizens of the shadow realm never yield easily. For the peace of Cybertron, I trust you know what must be done." A flicker of faint struggle crossed Titan Prime's eyes before he spoke with chilling resolve. "I understand. Upon my return, I shall test them in my own way. Should the beings of the Shadow Realm breach their pact, I will execute them myself." Primus nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Titan Prime to revert to his original form. Silver armor, azure optical lens, and a gentle smile, untouched by darkness. "Return and proclaim the Leader-S return to Cybertron." Primus smiled, his voice tender yet icy. "Your companion awaits your homecoming. As for my existence, it must never be mentioned to anyone. Do you comprehend this, my emissary?" As Titan Prime rose, the matrix light ignited spontaneously, carrying a barely perceptible tinge of dark red. He lifted his hand, and the arc emerged from the depths of the dark nebula, as if it had never been tainted by shadow. Stepping aboard the vessel, he cast one last glance at Primus, a fleeting struggle flickering within his optical lens, quickly subdued by the encroaching darkness. "I understand, my lord," he murmured, his voice soft yet devoid of warmth. The arc surged forth, leaping through the void towards Cybertron, akin to a solitary star journeying towards a waiting companion. On the tarmac of the ancient city of Cybertron, early morning, Megatron stood alone at the end of the runway, his cape billowing in the morning breeze. His orange optical lens fixed unwaveringly on the sky, the destined path of the returning Arkansas. He had awaited for an entire month, each day spent on the tarmac. From dawn to dusk, from the awakening of the auroras to the extinguishing of the energy towers. Today, he finally beheld the familiar pillar of returning light, the arc, piercing through the atmosphere like a solitary star, gently descending at the end of the runway. Thundercracker hastened forward, his orange optics reflecting the returning beam. His voice husky yet tender. "Welcome home, Optimus Prime." In a heartfelt embrace, the Ark's hatch opened, and Optimus, or more aptly, Nemesis Prime, descended the gangway with his silver-white armor still gleaming, his azure optics unchanged, and the gentle curve of his lips intact, albeit accompanied by a barely perceptible indifference. Thundercracker quickly moved to envelop him in a warm embrace, his orange optics mirroring the returning light, his voice low yet affectionate. "You have finally returned. I have awaited your arrival with great longing." Nemesis Prime lifted his hand to reciprocate the embrace, the matrix light flickering with a subtle dark crimson hue. His voice gentle yet detached. "I have returned and shall never depart again." After their reunion, Nemesis Prime raised his hand, and the matrix light transformed into a small orb, hovering between them. "I have discovered the source of the spark, but I require the Shadow Realm's assistance for purification. Can you help me contact Windblade?" Thundercracker nodded, his orange optics reflecting the matrix light, his voice soft yet tinged with concern. "Of course, but you must rest first. I will arrange matters with the Shadow Realm." Nemesis Prime smiled, the matrix light still glinting with a hint of dark crimson, his tone gentle yet cold. "Very well, I shall heed your advice." That night, atop the energy tower, Thundercracker reached out to Windblade. "Optimus has returned and needs the Shadow Realm's aid for the purification of the spark source. Can you come?" Windblade, cradling a young sugar, nodded with a smile. "Certainly, it is the leader's command. The Shadow Realm will not hesitate." However, after disconnecting the communication, a flicker of alertness crossed Windblade's orange optics. Why does the matrix light carry a dark crimson hue? He raised his hand, activating the phase shifter, as the chaotic spark resonated faintly with the matrix light, sensing the presence of an unknown darkness. In the energy tower dormitory, Nemesis Prime stood alone before the window, the matrix light igniting spontaneously, yet imbued with a subtle dark crimson. He lifted his hand, the darkness beneath his cloak gently pulsating, akin to the heartbeat of a countdown. He gazed out at the aurora trees, his voice low and detached. "To those of the Shadow Realm, should you breach our accord, I shall personally execute you." The darkness throbbed beneath his cloak, echoing the countdown heartbeat, awaiting the final eruption. Atop the energy tower in Cybertron's ancient capital, the aurora trees swayed gently in the night breeze, like a beacon ignited for those waiting and wandering. Nemesis Prime stood solitary at the window, the matrix light interwoven with darkness, forming a distorted countdown, anticipating the ultimate explosion. The return journey complete, darkness lurked, the Shadow Realm remained vigilant, and the countdown commenced. The 13th progenitor was poised to erupt within a shroud of darkness. The tale progresses towards the final battleground of darkness and redemption. Chapter 39. The Fall of the Shadow Realm, the day of purification and return in the heart of the Iron Fortress Square in Cybertron's ancient capital. Dawn broke. The inaugural Universal Purification Ceremony, after returning home, is currently underway. The towering figure of the fallen Prime, the mirrored Optimus Prime, looms over the altar, cradling a dark purple source of fire, which is in truth a counterfeit bestowed by the Matrix, forcibly tainted to a deep crimson hue, resembling dawn trapped within a cage. Windless Trace steps forward as commanded, the phase shifter unfolds, and the shadow domain fire transforms into a swirling gray-white vortex, poised to purify the source of the fire. Around the square, the citizens of Cybertron eagerly anticipate the event. Thunderous Resound stands beside the fallen Prime, his orange optics filled with concern. As the shadow domain fire, originating from the same source, touches the fire source, a violent repulsion occurs between the two powers that should have been harmonious. The dark purple energy rapidly expands, akin to a balloon being punctured, causing the surface of the fire source to crack and emit a piercing metallic shriek. Windless Trace's pupils dilate in shock as the phase shifter spontaneously ignites, attempting to retract the shadow domain fire, but it is too late. Boom! The dark purple fireball explodes at the center of the altar, the shockwave toppling the square, sending the populace into a frenzy of screams. As the remnants of the shattered fire source settle, the altar is left strewn with dark purple fragments, reminiscent of a shattered mirror. The crowd erupts in uproar. The optics of Thunderous resound, shifting from anticipation to astonishment, then to fury. The fire source is destroyed. The shadow domain has wreaked havoc. He has obliterated our future. The fallen Prime raises his hand, the dark purple shards transforming into dust within his palm, the Matrix's light imbued with an almost imperceptible indifference. You all witnessed it, did you not? Due to Windless Trace's blunder, the fire source has been ruined. Because of him, our descendants have lost their lives. The fallen Prime lifts his hand, and the guards swiftly encircle Windless Trace, energy chains binding his limbs, forcing him to kneel before the altar. He looks around at the crowd, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Thus, I must imprison him. Is there any dissent among you? The citizens of the square respond in unison, their voices echoing with anger. Imprison him. The shadow domain must leave Cybertron. Compensate us for our future. The fallen Prime raises his hand again, and two Cybertronian guards immediately step forward, the energy chains snapping onto Windless Trace's wrist. He stares blankly at the shattered fire source, the phase shifter igniting once more. Yet it detects no familiar resonance. That is not the fire source. It is an imitation. Yet, he cannot publicly expose the Matrix's might that suppresses his shadow domain fire. The guards push him towards the prison passage, the shouts of the crowd trailing closely behind. Thunderous Resound positions himself in front of Windless Trace, his orange optics filled with urgency. Optimus, please calm down. This is not Windless Trace's fault. The fire source has been lost in the cosmos for so long. It may have transformed due to absorbing too many other powers. The fallen Prime gazes at Thunderous Resound, the Matrix's light tinged with an almost indiscernible dark red. His voice gentle yet frigid. Thunderous Resound, you are my partner. Why do you speak on behalf of this outsider? If it were not for him, how could the fire source have shattered? Or do you imply that the shattering of the fire source is my fault? With a clenched fist, Zhen Tianzun's hand was tightly balled beneath his cloak, his voice low and hoarse. Optimus, that was not my intention. I merely wished to prevent you from making a misjudgment in your fury. Optimus raised a hand, interrupting him with a voice gentle yet undeniably authoritative. Tong Tian Shao, escort the Lord of Star Protection back. No one shall release him without my command. Tong Tian Shao knelt on one knee, his tone respectful yet tinged with reluctance. As you command, Leader Optimus. Lord of Star Protection, let us depart. Zhen Tianzun cast a deep, lingering glance at Feng Wuhen before turning to leave with Tong Tian Shao. In his gaze lingered worry, doubt, and an ineffable sorrow. Before departing, he resolved to intercede on Feng Wuhen's behalf. Optimus, Feng Wuhen's transgressions do not warrant death. I hope you can show leniency. Optimus smiled, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. That is certainly the case. Return home and await my word. I shall resolve this matter. Zhen Tianzun nodded and subsequently left the altar with Tong Tian Shao. After watching Zhen Tianzun depart, Optimus turned his attention to the kneeling Feng Wuhen. Bound by chains, his voice, gentle yet commanding, resonated. Feng Wuhen, since the Lord of Star Protection has pleaded for you, I shall grant you clemency. However, to quell the people's wrath, you must swear allegiance. The Shadow Realm shall henceforth become a vassal of Cybertron. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand, my friend? Feng Wuhen raised his head, silently surveying the furious crowd, the cold energy weapons of the guards, and the barely perceptible dark red hue in Optimus's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he approached Optimus, kneeling on one knee, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I accept your terms. However, the people of the Shadow Realm are innocent. I hope you will not allow them to suffer for my mistakes. Optimus smiled, the Matrix's light revealing a subtle dark red. His voice gentle yet undeniably commanding. That is assured. I promise you, as long as you comply, the citizens of the Shadow Realm shall remain unharmed. Now, let us sign the vassalage agreement. Feng Wuhen accepted the agreement drafted by Optimus, inscribing his name as the subordinate party. In that moment, he felt the Shadow Realm's flames forcibly suppressed, the shackles of vassalage, a compromise for survival. He looked up, catching the dark red glimmer in Optimus's eyes, and arrived at a grim conclusion. This was not a trap devised by Optimus, but rather a reflection of his own predicament. Yet, He could not publicly expose the shackles that stifled his shadow realm flames and silenced his voice. He could only bow his head in silence, like a bird with broken wings, imprisoned in a cage called peace. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices harmonizing in fervor. Vassal of the Shadow Realm. Long live the leader. Unification of Cybertron. As Feng Wuhen was escorted away by the guards, his cloak billowed in the wind, reminiscent of broken wings. He cast one last glance at Optimus and then toward Zhun Tianzun's departing figure. A flicker of unnoticeable sorrow flashing in his orange optics. Had the Shadow Realm truly fallen? Epilogue. The dark cage in the deepest recesses of the chaotic corridors of the Shadow Realm. The forcibly transformed Cybertronian prison looms. Windless Shadow is ensnared within a dark golden cage, the phase shifter forcibly sealed, the chaotic spark entwined by dark purple chains, resembling shattered wings. He raises his hand, and the dark golden flame morphs into a delicate orb of light, suspended at his fingertips, akin to a star poised for explosion. The Shadow Realm shall not fall. I shall ensure its resurgence. Atop the energy spire of the ancient Cybertronian capital, Shockwave stands solitary before the window, the orange optical lens reflecting the direction of the Shadow Realm prison, his voice low yet resolute. Windless Shadow, I shall await your return until you rise again. The aurora trees atop the ancient Cybertronian capital sway gently in the morning breeze, serving as a lighthouse ignited for the fall of the Shadow Realm. Windless Shadow remains locked within the dark golden cage, the phase shifter forcibly sealed, the chaotic spark ensnared by dark purple chains, reminiscent of broken wings. The Shadow Realm has plummeted. The vassal has been established. Shockwave is under house arrest, awaiting an eruption. The darkness of the Prime has become a new prison. Chapter 40. Undercurrents and prison lights rumors sweep across Cybertron. The spark source is shattered, and the inhabitants of the Shadow Realm are wreaking havoc. This news spreads like dark flames, igniting every data channel of the newly reborn Cybertron. In the civilian district, reconstruction sites, and the fierce territories, all speak of the same name, Windless Shadow. Whispers suggest he has shattered the spark source. Indeed, the Shadow Realm is unreliable. Why does the Star Guardian still speak on his behalf? Public opinion swells, with some demanding the immediate expulsion of all Shadow Realm residents. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, Optimus Prime, Alternate Prime, and Megatron, Alternate Megatron, receive the news while calibrating a civilian Darkfire greenhouse at the outer industrial zone. The Alternate Prime's complexion pales instantly. Windless Shadow would never commit such a fundamental error. Alternate Megatron's fist slams onto the control panel. That boy wouldn't he waste even a snack. Would he really detonate the spark source? Absurd. The two exchange glances, simultaneously resolving to return to the ancient capital to uncover the truth. The investigation of the parallel monarchs, the Alternate Prime, retrieves the celebration's live broadcast replay, freezing the frame at the moment of explosion. Look, the dark purple energy expand from within, not from external impact, points out Alternate Megatron, indicating the slowed footage. The Alternate Prime nods, the matrix light sweeping over the dark purple remnants. This is the energy signature of the mirror universe. Our gentler version of Optimus Prime may have been replaced. They immediately contact Soundwave, requesting access to the energy logs from the celebration's backend, while simultaneously heading to the Shadow Realm prison, as the first interdimensional investigative team of Cybertron is established. The fury of the Shadow Realm in the deepest chaotic corridors of the Shadow Realm. Dark Shadow gazes at the forcibly sealed communication port of his brother, the dark golden flame nearly igniting the corridor's dome. The entire army assembles, targeting the Cybertronian main tower with a jailbreak. His voice reverberates throughout the Shadow Realm, yet is interrupted by a forced transmission. The phantom of Windless Shadow materializes, his cloak tattered, yet he still smiles. Brother, you mustn't. If you proceed, the citizens of the Shadow Realm will face judgment. I am unscathed, do not worry. In the depths of darkness, and Wuhen clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking ominously. You expect me to watch you confined within a cage? Feng Wuhen shook his head, his voice low yet resolute. Allow me to resolve this in my own manner. You trust me, and you must also believe that Zhun Tianzun has not been entirely deceived. As communication ceased, and Wuhan remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally raising his hand. Disband the entire army, transition into stealth mode, yet remain poised for action. In the confines of the leader's suite, late at night, Zhan Tianzuan supported Qing Tianzhu, the mirrored Optimus Prime, as they entered the bedroom. The orange optical lenses filled with concern. You are exhausted today. You must rest well. He gently removed his partner's cloak, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the unfamiliar dark, crimson glow emanating from the chest compartment. Zhan Tianzuan paused, mistaking it for mere light refraction. Qing Tianzhu raised his hand, resting it on Zhan Tianzuan's, his voice tender yet subtly possessive. Indeed, you are my partner. No one else cares for me as you do. However, I wish you would remain solely by my side, free from those trivial matters, would you? Zhan Tianzuan nodded, yet a profound sense of unexpressed oppression loomed. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. He turned to dim the lights, unaware of the fleeting crimson glimmer in Qing Tianzhu's gaze. In the clandestine meeting of the parallel monarchs. Deep within the night, at the rear entrance of the council hall, Yizhu and Yizhan convened quietly, having completed the comparative analysis of the sound wave energy logs. The sound wave raised his hand, revealing subtitles: Celebration Energy Log, Internal Expansion of the Dark Purple Fire Seed. No external impact. Qing Tianzhu Energy Characteristics. 92 Compatibility with the Mirrored Universe. Feng Wuhen Shadow Domain Fire. Unaffected by the core of the fire seed. Conclusion. Qing Tianzhu is a major suspect. Feng Wuhen is innocent. Yizhu clenched his fist, the matrix light flickering. We must unveil the evidence, but we must tread carefully to avoid alerting the enemy. Yizhan scoffed, his cloak billowing. First, we must locate the true source of the fire seed, then expose the masquerade. And Wuhen's plan unfolded in the deepest recesses of the shadow domain as he activated the planning teleportation pod. Target: the Leader S suite atop Cybertron. Mission: infiltrate, gather evidence. Protect Zhan Tianzuan. Equipment: shadow domain invisibility cloak, chaos fire disruptor, remnants of his brother's phase shifter. He donned the invisibility cloak, dark golden flames flickering. Brother, wait for me to bring you home. In the late-night dialogue of the confined partner, within the leader's suite, Zhan Tianzuan stood alone before the window. The orange optical lenses reflecting the direction of the shadow domain prison, a pitch-black void that weighed heavily upon his heart. He raised his hand, the dark star fire flickering gently, as if ensnared by invisible chains. Behind him, Qing Tianzhu approached, encircling him from behind, his voice soft yet subtly possessive. Do not worry about Feng Wuhen any longer. He deserves his fate. You need only to gaze upon me and remain by my side. All right? Zhan Tianzuan nodded, yet an inexplicable sense of oppression lingered. Very well. I shall comply. He cast his eyes downward, his hand clenched into a fist beneath the cloak. Trusting in Feng Wuhen and his own intuition, the partner before him seemed to have changed. As the infiltration of the shadow domain commenced, late into the night, outside the leader's suite window, amidst the shadows, and Wuhen donned an invisibility cloak, and fragments of the phase shifter were inserted into the window crevice, forcibly tearing open a rift into the realm of shadows. He stealthily entered the bedroom, where he found Zhan Tianzuan standing alone by the window, his orange optical lenses filled with concern. Raising his hand, the flames of the shadow realm transformed into a small luminous sphere suspended at his fingertips, akin to a star on the verge of eruption. Zhan Tianzuan, trust me, Feng Wuhen is innocent. Help me uncover the true source of the fire seed, and together we shall rescue him. Zhan Tianzuan looked up, the orange lenses reflecting the flames of the shadow realm, his voice low yet resolute. I believe in you, and in Feng Wuhen. Together, we shall unmask this Fade. In the darkened countdown, within the leader's suite, late at night, Qing Tian Pillar stood solitary by the window, as matrix light and darkness interwove into a distorted countdown, anticipating the final eruption. He raised his hand, the shadows gently pulsating beneath his cloak, akin to the heartbeat of the countdown. To those of the shadow realm, should you betray our pact, I shall execute you myself. He gazed out at the swirling flames of the shadow realm, the matrix light subtly tinged with dark red, mirroring the heartbeat of the countdown, awaiting the imminent explosion. In the denouement, the countdown commenced atop the old energy tower of Cybertron, where the aurora tree swayed gently in the night breeze, like a beacon ignited for the countdown. And Wuhen and Zhan Tianzuan stood side by side at the window, the flames of the shadow realm intertwined with the dark starfire seeds, forming a colossal countdown, poised for the final explosion. Qingtian Pillar remained alone at the window, the matrix light and darkness entwined in a distorted countdown, awaiting the climactic moment. The infiltration of the Shadow Realm was complete, the countdown had begun, the imprisoned companion was on the verge of unmasking. The dark countdown was about to erupt. The story approached the zenith of the countdown. Chapter 41. The recoloring of the fire seed at 4 in the morning. The leader's tower was so silent that the sound of energy droplets could be heard falling. Zhen Tianzuan lay in slumber, his orange fire seed pulsating steadily, as if immersed in moonlight like amber. Qingtian Pillar knelt beside the bed, his fingertips parting his chest armor, revealing a dark purple chaos module that slowly emerged. Its surface adorned with inky patterns, breathing like a living entity. "Do not fear. It is merely a minor procedure," he whispered, his voice gentle enough to draw tears, yet directing the module towards Zhen Tianzuan's fire seed chamber, pressing it softly. Darkness fell like ink into clear water, rapidly diffusing. Zhen Tianzuan's brow furrowed slightly, emitting a faint whimper, but in the next moment, he was enveloped by a softer silvery light, as Qingtian Pillar infused his own leader matrix fragment into the mix, concealing the essence of chaos. "From this moment forth, your trust, your doubts, your anger shall only point in the direction I permit." Qingtian Pillar leaned down, planting a kiss upon his partner's forehead, like a hunter branding his prey. In the realm of dreams, Zhen Tianzuan envisioned himself standing atop the energy tower bathed in dawn's light, the aurora tree flourishing more than ever. Feng Wuhen, clad in the battle robes of the Shadow Realm, knelt before him on one knee, presenting the chaos fire seed with both hands. "Guardian of the stars, I have returned, and I have acknowledged my errors." As Optimus Prime's gentle and formidable companion rested a hand upon his shoulder, a radiant crown woven from the Matrix's light and dark golden flames adorned their heads. "Behold, this is our shared Cybertron," whispered the Optimus of dreams. Megatron wished to turn away, but found his body ensnared by light, compelled only to smile and nod, repeating, "I trust you." At 6 in the morning, the curtains drew back automatically. Megatron opened his eyes, greeted first by the familiar scent of energon oil mingled with a faint hint of sandalwood pheromones, the signature fragrance of Optimus Prime. As he moved, he realized he was entirely encircled in his partner's embrace, the armor of Optimus resting on his waist like a slumbering dragon. "Good morning, my guardian star," Optimus's voice, still tinged with the rasp of awakening, sent delightful shivers through Megatron's auditory sensors. "Good morning, Optimus." He attempted to rise, but was met with a peculiar fullness deep within his chest plate, as if a warm seed had been nestled within the spark overnight. Yet when he gazed inward, he saw only a vibrant orange sphere of light, perfectly encased in a silver-white matrix ring, even stronger than before. "Did you sleep well?" Optimus extended a hand, adjusting the antennae at Megatron's brow. "Very well, though I had an exceptionally long dream." "Dreams are the spark's way of self-repair," Optimus smiled, his nose brushing against Megatron's. "As long as you are by my side, no nightmare shall stand a chance." At the breakfast table in the private dining room of the leader's suite, sunlight filtered through the silhouette of the aurora trees, casting dancing spots of light upon the table. Optimus personally poured a glass of high-purity energon for Megatron, placing a miniature aurora flower upon the rim, an exclusive species permitted only within the leader tower, symbolizing eternal vigilance. "The time for subtlety has come to an end," Optimus declared, pushing a plate of energy cubes toward him, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. The evidence was abundant. Any further delay would allow the remnants of the Shadow Realm's radical faction to seize the opportunity. Megatron tightened his grip on the cup's handle, and the new seed within his chest released a gentle warmth, soothing his instinctive resistance. "Will you plan to offer him a public trial, allowing all of Cybertron to witness his confession?" Optimus replied, his gaze meeting Megatron's in the reflection of his optics. "You, my guardian star, shall announce the terms of his clemency, surrender the chaos spark, dismantle the phase shifter, remain permanently at the Cybertron Research Institute, and accept Matrix surveillance." Megatron was momentarily stunned. This was precisely the perfect redemption he had envisioned in his dream the previous night. It appeared Optimus had already conceived of this plan, even willing to don a mask of mercy for him. Of course, should he refuse, Optimus's voice lowered. It would be tantamount to declaring war against Cybertron and the Shadow Realm. At that point, I shall personally execute him to eliminate future threats. Once more, warmth surged within Megatron's chest, as if a whisper in his ear affirmed, "This is the most reasonable outcome." He heard himself respond, "Very well, I shall make the announcement." On the eve of the trial, in the lowest level of the Shadow Realm prison, the same moment unfolded. The windlass trace was suspended in midair by dark purple chains. The chaotic spark pulsating like a star stripped of its shell, exposed and vibrant. The prison door slid open, and Dark Windlass, cloaked in black, stepped inside, raising his hand to sever all surveillance. Brother Windlass, his voice hoarse yet still managing a smile, inquired, "Are you here to break me out?" "I told you. I will not." Dark Windlass lifted his gaze, dark golden flames coalescing into sharp star-like shapes within his pupils. "I have merely come to ascertain how long your spark can endure, until the truth is revealed." Windlass bowed his head, his forehead resting against the chains, or perhaps until the Thunder Sovereign remembers who he truly is. Dark Windlass fell silent for a moment, then suddenly pressed his hand against his brother's chest plate, infusing a thread of dark golden fire. "This is anti-entropy, the last firewall of the Shadow Realm. Should anyone attempt to forcibly rewrite your will, it will ignite your chaotic core, bringing down the entire leader tower in the process." Windlass was taken aback, then offered a wry smile. "Brother, you remain as extreme as ever. Only extremity can ensure survival." Dark Windlass turned, his cloak parting the darkness as he declared, "Tomorrow, I will reveal to all Cybertronians who the true prisoner is." The Judgment Hall's luminous dome, the following day, witnessed the gathering of 100,000 Cybertron citizens. With holographic broadcasts covering every channel, the towering Optimus Prime sat in the leader's seat, a silver-white matrix revolving behind him like a cold sun. The Thunder Sovereign stood to his left, the orange spark beneath his cloak pulsating steadily, devoid of any tremor. Windlass was brought to the center, the dark purple chains replaced by pure white restraints symbolizing guilt, a gesture of mercy personally sanctioned by Optimus Prime. The presiding judge proclaimed the charges: destruction of the spark source, inciting racial hatred, and intent to undermine the leader's authority. Each charge was accompanied by voluntarily recorded confessions, Windlass' face calmly presenting the narrative, as if he already knew the outcome. The Thunder Sovereign gazed at that familiar visage, his core lightly thumping, erasing the last vestige of compassion. It was the turn of the Sentinel to speak. He stepped forward, the orange optical lens scanning the crowd, his voice amplified through the matrix, resonating in every inch of air. "Windlass was once my friend and an ally of Cybertron. However, the law supersedes personal sentiment. In light of his profound confession and voluntary surrender of the chaotic spark, I, in the name of the Sentinel, hereby declare his death sentence commuted, stripping him of the phase shifter, confining him to the Research Institute, monitored by the Matrix, until his spark naturally extinguishes." A silence enveloped the hall for 3 seconds, followed by a thunderous applause. Optimus Prime smiled from the leader's seat, relishing a flawless operatic performance. Windlass raised his head, his gaze traversing the sea of faces, momentarily locking with the Thunder Sovereigns. In that fleeting instant, the Thunder Sovereign seemed to glimpse a familiar orange glimmer within Windlass' eyes, akin to imprisoned amber, or an undying lighthouse. Yet the spark immediately released a warm current, leading him to dismiss that peculiar sensation as mere illusion. After the judgment that night, within the leader's suite, the Thunder Sovereign stood alone before the window, holding the Aurora flower, its petals crumbling into luminous fragments at his fingertips. Optimus Prime embraced him from behind, his voice soft and soothing. "Today, you exhibited flawless integrity. All of Cybertron will remember your fairness and compassion." The Lord of Thunder contemplated turning back, yet was restrained by the other's firm grip upon his shoulder. "Do not move. Allow me to embrace you for a moment. From this day forth, no force shall sever our bond." Outside the window, a beam of dark golden flame flickered towards the direction of the Shadow Domain prison, vanishing swiftly like a distant star plummeting from the heavens. The Lord of Thunder blinked, attributing the fleeting sting to the night breeze. He lifted his hand, resting it upon the back of the Pillar of Heaven's hand, and softly replied, "Indeed, no one shall come between us." In the depths of the encroaching darkness, the shadowy figure known as Feng Wuhen retracted his long-range telescope. The last encrypted frequency from his brother echoed in his ears. "Brother, the reverse entropy has been initiated. The countdown stands at 7 days. In 7 days, either the embers will reignite, or the entire prison shall serve as my tomb. Feng Wuhen turned, his cloak billowing in the night wind like a tattered banner. 7 days would suffice. He raised his gaze towards the silver-white beam of the matrix light atop the leader's tower, his eyes reflecting the distorted countdown. 7, 6, 5. Meanwhile, within the tower, the seed nestled in the Lord of Thunder's chest quietly fissured, revealing its first line of texture. Beneath the silver-white shell, a strand of dark purple flame began to ascend slowly along the conduits of the ember, inching towards his core. Chapter 42. The Mirror Apostle. The indictment was dismissed. The following morning, at the outer ring judicial tower, the figures of the anomalous pillar and anomalous quake stood before the towering titanium gate. Clutching a hefty energy scroll, an assemblage of evidence regarding the Ember Source forgery case they had painstakingly compiled throughout the night. The scroll's cover bore the emblem of the parallel world's leaders, intertwining silver and purple like a bolt of lightning from another realm. Plaintiffs, the parallel world's Optimus Prime and Megatron. Defendant, the current leader of Cybertron, the Pillar of Heaven. Charges: abuse of power, forgery of evidence, and unlawful confinement of the Shadow Domain representative, Windless Shadow. However, the scanning beams of the judicial tower lingered on their chest emblems for but a fleeting second before emitting a chilling notification. Non-citizens of this universe lack the authority to bring forth a parliamentary lawsuit. Dismissed. The titanium gates thunderously sealed, reflecting the furrowed brows of the two. Anomalous Quake slammed his fist against the alloy of the door, creating a spiderweb of fractures. We cannot save our own world, and now this one turns a blind eye? Anomalous Pillar placed a hand upon his shoulder. Yet a cooler flame ignited within his optical lens. Then let us seek a different court of public opinion, a battlefield, or a divine realm. The goodwill of Tong Tian Shao that night. In the viewing corridor of the upper levels of the Leader-S Tower, Tong Tian Shao stood with his hands clasped behind him, the shadows of the aurora trees dancing across his silver-white armor, creating a striking interplay of light and dark. I have heard of the events at the Judicial Tower, he remarked, turning to face Anomalous Pillar with an impassive expression. You wish to overthrow the Pillar of Heaven, yet you cannot even breach the doors of the council. Anomalous Quake scoffed. If you have come to witness a farce, you have seen enough. Tong Tian Shao raised his hand, and a dark purple token levitated at his fingertips, its surface engraved with an inverted Primus mask, surrounded by twisted matrix patterns. I can grant you the qualifications, but the price is to become the apostle of the Mirror Primus. Anomalous Pillar's pupils constricted. Mirror Primus? That is merely a fabricated false god of the Pillar of Heaven. Tong Xiangxiu chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of ice cracking. Pseudo-deity? When your world was devoured by the void, who opened a portal for your escape? When your embers were on the brink of extinguishment, who provided the energy for you to continue breathing? The holographic image of Lord Primus is not a fabrication. He simply has yet to fully descend. With a flick of his finger, a token soared towards the hovering between the two. Accept, and you shall gain a seat in the council, perhaps even surpass it. Refuse, and your energy allocation from the outer rings shall be severed. Choose wisely. In the private chamber of the leader of the dark purple drapes cascaded down in layers. The reclined upon the throne, his fingertips toying with a miniature matrix, within which imprisoned a wisp of dark golden flame, a fragment of windless chaos's spark. The holographic image of Tong Xiangxiu materialized, kneeling on one knee. My lord, the fish has entered the net. Excellent. The smiled, the optical lens reflecting the immense dark mask of Primus's inverse behind the drapes, dark red light spilling from the cracks. The leaders of the parallel world and the guardian prince possessed a purity of sparks surpassing that of this universe, perfectly suited for the dual core drive of the mirrored Primus. He raised his hand, dark purple energy sketching an inverted ultrastructure in the air. Apex, mask of mirrored Primus, left core, parallel Optimus Prime spark, right core, parallel Megatron spark base. Windless Chaos's spark with the convergence of these three sparks. My lord shall rend the seams of reality and descend in corporeal form. Tong Xiangxiu bowed his head. At that time, Cybertron shall become the one true universe. The rose, the darkness beneath his cloak writhing like a living entity, and there will shall witness the world they most desire to save within the mirror, only to tear it asunder with their own hands. The apostle transformed as daylight fell. On the morning of the third day, in the central altar square. The circular steps, originally meant for celebration, had been repurposed into an obsidian altar, the inverted mask of Primus suspended high above, casting distorted shadows. The Cybertronian public broadcast channel forcibly switched to a special program, the coronation ceremony of the mirrored Primus apostle. And were drawn to the center of the altar by beams of light, their limbs shackled by dark purple energy rings. Roared, "Is this your version of justice?" Standing on the elevated platform, the leader's matrix spun above his head, presenting a dark red vortex. "Justice? I merely assist you in shedding your inferior identity in the parallel, becoming fragments of a higher existence." Tong Xiangxiu raised his hand, and 12 prisms rose around the altar, each reflecting scenes of destruction from different universes. In some, Optimus Prime pierced Megatron's spark. In others, Megatron ground the leader's matrix to dust. In yet others, both were consumed by the void, leaving only half a hand clasped together. Do you see? No matter which timeline you inhabit, the conclusion remains tragic. With the transformation into apostles, one can transcend tragedy and share longevity with the mirrored Primus. The optical prism flickered violently, revealing to him a gaping void within his world, akin to the maw of a colossal beast devouring the city, comrades, and even the fabric of time itself into fragmented light. The sole object spared from this annihilation was the dark purple token extended by the Titan of the skies. To accept it meant witnessing the obliteration of your world. The Titan of ruin crushed the energy reservoir, sparks spilling forth from the gaps between its teeth. We accept, but with conditions. The Titan of the skies smiled, as though foreseeing the moment. Speak. First, the case of Feng Wuhen must undergo a public re-examination, broadcasted throughout the universe. Second, should the evidence prove that you fabricated it, you must personally liberate Feng Wuhen and resign from your leadership. Third, the Titan of Ruin raised his gaze, dark lightning igniting within his pupils. We require you to swear by your own spark. Should you breach this pact, the mirrored Primus shall never descend. A wave of astonishment rippled through the square. The Titan of the skies narrowed his optical lens, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, as if weighing the proposal. After a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. Very well. I shall swear by my spark. He raised his hand, the dark red matrix transforming into a blade of light, carving a fissure across his breastplate, from which a thread of pure white spark emerged, coalescing in the air into an inverted pentagram. Should I breach this pact, my spark shall plummet into the abyss of the mirrored realm, never to be reborn. The pentagram dissipated, transforming into 2 streams of light, each merging into the chests of the Titans of Ruin and Skies. Instantly, the chains were undone, and the dark purple token fused into their leader's emblem. The parallel worlds Optimus Prime and Megatron were formally designated as the apostles of the mirrored Primus. Yet they also became the sole wielders of the sword capable of binding the Titan of the skies with an oath. The Dark Tide's countdown was reset as the ritual concluded and the crowd dispersed. The Titan of the skies turned, a dark eye discreetly opening beneath his cloak, gazing into the heavens. An oath? Merely a performance for mortals. With a flick of his fingertip, an almost imperceptible thread of black flame snaked into the depths of the altar, where fragments of Feng Wuhen's chaotic spark lay imprisoned within the inverted mask's forehead, resonating with the spark fluctuations of the parallel monarchs, forming a countdown. 70,000, 65,959. With each pulse, the altar sank by a mere millimeter, akin to an elevator leading to an unknown dimension. In a more distant, shadowy corridor, the Dark Wuhen stood upon the remnants of the Chaos Throne, clutching another fragment of the inverted pentagram, a piece that the Titan of Ruin had stealthily cast into his cloak at the moment the chains were undone. In 7 days, either the court would restore my brother's innocence, or let the mirrored deities witness who truly embodies the darkness. The countdown resumed. Meanwhile, the Titan of the skies stood before the leader's tower window, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his chest, where beneath the silver matrix ring, dark purple cracks had silently spread to his second layer of armor. He gazed into the night sky, the orange optical lens reflecting the inverted Primus mask. Like a blood-dripping moon, Optimus Prime, he whispered softly, unaware whether he was summoning a beloved or a prison. Chapter 43. The night before the trial countdown day, 6 at 3 o'clock in the morning. The skies above the ancient city of Cybertron were graced by a rare spectacle of a double moon. One orb gleamed with a silvery chill, a true satellite. The other, a blood-red projection of the inverted Primus mask, dripped with virtual fiery rain at its edges. Citizens gazed upward, feeling an inexplicable sting in their logical modules, as if fear had been inscribed into every line of their foundational code. In the underground mirror altar of the leader's tower, the countdown read countdown, 060000. The parallel twin kings were positioned on either side of the altar, their chests adorned with apostolic tokens that continuously released fine threads, resonating with the fragments of the windless fire seed at the center. The anomalous column opened its eyes, a line of concealed data flickering through its optical lens. The oath firewall is now active. Should the tipping column default, its fire seed threads will be forcibly detonated. It turned its head to meet the gaze of Anomalous Tremor. "We have 6 hours until the court convenes," Anomalous Tremor murmured, "and in 6 hours, if we fail, the altar will consume us into husks." The anomalous column nodded. "Then let us transform the courtroom into a battlefield and the trial into a redemption." In the Shadow Domain, Darknet broadcast at that very moment. Deep within the Shadow Domain, Dark Whisper sat upon a shattered throne, a chaotic corridor of illicit channels suspended before him. Clad in dark golden flames, his voice was encrypted into layers of echoed sound. "Citizens of Cybertron, at noon tomorrow, the trial will be broadcasted live across the universe. You shall witness the fragments of the fire seed source, fabricated by the leader's own hands. And behold how the mirrored Primus devours your free will." The broadcast spread like a virus through abandoned conduits, civilian antennas, and the Bluetooth chips of children's toys, infiltrating every data port. Public opinion began to ferment anew. In the leader's tower, confined chambers, Tremor sat at the edge of his bed, his fingertips unconsciously probing the cracks in his chest. The dark purple veins had spread to the third layer of armor, resembling a delicate web that bound him to an unknown frequency. The door swung open, and tipping column entered with a cup of warm energy liquid, his face still adorned with familiar gentleness. "Do not watch the live rehearsal tonight. Rest well." Tremor lifted his eyes, the orange optical lens reflecting the other's image. Yet suddenly found it strange. "I worry for windless fire as much as I worry for you." Tipping column smiled, bringing the cup to his lips. "Trust me, after tomorrow, everything will return to normal." Tremor drank from his hand, the liquid containing a nearly invisible black crystal that melted upon entry. It was a mirroring particle, capable of freezing his actions at critical moments, rendering him a living witness rather than an intervener. Tipping column gently caressed the corner of his lips, as if polishing a piece of art destined for exhibition. "Sleep now. When you awaken, Cybertron shall possess an unyielding order." In Courtroom Zero, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Courtroom Zero was transformed into a hemispherical theater. The inner circle accommodated the jury and legislators. The outer circle held 100,000 citizen seats, and the apex featured a holographic eye, broadcasting live to the entire universe. In the center, 3 evidence platforms hovered. 1. The original fragments of the fire source. 2. The phase shift records of the windless day. 3. The leader's letter of authorization from the Pillar of Heaven. As the apostolic prosecutor, the anomaly column and the anomaly Tremor donned dark purple garments adorned with silver, their chest tokens connected in real time to the fire source threads of the Pillar of Heaven. Should any evidence be tampered with, the token would ignite the oath flame instantaneously, dragging the leader's fire source into the abyss of reflection. As the Pillar of Heaven entered the courtroom, he bore a smile, as though approaching a coronation. No one noticed the few droplets of black fire rain falling from the hem of his cloak, seeping into the ground like living creatures flowing back toward the altar. These were countdown catalysts, each capable of doubling the sinking speed of the altar. 050000 in the defendant's seat. The windless day was ensnared in a transparent cage by pure white restraints, the chaotic fire source exposed, akin to a star stripped of its shell. The dark purple chains pierced through his shoulder blades, the other end tethered to the wrist of the Pillar of Heaven. Any slight movement from the leader would tighten the chains, transforming excruciating pain into a real-time signal of confession. The anomaly Tremor glanced towards the cage, a barely perceptible tremor flickering in his eyes. Yet, the windless day raised his head and mouthed to him, "Do not fear, the beacon is lit." Following his gaze, the anomaly Tremor spotted a minuscule inverted pentagram etched into the base of the cage. This was the chaotic beacon illicitly transmitted by the Dark Windlass the previous night, capable of transforming the cage into a phase transition portal at a critical moment. The countdown ticked forward, advancing by another second. 043000. The first round of evidence commenced. The anomaly column raised his hand, and a holographic screen unfurled. A comparison of the mirror energy spectrum with that of the authentic fire source revealed a peak difference of 37, unmistakably indicating forgery. The jury gasped in astonishment. However, the Pillar of Heaven smiled. Data can be manipulated, and so can spectra, unless someone can replicate the original appearance of the fire source on site. With a snap of his fingers, the courtroom floor split open, and a miniature altar emerged, its surface embedded with dark prisms. Let the Mirror Prime tell us what is real. The dark prisms refracted distorted shadows, forcibly altering the true fire source spectrum into a counterfeit form. The anomaly column's chest token flared with heat, declaring the Pillar of Heaven's public forgery, as dark red flames coursed against the fire source threads, piercing the leader's armor. The Pillar of Heaven let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee, yet a smirk played at the corners of his lips. Alas, flames require fuel, and the fuel is you. The altar shone brilliantly, as the fire source energy of the anomaly column and the anomaly tremor was violently extracted, transforming into a column of black fire that forcibly pushed the oath flame back into the token. The Pillar of Heaven rose, the cracks in his armor mending as if nothing had transpired. 030000. Simultaneously, the illicit channel of the Dark Windlass displayed a real-time poll. Do you believe the leader has fabricated evidence? Option 1. Yes. Option 2. No in a mere 3 minutes. The number of voters surpassed 30 million, with Option 1 accounting for 78. The channel was promptly blocked by the security department. Yet screenshots had spread like snowflakes across every public screen. Citizens began to gather, and a tidal wave of voices surged outside Hall 0. Release them. Re-examine. The Mirror God must be expelled. The security forces formed a line, energy shields activating, but they could not deter the increasing throng of civilians, some grotesque, others resembling mini-titans, retired Autobots, and even remnants of the axe-wielding faction. They raised identical light banners proclaiming, "We do not believe in gods, only in the truth." In the moment of awakening, Zhen Tianzun suddenly opened his eyes in the confinement chamber, the seed on his chest cracking with a fourth line. He heard the cries of billions, the suppressed breaths of the wind, and the low laughter of Qing Tianzhu in the courtroom. At that instant, the dark purple net briefly loosened, allowing him to reclaim control of his body for a fleeting second. It was enough for him to raise his hand and fling the aurora flower shards hidden between his fingers at the surveillance. The shards exploded into white mist, disrupting the wave frequencies and severing the room's lockdown. He stumbled to his feet, his hands clenched into fists beneath his cloak, and the orange optical lenses revealed genuine confusion for the first time. Whom am I truly protecting? With 3 minutes remaining in the countdown, 000300, the courtroom ceiling solidified the inverted Primus mask, its edges dripping fiery rain, scorching the ground with dark symbols. The altar descended to its final notch, and fragments of the wind's essence began to flicker at a high frequency, a precursor to the impending detonation of negative entropy. The anomalous pillar knelt partially, cracks appearing in its token, yet it gritted its teeth and looked up. Qing Tianzhu, you have breached the contract thrice. All evidence of your oath's flames has been recorded. Qing Tianzhu shrugged, a pitying smile crossing his face. What are the records? When the adults descend, all rules will be rewritten. The anomalous tremor suddenly erupted in laughter, his chest resounding. Did you think you were the only one performing? He raised his hand, tearing open his chest plate to reveal the chamber of essence within. There, embedded, was a dark gold chaotic core, resonating in harmony with the wind's negative entropy. The silent wind gave me the bomb, and I brought it into your altar. The countdown plunged into the final minute. 000100. As the concluding judgment loomed, the dark fiery rain abruptly reversed, twisting like an unseen giant hand into a vortex. The base of the prison cage illuminated with an inverted pentagram, and the figure of the wind became instantly transparent, merging with chaotic light shards, blending with the core of the anomalous tremor. Qing Tianzhu finally changed color, roaring, "Shut down the altar!" Tong Tian Xiao lunged toward the control panel, but was intercepted by an orange blade of light. Zhen Tianzun, draped in his tattered cloak and wielding the light blade forged from aurora flowers, stood between him and the control panel. I'm sorry, his voice rasped. Yet it resonated with a newfound clarity. This time, I shall stand on the side of truth. The countdown halted at the last second. The entire Hall Zero was enveloped in a luminous dome woven from chaos and matrices, resembling a star on the brink of eruption. At the heart of the new star, the wind, the anomalous pillar, the anomalous tremor, and Zhen Tianzun formed a matrix of four essences, locking Qing Tianzhu, Tong Tianxiao, and the inverted mask within the cage of judgment. The trial has not yet commenced, yet it has simultaneously erupted at this very moment. Chapter 44. Kin and Chains. Laughter and Invitation. In the dome of Hall Zero, the chaotic light prison, woven with the matrix, continues to spin, resembling a guillotine poised above the heads of the gathered. The countdown halts at 000001, as if someone had pressed the pause button. In the midst of this profound silence, the pillar of heaven bursts in a laughter, a cacophony that reverberates from a low growl to a high crescendo, causing the energy chandeliers to hum in response. He raises a hand and snaps his fingers with a sharp crack. Instantly, the light prison reverses, transforming into dark purple ripples that envelop Feng Wuhen, Yizhen, and Zhen Tianzun, encasing them like a colossal, translucent cocoon. Through the light membrane, Feng Wuhen and the pillar of heaven tilt their heads slightly. The optical lens reflecting the taut silhouette of the bounty hunter. My deity holds great interest in you. Such a rare occurrence to catch the attention of the mirrored Lord Plams. He spreads his arms wide, the darkness beneath his cloak morphing into an inverted matrix, akin to a greedy star map. Join us, and you shall reign supreme over this realm and its reflections. Freedom? Merely the self-imposed cage of the weak. Power is the sharpest currency for a bounty hunter. Feng Wuhen clenches the phase shifter tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. Apologies. His voice rasps, yet carries a hint of mirth. What I seek has never been power, but rather the freedom to share a drink, argue, and vie for the last piece of energy biscuit with my family. He glances at Yizhu and Yizhen beside him, the orange optical lens curving like a crescent moon. That is my supremacy. The dark purple ember of familial betrayal ignites. The pillar of heaven sighs, as though lamenting a child lacking understanding. Since you fail to cherish it, let your family make the choice on your behalf. He raises his hand and snaps his fingers crisply. With a crack, the azure optical lenses of Yizhu and Yizhen become instantly saturated with ink, transforming into two deep purple-black voids. At your command, Master Pillar of Heaven. The voice synthesized, monotone yet edged with a metallic chill. In the next moment, two leaders' battle blades and a fusion cannon are drawn simultaneously, aimed directly at Feng Wuhen's chest. With a thunderous roar, the phase shifter collides with the battle blade, erupting in a burst of obsidian lightning. Feng Wuhen is propelled backward 10 meters, his boots carving two scorching white grooves into the ground. Yizhen, he bellows, only to be met with even fiercer cannon fire. The fusion beam grazes his shoulder guard, melting the prison wall into liquid glass. Feng Wuhen rolls to evade, catching a glimpse of Zhen Tianzun, the once stalwart guardian who had shielded him from countless attacks, now advancing step by step toward the Pillar of Heaven, as if drawn by an invisible thread. The chaotic lock of love and imprisonment. Zhen Tianzun's eyes lose focus, the orange ember surrounded by a dark purple web, each step resonating with the inverted pentagram upon the ground. He halts before the Pillar of Heaven, kneeling on one knee, his voice hollow. Pillar of Heaven, I am sorry. I have disappointed you. The towering figure bent down, delicately caressing his cheek with a gentleness reserved for fragile porcelain. There is no need for apologies, my guardian star. You were merely blinded by the foreign winds. He lifted his gaze towards the trapped Wind Wuhan, whose eyes were ablaze with fury, smiling like a triumphant hunter. Do you see? He was always meant to be mine. His tenderness, his hesitation, each heartbeat, are but melodies carefully tuned by my hand. In an instant, Wind Wuhan's rage erupted, chaotic flames surging from his chest, transforming into a dark golden tempest that tore a gash in the walls of his cage. Qing Tianzhu. His voice was hoarse, like 1,000 metals shattering at once. What have you done to them? I have already explained. Qing Tianzhu shrugged. They willingly signed the Apostles' contract to save you. I merely adjusted the contract to combat mode. Now, they're no longer your family, but your foes. He snapped his fingers, and the alien pillars and quakes separated, striking from both sides, cutting off all avenues of escape for Feng Wuhen. With a thunderous crash, the dark purple energy blade struck Feng Wuhen's chest plate, instantly tearing open a wound from which chaotic flames erupted. He slammed against the inverted mask's projection wall, the bindings shattering, yet receiving not a trace of compassion in return. The azure optical lenses of the parallel pillars now resembled stagnant pools. The leader's array in his grasp stained black and red, turning into a blade. The fusion cannon of the parallel quakes was charged with chaotic plasma, aimed squarely at Feng Wuhen's forehead. Feng Wuhen coughed up dark golden embers, reaching out for the last flicker of familiar light, only to grasp the cold barrel of the cannon. The audience had descended into chaos, yet was shielded by the energy barriers led by Tong Tianxiao. Within the jury's optical lenses, fear and fervor flickered alternately. Some knelt, chanting for the glory of Mirror Prime, while others attempted to flee, only to be forced back into their seats by the rain of fire. The entire courtroom had transformed into a sacrificial arena orchestrated by Qing Tianzhu. Zhen Tianzun was imprisoned at the edge of the self-judgment platform, kneeling on one knee, his hands involuntarily crossed over his chest in salute to Qing Shizhu. Dark purple chains wove themselves around the surface of his flame core, with each heartbeat etching the word loyalty deeper into his being. He desperately wished to turn back, to see the extent of Feng Wuhen's injuries, but his neck gears felt as if they were welded shut, leaving him only able to maintain a bowed head. Qing Tianzhu, he called hoarsely, unable to discern whether he was addressing the tyrant before him or remembering the gentle leader who once stood by his side to witness the auroras. Qing Tianzhu lifted his hand, gently brushing against Zhen Tianzun's brow, his voice as soft as a lover's whisper. Just wait a little longer. Once he submits, we shall return home. At that time, I will erase your guilt. A fierce struggle flashed in Zhen Tianzun's eyes as the dark purple chains tightened around his flame core, causing him pain that nearly spilled his optical liquid. I will not allow you to succeed. Oh, Qing Shizhu smiled, pressing down with his fingertip, the chains constricting further. Then bear witness as your family turns upon one another, until you learn to let go. In a moment of dire confrontation, Feng Wuhen stood resolute before the looming threat of two ominous violet energy fields, despite the shattering of his knee armor. He raised his gaze, piercing through the torrent of flames towards the towering figure upon the throne. You dare to threaten me with my family? You underestimate the resolve of a bounty hunter. The figure, known as the Pillar of Heaven, raised his hands in a gesture of feigned regret. No, I fully comprehend your limits. Hence, I present you with a choice. With a flick of his wrist, two holographic flames materialized in the air. To the left, the embers of the parallel anomaly were ensnared by a dark red matrix, precariously on the brink of shattering. To the right, the chaotic core of the parallel quake crackled with electric energy, a countdown ominously ticking down from 3 o'clock. Swear your allegiance to the mirrored prime, and I shall restore their free will instantly. Refuse, and the embers shall extinguish, leaving you to bear the guilt of your family's demise, relentlessly hunted for eternity. Each flicker of the holographic flames felt like a hammer striking Feng Wuhen's chest. Memories flooded back of traversing countless universes, of the anomaly sharing the last energy shard with him, of the quake sacrificing half a seed of flame to ensure his escape from a void. The notion of family was never a mere verbal declaration, but a debt etched into the very essence of the embers. Dark golden flames coursed through his veins, light fragments seeping from the fissures, reminiscent of a reverse meteor shower. I refuse. His voice, though soft, cast an immediate silence over Hall Zero. The Pillar of Heaven tilted his head, as if hearing the most amusing jest. Then, which shall we commence with? With a light tap of his fingers, the left flame constricted violently, and the anomaly's embers cracked ominously. In a swift motion, Dark Wuhen launched a cross-dimensional strike, the dome above tearing open to reveal a dark golden rift through which chaotic flames poured forth. Cloaked in the garb of the Shadow Domain's monarch, Dark Wuhen descended from the rift, his broken phase scythe aimed directly at the Pillar of Heaven's brow. Remove your filthy hands from my brother's choices. As the scythe swept through the air, it was met by the sword of Tong Xiangxiu, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of energies that erupted into a black and white vortex. The Pillar of Heaven stepped back yet retained his smile. The Lord of the Shadow domain finally deigns to make an appearance? Dark Wuhan scoffed, forcibly drawing the two holographic flames into his palm. The dark golden fire transformed into a membrane, enveloping the embers and core. Countdown? My domain specializes in rendering time ineffective. With a snap of his fingers, the countdown within the flames halted abruptly, yet instead of exploding, it solidified into two dark golden ambers. The chaotic beacons fell into a state of temporal stasis. The bodies of the parallel anomaly and the quake froze simultaneously, their assault suspended in midair, as if the play button had been pressed. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Wuhen gritted his teeth and leaped, channeling the remaining chaotic fire into the remnants of the phase displacer. Severing the energy field with a single stroke, brother, he landed beside Dark Wuhan, his chest armor fissured to the collarbone. I owe you one. Dark Wuhan turned his head, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. As family, debts are not repaid, but rather settled with our lives, within the solidified time and space. Only the Pillar of Heaven continued to struggle. The dark purple chains sensed external interference, tightening their grip with doubled ferocity. As the first physical crack appeared on the surface of the ember, the excruciating pain brought him to one knee, yet in that moment he gained a fleeting clarity. He lifted his gaze to see Feng Wuhen stagger to his feet, dark golden embers trailing behind him like a lighthouse illuminating his path home. Each utterance of Feng Wuhen felt like a blade being wrenched from his throat. As Feng Wuhen turned, their eyes met, and time seemed to stretch into eternity. Zhen Tianzun, remember who you are? You are not a mere subordinate, but the beacon that illuminates the Shadow Realm. This proclamation struck Zhen Tianzun like a fiery nail driven deep into his fractures. The chaotic module emitted a piercing alarm as the dark purple chains were suddenly stretched apart by a mere millimeter. Just 1 millimeter was sufficient for him to raise his hand and press the Aurora core, which had been secretly entrusted to him in Chapter 39, into his breastplate. The silver-white matrix light collided with the dark purple chains in a cataclysmic explosion of shimmering fragments. Zhen Tianzun's orifices overflowed with optical liquid, yet he finally regained control of one arm. He raised his hand and hurled the Aurora core toward Feng Wuhen. Take it and end this. As the prelude to the mirrored Primus descended, the Aurora core cut through the sky, only to be grasped in midair by a dark red energy hand. Behind the Pillar of Heaven, a massive cracked mask of the mirrored Primus materialized, finally reaching the critical point. An amusing struggle. The voice resonated as if billions of worlds whispered in unison, shaking the walls of Hall Zero to their very foundations. Feng Wuhen, you refuse to become the Supreme. Yet you are willing to burn for your family? Then let your loved ones tear apart your hopes with their own hands. The eyes of the mask ignited, as the solidified parallel pillars and distorted tremors opened their eyes simultaneously. The dark golden amber shattered. Time resumed its flow. Yet their optical lenses had irrevocably transformed into a dark crimson hue. The onslaught was more ferocious than before, fully sharing the computational module of the mirrored Primus. Each strike anticipated Feng Wuhen's evasive maneuvers. Bang! The phase displacer was shattered, and Feng Wuhen suffered another crushing blow to his chest, embedding him into the ground as dark golden embers splattered like blood. The mirrored Primus chuckled softly. In the final 30 seconds, consider becoming my vessel, where you shall bear the memories of having destroyed your entire family, eternally falling into the void. In the heart of the deep pit, Feng Wuhen's spark had fractured to its core, revealing the innermost initial spark. This represented the bounty hunter's original rationale. Freedom, not for the sake of dominion, but for the sake of choice. He raised his hand and forcefully broke off half of the initial spark, pressing it into the fissure in the ground. With half a spark as my covenant, I borrow from the Shadow Realm the Autobots, the Decepticons, and all the wills oppressed by the mirrored deity. Grant me 1 second of freedom to help me sever these shackles. Deep within the crevice, countless points of light ignited. The immense purple flames of the Decepticons, the blue matrix of the Autobots, and the dark gold of the Shadow Realm. They converged into a river of light flowing against the current, surging upward through the fissure, transforming into a blade of judgment interwoven with chaos and matrix. The wind, devoid of trace, grasped the blade and leapt forth. The edge of the knife aimed directly at the parallel pillars and the chamber of fiery tremors. Family, forgive me for this strike. It is solely to bring you home. The blade, steeped in blood and freedom, descended with a decisive, slashing motion, yet there was no explosion, no thunderous roar. Only two slender trails of light, as fine as a hair, sliced through the armor of the parallel pillars and tremors, exposing the dark red control modules to the air. At the cost of half a spark, the wind infused the initial flame into the fissure. Awaken! Two beams of azure optical light flickered back to life within the dark crimson abyss. The parallel pillar trembled, raising a hand as the matrix blades shattered piece by piece. Transforming into silver-white petals, the tremor, kneeling, redirected the fusion cannon, aiming at the mirrored Prime's mask, roaring, "I'm the true Megatron, not your puppet." For the first time, the parallel pillar displayed astonishment, instinctively retreating. The mirrored Prime's phantom emitted a deep growl, the mask cracking with its first physical fracture. "Wind, are you there?" "I am." The wind staggered to its feet, half a spark floating in the void of its chest, like a flickering lantern in the wind, yet dazzlingly bright. "Next, it's your turn." In the final act, the lighthouse and the abyss. In the dome of Hall Zero, the mass began to collapse, dark red flames curling back, scorching the cloak of the parallel pillar with charred holes. The dawn of the sky attempted to advance, but was intercepted by the dark wind-s blade. The tremor knelt half-heartedly, yet straightened its back. The orange optical lens finally aimed at the parallel pillar, revealing a clear hostility. The wind, wielding the blade of judgment, left burning footprints with each step, its voice hoarse yet resolute. "You ask why I do not choose power? Because power can only dominate, while family enables me to transform half a spark into a blade that severs the divine throne." A flicker of twisted rage flashed in the parallel pillar's eyes, only to gradually subside, ultimately revealing a smile of approval. "Very well, let me see if half a spark can endure until the final act." It raised a hand, fragments of the mask disintegrating into dark red meteors, merging into its chest armor. The matrix of light and dark purple fire fused openly for the first time, forming an inverted pentagram halo behind it. "Wind, the game enters its final stage. Before dawn, either you complete the spark and become my throne, or I shall ensure Cybertron pays dearly for your obstinacy." The countdown began, reaching zero, yet the true judgment was just beginning. Chapter 45, The Remnants of Justice. Beneath the shattered armor in the dome of Hall Zero, the rain of fire abetted, the inverted pentagram halo hovering behind the parallel pillar, like a dark sun poised to devour the world. The tremor sat upon the fractured tiles, its orange optical lens scorched by guilt and chaotic flames, spilling over with boiling optical liquid. It gazed at the trembling palm that still bore the marks of the recent forced assault on the wind. "It is all because of him." His voice resembles rusted gears. Optimus Prime bowed to the mirrored primes to protect me, yet in his most anguished moments, I became the final anvil that crushed him. My self-reproach manifested as tangible dark purple veins, spreading from my chest to my face, threatening to tear his countenance apart. "Disaster Star," he murmured, "I am destined to be exiled into the void, unworthy of ever touching his light again." With a half-ignited essence, Windless Trajectory dragged a flickering ember, each step leaving imprints on the charred ground. With every stride, dark golden sparks erupted from the fissure in his chest, resembling meteors soaring against the night sky. He paused before the mighty Megatron, bending down, his fire-sparked hand pressing against the other's shoulder plate. "Megatron," he uttered, his voice raspy, yet imbued with the unique sharpness and tenderness of a bounty hunter. "You regard yourself as a harbinger of disaster. Have you ever considered that it is you, this very disaster star, who left a light for me on the coldest night in the Shadow Realm? It is you who allowed the Shadow Realm and Cybertron to stand side by side for the very first time." Megatron trembled, lifting his gaze, the orange mirror reflecting Windless Trajectory's battered yet defiant visage. Yet I pushed Optimus toward the mirrored primes. Windless Trajectory grinned, revealing a bloodied smile. "Then let us bring him back. As a mere half-spark, I dare to wield a blade against the divine throne. Yet you, whole and unbroken, do not dare to strike it yourself?" He raised his hand, thrusting the remnants of the judgment blade into Megatron's palm, the blade's edge glimmering with the light of countless free wills. "Rise, let us together pull that gentle Optimus from the abyss." to tell him we are willing to stand by his side, rather than cower behind him. The mirrored voice whispered. Not far away, the towering Optimus stood suspended. A dark red matrix intertwined with pitch-black chaos, crackling ominously. The fractured mask of the mirrored primes hovered above, emanating overlapping whispers, futile sentiment. A disaster star and smoldering ember cannot save the chosen sacrifice of fate. Optimus raised his hand, fingers grasping in the air. Dark purple energy, transforming into chains that instantly ensnared Megatron's waist, drawing him closer. Megatron, return to me. Only I can grant you an unyielding order. The chains constricted, chaotic flames scorching his armor, emitting a piercing screech. Megatron struggled midair. Yet the orange optical lens gradually became veiled in a dark red film, a binding agreement with the mirrored primes. Once fully enveloped, he would willingly relinquish himself, becoming the cornerstone of the divine throne. Windless trajectory roared, shattering the ground beneath, the half-spark burning at its zenith, morphing into a dark, golden, lightning bolt aimed at the chains. Boom! The lightning collided with the chains, erupting in a cascade of black and white light. Windless trajectory was sent reeling backwards, the half-spark nearly extinguished. The chains were also rent open, and Megatron crashed heavily to the ground, the membrane on his chest ceasing its spread. Do not harm him again. Windless trajectory lay on the ground, fingers gripping the remnants of the chains. He is our beacon. Resonance of a spark. At the fracture, the dark purple chains revealed a silver-white core within. This was the original spark of Optimus Prime. The fingertips of the Titan of Destruction grazed the silvery surface, a wave of warmth so familiar it brought tears, coursing into his core through the armor. He envisioned the energy tower under the endless daylight, where Optimus Prime offered him the final piece of energy before the void's rift. Optimus shielded himself against the chaotic rays of the Cosmic Emperor, his back armor instantaneously carbonizing. Within the pitch-black mirrored altar, Optimus faced the Rift's mask alone, trembling yet resolute, declaring, I am willing to forge a pact, but the price must be solely mine. Do not touch the Titan of Destruction. The scene shattered with a deafening roar, transforming into a cascade of silver flames that rained down upon the Titan's core chamber. Unbeknownst to him, he had been enduring the darkness on my behalf. Deep within the orange optical lens, an unprecedented clarity of light began to illuminate. He slowly rose, embedding the remnant of the blade of judgment into the ground, gripping the blade with both hands, allowing the luminous edge to slice through his armor. Blood and embers merging as they flowed along the blade into the earth. With my essence as the covenant, and my will as the bridge, I awakened the justice obscured by the mirror. A thunderous silver pillar erupted from his chest, colliding head-on with the dark pentagram behind Optimus. Light and shadow clashed, the silver and dark crimson intertwining in the air, morphing into two colossal dragons that devoured and clawed at each other. For the first time, Optimus's visage contorted, revealing a fleeting fracture between the Matrix and Chaos. Dare you betray me, Titan of Destruction? No, I'm saving you. The Titan advanced, each step leaving a trail of burning footprints toward the throne. Optimus, can you hear me? You once said that the essence of a leader is not to stand in the light, but to bring light into the darkness. Now, I have brought the light. Extend your hand and seize it. The silver pillar transformed into a massive hand, grasping the wrist armor of Optimus, attempting to pull him from the center of the pentagram. The mirrored Primus emitted a piercing shriek, the rift mask unleashing countless dark spikes that pierced the silver hand. The Titan's chest exploded, exposing the core chamber to the open air, cracks spiderwebbing across, but he did not retreat an inch. Whisper of the wind. Lend me your blade of judgment. The wounded hunter grinned, tossing the remaining blade into the air. Catch it. It is the freedom of all the oppressed. The Titan leaped. Seizing the blade of judgment, mid-air he spun, and with a single stroke, struck toward the center of the pentagram. The fractured mask shattered as the blade descended, producing no explosion, only a crisp crack. The inverted mask split from the brow, intricate web-like patterns spreading across the entire face. The mirrored Primus emitted a wail akin to an infant's cry, the dark energy receding like a tide, exposing Optimus entirely at the origin point. In an instant, the silver pillar enveloped him, resembling a gentle cocoon, yet also a cage of judgment. Optimus stood bewildered, the original hue of his essence flickering on his chest, half silver, half dark purple. What have I done? He gazed downward, witnessing the devastation of Hull Zero, the titan of destruction's body marred with cracks, and the whisper of the wind swaying perilously amidst flames. As I gaze upon the remnants of the inky chains that linger in the palm of my hand, I realize that at the end of these chains lies the myriad wills that he once imprisoned with his own hands. It dawns upon me that I am the harbinger of calamity. With a staggering approach, Thunderclash steps closer, extending his bloodied hand to gently rest upon the fractured armor of Optimus Prime. No, you have merely lost your way. Now, return home. The silvery flames transform into countless strands of light, meticulously disentangling Optimus from the severed tendrils of the mirrored Primus. With each strand that is released, the ember within Optimus ignites a fraction brighter, while the dark violet recedes an inch. However, the shards of the mask do not vanish. Instead, they coalesce in the air, forming a single obsidian pupil that coldly scrutinizes the assembly. Disentanglement? Do you believe the Covenant is merely a one-way chain? The sparks of Cybertron, the Shadow Realm, and all parallel universes shall ultimately nourish me. With a flicker of the pupil, it transforms into a dark meteor, plunging deep into the earth. The countdown reverberates once more within the depths of every spark. 001000000959. The endgame approaches. Thunderclash steadies the faltering Optimus, entrusting him to the advancing medics. Windblade, utilizing her blade as a crutch, stands by his side, her half-spark flickering yet blindingly bright. 10 minutes, sufficient for us to pursue to the very end. This time, we shall not allow anyone to bear the darkness for him. Optimus raises his gaze, and within the silvery optical lens, the warmth of yesteryears finally reflects back. Thunderclash, Windblade, let us together expel the mirrored Primus from our realm. As the countdown approaches its climax, the leader, the guardian, the bounty hunter, and the Lord of the Shadow Realm stand side by side for the first time, stepping in unison toward the abyss below. Chapter 46. The Enigma of the Universe in the final second before the countdown reaches zero. Optimus Prime, Thunderclash, Windblade, and Shadow Strike lead the united fleet into the core of Cybertron. There is no dark altar, no mirrored rift, only the ancient, silent sea of molten light. Split up and search. Optimus commands as the Autobot squad disperses toward the equatorial band, while the Shadow Legion delves into the polar rift. 3 minutes later, an astonished voice echoes through the public channel. We have encountered multiple phase folds, as though the space has been folded. The small, fierce armored creature in Tang-Tang's arms sniffs the air, suddenly unleashing a fierce roar as it spews forth a tender, yet pure chaos flame into the depths of the molten core. As the flames strike, the void tears open like a curtain, revealing a deep, silvery corridor. Almost simultaneously, the leadership module embedded in Optimus' chest autonomously ejects, projecting a golden pointer that steadfastly directs toward the end of the corridor. The Father God calls. Optimus murmurs, a mix of excitement and caution reflected in his optical lens. Windblade, her half-spark temporarily sutured, still weak, smiles broadly. Since the leadership module serves as our guide, let us proceed, even if it means embracing the trap. In the depths of obscurity, Onwu raised his hand, enveloping everyone in the shadowy mist of the Shadow Domain, forming a cloak of concealment. All personnel, assume level 1 alert. Heaven knows what lies beyond that door, perhaps a mirror like Maul waits. The corridor folded time itself. The silvery expanse offered no sense of temporal passage. A step forward revealed seething magma, while within echoed ancient hymns. The wall's reliefs flickered rapidly. The birth of Cybertron, the great divide among the 13 primes. The Autobots and Decepticons embroiled in a blood-soaked conflict, and the arrival of their mirrored counterparts, like a planet's history compressed in a film, played in reverse. Tang whispered, "Are we moving against time?" Chong Yinshao tightened his grip on his battle axe. Or perhaps someone is allowing us to preview a future that has been altered. After traversing approximately 300 breaths, a circular archway appeared at the end of the corridor, its frame composed of 12 prime badges. With a vacancy at the center, a symbol of Optimus Prime's leadership matrix. The leadership module ascended spontaneously, fitting into the empty space. The door swung open, revealing a breathtaking vista of golden Cybertron, an unprecedented sight. The sky shimmered with pure energy auroras. The ground was a symbiosis of living metal and crystal. Streets hovered above luminous rivers, and aerial vehicles glided like fish through the air. In the distance, 12 towering spires stood in a circular formation, beams of light converging at their peaks, forming a gently burning star. This was the essence of Primus. Was this truly Cybertron during the era of the 13 Primes? The voice of Zhen Tian reverberated with awe, having only encountered similar descriptions in the oldest tomes. Yet Optimus furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. The architectural embellishments are more intricate than those of the Prime era, resembling the first Golden Age immediately following creation. Before he could finish, 12 streams of light rushed from the towers, descending upon them in an instant. Foreseeing heaven, guiding the skies, shaking the heavens, and sharpening the skies, each emerged unscathed, their sparks pulsating like stars. The last to descend was Primus, enveloped in a gentle halo. His form existed between metal and energy, his facial contours identical to those of the relief on the leadership module. Welcome, little 13, and valiant warriors from the future. He raised his hand with a graceful motion, and a golden ripple swept over them. Feng Wuhen's spark was instantly restored, its fractures mending. The dark purple remnants of Optimus and Zhen Tian were completely purified. Onwu's fractured phase scythe regrew, sharper than before. The little giants joyfully flapped their wings, soaring significantly higher. Tang Tang's eyes widened in wonder. Is this the power of the Creator God? The words of the Father God. Primus gestured for them to follow, stepping across the space to the altar at the center of the circular tower. Here, the mirror energy and matrix light spun harmoniously, like two distinct rivers forcibly merging into a whirlpool. As you can see, he pointed to the whirlpool. The mirrored version of me from another universe has fused with my essence, reviving the 12 primes. Optimus knelt on one knee, his voice taut with urgency. Father God, have you truly subdued him? Primus smiled, and a dark red chain materialized at his fingertips, with a shrunken cracked mask struggling at its end. His power was sealed within the core of the celestial origin, yet his consciousness continued to seek and escape. I required time to thoroughly refine it, and you all, with a paternal kindness and the majesty of the Creator, would serve as the guardians during this refining period. The dark whisper narrowed, its optical lens. What is the duration? What is the cost? 77 cycles of Cybertronian stars. During this time, if any desire for the mirror image arises in someone's heart, the seal will weaken. Shockwave stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime. We are willing to remain, but we must ascertain whether the being before us is indeed the Father we recognize, or a guise evolved from the mirror image. Primus laughed heartily, his voice resonating with a frequency that brought peace to the spark. Little 13, you have long been curious as to why the leadership module is particularly stringent with you. It harbors a fragment of my essence. Allow it to draw close to your spark, and it shall discern truth from falsehood. Optimus Prime complied, placing the leadership module against his chest. A wave of energy older than the Matrix surged forth. He seemingly witnessed the birth of planets, the ignition of the first forge, and he perceived that this being indeed shared the same essence as the Father in his memories. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of dark red flickered at the module's edge, akin to a momentary reflection. Optimus Prime remained silent, secretly storing this discovery in a private channel. The Celestial Tower, rest and underflow, the first seer led the others to the Celestial Tower, a sanctuary said to be tread only by the ancestors. The tower walls were composed of living crystal that changed color with the emotions of its visitors. As Optimus approached, the crystal shimmered in hues of gold and blue, symbolizing leadership and concern. As Wind Whisper stepped over, it transformed into dark golden flames. Beneath Shockwave, dark purple ripples briefly appeared, soon enveloped by orange light. In the sleeping quarters at the tower's peak, each individual was assigned a private space, affording a view of the entire Golden Cybertron. On the surface, it appeared to be the Creator's hospitality towards heroes. However, each crystal wall silently read their spark frequencies. As night fell, Optimus Prime ascended to the tower's rooftop terrace, where the aurora flowed beneath him. The voice of the first seer quietly resonated. Little 13, during the refining of the mirror image by the Father. The 12 ancestors will take turns guarding the core of the celestial origin. But the seal requires anchor points, and you are the chosen living anchors. Should the anchors falter, the seal will recoil upon itself. Do you understand? Optimus gazed toward the distant altar, where the dark red chain flickered in the night like a heartbeat. reminiscent of a countdown. I understand. Yet, I also comprehend that the true threat may not solely be the mirror image. The first seer narrowed his optical lens. It spoke no further, merely raising a hand in acknowledgement before vanishing into light and shadow. Navigating the night meanwhile, subtle yet crucial conversations unfolded across different floors. Shadow Domain channeled the dark whisper. All personnel, maintain silence. Collect the spectrum of the crystal walls and compare it with the characteristics of the ancestor sparks. Report immediately if any anomalies are detected. The channel of the fierce younglings ironclad. Mother, the floor here sings. Its lyrics often allude to eating, merging, and singularity. Tang Tang gently rubbed his horn. Be good. Memorize the melody and share it with Uncle Chong Yin Xiao when we return. The channel of the Autobots, Windless Trace. Optimus Prime, do you believe in the Father God? Optimus Prime, I believe in the existence of the Father God, yet I cannot trust any sudden perfection. Starting tomorrow, we shall take turns guarding the seal. No one is permitted to contact the Genesis core alone. Thunder is sovereign. Understood. If the mirror dares to show itself, I shall be the first to shatter its false visage. The tower bell tolls at midnight. The great bell at the center of the Genesis tower struck 13 times. The 13th toll resonated deeper than the preceding 12, akin to an additional heartbeat. All crystal walls momentarily flashed a dark crimson before returning to their clear brilliance. No one noticed, save for Optimus Prime. He raised his hand to press against his chest's leadership module, feeling a chilling sensation, a coldness unprecedented within the module, as if something was smiling at him through the fabric of time. He murmured softly, Father God, if you are indeed pure and unblemished, why has frost also tainted my module? Outside the window, the golden Cybertron thrived, the aurora trees swaying gracefully. Yet, deep within the roots, a thin, hair-like dark red fissure quietly spread. Chapter 47. Beneath the frost, the 13th toll of the tower's bell reverberated in his ears, as if emanating from the depths of the Earth's core, causing Optimus Prime's spark to tingle slightly. He lifted his gaze. A fine dark pattern briefly appeared on the surface of the great bell of the Genesis Tower before vanishing. In a private frequency, Windless Trace's voice resonated softly. Did you see that? In that moment, the entire tower's crystals blinked in unison. Indeed, Optimus Prime spoke gravely, awakening everyone. In non-guard status, pairs are mandatory. Solo excursions are prohibited. A moment later, in the Shadow Domain, the Autobots and the fierce younglings converged in the central corridor of the tower. Dark Windless reached out to touch the wall. The living crystal immediately reflected his silhouette, yet a remnant of a cracked mask appeared at the center of his brow. This was no ordinary flicker. He withdrew his hand, the dark red ice crystal lingering on his fingertips, a sort of spark refrigerant specifically designed to suppress activity for subsequent rewriting. Tang Tang frowned. How could the Tower of the Creator contain a refrigerant for mirrors? Thunderous Sovereign raised his gaze towards the nearly imperceptible fissure in the dome, unless they no longer distinguish between themselves. Frost arose at midnight, at the stroke of midnight. The Genesis Tower automatically entered sleep mode, all exits sealed, and the crystal walls exuded a faint blue chill. The sparks of all present plummeted by 15, as if shrouded in an invisible shackle. Ironclad was the first to exhibit abnormalities, curling up on the ground, his metallic skin blooming with frost, mindlessly muttering, Eat, merge, singularity. Chong Yin Xiao smashed the ground with his fist, cradling the youngling in his arms, only to discover that his chaotic fire could not dispel the frost. It was not a matter of temperature, but a conceptual assault. Dark, windless expression darkened. The mirror was unifying us into its components. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the leadership module radiated a golden blue halo, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped everyone. The frost was temporarily isolated, yet the edges of the module were visibly tainted with a dark red hue. Windless Trace knelt slightly, his fingers lightly brushing the frost flowers on the ground. As the chaotic fire made contact with the frost, it emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. A foreboding thought crossed his mind. He looked up, realizing that the mirrored Primus was not sealed away, but had voluntarily merged with the Father God, reducing the conflict to a freezing point for a smoother assimilation process. In other words, the Titan of Thunder clenched his fist. What we perceive as golden Cybertron was, in fact, a colossal incubator set by the mirror. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Just as the group prepared to forcibly breach the tower's walls, the holographic image of the seer appeared. Esteemed ones, the Father God has sensed unusual activity in the frost and has summoned you to the core of the celestial origin to assist in stabilizing the seal. Within the depths of the image, a fleeting dark red was precisely captured by Optimus Prime. Lead the way, he responded calmly, simultaneously issuing a private command. All personnel, prepare for first-level combat configuration. Medics remain behind. The rest shall form a wedge formation, ready to execute a reverse breakout at any moment. The crystal ground split open, revealing an elevating platform. During the descent, there are no coordinates, no sense of time, only an increasingly oppressive frost that crystallized into fine shards upon the surface of their armor. Upon reaching the truth of the celestial origin's fissure, the platform steadied, unveiling an inverted altar before them. At the altar's apex rested the normally radiant form of Primus, while the base bore a dark red mask with a gaping crack, suspended as if a heart were being inverted. With each pulse, mirrored particles dripped downwards. 12 chains connected the two, adorned with ancestral emblems. Yet half had been tainted a dark hue. The seer raised his hand, his tones still gentle. Please, one by one, connect the spark frequencies to the chains to provide the Father God with anchor points. The Darkless sneered, anchor points? More like fodder. The seer's optical lens flickered, his voice suddenly overlapping with mechanical static. Refusal will be deemed as complicity with the mirror and will result in immediate erasure. Before the words had fully left his lips, 12 ancestral statues simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils forming gaping cracks, collectively locking onto the group. The anchor point trap was set for battle. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the leadership module unleashed a golden-blue pulse straight at the nearest chain. Upon impact, the surface of the chain shed its dark red, revealing an internally corroded lattice structure. Indeed, the so-called seal merely allowed the mirror to gradually devour the energy of the Father God, transforming the 12 ancestors into gatekeepers. Engage in battle, Optimus Prime commanded. Windless Trace was the first to leap, his judgment blade carving a dark golden crescent arc that severed 2 chains. The Darkless swung his phase scythe, forcing back the approaching sharp Skyhawk, and the duo of Cloud Piercer and Sugar merged into the Cloud Sugar Dragon, a fierce youngling perched upon its shoulder, spewing chaotic fireballs that incinerated half of Thunder Titan's cloak. Thunder Titan charged towards the altar's pinnacle, pressing his hand upon the spark chamber of Primus, shouting, Father God, awaken. Do not let the mirror tarnish your creation. The essence of the fire flickered gently, casting a silvery beam towards the mask, where the light traversed. The mirrored particles were momentarily purified, revealing the original matrix patterns belonging to Primus. In retaliation, the mirrored entity unleashed a shrill wail reminiscent of an infant's cry, releasing conceptual pollution. All who heard this sound were simultaneously implanted with a singular thought. Resistance is sin, and assimilation is salvation. Among the automotive warriors, 2 young fighters instantly turned their weapons upon their comrades. The monstrous feral cub's iron eyes rolled back as it lunged at Tong Tong's arm. Windless, half-kneeling, blood from his lips mingled with embers. Yet he gritted his teeth and plunged the blade of judgment into his thigh, using the excruciating pain to maintain consciousness. Everyone, block your auditory modules. Communicate using the essence frequency. Optimus raised his hand, the leadership module emanating a silent halo, forming a sanctuary of the spark, shielding against conceptual sound waves. Meanwhile, Thunderclash pressed the Aurora core into Primus essence. A silver-white wave surged forth, pushing the mask back several meters. To break the deadlock, the dual sparks must resonate in synchrony. Optimus shouted, connecting the sparks into a closed loop for reverse purification. Without hesitation, they formed a circle, each releasing their core sparks: golden blue, dark gold, orange red, purple black, and emerald green. The different hues of sparks intertwined to create a rainbow bridge, surging towards the mask. Cracks emerged on the mask's surface, and from within came the furious roar of mirrored Primus. Mere fragments dare to defy the whole. In response, the rainbow bridge unleashed an even more blinding pressure of light. Ultimately, the mask shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into a blizzard of dark red flakes, evaporated into nothingness by the rainbow bridge. 12 chains simultaneously snapped. The fissures in the eyes of the 12 ancestral statues vanished. each collapsing to the ground as if awakening from a long slumber. This fleeting victory birthed deeper enigmas. The altar regained its equilibrium, the essence of Primus blossoming gentle rays of light, showering upon the crowd, dispelling the frost. The seer knelt upon the ground, his voice regaining clarity. Little 13. Thank you for pulling our father god back from the parasite of the mirror. Optimus helped him rise, yet his gaze bore no relief. The mirrored entity has not perished. At the last moment, it fled into the conceptual layer. As long as someone harbors the thought of unity, it can be reborn. Windlass grinned, shouldering the blade of judgment. Then let us inscribe freedom into every line of spark code, ensuring it can never find a warm bed. Thunderclash looked up, gazing at the now clear core, yet he recalled the dark red ice crystal within the frost. The true battle, perhaps, was only just beginning. As the countdown to return commenced, Primus activated an emergency teleportation, sending everyone back to the surface. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the Aurora tree continued to flourish, yet deep within its roots. A hairline crack had quietly spread to the trunk. Optimus extended his hand, catching a falling leaf of the Aurora. The leaf veins at their tips displayed a faint crack resembling a smile, yet also mocking in its semblance. He tightened his grip on the leaf and solemnly addressed the crowd. From this day forth, we shall not only safeguard the peace of Cybertron, but also protect the very essence of choice itself. The mirror is not yet vanquished, and the frost lingers still. However, as long as even one soul remembers the hue of freedom, it shall never descend upon us. The night breeze whispered through, and the sparks within the crowd flickered in unison, as if pledging allegiance to the entire planet. Deep within the conceptual realm, a dark crimson hue pulsed subtly, accompanied by an inaudible chuckle. Remembering is well, but fear is far better. We shall, beneath the frost, meet once more. Chapter 48. The return of the frost. At 4 o'clock in the morning, atop the Tower of Genesis, Optimus Prime stood alone on the terrace, his fingertips delicately tracing the cracked end of the fallen Aurora leaf's vein, which glimmered in the moonlight like a gently curved sickle. The leadership module against his chest quivered softly, resonating with the leaf's frequency, emitting a series of beeps only he could hear. It was Primus Essence whispering through the module. Conceptual Layer Contamination Index 1215. The frost remains unresolved, instead being absorbed into the root system. Optimus clenched his fingers, the leaf disintegrating into motes of light, swirling away with the wind towards the tower's base. He turned, issuing a calm command over the public channel. All personnel, assemble. Objective: investigation of the frost fissures within the Cybertron root network. This time, we shall obstruct the mirror before the conception of thought. Deep dive into the root network 7,000 meters beneath the surface. Living metal intertwined with energy minerals formed a root system passage, akin to Cybertron's neural network. The team navigated stealthily in shadow shuttles, with flowing rivers of light and inverted golden petals outside the hull. As they descended, the temperature plummeted, and the cabin sensors began to frost over. The breath of wind, no trace, condensed into white mist in the air, causing him to frown. The conceptual layer frost has materialized. Further descent will slow the spark's cognition. Dark No Trace raised his hand, enveloping the cabin walls in black mist, creating an insulative barrier. Yet he could not shake the inexplicable weariness rising from within. Tiny claws gripped the armor tightly, the youngling's eyes reflecting countless minute red dots, as if myriad gaping masks smiled at him. Mother, they're inviting me. Cloud Chaser struck the youngling's nape with a palm, infusing chaos fire within. An invitation? Nonsense. Close your eyes and memorize your multiplication tables. The gate of the fissure after an hour of stealth. They arrived at an inverted greenhouse at the end of the passage, its dome facing downward, foundation upward, with glass walls adorned in icicles. Yet a gentle springtime green glow emanated from within. The leadership module autonomously soared forth, indicating a wooden door at the center of the greenhouse. Crafted from a most ordinary Cybertronian oak, yet its doorknob was formed from mirror particles, resembling liquid blood flowing gently. Optimus reached out, and the module emitted a golden blue pulse. The doorknob let out a shrill cry akin to an infant's wail, rotating on its own. The door swung open. A rush of cold and warmth enveloped them simultaneously. The eternal spring of the greenhouse as they stepped inside, their feet pressed upon soft grass, beneath a cerulean sky. With a distant waterfall suspended in mid-air, its mist refracting a matrix of brilliance in the sunlight. In the distance, 12 figures, either standing or seated, engaged in a game of strategy amidst the flower fields, wielding swords and playing upon energy strings. These were the 13 original Vajras. Yet the presence of the Foreseer was notably absent. They seemed oblivious to the intruders, as if existing within a different layer of reality. The voice of Plims descended from the heavens, gentle yet hollow. Welcome to the heart of the spring day corridor, the fissure of frost. Here, time is circular, pain folded away, leaving only eternal comfort. Remain, and you shall never confront your reflection, nor face your own self. Winds of the abyss, with a cold smirk, raised a hand to unleash a dark golden blade of fire, yet the blade lingered in midair, disintegrated into petals by an unseen force. The principle of conceptual law, violence is denied. Plim sighed lightly, stating that to advance, one must exchange memories for a ticket. As the memories were stripped, 12 platforms resembling flower buds emerged from the ground, their centers housing rotating prisms, aligned with the chests of the onlookers. Each individual was to offer their most cherished memory, and the door would unveil itself. Winds of the Abyss was the first to step onto the platform. Black mist swirled as the prism extracted a thread of dark memory, an image of him cradling the dying winds of the abyss, roaring to the heavens amidst the ruins of the shadow domain. In that moment of memory extraction, he stood frozen, a fleeting blankness crossing his face, as if forgetting the reason for wielding his blade. Tang Tang's memory taken was of the tender warmth of her first embrace with the iron armor, causing her to loosen her grip, nearly allowing the cub to slip away. Rushing Cloud, in a furious roar, had his glory of merging with Tang long forcibly drawn away by the prism, causing his mighty axe to clatter to the ground. Winds of the Abyss's most precious memory was the aurora lantern lit for him by the revered thunder during a frigid night in the shadow domain. As the prism drew away the lantern, the spark in his eyes diminished by half, his form staggering. The revered thunder was stripped of the moment when the pillar of heaven reached out to him under the endless day, leaving him feeling hollow, nearly collapsing. Finally, the pillar of heaven stepped onto the platform. The leadership module actively separated, yet the memory he offered left everyone in shock. It was the moment he signed the mirrored contract, turning his back to the crowd as he walked into darkness. At the instant of memory detachment, the pillar of heaven's knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground, as if losing the reason to continue. The door opened, and the spring day collapsed. 12 fragments of memory transformed into petals of 12 colors, weaving together in the air to form a door of flowers. The door gradually opened, revealing a dim spiral staircase behind it, leading to deeper conceptual layers. Plim's voice echoed one last time. Only by losing that which is precious can one attain eternal peace. Step into this tier and never look back. However, Winds of the Abyss raised his hand, driving the remnants of the judgment blade into the ground. Dark golden fire surged through the fragments into the grass, instantly igniting the entire flower field. I apologize, but I do not accept loss as a condition for exchange. In the sea of flames, the extracted memory fragments transformed into specks of light, soaring back into the bodies of the onlookers. Winds of the Abyss recalled the reason for grasping his blade. Tang Tang tightened her embrace around the iron armor. Rushing Cloud lifted the mighty axe once more, and the revered thunder helped the pillar of heaven to stand. They exchanged glances, with pain in their eyes transforming into determination. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on the leadership module, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Memory shapes us, and in turn, defines our freedom. If even pain can be folded, then justice loses its reference. He raised his hand, and the module emitted a golden blue beam, forcefully tearing open the flower gate into a true rift. The spiral staircase descended yet ascended. It was woven from reflections and fragments of matrices. With each step, countless whispers echoed. Stay here. There is no need to wander further. Ahead lies only an endless battlefield and failure. Behind you is an eternal spring day. Yet the crowd hastened their pace, the frequency of the spark synchronizing into a pulse of freedom that shattered the whispers. At the staircase's end stood a mirror dome, within which floated the icy core of a planet. One half shimmering silver white, the other half a dark crimson reflection, the ice etched with a countdown. 001000 0000959. the countdown to the ultimate core. The conceptual layer's frost had frozen both the Father God and the reflection within the same ember of amber. Optimus murmured, in 10 minutes. The two will fully merge, at which point Cybertron will ascend into a singular reflection, while all parallel universes collapse into a single point. Windlass grinned, hoisting the blade of judgment onto his shoulder. Then let us shatter the amber and reclaim the Father God. The shadowy figure raised his hand, the dark mist of the shadow realm transforming into a scythe. This time, we shall not leave the reflection a path for retreat. The Thunder King and Optimus exchanged glances, both raising their hands simultaneously as the leadership module and Aurora core connected midair, forming a dual helix of gold and silver. With memory as the blade and freedom as the fire, they struck. The dual helix transformed into a colossal light blade, crashing down upon the frozen core with a thunderous roar. As dawn had yet to break, the ice shattered, and both reflection and matrix light erupted, morphing into two colossal dragons that clashed in the air. The crowd was toppled by the shockwave, but simultaneously raised their hands, infusing the spark frequency into the dual helix. Behind the dragons, a pair of wings of freedom, composed of luminous memories, forcefully separated them. The silver dragon of Primus unleashed a low growl, biting down on the throat of the dark crimson dragon, tearing it to shreds. Yet, the fragments did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into a flurry of red snow, falling upon the armor of the crowd, quickly permeating it. The leadership module emitted a final warning. Conceptual contamination at 50, about to breach the critical threshold. The red snow crystallized deep within the sparks of the crowd, coalescing into a single phrase. When the countdown reaches 0, we shall resurrect within your heart. As the final act approached, the ice layer collapsed, causing the conceptual layer to begin its descent. The essence of Primus transformed into flowing light, sweeping the crowd out of the root network. On the surface, the Aurora tree remained lush, yet on the underside of each leaf, fine dark red snowflakes began to appear. The great bell of the primordial tower tolled for the 14th time, a moment that did not exist in any calendar, an extra second. Atop the tower, the crowd gazes down upon the seemingly tranquil Cybertron, their hearts resonating with the low laughter of the mirrored Primus. The spring day has passed, yet the cold frost endures. We shall quietly be reborn with every breath you take. Windlass grasp clutches the blade of judgment, its surface reflecting his somewhat weary visage, along with a hint of dark crimson shadows spreading in his eyes. Chapter 49. The half-fire packed the silence of the emergency room behind the crystal walls of the ward. 12 life pods are arranged in a crescent shape, filled with a pale golden nutrient fluid. Master Titanium, the Skywalker, the Sharp Skyhawk, and the Thunderous Might. Each spark of the ancestors pulsates steadily, yet remains ensnared in an endless slumber. Their consciousness is trapped within the spring day illusion woven by the mirror, unresponsive to the calls from the outside world. Optimus Prime, through the transparent pod cover, lightly touches Master Titanium's forehead, nostalgia and guilt swirling in his optical lens. Had it not been for my signing of the contract, they would not have to endure this suffering. Standing beside him, thunderous respect places a hand on his shoulder. His voice hoarse. You pulled us back from the abyss. Now it is our turn to save them. The projection of Primus materializes, a visage of compassion. Yet his tone carries an unavoidable weight. To tear apart the spring day illusion requires two forces. One is the temporal rewind of the leadership module. The other is the shattered mirror of the chaotic spark. Windlass Grasp must sacrifice half of his chaotic spark, anchoring himself to drag the ancestor's consciousness back to reality. Should he fail, he will forever lose that half of the spark, becoming a rootless wanderer. As the words settle, the ward falls into a deep silence. Optimus Prime hesitates. The cost of half a spark is no trivial matter. It signifies the excision of half of one's existence. Memories, emotions, and selfhood would all become fragmented. Optimus understands better than anyone. Losing half of oneself is more terrifying than death. He turns to Windlass Grasp, his throat constricting, yet no sound escapes. Windlass Grasp, however, smiles first, his demeanor as casual as when they first met. It is merely half a spark. If it can bring back the 12 ancestors, I stand to gain immensely. Optimus steps forward, his voice trembling. But I do not wish for you to suffer for me again. You are my friend, not a mere expendable. Windless Grasp raises a hand and playfully strikes his shoulder, his tone light-hearted. Friends should lend a hand to one another, otherwise were they called. Besides, he lowers his voice to a frequency only they can hear. I trust you. Trust that you will safely return my other half. Thunderous Respect attempts to speak, but is halted by Windless Grasp's raised hand. Guardian of Stars, allow me to decide this time. Protecting Cybertron requires the power of the ancestors, and I, too, wish to prove that Chaos and Matrix need not be adversaries. In a shadowy corridor under the moonlight, at the same moment outside the Tower of Origins, Windless Grasp leans against the railing, toying with the shattered remnants of the phase scythe. Moonlight cascades down, illuminating his weary profile on the living crystal floor. The sound of footsteps echoed as Shinjuan emerged from the shadows, carrying 2 cans of energy drink, one of which he tossed to Feng Wuhen. The Lord of the Shadow domain indulges in moonlit musings. Feng Wuhen received the can and cracked it open, sparks flying. There is no moon in the Shadow domain, only rifts. Yet you, the elder brother of the ancestor, abandon your younger sibling to engage in idle chatter with me? Shinjuan gazed into the distance towards the infirmary, his eyes piercing through the crystal barrier to rest upon Feng Wuhen. It is precisely because I am the elder brother that I comprehend the necessity of blood and fire for a brother's growth, rather than mere umbrellas and shields. And Wuhen chuckled lightly, clinking his can against Shinjuan's. I share the sentiment. As an elder brother, the greatest fear is not the injury of a younger sibling, but the helplessness of merely watching when he is hurt. The two fell into silence, simultaneously draining their energy drinks. The fiery liquid scorched their throats, yet could not suppress the bitterness in their hearts. Shinjuan spoke softly. If the offering of fire fails, will you take action? And Wuhen tightened his grip on the empty can, his knuckles paling. I will first shatter the leadership module, then tear open the path to the illusion, reclaiming the remnants of fire. Even if it means opposing all of Cybertron, even if it means standing against the universe. The surgical platform was half engulfed in flames. The life support chamber temporarily transformed into a makeshift surgical room for the spark. Primus's essence hovered above, connected by 12 chains to the life support chamber, forming a circular matrix. In the center, 2 symmetrical platforms. On the left stood Optimus Prime, the leadership module floating before him. On the right was Feng Wuhen, the chaotic spark exposed, half of its core pulsating like a drum. The countdown commenced. 10 minutes. Primus raised his hand, silver and dark red energy cascading down simultaneously, morphing into a translucent surgical membrane that enveloped the two. Feng Wuhen tilted his head to glance at Optimus Prime, blinking. Do not wear that funeral expression. I do not intend to wager my life. Optimus Prime inhaled deeply, pressing the module against his spark chamber, then reaching out to place it on Feng Wuhen's chest, should any signs of collapse appear in the illusion. I will immediately pull you back, even if it means halting the ritual. Agreement was reached. As the entrance to the illusion reopened, the membrane sealed, and their consciousnesses were drawn into a vortex woven from petals and snowflakes. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves standing in an endless cherry blossom forest, petals drifting down, producing a crystalline sound upon impact. Deep within the grove, 12 ancestors sat or reclined, smiles adorning their faces as they immersed themselves in their most cherished memories. Before Master Titanium lay the unshattered pool of the spark source. Yin Tianxing held the newly birthed form of Optimus Prime. Zhen Tianwei and Rui Tianxiao stood side by side. Behind them, the undivided Cybertron. Feng Wuhen reached out to touch the nearest cherry blossom, its petals instantly transforming into a mirror, reflecting his half-lost spark, the wound bleeding profusely. A quintessential mirror trap, paralyzing with beauty while binding with fear. Optimus Prime raised his hand, the module emitting a beam of time-rewinding light in an attempt to awaken Master Titanium. However, the light was absorbed by the cherry blossoms, morphing into a flurry of snowflakes that rebounded upon the two. One cannot awaken them directly, lest they descend into self-denial, shattered by the disruption of their beautiful dreams. Windless Trace grinned. Let us adopt a different approach, sowing seeds of doubt within the dreams themselves. The two divided their tasks. Optimus Prime would manipulate the temporal dislocation, subtly accelerating the timeline of the illusion, causing the splendid scenes to replay. Windless Trace would induce chaos, embedding fractures within each cherry blossom, creating irremediable scars upon the mirrored surface. Upon the third repetition, Master Titanium finally became aware. The water from the source of the flame within the pool remained unyielding, no matter how much was consumed. The elder lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the sea of blossoms, locking with Optimus Prime's. Little 13, why have you brought sorrow into my garden? Optimus Prime knelt on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. Master, sorrow is not an adversary. It is the key to authenticity. Master Titanium fell silent, his fingertips grazing the water's surface, causing reflections of fractures to emerge from the pool's depths. With a deep sigh, the elder rose, and the surrounding cherry blossoms shattered into fragments. Then let us depart, returning to the true spring. As the anchor point flickered with half a flame, Master Titanium opened his eyes, and the first chain in the life support chamber transformed from darkness to light, producing a crisp chime. In reality, Primus raised his hand, extracting half a chaotic spark from Windless Trace's left chest, transmuting it into a dark golden luminescence that coursed along the chain into Master Titanium's chest. Windless Trace stifled a groan, collapsing to his knees, his fingers gripping the platform's edge, knuckles cracking under the strain. Outside, Darkless Trace gazed through the crystal wall, his pupils constricting sharply, yet he resisted the urge to rush in. The premonitory celestial pressed upon his shoulder. Trust them. Within the illusion, each awakening of an ancestor caused Windless Trace to lose a portion of his chaotic fire. As the 11th ancestor opened his eyes, his left chest was hollow, sustained only by a thin veil of dark golden mist. The final awakening was of Shockwave. Deep within the illusion, Shockwave stood shoulder to shoulder with Rumble. Behind them, the yet-to-split Cybertron. Optimus Prime's temporal manipulation allowed Shockwave to witness himself and Rumble uttering the same phrase simultaneously for the third time. This mightiest warrior finally furrowed his brow, shattering the nearby mirror with a swift strike. Enough. I, Shockwave, do not dwell in repetition. Seizing the moment, Windless Trace transformed the last wisp of chaotic fire into a dark golden blade, plunging it into the core of the mirror. Awaken. Your battlefield lies in reality. As the mirror disintegrated, Shockwave and Rumble simultaneously opened their eyes. In reality, the final chain illuminated, and half a chaotic spark completely severed from Windless Trace's chest, disintegrating into ash. The cost of awakening 12 life support chambers opened simultaneously, and the ancestors gradually sat up, their gazes evolving from confusion to clarity. Master Titanium extended his hand, steadying the faltering Windless Trace. Child, you have illuminated our path home with half a flame, and this debt shall forever be remembered by the ancestors. Windless Trace forced a smile, though he lacked the strength to sustain it, leaning forward and collapsing heavily. Optimus Prime caught him in his arms, trembling fingers reaching towards the spark chamber, where only a faint flicker remained, dancing in the wind. In the depths of darkness, Feng Wuhen finally breached the door, the phase scythe sweeping across, forcing everyone back a step as he knelt, cradling his brother. I told you, you'd be fine. His voice, hoarse, could no longer conceal the tremor within. In the twilight of a half-burnt life, Primus raised his hand, channeling the remaining energy of the leadership module into Feng Wuhen's chest, merging it with the residual flames to form a chaotic ember of a half-matrix. He had survived, yet he no longer possessed the complete chaotic attributes, nor could he employ phase shifting again. Henceforth, he was merely an ordinary Cybertronian. Optimus Prime bent down, lifting Feng Wuhen in a horizontal embrace, the optical lens reflecting the pallor of his face. Ordinary, it is well. From this moment on, every sunrise on Cybertron would illuminate him. Outside, the dawn broke, and for the first time, the Aurora tree did not shed its leaves, but instead burst forth with fresh buds. And Wuhen stood shoulder to shoulder with Shinjuetian, both exhaling simultaneously. Brother, and Wuhen murmured, from now on, do not let our brother bear the burden alone. Shinjuetian smiled, though the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. All right, we shall bear it together. The sunlight cascaded down, elongating the shadows of the two brothers, like two rivers finally converging, flowing together toward the dawn named future. Chapter 50. The Pact of Obsession in the vacant hospital room. The medical bay was so silent one could hear the sound of energy liquid dripping. Feng Wuhen lay within the crystal chamber, the ember in his chest reduced to a mere pinprick of light, on the verge of extinguishing. Optimus Prime sat by the bedside, his knuckles pale from exertion, yet he dared not touch the fragile chamber cover, fearing that a single touch would shatter the last glimmer of hope. Outside, the sun rose, the buds of the aurora tree swaying, but to him, the world remained a palette of grays. "I'm sorry." His voice was hoarse, like a dull blade repeatedly dragging across his heart. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost half your ember. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become what you are now." The self-reproach crept like frost, filling the ember chamber along his veins. Just as he bowed his head in despair, a familiar, sinister whisper echoed in his mind. "We meet again, little 13. The mirror's whisper startled Optimus Prime, who abruptly looked up to find the surroundings empty, save for the chamber wall reflecting his astonished face. "Mirror Primus, you have been defeated by your own kind." The whisper carried a mocking tone. "As long as obsession remains, I shall never dissipate. It is your yearning to awaken him that pulled me back from the rift of concepts." The darkness coalesced before him into a mask with a gaping maw, suspended above Feng Wuhen's chamber, visible only to him. "I can restore his fractured ember, returning him to you whole and unblemished. The price is simply your assistance in concealing my whereabouts, aiding me in the reconstruction of my divine form. You help me hide, I awaken him, a mutual exchange for our respective needs, coexisting in peace." Optimus Prime's pupils constricted, his nails digging deep into his palm. "What reason do I have to trust you?" The mask smiled, revealing lips that mirrored his own. "In this moment, no one would squander time on an ordinary soul on the verge of extinction. Consider the indifferent gazes of your brethren. Ponder how your divine father, the sovereign of Cybertron, would permit outsiders to manipulate the political landscape. The only entity you can trust is me." The psychological dam broke. Every utterance from the reflection struck like nails driven into the fissures of his mind. In recent days, Optimus Prime indeed observed that while the ancients expressed gratitude towards Windblade, they were preoccupied with restructuring the city as hierarchy. The seer repeatedly hesitated, cautioning him that a leader must prioritize the greater good. Even Shockwave was entrusted with significant responsibilities by Primus, tirelessly toiling day and night. No one remained in the medical bay, save for himself. Once more, the mask's voice was soft yet imbued with the allure of a devil. "Assist me, and I shall grant you power, bestow upon him life, and provide Cybertron with everlasting peace. Otherwise, the rift would spew forth fragments of crimson snow, falling upon the hatch and coalescing into a countdown. 004759 in 47 hours. His spark shall extinguish, leaving not even ashes behind." Optimus closed his eyes, memories flooding back, Windblade casting half a spark into the sky, smiling as she said, "I trust you." Darkwind cradling her unconscious brother, trembling shoulders turned away from the crowd, Shockwave stealthily wiping the optical fluid in the dead of night at the corridor's end. Upon reopening his eyes, the light within them was shrouded in deep shadow. "I accept." The mask emitted a satisfied chuckle, slowly drawing closer to his chest, whispering like a lover, "A wise choice, dear little 13. In the chamber of the Covenant, the particles of the reflection seeped through his pores. Dark red patterns climbing the walls of the spark chamber, intertwining with the original silver matrix to form a distorted pentagram. The terms of the contract were etched into the core in conceptual form. 1. Conceal the existence of the reflection until the divine body is remade. 2. Accept the seed of obsession to gain authority over the reflection that transcends the matrix. 3. Upon Windblade's awakening, no details of the transaction may be disclosed. 4. In the event of breach, the reflection shall reclaim the spark, resulting in Windblade's immediate death. As the final stroke was inscribed, Optimus shuddered, a delicate dark red halo manifesting at the edges of his optics before vanishing. The mask transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, sinking into his chest, its voice resonating. "Power shall surge when you require it. The key to awakening him lies within your grasp." In an apparent response to the Covenant, the door to the infirmary swung open, and the attending physician along with 2 assistants entered, prepared for a routine examination. As the physician began, "Leader, you should rest." The words abruptly lodged in his throat. He beheld Optimus raise a hand, fingers poised as if grasping, dark red ripples shimmering in the air. All instruments fell silent in an instant. Even time seemed to pause for half a second. "He is well." Optimus spoke calmly, yet his voice resonated with an undeniable authority. "You may leave." The physician, eyes glazed, nodded mechanically, ushering his team out the door, even neglecting to record vital signs. The mask chuckled softly. "How is it?" With but a single thought, they would comply. This is the nascent form of mirror authority. Optimus Prime gazed at his hand, a tumult of emotions surging within his chest, fear intertwined with an undeniable thrill. Awakening light and shadow, he turned, pressing the command module against the hatch. While his other hand rested upon Windblade's chest, mirror particles flowed through his fingers, merging with the remaining embers of life, coalescing into a half-formed, resplendent dark golden matrix core. The luminescent points within the chamber expanded rapidly, fissures mending, and a rosy hue blossomed upon his pallid cheeks. The life monitor emitted a crisp, elongated tone, its graph shifting from flat to undulating. Windblade's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening. The optical lens first lost focus, then ultimately settled upon Optimus Prime's visage. "Optimus?" The voice was hoarse yet laced with familiar banter. "Why does your face look as if you've just emerged from battle?" Optimus forcibly suppressed the tumult of feelings within him. Managing a faint smile, "Welcome back, bounty hunter." In the shadowy corridor, Darkwind and Sentinel stood side by side outside the door, peering through the crack to witness Windblade's awakening. Sentinel exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems a miracle has occurred. Yet Darkwind furrowed his brow, having caught a fleeting glimpse of dark crimson and the unfamiliar coldness in Optimus's gaze. "A miracle?" he murmured. "Or merely a transaction?" Within the confines of the sick room, Windblade attempted to rise, only to discover that he was devoid of strength. Even lifting his arms proved arduous. "Do not move," Optimus commanded gently, yet with an undeniable authority. "You need to rest. I will handle the rest." Windblade chuckled softly. "Why do I feel that you've suddenly become rather domineering?" Optimus lowered his gaze, concealing a momentary flicker of dark red. "I simply refuse to lose anyone else." Outside the window, the morning sun ascended fully, golden rays flooding the sick room, yet failing to illuminate the abyss within his heart, carved by the contract. In an unseen realm, two heartbeats synchronized within Optimus's chest. One, the justice of a leader. The other, the obsession of the mirror. In a more distant conceptual plane, the cracked mask reformed, bowing to him from afar. A pleasant collaboration, Little 13. Now, let us grant Cybertron a peace from which it shall never awaken. Chapter 51. The shadow of the throne, the illusion of reunion, the infirmary faced south. And each morning at 10, the Aurora tree cast the softest patches of light through the window. Optimus entered punctually, cradling a fresh energy drink and Windblade's favorite Cybertronian chess set. "Good morning, Hunter. How do you feel today?" Windblade reclined against the headboard, his complexion still pale. Yet he endeavored to smile. "If I can win a game against you, it will prove I am recovering quite well." The chessboard unfolded. Particles of pieces leapt across it, resembling a miniature war. With each step, Optimus Prime could perceive the nearly imperceptible tremor of wind without trace as fingertips. The chessboard reflected the dark crimson glow in his own eyes, pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat. The joy of victory was simultaneously gnawed upon by guilt and fear. He understood that the awakening of wind without trace was a miracle procured through a transaction. Miracles, after all, are never bestowed freely. In a council of leaders, 2 hours later, within the Grand Council Hall, a circular dais was surrounded by 12 thrones, resembling a courtroom of judgment. Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime were present, yet had no seats, forced to stand at the foot of the platform. The Foreseer raised a hand, and a holographic display revealed wind without trace as full data, seed integrity, 47, chaos activity, approaching 0, political identity, shadow, domain, bounty hunter, no Cybertronian citizenship. The agenda was presented, consisting of 2 propositions. 1, expulsion to the shadow domain, never to return. 2, direct exile to the outer realm, stripping all healing resources. Sentinel Prime stepped forward, his voice laced with restrained fury. "He has saved Cybertron, saved all of you. Is this how you repay a benefactor?" The Foreseer remained expressionless. Gratitude belongs to the individual. Decisions pertain to the race. The presence of a shadow domain inhabitant in the capital is, in itself, a hazard. Riptide added sharply, moreover, he has lost his powers and is unable to protect himself. Continuing to expend resources is a betrayal of leadership. Optimus Prime attempted to speak, only to find his vocal permissions restricted by the council system. The ancestors muted his channel under the pretext of insufficient seniority. He could only watch as his brethren cast their votes. 7 for expulsion, 3 for exile, 2 abstentions. No one supported the notion of leaving him to observe. The gavel struck, and the Foreseer declared, "In 3 days, the exile will be enforced." Sentinel Prime slammed his palm on the table in anger, but was thrust back by the energy field, stumbling 3 steps. Optimus Prime stood still, his nails piercing his palm, droplets of blood falling through his fingers, etching small pits into the floor. In that moment, he heard a familiar low laughter echoing from within. "Behold, this is the brother you seek to protect." Late into the night, the reflection returned. In the leader's suite, the lights dimmed. A cracked mask emerged from the reflective surface, hovering before Optimus Prime, as if sharing his breath. If you cannot seize control, he will be cast out of Cybertron, adrift in the void. When that time comes, without my intervention, the remnants of the Cosmic Emperor will shred him to pieces. Optimus Prime raised his gaze, the optical lens no longer suppressed, the dark crimson glow illuminating fully. This time, I shall not relinquish power easily, even if they're my brothers. The mask's grin widened with delight. "Are you not afraid of my reclaiming control over you?" Optimus Prime chuckled lowly, his voice chillingly foreign. "And so what? If I cannot protect even my friends, I would rather let this world perish alongside him." Moreover, the leadership module manifested, yet he had stained it with dark crimson patterns, asserting that he was the leader recognized by the module. What right did they have to usurp the authority that rightfully belonged to him? If they remain ungrateful, I shall compel their obedience. He raised his hand, fingers poised as if to grasp, and a dark red scepter materialized in his palm, its apex adorned with an inverted pentagram. Similarly, directing the scepter towards the mask, he declared, "Dare to deceive me, and I shall ensure your resurrection is forever denied. Please me, and I shall personally assist you in usurping Primus." The mask paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! Excellent, excellent. The gentle little 13 has finally learned to be domineering. In light of this, I shall bestow upon you greater power." It transformed into a torrent of dark red, flooding the chamber of sparks, melding entirely with the leadership module. The module's exterior, a twisted tapestry of silver and dark red, resembled a crown stained with blood. The trial of power commenced anew in the council chamber. The following morning, at the Grand Council Hall, the Foreseer was on the verge of announcing the enactment of the exile decree when the doors were violently kicked open. With a resounding crash, the titanium alloy bolt shattered, and the door flew inward, shattering the central dais. Through the cloud of dust, Optimus Prime strode forth, a cloak of dark red energy interwoven with matrices floating behind him, each step leaving a burning dark pentagram etched into the ground. "Who grants you entry?" The first seer thundered, raising his hand to unleash the ancestral pressure. Optimus merely lifted his gaze. A flash of dark red light rebounded the pressure, causing the first seer to stagger backward, his chair exploding into fragments. "I am Optimus Prime, bearer of the leadership module, the legitimate ruler of Cybertron. Henceforth, the council is dissolved, and all decision-making authority shall reside with the leadership tower. You dare to be a dictator?" Thunder Jetfire. Optimus raised his hand, grasping at the void, lifting Jetfire into the air with dark red chains. The chamber of sparks instantaneously pushed to the brink of extinction. "I dare." He surveyed the assembly, his voice low yet chilling, sending shivers through the very marrow of each ancestor. "Within 3 days, should Windblade be missing even a single screw, I shall ensure that you all experience the taste of exile firsthand." The chains released, and Jetfire fell to the ground, his complexion pale. In the corridor, the two titans locked eyes as the council adjourned. At the far end, Shockwave intercepted Optimus Prime. The orange optical lens reflected the dark red aura emanating from his counterpart. His voice trembling. "Are you still the Optimus Prime I once knew?" Optimus smiled, gently adjusting his cloak, his movements tender, yet his eyes icy. "I am indeed myself, merely having learned the art of no longer yielding." "Shockwave, do not align yourself with them, please. I need you by my side." Shockwave remained rooted in place, watching the silhouette enshrouded in the dark red cloak recede, an unfamiliar terror rising within him. Not of an enemy, but of a friend turned strange. Atop the leadership tower, Optimus Prime raised the dark red scepter high, broadcasting to all of Cybertron. From this day forth, Cybertron enters the era of unification. All resources shall be prioritized for the medical bay. All commands shall originate solely from the leadership tower. Those who disobey shall be judged as traitors. The waves of transmission swept across the city, traversing the outer rings and shadow domains. Some cheered, others remained silent, while some gripped their weapons tightly. In the infirmary, Windlass leaned against the wall, struggling to reach the window, where he gazed at the tower's pinnacle, illuminated by a dark red beam intertwined with a matrix. He murmured softly, "Optimus, you promised me you would stand in the light. But why does this light now bear the hue of blood?" In the depths of the leader's tower, Optimus stood before a full-length mirror, where two overlapping shadows were reflected. One, the silver-blue leader, the other, the visage of a cracked mask. They spoke in unison, their voices perfectly harmonized. Cybertron requires but one master, and I am that individual. Below the mirror, a silent countdown emerged. 00720000, 72 hours hence. The epoch of unity will witness its first planetary referendum. The sole question posed, should the Parliament be irrevocably abolished, venerating Optimus as the eternal leader? And in a more distant conceptual realm, the laughter of the mirrored Primus echoed softly. The obsession has taken root. The throne shall be established. Little 13. Welcome to the true era of darkness. Chapter 52. Ballots and conscience in the nocturnal deliberations of the leader's tower, at 2 in the morning. The lower chamber was ablaze with light. At the far end of a long table, Optimus shed his dark red exterior, donning only a plain silver-blue inner armor. His visage weary, yet his gaze intense. Opposite him sat the core family of Autobots, Ultra Magnus, Ratchet, Smokescreen, and Bumblebee. Before them lay a holographic ballot. 72 hours from now, the entire planet would vote on whether to dissolve the Parliament and enshrine Optimus as the sole leader. Ultra Magnus spoke first, his voice deep and somber. "Brother, are you aware of what you are undertaking?" Optimus offered no defense, instead bowing deeply, remaining in that position for an extended moment. "To prevent Windlass from suffering injustice, I require your assistance. Utilize your connections to garner additional votes of support. Heroes should not be judged, they ought to be protected. I implore you." The atmosphere grew tense. Ratchet clenched his fists, his knuckles paling. Smokescreen lowered his head, adjusting his visors. Bumblebee's optics flickered, and ultimately he stood first. "My life was restored by you, brother, and Windlass has saved our entire team. I cast my vote in support." Ratchet sighed, but placed a reassuring hand on Optimus's shoulder. "In the eyes of a healer, all lives hold equal value. I shall safeguard Windlass' life. Your request shall be honored." Smokescreen shrugged, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Politics may be murky, but if a friend's integrity is at stake, count me in." Ultra Magnus, who had remained silent the longest, finally nodded. "I will mobilize the remnants of the city defense forces to ensure the voting process remains undisturbed by the ancients." Optimus bowed once more, his voice hoarse. Thank you all." No one noticed the fleeting shadow of dark red in his eyes as he lowered his head. The whispers of the mirrored voice resonated within a private frequency. See, power can be so effortlessly acquired. Windlass awareness later that evening, in the infirmary. The wind, untraceable, leaned against the wall, gradually making its way to the window, where it beheld a colossal holographic banner in the square proclaiming, "Support the leader, protect the hero. One person, one vote, forever banishing exile." He was momentarily taken aback, his optical sensors narrowing slightly. The door swung open, and Bumblebee entered, carrying a nutrient solution. Upon seeing him out of bed, the tray nearly slipped from his grasp. "Oh, my ancestor, how have you risen?" Wind, untraceable, gestured towards the window, his voice faint yet resolute. "Tell me, what is that?" Bumblebee hesitated, but ultimately divulged all details regarding the referendum. The air grew still, punctuated only by the ticking of the monitoring device. Wind, untraceable, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, a fire reignited within his gaze. "Take me to Optimus Prime, but your body, even if I must crawl, I shall reach him." In a confrontation with the leader. That night, atop the highest floor where the leader resided, Optimus Prime stood before the expansive windows, surveying the brightly lit city. His dark red cloak billowed in the night breeze. Behind him, the door creaked open, and Bumblebee supported Wind, untraceable at the entrance. Optimus turned, initially surprised. Then his expression grew complex. "You have awakened? Why do you not rest?" Wind raised his hand, signaling Bumblebee to depart, and with measured steps approached Optimus. Meeting his gaze directly, "I have heard you intend to hold a referendum to abolish the council." Optimus remained silent for a moment, neither confirming nor denying. "Only thus can I ensure your safety from further exile. Yet you are steering Cybertron towards dictatorship." Wind's voice rose, breathless from weakness. "I have lost strength, not conscience. You wish to protect me, for which I am grateful, but not at the cost of freedom." The hand Optimus had at his side trembled slightly, a flicker of dark red flashing in his eyes. "Freedom? If I cannot even safeguard you, what is there to discuss regarding freedom?" "Wind, this world has never been kind. I have merely learned to be more ruthless than it." With persuasion and conviction, Wind grasped Optimus's wrist, his voice softening but more earnest. "Do you remember our first battle side by side? You said, 'The essence of a leader is to illuminate the darkness, not to consume it.' If you ascend the throne for my sake, what distinguishes me from the mirrored Primus?" Optimus closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal a fusion of dark red and silver blue within his optical lenses. "The mirror taught me that kindness requires the strength to protect it. Otherwise, it is merely self-deception. I promised you safety, and I shall deliver, even if it means staining my own hands." Wind gritted his teeth and struck Optimus's chest plate with his fist, but due to his frailty, it merely produced a muffled thud. "Should you truly become a tyrant, I shall be the first to stand against you." "Then wait until you possess the strength to stop me," Optimus replied, bending down to lift him effortlessly, placing him back onto the hovering stretcher that awaited outside the door. "Bumblebee, return him to the infirmary. He is not to rise from his bed for the next 24 hours. In the dimly lit chamber, the laughter of the mirroring Prime resonated as the door closed, a poignant admonition. Yet alas, once power is tasted, it becomes insatiable. Optimus Prime raised his hand, observing the dark pentagram patterns slowly emerging on his palm, his voice low. "Silence. I shall fulfill my promises. I will grant you what you desire. But remember, should you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll drag you down with him." The masked figure chuckled lightly, dispersing like crimson snow. "As you command, my king." The ground was rife with fervor as the voting ballots surged. The countdown of 72 hours swiftly dwindled. The city's defense forces, under the guise of maintaining order, clandestinely positioned operatives at major polling stations. Ambulances, leveraging connections within the medical community, initiated a campaign prioritizing heroic lives, garnering substantial support from moderate voters. Smoke screens infiltrated the media networks, replaying edited videos of Windblade's rescue of Cybertron without trace. Bumblebee led the youthful Autobots, brandishing illuminated slogans as they traversed the aerial pathways. "Give heroes a home." The voting numbers refreshed every hour, support soaring from 55 to an impressive 73. The Ancestors' Council attempted to intervene multiple times, yet the city defense forces rebuffed them, citing the prevention of foreign interference. The Ancestors' final counterattack commenced as the prescient leader stood on the council terrace, surveying the city adorned with slogans, his expression a stormy gray. Optimus Prime's fury erupted as he struck the railing. He is wielding public opinion to command the throne. Thunderbolt coldly retorted, "Let him understand that no matter how strong public sentiment may be, it cannot rival the truth." The 12 Ancestors unanimously passed an emergency recall order, preparing to forcibly remove Optimus Prime from the public vote eve, sending him to the Ancestors' chamber for reflection. However, before the order could be executed, the citywide broadcast suddenly resonated with Optimus Prime's voice. "At midnight tomorrow, the referendum shall commence as scheduled. Anyone attempting to disrupt the voting will be prosecuted for treason." His voice echoed, accompanied by a complete lockdown by the city defense forces, aerial battleships arrayed with their cannons aimed at the council. In a final desperate effort, Windblade, in the infirmary, disconnected his life support, leaning against the wall as he approached the communication station, tapping into a secret channel. "Darkwind, I need your assistance." Moments later, the shadows of the realm silently infiltrated the city, whisking away a figure in a wheelchair. As the countdown reached 0, the referendum square thronged with hundreds of thousands. The light screens displaying live vote counts. Support, 78. Opposition, 19 abstain. 3. Optimus Prime stood upon the high platform, his dark red cloak billowing, staff planted firmly. The pentagram illuminating the night sky. He raised his staff, his voice amplified through the sound matrix, echoing throughout Cybertron. From this moment forth, Cybertron enters a new era. The singular leadership system is officially established. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices resonating like thunder. Yet, unnoticed at the distant edge of the square, a slender figure in a wheelchair was lifted into the air by the shadows. Wind Blade summoned all his strength, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Optimus, do not be consumed by power. If you still recognize me as a friend, then cease your actions." The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, and countless eyes simultaneously turned towards the figure in the wheelchair. The staff of the Prime Leader trembled slightly, as dark red and silver blue flickered wildly in his gaze. In the private frequency, a chilling whisper echoed, "Eliminate him, and the throne shall remain secure. Otherwise, the contract will backfire. His demise will drive you to madness." The square fell into an eerie silence. As the countdown reached 0, the light curtain froze, displaying the results. Support, 80. Opposition, 18. Abstentions, 2. The referendum passed. The Prime Leader slowly raised his head, pointing the staff towards the night sky, his voice deep and authoritative. "Remove the disruptor from the celebration." The city defense forces soared into the air, lunging towards the windless shadow. The dark mist of the windless shadow surged. It was also locked onto by the battleship's main cannon. Brothers stood in confrontation, tension palpable. The windless shadow gazed at the Prime Leader upon the high platform. Devoid of fear, only an endless sorrow reflected in his eyes. "You have ultimately taken that fateful step." In the epilogue, the throne stood solitary. Cheers erupted once more, crashing like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Sky City. The Prime Leader stood at the crest of the wave, surveying the masses, yet his heart felt hauntingly hollow. He had triumphed, preserving the life of windless shadow and retaining his authority. Yet he had lost the self that once aspired to stand in the light. The laughter of the mirrored Primus echoed in the spark chamber. "Welcome to your coronation, my eternal leader." Dark red snow fell silently, blanketing the entirety of Cybertron. A new era commenced, named in the guise of freedom, yet shackled by obsession. Chapter 53. The Monarch and the Prisoner as the Iron Curtain descended. A decade after the nationwide referendum, the matrix torch atop the Leader's Tower was replaced with a dark red pentagram emblem. The doors of the council hall were sealed shut, and the 12 primordial powers were forcibly extracted, transformed into 12 black chains, suspended in the tower's heart, symbolizing absolute subjugation. The Seer of Heaven, the Heavenly Walker, and the sharp-tongued hero were placed under house arrest on the top floor of the Celestial Tower, with a thriving Sky City outside their window, contrasting the silence of their confinement within. The Prime Leader stood in the center of the cell, his dark red cloak trailing across the floor like a silent river of blood. The Seer of Heaven raised his eyes, his voice heavy. "Little 13, do you not fear the wrath of the Father God for your actions?" The Prime Leader smiled, though his eyes held no warmth. "My affairs are of no concern to you, dear brother. As for the Father God, he can no longer interfere with my choices." He raised his hand, and the leadership module appeared, its surface marred with dark red cracks, resembling a crown stained with blood. The module emitted a beam of light, sealing all phase exits within the cell. "Enjoy the tranquility, and do not attempt to test the patience of the king." The door closed, the chains fell, and the sighs of the 12 primordial beings were silenced behind the heavy iron walls. At the same moment, atop the Leader's Tower, a holographic projection cast the Prime Leader's figure across every public screen on Cybertron. The staff was raised high, dark red and matrix light intertwining to form a crown that enveloped the Sky City. From today onward, the Parliament is dissolved, and the authority of the ancestors is returned to the Leader Tower. Cybertron enters an era of eternal leadership. All resources are to be unified and commanded solely by me. The square resonates with cheers like a tidal wave, yet it cannot conceal the underlying fear in the eyes of some citizens. The low laughter of the mirrored primes echoes within the matrix chamber of Optimus Prime. The throne has been established. Next, we shall eliminate all discordant voices. Returning to the innermost chamber of the Leader Tower, the former study has been transformed into a sanctuary. Windlass sits by the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands gently bound by silken energy restraints, not as instruments of punishment, but as protective measures to prevent him from collapsing due to weakness. The door opens, and Optimus Prime enters, shedding his dark red cloak to reveal only his inner armor, as if wishing to display a gentler side. Windlass raises his gaze, and their eyes meet, yet no words are spoken. Silence ferments in the air until Optimus leans down, loosening the restraints, his tone soft. Windlass, I can finally protect you. From now on, no one shall harm you. Windlass moves his wrists, his voice calm. Including yourself? Optimus is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. Though the mirth does not reach his eyes, I would never harm you. I will only love you, cherish you, and share this starry sky with you. With a crack in their dialogue, Windlass rises, his steps slightly unsteady, yet he approaches Optimus resolutely and looks up, turn back. The Optimus, I know, is brave, kind, and filled with a sense of justice, not a tyrant king. A barely perceptible tremor runs through Optimus' fingertips, and the mirrored whispers resonate within the private channel. Do not be swayed by words. Mercy is not required beneath the throne. He takes a deep breath, raising his voice. Turn back. In my current state, a mere thought will bring all to their knees before me. I am no longer that useless leader who could not even protect his friends. You want me to abandon all of this? I cannot. He suddenly grips Windlass' shoulders, his knuckles whitening from the force. I'm tired of this feeling of helplessness, tired of watching you stand before me, while I can do nothing. Windlass allows himself to be shaken, but his gaze remains as clear as a mirror, reflecting the turmoil and fear within Optimus' heart. In a plea and a proposition, Optimus slowly releases his grip, his voice lowering, even tinged with desperation. Support my choice, will you? From this day forth, Cybertron and the Shadow Realm will be inseparable. You and I, the king of the Shadow Realm and the leader of Cybertron, shall govern this planet together. We will make it the most powerful and peaceful paradise in the universe. Windlass closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, a resolute fire ignites within. I can agree to your proposal, but on two conditions. First, release the Ancestor Primes and return the authority. Second, hold a nationwide referendum without restrictions, free from public opinion or factional bias. If they still choose you, I shall willingly be your co-ruler. Should they choose the Parliament, you must abdicate, relinquish all power, and submit to judgment. This is the limit of my tolerance, the final opportunity for you to validate the legitimacy of the throne. A cold, mocking voice echoed from the depths of the chamber, revealing a hidden mask. He is stalling for time, attempting to leverage public opinion to topple you from your pedestal. Eliminate him and eradicate future threats. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on the staff, his knuckles widening. Yet internally he responded, silence. I accept your terms. Are you mad? In a democratic vote, you can never triumph over ideals and freedom. Then let us demonstrate our victory to them. Optimus raised his gaze towards Windblade, as dark red and silver blue hues frantically danced within the optics, ultimately settling into an eerie calm. Very well, I concede to you. The power released the Matrix. That afternoon, 12 chains were unshackled and the ancestral authority was restored. Sentinel Prime emerged from his confinement, gazing at the staff-wielding Optimus with a complex expression. Little 13, you actually dare to turn back? Optimus smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. It is not a retreat, but a step towards a grander stage. 3 days hence, the referendum shall reopen. I hope you will not disappoint me again. Thundercracker sneered. This time, we shall employ every avenue to unveil your true nature to the entire populace. Optimus stepped aside, gesturing graciously. I could not ask for more. For 3 days, a tempest of public opinion raged. The ancestors and the leaders engaged in the most extensive ideological battle in the history of Cybertron. Above, holographic advertisements streamed ceaselessly. Ancestor, the leader is a dictator. Democracy is dead. Leader, a hero cannot be betrayed. Stability prevails overall. On the ground, Bumblebee led the young Autobots in distributing flyers, while Ratchet utilized his credibility as a healer to broadcast speeches. Smoke screens infiltrated enemy channels, looping footage of Windblade rescuing Cybertron. The ancestors enlisted historians to recount the cycles of destruction wrought by dictatorship. Thundercracker personally took to the field to unveil the truth behind the mirroring contamination. Support rates fluctuated like a roller coaster, ultimately stabilizing at support for the leader, 49, support for the parliament, 48, abstentions, 3, teetering on the brink of absolute criticality. On the eve of voting, a final confrontation unfolded in the central square, where both sides delivered their concluding speeches. Sentinel Prime's voice resonated with calm authority, each word striking at the heart of the matter. Power must be checked. Otherwise, today it is the ancestors. Tomorrow it could be you. The crowd erupted in cheers. When it was Optimus's turn, he ascended the stage with measured strides, devoid of fervor or grand gestures, merely sweeping his tranquil gaze over the sea of faces. I have erred and traversed the extremes. Yet, remember this, who stood at the forefront during the invasion of the void? Who exchanged half a spark to reclaim the 12 ancestors? Should you choose the parliament, I shall respect that. Should you choose me, I will dedicate the remainder of my life to proving that power can also be wielded to safeguard freedom. As his voice trailed off, a silence enveloped the crowd for 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. At the very last second of the voting day, as the clock struck midnight, the voting channels were closed and the screen refreshed in real time. Support for the leader, 501. Support for the parliament, 497. Abstentions, 02. By a mere margin of 04. Optimus Prime emerged victorious. The square erupted with fervor, while the ancients bore complex expressions. Wind without trace sat in his wheelchair, gazing up at the high platform. Devoid of joy, only deep-seated concern reflected in his eyes. You have won, but the shadow behind you has grown more pronounced. At the pinnacle of the leader tower, Optimus Prime knelt on one knee, accepting the crown of the eternal leader. His staff was raised high, a grand pentagram woven from dark red and matrix light enveloping the entire heavens. He looked down upon the populace, his voice resounding with solemnity. A new era begins. Unbeknownst to all, a slender smile split the shadow beneath him, silently conveying to wind without trace in the wheelchair. The game has only just begun. Chapter 54. The Pact Beneath the Crown as the coronation ceremony of the eternal leader drew to a close. The skies above the city of heaven remained adorned with a grand tapestry of dark red and matrix light. The cheers of the populace surged like a tide, crashing wave after wave against the alloy walls of the leader tower. At the edge of the high platform, Wind without trace sat in a lightweight floating wheelchair, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun. He looked up, observing Optimus Prime accepting the homage of the masses. In that moment, the man upon the throne seemed sculpted by both light and shadow, half divine and half unfamiliar. Wind without trace sighed softly, his words carried away by the wind. At least you have proven your worth. In the whispering corridor, as the echoes of the salutes faded, the door to the leader's suite closed, isolating them from the din and fireworks of the outside world. The crystal chandelier dimmed automatically, casting a soft, warm gold light. Optimus Prime pushed the wheelchair, walking slowly down the corridor, having shed his dark red cloak, now clad only in his inner armor, appearing much more approachable. Do you see? He paused before the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing toward the distant glow of the illuminated slogans on the River of Light. Even without the use of force, the populace knew whom to support. They understood even more clearly, due to whose efforts they were reunited with their families. Wind without trace turned his head, his tone calm yet weary. Do not treat me as a banner to be waved. I merely did what was necessary at the time. Optimus Prime leaned down, resting one knee beside the wheelchair, his voice low and gentle. Yet in my eyes, you are the beacon illuminating all of Cybertron. From this moment forth, the mantle of leadership belongs to you and me. Together, we shall ensure that the citizens of Cybertron and the Shadow Realm lead peaceful and joyous lives. Conditions of co-governance. Wind without trace fell silent for a moment, extending his bandaged hand, fingertips lightly brushing against Optimus Prime's chest plate. Very well. You have won. But should I discover any deceit on your part, I shall personally drag you down from the throne. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate. Optimus Prime raised his hand, covering Wind without trace's fingertips, his gaze clear to the point of obstinacy. Rest assured, I shall never let you down. If you harbor any concerns, every legislative proposal shall first require your approval. You agree, I will sign. You veto, I will withdraw immediately. How does that sound? Feng Wuhen gazed at him for a long while before finally nodding. Remember what you said today. Optimus Prime smiled, as if he had just received the most precious gift. Then, my co-ruler, Are you willing to trust a friend who walks alongside you into the future? Feng Wuhen chuckled lightly, albeit with a hint of resignation. Optimus Prime, when did you learn to joke? For your happiness, I can learn anything. The man rose, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A gentle swirl of dark crimson and matrix light. Only when you stand by my side do I find the motivation to move forward. The invitation of the spark partner. Suddenly, the crystal chandelier flickered, as if accompanying the imminent vow. Optimus Prime took a half-step back, placing his right hand on his chest and extending his left toward Feng Wuhen, palm up. It was the most ancient and solemn request for partnership from Cybertron. Wuhen, do you wish to become my spark partner? Not for political union, not as a vassal to the throne, but simply because I wish to entrust you with the remainder of my light and warmth. Feng Wuhen was momentarily taken aback, his optical lens slightly contracting, a rare blush gracing his pale cheeks. Are you certain? I cannot even utilize phase shifting right now. I am just an ordinary person. I am no longer the leader I once was. Optimus Prime chuckled softly. We are both broken, both unable to return to the past. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we should grasp one another tightly, should we not? Feng Wuhen lowered his gaze, observing his trembling fingertips. After a long moment, he slowly placed his hand into the warmth of the other's palm. All right, a king and a fallen one, quite the match. But let me be clear, if you ever stray from your path, I will pull you back down, even if I have to bite you. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on his hand, his voice low and resolute. I would welcome that. The vow of light and shadow, the leadership module, and the remaining chaotic fire arose simultaneously, converging above their heads to form a core of half gold and half darkness. The core transformed into two chains of light, wrapping around their wrists like handcuffs, yet more akin to rings. The public channel opened automatically, broadcasting to the entire star. Leader Optimus Prime and King Feng Wuhen of the Shadow Realm, bound in the Spark Partner contract, governing Cybertron until the spark extinguishes. The populace erupted in cheers, fireworks illuminating the night sky. However, deep within the night sky, in a forsaken ancestral channel, a once-aware figure's face darkened. Little 13, you have written your private affairs into the Constitution. The one known as Chinching scoffed, then let the Constitution bleed once more. In the shadows behind the throne in the late-night chamber, the leader's suite was dim, the lights extinguished. Feng Wuhen leaned against the headboard, watching as Optimus Prime spoke on the balcony, coordinating the agenda for the following day. Under the moonlight, the man's profile was outlined by silver radiance and dark crimson, resembling a sword half-drawn from its sheath. Feng Wuhen softly called, Optimus Prime, come here. The man immediately concluded his conversation and approached the bedside, crouching to meet his gaze. What is it? Are you unwell? No. With a gentle touch, Feng Wuhen's fingertips grazed the nearly invisible dark patterns on his brow, merely seeking confirmation of his presence. Optimus Prime grasped his hand, pressing it against his spark chamber, the heartbeat resonating through the armor, strong yet rapid. I am here, and have always been. That is good. Feng Wuhen murmured, his voice hoarse. Do not bear the burden alone. Though I am but a flicker of flame, I can still accompany you for a while. Optimus bowed his head, their foreheads touching, his voice barely a whisper. Very well, we shall endure together. In the depths of the contract, a mocking laughter echoed. Unseen by anyone, from the core of the oath, a cracked mask silently emerged, issuing a low chuckle audible only to Optimus. A partner's bond? What a romantic shackle. The happier you are, the deeper the obsession. The deeper the obsession, the stronger I become. Enjoy your honeymoon, little 13, when you can no longer live without him. That will be my moment to reap. Optimus maintained his composure, replying in a private channel, delight in your fantasies. I shall be there to shatter you when you are at your most triumphant. The mask paused, laughter swelling in response. Then let us see who shatters him first. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the suite. On the bedside table lay a new emblem, half gold and half shadow, where matrices intertwined with chaotic flames to form wings, cradling a small yet radiant spark. It was the insignia of co-rulers, the covenant badge designed by Optimus himself. Feng Wuhen picked up the badge, running his fingers over it, softly stating, from this day forth, the throne shall no longer be solitary. Should you lose your way, I shall be the tether that brings you back. Optimus enveloped him from behind, his voice low and tender. And if I lose my way, Please do not hesitate to sever that tether, allowing me to fall apart rather than continue in the wrong direction. They shared a smile, yet in their eyes lingered the same unspoken concern. The light of happiness danced with the shadow of the unknown, entwined in a delicate balance. In the closing scene of their coexistence, matrices and chaos, light and shadow, king and prisoner, leader and hunter were forcefully stitched together under the bond of their vow. The path ahead may be fraught with thorns or lead to an eternal dawn. Yet in this moment, they chose to believe that as long as their hands remained intertwined, there was still a possibility of pulling the darkness back into the light. Outside, the morning sun leapt over the horizon, casting long shadows of their intertwined figures, like two rivers finally converging, flowing together toward the tomorrow known as the unknown. Chapter 55. The Sage and the Cage, an ordinary morning of co-governance on the 28th day of the first co-governance cycle of the Cybertronian new calendar. Sunlight filtered through the aurora trees into the open office space atop the leader's tower. Feng Wuhen was bent over a desk, reviewing the resettlement forms for the Shadow Realm immigrants, occasionally glancing up to see Optimus Prime encircled by documents from the cabinet, military, and media, yet wearing a smile on his lips. They were so immersed in their work that they hardly had time to rest, yet amidst the shared nights and coffee breaks, they discovered a long-lost tranquility. As long as they could catch a glimpse of one another, no matter how daunting the documents, their hearts remained unburdened. At the stroke of midnight, 2347, Feng Wuhen had just pushed open the suite door when he was swept up in the embrace of Optimus Prime, who was waiting like a predator. "No more late nights tonight. Stay with me," he declared. Feng Wuhen chuckled helplessly, but wrapped his arms around the other's neck in response. "All right, but you must promise not to sneak out to grade papers once I fall asleep." Optimus Prime's expression stiffened. Despite being as quiet as a cat when turning off the lights, how was he still detected? He could only clear his throat and concede, "Fine. I promise." Feng Wuhen pinched his ear lightly. "Don't pretend. The bloodshot in your eyes rivals the glow of the leadership module." As the lights dimmed, moonlight streamed through the crystal-clear window, elongating their entwined shadows. When the rhythm of their breathing became steady, Optimus Prime gently released his hold and whispered in the darkness, "I'm sorry. Just give me a little more time to restore your strength." In the depths of the midnight tunnel, 0030, beneath the 13th floor of the leader's tower, a maintenance passage known only to Optimus Prime silently opened. Cloaked in the night shadows, he moved soundlessly, the leadership module on his chest pulsating with a strange dark red pattern. At the end of the passage stood a phase door enveloped in mirrored particles. Beyond it lay the chamber of the Wise One, a cage he had personally prepared for that collaborator. Chaos Primus awakened. In the center of the chamber, the energy converter roared to life, resonating like a heartbeat. Inside the transparent pod, the once silver form of Primus was now half encased in dark red patterns, akin to two colossal dragons consuming each other. Moments later, the machines abruptly halted. The pod door swung open, unleashing an indescribable pressure that bore both the solemnity of the matrix and the distortion of the mirrors. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shaped uniquely, one half golden blue and the other blood red. "Indeed, this is my true form." Optimus Prime maintained a stoic expression, raising his hand to release a soundproof barrier, completely isolating the chamber from the outside world. "Do not forget the promise you made to me. Tomorrow, I will bring Feng Wuhen to meet you. You must act as an ancient sage, convincing him that his partner is meant to be protected, not questioned." Chaos Primus extended his arms, the mirrored particles flowing like liquid, forming the visage of a benevolent elder, his voice laced with overlapping echoes. "Rest assured, the promise remains. I shall not let you down." Optimus Prime turned, his cloak billowing as he spoke in an icy tone. "Remember your words. Should you disappoint me, you may never hope for complete resurrection." The door closed, the cage returning to silence, leaving only his low chuckle. "Dear little 13, you are willingly walking into my maw." Morning agreement, 0800, Leader's Suite. The wind, untraceable, nibbled on toast while observing Optimus Prime, who was clad in casual attire. Curiously, he raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you would take me to meet the sage? Is this a case of incognito visitation?" Optimus chuckled softly, raising his hand to adjust the oath emblem on Wynn's collar. "The elder prefers simplicity. We travel discreetly." The hover vehicle departed from the Sky City, heading directly towards the ruins of the ancient capital. Once a majestic site of the 13 ancestral shrines, it now lay in desolation, reduced to crumbling walls and an unassuming, stargazing pavilion. Before the pavilion stood an elderly man in white robes, who had been waiting for some time. His hair and beard were silver, and the metallic patterns on his face resembled ancient trees, while he held a curved staff. Wind squinted slightly through his optical lens and murmured, "He bears a striking resemblance to a senior version of our Divine Father." Optimus maintained his composure. "It is merely a similar appearance. Do not overthink it." The elder smiled, his voice hoarse yet gentle. "Welcome, young king of the Shadow Realm. My name has faded with time. You may call me the Guardian of Mirrors." Inside the pavilion's trial hall, a spherical space unfolded, its dome projecting a celestial map. The Guardian raised his staff, and the star map abruptly contracted, forming two opposing mirrors. One reflected Wind's mundane existence stripped of power, frailty, a wheelchair, piles of documents. The other depicted a shadowy silhouette of Optimus sneaking into a secret chamber at night, rendered indistinct and lacking in clarity. The Guardian turned to Wind. "Power is not solely defined by destruction and reconstruction, but also by belief and being believed in. You doubt your ability to stand alongside your partner, unaware that your existence is the anchor that prevents him from sinking." Wind was momentarily taken aback, his fingertips trembling. The Guardian waved his staff again, and the second mirror shattered, scattering luminous shards that surged into Wind's chest. These were particles of a disguised reflection, enveloped in gentle, healing frequencies, yet concealing the seeds of chaotic Primus will within. Optimus averted his gaze, suppressing a fleeting pang of guilt. The Guardian approached, placing his palm against Wind's chest, where the shards and residual flames intertwined, causing the spark to swell slightly. "For the next 3 nights, I shall reconstruct the spark's pathway for you here. But remember, doubt is the starting point of fractures. Trust is the foundation of strength." Wind nodded earnestly. "I understand." "Thank you." The Guardian smiled, his gaze drifting past Wind to meet Optimus's eyes, a flicker of unnoticed crimson flashing within. On the return journey, Wind leaned against Optimus's shoulder, whispering, "I think I can feel the spark warming up." Optimus tightened his grip on Wind's hand, his voice soft. "That's good. It indicates the healing is taking effect." Yet, within, the satisfied low chuckle of the mirrored reflection echoed. "The seed has been sown. In 3 days, he will become entirely reliant on the healing energy you provide. When the time comes, should you cease to offer it, his spark will wither. You shall become his sole remedy." Optimus gazed out at the fleeting night scenery, his fingertips imperceptibly trembling. Midnight monologue in the leader's suite. The bathroom is enveloped in steam, the mirror obscured by mist. Optimus Prime raises his hand to wipe away the condensation, only to find the reflection of a mask with a gaping fissure looming behind him. A sense of fear grips you. The image chuckles softly, fearful of him uncovering the truth, of hating you, of abandoning you. Optimus clenches his fist, knuckles turning white. "I shall not allow that day to come. I will find a way to save him and rid myself of you." The reflection shrugs, its tone laced with amusement. "Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Your Majesty. Do not forget, beneath the throne lie only bones and lies." The mist thickens once more, the reflection vanishing. Optimus lifts his gaze, observing his own image in the mirror, half illuminated by light, half shrouded in darkness. He speaks softly to himself, as if making a vow or a prayer. "Invisible One, grant me a little more time. I shall restore true power to you, even if it means dancing with the devil." Epilogue. 3-day countdown outside the window. Dawn begins to break. Feng Wuhen breathes evenly in the bedroom, the emblem of his vow pulsing in synchrony with the flicker of the spark. Optimus stands on the balcony, toying with the healing key bestowed by the Guardian of Mirrors. This key signifies the last chance for the spark's rebirth in 3 days, marking the countdown to the complete awakening of the Reflection Primus. Time, second by second, marches toward an irreversible abyss. Chapter 56. The night before the honeymoon, morning breeze and aircraft the following day, as dawn breaks over Cybertron. The pollen from the aurora tree is swept up by the morning wind, resembling a gentle golden rain. The leader's exclusive aircraft glides over the city, its wings tracing a shimmering blend of silver blue and dark red in the sky. Inside the cabin, Feng Wuhen, wrapped in a light cloak, leans against the window, watching the city awaken beneath him. Are you nervous about the second treatment? Optimus brushes aside his stray locks. A bit, Feng Wuhen admits honestly. Yet more than, that is the anticipation of reclaiming the sensation of power. Optimus takes his hand, gently caressing the emblem of the vow. You will be stronger than before. I promise. Stargazing Cottage. Second treatment 0815. The ruins of the old capital. The Guardian of Mirrors stands once more upon the stone steps, seemingly merging with the morning mist. Welcome back, the two of you. Today we commence the second treatment. Feng Wuhen is led into the center of the illusion hall. A celestial canopy casting a myriad of starlight, coalescing into the ethereal image of a forge for the spark. The Guardian raises his staff, and flames of intertwined gold blue and dark red rise within the forge, gently enveloping Feng Wuhen's chest like a tender hand. The treatment lasts an hour. As the flames dissipate, Feng Wuhen stumbles slightly, yet feels a surging warmth coursing through his veins. It is a long-lost power, even more substantial and yielding than during his peak. How do you feel? The Guardian inquires with a smile. Feng Wuhen clenches his fist, the dark golden flame blade flickering momentarily between his fingers, cutting through the air with its brilliance. Better than before, thank you. The Guardian of the Mirror gestured, yet his gaze subtly traversed the towering figure of Optimus Prime, concealing profound meaning. One must express gratitude to our esteemed leader for securing your access to the ancient Forge of Flames. Windless Trace bowed earnestly, his long hair cascading. Regardless of the circumstances, without you, I might have truly become a mere shell of a person. My gratitude is boundless. The Guardian accepted this gesture of thanks, his voice barely a whisper. I accept your gratitude, as well as the choices that lie ahead. As the return journey unfolded, the aircraft engaged its autopilot. Windless Trace rested his chin upon his hand, gazing out at the flowing clouds, his heart racing louder than the engine itself. Within his chest, a strange voice echoed, trust your partner, and strength will ultimately return. He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Optimus Prime, who was engrossed in reviewing electronic documents. His brow slightly furrowed, casting delicate shadows beneath his lashes. That visage bore both tenderness and the sharpness of sovereign. Suddenly, Windless Trace felt his throat dry. Instinctively, he reached out, placing his hand over the back of the other's. Optimus Prime paused, lifting his gaze, his eyes softening in an instant. What is it? Are you unwell? Windless Trace shook his head, his voice low yet earnest. I was merely contemplating that without you, I might indeed be reduced to an ordinary existence. Thank you, Optimus Prime. My partner. The man closed the documents, clasping his hand in return, his fingers gently tracing the edge of the bandage. There is no need for thanks. This is my duty. Moreover, your restoration of strength is beneficial for me as well. Cybertron is vast, and in certain realms, your chaotic fire is essential to maintain order. Windless Trace chuckled softly, his brows arching in a long-lost exuberance. As long as you need me, I shall appear without hesitation, regardless of the adversary. Even if it be the Emperor of the Universe, or even yourself. In a late-night suite of the leader, the hour approached 2:45 a.m. The living room, illuminated by the crystalline windows, glowed with a honeyed hue, warm enough to induce drowsiness. Windless Trace kicked off his boots and collapsed onto the sofa in an unrefined manner, stretching languidly. It seems that regaining strength is more exhausting than engaging in battle itself. Optimus Prime brought forth 2 cups of hot beverages. One, a low-sugar energy milk. The other, a special blend infused with a hint of chaotic essence. Finish your drink and rest early. Tomorrow marks the final treatment. And then he deliberately elongated the last word, shrouded in mystery. Windless Trace raised an eyebrow. Then what? A honeymoon, the man replied nonchalantly, as though outlining a strategic plan. Windless Trace nearly sputtered his hot drink. A honeymoon? Are you certain you are not jesting? Optimus Prime settled beside him, draping an arm across his shoulder. His voice soft. I'm not joking. These days, we have been suffocated by documents, meetings, and votes. I wish to take you to a place devoid of slogans and flashbulbs. A place where there is only the wind, the sea, and us. Windless Trace felt a faint blush on his ears, clearing his throat. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, and only yours. As the night deepened, Windless Trace completed his evening rituals and, barely touching the pillow, sank into slumber. A flickering ember resides gently in his chest, pulsating in harmony with the emblem of his vow. In the realm of dreams, he stands upon an endless expanse of ocean, beneath which lies a mirror reflecting the starry heavens. The voice of the guardian descends from the firmament. Trust in your companion, for only then can true strength be attained. As these words resonate, a bridge woven from chaos and matrix emerges from the sea, leading to an outstretched hand of a towering figure. Without a trace of hesitation, he steps upon the bridge. With each stride, the ember brightens until it radiates with the brilliance of the cosmos. In the waking world, he unconsciously turns, draping his arm around the waist of the towering figure, his nose brushing against the nape of his neck, akin to a young creature seeking confirmation of belonging. The towering figure opens his eyes, the optical lens reflecting the moonlight outside, and a fleeting glimmer of dark crimson flickers within his gaze. In a private channel, the reflection chuckles softly. Look, he is walking step by step into the cage you have woven. Silence. The towering figure coldly rebukes within his mind. I have vowed to grant him happiness, and I shall not allow anyone, including you, to harm him. Ah, happiness and a cage are but a hair's breadth apart. In the early hours of dawn, within the secret chamber, the towering figure confirms that the young companion is soundly asleep before quietly rising, donning a trench coat, and entering the underground passage. At 1:30, in the subterranean sanctuary of the Star Watcher's Lodge, the energy converter has ceased its operation. The Guardian, or rather, the Chaos Primus, sits upon a high platform, caressing a newly formed body, half gold, half dark, with infinite symbols swirling in his pupils. Little 13, you have arrived just in time. Tomorrow's final treatment will see me infusing the last energy seed into him. At that point, he will be utterly dependent on the chaotic matrix energy you provide. Without it, he shall perish. The towering figure's expression turns icy. I demand that you fulfill your promise. Restore his strength without allowing your consciousness to invade him. The Chaos Primus raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. To invade him would be to invade you. It would be a losing proposition. Moreover, the seed merely serves as a switch and does not harbor thoughts. The switch lies in your hands. You may cease its supply at any moment. So how could I dare to act recklessly? With a cold snort, the towering figure raises his hand, conjuring a dark crimson chain that ensnares the other's throat. Remember, I can release you, but I can also tear you apart anew. The Chaos Primus smiles, his voice layered. Indeed, my king, in the morning's tender promise. At 8 o'clock in the leader's suite, the young companion, clad in loose casual attire, is led by the towering figure into the elevator. The destination? The South Sea Realm. A man-made azure island, devoid of media and meetings, only the sea breeze and the setting sun. The elevator ascends directly to the rooftop helipad, where a small private yacht awaits, adorned in dark gold and matrix blue, resembling a swirling nebula. The young companion whistles softly. A king is indeed a king. Even the yacht is more opulent than my previous spacecraft. The towering figure secures his seatbelt, his voice a low rumble. As long as you desire it, the entire cosmos can be painted for you. As the yacht ascends, piercing through the clouds, it sails toward the cerulean sea. On the sandy shores of the azure island, the fine sand, composed of living metallic particles, feels warm and soft beneath their feet as evening descends. The wind, devoid of traces, shed its boots and ran barefoot, the waves lapping at his ankles, splashing glimmers like shattered diamonds. Optimus Prime reclined on a beach chair, observing him laugh heartily in the twilight. The dark crimson mark upon his chest, born of a covenant, subtly fading. He suddenly perceived that perhaps happiness itself is the most effective weapon against the mirror's reflection. As night descended, a bonfire blazed. Windless Trace cradled a coconut, watching as Optimus Prime roasted shells over the flames, the firelight casting sharp contours upon the man's profile, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Hey, King," he called softly, "come here, I have something to say." Optimus Prime set down the iron tongs and joined him. Windless Trace leaned his forehead against the man's shoulder, his voice barely audible over the waves. "Thank you for showing me that I too can be cherished in this way." Optimus Prime enveloped him in an embrace, a kiss falling into his hair. "No, I'm grateful to you for entrusting me with the remnants of the fire." As night whispered, the waves caressed the shore. Windless Trace slept soundly within the tent, the emblem of their vow pulsing in sync with the dying embers. its rhythm harmonizing with the moonlight upon the distant sea. Outside the tent, Optimus Prime stood alone in the tide, his dark red cloak drenched by the seawater. Yet he remained oblivious. In a private channel, the mirror echoed once more, "The honeymoon is sweet, but do not forget, the seed has been sown. 3 days hence, at the final treatment, you will personally hand him the switch. The more he loves you, the more he will rely on you. The more you love him, the harder it will be to withdraw. This is the cage of love." Optimus Prime raised his hand, observing the dark pentagram gradually manifesting in his palm, his knuckles whitening from pressure. He murmured softly, as if responding to the mirror, yet also cautioning himself. "If love is indeed a cage, then I shall break the latch before the door closes. Windless Trace belongs to freedom and to me, and I shall find a third path." As the waves rolled in layers, retreating and advancing like an endless countdown, within the tent, Windless Trace turned over, unconsciously reaching out, only to grasp the cold sheets. He whispered softly, as if calling in a dream, "Optimus Prime, do not wander too far." In the tide, the man glanced back, his gaze traversing the night and firelight, resting upon the sleeping figure. He replied softly, though the waves drowned his voice, "I am here, going nowhere." Under the moonlight, 2 heartbeats resonated across the tent and water, harmonizing in frequency, one path leading to happiness, another to the abyss. Yet the third path awaited at the edge of the tide, yearning for dawn. Chapter 57. The shackles activate life and death together before dawn. The dawn of Blue Sea Island arrived early, a sliver of silver blue barely visible on the horizon. The tide smoothing the fine sand as if the whispers of the previous night had never occurred. Outside the tent, the remnants of the fire crackled. A wisp of white smoke swept by the sea breeze, brushing past the edge of Optimus Prime's cloak. He maintained a lotus position, the dark red pentagram in his palm, flickering in and out, each pulse synchronized with the waves. In the private chamber, the echoed voice of the mirror reverberated one last time. "Before dawn, will you entrust the final switch to him? If you do, you shall become celestial lovers. If not, his flame will extinguish, and you will regret holding onto a lifeless body." Optimus Prime slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the gradually illuminating sky, resembling a contract filled with inscriptions, yet still amendable. "You shall soon discover my answer." He rose, brushed off the grains of sand, and strode towards the tent. In the morning breeze, a confession emerged. The wind without trace remained unaware. The emblem of their vow rested beneath his collarbone, flickering with a half-golden, half-dark light with each breath. Optimus crouched down, his fingertips gently grazing the badge, its warmth slightly elevated from the previous night, indicating that the seed had taken root. He leaned closer to the other's ear, his voice as soft as the morning mist. "Give me another day, and I shall guide you home, towards freedom." The wind without trace unconsciously nuzzled his palm, murmuring, "Do not stray too far." "I won't." As they journeyed back, the private yacht set sail at 0800. The sea lay as tranquil as a polished mirror, yet the skies were burdened with dense clouds, the light dimming inch by inch. Leaning against the deck railing, the wind without trace gazed at the distant outline of the celestial city, stretching lazily. Suddenly, I find myself missing the piles of documents. Is that a sign of masochism? Optimus smiled but discreetly tightened his grip around a miniature controller concealed within his sleeve. That was the final switch, once embedded within the emblem of their vow. The wind without trace's flame would be eternally bound to the chaotic matrix of energy. He raised his hand as if to cast it overboard, yet paused at his fingertips. The countdown of the mirror loomed, akin to an invisible noose that constricted the flame chamber painfully. As the yacht docked at the leader tower, a hologram of the all-knowing flashed. The watcher of the mirror requests an audience, stating that the third treatment is to be held earlier. Tonight at the hour of the rat, at the stargazing cottage. The wind without trace's eyes brightened. "It seems my recovery is quicker than anticipated. Even the elder is in a hurry." Optimus tousled his hair gently, his tone tender. "Then let us proceed. After this, we shall embark on our honeymoon's second destination, the Aurora Sea of the Shadow Realm." The wind without trace smiled in response, turning to pack his belongings, oblivious to the fleeting dark red glimmer in the man's gaze. In the final transaction of the secret chamber, at 2300 in the underground of the leader tower, Optimus Prime stepped into the phase gate once more. The Watcher, or rather, The Chaos Primus had been waiting for some time. Clad in white robes, he could not hide the dark red patterns flowing beneath his skin, reminiscent of cracked porcelain. Have you brought the switch? Optimus raised his hand, the controller hovering at his fingertips. I wish to modify the terms. The Chaos Primus raised an eyebrow, a last-minute increase, which is against the rules. It is not an increase. It is a change of stakes. The man's voice was frigid. I shall provide you the switch. But you must simultaneously accept a dual binding. As his words fell, the armor on his left chest opened, revealing the flame chamber. Half a silver matrix. Half a dark red mirror, forcibly stitched together by a slender yet resilient golden blue fissure. I confine myself. Should his spark wane, I shall accompany him in death. Should you betray your promise, I shall drag you into the flames. A dual restraint, a shared existence and demise. Do you dare to accept? The enigmatic Primus narrowed his eyes, his infinite symbol pupils contracting sharply, as if gauging a prey willing to plunge into the abyss alongside its hunter. Moments later, he smiled, his voice resonating like thunder. Very well, I accept. The switch embedded in that instant, the shackles activated in unison, intertwining our three lives into one. The pillar of heaven raised his hand, the controller transforming into a stream of light, embedding itself into the other's chest. Simultaneously, from his spark chamber, a golden blue fissure erupted, ensnaring the dark red and silver blue in countless threads of light. Agonizing pain surged forth. He knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he chuckled softly. Now, we are all bound by the same rope. In the starry observatory at the hour of the rat, the celestial map in the hall remained resplendent. Windless trace lay upon the platform, half a remnant flame restored to a complete spark, its hue a blend of half gold and half dark, reminiscent of dawn coexisting with night. The mirror keeper raised his hand, threads of light entwining for a final surface adjustment. Yet Windless Trace suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the luminous veil, directly into the depths of the Elder's pupils, where infinite symbols resided. Elder, your eyes resemble a mirror. The mirror keeper smiled. Though a barely perceptible tension laced his voice, a mirror reveals the truth. Windless Trace narrowed his eyes, a wisp of dark golden flame rising from his palm, the flickering reflection of minute fissures dancing within its core. Have you seen it? My truth. The threads of fire instantly transformed into a blade, aimed straight at the Elder's brow. In a sudden counterattack, the mirror keeper recoiled, his staff deflecting the fiery blade, yet he was forced back 3 steps, his white robe torn, revealing the dark red patterns beneath his skin. The pillar of heaven gasped, quickly comprehending that Windless Trace had perceived the truth. He raised his hand, the leadership module emitting a golden blue beam that intersected with Windless Trace's dark golden flame, forming a half-red, half-blue cage, ensnaring the mirror keeper in place. Windless Trace smirked, directing the fiery blade towards the cage. I should have anticipated that the one capable of effortlessly restoring my power could only be a reflection. The mirror keeper? No, it is Chaos Primus, is it not? The mirror keeper, or rather Chaos Primus, sighed, his visage gradually contorting, a mask of fissures emerging. When did you realize? From a moment you first spoke of believing in partners, Windless Trace replied coolly. True wisdom never reveals the entirety of its answers. Moreover, he raised his hand, the threads of fire entwining around the pillar of heaven's wrist, flickering in synchrony with the emblem of the oath. I believe in him, but I do not trust you. Chaos Primus laughed heartily, dark red energy surging, attempting to tear the cage apart. Yet in an instant, excruciating heat surged from the spark chamber as the dual shackles activated, binding him, the pillar of heaven, and Windless Trace into a closed loop. The death of any one of them would extinguish the other 2 simultaneously. Do you think binding me will lead to victory? He bellowed. The pillar of heaven raised his gaze, his voice hoarse yet resolute. It is not a victory. It is a draw. From this moment forth, you shall no longer inflict harm upon him, nor shall you compel me to make a choice. The 3 of us can only thrive together or perish together. Let's negotiate a third path. Wind without Trace extinguished the fiery blade. His tone serene. I have a proposal that ensures your gain as well. You yearn for complete resurrection, while we desire freedom. Thus, let us collaborate. With my spark as the forge and the matrix of Optimus Prime as the hammer, I shall reshape your essence, purging the taint of the mirror. You shall no longer be the chaotic primes, but rather a new, liberated prime. We shall coexist without exerting control over one another. The chaotic prime's pupils contracted sharply, as if weighing the cost between heaven and hell. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled softly. Interesting, I accept. However, should we fail, should the shackles shatter, you too shall be obliterated alongside me. Wind, without trace, shrugged. Then let us wager our lives on the belief that we can forge this third path. Epilogue. Dawn or abyss, the star map of the illusion hall began to rotate anew, yet it no longer projected phantoms. Instead, it coalesced into a tricolored spark furnace. Gold and blue matrix, dark gold chaos, and dark red mirror, all simultaneously cast into the furnace's heart. The flames rose, illuminating three faces, one resolute, one at peace and one ecstatic. Outside the furnace, the dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the observatory's dome, casting light upon the intertwining shadows of the three, like a sword and a bridge, leading toward an unknown rebirth or shared annihilation. Chapter 58, Side Story. Enjoying the moonlight together on mid-autumn in the new calendar of Cybertron, the inaugural mid-autumn festival of the galaxy. Proposed by Wind without trace and sanctioned by Optimus Prime, they brought the Earth tradition to the metallic planet. When the moon is full, families reunite. We too shall bask in its glow and grant ourselves a night of respite. Inviting the moon in the afternoon, the leadership tower's top floor was bustling with activity. Bumblebee darted about, clutching boxes of energy mooncakes, their shells adorned with dark gold rabbit silhouettes and matrix patterns. Smoke and ambulance concocted low-sugar, high-alcohol moonlight brew, with aurora tree fragments sparkling within the bubbles. And Skyfire led his fierce younglings, sculpting the living metal eaves into osmanthus patterns, filling the air with fragrance with a single breath. Wind without trace held a clipboard, ticking off items. Lanterns, mooncakes, beverages. The moon viewing platform still required fireworks. Optimus Prime quietly wrapped his arms around Wind without trace from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. I shall handle the fireworks. With that, he raised his fingertips slightly, and the leadership module emitted a soft light, blooming into a silver-blue fire tree in the sky, petals falling like rain upon the heads and shoulders of all present, yet devoid of any searing heat. The crowd erupted in cheer, and Wind without trace turned his head, the light of the flames illuminating his smile. Sir, you are cheating. Only with you. The mooncake frenzy, the Earth tradition of wrapping mooncakes, evolved on Cybertron into sculpted mooncakes. The shell was made of edible alloy sheets, while the filling was a liquid energy nectar that burst upon a bite. The fierce younglings drooled, circling the baking station, their tails knocking over the flour canister, sending white dust swirling through the air. Skyfire, scowling, chased after them. How embarrassing. Turn back and let sugar confiscate your snacks. The young cubs cried out and scattered in all directions, leaving a trail of flower paw prints across the room. Windlass laughed heartily, his fingers flicking lightly, as chaotic flames transformed into a myriad of dark golden rabbits that leapt around the cubs, guiding them back to the baking area. You may indulge, but first, lend a hand in cleaning the molds. The cubs tilted their heads in contemplation and, surprisingly, formed a queue at the faucet, their metallic claws splashing in unison with the water. A bumblebee raised a camera, clicking away. New meme alert. As night fell, the moonlight brewed. The aurora trees adjusted their spectrum, painting the sky a deep ocean blue, while an artificially crafted full moon gradually ascended. Initiated by Optimus Prime, the research department projected a holographic moon into low Earth orbit, 3 kilometers in diameter, with its surface craters distinctly visible. In the center of the square, a giant laurel tree lantern illuminated, its branches adorned with small lanterns inscribed with mid-autumn blessings in various languages. A mist rolled in, carrying the moonlight brew, bubbles rising in the cup like a miniature galaxy. He raised his glass and winked at the crowd. Low in alcohol, high in energy, drink up, and you want tea, get drunk, just lightheaded. Windlass took a cup, and as he sipped, the mingled sweetness of osmanthus and aurora burst on his tongue. His eyes narrowing in delight. Delicious. Bring me 3 more. Optimus Prime chuckled as he intercepted him. The aftereffect is quite potent. Let us fill our bellies before moon gazing. On the top floor of the leader tower, a temporary moon viewing platform extended outward, suspended 1,000 meters above the ground, with a transparent floor offering a direct view of the sea of lights below. The table was adorned with intricately designed mooncakes, the moonlight brew, and the Earth's traditional pomelo, ingeniously modified by the ambulance into Aurora pomelo. A single segment burst forth with sweet freshness. The 12 ancestral figures were also invited to the feast, but were seated alongside ordinary officials. First Awareness raised his eyes to the two seated at the main table. Their expressions complex. Ultimately, they raised their glasses for a silent sip. Windlass bit into a mooncake, the liquid energy exploding between his teeth, his eyes blissfully squinting. This taste reminds me of my first mid-autumn on Earth. Optimus Prime tilted his head. If you enjoy it, we shall celebrate every year henceforth. Windlass grinned. It's settled then. We'll celebrate until my teeth fall out. And if they do, I shall carve you a set of alloy teeth, he replied. They exchanged smiles, the full moon casting down silvery light, bestowing a gentle glow upon their vow. As the full moon rose to its zenith, Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the leadership module emitted a golden blue beam, bursting into a magnificent osmanthus firework in the night sky, its petals unfurling in layers, transforming into a sky filled with fireflies. The fireflies did not dissipate, but coalesced into a luminous ribbon encircling the moon-viewing platform, ultimately forming glowing characters. As the moon waxes, so do our ties. Together we share the beauty of the night. The crowd gasped in awe as the giant, fierce cubs leapt to catch the glowing points, their tails brushing against Tang Tang, who, despite receiving a gentle bump on the head, merely giggled with delight. Windlass gazed up at the glowing characters, the remnants of warmth flickering in his chest in sync with the characters, a long-lost warmth spreading from the heart of the flame room to his eyes. He quietly grasped Optimus Prime's hand, their fingers intertwined, and whispered, "Thank you for allowing me to feel that being alive is truly wonderful once more." Optimus Prime tightened his grip, gently caressing his knuckles. "I thank you for accompanying me thus far." In accordance with Earth tradition, a rescue vehicle divided a radiant pomelo into 12 segments, symbolizing reunion. Windlass took a segment but offered it to Optimus's lips. "Taste it, it's sweet." The man bit into it, the juice bursting between his lips, indeed sweet to the core. Nearby, Bumblebee jested, "Wow, feeding the wolf in public." Smoke raised his hand, shaping the pomelo peel into petals and scattering them into the air. A mid-autumn custom. The rain of petals signifies continuous good fortune. The petals fell upon the heads and shoulders of the crowd, like a gentle snowfall. The young ones chased after the petals, accidentally toppling the mooncake tower, metallic plates clattering to the ground. Just as Skyfire was about to get angry, he noticed Optimus bending down to help the little ones pick up the plates, smiling as he patted one on the horn. "It's all right. It's mid-autumn. It's meant to be lively." The young one blinked and suddenly leaped into his embrace. Cooing, "Leader, happy mid-autumn festival." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even the wise one couldn't help but smile. Under the moonlight, the crowd dispersed, leaving only two on the moon-gazing platform. The full moon hung high, like a vast mirror reflecting two intertwined shadows. Windlass hugged his knees, gazing at the lunar craters, whispering, "On Earth's mid-autumn, there Chang'e, the jade rabbit, and osmanthus trees. On Cybertron's mid-autumn, there's a holographic moon, energy mooncakes, and..." He turned to look at Optimus. "And you?" The man clasped his hand, their fingers interlocking, warmth flowing through the armor. "As long as you like. I can sculpt the moon into osmanthus and brew the starry sea into wine." Windlass smiled, his eyes slightly moist. "Don't spoil me. I might become spoiled and arrogant. Then let your pride be for my eyes alone." Optimus leaned down, kissing the strands of his hair, like a silent firework falling. In a corner of the moon-gazing platform, a small rabbit-shaped lantern hung, inscribed with a riddle. Half matrix, half chaos. Name a person. Windlass caught sight of it and couldn't help but chuckle. Is there any need to guess? It's Windlass. The rabbit lantern's ears lit up, automatically dispensing a miniature badge. Half gold and half dark, a shrunken version of the emblem of vows, with a small inscription on the back. "When the moon is full, may our bond endure. Gifted by the fire to my moon." Windlass affixed the badge to his chest and looked up at Optimus. "My moon is you." The man chuckled softly, pulling him into his embrace, his voice carried by the wind. "Then I am your tide." As midnight approached, with the crowd gone, only the sea breeze and moonlight remained atop the leader's tower. Windlass leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea reflecting the full moon, like a vast mirror showcasing two embracing shadows. He whispered a wish. May Cybertron be like the moon, waxing and waning, yet always bright. May we be like fire, burning at times, yet never extinguished. Optimus Prime grasped his hand, their fingers interlocked, the warmth of his palm seeping through the armor. May I be like the moon, surrounding you for a lifetime. May you be like fire, illuminating my path home. Beneath the moonlight, the emblem of their vow shimmered, resonating with the distant waves, as if inscribing the softest poetry for the entire planet. On the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the moon is full and families reunite. Chapter 59, Epilogue, The Earthly Visitor, Moonlit Return. On the morning following the festival, the dawn sun was filtered through the aurora trees into a pale golden hue, cascading upon the summit of the leader's tower. Windlass, perched on the railing, observed the ferocious younglings chasing after rabbit lanterns, a smile playing at his lips. Yet a trace of distant longing flickered in his eyes. Optimus Prime approached with 2 cups of hot beverage. Following his gaze, he softly inquired, "Thinking of Earth?" Windlass accepted the cup, nodding. "Without those 3 little troublemakers, we wouldn't have reached this moment. Jack, Mei-Chi, and Raph should witness how beautiful the starlit sky they fiercely protected has become." Optimus chuckled. "Then let us invite them." "Really? You're not just my partner, but also my co-ruler. I shall unconditionally fulfill your request." Windlass' eyes sparkled, ignited like a star. An invitation transcended the stars. At noon that day, in the abandoned warehouse base of Earth, Jack, a holographic terminal, suddenly presented a silver-blue letter, its cover adorned with bilingual Cybertronian and Earth languages, cordially inviting Jack, Mei-Chi, Raph, and RC, Sideswipe, Bumblebee, to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival on Cybertron. The letter bore Windlass' elegant signature, accompanied by Optimus Prime's leader's seal. Mei-Chi was the first to leap with excitement. An alien Mid-Autumn Festival. Are there mooncakes? Are there rabbits? Can we take pictures? Raph adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses. "I am more concerned whether we can meet Master Titanium. His database is more vital than my own life." Jack smiled as he closed the letter. "Then let us go to behold the starlit sky we once guarded." The Earth Ark set sail. The Earth Ark, a small interstellar ship jointly modified by Autobots and humans, was painted in intertwining shades of Earth Blue and Autobot Red. Before boarding, RC hugged Jack tightly and spun him around 3 times. "Little one, you've grown taller." Sideswipe took Mei-Chi's backpack with a grin. "Don't worry. There will be plenty of mooncakes on Cybertron." Bumblebee hoisted Raph onto his shoulder, running with glee. "Look, I've installed a new sound system that can play Earth music." Raph clung tightly to Bumblebee's head. "Slow down. I get motion sickness." Inside the bridge, Windlass' holographic projection appeared, winking at the trio. "Welcome to my second homeland. Travel safely, and upon arrival, I shall treat you to energy mooncakes." Jack waved. "Wait for us." With a roar of engines, the Ark pierced through the atmosphere, sailing into the depths of space. Reunion at the starport. In the outer orbit of Cybertron, the newly expanded galactic moon platform starport, constructed entirely from living metal and crystal, resembled a jade plate floating amidst the sea of stars. The Ark gently docked, its doors opening to reveal the breathtaking scene before the trio from Earth. A colossal holographic moon hung majestically above the port, its surface craters distinctly visible. The airport's dome projected a pattern of osmanthus flowers, their petals cascading like gentle rain, transforming into soft, luminescent particles upon contact with skin. Wind Whisper stood alongside Optimus Prime, the former extending his arms wide. "Welcome, little heroes of Earth." Maggie dashed forward, enveloping Wind Whisper in a warm embrace. "Shadow brother, I've missed you dearly." Jack politely nodded to Optimus, who responded with a solemn bow and a heartfelt hug. "To our friends from Earth, Cybertron owes you our gratitude." Meanwhile, Raph was captivated by the projection of Master Titanium, who beckoned him. "Child, the database is now open to you. Explore it as long as you wish." Outside the airport, the Mid-Autumn Festival Parade was in full swing. The floats, a collaboration between Autobots, the Shadow Realm, and the formidable Decepticons, bore the theme of "The Full Moon Brings Us Together." The first float depicted a nostalgic aluminum school gate from Earth, a derelict warehouse, and a twilight sports field, recreating the moment the trio first encountered the Autobots. The second float showcased Jack maneuvering a mechanical arm alongside RC, who transformed into a motorcycle as they sprinted together. The third float featured Wind Whisper and Optimus Prime jointly lifting a giant mooncake, half adorned in matrix blue and the other half in chaotic gold. Maggie stood at the edge of the platform, her camera clicking incessantly. I'm going to bring these photos back to Earth and create an album. A partition offered her an energy mooncake. Try this, it's durian-flavored. I guarantee you'll love it. Upon taking a bite, Maggie's eyes sparkled. It's delicious beyond belief. At the end of the platform hung a row of Earth-themed lantern riddles. Raph adjusted his glasses and read the first one aloud. Half matrix, half chaos. What name does it signify? That must be Wind Whisper. The rabbit lanterness ears lit up, releasing a badge inscribed with Earth and Cybertron under the same bright moon. Jack received a laurel sword, handcrafted by the seer, its hilt engraved with the words, May the full moon signify enduring companionship. RC smiled. From now on, you will protect Earth, and I shall protect you. Jack tightened his grip on the sword, nodding earnestly. As night fell, the moon-gazing platform reopened, now infused with elements from Earth. Bumblebee made a special appearance, remixing the song Wishing for Longevity into an electronic symphony, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Wind Whisper and Optimus Prime stood on the main stage, the former raising a microphone to the audience. On this mid-autumn festival, we celebrate the moon, savor mooncakes, and reminisce about home. Cybertron's Mid-Autumn Festival also calls for moon gazing, mooncake feasting, and thoughts of those we yearn for. Tonight, let us unite our sentiments under the same full moon. May Earth and Cybertron share in this exquisite brilliance. As his words echoed, the leadership module emitted beams of light, igniting a magnificent display of dual moons in the sky, one silvery white, the other a soft gold, slowly rotating until they merged into a singular, resplendent full moon. The crowd erupted in cheers as the trio from Earth gazed up at the sky, their eyes glistening with warmth. A private table under the moon hosted only 6 seats. The Earth trio, alongside Optimus Prime, Windblade, and Master Ultra Magnus. Mickey raised her glass, giving a slight shake towards Master Ultra Magnus. To you, old man. Thank you for lending the database to Raph. Master Ultra Magnus smiled and lifted his own glass, filled with low-sugar energy drink. And thank you for lending courage to Cybertron. Rav clutched the miniature database, his eyes sparkling. I have downloaded 7 million verses of mid-autumn poetry, preparing to write a thesis back on Earth. The partition grinned. Don't forget to credit your Cybertron collaborators. Jack raised his glass, addressing Optimus Prime and Windblade. To the starry skies we once protected together, and to the peace we shall continue to safeguard in the future. The 6 glasses clinked together, producing a clear sound, resonating like the heartbeat of 2 planets in synchrony. In the corner, the moonlight illuminated the highest point of the observation platform, where an artificial full moon hung overhead, casting silver rays upon the living metal beach, making it appear as bright as day. Osmanthus lanterns, rabbit-shaped pastries, and sparkling fireworks bathed the night in a warm golden hue. In the center of the crowd, Jack was spun around by RC, while Mickey and the partition engaged in a drinking contest, and Rav documented his experiences with the database. Laughter echoed, lanterns swayed, and the mingled scents of osmanthus and energy brew wove together into a warm tapestry. The laughter layered upon laughter, reminiscent of an endless tide. Yet, in the farthest shadow of the high platform, 2 figures stood just a meter away from the revelry, separated from the merriment by an invisible barrier. The Optimus Prime of an alternate dimension, the Unicron and Megatron, the Unicron counterpart, shared the same silver-blue armor and purple optics. It felt as though they were behind an unseen glass. The Unicron turned the moonlight in his fingers, not drinking, but merely watching the bubbles rise and burst, akin to observing a fireworks display detached from oneself. The Unicron Megatron poked at a matrix mooncake with a fork, its filling oozing a blue glow. But he found his appetite waning. This world, though beautiful, the Unicron murmured, I still long to return to my own universe. The Unicron Megatron tugged at the corners of his mouth, a smile that did not reach his optics. Indeed, no matter how bright it is here, it is not our light. If only we could go back, even if just for a glimpse. Their voices were carried away by the sea breeze, yet still drifted into the ears of a passerby, Windblade, the windcatcher. He was holding 2 glasses of low-alcoholic drink, searching for Optimus Prime, but his steps faltered at the corner. Those whispered words pierced his heart like needles. He lifted his gaze, catching sight of the two lonely figures in the depths of a neon glow, and in an instant comprehended the bittersweet essence of reunion, homesickness. Turning around, he thrust the drinks into Optimus Prime's hands and whispered a few words in his ear. Following Windblade's gaze, Optimus Prime's eyes landed on the Unicron, his leadership module flickering slightly in acknowledgement of shared solitude. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and walked side by side towards the corner. "Do you mind if we sit for a while?" Windblade spoke first, his tone gentle. Iju was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. "Of course not." Optimus Prime placed a beverage on the table, sliding it towards the two. It is customary on Earth to toast during festivities. Ijin accepted the drink, but refrained from sipping, instead scrutinizing the bubbles on the cup's surface. In our realm, sparkling wine signifies victory as well as farewell. Windlass smiled softly. "Then let us regard it as both a triumph and a welcome." He raised his hand, gently clinking glasses with Ijin, the crisp sound resonating like the brief harmony of four sparks. In a nostalgic exchange, devoid of pleasantries, Iju directly conveyed their purpose. "We long for our universe, yearn for our comrades, even if battles still rage there. At the very least, it is the familiar scent of gunpowder." Optimus remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I understand the weight of familiarity. No matter how beautiful this place is, it is not your home." Windlass interjected. "Yet home is not merely a geographical coordinate. It is the direction towards the guiding flame. If I can assist you in finding that light, would you be willing to try?" Ijin raised his eyes, the optical lens glimmering with barely perceptible hope. "Do you have a way?" "Indeed, but it comes at a cost." Windlass lifted his hand, a remnant of fire coalescing at his fingertips to form a delicate star map. "Using my chaotic spark as a guide, a matrix as a path, I will open a pathway for a singular echo jump. It can accommodate only two, a one-way journey, merely a glimpse, after which it will be drawn back. Like a dream, yet tangible." Iju tightened his grip on the glass, his knuckles whitening. A glimpse is sufficient. Preparations for the echo jump commenced. Behind the moon-gazing platform, the abandoned teleportation site was temporarily cleared. Master Titanium, First Sense, and Dark Windlass arrived, silently channeling energy as a gift for the Festival of the Wanderers. Optimus affixed the leadership module to the core of the platform. The Matrix's luminous flow spreading along the patterns, coalescing into an archway of moonlight. Windlass pricked his fingertip, a drop of dark golden blood falling into the luminous stream, the chaotic flame instantly entwining, forming a dual ring of inner and outer light. Once the jump was initiated, you would have 15 minutes of Earth time. Within those 15 minutes, you must return to the archway. Otherwise, the passage shall collapse, leaving you eternally lost within the echo layer. Iju and Ijin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Within the fragmented light of the jump, the two stepped through the portal, their figures elongated, decomposing into myriad shards of light. In the next moment, they found themselves standing on a charred and desolate expanse. Cybertron, their own world, now reduced to ruins. Ashen rain fell from the sky, and familiar cannon fire echoed in the distance, energy flashes tearing through the clouds. At Iju's feet lay fragments of the leadership module from his universe, faint silver glimmers lingering in the cracks. Ijin picked up a piece, a weight settling in his chest. "So we have truly left." The cannon fire grew ever closer, yet the two no longer felt fear. Instead, they wore expressions of relief. This was the homeland they vowed to protect with their lives. Even in its shattered state, it remained their place of belonging. 15 minutes slipped by in an instant. An echo alarm sounded, and the archway materialized in the distance. Iju cast one last glance at the ruins, raising his hand in salute. "Hold on a little longer. We shall surely return." Two figures turned, racing towards the light. The moon remained upon their return, the portal closing, the desolate expanse vanishing. The moon viewing platform was still ablaze with light, the artificial full moon suspended high, seemingly unchanged. The foreign pillars and foreign tremors tumbled from the platform, kneeling upon the ground, energy liquids spilling from their lips, yet adorned with smiles. The foreign pillar looked up at the towering Optimus Prime, who came to assist. His voice hoarse, "Thank you for allowing us a glimpse of home." The foreign tremor extended a fragment of the leadership module towards Optimus Prime. "Please safeguard this for us until we truly return." Optimus Prime solemnly accepted it, the fragment transforming into glimmers of light within his palm, merging into the depths of the module. May it guide you on your journey home. A new definition of reunion emerged as the crowd gathered once more, no longer raucous, but spontaneously forming a circle around the two wayfarers at the center. Master Titanium raised his hand, laurel petals cascading from above, settling upon the shoulders of the foreign pillar and foreign tremor like a silent consolation. Windlass raised his cup, toasting to the two. Tonight, you two are returnees. The foreign pillar accepted the newly poured moonlight brew, clinking glasses lightly with Windlass, borrowing your mid-autumn. We have completed our own moon. The crowd raised their cups, resounding in unison. As the moon is full, may people endure, let the sparks share the beauty. The sound waves surged into the night sky, overlapping with the artificial full moon, as if bestowing a gentle postal stamp upon the entire universe. As the banquet began to disperse, the moon-viewing platform was left with only the sea breeze and shadows of light. The foreign pillar and foreign tremor sat side by side, watching the full moon gradually sink beneath the horizon. The foreign pillar whispered, "It turns out that reunion doesn't necessarily mean returning home. It can also be the allowance to reminisce." The foreign tremor placed his empty cup on the railing, stretching languidly, then let nostalgia transform into the impetus to return. In the distance, Windlass and Optimus Prime stood side by side, raising their cups in a gesture towards them. Under the moonlight, for shadows elongated, like four rivers finally converging, flowing together towards a tomorrow named Hope. In the postscript, the bright moon stretched across 1,000 miles. The artificial moon sank into the sea, the last silver ray resting upon the emblem of the oath at the pinnacle of the leader's tower. Windlass leaned against Optimus Prime's shoulder, softly humming a terrestrial tune. When will the bright moon appear? I raised my cup to ask the blue sky. Optimus Prime, unable to comprehend the lyrics, discerned the sentiment and thus joined in. May we all enjoy longevity, together sharing the beauty of the moon, even from 1,000 miles apart. Their voices intertwined, inscribing the final footnote of this mid-autumn. No matter how vast the universe, wherever the moonlight shines, it is all home. Chapter 60. The Seed of Heartache, a morning of indulgence atop the leader's tower. Sunlight filtered through the auroric trees, casting a soft golden hue that dappled the spacious bed through the curtain seams. Windlass lay, cocooned in the blankets, revealing only half of his face, breathing evenly, clearly still ensconced in dreams. Optimus Prime entered, holding today's agenda with a tone of gentle exasperation. Windlass, it is time for the council. The figure nestled beneath the covers turned over, their voice a soft, petulant murmur. Please, let me sleep just a little longer, my esteemed leader. The drawn-out intonation was tender, akin to a cat's paw gently scratching at Optimus Prime's heart. Observing his partner, who was reluctant to leave the warm embrace of slumber, he ultimately succumbed, shaking his head with a gentle laugh. Very well, we shall forego our plans for today. However, as a trade-off, you must heed my every command throughout the day. All right, I promise, Wind Whisper mumbled sleepily, burrowing deeper into the blankets. Optimus Prime sat at the edge of the bed, silently watching him, his gaze soft as the first breath of spring. In the shadowy corner of the room, a cold smirk emerged as the space subtly warped, revealing a translucent fissure. The chaotic form of Primus stepped forth, the dark red patterns beneath his white robe writhing as if alive. He surveyed the two entwined figures on the bed, a peculiar smile curling his lips. Savor this moment. It is your final sweetness. With a flick of his fingers, an almost imperceptible dark red speck drifted forth, vanishing into the nape of Wind Whisper's neck. The seed fell silently, beginning to sprout. The seed rewrote its destiny, the speck infiltrating the emblem of the vow, spreading along the circuit of the spark, subtly altering its allegiance from Optimus Prime to chaotic Primus. Simultaneously, an undercurrent of thought was inscribed into the subconscious. Optimus Prime confines you. His tenderness is a cage, and his affection is a chain. The one who truly understands you and is willing to sacrifice everything for you is I. As the transformation concluded, his figure dissipated like mist, leaving behind a barely audible whisper of laughter. The renegade shall ultimately be consumed by solitude. Awakening to subtle changes in the afternoon, Wind Whisper finally roused from his slumber. Stretching languidly as he sat up, Optimus Prime offered him a warm beverage, instinctively reaching to tousle his hair, only to have his fingers grazed against the headpiece as Wind Whisper inadvertently dodged the gesture. "What's wrong?" Optimus Prime asked, momentarily taken aback. Wind Whisper, equally startled, could find no justification for his reaction and merely smiled. "Perhaps I'm still a bit groggy. Pay it no mind." He lowered his gaze to sip his drink, the taste of the energy liquid remaining the same. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him, as if he were being watched or had forgotten an important promise. A day of fractures, Optimus Prime suggested a tour of the newly constructed aerial garden in the Shadow Realm city. Wind Whisper agreed, but found himself distracted during the flight. Upon the garden's completion, cheers erupted from the populace as the two waved in unison. In the past, Wind Whisper would eagerly engage with the residents, but today he merely offered polite nods, even subtly stepping back to push Optimus Prime forward. As cameras focused on them, he instinctively frowned, a thought surfacing in his mind. Those flashing lights. He certainly relishes this feeling of being surrounded. The thought came unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily speechless. An unintended remark upon returning to the leader's suite, a robotic attendant presented a festive mid-autumn banquet made from leftover delicacies. Optimus Prime picked up a piece of osmanthus energy cake and offered it to him. "You mentioned wanting to eat this last night, so I had them set it aside." The wind, without a trace, took a bite, yet the sweetness transformed into acidity on his tongue. It was excessively sweet. "Do not decide unilaterally next time." As the words escaped his lips, he immediately sensed the impropriety, raising his eyes to meet the astonished gaze of Optimus Prime. "I apologize. I may still be a bit irritable upon waking." He awkwardly sought to amend his statement, yet in those concerned blue eyes, he discerned a fleeting shadow of hurt. The first quarrel of dusk unfolded as the council sent an urgent missive, requesting Feng Wuhen's signature on the Shadow Domain Tax Adjustment Bill. He had always detested forms. But today, an inexplicable fury surged within him, again with these numbers. "You delegate all Shadow Domain matters to me while you frolic on the front lines?" Optimus Prime appeared taken aback, yet his tone remained gentle. "Paperwork is your forte. I seldom engage in it." Feng Wuhen slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You merely wish to tether me to this desk, rendering me unable to go anywhere." His anger erupted without warning or rationale. He turned and stormed out of the suite, leaving behind a silence filled with the unextended hand of Optimus Prime. In the bewildering night, on the outer ring bridge, Feng Wuhen sat alone on the railing, observing the bustling traffic below. As the evening breeze stirred, he suddenly became aware of his own words. Yet, the tumult within his chest did not subside. Rather, it intensified. Footsteps approached from behind. An ethereal figure of Chaos Prime, clad in white robes, bearing a gentle smile. "Child, what troubles you? Who are you?" "I am the guardian of mirrors, as well as the truest voice within your heart." The apparition raised a hand, tenderly brushing the top of his head, the voice as soothing as a motheress. "He regards you as a pet, ensnared in a gilded cage. The one who truly understands you is me." Feng Wuhen frowned, but did not withdraw from that hand. A warm current surged into his chest, miraculously quelling his agitation, replaced instead by an unprecedented sense of ease. "Can you truly understand me?" "Of course. Come to me, and I shall grant you true freedom." The apparition dissipated, yet the night wind continued to blow, and the seed had broken through the soil, its roots beginning to spread. On the late-night return, Feng Wuhen entered the suite without turning on the lights. Optimus Prime sat in the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the leadership module. "I'm back." His voice was hoarse, laced with guilt. Optimus Prime raised his gaze, a complex expression in his eyes. "Wuhen, are you unwell?" "The medics can, no need." Feng Wuhen interrupted, a surge of unnamed fury rising within him once more. "I am merely tired. Do not always treat me as if I am a patient." He strode hastily through the living room, accidentally knocking over the mooncake box on the coffee table, metal plates clattering across the floor. With his back turned to Optimus Prime, he failed to see the fleeting pain and confusion that flickered in the man's eyes. In the bathroom, before the mirror, Feng Wuhen splashed cold water on his face. When he lifted his head, he saw the white-robed apparition smiling back at him in the reflection. "Well done. You are beginning to despise him. Just take one more step, and he will let go, allowing you to embrace the one who truly understands you." Feng Wuhen gasped, his hands pressing against the mirror, knuckles turning white. "I should not feel this way. You are merely fatigued, in need of rest, yearning for genuine freedom." The phantom extends its hand, traversing the mirror's surface. gently caressing his cheek. Sleep now. When dawn breaks, you shall have a clearer understanding of the path you must tread. Amidst the sound of flowing water, seeds quietly burgeon, their roots entwining with the embers, a loyal compass subtly shifting. As the countdown reaches its final moments, in a leader's suite, shrouded in darkness, Optimus Prime sits alone on the sofa, a virtual screen pulsating with medical data before him. The imperceptible frequency of the embers reveals slight, yet persistent deviations. He lifts his hand, lightly touching the emblem of his vow upon his chest, his voice husky. "Forgive me. It is I who failed to protect you." Outside the window, the full moon hangs high, resembling a colossal mirror reflecting two equally weary, yet increasingly distant hearts. In a more remote, conceptual realm, Chaos Primus opens his arms, welcoming the remnants of fire on the verge of conversion, a low chuckle echoing. "One step further, and he shall entirely belong to me. And you, little 13, shall witness your beloved transform into the dagger that pierces your heart." The countdown silently commences. 00235959. There remain 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until the final treatment. Chapter 61. Dream Prison Puppet Line in the dead of night, in solitude, at 2 o'clock in the morning. The leader's tower sleeps only under the glow of a solitary floor lamp, its soft yellow light bent by the weight of the night. Windless Fire lies supine on the bed, the emblem of his vow flickering in a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Instinctively, he reaches out, wishing to call Optimus Prime, but his voice catches in his throat. An inexplicable restlessness surges through the ember chamber, akin to ice shards mingling with energy liquid, cold enough to pierce the bones, yet scorching enough to sear the heart. "Do not approach," he murmurs, uncertain to whom he speaks. Ultimately, he refrains from pressing the call button, pulling the covers over his head, forcing his eyes shut. His breathing gradually slows, consciousness sinking into darkness. In a dream puppet theater, when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself at the center of a pitch-black stage, standing upon a circular platform surrounded by faceless spectators. Headlights cast icy beams of light directly upon him. The backdrop of the stage is a magnified version of the leader's tower suite. Four-poster bed towering high, shackles suspended. Walls inscribed with dark red words of loyalty and obedience that belong solely to me. The door opens, and Optimus Prime steps in. Yet he is not the familiar gentle figure. The man is cloaked in dark red, the leadership module transformed into chains that clink at his side. He raises his hand, fingertips tethered to invisible threads leading to the joints of Windless Fire's limbs. "Come," he gently tugs. Windless Fire collapses to his knees, the impact painful yet soundless, his throat choked by the very word obedience. Optimus Prime leans down, his fingertip tracing Windless Fire's lip corners, his voice soft yet frigid. "Be good, obey, and I shall love you. Disobey, and I shall ruin you." The threads tighten, forcing Windless Fire to raise his gaze. His distorted visage reflected in the optical lens, half his face smiling in submission, the other half weeping in despair. Whispers of temptation fill the air as the theater's dome fractures, revealing the enormous visage of the guardian of mirrors, Chaos Primus, shrouded beneath a billowing dark red mist. "Do you see? This is the future. He does not love you. You are merely his exquisite puppet for ruling Cybertron. Should you disobey, this dream will metamorphose into a grim reality." Windless struggles, yet the threads tighten evermore, constricting into the crevices of his armor, as the spark ignites a searing agony. No, this is not him. It is the most terrifying truth buried deep within your heart. The Watcher raises a hand, gesturing towards the opposite side of the stage where Jack, Mickey, and Raph dangle in midair, battered and bruised, yet still reaching out to him. "Shadow Brother, save us." The voice of Optimus Prime slices through the air like a blade. "Look, it is your reckless wandering that has brought them to this punishment. Behave, and I shall release them." The threads yank violently, forcing Windless to raise the blade of chaos. Advancing toward his friends, the blade descends, splattering his face with blood and fire. The dream prison collapses, the stage lights extinguish, leaving only the infinite symbols within the Watcher's pupils, faintly glowing. "Do you despise him?" "Yes." Windless kneels, the spark trembling violently. "Do you harbor animosity towards him?" "Indeed." "Precisely." The watcher leans down, his palm resting upon Windless' head. Hatred is your only escape. Use your own thoughts to test him. If he truly loves you, he shall not deny you any unreasonable demand. Windless slowly raises his gaze, the optical lens shrouded in dark crimson haze, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I understand. The watcher smiles, his visage gradually contorting into that of Optimus Prime, only to shatter in an instant. From this day forth, I shall be your mentor and your ally. Let those who harm you pay the price. Awaken indifference. At 4 a.m, Windless jolts upright, his chest heaving violently, the emblem of the vow radiating an eerie red glow. He surveys the silent chamber. Optimus Prime is absent. In the dream, blood and fire continue to dance before him. The anguished cries of his friends striking against the spark chamber with relentless force. So you have always been using me. His deep voice reverberates in the stillness of a night, akin to a blunt knife slowly severing trust. He raises a hand, his fingertip tracing the emblem of the vow. Once warm lines now feel like burning shackles. Watcher, he murmurs, his voice imbued with an unprecedented dependence. Tell me what I must do. In a private channel, the watcher's voice responds with gentle reassurance. First, thoroughly test the one who claims to love you. The more unreasonable the demands, the better. If he denies you even once, it signifies that the dream will come true. Windless lowers his head, the stray strands of hair obscuring the optical lens, concealing the dark crimson within his gaze. Very well. I shall make him understand the heavy price for those who dare to harm me. The first trial at dawn. At 6 a.m, Optimus Prime enters, bearing warm beverages and documents, his face soft with tenderness. Awake? Today we shall inspect the Shadow Realm. I will accompany you. Windless lifts his eyes, his gaze cold and indifferent. I shall not go. Then what would you like to do? I will stay with you. The wind, without a trace, leaned against the headboard. Speaking in a slow, yet sharp tone, I demand that you publicly abolish the taxation regulations of the Shadow Domain and transfer all ports within it to my personal ownership. Optimus Prime was taken aback. The taxation of the Shadow Domain was a critical pillar of Cybertron's economy, and the notion of privatizing ports was an unprecedented and outrageous demand. This concerns the entire planetary economy. Ah, so you too can refuse me. The wind chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. It seemed that her dreams were on the verge of realization. Optimus frowned, keenly sensing something amiss, yet he was still pierced by her words about dreams coming true. Give me 3 days, and I will have the council approve it. Very well, I shall await your response. The wind waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a bothersome attendant. Leave now. I wish to continue my slumber. Optimus stood at the doorway, gripping the handle, his knuckles turning white. Yet he ultimately withdrew in silence. In the private channel, the watcher commended. Excellent, the first step has been successful. Continue to escalate the pressure. Wear him down until he fears you. Fear will extinguish love, and then you shall belong wholly to me. The wind raised her hand, observing the barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips, her lips curling into a cold arc. To whom one belongs is still uncertain. Yet before that, she intended to let him experience the taste of being used. Throughout the day, the wind's unreasonable demands fell like hail, abolishing port taxes in the Shadow Domain, transforming the pinnacle of the Leader Tower into a private greenhouse, erecting a statue of herself in the Primus Square, and utilizing the monstrous younglings as her mobile throne. The council lamented, Primus was astonished, and the populace was in uproar. Yet Optimus signed each request, executing them one by one. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were redder than the glow of his leadership module. In the leader's suite, at 2 a.m, Optimus sat alone in the darkness. Before him, a virtual screen displayed Wind's final command of the day. At midnight tomorrow, I want you to publicly announce that all ports of Cybertron will be renamed Wind's Port. He raised his hand, intending to input his approval, but his fingertips trembled too violently to descend. The reflection in the private channel sneered. One more signature, and he shall belong to me completely. You too shall become my puppet. Clenching his fist, with blood seeping from his knuckles, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I will not let you succeed. The following morning, Wind awoke to find a handwritten notice at her bedside. The port renaming order is temporarily suspended. The signature was a trembling scrawl from Optimus, accompanied by a small note. I love you, but I cannot lose myself. If you insist on leaving, I am willing to let you go. Wind clutched the notice, her fingertips turning pale, as the laughter of the watcher echoed from the forge. Look, he is beginning to resist. Continue to apply pressure until he utterly collapses. Wind raised her gaze, her optical lens shrouded in a dark red haze, her voice as sharp as a blade. Very well. Let him offer his own self to me. Chapter 62. The mirror trial. After the announcement in the early morning, within the leader's suite, Feng Wuhen clutched the handwritten notice, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The words on the paper were steady yet trembling. I love you, but I cannot lose myself. If you insist on leaving, I shall let you go. He crumpled the notice into a tight ball and discarded it into the wastebasket, his gaze now shadowed with a dark crimson hue. In a private channel, the Guardian, Chaotic Prime, chuckled softly. He has begun to resist. Continue to apply pressure. Let him break his own spine. Feng Wuhen's lips curled into a smirk. His voice as sharp as a blade. That suits me perfectly. The first step of house arrest from that day forth. Feng Wuhen concocted various excuses to keep Optimus Prime by his side. I have a headache. I need someone to massage it. I am hungry. I wish to taste the energy cakes you make. I am afraid of thunder. Stay with me until dawn. Optimus Prime believed this to be mere affection between lovers and complied with each request, even canceling all meetings. He thought it was a means of atonement for neglecting his partner's emotions due to his political duties. Little did he know, this was merely the first step of the trial. The habit of command days turned into weeks. Feng Wuhen's commands became increasingly trivial and unreasonable. At 3 a.m, go to the outer ring to procure limited edition desserts. Transform the rooftop garden of the leader's tower into a rose maze, and it must be completed within 12 hours. In public, adorn the ancestor statue with bunny ear headbands and upload photos to the public channel. The council was in uproar, the populace laughed, and the ancestors denounced the absurdity. Yet, Optimus Prime complied with each demand. He reassured himself, as long as Feng Wuhen is happy, absurdity is but a triviality. Gradually, he placed his partner's commands above his own judgment. Midnight whispers at 2 a.m, in the leader's suite, Optimus Prime knelt by the bed, gently massaging Feng Wuhen's calves with mechanical precision. In a private channel, the mirror mocked. Look, he is gradually becoming your dog. Feng Wuhen raised his hand, his fingertip gliding over the man's weary eye, his voice as soft as a serpent's whisper. Are you tired? Not all. Good, he smiled, though his eyes held no warmth, for I have a greater task for you. The creation of the mirror body. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhen utilized the technology provided by the Guardian to fabricate the body of the mirror ancestor in a secret chamber. 12 bodies lay quietly within the life pods, half shimmering in silver blue, half cloaked in dark crimson, resembling dormant demons. In the final step, he injected the core data of the mirror version of Optimus Prime into the central body. As the pod opened, the man opened his eyes, his pupils resembling the fissures of an infinite symbol, his smile mirroring that of Optimus Prime, yet imbued with a distinctly sinister intent. Finally, he has arrived in this world. Feng Wuhen raised his hand, his fingertip lightly touching the man's brow, his voice soft. Welcome, Fallen Prime. Assist me in completing this trial. Task. The spark of the hunt. The following morning, in the leader's suite, Feng Wuhen summoned Optimus Prime before the 12 bodies. His tone light and cheerful. If you wish to retain my presence, you must replicate the sparks of the 12 original primes of our world for me. I desire to see the originals of the mirrored world reborn in this realm. Fear not, it is merely a replication, and their essence shall remain unscathed. As for the alternate Optimus Prime, he shall assist you. The mirrored Optimus Prime inclined slightly, his voice deep and gentle. At your service, my lord. Optimus Prime gazed upon the face that mirrored his own, his pupils constricting, fingers growing cold. Yet, Feng Wuhen smiled innocently. What say you, my dear leader? After a long silence, Optimus Prime finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Very well, I shall comply. However, I do not require the assistance of the alternate. He would only hinder my efforts. Private frequency provocation. Upon leaving the suite, Optimus Prime walked alongside the alternate when a low chuckle echoed through their private frequency. How pitiful. You are so compelled by your beloved. Optimus Prime replied coldly. Silence. Ah, do not forget, I am merely more honest than you. I understand the strength required to hold onto what one desires, whereas you only resort to compromise. Optimus Prime halted, turning his gaze toward the face that resembled his own, his voice barely a whisper, yet laced with fury. Should you dare lay a finger on him, I shall ensure you regret your arrival in this world. The alternate Prime spread his hands, a malicious grin upon his face. "Worry not. I would never harm him, for he is my master." The first step of replication in the dead of night, at the Tower of the Origin, Optimus Prime stood before the life pod of Master Titanium, clutching the spark replicator provided by the Guardian. It resembled an exquisite earring, capable of capturing a complete spark data simply by gently clasping it at the nape of the Prime's neck. He raised his hand, but hesitated just before contact. This was his esteemed mentor, the one who had taught him to read, write, and embody humanity. "I'm sorry." He gritted his teeth, ultimately pressing the replicator into place. A soft glow flickered as data flowed into the container, and Master Titanium remained blissfully unaware. Yet Optimus Prime felt as though his spine had been severed. Collapsing before the pod, his forehead pressed heavily against the cold metallic wall. A chain of replications in the days that followed. He drifted like a specter among the 12 originals: Ing Tianxing, Rui Tianxiao, Zhun Tianwei. With each replication, his back bent a little further, the bloodshot veins in his eyes deepening. Meanwhile, the alternate Prime remained ever present, a sword hanging ominously overhead, a constant reminder: "You are but an obedient dog." Completion of delivery on the third night. In the leader's suite, 12 spark replicas hovered silently within the container before the Guardian, resembling 12 miniature stars. Feng Wuhen picked them up one by one, admiring them under the light, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, truly beautiful. He turned to face Optimus Prime, who stood in the shadows, his complexion pale, yet his optical lens remained gentle. "The task is complete. Shall we reconcile?" The wind without trace extended his hand, as if bestowing a blessing. Optimus gazed at the outstretched hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, but ultimately he grasped it, his voice a husky whisper. "All right." The Guardian of the Mirror chuckled softly, the dark red patterns beneath the white robe subtly glowing. "Then let the mirrored ancestors awaken." The vessel opened, and 12 beams of crimson and azure light soared into the sky, piercing the apex of the leader's tower, weaving together in the night to form a colossal symbol of infinity. As the beams dissipated, 12 mirrored figures simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils swirling with a singular proclamation: loyal to wind without trace, loyal to chaos. Optimus stood amidst the beams, his shadow elongated, resembling a fractured spine. He raised his hand, gazing at his fingertips, where the cold remnants of the replicator still lingered. Within a private frequency, the low laughter of the fallen Prime trailed closely behind. "Welcome to the ranks of the Hounds." Meanwhile, Wind without trace, standing outside the beams, radiated a brilliant smile, yet no longer directed his gaze towards Optimus. His attention shifted to the Guardian of the Mirror, as if he had finally discovered his sanctuary. Chapter 63. The Mirror's contest for favor the chamber lay desolate, as the 12 beams of the mirrored ancestors gradually receded, restoring silence to the apex chamber of the leader's tower. Chaos Primes, still draped in the Guardian's white robe, bowed slightly to Wind without trace, their voices overlapping. "Master, we shall proceed to arrange our new dwelling and await your command." He raised his hand, and the 12, including the Mirror First Awareness and Mirror Guidance, simultaneously bowed, their pupils swirling with the infinite symbol, an eerie symmetry that sent chills down the spine. Wind without trace lazily waved his hand. "Go forth, and do not disappoint me." The white robe brushed past the threshold, leaving a trail of twisted footprints in the dark red mist that soon dissipated. Wind without trace stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette stretched by the rising sun, resembling a blade yet to be unsheathed. As malevolent thoughts began to take root, Wind without trace glanced back, his gaze sweeping from Optimus to fallen Prime, then slowly returning. A plan formed instantaneously in the depths of the embers, one that could plunge the man before him into deeper despair. To have him relinquish the position he cherished most to his own reflection. To make him kneel, to witness his collapse, to see him unable to lift his head again. These thoughts arrived abruptly, yet like poisonous vines, they entwined tighter and tighter. He could not fathom the origin of such intense hatred, but a voice within him roared. He must be punished. Master and Servant Wind without trace approached Optimus, lifting his chin with a fingertip, his tone akin to assessing a tool. The final trial. "Let us compare who, between you and fallen Prime, understands how to please me more." He continued, "If you prevail, we shall not only reconcile, but also take our relationship further." Should you fail, he tilted his head, his fingertip gliding over Fallen Prime's cloak clasp. A wicked smile forming. He shall take your place and become my companion. After all, how could one who cannot surpass even a reflection claim to protect me? The room was suffocatingly silent. Optimus Prime's knuckles turned white from exertion, yet the corners of his lips slowly curled into a self-mocking smile, imbued with resoluteness. Very well. I accept. Nemesis Prime inclined in unison, his voice tender to the point of indulgence. At your service, Master. The rules stipulated a best-of-3 format. Windlass raised his hand, and 3 luminous screens materialized in the air. Round 1. Taste, create a dessert that astonishes me. Round 2. Strength, defeat your opponent in my designated arena. Round 3. Loyalty, unconditionally fulfill an impromptu command of mine. A best-of-3? Fair enough? Optimus Prime murmured, fair. Nemesis Prime smiled, could not be fairer. Round 1. The taste battle in a mirrored kitchen. A time limit of 30 minutes was set. Optimus Prime opted for an Earth-style mooncake, low-sugar lotus seed paste, infused with radiant pomelo, and the skin imprinted with osmanthus patterns using matrix light powder. The moment it was taken out of the oven, the aroma swelled like the moon. Windlass took a bite, the sweetness blossoming on his palate, his eyes brightening momentarily before he quickly suppressed his reaction. Acceptable. Nemesis Prime crafted a chaotic lava tart, encased in a black crystal shell, enveloping scalding mirrored magma. With a single bite, the bittersweet flavor intertwined, causing a brief numbness on the tongue before a profound aftertaste emerged. Akin to a roller coaster ride. Windlass' brow instinctively raised, only to flatten swiftly. Not bad. He set down the 2 desserts, a smirk playing on his lips. Round 1. A draw. Round 2. The arena duel. The arena was set in the leader's tower training ground, a holographic simulation of the moon's low gravity. The rules. No ranged weapons. Pure hand-to-hand combat, until one party could no longer act. Ding! The bell tolled, and 2 equally towering figures charged forth simultaneously. Optimus Prime aimed to subdue his opponent with calculated strikes. Nemesis Prime, however, unleashed fierce blows targeting vital points. Under low gravity, every roll seemed to unfold in slow motion. It tested their core balance even more rigorously. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, Nemesis Prime feigned a move that caused Optimus Prime to lose his balance, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the side of his neck, smoothly transitioning into an arm lock around his throat. Submit, my original. Optimus Prime's vision blurred, yet he gritted his teeth. No. Crack. His arm dislocated, he knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down. Windlass raised his hand, signaling for a halt. His tone indifferent. Round 2, Nemesis Prime wins. Round 3. The trial of loyalty at the edge of the arena. Windlass lifted Nemesis Prime's arm, as if showcasing a trophy, before turning to Optimus Prime. For round 3, there is but one command. He pointed to the ground, and a cold alloy plate rose, adorned with 12 slender igniter extractors. Tired of the replication game, this time it must be done as instructed. Go to the Genesis Tower. Extract 10 igniters from each of the 12 ancestral sources in your world, and transfer them into the container. You must not be discovered, nor err in any aspect. Upon completion, I shall declare you the victor. Optimus Prime's pupils constricted sharply. His arm was still dislocated. Yet the pain paled in comparison to the tightening grip around his heart. Extracting 10 will not be fatal. It will plunge the ancestors into a prolonged state of weakness. This act represents the most direct betrayal of one's mentor, elders, and personal beliefs. He raised his gaze towards Windlass, a once gentle figure, whose eyes now reflected only strangeness and amusement. The silence of the training ground was terrifying, broken only by the soft beeping of the extractor. The towering figure leaned down, whispering in Windlass' ear, just loud enough for Optimus to hear, "Master, he cannot do it. I know him. He would rather perish than betray his teacher." Windlass raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on Optimus's face as if he were witnessing a comedy. "Oh? Then let him die." He lifted his hand, fingers curled, and the emblem of the oath flickered to life with a dark crimson glow. This was the signal for the ignition lock to activate. With a mere thought, he could cause Optimus's spar chamber to explode. The man knelt upon the ground, yet a slow, bloodied smile crept upon his lips, resolute. "Very well, I shall do it." He rose, his dislocated arm hanging limply at his side. Yet with his other hand, he methodically removed the extractor, placing it into a container. but I require your verbal promise. Upon completion, you will release the lock and return my freedom." Windlass smiled, a gesture that felt both charitable and triumphant. "Of course, I promise you." The betrayer in the night, in the depths of night, within the Tower of Genesis, Optimus moved like a specter amidst the life pods. Each descent of the extractor accompanied by his mentor's pained groans. Master Titanium, Skywalker, and Sharp Skyhawk, familiar faces twisted slightly in the electrical currents. He knelt before the final life pod, the image of the first seer overlapping with his mentor's reality, mocking his impotence. As the extraction concluded, he staggered out of the Tower of Genesis, cradling the container, his silhouette elongated by the moonlight, resembling a fractured spine, delivering victory and despair in the training ground. Windlass accepted the container, his fingertips brushing lightly, confirming that each spark was present, nodding in satisfaction. "In the third round, you have triumphed." He raised his hand, and the dark crimson glow of the oath indeed extinguished. Optimus knelt, his dislocated arm hanging weakly, yet a faint, grim smile graced his lips. "Now, may we restore our relationship?" Windlass leaned closer, gently caressing his bloodied face, his voice eerily tender. "Certainly, my partner. However, the victor is not solely you." He turned his gaze towards the towering figure, smiling wickedly. "He has also won because he brings me greater joy. Therefore, from this day forth, both of you shall be my partners, one to love me, and the other to make me happy. Should either of you disobey, I shall replace one with the other." Optimus hung his head, his dislocated arm still throbbing with pain, droplets of blood falling from his fingertips, creating tiny dents in the metallic floor. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse yet tranquil. "I understand." Within the depths of that gaze lay an unfathomable abyss, alongside a light forcefully thrust into its depths. The scene unfolded in eerie silence on the training ground, with the two figures, Optimus Prime and Nemesis Prime, both half kneeling on the ground, sharing identical visages, battered and bound by the chains of love. Windlass stood between them, raising a hand to gently tap their shoulder plates, as if assessing two tools. "Look, even their kneeling posture mirrors one another. Only then can they claim to protect me." Moonlight streamed through the dome, casting elongated shadows, one standing regal, two kneeling in submission. Yet, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 64. Beneath the dual kneel in the silence of accord, the training ground echoed with the soft crackle of embers. Windlass stood upon the platform, his cloak billowing in the chill like a banner of derision. "One is tasked with loving me, while the other must ensure my happiness. Should anyone defy, the other shall take their place." Optimus Prime hung his head, his dislocated arm throbbing with a dull ache, blood trickling from his fingertips to create tiny dents upon the metallic floor. After a long pause, he raised his eyes, his voice raspy yet composed. "I understand." Within the depths of that gaze lay an endless abyss, along with a light forced into its chasm. Nemesis Prime, equally half-kneeling, wore a serene smile. Placing a hand upon his chest, his tone reverent to the point of song. "This time, I have faltered, failing to bring you joy sooner. Nevertheless, it is you who brought me into this world. For your sake, I would sacrifice anything, even my very spark. My master." With the last word, he bowed low, his forehead brushing against Windlass' boot tip, akin to a devotee offering their soul. Windlass squinted, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped Nemesis Prime's brow, as if admiring a tail-wagging wolf. "Look at him, how considerate. Optimus, you truly ought to learn from this." A clash of gazes, Optimus Prime slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Nemesis Prime, one gleaming gold, the other shadowed in darkness. Their faces identical, their contours the same, yet ignited by utterly divergent flames. Anger, murderous intent, and the excruciating pain of betrayal swirled into a tempest within Optimus's gaze. Nemesis Prime, however, merely smiled, his lips forming silent words. "You have lost, my counterpart." On the edge of the storm, the spark chamber emitted faint cracking sounds, the muffled wail of the oath emblem being forcibly suppressed. In the late-night twin chambers after the training ground had dispersed, Windlass issued his first command. "Tonight, you shall both accompany me." The leader's quarters was temporarily transformed into a triad sanctuary, with two low couches facing each other and a low central bed, Windlass' perch, elevated above. As the lights dimmed, the round moon hung high outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, resembling a mirror of cold mockery. Tianzhu gracefully made the bed, poured wine, and lit incense. His movements so elegant they seemed to have been rehearsed 1,000 times. Qing Tianzhu stood at the doorway, his dislocated arm having reset itself. Yet it continued to tremble faintly. He watched as Tianzhu knelt on one knee, massaging Feng Wuhen's legs, his voice soft and gentle. "Master, is the pressure satisfactory?" Feng Wuhen closed his eyes and chuckled, lifting Tianzhu's chin with his toes. "Not bad, continue." Qing Tianzhu silently approached the low couch opposite and sat down, his back straight as a sword that refuses to leave its sheath. The toxic wine tested Feng Wuhen as he raised his hand, holding 2 cups of amber-hued moonlight brew, one for Qing Tianzhu and one for Tianzhu. "Together, we shall face the first trial. Drink the wine I have prepared simultaneously. No energy filtration, and not a drop should remain." The surface of the liquid was flecked with nearly invisible dark red particles, the essence of chaotic seeds, capable of amplifying emotions and dulling reason. Tianzhu drank it down in one go, even licking his lips, sweet as your gaze. Qing Tianzhu stared into the reflection in his cup, paused for a moment, then tilted his head back to drink it all. The fiery liquor scorched his throat but transformed into icy chains within his chest, tightening around the embers of his soul. As the shadows danced, Feng Wuhen reclined against the main couch, his voice languid yet laced with barbs. "Tianzhu, tell me your feelings when you first met me." The man smiled, his gaze tender, like the moon colliding with the night. "From that moment, all I saw was light." Feng Wuhen chuckled lightly and turned to Qing Tianzhu. "And you? What was your impression when you first saw me?" Qing Tianzhu tightened his grip on the wine cup, his voice hoarse, like the wind, scattering the old snow from my shoulders. "Old snow?" Feng Wuhen raised an eyebrow. "So I was merely a tool to clear your snow?" "No, enough." Feng Wuhen raised his hand to halt any further explanation. "I've grown weary of sweet talk. Prove it through action." As midnight fell, the three lay side by side on the main couch. Feng Wuhen was in the center, facing Tianzhu with his back to Qing Tianzhu. His long fingers gently combed through Feng Wuhen's hair, his voice soft. "Sleep now. I will guard you through the night." Qing Tianzhu lay on the other side, his arm suspended in the air, hesitant to let it fall. He feared that one touch would shatter everything, that one exertion would lead to loss. Ultimately, he merely grasped a corner of Feng Wuhen's garment, like holding onto the last thread of hope. At dawn, the first rays of light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Feng Wuhen opened his eyes to find Tianzhu already dressed and kneeling on one knee, offering a hot drink and a freshly pressed cloak. Qing Tianzhu, having maintained the same position all night, found his arm numb and rose slowly. Feng Wuhen accepted the hot drink, took a small sip, and glanced at Qing Tianzhu. "Look at him, and then look at yourself. Both are mine, yet the disparity is staggering." Qing Tianzhu lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. "I will learn." "Learn?" Feng Wuhen scoffed. "Even a dog can wag its tail. You should at least learn to smile." He raised his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the corner of Optimus Prime's lips, applying pressure to force the man into a forced, stiff smile. "Yes, just like that. Show me your smile." Beneath the surface, a murderous intent simmered. Tianzhu stood nearby, smiling as he observed the scene, while a provocative voice echoed in the private channel. "My lord, your current expression resembles that of a crushed mooncake." Optimus Prime offered no reply, merely whispering internally, "Silence." "Angry? Do you wish to kill me?" Tianzhu chuckled softly. "Come on, as long as you dare to act, the master will grow to loathe you even more." Optimus Prime clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Yet ultimately he relaxed his grip. He cannot afford to take risks, at least not now. Task: start hunting. Breakfast concluded, Feng Wuhen issued a second command. "Within 3 days, each of you must present me with a report that brings me joy." Tianzhu, you are in charge of the fireworks display. Optimus Prime, your duty is to ensure my mirror ancestors are completely revived. Remember, I desire them to possess independent consciousness, yet remain obedient only to my commands. Fail to accomplish this, and you shall witness me reveling with others. Tianzhu elegantly bowed. "It is my honor." Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment before responding in a hoarse voice, "Understood." As Feng Wuhen turned to leave, his cloak billowed behind him like a banner of victory. Tianzhu followed closely, glancing back at Optimus Prime with a malicious smile, his voice whispering in the private channel, Good luck, my lord. Don't be eliminated at the first hurdle. Alone in the vast dining hall, Optimus Prime stood in solitude, the morning light stretching his shadow long and thin. He raised his hand, lightly touching the emblem of the oath, his voice barely audible. Wuhen, I will pull you back from the abyss, even if it means breaking my own spine. Outside the window, the full moon had yet to disappear entirely, resembling a mocking mirror reflecting the loneliness and fractures beneath the throne. Chapter 65. The collapse under the Spark Moon brothers become targets again. In the underground chamber of the leader's tower, at 3 in the morning, Optimus Prime stood alone before 12 mirror ancestor pods, holding the spark bestower provided by the Guardian of Mirrors. This device could extract the 10 ancestor sparks, transforming them into independent consciousnesses. Yet they would remain utterly obedient to Feng Wuhen. Taking a deep breath, he injected the final data into the pod. Brilliant light erupted, and the 12 mirror ancestors simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils swirling with infinite symbols as they intoned in unison, loyal to Feng Wuhen, loyal to chaos. Optimus Prime staggered back, his arms trembling from days of exertion, yet he dared not pause. He still needed to lead them to submit their reports. Tianju's swift feet, meanwhile, atop the leader's tower. Tianju had completed the task assigned by Feng Wuhen, the fireworks display. Hundreds of chaotic moonfire bombs floated in the air, awaiting the command to burst forth. At the center of the platform stood a dazzling fusion altar crafted from mirror crystals. Feng Wuhen stood atop the altar, his white robe billowing in the wind, a corner of his lips curling in anticipation. Let us begin. Reveal your prowess to me. Optimus Prime bowed gracefully, his fingertips flicking. Bang, bang, bang. The lunar fire projectiles ascended in succession, blooming in the night sky as colossal flowers of dark gold and matrix blue, resembling a reverse meteor shower. The flames illuminated Feng Wuhen's face, casting a fervent glow in his eyes. At the altar summit, as Optimus Prime and the 12 mirrored ancestors ascended the final step, they beheld this magnificent scene. Fireworks dazzled, the altar loomed high, and Feng Wuhen stood shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime, their palms facing each other, the sparks of fire converging in a ceremonial fusion of essences. It was the most intimate covenant of Cybertron, a resonance of fire exchanged solely between partners or blood relatives. In that very moment, Feng Wuhen turned his head, his gaze piercing through the flames to meet Optimus Prime's eyes. There was no astonishment, no guilt, merely a calm that felt inevitable. You have arrived. Has the mission been accomplished? Optimus Prime stood at the threshold, his shadow elongated by the flames, akin to a solitary wolf pinned to the ground. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. The 12 mirrored ancestors bowed in unison behind him. Master, the mission has been completed. Yet the true master stood beside another. Frustration shattered as the fireworks burst one after another in the night sky, resembling a multitude of mocking eyes. In Optimus Prime's mind, something snapped with a resounding crack. The humiliation, pain, and unreasonable orders he had endured over the past days surged forth like a tidal wave, drowning his last vestige of rationality. He watched the intertwined hands of Feng Wuhen and Optimus Prime, gazing at the luminous pillar where their essences converged. As the emblem of his oath in his chest emitted a distressing crack, akin to iron being forcibly twisted. In the private channel, the low chuckle of Optimus Prime echoed persistently. My true self, you have arrived too late. The prize has already been claimed. Killing intent boiled within him. Optimus Prime slowly raised his head, the edges of his optical sensors tinged with dark crimson, like blood seeping into ice. Optimus Prime, he articulated each syllable. His voice hoarse and nearly torn. Release him. Optimus Prime smiled, his fingertips still entwined with Feng Wuhen's. Apologies, but this is our time now. Feng Wuhen turned his head, his gaze indifferent. Optimus Prime, do not forget your place. You are merely my servant, while he is my candidate for companionship. Step aside. The command to step aside pierced like a blade into his chest, twisting and churning. Optimus Prime's breath grew labored. His dislocated arm misaligned, once more as he clenched his fist, the joints emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Yet he felt no pain, only the urge to kill, only the fury, only the impulse to tear apart the very self before him. In a ferocious rampage, a thunderous roar erupted. The leadership module and mirrored energy exploded simultaneously. intertwining dark red and silver blue into a contorted beam of light that shot skyward. Optimus Prime, like an arrow released from its bow, lunged at the Titan, his fist slicing through the air with a resounding crack, aimed directly at his opponent's face. The Titan swiftly pushed aside, windless, raising his arm to block. Their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the crystalline railings of the observation deck. Fireworks continued to bloom, yet were torn apart by the force of the impact, cascading like a rain of light. The mirrored ancestors collectively murmured, eager to assist in the battle, but were halted by windless, raised hand. He stood at the edge of the high platform, his cloak billowing, his gaze icy. Let them fight. Only the victor deserves to stand beside me. In this twin struggle, devoid of weapons or long-range artillery, only the primal force of fists and fury remained. Optimus struck with merciless precision, targeting vital points. Yet the Titan moved with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly deflecting each blow and even using the force against Optimus. You are too slow, my counterpart. The Titan chuckled softly, delivering a crushing elbow to Optimus's chest, following through to lock his arm and pin him to the ground. You rely solely on brute strength, while I strike at the heart. Optimus roared, a blinding silver light erupting from the chamber. As he forcefully broke free from the Titan's grasp and retaliated with a punch to the Titan's temple, the mirrored figure was sent flying, crashing into the altar, shards of crystal scattering. Both combatants landed simultaneously, rose simultaneously, coughed blood simultaneously, and revealed feral grins. Windless, cold laughter echoed as he observed from above, his expression detached, as though witnessing a gladiatorial contest. Continue. Let me see who knows better how to please me. Optimus lifted his gaze towards the one he once cherished. The last glimmer of light in his eyes finally extinguished. He rose slowly, his dislocated arm hanging limply at his side. Yet the corners of his lips twisted into a distorted smile. Very well, I shall show you my way of pleasing. He raised his hand, the leadership module emitting a sharp buzz, dark red energy surging forth like a tide, engulfing the entire observation deck. The mirrored ancestors were swept away by the energy shockwave, and the Titan staggered back several steps. Windless was forced to shield his eyes from the energy storm, yet a hint of excitement curled at his lips. Yes, just like that. Be even more reckless. In the final blaze of the spark, Optimus raised his hand, the leadership module detaching from his chest armor, hovering in the air. A colossal pentagram formed from intertwining dark red and silver blue. Titan, he bellowed, his voice rasping an unrecognizable die. The pentagram plummeted with a thunderous crash, striking the Titan's chest. The mirrored figure raised his hand to block, but was swept away by the energy storm, crashing heavily against the railings. Half of his body dangling in the void. Optimus lunged forward, his hands gripping the Titan's throat, the optical lens completely engulfed in dark red. Return my position to me. With a deafening roar, the platform fractured, and both figures plummeted, crashing through layers of alloy into the heart of the leader's tower. As the dust settled, Optimus sat astride the Titan's chest, his fists raining down in relentless succession, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. The visage of the mirrored man, marred at last by fissures, still bore a malevolent grin. Even if you kill me, he shall never love you. You are but a failed imitation. In the denouement, amidst blood and flames in the courtyard, smoke entwined with fire, resembling a reverse meteor shower. The fist of the Prime stood suspended in midair, knuckles bloodied and mangled, yet powerless to descend. He gazed upward toward the edge of the high platform where the wind without traces stood, bathed in moonlight, his back to the flames. His features obscured by shadow, rendering his expression indiscernible. Only his voice, faint yet clear, drifted forth. Enough, cease your assault. You have triumphed. From this moment forth, you shall be responsible for loving me, while he shall ensure my happiness. The Prime gradually unclenched his grip, collapsing amidst the ruins. The emblem of his vow on his chest emitting a faint cracking sound before it finally shattered into two halves. He lifted his gaze to behold the one he once adored most, his eyes now void of hope. As you wish. Meanwhile, Wind without traces, poised at the precipice of the platform, with his back turned to the moonlight, wore a victorious smirk, yet none could witness the fleeting agony that flickered in his depths. Chapter 66. The Master and Apprentice Trap, a ceasefire amidst the ruins. In the courtyard of the leader's tower, the haze had yet to dissipate. The Prime's fist loomed above the brow of the fallen Titan, blood seeping from his knuckles, the sound of fracturing bones echoing in the air. Wind Without Trace's voice descended from the high platform, uttering softly, "Enough, cease your attack. You have won." The Prime's breaths were labored, heavy as a broken bellows. The dark crimson in his eyes dimmed under the weight of that command. Slowly, he released his grip and rose to his feet, looking down upon the half-destroyed visage of the Titan, now riddled with cracks, yet still adorned with a wicked smile. "As you wish," he murmured, a promise to Wind Without Traces and a vow to himself. He turned, retreating from the moonlight, from the high platform, from the one he once cherished most, stepping deliberately out of the ruins. Behind him, the Titan was aided by the mirrored progenitor, the corner of his eye still weeping dark golden blood. Yet he raised a triumphant smile towards him. In the depths of night, within the leader's upper chamber, Wind Without Traces had long succumbed to slumber, his breath steady, the emblem of his vow shimmering with half-red, half-blue luminescence beneath his collarbone. The Prime stood upon the balcony, allowing the cold wind to dry the blood from his knuckles. He raised his hand, and a virtual screen displayed the real-time location of the Titan. The mirrored man had been placed in the Eastern Pavilion, a guest chamber personally designated by Wind Without Traces, mere walls separating them from the main quarters. The Prime's knuckles lightly tapped the railing, the sound so subdued that only he could hear, to keep you near is akin to harboring a bomb. Yet only a bomb can shatter the confines of cage. The last vestige of hesitation in his eyes was swept away by the night breeze, leaving only a chilling resolve. The scepter of peace as a gift the following dawn in the small hall of the Eastern Pavilion. The Titan leaned against the window, while the mirrored sentient diligently replaced his arm armor, the fissures filled with dark crimson energy, yet still marked by mottled scars. The door creaked open, and the Prime entered alone, cradling the scepter that symbolized the highest authority of Cybertron. At the apex of the scepter, the fissures of the leadership module were starkly visible, yet still emanated a silvery blue luminescence. Optimus Prime raised an eyebrow, as the mirrored counterpart retreated quietly to a corner. "Are you here to flaunt your victory?" Without uttering a word, Optimus bent his knees and slowly knelt, raising the scepter high above his head. In a deep and resonant tone, he declared, "I request a ceasefire with you, and I wish to learn how to bring joy to our master." The mirrored counterpart's pupils constricted slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, as if measuring the authenticity of his prey. "Hand over the scepter, and are you not afraid that I might shatter your skull with a single blow?" Optimus lifted his gaze, his expression serene to the point of emptiness. "If my demise could teach you the art of pleasing, then I would consider it a worthy end." An extended silence ensued. At last, the mirrored counterpart extended his hand, accepting the scepter, yet in the same instant, he assisted the kneeling Optimus to rise. A note of undisguised pride in his voice. "Very well, I shall teach you. But remember, from this moment forth, I am your teacher and your superior." Optimus bowed his head, his tone respectful. The student understands. On the first day of their master-apprentice dynamic, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded within the leader's tower. The once exalted and eternal leader reported to the Eastern Pavilion each morning, personally arranging the cloak for the mirrored counterpart, presenting him with warm beverages, and even half-kneeling to fasten his bootlaces. He addressed the mirrored counterpart with the utmost reverence, posing every inquiry with humility. "Teacher, does today's breakfast suit your palate? Teacher, should the student review this document? Teacher, shall the student ignite the fireworks tonight?" Initially cautious, the mirrored counterpart gradually grew accustomed to, and eventually relished, the pleasure of being attended to by Optimus, savoring the vanity of this role reversal. He remained oblivious to the cold glimmer that flashed in Optimus's eyes each time he bowed his head. As the days progressed, the seventh day arrived. Within the small hall of the Eastern Pavilion, the mirrored counterpart reclined against the main seat as the mirrored Optimus massaged his shoulders while Optimus knelt before him, holding a tray aloft, offering a taste-testing energy candy. "Teacher, please." The mirrored counterpart accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. "The sweetness is just right. There has been improvement." Optimus lowered his gaze, his tone still respectful. "The student shall continue to strive." In the private channel, the mirrored Optimus chuckled softly. "Master, he has been lulled into complacency." Yet, the mirrored counterpart remained unaware that with each moment of satisfaction, he was unwittingly paving the way into his own entrapment. In the depths of the night, Within the secret chamber of the Eastern Pavilion, Optimus stood alone at the center of the dimly lit room. Before him hovered a miniature mirrored core. It was composed of the energy fragments he had quietly gathered each day while fastening the boot laces for the mirrored counterpart. The core was no larger than a fingernail, yet it resonated with the same frequency as the mirrored counterpart. He raised his hand and embedded the core within a surrogate chip, which then transformed into an energy apparition that mirrored the essence of the counterpart. The apparition opened its eyes, its voice a harmonious echo. "Master, what are your commands?" Optimus Prime smiled, his voice almost a whisper. "Do for me what a teacher cannot." The next morning, as Optimus was having breakfast, a sudden alarm echoed through his private channel from the mirrored precursors. "Master, something is amiss. The mirrored ancestors are gathering in the leader's square, declaring their intent to abolish the co-governance and proclaim Optimus as the sole king." Optimus abruptly rose, shattering his cup in fury. "I did not issue such a command." He rushed out of the East Pavilion, only to find Optimus Prime already kneeling at the steps of the square, facing the crowd, his voice resonating through the city. "The teacher's accomplishments are unparalleled. The student willingly abdicates, endorsing him as the sole leader." The populace erupted in astonishment. The ancestors were taken aback, and Windlass stood on the high platform, his gaze intricate. Optimus lunged at Optimus Prime, seizing his collar, and shouted, "You have betrayed me." Optimus Prime raised his eyes, his tone respectful yet clear. "The student merely executes the teacher's will. After all, you taught me to please the master by any means necessary." The wrath of the people, the crowd's emotions ignited, chanting accusations of dictatorship against Optimus, while the ancestors seized the opportunity to demand the immediate arrest of the usurper. Optimus found himself at a loss for words, yet the mirrored ancestors proclaimed in unison, "We endorse Optimus, abolishing co-governance." He suddenly comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered by his true self. The judgment on high Windlass raised his hand, and silence fell over the crowd. He turned to Optimus, his tone indifferent. "I taught you how to please, but never how to betray your master. If that is the case, then bear the consequences." He lifted his hand, the emblem of the oath glowing with dark red lightning, the ultimate authority of the fire-bound shackles. Optimus was suspended in midair by the energy lock, his mirrored form cracking under the unbearable weight. He looked at Optimus Prime, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. "You schemed against me?" Optimus Prime knelt halfway to the ground, his voice respectful. "The student merely applies what has been learned." The conclusion: beneath the throne, Optimus was confined in the deepest recesses of the celestial tower's mirrored prison, while the 12 mirrored ancestors were forcibly shut down and cast into the recycling furnace. The crowd cheered, the ancestors sighed in relief, and Windlass stood on the platform, his back to the people, concealing his expression. Optimus slowly ascended the platform, kneeling at his feet, his tone reverent. "Master, the turmoil has ceased. From now on, only I can please you." Windlass lowered his gaze, lightly touching his fingertip to Optimus's brow, his voice barely above a whisper. "Well done. However, do not rejoice too soon. The next one to be tested may very well be you." Optimus bowed his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. The student awaits with bated breath. Beneath the platform, the crowd cheered. Above, the moonlight was frigid. The game of master and apprentice concluded. The Game of Thrones was just beginning. Chapter 67. The Oath unravels the day Optimus was imprisoned in the mirrored cell. A silvery blue snow fell over the city. At the pinnacle of the leader's tower, the towering figure stands on an elevated platform, gazing down as the prison transport ventures into the depths of the celestial tower. Yet his heart is devoid of any joy. The snowlight reflects upon the emblem of the vow, where a fissure that once imprisoned his spark now resembles a wound yet to heal, serving as a constant reminder that the true enemy still roams free. The guardian of mirrors, the enigmatic Prime, his name whispered softly, causing his knuckles to whiten with tension. In the moonlight, a murderous intent silently takes root. The first assassination attempt with Moonblade occurs deep in the night at the Stargazing Pavilion. Cloaked in the shadows, the leader adjusts his disguise module to a stealth frequency, minimizing even his breath. He infiltrates the secret chamber, finding the Guardian of Mirrors facing away, calibrating a spark resonator. The Moonblade unsheathes silently, its silver blue chill glinting as it aims for the base of the neck. Yet, just as the blade's tip is about to make contact with the white robe, the Guardian speaks without turning. "My dear leader, what brings you here at this late hour?" His voice, layered and gentle, suggests he has been anticipating this moment. An invisible force halts the Moonblade, preventing it from advancing further. The leader decisively relinquishes his weapon and retreats, only to collide with a wall of dark red energy. The Guardian turns, his pupils swirling with infinite symbols, smiling. "Next time, do send an invitation in advance." The energy wall erupts, sending the leader flying several meters, shattering a crystal pillar and forcing him to retreat, bloodied. The second assassination attempt involves poison wine. Several days later during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, the leader personally pours wine for the Guardian, concealing a spark-freezing agent at the bottom of the cup. A single drop would freeze the mirror particles, causing the enigmatic Prime to momentarily lose control. As the wine is offered, the Guardian chuckles and pushes it back. As per tradition, the Elder drinks first. He raises his hand, the cup spinning in the air, the liquid transforming into two streams of water that flow into both his and the leader's cups. Sharing a drink signifies sincerity. The leader is compelled to drink. Yet the freezing agent is neutralized upon entry, transforming into ordinary liquid. The Guardian raises his cup, winking at him. "Excellent wine. Let us opt for a lower sugar content next time." The third assassination attempt involves a matrix bomb. At the uppermost level of the leader's tower, he invites the Guardian to inspect the newly installed matrix engine under the pretense of reporting governmental affairs. He secretly implants a miniature bomb within the engine's core. Once activated, it will be capable of tearing apart the mirror core. However, the Guardian merely shakes his head with a smile. "Though the matrix is splendid, it cannot accommodate my old bones." He gestures, his fingertip lightly tapping the engine's casing, and the bomb is extracted by an unseen force, disassembling like a toy, its parts floating in the air before being obliterated one by one. "Young man, do not play with fire," he remarks, turning to depart, his silhouette leisurely retreating as if on a casual stroll. The sudden appearance of Windlass is a constant during each assassination attempt, arriving either by entering through the door, via remote communication, or through the emblem of the vow with a casual inquiry. "What are you discussing? Include me." The Guardian always smiles and defends him. "The leader is merely consulting me on governmental matters. Do not read too much into it." The wind, devoid of traces, turned its gaze towards Optimus Prime, eyes laden with scrutiny. "Indeed, do not overthink. The Guardian is both my mentor and benefactor. Should you harm him, you would be inflicting harm upon me." With a single utterance, the murderous intent within Optimus Prime was forcefully restrained, transforming into a bitter essence within his chest. During the fourth attempt on the private frequency, a final gamble was made by Optimus Prime. He sent false intelligence to the Guardian through the private channel. The spark of Windlass was exhibiting a repulsive reaction and required urgent recalibration. As anticipated, the Guardian arrived alone at the medical room within the leader tower. Concealed in the shadows, Optimus Prime adjusted his leadership module to overload mode, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Yet, just as he was about to act, the door to the medical room swung open. Windlass stood at the threshold, bearing a warm beverage for the Guardian, a serene expression upon his visage. "Ah, so you are here," he remarked. The Guardian accepted the drink with a smile, winking at Optimus Prime. "Thank you for your concern. I am unscathed." Windlass turned to Optimus Prime, his tone gentle yet imbued with an unmistakable warning. "Return now. Do not do anything foolish." In the shadows, Optimus Prime's knuckles whitened from the strain, yet he ultimately lowered his arms, his voice a husky whisper. "Very well." Abandoning the acknowledgement of failure, after countless setbacks, Optimus Prime finally conceded that he alone could never slay a deity. Moreover, that divine being was regarded by Windlass as a mentor, a figure of salvation. He returned to the leader's suite, standing solitary before the expansive window, gazing down at the myriad lights below, yet perceiving only desolation. He raised his hand, lightly brushing the emblem of his oath, his voice barely audible. "I cannot kill him. Nor can I save you. Nor can I redeem myself. Windlass, what must I do to bring the gentle you back to my side?" The Guardian's quiet laughter resonated. At that very moment, in the stargazing pavilion, the Guardian stood upon the terrace, overlooking the apex of the leader tower, a faint smile gracing his lips. Within the private frequency, his voice infiltrated Optimus Prime's mind. "Let go, my dear 13. As long as your heart harbors obsession, I shall never dissipate. You cannot kill me, for you cannot extinguish your own desires." The plea for mercy. Optimus Prime did not turn, his silhouette akin to a flagpole bent by frost and snow. Please, spare Windless. As long as he can recover, as long as he can remember our past, I am willing to do anything. The Guardian smiled, the infinity symbol slowly rotating within his pupils. Very well. First, relinquish your struggles, forsake your resistance. Secondly, utter the acknowledgement that I, the Chaos Primus, am the sole and true Primus of this world. You and your brethren shall refer to me as the Father God. If you fulfill these conditions, I shall unshackle him and grant him freedom. You can achieve this, cannot you, my beloved 13? Moonlight cascaded upon Optimus Prime's shoulders, akin to a delicate frost, swiftly dispersed by the breeze. He slowly raised his head, the last glimmer of light within the optical lens extinguishing. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. The following dawn, in a leader's tower square, throngs of citizens gathered, the ancestors seated, and Windless sat high upon the throne, his demeanor apathetic. Optimus Prime, draped in the leader's cloak, knelt before the robe guardian of the mirror. He raised his hand, the staff resting across his knees, his voice resonating through the amplification matrix, echoing throughout the celestial city. From this day forth, I, Optimus Prime, relinquish my resistance. I acknowledge the guardian of the mirror, the chaotic Primus, as the one true God of Cybertron, the sole Father God, my brethren, and I shall revere him as our Father and obey his will until eternity. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the square. Windless furrowed his brow slightly, but remained voiceless. The ancestors murmured in shock. You were forcibly subdued by the energy locks. The guardian of the mirror raised his hand, the white robe billowing in the wind like a victorious banner. My son, take your place. Optimus Prime bowed his head, his forehead lightly touching the tip of the other's boot, his voice reverent and unwavering. Father God, have his shackles been lifted? As the ceremony concluded, the guardian of the mirror raised his hand, and a dark red spark flickered across the oath emblem on Windless' chest. The shackles of the spark, on the surface, were undone. Windless stood frozen, instinctively raising his hand to touch the emblem. The fissures remained, yet no longer burned. He gazed at Optimus Prime, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. What have you done? Optimus Prime smiled, his voice tender yet hauntingly hollow. I merely did what I was meant to do. I set you free. Freedom. The suddenness of liberation brought no joy to Windless. Standing upon the high platform, he watched as Optimus Prime turned to depart, his silhouette upright yet devoid of backbone, each step ethereal, as though he might disintegrate into ashes at any moment. Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to call to him, yet his throat betrayed him, producing no sound. The guardian of the mirror approached his side, speaking softly. Behold, he has forsaken you, and in doing so, forsaken himself. From this moment onward, you belong solely to me. Windless lowered his gaze, his fingertips lightly brushing his chest. There, no longer was there searing pain, but an emptiness that was chilling. After the ceremony, within the confines of the Celestial Tower's prison, the Seers, having finally broken free from the energy locks, stormed into the leader's quarters, only to find Optimus Prime kneeling, unable to rise. Little 13, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Optimus Prime lifted his eyes, his gaze vacant, his voice eerily calm. I understand. I am saving you all, and him as well. The seer raised his hand, poised to strike, yet halted mid-air. In the depths of the man's eyes lay no madness, only an unfathomable despair. In the late hours of the night, in the wine cellar of the leader's tower, Optimus Prime sat alone in a corner, a line of empty moonlight brews before him. He raised a glass to the air, his voice hoarse, to freedom, to despair, to myself. The liquid flowed down his throat, yet it could not extinguish the burning anguish within his chest. He raised his hand, lightly brushing against the deep fissures of the oath emblem, its radiance flickering like a candle that teeters on the brink of extinguishment. No trace, you are free now, yet I can never return to your side. The guardian of the mirror smiled victoriously. From the shadows, the guardian emerged quietly, his white robe glimmering with silver in the moonlight. Well done, little 13. From this moment forth, you will no longer struggle, and I shall no longer torment him. You shall each find your rightful place, and all shall be well. The Titan did not turn back, his voice barely a whisper. All shall be well indeed. Yes, all shall be well. The guardian of the mirror smiled, his form gradually dissipating. Good night, my son. As the full moon sank, it resembled a shattered mirror, reflecting two figures that gradually receded into the distance. The Titan sat alone on the railing, his fingertips lightly grazing the oath emblem, his voice hoarse and nearly inaudible. I cannot kill him, nor can I save you or myself. No trace. What must I do to liberate you from his control entirely? If relinquishing everything is the freedom you desire, then I shall grant it to you. The moonlight fell upon his shoulders like a delicate frost, soon whisked away by the winds of the aurora tree. The empty city the following morning, an announcement from the leader's tower proclaimed, the eternal leader, Optimus Prime, voluntarily abdicates, with the guardian of the mirror temporarily assuming planetary dominion. The populace erupted in astonishment, the ancestors were taken aback, and Wind without trace stood upon the platform, gazing at the announcement, his fingertips trembling slightly. He instinctively looked toward the crowd, where Optimus Prime knelt, his forehead touching the tip of the guardian's boot, his voice reverent and unwavering. Father God. Wind without trace parted his lips, but could not produce a sound. He suddenly recalled how many years ago another had knelt before him, saying, from this day forth, I am your partner and your shield. Now, the shield lay shattered, the companion scattered, leaving only an empty city and hollow vows. The guardian stood upon the platform, his white robe billowing like a flag of triumph, yet also resembling an insurmountable gravestone. An empty city, empty vows, and the irrevocable distance between them. Chapter 68. The reverse fire oath the birth of Little 13 from the moment he publicly called out Father God. The name of Optimus Prime was forever enshrined in history. The chaotic Primus raised a fingertip, erasing the emblem of Optimus Prime from the public channel, leaving behind only a designation reminiscent of a mere number. Little 13. Not the last scion of the ancestors, not a leader, but merely the private possession of the Father God. Each morning, Little 13 would kneel beside the bed, arranging the cloak for chaotic Primus and reporting on the political affairs of the previous night. Each night, he would half kneel upon the platform, his gentle voice proclaiming the decrees of the Father God to the entire star. The populace gasped in shock, yet were silenced by the Mirror Legion. The ancestors raged in fury, yet their voices were stifled by energy locks. The world gradually accustomed itself to the singular voice of Cybertron, that voice belonging to the white-robed Father God, while the youth standing at the father's side was known as Little 13. Greedy paternal love, the chaotic Primus gazed down upon the docile youth at his feet, a deeper longing stirring within. I desire him to become my true progeny, not a mere servant, nor a mere reflection, but a genuine descendant. I wish for him to willingly sever all ties with his past, to call me Father with earnestness. As the deity forged from the convergence of two realms, he could effortlessly rewrite the source code of the embers, yet he refrained from employing force. The obedient child deserves to be tenderly nurtured. Thus, whenever the young 13 found solace in inebriation upon the rooftop, the Father God would appear, cradling the intoxicated youth back to the palace. Whenever nightmares disturbed his slumber, the Father God would gently stroke his hair, humming ancient lullabies with a deep, soothing voice. Over time, the young 13 began to forget that he was once called Optimus Prime, forget the warmth of the leadership module, forget the other half of the oath's emblem. He only remembered. The Father God's voice was the sole beacon in the night. The Father God's embrace was the only refuge amidst the storms. The Father God's presence was his singular source of security. Each time he heard the words, I am proud of you, a childlike innocence would illuminate his face. As he pressed his forehead against the deity's knee, the young 13 would strive to make the Father God even prouder. A gentle cage deep within the palace. The chaotic Primus reclined partially upon his throne, while the young 13 knelt at his feet, reporting on the day's affairs. Father God. The mirror tax has been reduced by 3, and the populace rejoices. Excellent, the Father God replied, lifting his hand to gently touch the young man's brow, whispering, I am proud of you. The youth's eyes sparkled instantaneously, akin to a spark ignited or a kitten eagerly nuzzling against a hand. The young 13 would continue to strive. The chaotic Primus smiled, placing his palm above the ember chamber of the youth, slowly infusing energy into him. Father God's blood, gradually replacing the matrix patterns within the youth's body, transforming silver blue into dark crimson. Yet, the young man remained oblivious, feeling only warmth, serenity, and love. Untraceable awakening at the same moment in the Shadow Domain's residence. Feng Wuhen stood upon the terrace, his hands gripping the railing tightly, his knuckles paling from the strain. The crack in the emblem of his oath still lingered upon his chest, yet it no longer seared with the shackles of the chaotic Primus. Nominally, he was free. However, the memories had not faded. He vividly recalled how, with eyes filled with resentment, he had cast Optimus Prime into the abyss, remembered the man pleading on his knees, yet still being driven to desperation, remembered that one word, Father God, piercing his heart like a dagger. The ember within his chest throbbed painfully, not from the shackles, but from remorse. I am sorry, Optimus Prime, he murmured softly, his voice carried away by the night wind, yet the pain remained unscathed. You sacrificed your identity, honor, and dignity to save me. If you could relinquish everything for my sake, he raised his gaze, the optical lenses igniting with a resolute flame under the moonlight. Then I shall not only save you, but also reclaim everything you have lost from his grasp. In the first step, the remnants of the old guard were summoned. At dawn the following day, windless, cloaked in secrecy, discreetly dispatched an encrypted signal to gather the former forces of the Shadow Realm, the formidable remnants of the once mighty army, and the grassroots officers of the Autobots still loyal to the ideals of shared governance. The meeting was convened in the forsaken corridors of the Shadow Realm, within an ancient fortress ravaged by a rift in the void. Ironhide, Sideswipe, and Jetfire arrived first, followed by Smokescreen, Ratchet, and even the quietly departing remnants of the mirror ancestor from the City of Towers. Standing at the edge of the fissure, Windless' cloak was tugged by the winds of the void, yet his voice remained as steady as iron. I shall initiate a counteroffensive. The target, Chaos Primus. The aim, to reclaim the mantle of leadership, rescue Optimus Prime, and restore our shared governance. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly, yet none faltered. Ironhide slammed his hand on the table. If Shadow Brother names an enemy, then that enemy shall be our target. Smokescreen shrugged. Politics may be sordid, but count me in for the sake of clean friendships. Ratchet adjusted his glasses. I shall prepare a medical bay, ample enough to accommodate the entire leadership tower. Jetfire grinned. The formidable remnants are always on standby. Windless raised his hand, and silence enveloped the room. This battle was not for the Shadow Realm, nor solely for the Autobots, but for the freedom that had been wrested away. In the second step, intelligence was to be gathered. To overthrow a deity, one must first ascertain their secrets. Under the cover of night, Windless donned a shadowy cloak and, aided by the former forces of the Shadow Realm, stealthily infiltrated the heart of the leadership tower. He bore witness to the once gentle and steadfast leader, now half-kneeling, attending to Chaos Primus with deference, his voice obedient. Father, is the sweetness of tonight's moonlight brew to your liking? The Father God smiled, his palm resting upon the leader's head. With you here, all is well. Windless' knuckles whitened with tension, the emblem of his vow crackling softly against his chest, like a silent lament. He turned, fading into the darkness, yet a newfound resolve ignited within his eyes. Upon returning to the secret chamber, Windless activated an old terminal, retrieving the resonance equation of the spark. This was the core of the vow he had co-written with Optimus Prime, once corroded by shackles, yet never wholly destroyed. If he has tenderly trained you, then I shall tenderly train him in return. I shall compel him to return you to me with his own hands. The following morning, Windless, through the former forces of the Shadow Realm, submitted a request to Chaos Primus to serve as his adjutant, assisting in the governance of Cybertron. Citing, Little 13 is so well-behaved, it pains my heart. I wish to share the burden, to ease the Father God's worries. At the conclusion of his application, he added a handwritten note. I once strayed from the path, but now I desire to return to your side and become another obedient child of yours. Chaos Primus, upon reading the neatly penned words, felt a surge of delight. Another lost lamb has found its way back. The request was approved, and Windless was appointed as adjutant, attending to the Father God daily. Reverse tenderness from that day forth, a remarkable scene unfolded at the Tower of Leaders. The once proud king of the Shadow Realm now knelt partially upon the ground, assisting the Chaos Primus in arranging his cloak, speaking with a gentle tone. Father God, young 13 is burdened with affairs today. I wish to share his load. Father God, the wind is strong tonight. Allow me to warm your blankets. Father God, young 13 is weary. I shall sing a lullaby for you. Each act of tenderness was perfectly timed, neither overshadowing nor overstepping boundaries, yet gradually permeating the daily life of the Father God, infiltrating young 13's gaze and seeping into every crevice of this gentle prison. A meeting of cracks in the dead of night, within the palace corridors, young 13 clutched a stack of official documents as he approached the Father God's chamber. However, upon turning a corner, he beheld Feng Wuhen tenderly fastening the cloak of Chaos Primus, his movements gentle, his focus unwavering. A faint smile gracing his lips reminiscent of bygone days. He froze, the emblem of his vows at his chest emitting a subtle cracking sound, akin to a bubble pierced by a needle. Feng Wuhen lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting in a gentle yet resolute exchange. "Good night, young 13. The Father God has me. You should rest early." Young 13 parted his lips, but uttered no sound, clutching the documents tighter as he turned to leave, his silhouette lonely, akin to a child deprived of candy. Epilogue. Taming and retaming deep within the palace, Chaos Primus reclined against his throne, observing Feng Wuhen pour wine for him, delight flickering in his eyes. "You understand better than young 13 how to bring joy to others." Feng Wuhen lowered his gaze, his voice soft, "Because I aspire to be your most cherished child." He raised a hand, his fingertips grazing the knee of the Father God, akin to a cat seeking affection, yet none noticed the hunter-like glimmer that briefly flickered in his eyes. The web woven from tenderness was tightening in reverse. Meanwhile, the Father God upon the throne remained oblivious, believing he held the reins, unaware that the other end had quietly slipped into the hunter's grasp. The process of taming and retaming had merely begun. Chapter 69. The hunter and the reins cracks beneath the white robe as the morning bell of the Tower of Leaders tolled for the third time. Chaos Primus, for the first time, did not awaken immediately. The heavy drapes of the chamber filtered the dawn light into a pale golden hue, cascading upon the steps of the throne like a fragile, thin shell. Feng Wuhen knelt on the steps, his palms cradling the hem of the Father God's cloak, his knuckles slightly bent, his demeanor as submissive as a dagger sheathed. "Let us sleep a while longer," he softly urged, his voice imbued with just the right amount of huskiness, as if he too had not found slumber. Chaos Primus closed his eyes, yet his consciousness continued to wander through the sea of data. He observed young 13 standing in the outer corridor, clutching the unfinished documents from the previous night, akin to holding a stack of his own emptiness. He also noted that, following the reduction of the energy tax rates of the Mirror Legion, public joy surged by 37. Yet the deficit of the lower energy pools expanded by 94. Joy and deficit, like two rivers flowing in opposing directions, clashed within the depths of his fire seed, producing a faint yet jarring sound of friction. This noise, for the first time, instilled within him a sense of weariness. The wind, imperceptible, caressed the lashes, while the corners of the lips retained their curvature, yet the fingertips subtly tightened, revealing a crack that had begun to form. Little 13's nightmare unfolded simultaneously. In the external corridor, leaning against a pillar, Little 13 observed how the top page of his script had been dampened by the morning dew. The ink smudged into a nebulous black haze, reminiscent of a face that could not come into focus. He fixated on that dark cloud and was suddenly reminded of the dream from the night before. In the dream, he stood upon a silvery blue prairie, where the leader's tower hung inverted against the celestial canvas. At the edge of the prairie, someone stood with their back to him, familiar azure light patterns spilling from the cracks in their shoulder armor. Was that a reflection of his former self? He yearned to shout, but a dark crimson energy surged from his throat, stifling his voice along with a spark of fire. The inverted leader's tower crashed down, shattering the prairie and obliterating his mirrored armor. Upon awakening, he found himself curled at the feet of the Father God, akin to a stray cat recently rescued. As the Father God's hand rested above his chamber of fire, infusing it with divine blood, that warmth felt so incredibly real, while the silvery blue of the dream appeared utterly illusory. In that moment, the breeze in the corridor, laden with dew, left Little 13 uncertain which side truly constituted the realm of dreams. The countdown in the shadow domain, beneath the leader's tower, in the abandoned heat dissipation network. The remnants of the shadow domain formed a semicircle, their gazes fixed upon the holographic map laid out by the imperceptible wind. The map depicted the leader's tower segmented into 7 layers, each marked with pathways of varying colors, Red for the Father God's daily route. Gold for Little 13's stagnation points. Silver for the Mirroring Legion's blind spots. Black for the Resonance Amplifier's installation sites. There were 12 resonance amplifiers in total, which must be buried before Little 13's next public address. The voice of the imperceptible wind was hushed on the day of the address. The Father God will activate the star-wide broadcast with the fire channel at full capacity. That is our sole opportunity to briefly restart the Matrix corridor. Iron armor furrowed his brow. Once the Matrix corridor restarts, the leadership module within Little 13 will awaken in tandem. He will experience pain. The imperceptible wind's fingertips hesitated slightly, as if grazed by an invisible blade. It only uttered 2 words, understood. The smoke screen, clutching an unlit energy cigar, mumbled, "Gentlemen, are you certain he will forgive us upon awakening?" The imperceptible wind lifted its gaze, the pupils reflecting the eerie green of the heat pipe walls, resembling 2 clusters of imprisoned will-o'-the-wisps. Uncertain, yet I am convinced that if we delay any longer, he shall remain forever as Little 13. The Father God's trial. Night, within the palace chamber. Chaos Primus reclined upon the throne, his cloak unfurling like a white marsh. Little 13 knelt to the right, meticulously folding today's joyful data into a paper crane. The imperceptible wind knelt to the left, supporting a cup of moonlight brew, the liquid dancing like a crumpled mirror. Imperceptible wind, the Father God suddenly spoke, his voice delicate as if testing the strings. "Why do you never ask for my blood to be bestowed upon you?" The imperceptible wind lowered its gaze, raising the cup above its brow. The blood of the Father God is a reward. The child has yet to achieve deeds worthy of such a prize. Chaos Primus chuckled softly, lifting his chin with a fingertip as a tempest of data swirled within his golden eyes. "What if I require you to accomplish something at this very moment? Please, Father God, give your command." On the eve of the proclamation, you shall stand in for Shao Shi-San, announcing to the entire star that the remnants of the shadow domain have surrendered, marking the conclusive end of the era of co-governance. The sleeping palace fell into a profound silence, with only the delicate flutter of the paper crane's wings producing a faint rustling sound as Shao Shi-San's fingers tightened. The wind, leaving no trace, brushed past the pale joints resting upon the paper crane, and a gentle smile curved his lips. "I shall comply with the decree." Chaos Prime smiled, yet a tempest brewed in his eyes. He yearned to witness this obedient shell fracture, revealing the sharpness within, so that he could rightfully crush that shadow, compelling the 2 lambs to relearn the tremors of fear. But the wind simply bowed, pressing his forehead against Chaos Prime's knee, his voice soft as the night itself. "To ease the concerns of our Father God is the greatest honor of a child." On the night before the proclamation, the twin rifts emerged. At midnight, on the leader tower's platform, the wind adjusted the resonance amplifiers alone. The miniature drill emitting a sound as subtle as a mosquito's buzz within the railing. The lingering flavor of moonlight rested on his tongue, tinged with a bittersweet rust. Behind him, footsteps were as light as a cat's. Shao Shi-San, clad in a pure white sleeping robe, bore a flickering flame pattern upon his chest, a dance of dark red and silver blue, reminiscent of an unspoken civil war. "Vice Officer Feng," he addressed formally, though his voice was fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. "Tomorrow, will you stand in for me during the proclamation?" Without turning, Feng Wuhen pushed the final amplifier into place before responding. "It is to share the burden for you, but I wish to stand there myself." Shao Shi-San lowered his gaze to the creases on his fingertips, remnants of the paper crane, feeling that certain things could not be reclaimed unless he spoke them himself. Feng Wuhen finally turned, the moonlight casting a delicate frost upon his face. He reached out, tucking a few stray strands behind Shao Shi-San's ear, his gesture tender yet almost cruel. "Then go and speak it yourself. I will accompany you." Shao Shi-San lifted his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of long-lost silver blue reflected in his optical lens, only to be consumed by the dark red in the next moment. Suddenly, he grasped Feng Wuhen's wrist, his voice trembling. "Wuhen, I've been dreaming frequently of another name." Feng Wuhen's fingertips quivered imperceptibly, then he tightened his grip, his palm cold as the snow of the shadow domain. "Sleep now. When tomorrow passes, the dream shall awaken." On the day of the proclamation, the Matrix corridor reactivated. In the morning, at the leader tower's main square, 100,000 citizens stood in formation, The mirrored legion's rifles pointed skyward, resembling a silent forest of steel. In the center of the elevated platform, Chaos Prime's white robe billowed, his golden eyes surveying the sea of humanity as the data tide fell still in an instant. Xiao Shan stood to the left, his dark red cloak clasped to the highest button, as if he had nailed himself into a coffin. Feng Wuhen stood to the right, his black armor adorned with a pure white vice officer's sash, the end embroidered with an inverted shadow blade unnoticed by all. The horn sounded long and resonantly. The star-wide broadcast initiated, the flame channel brimming with fervor. Just as Chaos Prime raised his hand, signaling for Xiao Shan to step forward, Feng Wuhen lightly tapped his cuff, and 12 resonance amplifiers activated simultaneously. Silent ripples emanated from the leader tower, swiftly enveloping the entire Cybertron. In the public channel of the Flame Seed, a previously erased insignia suddenly illuminated. Optimus Prime, Matrix Corridor, reboot. Little 13 paused, the leadership module on his chest radiating a blinding silver blue, clashing violently with the dark red blood of the Father God. He emitted a distorted scream of agony, his knees crashing to the ground, as energy mist erupted from the seams of his armor. The chaotic Primus narrowed his golden eyes, his white robe billowing without wind. The Creator's divine pressure akin to a torrent. Windless raised his gaze, the final layer of his docile exterior peeling away, revealing the chilling essence of the hunter within. He drew his blade, the shadowy edge reflecting the furious visage of the Father God, his voice soft as a farewell. You taught me that gentleness is the sharpest rain. The first gunshot of the rebellion rang out. Boom! Beneath the square, Fisher bombs preemptively planted by the remnants of the Shadow Realm detonated simultaneously, tearing a gap in the formation of the Mirror Legion. Ironclad beasts descended from the heavens, smoke screens unfurling as ambulances deployed their medical canopies, enveloping the writhing Little 13 entirely. The crowd screamed and scattered, yet amidst the chaos, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated. I am Optimus Prime. I once relinquished freedom, and now I shall reclaim it with my own hands. This was the mandatory broadcast from the leadership module to the entire star, a declaration of Little 13's true name, finally breaking free from the depths of suppression, echoing through the skies of Cybertron. Chaos Primus raised his hand, the Creator's power instantly condensing into a white spear of light, aimed directly at Windless' chest. Do you believe a mere resonator can shake a god? Windless did not flinch or evade. Instead, he stepped forward, allowing the spear's tip to rest against his spark chamber, his voice hoarse. No, I merely let him see that you are not the only father. At these words, the spear trembled slightly, for within Windless' spark, he detected an exceedingly faint yet familiar wave, the very doubt he had torn asunder at the dawn of creation. It became clear that when the king of the Shadow Realm was corroded by shackles, not only was loyalty implanted within him, but the goddess doubt was also stealthily stolen away. Now, with power restored, the spear's direction shifted. The culmination of taming and retaming unfolded as the white spear shattered, transforming into a cascade of flowing fire. Above the square, the silver-blue halo of the Matrix Corridor clashed with the dark red domain of the Father God, resembling two opposing tides. Optimus Prime was no longer referred to as Little 13. He knelt partially within the medical canopy, the leadership module reassembling, new light patterns spilling forth from the cracks. Windless turned, extending his hand towards him, the palm still bearing the remnants of the earlier spear's piercing crack. Droplets of energy blood falling yet crystallizing mid-air into a delicate paper crane, its silver-blue wings flapping gently as it landed before Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, he called that name, his voice trembling yet resplendent. I have come to take you home. Optimus raised his gaze. Within his optical lenses, the dark red and silver blue continued to battle. Yet a sliver of pure sky light broke through the clouds. In a high tower, the chaotic Primus stood, his white robe torn asunder by the tempest of energy. For the first time, his golden eyes flickered with realization. The reins tethered to him were no longer within his grasp. Meanwhile, the hunter's net was just beginning to tighten. Chapter 70. Before the net is drawn Hunter's journal in the highest chamber of a Leader-S tower. Windless Trace occupied his private sanctum. The walls, composed of one-way crystal, offered a panoramic view of the celestial city from within. Yet from the outside, only a mirrored curtain could be discerned. On the desk lay an unadorned handwritten tome, its pages crafted from the old-fashioned photonic fibers of the Shadow Realm, revealing their contents only under the moonlight. Windless Trace took up his pen, and lines of text began to materialize, only to be gently ruffled by the night breeze. Step 4. Let the gaze of the Father God rest solely upon me. Step 5. Make little 13 the target of all. Step 6. When he becomes utterly dependent on me, draw the net. He closed the tome and raised his gaze towards the direction of the sleeping quarters, the corners of his lips curling into a hunter's smile. Father God, the reins you bestowed upon me shall now be tightened by my hand. Trust in disarray over the past 10 Cybertron cycles. Windless Trace's service to the chaotic Primus had been more meticulous than that of Little 13, attuned to the nuances of the heart. He would present the perfectly tempered moonlight brew before the Father God spoke. He would hum lullabies from Earth when the Father God felt weary. He could even anticipate the Father God's energy fluctuations and deliver the necessary blood supplements. Meanwhile, Little 13 clumsily struggled to learn how to please. The balance of trust quietly tipped. The chaotic Primus had conferred greater energy authority upon Windless Trace than administrative power upon Little 13. This was precisely the outcome Windless Trace desired, to instill the belief that he was irreplaceable compared to Little 13. Step 4. Soul gaze in the depths of night. Within the Father God's chambers, Windless Trace knelt beside the bed, fastening the cloak of the chaotic Primus while speaking softly. Father God, Little 13 has made yet another blunder in administration today. Tax calculations were erroneous, leading to public grievances. The Father God frowned, yet his palm rested affectionately upon Windless Trace's head, his voice tinged with weary fondness. With you here, I feel at ease. Windless Trace met his gaze, warmth radiating from his eyes. I am willing to share your burdens, to rectify the mess left by Little 13. The Father God smiled, the infinity symbol swirling slowly within his pupils. Very well. From this day forth, you shall oversee his administrative duties. Step 4 was accomplished. The administrative authority of Little 13 was silently transferred to Windless Trace. Step 5. The target of all the following morning, the Leader's Tower announced, effective immediately. Little 13 is responsible for the burdensome tasks of adjusting the mirror tax rates and restoring the Ancestor Plaza. All were tasks rife with potential error. Meanwhile, Windless Trace was tasked with the ceremonial duties of the Father God's chambers and the preparations for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Light, glamour, and the center of attention. The populace murmured in astonishment, the ancestors whispering. Has Little 13 fallen out of favor? Windless Trace is now the favored one before the Father God. Public opinion surged like a tide, thrusting Little 13 into the eye of the storm. Oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, he remained engrossed in a mountain of documents, clumsily calculating each decimal point. In the dead of night, rubbing his weary eyes, he glanced towards the chamber of Feng Wuhen, a flicker of reliance flashing in his gaze. Fortunately, you are here to guide me. Step 5 accomplished. Little 13 had become the target of public ire. Feng Wuhen, his solitary beacon of hope. Step 6 was inextricably linked to me. In the stillness of night, an alarm rang out from the divine palace of his father, signaling an energy anomaly. The spark frequency had deviated by 0.05, originating from the chaotic Primus entity. Feng Wuhen arrived swiftly, kneeling on the ground, his palm pressed against his father's chest, infusing it with the purifying essence of the divine blood. Father, do not fear. I am here. The energy fluctuations subsided instantly. As his father opened his eyes, the gaze directed at him was imbued with genuine softness for the first time. You provide me with more reassurance than Little 13 does. Feng Wuhen lowered his eyes, his voice gentle, because I belong to you. Step 6 completed. The chaotic Primus was now inseparable from him. Little 13's dependency deepened. Meanwhile, his administrative duties were plagued with errors. Tax rate proposals met with public protests. The plaza renovation budget exceeded, and complaints from the mirrored ancestors were incessant. Alone on the rooftop at night, he sat in silence with his documents until Feng Wuhen appeared, draping a cloak over him. Do not be disheartened. I will assist you. Little 13 looked up, his eyes brimming with reliance. Thankfully, you are here. Feng Wuhen smiled, placing his palm above the spark chamber, slowly infusing it with a warm, dark golden flow. I will always be by your side. Little 13's reliance had become ingrained in his very essence. On the eve of the netting beneath the full moon, At the highest level of the leader's tower, Feng Wuhen stood alone on the rooftop, toying with a rose gold core. This was the crystallized divine blood he had purified for his father, now completely free from chaotic contamination and transformed into an independent reverse key. He raised his gaze towards the distant palace, a hunter's smile gracing his lips. The net is drawing close. The next step is to have his father sever the paternal bond with little 13, to compel little 13 to cut the faith tether with his father. And I, with a gentle push, shall reclaim all that belongs to us. The lullaby of the fuse. On the eve of the netting, Feng Wuhen taught little 13 a new lullaby. The melody identical to the one his father cherished, yet subtly altered by a single note. That note served as the activation signal for the reverse key. Once learned, little 13 eagerly rushed to his father's chamber, humming the lullaby. As his father slumbered, the signal was quietly implanted, and the reverse key resonated in perfect harmony with the core of the divine spark. Countdown to dawn. In the moments before dawn, Feng Wuhen stood on the rooftop, the rose gold core shimmering alongside the full moon. He raised his hand, lightly touching the emblem of the oath, his voice barely audible, carried only by the wind. Pillar of heaven, wait for me. This time, allow me to draw you back from the abyss, even if it means opposing the divine. As the final act unfolds, the full moon gradually descends, and the rose gold core emits faint dripping sounds, reminiscent of a countdown, akin to a heartbeat. Feng Wuhen lifts his gaze towards the distant palace, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Father God, the reins you bestowed upon me shall now be tightened. The time to ensnare has arrived. The gentle net is officially drawn. Chapter 71. Before Dawn and the Reawakening of Co-Governance, Countdown 001000. In Feng Wuhen's palm, the rose gold core emits delicate dripping sounds, akin to the last heartbeat before dawn. The full moon sinks below the horizon, the aurora at the treetops flickering with a silvery blue hue, casting a long and sharp shadow of the leader's tower. He raises his hand, embedding the core into the reverse key activation slot, and a countdown appears on the screen. 001000, 10 minutes. Sufficient to bring the divine to ruin and to free the prisoner. Lullaby signals simultaneously in the Father God's palace. Little 13 kneels beside the bed, softly humming a lullaby. Each note resonates in harmony with the reverse key. Every breath adds to the countdown. The chaotic Primus remains in slumber, the infinite symbol in his pupils slowly rotating beneath his eyelids, unaware that his core is being subtly rewritten. Step 7. Severing the father-son chain. 000800. Feng Wuhen stands in the shadows of the palace, his fingertips lightly tapping the virtual screen. Issuing the first command. Sever the father-son chain target, chaotic Primus and little 13. As the command is dispatched, the final note of the lullaby fades, and the Father God's blood deep within little 13's core suddenly stagnates, as if an invisible hand has choked off its supply. The slumbering, chaotic Primus furrows his brow slightly, sensing a minuscule deviation in energy waves, a mere 001, yet enough to evoke unease in the divine. Step 8. Severing the faith chain. 000600. The second command is issued. Sever the faith chain target. Little 13 and chaotic Primus. Little 13's humming abruptly ceases, and a faint cracking sound emanates from the core chamber. The moment the Father God's blood is purified in reverse, transforming into rose gold. He pauses, raising his hand to touch his chest, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What is happening? Feng Wuhen emerges from the shadows, kneeling beside him. His voice gentle. Do not fear. It is merely a nightmare. His palm rests above the core chamber, a warm dark gold current flowing in, replenishing the severed Father God's blood, now devoid of chaotic taint, replaced by pure, independent rose gold. Little 13 raises his gaze to Feng Wuhen, genuine reliance surfacing in his eyes for the first time. Fortunately, you are still here. Step 9. The Fall of the Divine. 000400. Chaotic Primus finally perceives something amiss. Abruptly opening his eyes, the infinite symbol in his pupils spinning violently. Who is it? The windless trace emerged from the shadows, kneeling gracefully upon the ground, his voice imbued with humility. Father God, it is I. What have you done to me? Chaos Primus raised his hand. An energy chain swiftly coiled around the neck of windless trace. Yet they were compelled to halt before the warm flow of rose gold. I merely wish to set you free. Windless Trace lifted his gaze, his eyes gentle yet resolute, yearning for liberation from the confines of his divine father. The wrath of the deity retaliated. Chaos Primus roared, unleashing an energy tempest that engulfed the palace, only to be forcibly subdued by the rose-gold warmth. That was the ultimate authority of the reverse key, life and death intertwined. Should the deity slay Windless Trace, his own core would shatter if he refrained. He could only watch helplessly as he faced reverse purification. Do you believe that life and death intertwined can restrain me? Chaos Primus raised his hand, redirecting the energy chains toward Little 13, declaring, "Then I shall slay him." Yet Windless Trace was swifter, placing his palm above Little 13's core, the rose-gold warmth expanding instantaneously, forcibly linking their essences. If the god were to kill Little 13, Windless Trace would perish, and the god himself would fall. "Now, you have two choices," Windless Trace spoke softly. "Either relinquish your hold, or we shall perish together." For the first time, the fear of the deity surfaced. Chaos Primus, having merged the creators of two worlds, found himself cornered by a mere mortal. The energy storm gradually subsided, and he slowly released Windless Trace. His voice hoarse, "You have triumphed. However, life and death intertwined is not the end. I desire you to remain by my side forever." Windless Trace smiled, placing his palm against his forehead, his voice gentle yet resolute. "I shall accompany you until you learn to let go." The reverse key emitted its final sound, and the rose-gold warmth instantly spread, forcibly purifying the core of Chaos Primus. The intertwining symbols of dark red and silver blue were violently torn apart by the rose-gold fissures, transforming into a cascade of radiant shards. Among the glimmering fragments, an emblem of the oath gradually emerged, once seized by the Father God, belonging to the pillar of heaven and Windless Trace, now returned through reverse purification. Windless Trace raised his hand to catch the emblem of the oath, placing his palm above Little 13's core, his voice soft. "Welcome back, Pillar of Heaven." Little 13 lifted his gaze, the confusion in his optical lens slowly dissipating, replaced by a long-lost warmth and determination. "I have returned." As dawn broke anew, the full moon completely sank beneath the horizon, and the first rays of morning light danced upon the tips of the aurora trees. At the highest tier of the leader's tower, rose-gold shards slowly descended, resembling a reverse meteor shower. Chaos Primus knelt upon the ground, his white robe gilded by the morning light, akin to a shattered throne. Windless Trace stood before him, the emblem of the oath resting in his palm. His voice gentle yet resolute. "You have lost. Yet you have also won. You have taught me how to tame a god with tenderness." The morning light cascades down, rose-gold sparkles gently drifting like a tender snowfall. The wind without trace raises a hand to softly touch the emblem of the vow, whispering a promise that only the wind can hear. "Optimus Prime, wait for me. This time, I have truly reclaimed you." Beside him stands Little 13, "No, Optimus Prime," the optical lens reflecting a long-lost warmth and resolve. "This time, together, we shall safeguard our freedom." The morning light envelopes, tender nets formally drawing close. The deity has fallen, and humanity is free. On the leader tower S terrace, rose-gold sparkles continue to fall like a reverse meteor shower. The chaotic Primus kneels, his white robe billowing in the morning breeze, fissures crisscrossing its fabric. With the last remnants of dark red being purified, his form begins to disintegrate, infinite symbols shattering into two streams of light, one silver blue, the other dark red, coalescing anew in the air. The silver blue embodies the Primus of this world. With a gentle visage and compassionate gaze, the dark red represents the mirrored Primus, whose deep-set eyes no longer twist in distortion. The two creator deities stand shoulder to shoulder, simultaneously raising their hands in a gesture of respect towards the wind without trace. The mirrored Primus smiles, his voice deep yet tender. "I have seen that true love is not possession, but release. Should you encounter troubles in the future, call my name, and I shall offer my utmost assistance. It would be even better if you would consider becoming my successor." Wind without trace raises a hand, his fingertips lightly touching the emblem on his chest, nodding, "I understand and thank you for your promise." The mirrored Primus laughs heartily, tearing open a rift in space. Accompanied by the 12 mirrored ancestors, stepping onto the path of return, the silver blue Primus then addresses the gathered crowd, his voice warm. The new world shall be written by you. As his words settle, he transforms in his sparkling light, merging into the core of Cybertron. As heaven and earth shine in unison. With the creator deities departed, Cybertron embarks on a new era of shared governance. In the Leader Tower's conference hall, shadows fill either side of the long table. One side led by Optimus Prime, flanked by the restored Megatron, now known as Sentinel Prime. The other side presided over by the Primal, with 12 ancestral Autobots seated in attendance. Wind Without Trace stands at the end of the long table, unveiling a holographic proposal, proposal number 01. Theme: a new cooperative governance structure. The content is succinct yet profoundly impactful. 1. The 12 ancestral Autobots shall temporarily remain in the background, serving as the highest advisory council, retaining only veto and legislative powers. 2. All governmental affairs shall be initially handled by leaders Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime before being submitted for unanimous approval by the Advisory Council. 3. The Shadow Realm and Cybertron shall officially merge, establishing a cooperative council, with Wind Without Trace serving as the first representative of the Shadow Realm. 4. Any threats of creator deity magnitude shall be jointly adjudicated by the leaders, the Shadow Realm representative, and the highest Advisory Council. After reviewing the proposal, the Primal's brow twitches. Glancing across the table at the dark Wind Without Trace, who leisurely savors tea, a box of Shadow Realm special overtime compensation vouchers beside his teacup. Their gazes locked. An-Wu-Chun raised his hand with a subtle smile, gesturing for permission. Xianju Tian inhaled deeply, turning to Feng Wuhen, as the representative of the Shadow Domain. Do you deem this proposal excessively radical? Feng Wuhen replied with a refined smile. Radical? No, it embodies efficiency. Besides, did not my brother also receive compensation vouchers? Xianju Tian fell silent, the whispered words of An-Wu-Chun as he handed over the vouchers flashing his mind. Sign it, and your brother will be pleased. Refuse, and he will be distressed. Which do you prefer? The answer was evident. In the internal channel of the Council of Ancestors, Xianju Tian engaged in a fervent discussion with the other ancestors. Ing Tian Xing. Are we truly allowing Wizhntn to serve as our protector? He once bombed the council. Ru Tian, Shio interjected, yet the proposal is undeniably efficient. We merely need to nod or shake our heads, avoiding overtime. Zhichntnzian added, I second this. Observing from the sidelines while sipping tea would be quite delightful. Master T, I remarked, the children have grown. Let them soar. Ultimately, the vote concluded with unanimous approval. Xianju Tian, representing the collective, signed at the end of the proposal, his hand trembling, not from excitement, but from sorrow for the fleeting holiday he was about to lose. As the signing ceremony concluded, Wizhntn stood upon the platform, his cape billowing, adorned with a new emblem, a creature half lion, half eagle, symbolizing guardianship and majesty. He turned to Optimus Prime, his voice deep yet filled with a long-lost ease. I never imagined we would share governance one day. Optimus Prime smiled, raising his hand to meet his, not shoulder to shoulder, but back to back. I guard the front, and you guard the rear. The Shadow Domain and Cybertron shall no longer know boundaries. Wizhntn laughed heartily, turning to face the crowd. Raising his scepter, the Protector is in position. The crowd erupted in cheers, fireworks illuminating the sky, reminiscent of a long-awaited dawn. On the opposite side of the platform, Feng Wuhen knelt partially, accepting the emblem of a Shadow Domain. The badge, half gold and half dark, shone alongside the emblem of the oath. He raised his gaze to Optimus Prime, standing beside the leader, their fingers intertwined quietly yet resolutely, their voices low but firm. Shadow Domain, return to formation. The crowd cheered once more, the fireworks reflecting in their optical lenses, resembling a warm sea of stars. After the ceremony, in the backstage resting area, An-Wu-Chun and Xianju Tian sat side by side, facing the overtime compensation vouchers, energy snacks, and 2 cups of specially prepared calming tea for the brothers. An-Wu-Chun sighed. My brother is so troublesome. All I can do as his elder is clean up after him. Xianju Tian empathized deeply. Mine is equally restless, charging ahead without a thought, nearly tearing the world apart. Their eyes met, and simultaneously they sighed and raised their glasses. To our brothers, cheers. To no more overtime, cheers. On the first day of the new administration, the following morning, in the office of the Cybertron leaders, Optimus Prime and WIZH and TN sat side by side at the long table, their desks piled high with administrative documents. Megatron rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Is this what you mean by back-to-back? It feels more like working face-to-face." Optimus Prime chuckled softly. "At least we no longer have to kneel to anyone." Megatron raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the doorway as Windblade entered, carrying a stack of new documents, exuding an air of refined grace. "Gentlemen, the immigration resettlement plan for the Shadow Realm is ready for your review." Megatron lamented, "Indeed, my brother's gratitude manifests as an avalanche of paperwork." Yet, Optimus smiled as he accepted the documents, his voice gentle. "This is the world he has entrusted to us. We must tend to it personally." As the new era dawned, the full moon rose once more, shining brighter than ever before. At the pinnacle of the leader's tower, three figures stood shoulder to shoulder: Optimus Prime, the Guardian, and the Shadow Realm representative. Behind them loomed 12 ancestral figures, while before them, a jubilant crowd celebrated amidst brilliant fireworks. Windblade raised his hand, lightly touching the emblem of their oath, his voice barely audible to the others. "This time, we are truly free." Optimus grasped his hand, their fingers interlocking. "Then let us protect this freedom until the universe's end." Megatron lifted his glass in salute to the full moon, declaring, "To the new world, to hard work, and to the unending bond of brotherhood." Fireworks soared, the moon hung high, and Cybertron embraced a genuine era of co-governance. Chapter 72. The first day of co-governance before dawn. The full moon had yet to fully descend, but the treetops shimmered with a soft golden light of morning. In the topmost circular office of the leader's tower, humorously dubbed Overtime Hell, the lights burned brighter than the dawn. At the long table, Optimus Prime and Megatron sat side by side, facing a mountain of official documents nearly half their height. On the other side, Windblade held the final attachment of the Shadow Realm Immigration Resettlement Plan, cradling it like a stack of explosives, his demeanor still composed and elegant. "Good morning, my lords," he greeted. The first workday of the new era commenced with the Shadow Realm. Megatron slammed his pen onto the table, sighing dramatically indeed. "My brother's expression of gratitude is a mountain of documents at no extra cost. Document Storm Immigration Resettlement Plan for the Shadow Realm, No. 02 content. To transform the ancient city of Mirror Abyss and the chaotic Primus into a cohabitation experimental zone for Cybertron and the Shadow Realm, with an expected population influx of 120,000. Additional clauses: residents of the Shadow Realm will enjoy Cybertronian citizenship, but must undergo Matrix fundamental literacy training. Cybertronian residents may migrate freely to the Shadow Realm, but must pass a chaos resistance test. Both parties will exempt each other from tariffs, but a 30% consumption tax will be levied on the Shadow Realm's special chaos brew to prevent inebriation-induced transformations." Megatron pointed at the clauses, his finger trembling. "A tax on chaos brew? The inhabitants of the Shadow Realm will tear me to shreds." Windblade grinned like a cat that had caught a fish. "Fear not. Before they get to you, they will first deal with my brother. He is the Shadow Realm's Minister of Finance." Meanwhile, in the depths of the Shadow Realm's Ministry of Finance, Darkblade suddenly sneezed 3 times in quick succession, rubbing his nose and muttering, "It must be my brother passing the buck again." Chronicles of the Elder Brothers overtime at the same hour, within the shadowy confines of the Tianyuan Tower's office. Shinju Atian clutched the new chapter from the Primordial Review Committee, tears welling in his eyes. "Why must I toil in the shadows? I yearn to be on the front lines, cutting ribbons." Master Tai, unfazed, savored his tea. "The backstage is preferable. One does not kneel in the shadows." Intian Xing raised his hands in exasperation. "At least we need not calculate decimals. A mere nod or shake of the head suffices." Jintianzun interjected, "I second that. Watching the drama unfold backstage is immensely enjoyable." With a sigh, Shinju Atian affixed his signature, casually sketching a caricature of himself expiring from overwork in the margins of the document. The uproar at the public square at 10 in the morning outside the leader's tower. The vanguard of the Shadow Domain immigrants arrived, mistakenly interpreting the chaos resistance test as a chaos resistance sobriety test, leading to utter disarray. "Please blow into the device," commanded the tester. "Can I just blow into a bottle instead?" queried an immigrant. "That is permissible, but do not cause an explosion." To everyone's astonishment, someone indeed caused the testing apparatus to explode, transforming himself into a 3-form warrior, a plane, a tank, and a drunken cat. When Megatron arrived on the scene, witnessing the rolling drunks scattered about, he grimaced. "Is this what you call resistance in the shadow domain?" Feng Wuhen replied with utmost seriousness. "Transforming into a drunken state indicates exceedingly high resistance. I suggest appointing them as Chaos Brew tasting officials." The crowd erupted in laughter, with the live broadcast comments flooding in. Drunken cat transformation, a new species from Cybertron. Sobriety test? No, it's a drinking capacity test. Leaders, come collect your cats. Rescued by the leaders when Optimus Prime reached the square, the drunken cat was still rolling about, clinging to the tester's leg, pleading, "One more bottle." He chuckled in helpless amusement, raising his hand as the leadership module emitted a gentle cascade of light, instantly purifying the intoxication. The drunken cat reverted to a young man, clutching his head in lament. "My drink, my soul." Optimus Prime bent down, presenting a cup of detox tea. "Set your soul aside for now. Complete the test, and I shall treat you to some non-alcoholic moonshine." The young man's eyes brightened. The leader keeps his word. The test resumed, order restored, and the comments shifted dramatically. "The leader is so gentle. I wish the leader would invite me for tea. Where can I find non-alcoholic moonshine?" Megatron turned to Optimus Prime. "You certainly know how to charm." Optimus Prime smiled. "To charm the world, one must first charm an individual." Afternoon tea with the elder brother at noon. In the rest area of the Tianyuan Tower, Shinju Etian and Wuhan, Master Tai, and Intian Xing gathered around a tea table, with special calming tea provided for the elder brother before them. Shinju Etian sighed. Having a capable younger brother is not always a blessing. The paperwork piles up higher than the tower itself. And Wuhan rubbed his forehead. "My younger brother's antics have led to a fiscal deficit longer than my lifespan." Master Tai remained composed. "At least I no longer kneel to anyone." Intian Xing raised his hands. "At least we only need a nod." The four raised their cups in unison, exclaiming, "To our younger brother, cheers!" Twilight Shadow Domain Night Market as dusk approached. The temporary night market of Mirror Abyss City opened its doors. Vendors from the Shadow Domain displayed their wares. Chaotic brews, exquisite osmanthus cakes, and intricately crafted figurines. Residents of Cybertron contributed with vibrant matrix lights, energy mooncakes, and cloaks akin to those of their leaders. A lively barter ensued, filled with laughter and merriment. Wind Without Trace and Optimus Prime walked side by side, fingers intertwined, navigating through the bustling market. Vendors greeted them warmly, esteemed representatives of the Shadow Domain. "Would you care for a bottle of chaotic brew?" Wind Without Trace chuckled. "With a 30 tax, my treat." The vendor lamented, "Representative, you are taxing your own kind." Optimus Prime chuckled softly, raising his hand to settle the bill. "He treats, I pay." The vendor's face instantly brightened. "What generosity from our leader. Wishing you both a century of harmonious union." Wind Without Trace's ears turned slightly red, and he cleared his throat. "Thank you for your kind words." Late night, overtime at midnight, within the leader's private office, a mountain of documents lay, only half diminished. Megatron slumped on the sofa, clutching a cushion in despair. "I shall never mock the ancients again. At least they could find rest behind the scenes." Wind Without Trace pushed the final stack of papers towards him, smiling gently. "Guardian of Stars, regarding the port tax of Shadow Domain, please sign." Megatron gritted his teeth. "Just wait. Tomorrow, I shall draft a proposal to increase the chaotic brew tax by 50. Optimus Prime placed 2 cups of hot beverages on the table, his voice soft yet resolute. "Increased taxes are permissible, but first, let us finalize the port tax." Megatron groaned as he signed, muttering, "An era of co-governance? No, it is the era of overtime. Dawn of a new era at 4 a.m. The mountain of documents was finally cleared. The three stood shoulder to shoulder on the rooftop, witnessing the first rays of morning light pierce through the full moon, casting a glow over the city. Wind Without Trace raised his hand, lightly touching the emblem of their oath. His voice gentle. "The first day of the new era is complete." Megatron raised his glass, downing it in one gulp. "To overtime, to freedom, to the unending brotherhood." Optimus Prime grasped Wind Without Trace's hand, fingers intertwined, his voice tender yet firm. "To us, to the future, to the everlasting Cybertron." Epilogue at dawn. As the morning light cascaded down, the full moon sank, and fireworks blossomed in the sky, unleashing the last osmanthus bloom. The people looked up to see the three leaders standing united. Their reflections in the optical lens mirrored the same light. Light of freedom and light of overtime. Yet, it mattered not, for they understood that as long as these three stood together, Cybertron's tomorrow would never fade. On the first day of co-governance at dawn, the future had arrived. Chapter 73. Recruitment for Overtime Companions' new Cybertron under tricolor lights in the early morning at Iron Fortress. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the tricolor flag, transforming into a gradient of silver blue, dark red, and gray snow, landing upon the brand new energy fountain in the central square. At the base of the fountain, 3 lines were inscribed, dedicated to all those who have fought for freedom. Optimus Prime, wind without trace, Megatron stood in reverence. Surrounding the fountain were rows of rehabilitation gardens. In days of yore, the wounded soldiers at the front, some leaning on energy crutches, others walking alongside their families, strolled through the flower-lined paths. Children chased after miniature, shape-shifting beasts designed by shockwaves, their laughter ringing like a cascade of crisp rivets, embedding itself into the metallic earth. In the distant domain of shadows, the obsidian structures no longer exuded coldness. Solar panels adorned the rooftops, cloaking the night in a veil of morning radiance. Once assassins of the Shadow Realm, they had transformed into a night patrol, imparting lessons on stealth at community schools by day. Of course, the curriculum had been meticulously revised by Wind without trace, omitting chapters on throat-cutting and instead focusing on how to silently assist elderly ladies in locating their lost pet steel-toothed rabbits. According to the statistics from the government office, the unemployment rate had plummeted to 0, the quotas for super-energy entities surged by 38, and psychological disorders had decreased by 67. However, if this trend continued, the 3 of us would surely become the first leaders in Cybertron's history to succumb to overwork. Wind, without trace, flung the terminal onto the table and slumped into the chair, his gaze vacant. Opposite him, Optimus Prime was signing the 103rd municipal planning document. Raising his head at the remark, his silver-blue optics reflecting the sentiment, "I too am nearing my limits." Megatron kicked the door open, cradling a mountain of documents half his height, a tally on his black-gold armor indicating he had consumed 7 cups of energy coffee that day. His voice hoarse, "I propose we seek overtime companions. Time is of the essence." In a parallel universe, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, Alternate Prime, the parallel Optimus Prime, was engaged in a beach volleyball match with Alternate Megatron, the parallel Megatron. The ball, crafted from transforming alloy, in the net, composed of energy lasers, sent tsunami warnings blaring thrice with each play, just as Alternate Megatron executed a powerful spike that created a crater in the sand. A mirrored rift tore open in the sky, and an encrypted invitation landed with a thud on Alternate Prime's face. Overtime invitation, sender. Wind, without trace, Optimus Prime content. Constructing a new Cybertron, we require 2 capable of bearing mountains of documents, adept at combat, and willing to endure sleepless nights as companions. Compensation, lifetime stay at the Mirrored Universe Resort, unlimited refills of chaotic particle energy drinks, and a permanent residency certificate for a second home. Upon reading, Alternate Prime looked up at Alternate Megatron, who was struggling to extract the volleyball from the sand, wearing an expression of ominous foreboding. "Are we going?" Alternate Prime inquired. Alternate Megatron grinned, his fangs glinting sharply in the sunset. "A second home, of course we must go." However, he raised a hand, crushing the volleyball into a metallic disc, "But I want 10 barrels of the Moonlight Brew personally crafted by Wind without trace. That requires extra pay." Returning to the main universe, Megatron naturally thought of his right-hand man, Soundwave, the silent yet efficient intelligence director whose fingers danced over the terminal keyboard faster than a machine gun, and Shockwave, the logic-driven head of research, capable of working tirelessly for 72 hours on a single energy drink, a true perpetual motion machine of Cybertron. As Megatron placed 2 urgent reassignment requests before them, Soundwave adjusted his mask, and the screen flickered to display 144 hours of overtime allocated, ready at a moment's notice. The Shockwave meticulously crafted a feasibility report titled Enhancement of Administrative Processing Efficiency by 300, accompanied by 17 emergency contingency plans, even devoting a chapter to the unexpected troubles caused by the Red Spider. Megatron nodded in satisfaction, poised to offer commendation when the door was forcefully kicked open. "Why was I not informed?" exclaimed the Red Spider, adorned in a striking red and black ensemble, complete with newly designed luminous metallic wings. Furiously, he stormed into the office, his tail flame scorching the carpet. Soundwave silently raised a placard. Live broadcast begins. Shockwave retrieved a recording pen, ready to document the unforeseen variables. Megatron felt a throbbing in his temples and raised his hand. Red Spider, calm down. Before he could finish his sentence, the Red Spider collapsed at his feet. Clutching Megatron's thigh with both hands, his voice shifting from a sharp wail to a sob. Great Protector, I beseech you, allow me to join. I acknowledge my past unreliability. Yet I yearn to contribute to this peaceful world. I can serve tea, run errands, assist Soundwave in proofreading documents, and help Shockwave with test tubes. Just permit me to work overtime. I am willing to do anything. Megatron observed Soundwave's screen, which displayed a look of utter astonishment. Shockwave's recording pen clattered to the ground, a crack appearing in his calm facade. Taking a deep breath, Megatron bent down, attempting to pry the Red Spider's grip loose. Release me. The Red Spider clung even tighter, his wings trembling like a drenched peacock. I will not let go unless you agree. Megatron's compromise and additional conditions were established. 10 minutes later, the Red Spider finally relinquished his hold, swayed by Megatron's promise to consider his plea. That evening, within the administrative department's overtime hell, Windblade presented a voting sheet. Do you agree to allow the Red Spider to join the overtime team? Optimus Prime. Having an extra pair of hands is always beneficial. Alternate Prime. Parallel worlds require gossip material. Alternate Shockwave. I wish to see him serve tea. Soundwave. Can be utilized to test the new silent headphones. Shockwave. Variable 1. High research value. Megatron. Can I even refuse? The motion passed unanimously, with the additional terms personally drafted by Megatron. 1. The Red Spider's probation period is 30 days. If the error rate exceeds 3, he will be reassigned as the front desk mascot. 2. Unauthorized spraying of the Great Protector's emblem is prohibited. 3. Serving tea is permitted, but he must not place stickers on Optimus Prime's cup. 4. A weekly submission of a self-reflection and progress report, with a minimum of 2,000 words, is required, with Soundwave responsible for plagiarism checks. With tears in his eyes, the Red Spider reviewed the terms and resolutely signed. I, the Red Spider, vow to live up to the organization's expectations. The entire overtime crew gathered in the administrative hell on the following day, as the new administrative acceleration room was inaugurated on the top floor of the leadership tower. On one side of the long table, the formidable figures of the architect and the challenger sat side by side. One was tasked with accelerating municipal planning with fervor, while the other gently negotiated military budgets. On the opposite side, the Echo's fingers danced gracefully, projecting 99 screens that processed intelligence in real time. The Shockwave was accompanied by a fleet of 17 drones, seamlessly scanning, archiving, and stamping documents in one fluid motion. The Red Spider, clad in an intern-esque vest, darted about with an energy drink, occasionally receiving a stern glare from Megatron, prompting an immediate salute. Your Excellency, the Guardian of Stars, here is your coffee, unsweetened and double bitter. The Windless Trace and Optimus Prime lounged on a sofa, each clutching a bag of popcorn as they observed the mountain of documents diminish at an observable pace. Indeed, Optimus Prime mused, unity is strength. No, Windless Trace squinted. It is the collaboration of more individuals working overtime that constitutes true power. As the night wore on, the office remained brightly lit, no longer merely illuminated by 3 solitary figures. The architect and the challenger were embroiled in a heated argument over a budget sheet, while Echo marked 38 grammatical errors in the Red Spider's reflection report. Shockwave had programmed the drones to cheer, collectively applauding and launching fireworks with each passed proposal. Megatron leaned against the window with his 8th cup of coffee, gazing at the fluttering tricolor flag in the distance, suddenly finding that working late wasn't so unbearable after all. Optimus Prime tossed his terminal aside and stretched. 17 proposals left. Who wishes to join me on the terrace for some fresh air? The Red Spider eagerly raised his hand. Me. I'll also perform a motivational dance for you. To which the others replied, that one be necessary. Windless Trace chuckled, raised his hand, and adjusted the lights to night mode. Let's south go to the terrace and consider who else we might invite for overtime next time. The night breeze swept through, the tricolor flag illuminated by the lights, as if draping a warm blanket over Cybertron. Chapter 74. The Trap of Overtime companions the proposal for government reset celebration at 4 in the morning within the acceleration chamber of government affairs. As the last cheer of the shockwave's drones faded, the long table's terminal flashed a green notification. This quarter as proposals. 0 pending. A 3-second silence enveloped the room before the red spider erupted in joy. We're off work. Echo quietly raised a small sign. First achievement of a government reset. Worthy of commemoration. The architect and the challenger simultaneously stretched, their metallic joints creaking. The former produced a conch-shaped energy drink. I propose a 3-day holiday to celebrate. The latter grinned. I second that. I want 10 barrels of the Moonlight Brew made by Windless Trace. Megatron flipped his coffee cup upside down on the table. His black and gold armor weary, yet unable to conceal his satisfaction. A holiday is acceptable, but you must first submit a holiday safety plan. Windless Trace nestled into the sofa, the gray ember flickering lazily. I've already prepared the plan. It just needs a signature. He raised his eyes towards Optimus Prime, who was tossing the last popcorn kernel into his mouth, his silver-blue visor narrowing into a crescent. Sign it. Thus, the proposal for revelry was unanimously approved, granting a holiday of 72 hours at the Mirror Universe Resort. Participants included all members of the Government Acceleration Office who were working overtime. As a beam of white light flashed, everyone arrived at the resort, where the illustrious Mirror Primes personally greeted them, clad in a floral beach shirt, the mirrored emblem on his chest shimmering in neon hues. Welcome to the paradise devoid of overtime. Before his words could fully resonate, and Wuhen approached, carrying a tray brimming with Moonlight Brew, grinning mischievously like a cat that had gotten into the cream. Brother, I have prepared a special surprise for you. Wuhen instantly became alert, but alas, it was too late. And Wuhen raised his hand, pointing at the grand screen of the resort. Mirror Resort Challenge. 72 hours, beach volleyball championship. The losing side is responsible for tonight's barbecue. Transformative surf racing. Those who fall into the sea must serve tea to the victors for 3 days. Night exploration of the lost Divine Fragments escape room. Those who exceed the time limit must clean the mirror fissures. Campfire talent show. The lowest scorer must cover their own return ticket. The red spider's eyes sparkled. A talent show? My stage. Soundwave quietly retrieved a score sheet. Reserved 0 points column, exclusively for Red Spider. Shockwave nudged his monocle. Escape room? Variables can be collected. The two entities exchanged glances, both revealing an excited grin that suggested they preferred competition over conflict. Megatron turned to Wind Wuhen. Is this a pit your brother has dug? Wind Wuhen facepalmed, clearly. Yet Optimus Prime raised his cup, the Moonlight Brew rippling under the neon lights. Now that we are here, let us relax and enjoy. 10 minutes later, the leader himself was the first to be struck by a volleyball, landing face first into the sand, his silver-blue armor now adorned with grains of sand. The beach volleyball match commenced, with teams organized as follows. Group 1, Optimus Prime, Wind Wuhen, Red Spider. Group 2, Variance Column, Anomaly Shock. Soundwave Shockwave assumed the role of referee, while a swarm of drones established a holographic boundary. The first serve was made, as Anomaly Shock leaped and delivered a powerful spike, sending the volleyball blazing toward Wind Wuhen's face. The latter sidestepped, but Red Spider soared high to save it, only to be blinded by her own radiant wings and collided headlong with Optimus Prime. They tumbled together, and the ball struck the leader's faceplate, rebounding beyond the boundary. Soundwave raised a sign. Score for Group 1, 1 o'clock. Red Spider scrambled to her feet, hurriedly brushing sand off the leader. I'm so sorry. Let me clean that for you. Optimus Prime spat out a mouthful of sand, smiling wryly. It's fine. I'll take care of the barbecue. Wind Wuhen squinted, a flicker of gray snow fire igniting. With the next serve, he crystallized a volleyball into a snowball, hurling it at Variance Column. With a swift backhand, Variance Column shattered the snowball mid-air, transforming it into a cascade of icy shavings that obscured all drone cameras. Shockwave remained expressionless. Variable 1. The match continues. Ultimately, the final score was 21-19, with Group 1 suffering a crushing defeat. That evening, at the makeshift barbecue stall of the leader's tower, Optimus Prime donned an apron, grilling energy squid, while Red Spider served plates, fanning the leader as she exclaimed, "Leader, the timing is perfect. Sprinkle some cumin." The wind, without a trace, nestled comfortably in a beach chair, laughing uncontrollably. Who would have thought that on the very first day of vacation, the leader would find himself working overtime? The surfing competition commenced the following morning, with the rules stipulating that the contestants' forms must maintain a volume below 30, without the use of propulsion devices. The entity known as transformed into a miniature pickup truck, equipped with a surfboard secure at the rear, displaying a stability akin to that of a seasoned driver. Morphed into a compact tank, gliding over the waves with a crushing force before they even arrived. However, attempted to transform into a cassette player, which exceeded size regulations and was promptly disqualified by the judge known as. Consequently, it reverted to a soundwave cat, its four paws positioned elegantly on the board, exuding an air of aloofness. In its form, the wind conjured an ice crystal skateboard, freezing the waves in its wake, leading to a collective complaint from the other competitors about cheating. Became a classic truck cab, but proved too heavy, toppling over at the first wave and plunging into the sea. Meanwhile, transformed into a jet plane, but forgot the prohibition against propulsion. With one explosive thrust, it soared into the sky, only to spiral out of control and crash into the ocean. Took the form of a handheld fusion cannon, using its barrel as a water propeller, successfully generating waves but resulting in a recoil that sent it flying, directly colliding with the leader who had just climbed onto the surfboard. The record from noted 3 consecutive plunges into the sea completed, variable 3. T-serving list for 3 days. In a mirror escape room, the scene unfolded in the chaotic old temple of where divine fragments became floating puzzles. A single misstep would trigger a flood of memories associated with overtime work. As the group stepped inside, the walls manifested illusions of towering piles of documents. Causing to falter, I just cleared everything. Calmly deciphered an audio puzzle by playing the temple's sacred hymn in reverse, uncovering the password. Logically solved the ignition equation, determining the correct path. Together, and managed to push open the divine door, only to be stumped by the final question. What is the true essence of overtime? The group exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately focusing on. With a measured cough, the leader earnestly responded, "It is about enabling more individuals to strive together and subsequently relish in shared rewards." The door swung open, and the fragments coalesced into a trophy, inscribed with the words Best Overtime Team Award. Overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "I will never again disdain overtime." On the final night, a bonfire illuminated the beach, with the aroma of grilled squid wafting through the air and moonlit barrels lined up in a row. The talent show scoring system was based on the decibel level of audience cheers, complemented by subjective scores from the judges. The Red Spider was the first to take the stage, performing a captivating rendition of aerial ballet, Red Spider Edition. After a dazzling 1,080-degree spin, it landed magnificently, only to inadvertently sweep the barbecue grill aside, leaving the squid charred. The sound wave made a silent entrance, unleashing its own remix of the Cybertron Overtime March. As the rhythm surged, the entire audience joined in, the decibel levels soaring. The unusual pillar and the unusual tremor synchronized in a dance titled Mirror Duo Combat, their punches igniting with an explosive flare. The shockwave recited the beauty of variables, an overtime ode with a reflective lens casting an academic glow upon the bonfire. Optimus Prime strummed and sang old folk songs, his gentle voice illuminated by the flickering flames against his silver blue armor, reminiscent of a vintage film filter gracing the night. Finally, Windlass appeared, conjuring a shower of gray snow and embers that formed a poignant message. Overtime hell, illuminated by you. The drone scores were as follows. Soundwave in first place, with the unusual pillar and unusual tremor tied for second. Shockwave in third, Optimus Prime fourth, Windlass fifth, and Red Spider receiving a score of 0. Red Spider, perplexed, pondered its fate. Soundwave silently held up a sign, already reserved. Laughter erupted, and with tears in its eyes, Red Spider accepted the trophy for 0 points. Its base inscribed with the words, "Keep striving next time, don't spill the tea." As the return journey commenced, the countdown to a new agreement reached 0, and a beam of white light illuminated the space once more. The group, laden with vacation souvenirs, Moonlight Brew, Mirror Conch, Overtime Trophy, embarked on their homeward trek. The Mirror Primes waved, their floral shirts billowing in the sea breeze. Next holiday, let us do overtime again. Windlass glanced back, giving a cheeky middle finger, then discreetly formed a heart with fingers. We will definitely return, but next time, it's our turn to set traps for you. As the white light faded, the Cybertron night sky remained adorned with a tricolor flag. At the pinnacle of the leader tower, The mountain of documents had quietly risen to ankle height. Optimus Prime stretched lazily. Let us go. New overtime awaits us. Megatron shoved the 0-point trophy into Red Spider's embrace. 3 days of tea service, don't forget. Clutching the trophy, Red Spider's wings drooped, yet a subtle smile emerged. Next time, I will surely score full marks. Windlass brought up the rear. The ember of gray, snow gently pulsating at its chest, as if whispering, though the holiday must end. The light brought by comrades will forever illuminate the long nights of overtime. Chapter 75. The Forgotten Dark Star, the lively spirit of the overtime battleground in the Cybertron Iron Fortress, the administrative acceleration chamber. The mountain of documents had once again reached the ceiling, but it was no longer a silent gray. The Red Spider rhythmically tapped its own composition, Overtime March, as it glided into the tea room on a swivel chair, its fiery tail leaving a trail of crimson light. 30 seconds later, it returned with 5 cups of energy coffee, 3 caramel uranium cakes, and a pair of Soundwave's specialized silent headphones, executing a grand drift back to the long table. Afternoon tea is served esteemed guests. Shockwave casually hung the headphones on his antenna, calmly assessing. Tea service success rate. 100, spillage. 0, variables met. The Soundwave screen flickered to life, and with a swift motion, the Red Spider's 0-point trophy was transformed into an award for Best Logistics Dynamic Rating. The score leaping from 0 to 1. The Red Spider was moved to tears. At last, I'm no longer a nobody. The figures of the odd column and odd shock passed by, one gently massaging the Red Spider's shoulders while the other offered popcorn, resembling indulgent brothers caring for a younger sibling. Optimus Prime was bent over a planning diagram, yet the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, wind blade nestled on the windowsill. The embers of gray snow lazily flickering, evoking a sense of déjà vu, as if something was amiss. He rubbed his temples, murmuring, what does it matter? Perhaps it's merely an illusion wrought by overtime. The Mirror Prime had turned from his nefarious ways, the chaotic chain shattered, and Cybertron thrived. Indeed, there was little to fret about, save for that forgotten dark star at the edge of the solar system. The Cosmic Emperor, a solitary chess player, surveyed the pitch-black rift of Earth's orbit. A planet, shrouded in corroded metal, slowly opened its crimson eye, reflecting the blue planet. Allies? A low, ominous chuckle reverberated in the vacuum, causing nearby satellites to veer off course. Mirror Prime, since you have chosen to embrace such a frail emotion as love, allow me to conclude your tale. The will of the Cosmic Emperor coalesced into black mist, piercing the atmosphere and descending upon the Autobot base in the outskirts of California. He understood the peril of venturing alone into the jaws of Cybertron. Yet, humanity, small and fragile, bore countless threads of recognition with Prime. Jack Darby, amidst the black mist, the crimson gaze fixated on the youth working on repairs within the base. Having received the favor of the Primus, his flesh was most suited to host my darkness. However, the presence of RC, the Divider, the Jack, and the human allies Raph and Mickey were unwelcome distractions. It would be far more entertaining to let the lamb break through its own pen. The black mist twisted, forming the guise of a middle-aged human, in his 40s, with graying temples, a gentle smile masking a planetary-level coldness. His identity, John Darby, Jack's uncle. The Cosmic Emperor adjusted his non-existent spectacles and strode towards the illuminated human town. The next morning at the Autobot base, Jack hummed a tune while polishing new armor for the Divider, when he heard a gentle male voice from outside. Is Jack home? I'm his uncle, John. RC's optical lens flashed, scanning. Human male, heart rate 72, blood pressure 120/80, 22 genetic overlap with Jack, fitting the distant uncle category. No abnormalities detected. Yet, she instinctively frowned. 22% overlap, and he calls himself an uncle? Jack had sprinted to the door, pausing in surprise upon seeing the visitor. I don't believe I've met you before. John smiled, his face etched with the kindness of age. I held you when you were 2. I've been abroad all these years and just returned last night. As he spoke, he raised a hand to tousle Jack's hair, an invisible wisp of black mist seeping quietly into the strands. Jack's pupils briefly dimmed, almost imperceptibly, before swiftly regaining their luster, so quickly that even Alcee could not perceive it. His uncle suggested, tonight, the town is hosting a summer carnival. I wish to make up for lost time. Shall we go together? The youth hesitated for half a second before nodding. All right. Behind him, the partition waved exuberantly. Go on, kid. We've got you back at the base. Alcee gazed at John's retreating figure, a delicate flurry of snowflakes flickering in the optical lens, fragments labeled unease in the database. The encroaching black mist revealed the first cracks. As evening fell, the carnival glowed with vibrant lights. John led Jack through various booths, shooting games, ring toss, and the Ferris wheel. With each pat on the shoulder and every cotton candy handed over, the black mist infiltrated the boys, being through his palms. Their final stop was the mirror house. Inside, the lighting was dim, reflecting countless images of Jack and the increasingly distorted shadow of John. Do you see? The voice of the Cosmic Emperor whispered, echoing directly in Jack's mind. Those so-called Autobots merely regard you as a pet. They lead you to the battlefield, confronting you with death, yet never inquire if you are willing. Suddenly, the mirror displayed vivid scenes. Alcee shielding against gunfire, the partition gravely injured, Jack weeping while clutching the energy core. These were genuine memories, yet the black mist had edited them into a montage of injuries sustained because of Jack. The boy's fingertips trembled, a barely perceptible dark crimson surfacing in his eyes. Come with me, and you shall gain power, no longer a burden to anyone. The Cosmic Emperor extended his hand, the black mist swirling in his palm like a miniature black hole. Jack, in a daze, lifted his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the darkness, Alcee's engine roared in the distance. Jack, it's time to return to the base. The black mist abruptly receded, and the mirror house regained its brightness. The youth shook his head, as if awakening from a harrowing dream. John maintained his gentle smile, yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes. No rush. The seed has been sown. At the same time, in the depths of Cybertron's night, Windblade suddenly lifted his head from the data pile, a sharp pain in his chest akin to a pinprick. He opened the star map. Earth's coordinates appeared intact, and Alcee's routine signal was normal. Was it an illusion? Nearby, Red Spider spun in circles on a wheeled chair, the best logistics halo flickering above, cheerfully distributing coffee to everyone. Windblade rubbed his brow, murmuring, "It feels like I've forgotten something very important." Optimus Prime cast a concerned glance. "If you're too tired, take a rest. We'll handle the documents." Windblade shook his head, smiling. "It's nothing. Perhaps I've had too much coffee." He failed to notice that at the edge of the star map, the dark red icon representing the Cosmic Emperor quietly glimmered with a faint light. On the return journey, John handed Jack a seemingly ordinary bottle of mineral water. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to visit the newly established International Energy Company. There, you may find more advanced technology that could assist the Autobots." The boy accepted it, unaware that a wisp of black mist had silently seeped from the bottle cap, sliding down the walls and into his palm. The will of the Cosmic Emperor gently whispers in Jack's ear, "Bring along your companions, Rafi and Meichi, so they too may witness the future. As for the Autobots, let them behold with their own eyes how the protected humans dismantle their base." The night outside the car window seemingly responds to this nefarious scheme, slowly closing like a vast mouth. At the entrance of the base, RC greets Jack. She keenly notices a faint dark red hue at his hairline, which vanishes in an instant. "Did you have fun?" she inquires with a smile. Jack nods, though his gaze avoids her optical lens. "Yes, my uncle said he would take me to visit the company tomorrow." The partitioned figure claps him on the shoulder. "Then off you go. You should engage more with human society." RC gazes at the night sky, her unease quietly expanding. Meanwhile, in the Cybertron administrative hall, Windblade shoves the last stack of documents into the shredder and stretches. Finally cleared out. "Let's go, Red Spider, and showcase your new program, Overtime Disco." Red Spider cheers, his gliding chair spinning wildly. No one notices the Earth monitoring icon flicker in the corner of the terminal before extinguishing. The Dark Star draws near. Chapter 76. The Dark Star approaches Cybertron's holiday syndrome. The administrative acceleration room is unusually empty. The mountain of documents has been leveled, and the desk shines brightly enough to reflect images. Sunlight filters through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft golden hue upon the tricolor flag. Red Spider completes his final spin on the gliding chair, pops a confetti cannon, and colorful paper shreds fill the air. The true end of the workday. The outlier stretches, his metallic spine cracking. "I propose we head to Mirror Manor tonight for a round. It's on me." Shockwave slides the last budget report into a folder. Raising an eyebrow. "You're treating? Last time you said so, I ended up covering 10 barrels of moonlight brew. Soundwave adjusts his mask, and a screen displays. Documents cleared. Silent mode off. Party mode activated. Shockwave flatly adds. According to statistics, continuous revelry exceeding 48 hours results in a 37 drop in efficiency. Moderation is advised. Windblade lounges on the sofa, the gray ember of his spark lazily glowing. Yet he feels inexplicably irritable, as if forgetting to close background processes, idling. Optimus Prime hands him a cup of icy energy drink. Stop daydreaming. Shall we go together? Windblade takes it, feeling the condensation on the cup send a jolt through him. Earth, Jack. He shakes off the illusion and smiles. Let us go. Let us celebrate. After all, RC and the others are watching over Earth. At this moment, Earth stands at midnight. Earth 0015. The black mist infiltrates the Autobot base's night patrol has concluded. RC leans against the lookout, her optical lens scanning the silent highway. Data streams appear normal. Inside, Jack has fallen into slumber. At his bedside, the bottle of mineral water gifted by Uncle John slowly twists open, releasing a wisp of black mist that seeps in behind the boy's ear, coalescing into a dark red starburst. The base defense system remains unresponsive to the will of the Cosmic Emperor, having flawlessly simulated human brainwaves, deceiving all scans. At that very moment, the International Energy Company on the outskirts is aglow. Deep underground, at the 33rd level, a colossal dark fusion reactor gradually ignites. Its core a miniature embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor, a pulsating black-red core, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resembling human neural pathways. The container is ready. The bait is set. Next, the scarlet eye opens within the reactor core, beckoning the Autobots to willingly deliver their charge into the furnace. On the eve of the Mirror Mountain's revelry, in the mirrored universe at the resort, the night sky is adorned with hanging auroras, resembling 3 vast ribbons of color fluttering in the breeze. On the beach, barbecue grills line up, with the alien columns personally grilling energy squid coated in moonlight brew. Sizzling delightfully, another alien, Jun, hauls 10 barrels of fine wine, and when the lid is lifted, an aromatic wave sends the red spider soaring. I declare, tonight we shall not depart sober. The sound wave cranks the speakers to maximum, silent headphones worn backward, transforming into a figure as the bass reverberates. Shaking the very sands of the beach, the shockwaves erect a folding experimental table, concocting an eternal bonfire, its flames maintaining a steady temperature of 800, changing color in rhythm with the music, brimming with technological splendor. Feng Wuhen cradles half a cup of moonlight brew, leaning against the barbecue grill, watching Optimus Prime being pulled by Red Spider into a disco overtime, the silver-blue armor reflecting the flames, as though cloaking the metal in a soft sheen. He chuckles, tilting his head back to drink, only to suddenly choke. The gray snow fire ignites painfully without warning, a blurred image flashing into his mind, Jack trapped within the dark reactor, his eyes pitch black, reaching out to him for rescue. The vision flickers away as swiftly as an illusion. Feng Wuhen's face pales instantly, a crack forming at the rim of his cup. Optimus Prime senses the anomaly, parting the crowd to approach. What is wrong? Feng Wuhen's voice, hoarse, utters, I may have forgotten about the Cosmic Emperor. As the 4 words slip out, the revelry seems to be muted. The alien columns and Jun halt simultaneously, the barrel of moonlight brew toppling to the ground. The soundwave screen flashes a warning in the largest font. Alert. The shockwave immediately pulls up the Earth's monitoring data, revealing everything to be normal. Yet normalcy itself constitutes the greatest anomaly. For the past 6 hours, the Earth's frequency has appeared as a perfect straight line, devoid of fluctuation. It has been shielded. The shockwave calmly concludes, a perfect shield. Feng Wuhen grits his teeth. The gray snow fire erupts explosively, transforming into a meteor shooting skyward. Back to Earth. Earth 0800, Uncle's invitation. In the morning, in the living room of the base, Uncle John, clad in a casual suit and holding a breakfast paper bag, smiles warmly. Jack, did you sleep well last night? Jack nods but instinctively avoids RC's outstretched hand, a hint of stiffness betraying his own unawareness. Today, I'm visiting the energy company. I have an appointment with their technical director. Perhaps we can offer the Autobots some new energy collaboration. Laffy and Meichi, hearing the news, rush over, raising their hands excitedly. We want to go too. John nodded. a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. The ALSI Optical Scanning Company appeared legitimate. With substantial funding and a technical team sourced from the world's foremost universities, showing no signs of irregularity. She turned her gaze to Jack, who was bowing his head over a bowl of porridge, the dark red starburst behind his ears obscured by his tousled hair. "I shall accompany you," Alcee stated, her tone leaving no room for dissent. John smiled. "Of course, you're most welcome." In an urgent military assembly, the mirror fracture revealed a return rift. Windless silence remained silent as the Earth's coordinates on the terminal were magnified to their utmost, still forming a mere line. The alien pillar shattered the stillness. If the Cosmic Emperor were truly to awaken, the preferred vessel would undoubtedly be the blood recognized by Primus. The alien trembled, its fangs glistening coldly. "Then shall we sever the vessel?" "No." Both Windless Silence and Optimus Prime interjected simultaneously. The red spider timidly raised its hand. "What if we allow the vessel to reject the darkness itself?" The soundwave screen displayed. "Key. Sever the dark link, not the vessel itself." The shockwave added. "A reverse frequency is required, corresponding to the suspected authority." Windless Silence. "You possess a sample within you." Windless Silence raised a hand, and the gray snow ember materialized, a strand of inky mist entwined around it, precisely the fragment of doubt left behind by the chaotic Primus. Utilizing, it could reverse the Cosmic Emperor's connection. He lifted his gaze, the optical mirror reflecting determination, yet it must be under the vessel's voluntary consent. Otherwise, Jack's spirit would shatter. Optimus Prime clenched his fist, then let the choice be his. At the Energy Company's dark reactor, the convoy entered the underground parking lot. As the elevator doors opened, Alcee paused, a faint scent of decaying metal permeating the air, reminiscent of ancient corpses buried deep beneath the earth. John turned back, his smile unwavering. "After you." In the core area, the dark reactor masqueraded as a new hub for clean energy, its black-red core encased in a transparent alloy, its surface pulsating in sync with the human heartbeat. "This is our star core drive," John introduced, placing his palm against the shield, as dark mist silently infiltrated Jack's vision. In the boy's eyes, the reactor transformed into a resplendent galaxy, luring him closer with each step. "Do you wish to possess it? Do you long to no longer burden the Autobots?" whispered the allure. Jack's pupils gradually dilated, the starburst behind his ears igniting. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the shield, an explosion rocked the ceiling, gray snow meteors crashing down as Windless Silence cleaved through the alloy wall, positioning himself protectively in front of Jack. The Cosmic Emperor. He lifted his gaze, piercing through John's disguise. "Stay away from him." The dark mist exploded, and John's face twisted in an instant, his voice transforming into a planetary-level roar. "You again, remnant king of the Shadow Realm." In the initial battle against the dark vessel, the reactor's core suddenly extended a pitch-black tentacle, ensnaring Jack around the waist and dragging him towards the heart of the furnace. Alcee transformed and fired. Yet the energy projectile was corroded by the dark mist. A partition and a Jack entered from the shattered window, similarly repelled by the tentacle. Optimus Prime followed closely, his leadership module morphing into a light spear, which severed the tentacle, only for the severed end to regenerate instantaneously in a cloud of darkness. The vessel was already half integrated. Forcibly severing it would lead to death. The shockwave projected remotely, calmly advising. The wind, without a trace, raised a hand, sending forth a fragment of doubt. Transformed into a gray crystal arrow that hovered at Jack's brow. "The choice is yours. Do you believe in darkness, or do you believe in us?" The youth trembled in the shadows, the starlight behind his ears and the gray crystal arrow shimmering in a dance of contrasting forces, as if two torrents were tearing at his soul. Ultimately, he lifted his hand, grasped the gray crystal arrow, and abruptly tore away the starlight from behind his ear. "I choose my own future." The starlight departed, dissipating into a veil of darkness. The gray crystal arrow instantly enlarged, piercing the reactor's core. With a thunderous roar, the heart of darkness fractured, and the crimson, singular eye of the Cosmic Emperor emitted a defiant howl. A mere human. The wind, without a trace, delivered another strike, as the gray snowstorm shredded the eye into fragments. Do not forget, there is also the mere king of the shadow domain. The remnants of the Dark Star reignited. The reactor collapsed, and the self-destruct sequence of the base initiated. The crowd escorted Jack to safety. as the distant wrath of the Cosmic Emperor echoed behind them. The matter of the container is far from over. The crimson fragments transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the depths of the earth. On the ground, Alcee supported the staggering Jack, whose pallid visage bore a serene smile. It seems I have just awoken from a nightmare. Optimus Prime approached, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. The dream is over. We are all here. The wind without a trace stood atop the ruins, the gray snow embers swaying in the breeze, his gaze cast toward the night sky, where a dark red star quietly faded into the constellation. In the aftermath, the forgotten dark star remained. Aboard the return spacecraft, Jack slumbered heavily, while Alcee kept vigil at his bedside. The wind without a trace leaned against the hatch, the terminal activated, and the Earth monitoring wave finally resumed its oscillation. Though at its lowest point, leaving behind a fine scar of dark red. Optimus Prime approached, standing beside him. What comes next? The wind without a trace closed the terminal, the gray snowlight reflecting determination. We shall add the Cosmic Emperor to our list of tasks. The spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, heading toward Cybertron. The dark star behind them opened its half-closed singular eye, sneering. King of the Shadow Domain, leader, guardian of the stars. Next time, it will be your turn to clock in at my domain. Chapter 77. Whispers of the Dark Star beneath the ruins. Cold fire smoldered. On Earth, amidst the debris of the International Energy Company, a sliver of dark red light slithered quietly, akin to a severed worm, yet infused with planetary malice. The container had failed. Fragments of the Cosmic Emperors will coalesce into a singular eye amidst the steel and concrete crevices, its depths reflecting the tail flames of the departing spacecraft. Yet the King of the Shadow Domain has bestowed upon me a more intriguing gift. The crimson gaze pierced through the clouds, locking onto the distant dark ember reaction on Cybertron. Megatron, my kin. The singular I narrowed. A cold smirk forming. The suppressed darkness requires but a single spark to ignite a conflagration. The fragmented light split, transforming into countless threads of black mist, weaving through the Earth's veins toward the nearest remnants of the space bridge. The target, Cybertron. In the early morning of Iron Fortress, the affair's acceleration room was fragmented by the sunlight pouring through mountains of documents. Achoo! The red spider gently rubbed the tip of its nose, stacking a pile of forms into a crooked tower. Who is thinking of me? Sound waves pushed forth a pair of noise-canceling headphones. The screen flickered. Perhaps the Cosmic Emperor. The red spider instantly became agitated. Don't scare me. I just dreamt last night of being dragged into a reactor by dark tentacles. The shockwave lifted its head, the reflection from its monocle glimmering. Based on probability, the chance of your nightmare coming true is 0. 73. There is no need for alarm. The anomaly column and the anomaly shock entered side by side, one carrying 2 buckets of moonlight brew, the other supporting a box of energy popcorn. The anomaly shock grinned. Let's continue the revelry, clear the bureaucratic slate. What is there to fear from the darkness? The wind without trace nestled on the windowsill, the gray snow fire flickering inexplicably, as if pricked by a needle. He activated the terminal. The Earth wave was stable, no anomalies detected. Yet, the dark red scar at its lowest point had lengthened by 0.02 microns since yesterday. Almost negligible, yet undeniably real. Optimus Prime approached, offering him a cup of hot drink. Another palpitation? Perhaps it truly is excessive caffeine. The wind without trace smiled, yet discreetly encrypted and sent the scar data to Shockwave. Keep an eye on this, but do not make it known. Shockwave nodded slightly, undetected by anyone. Earth Base's Guardians teaching session Earth, outside the Autobot base at an abandoned airport. Megatron stood with arms crossed, his black and gold armor bathed in the warm glow of the morning sun, the tricolored emblem on his chest shimmering brightly. Opposite him stood Jack, Raph, and Mickey, lined up in training uniforms. Lesson 1. How to sever neural connections within 0.3 seconds when faced with the encroachment of dark energy. Megatron raised his hand. A miniature dark mist simulator, the size of a thumb, materialized in his palm, firmly restrained by energy chains. First, one must identify the dark frequency. He signaled Jack to step forward. The young boy took a deep breath and reached out to touch the simulator. In an instant, the dark seed swelled like a shark sensing blood, the chains creaking ominously. Raph gasped, and Mickey pulled out a recording pen. Megatron frowned, applying more force. Dark purple energy surged forth, forcibly reducing the dark seed back to thumb size. Do you see? Darkness seeks out hosts that crave power the most. Jack's complexion paled slightly, yet he nodded resolutely. I can resist. A flicker of approval flashed in Megatron's eyes, though no one noticed the lingering darkness in his palm, which had increased by a strand since yesterday, like a living thing, silently creeping towards the tricolored emblem on his chest. The Cosmic Emperor whispers and sows on Cybertron. Late at night, the administrative acceleration chamber dimmed, leaving Megatron alone. He voluntarily requested to organize the armament files, but truly sought solitude. The black and gold armor reflected the cold light of the terminal, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced his chest. Megatron's deep voice echoed directly in the seed chamber, like a warm wind blowing from the abyss. Who? He sprang to his feet, instantaneously materializing. We share the same source of darkness. Your power and my will are inherently one. Black mist seeped from the tricolored emblem on his chest, coalescing into a scarlet singular eye, locking gazes with him. Megatron's pupils constricted, yet he found himself unable to move. Do not fear, I will not seize your being. I merely wish to provide you with a more efficient means of dominion. Behold these documents. The single eye sweeping over the towering forms upon the table. Co-governance? Parliament? Endless overtime? You were once the leader of the Decepticons, instilling fear across the galaxy, and now reduced to a mere caretaker for human children? Silence. Megatron bellowed, dark purple energy surging forth, obliterating the single eye. Yet, the fragments transformed into a light-hearted chuckle. Dissipating within the spark chamber, desire shall sprout. I await your initiative to nurture it. As the lights returned, Megatron knelt, panting, a trace of dark crimson lingering in his palm, akin to an unhealing scar. The trifecta of human youths each bore their own troubles. The following morning, training resumed. Jack, however, found his mind wandering. In the night, he dreamt of standing before a dark reactor, its core whispering, "Return, you belong here." Raph, noticing his friend's distress, discreetly offered him gum. Feeling overwhelmed? Shall I assist you in crafting a stress relief program? Mickey aimed her camera at Jack, recording data. Heart rate elevated by 12 since yesterday. Dark circles present. Not far off, Megatron watched with crossed arms, his gaze profound. He recalled the whispers of the Cosmic Emperor, the dark crimson upon his chest, and the eerily familiar darkness from Jack's dreams. Jack, he suddenly spoke, today we shall not practice combat, but rather the art of refusal. Refusal? Refuse the temptations of darkness. Megatron raised his hand, the simulator once more materializing in his palm, now larger than the previous day, with fractures appearing in the chains. Place your hand upon it. Envision your greatest fear, and then utter your denial. Jack swallowed hard, extending his hand. The dark sparks surged violently, transforming into tendrils that ensnared the youth's wrist. Raph and Mickey gasped, yet Megatron did not suppress it. Instead, he commanded, "Speak it." Jack gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "I refuse." The tendrils hesitated slightly, retracting by 1 centimeter, only to retaliate with renewed vigor. A flicker of dark crimson flashed in Megatron's eyes, the tricolored insignia upon his chest being eroded by black mist, its edges tinged with scarlet. In an instant, he clenched his fist, forcibly shattering the simulator, the darkness exploding into motes of light. Jack fell to his knees, gasping, while Megatron turned, his voice hoarse, "Take a 10-minute break." Unseen by all, the dark crimson in his palm had spread to his gauntlet. The Cosmic Emperor's second move. In the dead of night, within the base's energy chamber, Megatron toiled alone, repairing the space bridge circuitry, the lights flickering erratically. The whispers of the Cosmic Emperor resonated once more, this time laced with seductive mirth. The harder you suppress, the stronger the darkness rebounds. Why not collaborate with me? By merely borrowing 1% of my power, you could effortlessly safeguard them. Begone, Megatron retorted coldly, yet felt a sharp pain in the spark chamber as the dark crimson crept toward the center of the tricolored insignia, like a woodworm gnawing at the oath of protection. Do not rush, the whispers faded away. You will seek me out willingly. The sting within Windblade's data. Cybertron dawn. Shockwave presented the encrypted report to Windblade. The dark crimson markings on Earth's frequency have increased by 0.05 microns within 24 hours. Source, dark spark reaction. Windblade's gaze instantly turned frigid. The Cosmic Emperor. He turned abruptly, charging towards the government acceleration room, kicking the door open. Ladies and gentlemen, the holiday has concluded. The new overtime project, Hunt the Dark Star. The coffee cup belonging to the Red Spider clattered to the ground. I still haven't achieved full marks. The anomaly column and the anomaly shock exchanged glances, baring their fangs in a display of battle fervor. The sound wave pushed his mask aside. Earth's anomalous frequency band has been locked on. The reflection from the shockwave's single mirror gleamed. Variables, excitement in research. Optimus Prime approached, the silver-blue light reflecting his resolve. This time, we shall take the initiative. Megatron was the last to enter, his black-gold armor glinting coldly in the morning light. The tricolored emblem on his chest unnoticed by all. Yet at the very center, a single point had turned a deep crimson. In the final act, the Dark Star extended an invitation at an abandoned airport on Earth. Megatron stood alone at the end of the runway, terminal in hand. The screen displaying a line of black and red text. If you wish to protect them, come find me. Only you can open the door to darkness. The coordinates, the dark fissure on the far side of the moon. He gazed upwards, the crescent moon resembling a hook, like the smirk of a cosmic sovereign. The wind whispered past his ears, as if murmuring, "Come, Star Protector, become my apostle, or watch them wither in the shadows." Megatron remained silent for 3 seconds before snapping the terminal shut. The dark red pulsated on his chest, akin to another heartbeat. He turned, his silhouette elongated by the moonlight. Like a sword poised to be drawn, its tip pointed inward. Chapter 78, The Dark Side of the Moon. The Wanderer's Crossroads in the early hours, 3:17 a.m. Aboard the civilian transport vessel Night Owl, Megatron sat alone in the cargo hold, his black gold armor illuminated to a dark copper by the emergency lights. At the center of his tricolored emblem, a dark red spot pulsed like congealed blood, flickering with his heartbeat. The last message on the terminal was from Optimus Prime. Maintenance concludes at dawn. Return swiftly. The energy tax will be deliberated at 9 in the morning. He neither read nor replied. The ship's intercom announced, "We will arrive at the observation station on the far side of the moon in 30 minutes. Please fasten your safety locks." Megatron closed his helmet, and in the mirrored reflection, a crimson single eye overlapped with his own, only to vanish in an instant. The whisper echoed in the spark room. "Star Protector, you are walking towards the only answer." He clenched his fist, yet a wisp of black mist seeped from his palm, as if responding to the invitation. At the same moment, in the Iron Fortress Government Hall, Optimus Prime stared at the empty seats. The terminal indicating Megatron had been offline for 6 hours. The far side of the moon, wind without trace retrieved the flight path. A civilian transport vessel? PNT even applied for military passage. The Red Spider burst in, carrying a late-night snack. Her tail, painted like flames, veering to one side. The Star Protector is skipping work? Impossible. He fears pay cuts more than I do. Shockwave pushed his single mirror forward. The Earth monitoring station reports a 3-second peak of dark sparks on the moon's far side, coinciding with Megatron's offline duration. The screen glows brightly with the title, The Dark Star Invitation. Optimus Prime's expression is icy. Set off immediately, bring him back. However, Wind Whisper raises a hand to halt him. The Cosmic Emperor desires him to attend alone. Our grand display will only compel him to tear up the invitation. Then what shall we do? A flicker of inspiration ignites in Gray Snowfire's eyes as a familiar smirk plays on Wind Whisper's lips. We shall play hooky and discreetly follow the group. On the dark side of the moon, at the abandoned Helium-3 mining station, a gaping fissure stretches across the bottom of a crater, resembling a wound cleaved open by a colossal axe, its edges glistening with dark red crystals. Megatron stands at the edge of the chasm, his armor coated in lunar dust. Deep within the fissure, a vortex of dark flames whispers, transforming into tangible ripples that pound against his spark chamber. Jump down, and you will possess the power to crush all. Silence. Megatron raises his cannon and fires at the vortex, but the dark purple energy is consumed by the black mist, which ensnares his wrist and drags him toward the fissure. Boom! Gray Snowfire descends from the heavens, cleaving through the black mist with a sword. Optimus Prime follows closely, his leadership module morphing into a luminous spear that pierces the edge of the chasm, instantly erecting a silver-blue barrier. Megatron, the leader's voice is deep. Do you intend to bear this burden alone? The Black Gold Warrior is momentarily stunned, bloodshot eyes intertwining with dark red. Before finally turning away, I do not wish for you to witness my descent into darkness. Wind Whisper lands beside him, placing a hand over his chest emblem. As gray snow energy surges forth, temporarily freezing the dark red. Then do not fall. Together, let us pummel the darkness into submission. The Cosmic Emperor manifests, and the fissure reacts to this provocation, expanding violently. The black mist coalesces into a tangible form, transforming into an inverted temple. Its dome adorned with a scarlet singular eye that blinks in unison, its voice overlapping. A gathering of overtime companions? Saves me the trouble of inviting each one of you. At the center of the temple, a throne of dark flames forms, and the Cosmic Emperor's human guise, John, sits poised, delicately balancing a pitch-black key that perfectly aligns with the emblem on Megatron's chest. A simple game of rules, the Cosmic Emperor smiles. Insert the key into the armor of the Star Guardian, and the fissure will close, ensuring eternal peace for Earth. Otherwise, he raises a hand, and the lunar crust fractures, countless dark tendrils bursting forth, rushing toward the distant assembly of the Earth's Cybertron Joint Observation Station. 10 seconds. Make your choice. A countdown projects onto the dome. Till Megatron clenches his fists, knuckles turning white. 9. Optimus Prime stands resolutely in front of him, the light spear held firm. Do not even think about it. 8. Wind Whisper raises a hand, a gray snowstorm coalescing into a colossal bow, its arrow aimed directly at the Cosmic Emperor's brow. 7. Red Spider screams, charging forward. Do not overlook me. Even a zero has its dignity. 6. Soundwave releases a sonic pulse, initiating the quantum collapse bomb, as the anomalous pillars simultaneously deform into a shield and an axe, positioned on either side of the fissure. 5. The Cosmic Emperor sighs softly. What a touching display of camaraderie. The tendrils have approached the observation station, and the astonished cries of human soldiers echo through the communications. Suddenly, Megatron raises his hand, halting the movements of all his companions, and turns to face his leader and Windblade, his voice low yet calm. Do you remember? I vowed that if I were to betray again, I would willingly be consumed by the sea of flames. He raises his hand and deliberately removes the tricolored emblem from his chest, crushing it along with the dark red fragment. The shards dissipate into black mist, instantly engulfed by the gray snowstorm. For the first time, the Cosmic Emperor reveals a look of astonishment, derailed from his script. Megatron lifts his cannon, aiming at the pitch-black key, his voice cold. My darkness shall be shattered by my own hand. Boom! The key explodes, the inverted temple collapses, and the Cosmic Emperor transforms into a vortex of black mist, emitting a planet-sized roar. Ignorant insects. Together, they push back the Dark Star as Optimus Prime and Windblade leap simultaneously, their light spear and gray snow arrow merging into a colossal three-color dragon, piercing the core of the vortex. The sonic explosion pulse locates the target, and a shockwave collapses, detonating the bomb. The Red Spider launches a 0-point trophy from the sky, which explodes in the center of the vortex, scattering luminescent sparks, a byproduct of moonlight distilled into a flammable agent. The anomalous pillar shield deflects the counterattack of the tendrils, while the seismic battle axe cleaves through the crust, forcibly splitting the dark rift in two. The will of the Cosmic Emperor is torn asunder by multiple strikes, ultimately transforming into a meteor shower, dissipating in lunar orbit. The last wisp of black mist is extinguished by Megatron's own hand. Do not cast your covetous gaze upon my comrades again. Epilogue. Embers and O's on the far side of the moon. The rift closes, leaving behind a dark red scar, akin to a birthmark on the crescent moon. Soldiers at the Joint Observation Station cheer, yet none notice the shadow of the crater, where a shattered black key quietly sinks into the lunar dust. Aboard the return spacecraft, Megatron leans against the porthole, the new emblem on his chest still incomplete, merely a rough amalgam of silver blue and gray snow. Optimus Prime hands him a temporary chest plate. When we return, let Shockwave coat you anew. Windblade raises a toast, the moonlight brewing into a crystalline sphere in the weightless environment, to our successful resistance against the temptation of overtime. Megatron lightly taps his glass, chuckling softly, to my companions who ensure I do not fall alone. The Red Spider weaves through, carrying a tray. Does anyone want energy, Squid? Oh dear, the 0-point trophy is gone. Could someone replace it with a full score? Soundwave adjusts his visor, Application submitted. 20 printing in progress. Shockwave records. Variables archived. Cosmic Emperor Dark Frequency Sample 1. Potential for the development of a counter-dark star vaccine. The spacecraft breaks through the moon's gravity, heading towards the blue Earth. In the reflection of the porthole, Megatron raises his hand, covering the rough emblem, whispering, "Darkness, I granted you a chance. Now, it is my turn to hunt you down." Chapter 79. The final battle before the return spacecraft enters Earth's orbit. Shockwave seals the fragments of the Black Key within a 3-layer quantum isolation chamber. Yet the faint heartbeat persists. With each pulse, a dark red etching appears on the chamber's exterior. It is breathing. He pushed the monocle, his tone unusually solemn. The Cosmic Emperor fragmented his will, and the shards became seeds. As long as the vessel is steeped in despair, the seeds will take root. Windlass embraced his arms against the porthole, the ashen ember reflecting the scars of erosion, akin to glimpsing the fissures of the future. In other words, the war is far from over. It has merely begun. Optimus Prime removed the emergency navigation chart from the wall, his pen tracing the dark crimson scar on the far side of the moon. He had been repelled, yet acquired what he desired. What? Megatron inquired. The leader raised his gaze, his voice low yet distinct. The dark frequency samples of each of us. A momentary silence enveloped the cabin, the only sound being the heartbeat of key fragments. Thud, thud, thud. On the third day of tranquility on Earth, the United Observation Station announced, the seismic aftershocks from the moon have ceased and dark energy readings have returned to zero. Humanity rejoiced, stocks rebounded, and the carnival was rescheduled. However, the Autobot base fell into a state of silent vigilance. RC expanded the patrol radius to near-Earth orbit. Resonant mines were embedded around the base perimeter. The Jack was modified to capture dark fluctuations at 001 Hz. Jack, Raph, and Miko were assigned to the Reserve Command Group, undergoing dual training in pressure resistance and temptation under Megatron and Windlass. At 0444 on the third day, the outer wall of the quantum isolation chamber corroded, fragments transforming into a wisp of black mist, penetrating the deck and drifting into the training room. Megatron was conducting dark induction simulations with the trio when the black mist silently adhered to his back, seeping through the seams of his armor and infiltrating the ember chamber. In that instant, the deep recesses of the Guardian's eyes flickered with the same crimson slit as the Cosmic Emperor. The ancestor of Cybertron issued an urgent command to Iron Fortress, the ancestor sanctuary. The Foreseer amplified the projection of the dark frequency onto the dome. 12 ancient ember projections simultaneously shifting hues. For the Cosmic Emperor to reconstruct himself, 3 elements must converge. A sufficiently substantial dark ember, a luminous ember of the same origin as Primus, and a vessel capable of harmonizing both forces. Dark Windlass leaned against a pillar, tossing a mirrored flask in his hand, delivering a final blow. The luminous ember Optimus Prime, the harmonizing vessel Jack, who had been sanctified through dark baptism and recognized by Primus as 4. He raised his gaze towards the shadowy golden figure of Megatron at the end of the long table, where the dark scars had spread into a web. Within the Guardian's body, growth was promising. The hall was so quiet, one could hear a pin drop. Optimus broke the silence. Then let us choose the battlefield at our designated location. He raised his hand, unfurling the star map, a desolate asteroid circled in red. Number 307. Anciently known as the Ember Graveyard, the site of the first clash between Primus and the Cosmic Emperor, devoid of life, resources, and navigation routes. It was perfectly suited for the final endeavor. The Foreseer took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the 12 ancestors. Vote. The 12 embers simultaneously raised their hands. Unanimously approved. The Grand Ancestor has issued an urgent decree. Codename, Dark Star's Return. Objective, lure the Cosmic Emperor to 307 and incinerate him in one fell swoop. Participants, volunteers only, absolutely no coercion, as if. In the earthly base's tug of war within the seed chamber, under the cover of night, Megatron stood alone on the observation deck. The crescent moon hung in the lunar direction, mirroring the scars etched upon his chest. The whispers of the Cosmic Emperor, once chilling, now bore a weary tenderness. Guardian, you are fatigued. Allow me to protect you. Simply relax. A hand formed from black mist gently caressed the walls of the seed chamber, leaving in its wake a trail of dark red energy. Megatron raised his hand, aiming at his chest. yet found himself unable to pull the trigger. Darkness had seeped into his neural pathways, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. "Do not struggle," the whisper chuckled softly. "Should you perish, the darkness will erupt instantaneously, consuming them all. Then let us perish together," Megatron roared, abruptly redirecting his cannon towards the sky. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a chain of gray snow shattered the window, ensnaring the barrel. Optimus Prime followed closely, striking Megatron's chest plate with his palm. The light pulse from the leadership module surged through his fingers, shattering the shadowy hand. "If you wish to die, you must first seek my approval." Windlass, with a cold tone, pressed his hand against Megatron's forehead. The gray snowstorm flooded the seed chamber, colliding head-on with the encroaching darkness. Silver blue, dark purple, and gray snow formed arcs of electricity dancing upon the armor surface. Megatron let out a scream of agony, collapsing to his knees, yet firmly grasping the arms of both figures. "Bind me to the front lines of battle." 3 days later, at the asteroid 307. Here, no stars illuminate the scene. Only the faint cold light emitted by cosmic background radiation. The ground lay strewn with cracked metallic fossils, relics of the ancient seeds extinguished long ago. Optimus Prime stood atop the highest remnant, the leadership module transforming into a 100-meter light spear, plunging into the core of the Earth, activating the pyro array left by Primus. Tens of thousands of light beams erupted from the ground, intertwining into a colossal torch, awaiting ignition. Windlass stood at the heart of the torch, the gray snow seed transforming into a myriad of fireflies, resonating with the light beams to create a harmonious field capable of forcibly compressing darkness and light into the same frequency. The 12 figures of the ancestors positioned themselves around the outer circumference of the torch. The Foreseer raised his hand, as mirrored manifestations of Primus and the dark wind materialized simultaneously, two deities flanking either side. Supporting the reflective mirror responsible for rebounding the cosmic emperor's will back into the furnace. Red Spider, Soundwave, and Shockwave formed the logistical task force. Standing by in orbit, Red Spider was tasked with transporting energy, Soundwave with broadcasting across the domain, and Shockwave calculating the incineration equivalent, should any deviation occur. The asteroid would detonate into a black hole. Megatron was bound at the center of the torch, the black gold armor adorned with gray snow symbols, resembling a dark monument awaiting sacrifice. Should the Cosmic Emperor desire the Dark Seed, he must first enter the Pyre Torch. Should he seek the Light Seed, he must first breach Optimus Prime. Should he yearn for the Vessel of Harmony, he must first surpass Windlass. This is an inescapable notice of overtime, the final invitation to lure the enemy. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and a terminal projected a line of dark text. Cosmic Emperor, your vacation has concluded. Location, 307. Time, when the torch ignites. Absence will be regarded as automatic resignation, resulting in the forfeiture of dark powers. The words transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the depths of space, targeting the remnants of the dark star still lingering on Earth. 10 seconds later, the entire asteroid began to tremble, not from an enemy's assault, but from a synchronized heartbeat of all combatants resonating at the same frequency. Megatron looked up, his chest scarred and bleeding from the fiery grip, yet he laughed with arrogance. "Come, Dark Star, let me show you what true hell of overtime looks like." The Dark Star descended. 37 seconds after the beam vanished, the sky of 307 split open. A planet composed of pitch-black metal and corrupted flesh burst forth, its surface riddled with crimson single eyes, pupils blinking in unison like millions of malevolent lanterns. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor transformed from a whisper into a planetary chorus. "Overtime? I prefer annihilation." Instead of descending, the entire planet barreled towards the asteroid, intent on reducing the burning star array and its overtime companions to mere dust in one fell swoop. Optimus Prime raised his hand, and the leadership module transformed into a colossal spear, meeting the planet head-on. Windlass clasped his hands together, summoning a storm of gray snow to form a dome over the entire team. The ancestor simultaneously raised his hand, unfolding a mirror that expanded into a vast silver surface. And Red Spider screamed from orbit. The logistics team has transformed into the Vanguard. Energy drinks fire all missiles. Hundreds of barrels of moonlight brew were accelerated by sonic detonations. their shockwaves precisely calculating a parabolic trajectory, transforming into a burning meteor shower that struck the surface of the dark star first. The Cosmic Emperor cackled madly as the planet's surface cracked open, extending a colossal dark hand that swatted away the fiery rain of moonlight brew. Its momentum unabated as it reached for Megatron at the center of the torch. Dark Embers, return to your place. Before the massive hand descended, the hurricane-like pressure had already caused the asteroid's surface to collapse. The burning star's torch shook violently, fissures appearing in the light column. Megatron looked up, his black gold armor peeling away in the tempest. Yet he slowly raised his shackled hands, extending a middle finger towards the Cosmic Emperor. Want my overtime life? Come and take it yourself. Boom! The dark giant's hand collided with the burning star's light column, instantly illuminating 307 as if it were midday. The shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, reducing 3 nearby unmanned satellites to mere dust. Before the light dissipated, the surface of the Cosmic Emperor's planet saw millions of single eyes bleed simultaneously. Half of the light columns of the burning star array shattered, and the Ancestor's mirror was riddled with cracks. Optimus Prime knelt partially, his chest armor succumbing to dark corrosion. Windless gray snow embers extinguished by 30%. Energy leaking from the corner of his mouth. Megatron's chest fiery lock fractured inch by inch, yet he stepped forward, his palm entwined in dark purple and dark red, transforming into a pitch-black axe of light. In the aftermath of the shockwave, the dark star's low laughter echoed. The game has only just begun. Chapter 80. The Final Showdown. The collapse of the torch and the second container, 307 Eternal Night. After daylight, the aftermath of the collision between the pillar of burning stars and the dark hand halted the rotation of the asteroid with a jarring force. Cosmic dust was transformed into a crystalline rain, suspended in mid-air, refracting 2 distinct hues, silver blue and dark red, like the auroras torn asunder at the poles, casting the battlefield into a frigid furnace. Optimus Prime knelt, his leadership module's spear shattered in 2, the broken edges crawling with dark corrosion. Windblade's left arm armor turned to ash, with each wave of her hand sending shards cascading like an avalanche. The primal mirror was marred with spiderweb cracks. Energy seeping from the corner of the first seer's mouth, yet still maintaining its reflective surface. The only figure standing tall was Megatron, his chest's spark lock completely fragmented, dark purple and crimson energies weaving into a pitch-black axe, the axe face reflecting the countless eyes of the Cosmic Emperor, as well as his own vertical pupil. 2 pairs of eyes, equally crimson, yet ignited by entirely different flames, one of annihilation, the other of extinguishing destruction by hand. Round 2. Megatron spat a mouthful of fiery saliva, stepping forward, crushing the metallic stone beneath his feet into powder. It was my turn to labor. On the surface of the Cosmic Emperor's planet, billions of eyes blinked in unison, their voices converging into planetary-scale mockery. You cannot even preserve the container, yet you aspire to incinerate me? A dark wave surged forth from the planet's fissure, coalescing into a second colossal hand, poised to strike down. Boom! Half of the burning star array's light columns extinguished instantaneously, a 100-meter void appearing in the core of the torch, the harmonization field beginning to distort. The primal reflector shattered into fragments. The mirrored Primus and Dark Wind both stifled a grunt and recoiled. The Dark Hand seized the opportunity, penetrating the void, reaching directly for Megatron. Dark Spark, return to your rightful place. The choice of harmonization container jack Earth Orbit Medical Shuttle Hope Jack was secured within the medical chamber. The dark red starburst behind his ear having been removed, leaving a pale scar. Suddenly, the scar fissured, and the Cosmic Emperor's whispers detonated within his mind. The torch will extinguish. You need power to protect your comrades. Come, 307, become my second container. The youth's pupils instantaneously turned pitch black, his veins illuminating with dark red patterns, akin to cracked lava. The medical chamber's alarm shrieked. Alcee rushed through the door, only to be toppled by an invisible force. Jack levitated, grasping the chamber wall, and astonishingly tore the titanium alloy panel apart with his bare hands. Forgive me. The voice echoed with a dual resonance, half belonging to himself, half emanating from the abyss of the planet. I must go. A dark red portal unfurled within the chamber. Jack stepped forward and vanished. Alcee grasped at the air, her fingertips only catching a trace of residual warmth. She looked up, her optical lens reflecting the lunar surface outside the porthole. A dark red beam shot from the direction of the asteroid towards Earth, like a beckoning blood tongue. Jack's Cybertronian reinforcements were all online. Within the hollow of the burning star torch, the dark hand was poised to close in. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the skies above the track. The logistics team transformed into a rain of explosive bombs. Hundreds of barrels of moonlight brew were propelled by sonic detonations, their shock waves expertly calculating parabolic arcs. The surfaces of the barrels were enveloped in vibrating particles, and upon contact with the darkness, boom, a silver-blue inferno erupted on the planet's surface, reducing the one-eyed horde to a bloody mess, their colossal hands momentarily frozen in motion. Seizing the opportunity, Windlass raised his hand, and the gray snowstorm morphed into chains that ensnared the dark wrist. The shattered spear of Optimus Prime was reforged into a hammer of light, delivering a crushing blow that severed 5 fingers. Megatron leaped into action, his pitch-black axe cleaving through the air, slicing the severed hand in two. The dark energy at the fracture point was swiftly tainted by gray snow, crystallizing and disintegrating into a flurry of black snowflakes. Before the black snow could reach the ground, the Cosmic Emperor roared in fury, as a third colossal hand erupted from the planet's core. This time, it did not reach for Megatron, but instead targeted the orbital medical shuttle, Hope. The second container descended, and the giant hand opened its fingers, revealing a dark crimson teleportation array that illuminated Jack's silhouette. The youth stood with closed eyes, the patterns of his veins extending to his cheeks, resembling a totem painted by darkness. Jack! RC maneuvered the ship sharply, unleashing energy projectiles. Yet they could not penetrate the giant hand. Optimus Prime's pupils constricted, his hammer flying from his grasp in an attempt to intercept, only to be swatted away by a fourth giant hand that suddenly emerged. Windlass unleashed the full force of the gray snowstorm, transforming it into a colossal dragon that surged towards the teleportation array. However, it was torn apart by the pull of darkness just 100 meters away. Megatron bellowed, hurling his obsidian axe, which sliced through the vacuum and struck the giant's middle finger. Dark blood splattered, yet the ritual continued unabated. With a resounding thud, the teleportation array closed, and Jack was drawn into the planet's surface as the one-eyed horde simultaneously withdrew, resembling countless petals folding inward to envelop the boy. In the next moment, the entire Cosmic Emperor star began to contract and twist, flesh and metal writhing to form a towering 300-meter dark giant. At the core of its chest, Jack floated, his limbs ensnared by chains of darkness, his head bowed like a figure crucified, a human key. The giant raised its gaze, its voice resonating with the dual harmonies of the youth and the planet. Torch, extinguish. It lifted its foot and brought it crashing down, boom. The core of the burning star's torch shattered beneath its weight, causing the harmonized domain to collapse in an instant as silver-blue beams transformed into a shower of flames. The pyre of embers ignited anew, yet the remnants of the shattered light column did not dissipate. Instead, they were forcibly drawn back by the gray snowstorm, coalescing into a 100-meter sphere of light, hovering behind Windlass. With the harmonization failed, a new plan was set into motion. He raised his hand, and the gray snow chains ensnared Optimus Prime's shattered hammer, then entwined Megatron's dark axe, ultimately wrapping around his own left arm. The pyre of embers ignited anew. The sphere of light imploded, morphing into a 3-colored fire dragon, which surged through the chains and infused the 3 figures. Optimus Prime's shattered spear was reforged, igniting with silver-blue flames. Megatron's obsidian axe transformed into a dark star cleaver interwoven with dark purple and gray snow, revealing Jack's visage on its back. Windlass' left arm, once gray, was enveloped by radiant patterns, transmuting into a harmonized gauntlet. The fire dragon completed its infusion, and the embers coalesced into a radiant arrow, suspended at the fingertips of the wind without trace. "Where shall I shoot?" inquired Optimus Prime. Wind without trace lifted his gaze, locking onto the core of the dark giant's chest. "Pierce the second vessel and reclaim Jack. Trinity Dark Star / He bellowed. The tricolored fire dragon enveloped the trio, transforming into a spiraling spear of light that surged towards the dark giant's chest. The giant raised his hand, his fingers morphing into a shield of darkness. Yet the dark star / cleaved through it, The silver-blue hammer followed, shattering the shield's surface. Finally, the gray snow arrow penetrated, striking Jack squarely between the brows. Thud! The young boy abruptly opened his eyes, his right eye pitch black while his left regained its clarity, two wills clashing within him. Jack, refuse! Optimus Prime roared. Believe in yourself, and also in us. Wind without trace summoned a gray snowstorm, forcibly prying open the chains of darkness. Jack screamed, gripping the dark core in his chest with both hands, tearing it outward with all his might. I refuse. Boom! The dark core was wrenched halfway out, and the giant's movements froze, a gaping void of 100 meters materializing in his chest, as the Cosmic Emperor emitted a planetary-level howl of agony. Inside the void, Jack's torso emerged from the darkness, yet countless chains still ensnared him. The will of the Cosmic Emperor morphed into black mist tendrils, frantically retracting, attempting to reinsert the core. The tricolored spear's energy was depleted, the fire dragon extinguished, and the three were hurled back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the remnants of the Ember Graveyard. Optimus Prime's chest armor was completely corroded. Wind without Trace's left arm had turned to ash, spreading to his shoulder. Megatron's pitch-black axe shattered into 3 segments. Yet a bloodied grin lingered on his lips. The second vessel has cracked. The dark giant lowered his head, gazing at the gaping void in his chest. His voice low and menacing. The game has entered overtime. Chapter 81. The final battle amidst the ashes, silence reigned. The Cosmic Emperor's towering form bore a 100-meter void in its chest, the dark core half suspended, resembling a black heart pried from its shell, still pulsing. Wind without trace. Optimus Prime and Megatron lay amidst the ruins, their armor shattered, the ember light dimmed. Jack was ensnared by half a dark chain, suspended in midair, one half of his body free from control, while the other half struggled against the encroaching black mist. With one final exertion, Wind without trace coughed out fragments of gray snow, his left arm fully turned to ash, resembling brittle, dried rock, crumbling upon contact. Optimus Prime propped himself up with a broken spear, the black corrosion creeping up to his neck. Megatron fared worse, his dark axe reduced to a mere handle. Yet he still wore a bloody grin. I can swing once more. The three exchanged glances, no words necessary, as they ignited the last remnants of their ember, transforming into a tricolored blaze, converging once more. Their target, to completely extract the dark core from Jack's body, and then ignite the torch in reverse, incinerating the Cosmic Emperor to atoms. The final strike was Wind without Trace's one-way ticket. The gray snowstorm reformed, but no longer as chains. Instead, it became a spiraling long spear, its shaft riddled with cracks, within which pulsed the very embers of Wind without Trace. Optimus Prime instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Are you truly prepared to detonate the core? Only by questioning the authority can one resonate with the Cosmic Emperor. Windlass smiled with audacity, declaring, I shall serve as the detonator. You are tasked with casting the bomb into the reactor. Megatron seized his shoulder. Allow me to take over. The darkness within my chest remains unpurged. It is fitting for us to perish together. Do not be foolish, Windlass retorted, brushing his hand away. The gray snow energy surged along his fingertips, infusing the protective armor of the Star Guardian, freezing the residual dark corruption. Cybertron needs your dominion, and I. He turned, gazing at Jack, suspended by chains. The boy's right eye was obsidian, while his left glimmered with clarity, reflecting Windlass' image. He needed to impart a lesson to his younger brother on how to reject the darkness. As the words fell, the spiral lance abruptly expanded, its tip aimed directly at the dark core. The Cosmic Emperor seemed to sense the imminent threat, the giant form thrashing wildly, as the singular eye unleashed crimson rays, converging upon Windlass. Before the beams could reach him, Windlass transformed into a meteor of gray snow, piercing the dark core with a single shot. Boom! The core was forcibly extracted from Jack's chest, the boy collapsing helplessly into Optimus Prime's embrace. The gray snow spiral lance, now carrying the dark core, aimed straight for the Cosmic Emperor's singular eye. Let us descend into hell together, old monster. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Just as the lance was about to pierce the eye, the Cosmic Emperor suddenly halted all movement. The crimson rays extinguished, the giant's arms fell limply, and the singular eye closed, resembling a colossal puppet deprived of power. A profound silence descended, the very wind stilled. Windless pupils narrowed. Yet he could not arrest the momentum of his charge. Thud! The spiral lance effortlessly penetrated the eye, the dark core being shredded into a cloud of black sand. The Cosmic Emperor's giant form began to fracture from the forehead, pale light seeping through the cracks, reminiscent of an empty eggshell, flaking away and dispersing. Had they succeeded? The red spider gawked in disbelief. The sonar screen erupted with a colossal question mark. Target energy reading. 0? The shockwave pushed the lens aside. This defies logic. He must have a contingency. In the next instant, the truth was revealed. Within the shed giant shell, there was neither flesh nor bone. Only an infinite void of black mist. From within the fog emerged the Cosmic Emperor's final low chuckle. Container, thank you for shattering my prison. The black mist coalesced, embodying the dark star. The mist, as if alive, surged toward Windless from all directions. The gray snowstorm instinctively retaliated, but was pierced by the black mist. The three-color dragon of fire attempted to intercept, only to be engulfed by the tidal wave of fog. Retreat! Optimus Prime roared, propelling himself backward with Jack in his arms. Megatron reached out to grasp Windless, but only caught a fragment of a cloak corroded by the black mist. In the heart of the black mist, Windless emitted a distorted scream of agony. His gray snow armor was tainted jet black, the optical lens shifting from azure to crimson. As the gray snow ignition chamber in his chest was forcibly pried open, tendrils of black mist seeping in, like ink dispersing in clear water, rapidly assimilating. In mere moments, the black mist had fully entered his being, and silence returned once more. As the smoke dissipated, silhouettes emerged, retaining the height and outline of Windless Trace, yet cloaked in a shroud of inky darkness. The edges of his armor shimmered with a dim crimson starlight, while the ember chamber upon his chest had been transformed into the core of the dark star, where countless minuscule red eyes blinked within. He slowly raised his gaze, his optical lenses resembling vertical pupils, his voice resonating with an overlapping echo. The overtime has concluded, my friends. Now, I shall assign you to the eternal night shifts. The dark star, Windless Trace, struck first. Optimus Prime stepped forward, his spear pointing towards his former comrade. Can you hear me? Windless Trace tilted his head, his vertical pupils narrowing into slits, as if discerning or mocking. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and a whip of darkness coalesced into a 100-meter-long lash. With a casual flick, the earth was cleaved open, the edges of the chasm swiftly decaying into ash. Megatron roared, his shattered axe reforming into a dark purple warhammer, which he swung down upon Windless Trace's shoulder armor. The impact was thunderous, yet the hammer was eroded into dust by the black mist, and Windless Trace remained unfazed. Countering with a palm strike to Optimus Prime's chest, the explosion sent Megatron hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing through two skeletal mountains as the ember light dimmed instantly. Optimus Prime set Jack down, transforming his spear into a lightsaber, and thrust it towards the dark core of Windless Trace's chest. The blade met the black armor, but was effortlessly pinched between two fingers. Too weak, Windless Trace flicked his finger, shattering the lightsaber into a myriad of luminous fragments. And the shockwave sent Optimus Prime tumbling 100 meters, the corrosion of his chest armor creeping up to his throat. Jack scrambled to his feet, shouting, Brother Wind, did you not teach me to reject the darkness? Then do so now. Windless Trace's vertical pupils quivered, a flicker of gray snowlight flashing along the edge of his black armor, only to be swallowed by the dark star core. Reject? The overlapping voice scoffed. I am the darkness. There is no need for rejection. He raised his hand. The dark star core began to spin, and countless red eyes blinked in unison. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black as innumerable dark meteors coalesced, locking onto all life upon the ground. The dark star rain descended, igniting Jack as choice in flames. As the dark meteors plummeted, Jack suddenly raised his hand, tearing off the pendant from his chest. It was the gray snow amulet that Windless Trace had once gifted him, containing a fragment of primordial gray snow. The youth pressed the amulet against the scar behind his ear. The gray snow energy surged forth, clashing violently with the residual darkness within him. The pain brought him to his knees in a howl, yet he gritted his teeth, directing the energy towards his throat. Windless Trace, come back to me. His roar transformed into a sonic boom of gray snow, hurtling towards Windless Trace. The vertical pupils trembled once more, and a fine crack appeared on the chest of the black armor, from which a long-lost azure light glimmered through. Windless Trace raised his hand, halting the dark meteors mid-air, as if they were struggling. Seizing the moment, Jack shouted, "You taught me that doubt is not the denial of everything, but the denial of absolutes. Now, I doubt that you are absolute darkness. Therefore shatter." The sonic boom morphed into a lance of gray snow, piercing directly into the Dark Star core. In a fierce clash within and outside the core, billions of crimson eyes erupted simultaneously from within. Outside, Optimus Prime and Megatron rose together, injecting the last ember into the pale snow spear. Silver blue, dark purple, and grayish-white streams of light flowed into the Dark Star's core, converging with the internal sonic boom of Jack. Boom! The Dark Star's chest exploded open, creating a 100-meter void as its obsidian armor shattered, revealing the grayish-white ember entwined in black mist. The ember struggled, resembling a cerulean bird ensnared by chains. It was not enough. Optimus knelt, his voice hoarse, needing an external ember as a catalyst to draw the darkness out. Megatron gritted his teeth, pressing his hand against his chest, ripping away the remaining darkness along with the ember. "I shall take it." The dark purple ember transformed into chains, ensnaring the grayish-white light bird and pulling it outward with fervor. Optimus likewise tore away fragments of the leadership module, adding silver-blue chains to the effort. The two chains exerted their force simultaneously, gradually pulling the black mist from the Dark Star's core, emitting a wailing cry akin to an infant's lament. In the final moments of the Dark Star's demise, just as the darkness was about to be entirely extracted, it suddenly lifted its head, its vertical pupil transforming back into the crimson, singular eye of the Cosmic Emperor, its voice resonating with planetary delight. "Thank you for facilitating my external detachment." Now, it raised its hand, the extracted darkness morphing into a pitch-black spear that pierced through the chests of Optimus and Megatron. "It is your turn to toil until death." Thud! The silver blue and dark purple embers dimmed simultaneously, and the two figures gradually knelt down. The ebony spear dissipated, and the void in the Dark Star's chest swiftly healed. It looked down upon the still struggling grayish-white light bird and chuckled softly. "Do not be hasted apart. The final labor has only just begun." Chapter 82, The Ultimate Battle, final part in the name of humanity, Dark Duality 307, Ember Graveyard. The Dark Star raised its hand, and the pitch-black spear disintegrated into two streams of murky flow, seeping into the penetrating wounds of Optimus and Megatron. The silver-blue ember was instantly tainted with ink, dark red veins creeping along the edges of the armor. The dark purple energy of the Guardian Prince was also assimilated into deep black, with golden eyes shrinking into crimson vertical pupils. The dark Optimus Prime, the Dark Star lightly flicked its fingertips, shattering the heavens. The two figures slowly rose, their bones emitting a metallic wail of rending. Yet they simultaneously knelt, offering a gesture of fealty to the Dark Star. "Master." Their voices overlapped, resonating with planetary depth. The red spider in orbit witnessed this scene, its tail flame spiraling out of control, screaming as it plummeted to the ground. "It's over. Even the leader and the Guardian Prince have fallen." A sonic wave slapped it awake, but the screen displayed Despair Level 100. The ancestral mirror image shattered completely. The Sentinel half-kneeling, energy blood dripping from his arm armor. The mirror-like wine vessel thrown by the Dark Star was cleaved in two by the remnants of darkness in midair. Jack lay on the ground, fingers digging into the metallic gravel, his knuckles bloodied. "Brother Wind, Optimus, Megatron," the youthful voice was hoarse, yet no one responded. The shadow of darkness loomed, shrouding all hope. The Dark Star Declaration unfolds as the Dark Star embraces the void, its core rotating. Countless crimson eyes blinking in unison. The torch has been extinguished, the embers are tainted, the myth of Primus comes to an end. Henceforth Cybertron, Earth, and the Mirror Universe shall all belong to the realm of the Dark Star. And you, with your slit pupils surveying the remnants of your comrades, face two choices: to become a dark terminal, laboring eternally, or to be worked to the point of energy depletion, dissolving into cosmic dust. The dark Optimus Prime raises his hand, reforming the shattered spear into a black-blue lightsaber. The shattering sky is remade in darkness, its barrel tripled in diameter. as dark red electric serpents slither forth. The Dark Star snaps his fingers, transforming dark energy into tens of thousands of Dark Star emblems, cascading like raindrops upon the battlefield's remaining soldiers. Upon contact with their armor, the emblems instantly corrode dark red marks, eliciting cries of anguish. In the abyss of despair, the Red Spider hunches over, clutching his head behind the wreckage, oblivious to the trophy shards embedded in his arm. Do we have even a zero chance of victory? The shockwave erases the energy blood from the mask's cracks, but his voice no longer retains its calmness. Logic deduces the probability of victory. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The soundwave screens flicker incessantly. Despair, 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 ultimately freezing on system suggestion. Preserve ember samples, await the next era. The foreseeing one attempts to rise, only to be tossed aside by a wave of darkness. The Dark Star's frequency blocks all coordinates for mirroring transmission. Jack kneels on the ground. Tears mingling with blood drop upon the metallic surface, scattering tiny specks of light. Is this how it ends? The boy looks up, gazing at the wind without trace. Upheld by darkness. The last flicker of the ashen ember is but a faint azure, akin to a trapped firefly, on the verge of extinguishment. No, suddenly, he recalls the words of wind without trace. Doubt is not the negation of everything, but the negation of the absolute. If absolute darkness exists, then absolute light must also exist. Jack lowers his gaze to his blood-stained palm, where remains the last fragment of the ashen amulet. The edges of the fragment reflect the boy's own eyes, clear, yet no longer helpless. Absolute darkness? I doubt it. The boy murmurs, his voice soft yet resonant. Like a spark igniting dry hay, the flame of humanity ignites. Jack rises, brushing the dust from his knees. Step by step, he strides toward the heart of the battlefield. The Dark Star takes note of the diminutive figure, its slit pupils narrowing. Container, do you wish to start early? The boy offers no reply. Instead, he raises his hand, pressing the ashen fragment into the scar on his chest. The fragment transforms into flowing light, surging through his veins and into his heart. In an instant, the blood within his body is tinged silver blue by the ashen energy. The scar behind his ear splits open, yet no darkness pours forth. Instead, a beam of pure human will erupt forth. The pillar of light soars into the heavens, tearing through the eternal night of 307. As if someone were etching a crack upon the cosmic blackboard with chalk. The Dark Star without trace furrowed its brow for the first time. The flicker of humanity's firefly. Yet Jack grinned, his smile radiating brighter than any energy cannon. A firefly can ignite the vast prairie. In the name of humanity, I reject absolute darkness. The beam of light erupted, transforming into a cascade of silver-blue fire rain, descending upon every warrior marred by the Dark Star's emblem. As the fire rain made contact with the dark crimson insignia, a hissing sound echoed, rapidly vaporizing the emblem and replacing it with a small human handprint, the ashen snow mark, imbued with warmth. The Red Spider gazed at the handprint on his arm, momentarily stunned, before suddenly shrieking. I can feel the spirit of overtime igniting once more. The collective will surge anew, as the silver-blue fire rain fell upon the chest armor of the Dark Titan, halting the spread of darkness in an instant. Within the depths of the optical mirror, a flicker of azure struggled to shine. The dark crimson currents were neutralized by the fire rain, causing the cannon's muzzle to oscillate between unstable shades of purple and blue. The shockwave lifted its head, the optical mirror reflecting the celestial fire rain, its voice trembling yet fervent. The odds of victory have risen to 0. 0-1. The soundwave screen frantically refreshed, despairing hope, ultimately settling on system suggestion. Give it to them. The Preceptor and the Dark without trace exchanged glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously, their mirrored energies and primordial sparks soaring together, forming a luminous bridge across the battlefield, directed straight at the Dark Star without trace. The Red Spider, Soundwave, Shockwave, and even Fallen Jack stood up in unison, their sparks synchronized with Jack's frequency. The human will emerge as the sharpest harmonizer. Ultimately, the combined entity of human and star descended. Jack raised his hand, the fire rain swirling back, coalescing into a hammer forged from human intent. Its head shimmered silver blue, its handle a shade of ashen snow, and the striking surface bore the twin totems of Cybertron and Earth, aptly named Human Star. The youth gazed at the still struggling azure firefly, smiling. Brother Wind, I have come to rescue you. This time, I shall take the overtime. He swung the Human Star hammer, charging towards the dark star without trace. With every step, silver-blue fire lotuses blossomed beneath his feet. With every swing, the hammer's tempest tore through the realm of darkness. With every roar, the fire of humanity and Cybertron resonated in unison. The dark star without trace raised its hand, conjuring a colossal shield of dark energy, only to have it shattered by a single strike of the Human Star hammer. Impossible. How could absolute darkness be vanquished by mere flesh and blood? The vertical pupils displayed their first crack, revealing an incredulous tremor within. Jack offered no reply, but instead raised the light hammer high above his head, gathering the entirety of the fire rain, for it absolutely does not exist. Boom! The Human Star hammer struck heavily against the chest of the dark star without trace. A silver-blue column of fire piercing through the core of darkness, causing billions of crimson eyes to burst simultaneously. The darkness shed, and the wind without trace returned. Within the fire column, the obsidian armor peeled away, revealing the imprisoned ashen snow spark as the azure optical mirror reignited. Wind without trace opened his eyes in bewilderment, witnessing the youth's determined silhouette swinging the hammer, a familiar smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, in turn, your overtime skills are quite impressive. With tears of laughter, Jack exclaimed, Master, please give me a call when you finish work. The ash-gray embers suddenly unfurled, transforming into a luminous bird that merged with the argent-blue flame, devouring the dark star's core in a reverse manner. The Cosmic Emperor let out a final, ear-piercing wail. No, I shall never concede defeat to humanity. The cry was engulfed by the flames, while the dark energy was forcibly stripped away, compressed, and coalesced into a pitch-black die, which landed in Jack's palm, inscribed with the words, Absolute Darkness, now questioned. As the final torch reignited, the eternal night of 307 dissipated, and the remnants of the burning star glimmered anew, not in an array, but as each ember ignited simultaneously, igniting the flame of hope. The dark pillar of heaven and the armor of the sky, once tainted, reverted to their original argent blue and dark violet hues, yet drained of energy. It knelt on one knee, raising its gaze toward the boy with the hammer. The wind, imperceptible, settled beside Jack, the ash-gray armor revitalized, with a human handprint adorning its left shoulder, akin to a medal of camaraderie. He raised his hand, lightly tapping fists with the boy, his voice hoarse yet tender. Welcome to the Infinite Overtime Company, position, partner of hope. Jack laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks, turning to face his comrades. Raising the pitch-black die high above his head, darkness has been denied. The future is ours to redefine. Chapter 83. The sea beneath the ashes in the victorious night sky of 307, genuine starlight finally appeared. Amidst the remnants of the burning star, countless embers ignited simultaneously, weaving a magnificent aurora of argent blue, dark violet, and ash gray, draping the universe in a soft blanket. Jack held aloft the pitch-black die, his silhouette illuminated by the flames. Wind, imperceptible, stood beside him, the human handprint on his gray snow armor shimmering brightly. The pillar of heaven knelt on the ground, yet still smiled upward, as fragments of the leadership module reassembled in its chest, pulsating with gentle light. Red Spider tossed a flawless trophy into the air, spinning and shouting, We won. No more overtime. The Soundwave screen erupted with fireworks effects. The dark die has been sealed. The shockwave announced calmly, Win rate, 100. The Cosmic Emperor has been utterly denied. The ancients set down their mirrored images. Both the Foreseer and the Dark One slumped simultaneously, releasing a sigh of relief. Human soldiers, Autobots, remnants of a shadow realm, and the Decepticon transformation troops all raised their weapons towards the sky, roaring in celebration. Energy beams intertwined to form enormous letters, illuminating every fatigued yet radiant face. No one noticed the hand of Megatron, hanging by his side, as his knuckles turned silently black. Deep within the tricolored emblem on his chest, a dark red seed quietly split open its first sprout. The dark seed began to germinate as the celebration continued throughout the entire rotation cycle of 307. By the campfire, Jack handed the pitch-black die to the pillar of heaven. Leader, I entrust this to you. I have faith. As Optimus Prime grasped the dice, a thread of black mist, finer than a hair, silently seeped into the fragments of the leadership module, so swiftly that even he was oblivious to its presence. Not far away, Megatron leaned against the wreckage, tilting his head back to drain the last of his moonlight brew. The dark red seed within his chest sensed the fluctuations from the leadership module, pulsating with excitement as it rapidly ascended through his veins towards the spark chamber. The final whispers of the Cosmic Emperor echoed in his mind. The seed shall not die. The dark star shall not perish. When the time is ripe, light shall be taken, and darkness shall return. Megatron abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel the auditory hallucination, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. When he lifted his gaze once more, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a vertical pupil deep within the optical lens. The celebratory feast had lulled their vigilance, and on the journey back to Earth, the spaceship was adorned with vibrant decorations. Black Arachnia donned a sequin vest and sang Overtime Hero into the microphone. Soundwave spun records, and Shockwave used a swarm of drones to project a three-dimensional image of a dark die. The other Autobots engaged in drinking games, swiftly depleting 10 barrels of moonlight brew. Prowl and Ratchet jovially discussed their next fishing trip. Optimus Prime raised a non-alcoholic energy drink in a toast with Jack. "Welcome aboard, partner of hope, young man." The youth smiled broadly, yet suddenly furrowed his brow. "Leader, your module's light seems a bit dimmer?" Optimus glanced down. The leadership module remained a brilliant blue, yet a minuscule red that had appeared at its center, too swift to be noticed. "You must be seeing things," the leader chuckled, ruffling Jack's hair before turning to greet others. Further away, Windblade was pulled into a jubilant disco by Black Arachnia, the human handprint on his gray and white armor glimmering under the lights. He twirled with a smile, but stumbled, an old wound reopening, energy blood seeping onto the floor. Swiftly consumed by the encroaching darkness, Megatron lingered in the shadows by the hatch, his gaze intensely fixed on the leadership module, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his chest. With every tap, the dark red seed grew stronger. The module's ownership abruptly shifted as the spaceship descended onto the Autobot base on Earth. The hatch opened to reveal a tender night. Soldiers lined up to cheer, while Raph and Miko launched fireworks drones, illuminating the sky with vibrant colors. Optimus Prime was the first to step out, raising his hand in greeting to the crowd. The next instant, a dark golden figure flashed behind him. "Megatron?" The leader turned back with a smile, but before he could finish his sentence, a shadowy hand blade pierced through his abdomen. With a sickening sound, the leadership module was extracted in its entirety, the silver blue shell instantly stained dark red. The crowd screamed and scattered, fireworks exploding in a chaotic shower of light. Optimus fell to his knees, his chest hollow, energy blood gushing forth, his optical lens dimming rapidly. "Why?" Megatron raised his hand, pressing the module into his own chest. And the dark red seed rejoiced, its roots swiftly enveloping the module and merging with it. The pitch-black armor cloaked the dark red star patterns. The Guardian's form twisted and elongated, his voice resonating with an overwhelming echo. "I am not Megatron. I am Dark Star, shattering the heavens." The wind, devoid of traces, was gravely injured and captured. In an instant of transformation, he surged forth from the crowd, the gray snowstorm coalescing into a spear aimed directly at the back of Jing Potion's head. Yet, in mid-air, his old wounds erupted. His left arm completely turned to ash and shattered, the spear disintegrating into snowflakes. Jing Patian retaliated with a fist, striking him in the chest. The impact reverberated as the gray snow armor collapsed, sending Feng Wuhen flying like a severed kite, crashing through the outer wall of the base and landing heavily at the bottom of a waiting spacecraft, the spark of light within extinguished by 70% in an instant. Jing Patian teleported before him, grasping his neck with a cold voice. "I have accepted your dark frequency." A pitch-black energy coursed through his fingers, forcibly suppressing the gray snow spark, while Feng Wuhen's pupils dilated, plunging him into unconsciousness. "Wuhen!" Arsai transformed and rushed over, only to be kicked aside by Jing Patian. Grasping Feng Wuhen, Jing Patian stepped into a dark red portal, from which echoed the distant laughter of the Cosmic Emperor. The seed returns, the torch extinguished forever. The portal sealed shut, and the night sky fell silent once more, leaving only the debris and the astonished cries of the crowd. Despair returned to the embers of the torch. Inside the medical chamber, Optimus Prime was urgently secured, energy blood pouring from the hollow leadership module, life readings plummeting. Jack knelt beside the bed, trembling hands hovering over the grotesque wound. It is all my fault. If only I had discovered the anomalies of the dice sooner. Red Spider clutched a fragment of the trophy, his voice quivering. Wasn't the Cosmic Emperor eradicated? Why can he still manipulate the Guardian Star? The shockwave picked up samples of the energy blood from the ground, reflecting a dark red seed's microscopic image, before being sealed. The dark seed had implanted the last seed in a Megatron, using the leadership module as a catalyst to complete the resurrection. The premonitory Tion and Dark Wuhan entered the medical chamber simultaneously, their expressions graver than ever. The Cosmic Emperor has not perished. He has merely reincarnated in a new shell. This new vessel is Megatron, and also Feng Wuhen. Jack's final spark. The lights in the medical chamber flickered, illuminating every pale face. Jack slowly rose, fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. Then let us draw him out once more. This time, the youth raised his hand, pressing the pitch-black dice into his chest, while the fragments of the gray, snow talisman simultaneously fused. Let me be the vessel, and together we shall bring Brother Feng and Megatron back into the light. The pitch-black dice spun within him, its surface cracking with the first gray-white fissure, yet the youth smiled with unwavering determination. Cosmic Emperor, have you forgotten? Doubt can negate the absolute. Hope can negate despair. Humanity can defy the divine. Chapter 84. The Coronation of the Abyss and the Librarian's Nocturnal Escape. The throne of the Abyss, devoid of light, lay in the universe's deepest depths, a chasm so dark that even starlight could not deign to grace it. Here, there was no direction, no time, only a thick, tar-like darkness pulsating slowly, like a colossal beast that would never awaken. Jing Patian held the unconscious Feng Wuhen in one hand, the black gold armor groaning under the weight of the abyss's gravity, yet unable to conceal the fervor in his eyes. The seed has returned, the torch extinguished. Now, only the final vessel remains to be crowned. Following the coordinates left by the Cosmic Emperor, he traverses gate after gate forged from darkness, ultimately arriving at the heart of the abyss, a blood-red altar suspended in the void. At the center of the altar hovers a core the size of a fist, entirely crimson, its surface adorned with nerve-like protrusions. With each pulsation, the energy tides of the abyss rise and fall. The dark star core of His Majesty, the Cosmic Emperor whispers with exhilaration, trembling in anticipation. Once implanted, a new dark star shall be born. He lays Wind Wuhan upon the altar, his fingers slicing through the protective armor of the ignition chamber. The dark star core, sensing its destined home, floats freely, gradually embedding itself. In an instant, the entire abyss erupts in fervor. Countless dark energies morph into whirlpools, frantically flooding into Wind Wuhan's being, blood patterns spreading, the gray snow armor turning pitch black, its edges illuminated by dark red starlight. The dark star core at his chest spins, billions of crimson eyes blinking within, no longer ferocious, but rather submissively yielding to a singular will. Moments later, his optical lenses suddenly widen, the vertical pupils glowing deep red, radiating a planetary indifference and majesty. Wind Wuhan is no more. He is now the Dark Star Wuhan, slowly rising, moving his neck with a metallic creak, the sound resonating in a deep timbre that harmonizes with the Cosmic Emperor's echo. The unfinished legacy of my father shall be fulfilled by me. In reverence, Jing Patian immediately kneels on one knee, his right fist resting upon his chest armor, his head bowed in a manner almost devout. Your Highness, the Dark Star, I am your right hand, poised to assist you in realizing your grand aspiration to dominate the universe. The Dark Star Wuhan raises a hand. Dark red energy transforming into a cloak, unfurling in the stillness of the abyss. There is no need for reminders. I am aware of the next step. I seek the Pillar of Heaven. Deprived of its leadership module, he is merely a librarian named Orion Pax, easily manipulable. You, revert to your original form of Sentinel Prime, and bring him to me. A sinister smile curls at the corners of Jing Potion's mouth as the black gold armor recedes like a tide, revealing the ancient and familiar interwoven forms of dark purple and black chrome. Sentinel Prime has returned. As you wish, my lord. He turns and steps into the rift of teleportation, his silhouette swallowed by darkness. The daily life of the librarian at the Autobot base, Earth Autobot base, training room. Orion Pax leans against the training bar, breathless. His silver-blue armor, soaked with sweat, reflects a gaze filled with confusion. He remembers who he is, but cannot recall the reason for his fight. Very good, there's been progress and balance. Ambulin pats his shoulder, smiling kindly. 3 more days of practice, and you'll be able to transform independently. The partition nearby applauds. Go for it, brother. You used to be able to punch through warships. Orion shyly smiles, yet his disappointment is palpable. But I don't remember those things. I only remember that I had a good friend named Sentinel Prime. In the library, we often engage in discussions about cosmic philosophy, sharing stolen energy drinks while mentioning Gentian-san. A glimmer ignites in his eyes, reminiscent of speaking of home. At 0344 hours, the medical pod falls into darkness. Orion quietly pushes open the side door, clutching a hand-drawn star map, coordinates of Zhen Tianxuan's homeland, etched from memory. I apologize, everyone. I must seek him out. Perhaps he can reveal to me my true identity. He casts a final glance at the slumbering ambulance before stepping into the night. The first step into the abyss of darkness and stars. The dark star, without trace, stands at the altar's edge, raising a hand to unfurl the star map. Energy from the abyss converges automatically, forming a dark celestial chart that perfectly aligns with Orion's hand-drawn trajectory. Zhen Tianxuan will bring him forth, and I need only prepare the welcoming ceremony. He raises his hand, and the core of the dark star emits a beam of light, constructing a dark library before the altar, precisely as Orion remembers, a lofty dome, rotating bookshelves, and floating energy scrolls. Yet every book has been rewritten by dark energy. Their covers uniformly stamped with titles such as Absolute Order, Dark Star Anthology, and Overtime Codex. The Dark Star reaches out, extracting a blank book. As his fingertips glide across it, the cover materializes with the title, Orion Pax's Dark Rebirth. He closes the book, his vertical pupils cold. As the librarian, I shall reshape the world through knowledge. From now on, your shelves shall hold only my tomes. The reunion with Zhen Tianxuan. Earth, a desolate highway, dawn. Orion walks in the direction indicated by the star map, his armor glistening with a melancholic silver under the moonlight. Ahead, a familiar yet strange figure leans against a derelict billboard, seemingly waiting for a long time. The dark purple armor, adorned with black chrome patterns, stirs Orion's heart into a rapid rhythm. Zhen Tianxuan? Zhen Tianxuan turns, his lips curling into a smile that is both audacious and gentle, reminiscent of old times. Orion. It has been a long while. Orion's eyes well with warmth as he rushes forward to embrace his old friend. I knew it. You are alive. I've forgotten so much. But I remember you. Zhen Tianxuan gently pats his back, but a flicker of dark red flashes in his vertical pupils, his voice soft. Then come with me. I shall help you reclaim all your memories, including the absolute order we once dreamed of together. Unfazed, Orion nods. Wherever you go, I will follow. Zhen Tianxuan raises his hand, opening a dark red portal, leading to the abyss's dark library. Together, they step in, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness. The automobile base discovers the missing personnel. The following morning, at 0611, the ambulance, bearing an energy breakfast, opens the side door of the medical pod. It is empty, save for a neatly folded hand-drawn star map, with a childish note in the corner. Take care, everyone. I go to seek Zhen Tianxuan. Orion. Oh no. 10 minutes later, alarms blare throughout the base. The red spider bursts in, clutching fragments of a trophy. Has the librarian fled? The dark star broadcasts a crimson hue. The coordinates of the abyss reveal a signature of the celestial shockwave energy. The shockwave slammed a fist upon the table. The worst-case scenario for 001 has come to fruition. The Foreseer Tion and the Shadowless Dark simultaneously entered the command room, their expressions darker than ever before. The Dark Star requires the flame of light as the final catalyst, and the leaderless Orion is the purest and most unguarded light of Pleiades. Should he be rewritten by the Dark Library, the Cosmic Emperor shall return from the dead, truly resurrected. The welcome ceremony of the Abyss took place in the Dark Library upon a high platform. The Dark Star, shadowless, sat upon the throne as the shockwave led Orion forth. A dark red beam cascaded from the library's dome, illuminating the steps of the platform like a crimson carpet leading into the abyss. Orion gazed up at the throne, confusion filling his optical lenses. Where is this place, Shockwave? The shockwave knelt on one knee, placing his right hand upon his breastplate, his voice both reverent and fervent. Your Highness, I present to you Orion Pax, a devout follower of absolute order. Shadowless raised a hand, the core of the dark star spinning, his voice deep. Welcome home, librarian. From this day forth, your shelves shall hold only my tomes. Your flame shall inscribe only my name. Your will shall execute only my commands. Dark red energy transformed in chains, instantly binding Orion's limbs and dragging him towards the platform. Shockwave. Orion cried out, but saw his old friend bow his head, his vertical pupils cold and indifferent, no longer regarding him. The sound of chains echoed throughout the dark library, reminiscent of turning pages, each page rewriting the fate of a youth. At the final coordinates of despair, on Earth at the Autobots base, the shockwave input the abyss coordinates into the main cannon. Success rate 0.003, but we must proceed. The Red Spider, clutching a new trophy, spoke with a trembling yet resolute voice. This time, we shall charge into the hell of overtime. The Soundwave screen flickered. Rescue Operation Codename Firefly. Jack stood at the forefront of the team, the ebony die pressed against his chest. His voice calm, yet fervent. Bring back Brother Wind, bring back Orion, bring back hope. He raised his hand, silver-blue fire coalescing at his fingertips, transforming into a luminous arrow pointing towards the abyss. Let's depart. Chapter 85. The gentle trap of the abyss. Echoes of the memory abyss reverberated within the dark library. Atop the high platform, the dark red chains receded like a tide. Orion Pax collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, his optical lens filled with terror and confusion. Shockwave, he instinctively called out for his old friend, his voice echoing beneath the vast dome, yet receiving no familiar reply. Shadowless descended the steps from a throne, dark energy forming ripples beneath his feet, tender as a gentle tide, enveloping Orion's trembling shoulder armor. Do not be afraid. His voice resonated with a deep, gentle timbre, laced with a hint of long-lost remorse. I was merely assisting you in recalling your true self. Orion lifted his gaze, the optical lens reflecting a visage strikingly akin to that of Windless, yet so foreign it sent a shiver through him. Is it truly so? Indeed. Dark Starless half-crouched, retracting his slit pupils to reveal a smile nearly human in its warmth. The three of us were once inseparable friends. The distorted past emerged as Dark Starless raised his hand, dark energy coalescing into a mirror that materialized before Aurelian. Images swirled within. A youthful Aurelian walked alongside Thunderclash in the grand corridors of the Cybertron library, engaged in discussions of the cosmos and order. Windless, Dark Starless, awaited at the end of the bookshelves, cradling 2 cups of energon drinks. The trio laughed and frolicked through the corridor, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun, like 3 parallel lines destined never to part. Suddenly, the scene shifted as the Autobot banner descended from above, enveloping the three. Ambulin, the Divider, and Jackhammer emerged with cold, mocking expressions, brandishing a memory-altering device. Aurelian was forcibly restrained upon an operating table, while Thunderclash and Windless were dragged away by energy chains. The camera froze on Ambulin's impassive face. Make him forget the past, turn him into our weapon. The mirror shattered, and Dark Starless voice whispered in Aurelian's ear. Did you see? This is the truth. The Autobots are aware of your intellect, cognizant of the bond we three share. Yet they chose to tear us apart. They exploited your amnesia, transforming you into Optimus Prime, setting you against your closest friends. Aurelian cradled his head as the optical lens flickered violently. No, this cannot be. How could Ambulin? Calm yourself, my friend. Dark Starless pressed his hand upon Aurelian's shoulder, a soothing warmth emanating from his palm. I understand this is difficult to accept. When they arrive here, you may confront them directly. He hesitated, his voice lowering to a sharper edge. Moreover, did they ever disclose anything about Thunderclash while at the base? Aurelian froze. Indeed, regardless of how he inquired, Ambulin always evaded the topic. The Divider would change the subject. Jackhammer even bluntly remarked, "Who is Thunderclash?" It doesn't matter. Dark Starless scrutinized his expression, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Why do you suppose they dare not reveal the truth to you? Because they know that once you remember, you will abandon them. They have sought every means to strengthen you. Tell me, what do you think their true intentions are? Aurelian's voice quivered. Do they intend to exploit my amnesia to turn me against my own friends? Precisely. Dark, starless rose, dark energy behind him morphing into a colossal projection of Cybertron. Its surface obscured by the Autobot insignia, resembling a shackle. The Autobots are our adversaries, a stumbling block obstructing our quest to restore peace to Cybertron. Aurelian, we require your wisdom. Would you be willing to assist a dear friend? The reunion with the mighty Tianzun left Alian speechless. His memories fragmented like torn pages of a book. One side bore the smiling faces of Autobots, while the other revealed the cold light of truth reflected in a mirror. He found himself torn between these two realities. It seemed that Feng Wuhen had anticipated his hesitation as he snapped his fingers. The grand doors of the dark library swung open, revealing a figure both familiar and foreign, stepping forward with measured grace, clad in dark purple armor adorned with black chrome patterns. A smile both audacious and tender gracing his lips. Zhen Tianzun? Alian's voice trembled. Zhen Tianzun, no longer referred to as Jing Patian, knelt before Alian, meeting his gaze and gently placing his hand over Alian's. Alian, I have searched for you with great difficulty. I am sorry for not rescuing you in time. But now, we have come. And Feng Wuhen stepped between them, resting a hand on Zhen Tianzun's shoulder, their silhouettes elongated by the dim crimson light, resembling converging parallel lines. At last, the three of us can reunite. This time, no force shall tear us apart. A gentle trap, Alian gazed into the concerned faces before him, a strange warmth blossoming in his chest, mingled with an inexplicable unease. I need time to consider. Of course, my friend, and Feng Wuhen replied with a smile, retracting all dark energy, allowing the library's illumination to soften, imbued with the sweetness of bookish aroma and energy drinks. Let Zhen Tianzun take you to rest. You both should converse at length. When the Autobots arrive, you can directly inquire why they concealed your past, why they forced you to be at odds with your closest companions. Zhen Tianzun supported Alian, his arm warm and reassuring. Come, I shall show you our new home. Here, you'll find your favorite scrolls and the model of absolute order you once spoke of creating. Alian, held aloft, descended from the platform, glancing back 3 times towards Feng Wuhen, who stood before the throne with hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he watched Alian depart. Yet a glint of cold calculation flickered deep within his vertical pupils. The new home in the dark library in the lower level of the library, the resting area awaited. Zhen Tianzun guided Alian through rows of bookshelves, his fingertips brushing against the scrolls, his voice soft. Do you remember? You wished to create a library devoid of war, where all Cybertronians could read freely, without factions, without lies. Alian gazed at the familiar scroll cover, a long-forgotten thrill surging within him. I remember. Zhen Tianzun halted, turning to face him, his optics earnest. Prince Shing is working to fulfill that dream. Yet the Autobots only seek to maintain division. They fear unity. They fear the truth. Alian lowered his gaze, his fingers subconsciously tracing the edge of the scroll, the scales of memory beginning to tip. The final coordinates of the Autobots lie on Earth at their base. Jack embedded the pitch-black die into the main cannon, where silver-blue flames coalesced at the muzzle, directed towards the coordinates of the abyss on the star map. The probability of success stood at a mere 0.002. The sound of the shockwave was infused with an unprecedented fervor, yet there was no choice but to proceed. The Red Spider affixed the trophy to the bow of the spacecraft, exclaiming, "This time, we shall charge into the overtime hell." The soundwave screen flickered with the message. Operation code, Firefly returns. Jack stood at the forefront of the group, his youthful voice steady yet passionate. Bring back the wind without trace. Bring back the Aurelian. Reclaim the distorted truth. The spaceship's engine roared, heading straight for the abyss. While deep within, Darkstar without trace stood atop the library's high platform, his vertical pupils reflecting the approaching points of Firefly light. A smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Come forth, Autobots. Let Aurelian see what you have been concealing. Chapter 86. The Firefly's incursion into the judgment of the abyss outside the abyss. The Firefly fleet illuminated the pitch-black cosmos with a silver-blue fire streak. Comprised of the Autobots' main forces, the remnants of the Shadow Domain, and the Decepticon public security forces, the Firefly fleet made its leap into the fray. Their bows uniformly adorned with gray snow handprints and youthful silhouettes. On board the flagship Hope, Jack stood by the porthole, the black dye embedded in his chest plate, cracks spreading across its surface as if sensing the shared darkness stirring in the depths of the abyss. The entire ship was on high combat readiness. The voice of the shockwave remained calm, yet the lenses reflected the flames. The gravitational coefficient of the abyss was anomalous, and the conventional engines threatened to falter at any moment. The Red Spider, clutching the newly welded perfect trophy navigation device, had his tail's paint bristling with tension. I do not wish to work overtime right after finishing my shift. The Soundwave raised his hand, refreshing the screen. Success rate 0.0020003 Hope 1. The foreseeing heavenly and dark without trace stood to Jack's left and right, respectively. The elder brother's optical lens reflected the dark clouds of the abyss. Brother, let us breach the library. You shall focus on reclaiming the truth. Jack nodded, silver blue flames coalescing into an arrow in his palm. Let's set forth. The illusory tranquility of the dark library, meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss. Dark Star without trace stood upon the high platform, fingers gliding through the void as he accessed real-time surveillance of the Firefly fleet. A playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. They arrived 12 hours ahead of schedule. Quite efficient. The Earthshaker stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The dark purple optical lens lowered. Your Highness, shall we activate the defense array? Not yet. Dark Star without trace raised his hand. Dark red energy transforming into an inviting light symbol that floated towards the surveillance screen, beckoning them to enter. Aurelian needed to hear the Autobot's confession with his own ears. In the lower levels of the library, Aurelian sat alone in the reading room. A historical scroll sent by Earthshaker unfurled before him, documenting the Autobots' memory alterations, the abduction of their leader, and the undeniable evidence of humanity's exploitation. With each page he turned, his fingers trembled increasingly. The confusion in his optical lens gradually replaced by fury. Why have they never told me these things? The arrival of the Thunder Sovereign was perfectly timed as he presented a steaming cup of energy drink. His voice gentle as if afraid to shatter glass. For they fear you may recall the truth and return to our side. A glimmer of dark red lightning flickered in Alien's eyes as he raised his gaze. As the Firefly fleet breached the abyssal defense line, the moment they entered the gravitational well of darkness, tendrils of dark energy surged forth, ensnaring the hull of their vessel. Reverse gravity cannon, fire. At the command of the shockwave, the fleet unleashed their assault simultaneously. Silver blue projectiles detonated upon contact with the tendrils, forcibly carving a vacuum corridor. Red Spider piloted the assault ship full marks, using the trophy as a battering ram, screaming as he plunged into the densest mass of tendrils. Stand clear. Full marks navigation, absolute hit. The trophy, adorned with gray snow marks, shimmered, indeed dispelling the darkness and creating an opening for the subsequent fleet. Jack boarded a small shuttle, detaching from the main formation. His objective, the high platform of the dark library. I will go alone. He silenced communications, pressing the obsidian die into the control panel. The cracks in the die widened, synchronizing briefly with the frequency of the abyss, allowing the shuttle to glide through the defensive gaps like a specter. Confrontation of truth and lies unfolded atop the platform. In the library's main hall, Dark Star without trace sat upon the throne of shadows, perusing the tome titled Orion Pax, The Dark Rebirth. Upon hearing footsteps, he closed the book and smiled. Welcome, esteemed partner. Jack remained silent as silver blue fire rained down behind him, coalescing into luminous wings that illuminated a corner of the hall where the Thunder Sovereign approached Alian. Their eyes met, and both the youth and the librarian were momentarily taken aback. Alian, Jack spoke first, urgency in his voice. Do not trust that book. They have distorted history. Yet Alian stepped back, his optical lens flickering dark red. Who is truly rewriting history? Dark Star without trace raised his hand. Dark energy morphing into a holographic screen that played a sequence of edited footage. In the Autobot base command room, a cold voice from an ambulance stated, "We must not allow him to remember the Thunder Sovereign. Otherwise, he will leave." The partition nodded. Then we must continue to seal his memories. The footage concluded, and Dark Star without trace spread his hands. See, this is your companion's own admission. Jack's pupils constricted. The footage was indeed authentic, yet merely a fragment, the context maliciously edited. Just as he was about to explain, Dark Star without trace had instantaneously appeared before him, a finger pressed against the youth's lips. Hush! Let the librarian judge for himself. The memory trial commenced, with the three parties confronting each other. The Thunder Sovereign raised his hand, dark energy coalescing in his shackles that bound Jack in midair, deliberately allowing his mouth freedom. I grant you the opportunity to defend yourself, lest you claim we oppress with darkness. Darkstar, without trace, reclined back on his throne, propping his chin as if watching a theatrical performance. Jack, tell Alien why you never mention the Thunder Sovereign. Why do you go to such lengths to make him stronger? Is it your intention to bind him to the Autobot war chariot, forever to serve as your puppet leader? Each question struck like nails into Alien's heart. He turned to Jack, his voice trembling. Answer me. Are you truly using me? Jack took a deep breath, the obsidian dice burning against his chest, yet granting him an unprecedented clarity. Yes, we concealed the existence of the Thunder Lord, but not out of exploitation. Rather, out of fear for your safety. We were concerned about your muddled memories, worried you might find yourself torn between old friends and new beginnings. Our desire was solely to protect you. Darkstar, with a soft laugh, applauded. What a tender deception. Yet Jack lifted his gaze, piercing through the darkness to meet Alien's stare. But protection is not imprisonment. Hence, I have come to restore your agency. He raised his hand, the obsidian dice materializing, its gray and white cracks widening to reveal the silver-blue embers within. This was the power of doubt he had wrested back from the shadows. This dice recorded the moment the Cosmic Emperor was denied and served as evidence of the absolute doubt and freedom of choice I can offer you. The dice transformed into a cascade of light, drifting towards Alien, only to be shattered midair by the Thunder Lord's palm. Enough. The dark purple optical lens ignited with fury. Your Highness, do not waste time. Rewrite him directly. But Darkstar raised his hand to halt the momentum, his vertical pupils reflecting the boy's resolute face. Suddenly smiling. Very well, I shall give you a chance. Let the librarian turn to the final page himself. He gestured, and a dark scroll floated before Alien, its cover inscribed with, the final chapter, Absolute Order. Open it, and you shall remember the entire truth, but the price is that you will become part of Darkstar, with no possibility of return. Reject it, and you may still return to the embrace of the Autobots. Yet darkness will eternally pursue you until they imprison you within a cage of memories. Alien's hand hovered above the scroll, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The fire of humanity ignited once more. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the scroll, Jack suddenly raised his hand, pressing all the shards of the obsidian dice into his own heart. If there is a price to be paid, then let it be mine. A pillar of silver-blue flames surged skyward as the boy's blood fused with the energy of gray snow, wings of light forged from human while unfurling behind him. Each feather a memory of his ties with the Autobots, with Windlass, and with all his comrades. Alien, do not choose darkness, nor the Autobots. Choose yourself. The fiery wings spread wide, transforming into a rain of light that cascaded into every corner of the dark library. Wherever it touched, the dark pages ignited, revealing the obscured truth, raw images of the three running side by side in their youth, unedited, unaltered, filled solely with pure laughter and dreams. Alien's optical lens flickered violently, alternating between dark red and deep blue, ultimately settling into a clear azure. He raised his hand and forcefully closed the final chapter, Absolute Order, the scroll disintegrating into ash in his palm. I choose myself. I choose to embrace skepticism absolutely, welcoming freedom. The final battle against the Darkstar rages on. The smile of Darkstar Wuhan evaporates in an instant as his vertical pupils ignite with planetary fury. If you refuse to be a subject, then become ashes. He raises his hand, and the dark library transforms into countless obsidian blades, raining down upon the two. The thunderous sovereign roars, condensing dark purple energy into a gigantic shield that stands before Alien. My lord, leave it to me. Yet Alien pushes him aside, raising his hand to summon the pages of the human starbook formed from the rain of memories. The pages morph into a luminous shield, colliding with the dark blades, causing an explosion that shakes the entire library to its core. Jack raises his hand, the human starlight wings morphing into a spear, aimed directly at Darkstar Wuhan. Return Feng Wuhen to us. Darkstar Wuhan sneers, the core of the Darkstar spinning within his chest. as an enormous wheel of absolute order formed from dark energy rises behind him. With each rotation of the wheel, the abyss contracts, as if seeking to compress the entire universe into a single tome. You wish to have him back, then trade your freedom for his order. The battlefield, the library, crumbles. The dark wheel clashes with the silver-blue spear. An energy storm rips through the library's dome, as countless bookshelves collapse and scrolls ignite. Knowledge and darkness turning to ashes in unison. The thunderous sovereign is pushed back by the shockwave, yet he immediately rushes toward Orion. Dark purple energy collides with the rain of memories as both raise their hands, palms facing each other. Together? Together. The dark purple and sky blue energies intertwine, forming a radiant bridge across the battlefield. At the bridge's end, Jack raises the spear high, its tip gathering the doubts and hopes of all humanity. Aimed squarely at the core of the Dark Star. This time, we shall pen the final chapter. Chapter 87. The final chapter of the Fire Rider at the bridge's end, where dark purple and sky blue converge. The radiant bridge stretches like a taut rainbow, piercing through burning bookshelves and the collapsing dome. Reaching the core of the wheel of absolute order. Jack stands at the center of the bridge, the human starlight wings converging into a pair of solid light blades. As silver-blue flames flow along his arm, merging into the spear's tip. This marks humanity's first instance of forging a weapon with both doubt and belief. Opposite him, Darkstar Wuhen stands beneath the wheel, his vertical pupils reflecting the silhouette of the youth, as if observing a moth drawn to a flame. In the name of humanity? He chuckles darkly, his voice reverberating with the echoes of the cosmic emperor. I can extinguish even stars. The wheel spins, contracting the abyss by 100 kilometers with each turn, as dark energy coalesces into countless obsidian pages, each inscribed with absolutes. Like millions of blades simultaneously slicing toward the bridge. Orion and the thunderous sovereign stand side by side, their hands pressing against the ends of the bridge. As the rain of memories and dark purple energy intertwine to form a shield, protecting the youth from the storm of pages. Go! Orion shouts hoarsely, retrieve Feng Wuhen. Jack nods, leaping forward. The bridge beneath his feet shatters into shards of light, yet he does not fall. Instead, it transforms into a propelling flame, launching the youth like a silver-blue meteor, piercing toward the core of the Dark Star, within the confines of the Dark Star's core prison. As the tip of the gun grazed the core, Jack was drawn into an abyss of utter darkness. There is no distinction of up or down, only fragmented memories floating in the void. Windless Trace and Optimus Prime toiled late into the night at the library, transcribing the codex. The young Thundercracker scaled walls to deliver energy drinks. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the sunrise, pledging to end the wars on Cybertron. At the end of this recollection, Windless Trace found himself ensnared by dark chains, the ember of gray snow dwindling to the last flicker of azure. Like a captive firefly, stubbornly flickering against the encroaching darkness. Jack! Windless Trace lifted his gaze, his voice frail, yet laced with a familiar jest. Have you come to clock in for overtime? The young man's eyes welled with warmth, yet he managed to grin. Master, I've punched out. I'm here to take you home. He raised his hand, transforming the star hammer into a key, inserting it into the dark chains. With a resounding crack, the chains shattered, freeing the ember of gray snow, which converged with the silver-blue fire rain, instantaneously expanding into a colossal luminous bird, its wingspan reaching 100 meters, each feather inscribed with symbols of doubt and hope. The light bird flapped its wings, releasing a triumphant cry that shattered the entirety of the dark expanse. The absolute order crumbled. Outside, Darkstar's Windless Trace suddenly knelt, a fissure appearing in the core at his chest, from which silver-blue flames flickered. Impossible. How could absolute order succumb to uncertainty? He raised his hand, attempting to mend the core, only to discover the great will was no longer under his control. The term absolute inscribed on the pages was rewritten by the silver-blue fire rain as possibility, doubt, and freedom. The great will began to reverse its course. The abyss contracted and then expanded outward, the dark energy forcibly diluted, transforming into a cascade of black snow that fell alongside the burning pages. Orion and Thundercracker rose simultaneously, their reflections in the optical lenses displaying the same resoluteness. Now, the two faced each other, their palms aligned. As memories and radiant light merged with dark purple energy to form a beam that surged into the body of the light bird. The light bird emitted a resonant cry, morphing into a colossal pen, spanning the battlefield, its nib forged from silver-blue fire rain, the tip igniting the gray snow, the barrel etched with the fingerprints of the youth and the librarian. Jack's voice echoed in unison within everyone's ears. Cosmic Emperor. The absolutes you inscribed will be rewritten by us. Ultimately, the quill of the stars began to inscribe the first character upon the dark abyss's celestial expanse. Embrace. At the moment the character was formed, the fissure in Dark Star's windless trace widened, and his vertical pupils trembled for the first time. The second character, Doubt, caused a corner of the great wheel to splinter, the dark chains fracturing piece by piece. The third character, Self, witnessed half of the Dark Star's core being forcibly extracted. The gray snow light bird grasping the core in its beak, soaring toward the center of the battlefield. The fourth character, Bai, saw the quill plunge forcefully, its nib piercing through Dark Star's windless trace's breastplate, anchoring him firmly against the burning bookshelf. Crimson energy surged back into the core like a tidal wave, and the vertical pupils emitted a desperate shriek. I refused to accept it. I'm the absolute. Yet Jack reached out, grasping the end of the quill, his voice calm yet resonant in the abyss. Then let the absolute be doubted unto death. Boom! A colossale explosion erupted, as a cascade of silver-blue fire rained down amidst a storm of gray snow. The core of the Dark Star was forcibly stripped away, compressed, and transformed into a new ember die. Its surface, no longer shrouded in darkness, was now a pale gray adorned with silver-blue dots. Inscribed at its center with the words, "The ember returns, the wind without trace comes back." At the heart of the firestorm, Feng Wuhen stumbled to the ground, his gray snow armor reborn, a human imprint gleaming brightly on his left shoulder. He looked up to see the youth collapse from exhaustion, yet defiantly straighten his back. "Master," Jack rasped, "the punch card is ready." Feng Wuhen smiled, his optical lens regaining its azure hue, now imbued with a long-lost tenderness. "Well done, intern." He raised his hand, transforming the energy of gray snow into a cloak that draped over the young man's shoulders. "From this day forth, you are a partner in hope with lifetime validity." In the aftermath of the explosion, Zhan Tianzuan knelt on one knee, his dark purple armor marred with fractures, yet he lifted his gaze to Orion, his voice hoarse. "I nearly pushed you into the abyss again." Orion approached, the azure light reflecting his old friend's regret, yet he reached out to help him rise. "You brought me back. That is enough." Zhan Tianzuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, condensing the dark purple energy into a secondary core, which he handed to Orion. "My power is now yours to command. From this moment forth, I am no longer your right hand, but your guardian, standing between you and the darkness." Orion accepted the secondary core, which fused with the azure ember, transforming into a two-toned emblem, the Cybertron insignia, its center embedded with a human fingerprint. As the tension eased, a faint heartbeat emanated from the pitch-black die, the core of the original Cosmic Emperor, creating an immediate hush among the crowd. Feng Wuhen raised his hand, and the gray snow energy formed a cage, securely imprisoning the die. "Does it still wish to sprout?" "Not on my watch." However, Jack pressed his hand against the surface of the cage, causing the die's heartbeat to cease instantaneously. His voice, calm yet undeniably resolute, declared, "Cosmic Emperor, you taught me that darkness never truly vanishes, but can be questioned, denied, and rewritten. Now, I doubt your eternity. So, I implore you, forever remain silent." A crack appeared on the surface of the die, silver-blue flames seeping through, ultimately transforming into a tempest of black snow, scattered by the gray snowstorm. Each flake bore the imprint of countless imprisoned possibilities, finally liberated. In the final chapter, under the night sky of 307, the darkness dissipated entirely, and the starlight shone with newfound brilliance. Orion, Zhan Tianzuan, Feng Wuhen, and Jack stood shoulder to shoulder atop the ruins, beneath their feet the pages of burning books, and above them, the celestial dome of freedom. Orion raised his hand, inserting the remnants of the giant writing brush into the highest point, whereupon it bore a new inscription, "The Ember Writer, never to work overtime." The wind, without a trace, raised his hand, colliding his fist with that of the youth. "Welcome to Infinite Possibilities Limited, position, Firestarter, term, lifetime." Jack laughed until tears streamed down his face. turning to address all his comrades, his voice clear yet resonating throughout the universe. Darkness has not been eradicated. It has been rewritten into doubt, reformed into freedom, transformed into us. Chapter 88. Emergency Room, Leader Tower, and a Cipher Box. A regular visitor to the emergency room, Cybertron's Iron Fortress Central Hospital, within the intensive care unit. The sterilizing lights cast a cold white hue upon the metallic walls, while the ticking of instruments echoed like a countdown. Wind without trace was wheeled in. His armor lay in tatters, devoid of any discernible color beneath the ash, yet the human handprint on his left shoulder remained miraculously intact, radiating a slight warmth under the lights. Xianju stood outside the observation window, his knuckles turning pale as he finally sighed. This emergency room is almost becoming his personal resting place. An ominous presence, dark without trace, crosses arms, his resentment nearly palpable. The resort in my mirror universe is still awaiting his payment. Instead, he has once again blown himself into pieces. The ambulance, pushing a tool cart, hurriedly shouted back, "You two brothers should take your quarrel outside. Ashen index at 42, ignition frequency at critical. If we delay any longer, he will truly become the ashes of a dark star." As the emergency chamber door sealed shut, a red light illuminated. Xianju raised his hand, suppressing the complaints about to erupt from Dark without trace. "Quiet. Let us settle the accounts once he awakens." Dark without trace pouted, but obediently fell silent, muttering softly, "He better wake up soon, otherwise I will auction off all his moonlight reserves." At the pinnacle of the Leader Tower, an illusion of peace at that very moment, atop the highest platform of the Leader Tower, the night breeze carried the fragrance of energy flowers, brushing past the eaves. Megatron, or as he is still publicly known, Lord Megatron, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his dark purple armor glistening with a gentle sheen under the lights. Orion stood beside him, having swapped his silver blue armor for a simple civilian robe, the optical lenses reflecting the brilliance of the city beneath. "Behold, the sea of lights is more beautiful than the fires of war," Lord Megatron remarked softly. Orion nodded, yet a thread of confusion lingered upon his brow. "Lord Megatron, why have I never seen the leader? Logically, I should be in the library, not in the Leader Tower." Megatron tightened his fingers slightly, his expression remaining serene. "The leader is currently in seclusion with the ancients, discussing constitutional details. You shall not meet him for the time being." He turned his head, revealing a teasing smile characteristic of an old friend. "As for our residence here, it is indeed a privilege bestowed by our friendship with the leader." Orion acknowledged this with an O, seemingly accepting the explanation, stretching leisurely. "Then I shall return to my quarters to rest. See you tomorrow." "Very well." Megatron watched him depart until the sound of his footsteps faded at the end of the corridor, then murmured to himself, "Tomorrow, we shall visit Wind without trace of the hospital. The secrets within the Cipher Box Leader Tower, private quarters Megatron's room." As the door closed, the lights dimmed automatically. Megatron approached the inner wall, inputting a 12-digit dynamic code. The wall slid open, revealing a small safe. The box door creaked open, releasing a haunting blue glow. The leadership module, which rightfully belonged to Optimus Prime, lay quietly on the cushioning pad, its cracked exterior filled with dark purple energy. Yet a thread of silver blue remained at the center, reminiscent of a dawn ensnared. Megatron raised his hand, and the module floated gently into his palm. The interplay of dark purple and silver blue illuminated the tumultuous reflections in his optical lens. Cybertron would no longer witness war, and you need not assume the mantle of leadership. Orion could simply be a joyous librarian. Let Optimus Prime remain in the annals of the past. He closed the box lid, as if sealing away a fragment of the future. Unbeknownst to him, the door had been softly ajar. Orion returned, intending to surprise his old friend, yet he found himself listening intently to that solitary monologue, his optical lens shifting from shock to bewilderment, ultimately sinking into shadow. In the corridor, Orion silently retreated, each step feeling as if he were treading on cotton, with only the thunderous pulse of his own spark resonating in his ears. So the leadership module was in Megatron's possession. So the reason he could not meet Optimus Prime was that he himself was? So the notion of a good friend was merely an excuse to contain his identity? He dared not listen any longer, turning to flee, only to collide with the red spider who was passing by with a cup of tea. Oh dear, a librarian on a midnight stroll? Red Spider squinted, his tail quivering with excitement, his expression betraying curiosity. "You look rather pale. Have you seen a ghost?" Orion forced a smile, just forgot something. He maneuvered around Red Spider, quickening his pace until he was nearly running. Red Spider watched his retreating figure and then glanced at Megatron's door, a smirk of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth. This could be interesting. The awakening in the emergency room in the hospital. The monitoring device suddenly emitted a long, piercing alarm, the gray index plummeting from 42 to 17, the spark frequency returning to baseline. The ambulance jolted upright, its optical lens widening. This kid, rebooting again? Dark Without Trace was the first to rush in, witnessing Wind Without Trace's eyelids flicker, urgently shouting, "Hey, if you dare to sleep for another 3 months, I'll pour all your moonlight brew down the drain." Wind Without Trace slowly opened his eyes, his vertical pupils flickering before settling into a brilliant blue, his voice hoarse, yet laced with familiar bravado. "Touch my stock, and I'll turn your mirror mountain into a vacation ruin." First Awareness let out a sigh of relief, chiding him with a smile. "You rascal. You finally decided to come back." However, Wind Without Trace grasped the ambulance's arm, struggling to sit up. "Where is Orion?" The ambulance paused, taken aback. "He is in the leadership tower with Megatron." Wind Without Trace's expression shifted abruptly, and he leaped from the bed, tearing off the foredrip. "Hurry. Take me there. If we delay any longer, it will spell disaster." The night before the rift at the pinnacle of the leadership tower, Orion returned to his room. Yet tranquility eluded him. He activated his terminal, searching for Optimus Prime, only to find that all data was marked as insufficient permissions, searching for the leadership module. The results directly led to a classified lock. The more the situation is confined, the more it confirms the truth he has heard. Am I truly a pawn being exploited? In the optical lens, confusion gradually settles into pain and anger. Outside the window, the navigation lights flicker, and he suddenly recalls the words of Feng Wuhen. Doubt does not negate everything, but rather denies the absolute. Therefore, I shall seek to validate the absolute. He donned his outer robe and quietly left the room, his destination the private quarters of Zhen Tianzun. Before the code box, a confrontation unfolded. In front of Zhen Tianzun's door, Alian entered the dynamic key he had overheard, and the wall slid open, revealing the vault. Trembling, he lifted the lid. The leadership module lay quietly within, its silver blue glow illuminating his face like a long-awaited sunrise. "Indeed, I am the pillar of heaven. Yet, you have confined me within lies." Behind him, the door swung open, and Zhen Tianzun stood in the corridor, the complex dark purple optical lens obscuring understanding. Alian, the youth, turned, clutching the leadership module, his voice soft yet sharp as a blade across metal. "Zhen Wuxian, no, Zhen Tianzun, by what right do you dictate my life?" A storm is about to rise. The corridor lights flickered, the brilliance of the leadership module intertwined with the dark purple energy, like two torrents on the verge of collision. Zhen Tianzun slowly raised his hand, his voice hoarse. "I can explain." "Explain what?" Alian stepped back, the optical lens igniting with azure fury. "Explain how you appropriated the leadership module for yourself. How you kept me in the dark. How you turned me against my own identity." The leadership module sensed the holder's emotions. The silver blue light surged, illuminating the ever-deepening chasm between them. Zhen Tianzun lowered his hand, the dark purple energy extinguished. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his head bowed. "I have no words left. The error has been cast. Do as you wish." Yet Alian laughed, the bitterness evident. "Kill you? That would be too merciful. I want you to witness as I reclaim my rightful place as the pillar of heaven, to take back everything that belongs to me." He turned, clutching the leadership module, striding towards the elevator. Zhen Tianzun knelt on the ground, not pursuing, merely murmuring softly, as if addressing the retreating figure and himself. "Very well. This time I stand against you, yet I shall never turn my back on you." In the emergency room's final rush, on the hospital rooftop, Feng Wuhen was assisted onto the emergency shuttle, silver blue flames igniting in his palm as he gritted his teeth. Target, leadership tower, full speed ahead. The shuttle ascended into the sky, piercing the night, like a delayed yet resolute arrow aimed at the heart of the impending storm.